Once the continent's king-class beastmaster, he led his trusted followers into an ancient secret realm in search of the legendary sacred beast artifact, only to be betrayed by a close friend. This betrayal awakened the legendary imperial beast, the space-time dragon. Choosing to detonate the sacred beast artifact in his final moments, he perished. As he gazed upon the treacherous smile of the brother he once shared hardships with, fueled by the wrath of the imperial space-time dragon and his own unyielding resentment, he opened his eyes once more only to find himself back on the day of his beastmaster aptitude evaluation. Noticing the dragon-shaped mark on his wrist, he realized his rebirth must be connected to this imperial beast. Was this a chance to start over? Just then, whispers reached his ears. "Look, isn't that Su Ming, the top examinee from Pingching Middle School this year? What's the use of being first in exams? They say your beast taming talent almost didn't even make it to D grade. You should consider yourself lucky to be studying in this high school. Beast taming talent holds an incomparably important position in this world. Who says a D grade will always remain a D grade? In my previous life, I still swept through all the prodigies of this generation. Over decades of advancement, I ultimately became a king-class beast tamer who dominated an entire region. Su Ming, why are you so late? Hurry up and come here." Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile appeared on his face. It was none other than his best friend, Liu. "Never thought we'd end up in the same class even in high school." Noticing his low spirits, Liu comforted him. "So what if it's a D grade? Look at the 4 young masters of the capital, aren't they all D grade? Yet each of them has an eternal level beast. When's the beast selection today? Should be soon. Su Ming, have you decided which beast to choose? They're all low grade, it doesn't matter which one you choose. How is that possible? Didn't they say Pingcheng would distribute some highly potential spirit beasts to students this year? That's for the elite class and the outstanding class. We don't get a share. The one who betrayed me is also there. Our enmity has long been irreconcilable. In my past life, he hid it too well. This time, I'll make him wait." At this moment, they also arrived at the field with Liu, where the beast platform was lined with low-tier tamed beasts. "Su Ming, which tamed beast do you want to choose? That crocodile-type beast must be very powerful. I'll pick that one later." "That's not a crocodile-type beast. It's a mammoth type. It looks strong, but in reality, it's very slow and its defense isn't that great. I suggest you choose that solar serpent. Your talent is toxin enhancement, and paired with this beast, reaching silver rank in the future won't be difficult." "I can reach silver rank too? Then I'll choose that one." This childhood friend, in his previous life, chose that godforsaken mammoth beast that never even reached silver rank before graduation and couldn't get into the worst university. After scanning all the spirit beasts, he ultimately selected the most bottom-tier firehound among the inferior ones. "Why did you choose this spirit beast? Aside from having a higher body temperature, it's completely useless. Remember this, there are no weak spirit beasts, only weak beastmasters." In this era where beast taming talent is highly valued, these words clearly had a significant impact on Liu. After selecting his beast and returning to the dormitory, he made sure no one was around before sitting cross-legged on the bed. Opening his beast taming space, he found himself in a place resembling a paradise the next moment, where the firehound was comfortably napping. At the same time, the mark on his arm began to glow, and a flood of information instantly surged into his mind. This was the legendary beast taming sacred artifact he had risked his life to obtain in the past. In the explosion, the beast taming space merged with the temporal dragon to form this treasure land. The abundant energy here is highly suitable for the growth of spirit beasts, and one can faintly sense other mysterious aspects. As the spirit beasts grow stronger, these mysteries will gradually unfold. At least what is known now is that the flow of time here differs from the outside world. Spending 30 days here equates to just 1 day passing in the outside world. Truly worthy of being the supreme treasure among spirit beast artifacts. Choosing the firehound was based on the trace of hellhound bloodline within it. Even if it doesn't awaken, due to this bloodline, its growth isn't limited by inferior bloodline tiers. With sufficient rare treasures, it can be nurtured to the eternal level or even the glory level. With the addition of this space's ability, it means this soul limitation has also been lifted. How is there still a piece of land here? Doesn't that mean spiritual herbs and medicines can definitely be transplanted here? Combined with the accelerated time flow, wouldn't it be possible to continuously cultivate rare treasures? This is even more convenient than Han Laoma's heaven-controlling vial. After emerging from the beast-taming space, Only a short while had passed in the outside world. There are still 3 months until the trial in the novice secret realm, and that treasure must be obtained at all costs. With that, he began practicing the breathing technique. Breathing techniques are methods used by beast tamers to strengthen themselves. The higher the level, the more beasts one can control. In his previous life, he had encountered hundreds of breathing techniques, many of which possessed terrifying effects. It was operating the most supreme saintly technique, hailed as the world's most domineering breathing method, divided into 4 major realms: whale devour, silkworm gnaw, dragon inhale, and ant nibble. All energies for already, cultivated to the ultimate, can fade into the holy. Phew! With the breathing method in motion, Yifan suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled a breath. This breath was like a whale's breath. The air around him was instantly drained and surged into Yifan's mouth. The surrounding space was full of energy, and with just one bite, Yifan's body lit up. One layer. Yifan, who had experience from his previous life, easily entered the door of this breathing method. Phew! Opening his mouth once more, Yifan slowly let out his breath, his eyes suddenly opening, in which light flowed. The sacred entry law is really overbearing. The first layer of whale swallowing, just a mouth, no matter if it is energy, air, or what, all transform to make up for itself. This bite is at least equivalent to the results of dozens of days of unusual breathing techniques. Said Yifan stood up. Whale swallowing lies in the amount of large. He did not enter the second layer of nibbling. At the moment, the body energy is almost overflowing, needs some time to consume. I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Waving his arm, the corner of Yifan's mouth raised, and in his eyes, there was a hint of light. The superb breathing method plus the unique space of the imperial beasts in this life, he had pulled full circle from the start, together with the experience from the previous life. So what? Chapter 3. Delivered to the door. He stayed in the imperial beast space for a long time until he ran his second whale, and only then did Yifan exit the imperial beast space. At this moment, the sky outside had only just darkened, and he, himself, had already been in the imperial beast space for 7 or 8 days. Having just exited, Yifan was looking out the window, wanting to digest what he had gained in recent days. Just then, on the table, the cell phone rang sharply. Fatty! Picking up his cell phone and glancing at it, Yifan revealed a puzzled expression. Shouldn't this guy be hugging and kissing that blazing sun snake at this time? Why is he thinking of calling me? Though, after hesitating for a moment, Yifan connected the phone. And as soon as he did, Fatty Li's anxious voice came from the opposite side. Yifan, Tung Chong and Jifeng, they want to rob my imperial beast. To rob your imperial beast? Hearing this, Yifan's brows furrowed. Choosing an imperial beast is voluntary. What right do they have to rob it? They said that the imperial beast was the one they had their eyes on first, and I grabbed it first. Fatty Li opened his mouth and said urgently, they found 7 or 8 people and said that they wanted to have a royal beast duel with me, and if they lost, they wanted me to give them the royal beast. What about the teacher? Doesn't the teacher care? The teacher is in class. I was blocked by them in the building, and at this time I am in the toilet next to the building. The fat man opened his mouth, seeming to be a little afraid. Yifan, come and save me or my imperial beast will be gone. Just wait for me in the restroom and stall them. Snap. Yifan hung up the phone and opened the door toward the school. He had just found a good imperial beast for Fatty Li, hoping that he would be able to make a difference in this life, and these guys were about to rob him of his imperial beast. These two were the famous bullies of the school's ordinary class, and before they rose to power in their last life, Fatty and themselves had not been bullied by them much. Tung Chong, Jifeng, these 2 dogs. I didn't come looking for you and you still dare to bump into me. Looking for death. Oh, fat ass. Hiding in the toilet thinking we can't find you? It can't be that you're afraid, right? The Imperial Beastmaster doesn't even have the courage to duel with someone else's Imperial Beast. To be a beast royalist with this, if you ask me, why don't you go home and raise pigs earlier? In the empty classroom of the teaching building, Deng Chong Jifeng led 7 or 8 people and surrounded the fat man in the center, and you said one thing and I said another, sneering at the fat man. The fat man's face reddened and his fists were clenched to death. You who? Still squeezing your fists? Who are you scaring? Tung Chong saw Fatty's movements and pushed hard, almost toppling Fatty to the ground. Don't pretend to be a big-tail wolf there, in the old junior high school, with your hairy little master of theory, we probably wouldn't dare to touch you. It's a different story now. That hairy guy of yours is a D level. They're all losers on the same level as us. Who's afraid of him? If you're sensible, hand over that blazing sun snake of yours. I've gotten someone to ask, out of this batch of imperial beasts, that blazing sun snake is the most powerful and someone like you deserves to use it? Hurry up and bring it to me. Saying that, Deng Chong lifted Fatty Lee with one hand, and his fist clenched tightly to shine a punch on the fat man's face, followed by dropping him again. A group of people gathered around once more, and Tung Chong stretched his head. And don't say I'm bullying you. Either you duel with my imperial beast now like a man, or just give me the imperial beast. Otherwise, don't blame our brothers for striking without a light hand. With that, Deng Chong's fist was raised once more. I compare. By this point, Fatty couldn't take it anymore and could only open his mouth. What? Hearing this, Tung Chong laughed. What did you just say? A group of people laughed, and Tung Chong stepped on Fatty Lee, leaned down, and sidled up to his ear with a very mocking expression. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Fatty Lee was stepped on his chest, momentarily suffocated, struggling to speak. I said, he said, let me compare. Before the words fell, a voice rang out. Tung Chong's movement stalled and he turned his head to look, just in time to see Yi Fan step into the clearing. Yi Fan? Looking at Yi Fan, Deng Chong seemed a bit colorful. You're going to stand up for him? What's wrong, no? Yi Fan opened his mouth and took a step forward, his sight sweeping over the crowd one after another. This glance contained the anger of a king-level royal beastmaster, and the moment they were swept away, the crowd shrank their heads and subconsciously tried to retreat towards the back. They were subdued, and even Tung Chong couldn't suppress his desire to back away. But seeing so many people around him, and seemingly thinking of something, he had a bottom. If you compare, you compare. Releasing his foot from stepping on Fatty Lee, Tung Chong stood up. If you lose, you will also have to hand over your imperial beast. My imperial beast is not for anyone to take. Yi Fan replied, his eyes mic'd up. What if you lose? I lose. As soon as these words came out, Tung Chong laughed. Yi Fan, you're still parked in the past. Nowadays, it's not just about being powerful on paper. I was not stopping before. Yi Fan replied, speaking calmly. What I'm asking now is that you lost. Then what? Such a careless attitude seemed to enrage Tung Chong as he flung out his hand. I've lost. I'll give you my imperial beast. I don't care about those trash imperial beasts of yours. Yi Fan shook his head. Spirit Herb Hall's fiery fruit. I want a seed. Fiery fruit seeds worth 10,000. Hearing this thing, Tung Chong was a little hesitant. Soon, though, such hesitation turned to confidence. Bet on it. Brush. When he spoke, Deng Chong waved his hand. Light flashed before his eyes. And in the next moment, a royal beast shaped like a mountain-piercing armor appeared in front of him. Cloud Armor Beast. Seeing this imperial beast, Yi Fan slightly understood. The royal beasts that were born with some resistance to poison. No wonder this Tung Chong grabbed onto Fatty and wouldn't let go. It turned out to be that his royal beast just restrained Fatty. But that's about it. When he spoke, Yi Fan also waved his palm and the fire dog appeared in front of the group. A fire dog? How dare you bring out such a trashy imperial beast? Looking at the imperial beast Yi Fan threw out, Deng Chong laughed, and immediately after, raised his hand again. Imperial beast, Sharptooth. The light converged on the cloud armor beast's body, and as visible to the naked eye, the cloud armor beast's teeth sharpened. Sharp teeth, a D-rank talent, the ability is to make the imperial beast's teeth a little sharper. It still has some strengthening ability for the kind of imperial beasts that attack with their teeth. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't hide his clumsiness and raised his hand as the light coalesced. The imperial beast, Ascension. Under the light, the firehound's size rose slightly, and its form seemed to change somewhat. This is his talent, soaring, enhancing the full attributes of the imperial beasts. It sounds like it is very domineering, but it is the magnitude of the enhancement. Is very small, less than 5%. Just this and you're still ascending, you're not trying to laugh me to death. Watching this scene, Tung Chong became more and more rampant, commanding the imperial beasts, Cloud Armor Beast, use direct impact. Snap, snap. As the voice fell, the Cloud Armor Beast charged towards the fire dog at a surprisingly fast speed. Yi Fan looked at this scene and smiled as well. Impact and then tear. This Tung Chong, he's thinking pretty well. That's fine for kids, but for you? It's a joke. Fire dog. Take a step to the right. Bump with it. Bump its head. Almost at the moment when the Cloud Armor Beast was about to hit the fire dog, Yi Fan vocalized. The firehound reacted quickly, pulling back to the right, and the cloud-armored beast lost its strength, and before it had time to react, the firehound howled and slammed heavily into its head. Dang, dang, dang. This collision, the cloud-armor beast was hit and rolled 4 or 5 times, and then both eyes rolled over and the white belly lay there face up. The air was silent for a moment, looking at the cloud-armor beast in the field that had lost its ability to fight. The line of people did not react. Tung Chong was even more dull-eyed, as if he hadn't reacted at all. I make a charge and then I get a second? Cloud Armor Beast is known as Cloud Armor Beast. Naturally the defense is still good meaning, but you are not even familiar with the Cloud Armor Beast, thinking that only the belly is its death point, not knowing that the Cloud Armor Beast's whole body cloud armor, in addition to the belly, the only thing that is not covered is the brain. That, and your Imperial Beast is a lot like you. Tung Chong looked up woodenly and saw Yi Fan who had come to him, only to see him condescending, the corners of his mouth, full of disdainful teasing. How so? Should I give me the seeds of the fiery fruit now? Or should I just discount it? Chapter 4 Making a Beam. Aye. Deng Chong gritted his teeth, looking at Yi Fan who was full of teasing, somewhat annoyed. Yi Fan, don't be complacent. My cousin is Deng Li of the Excellence class. How dare you touch me? Excellence class Deng Li? Hearing this name, Yi Fan's eyes mic'd up. This person he naturally heard of in his previous life and can even be said to be like a thunderclap, has a B-level talent, is considered to be the top student of the outstanding class of that year after graduating from Pingcheng, but did not go to university but instead in Pingcheng local gangs to set up a bull dragon strong gang, bullying men and women, collecting protection money everywhere. His own father and mother in the previous life in Pingcheng opened a small restaurant, not less slaughter once or their own send money back to get together, and then when he graduated back, the dog fled on the wind and ran to the Cloud City a few years did not come back. Sure enough. Nasty people always pile up, Yi Fan said and kicked at Deng Chong. After all, Yi Fan had practiced the sacred entry method, and at this moment, even though he had only performed 2 whale swallowings, the effect brought about was obvious, and as this kick went, Deng Chong tried to dodge, but he ended up being knocked down by Yi Fan's kick and crashed into the wall. Deng Chong struggled, and Yi Fan stomped on it, just as he had just stomped on Fatty. Next to him, a few of Deng Li's ponies were startled at the sight, and were about to pounce to relieve themselves, but Yi Fan coldly swept a glance at a few people. You guys, you better stand still. As the words landed, several people were all stagnant in their movements, and they actually really froze in place. Yi Fan saw this and smiled disdainfully. To put it bluntly, this group of things are just bullying, even if he doesn't have the king-level pressure anymore. But the aura of a strong person exists in his heart, shocking a couple of little brats, it's easy. Tung Chong, let me tell you. Yi Fan bent down and said coldly. Within an hour, either have these dog legs of yours go and bring me the seeds of the flaming fruit, or go and ask your cousin to bring the seeds of the flaming fruit. 2 choices, your choice. I'll only give you an hour, 1 second more, and there will be consequences. At the end of his words, Yi Fan increased the force on his leg, and Tung Chong had some difficulty in bearing it, and waved his hand in a hurry. You guys go and find my cousin to come. As the voice fell, the several horsemen who were already a bit scared were like amnesties and ran out of the classroom as fast as they could. In the empty classroom, Deng Chong, who was the only one left breathing heavily, looked at Yi Fan with wide eyes. Yi Fan, to not count. Aside, Fatty Li saw them really go to call people, pulled Yi Fan, whispered, Excellence class people up is not to be messed with, they are at least C level or above talent. Grade C, today it's grade A that's coming, you have to bring me the seeds of the fiery fruit. Yi Fan snorted coldly, still not letting go of his foot. And hearing this, Fatty Li shrunk his head, looking at Yi Fan in front of him with some surprise in the depths of his eyes. He remembered that his hair small is not such a temper, so long time, the other party has always been very easygoing. Before encountering someone looking for trouble, all choose to rest with themselves as well. Today how will become so overbearing? Fatty, holding back will only make others feel that you are good at bullying. Seeming to see what was in the fatty's mind, Yi Fan spoke. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they do, then they must pay the price. No. The fat man froze for a while before nodding without retorting, but there was some cowardice in the depths of his eyes. Yi Fan naturally took in Fatty Li's reaction, and a smile appeared on his face. Fatty was timid by nature, plus his grades were not good now he was at the bottom of the D grade. It was normal to be afraid of things. Boom. It wasn't much longer before the classroom door was thrown open with a bang, and a man in a leather jacket with somewhat somber eyes walked in. As soon as he came in, looking at Deng Chong, who was being stomped on by Yi Fan to the point of rolling his eyes, the man's face showed anger. Let go of him! Where is the thing I want? Yi Fan lifted his eyes, looked at the famous Deng Li, and calmly said, "Stuff." These words caused Deng Li to freeze, while the people on the side hurriedly came up and said clearly what happened. A flame fruit seed? Upon hearing this, Deng Li frowned and looked at Yi Fan. Frowning a bit thoughtfully, Deng Li then said, "For my sake, let's forget about this matter." "Forget it?" Yi Fan laughed and raised his foot, then stepped down again. "Willing to gamble and accept defeat? It's only natural. Not to mention your face. How much is it worth?" "Bastard." At those words, Deng Li became angry. His fist instantly clenched to strike at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was undaunted and looked at the other party. On the opposite side, Deng Li's fist was already raised. But when he saw Yi Fan's calm and even slightly expectant eyes, his heart thumped. Why isn't this guy afraid? Does he have some kind of backbone? Thoughts bubbling up, Tung Chong looked to his cousin. His brow furrowed, hesitated for a moment, and lowered his fist. "I'll give you $10,000 and you release my cousin." Strongly suppressing his anger, Deng Li opened his mouth. Looking at Deng Li unexpectedly stopping his movements, Yi Fan was a bit surprised, but he didn't care and nodded. $10,000, it's fine. Take it to him." Tung Chong took out a wad of money and handed it to the person beside him, who took the money and walked to Yi Fan. "In that case, let your cousin go." Taking the money and saying a word, Yi Fan lifted his foot, and Deng Chong almost rolled and ran to his cousin. "Cousin, help me take revenge." Tung Chong's face was red, being stepped on for so long. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. "Shut up." Deng Li was the one who chided out, "This is a school." Tung Chong was scolded, seemingly not expecting his cousin, who was extremely close to him, to berate him. "If there's anything, we'll solve it when we get out of school." Deng Li lowered his voice and patted Deng Chong's shoulder. "Everyone is a student in school. When we get out of school, there are ways." Upon hearing this, Tung Chong revealed a smile and agreed. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Tung Chong led a group of people to leave, and before leaving, he gave Yi Fan a vicious stare. While the people left, Yi Fan leisurely counted the money in his hand. $10,000 in this high school period, almost equivalent to their own living expenses for most of the year. They are still wanting to not rely on their own means of the whole point of side business to earn some money at. After all, it was still in Pingchang at this time, and he himself was starting up, and many resources, the most convenient way was still to buy them with money. It saves some things. After counting, no more, no less, just 100, Yi Fan patted it and pinched the money in his hand. "Yi Fan, did you just listen to what Deng Li said? What he meant? It seems like he's looking for someone to get us outside the school." Fatty cautiously came over, his tone somewhat fearful. "Let him find it." Yi Fan didn't care. He let the other party go find Deng Li, just to tie the knot with him. Out of the anger that his parents had suffered in his previous life. What kind of people could a future gangster leader be looking for? At best, they would be gangsters and scum with less than black iron strength. Give yourself a few days and it would be easy to clean them up. What can we do about this? Fatty didn't have as much vigor as Yi Fan, only knowing that the other party was going to block them outside the school. His face was full of anxiety. "I still have to go home on the weekend. You can just come back with me." "But what if you're not there? If I'm alone? I can't even beat Tung Chong." Looking at the fat man in a hurry, Yi Fan suddenly felt a little sad. Counting on it, Fatty Lee was considered to have always been good to himself, and during the toughest times in high school, he never changed his attitude towards himself because of the changes he had made, whether it was when he dropped himself from measuring out of the D-grade talent heights or when he had become the light of Pingchang that he had become later on. The only pity was that Fatty's royal beast talent wasn't great, and in the last life, because of the growing gap between the level of the two sides royal beastmasters, it was rare to even get a chance to meet, let alone fight side by side. Thinking about it, Yi Fan suddenly smiled. "Fatty." Seeing that Fatty Lee was once again in a hurry, Yi Fan suddenly snapped, "Do you want to become a powerful beast royal master?" These words made Fatty Lee froze and hesitantly said, "I want to, but I have this talent." "Talent is not a problem. You only need to answer me now if you want to or not." Yi Fan's eyes were firm. "Yes." With little hesitation, Fatty Lee replied, "It's good if you want to." Yi Fan nodded his head and patted Fatty Lee's shoulder, then walked towards the outside of the classroom. "Follow me." Chapter 5, Tao Ye's Law. Fatty Lee had a puzzled look on his face, but he still followed Yi Fan. Soon, the two of them returned to the middle of the dormitory, and Yi Fan casually sat down on a stool, signaling Fatty Lee to sit down. "Fatty, I will now pass on a breathing technique to you." Yi Fan looked at Fatty Lee and slowly spoke. What? Fatty Lee was shocked when Yifan opened his mouth. Breathing method. This was not something that could be taken out casually. It was related to the underlying strength of the Imperial Beast Master. Besides the universal breathing method, even any ordinary breathing method was valued at tens of millions of dollars. If that is extremely strong, it is no exaggeration to say that it is worth a lot of money. A breathing method is just that. Yifan opened his mouth and then said with a straight face, "The breathing technique I passed on to you is not the best in the world, but in a sense, it is the most suitable for you. This is too precious." Fatty Lee hesitated. "The many years of love between you and me is more precious than this." Yifan shook his head, gazed at the fat man, and said in a deep voice, "This breathing method I'm passing on to you is called the Tao Tai method. This Tao Tai method is very simple. You only need to eat all kinds of things, all kinds of food and even heavenly materials and treasures, and after eating them, run the Tao Tai method, and then you will be able to perfectly digest the things you eat and transform the energy into energy to make up for yourself." Tao Tai method? Hearing this name, Fatty shivered. Tao Tai. That was one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. A legendary imperial beast capable of swallowing the sun and devouring the moon. A breathing method with Tao Tai as its name. This was still not a masterpiece? The Tao Tai method has 7 layers. Every time you go up a layer, the number of imperial beasts you can harness doubles. The stronger the transformation is, the more you can eat. And in the end, not only will you be able to harness hundreds of imperial beasts, but you will also be able to turn even refined gold ore into your own. Yifan didn't explain anything. He just said, "Next, I will tell you about the Tao Tai method. Every word. You must listen carefully." "Understood." Fatty Lee nodded. "Close your eyes. Use your breath as a guide and transport the qi in your body." Yifan spoke Susu. Fatty Lee's brows furrowed as he tried to memorize Yifan's words and at the same time, ran the breathing technique. Soon, as Yifan finished his words, Fatty Lee entered a state, and around his body, there began to be many fluctuations of energy. Sure enough, this Tao Tai method is the most suitable for Fatty. Watching Fatty Lee enter the state so quickly, Yifan nodded slightly. The ability of this Tao Tai method is simple and crude, extremely easy to cultivate, most suitable for fat people like this natural love of food and talent in general of the Royal Beast Master. The effect is also very simple and crude. The more you eat, the stronger you get, often with far more than the normal number of royal beasts to win. In that year, the Tao Tai method is also considered to be the name of the town side of the breathing method, is their own year of an enemy. It is said to be the other side from a Tao Tai related relics from the practice of the 6th, can harness dozens of imperial beasts plus their own strength is also very powerful. The same level of the imperial beast division is considered to be quite difficult to deal with. Their own good, a lot of hard fighting to be killed. The Tao Tai method has also been in the bag by the Yifan. Yifan had the sacred entry law, so naturally he didn't look at this Tao Tai law, but it was still good to give it to his hairy little one. And as for how far the other party could cultivate it, it depended on the creation. Soon, Fatty Lee opened his eyes. Apparently, he entered the door and ran a round of Tao Tai method. The whole person's essence became different, sweeping away his previous disheveled state. This Tao Tai method is so powerful. Opening his eyes, Fatty Lee's first words were filled with shock. "I just learned it. And the Imperial Beast space has gained an extra layer, so I can take in a second Imperial Beast. This is just the beginning." At these words, Yifan smiled and shook his head. "The second one is nothing. Back then their own that strong enemy. A shot is dozens of powerful Imperial Beasts, spreading a large area of the sky. That momentum, just look, can be scared people jump." Looking at Yifan, Fatty Lee carefully said, "Such a precious breathing method. How did you get it?" "Some strange encounters only," Yifan replied, once again putting on a straight face. "Fatty, this Tao Tai law matter can't be known to anyone, including your parents, until you're strong." "Understood." At this moment, the fat man who had experienced the powerful Tao Tai method that could still not know what it meant, nodded his head repeatedly and looked at Yifan, his eyes full of excitement. Obviously, even for the fat man who had just entered the royal beasts together, he knew what it meant to get the Tao Tai law at this moment. There was no difficulty in practicing, and he could be powerful just by eating and even just by practicing step by step, and in the future, by virtue of this Tao Tai law, it would never be bad. Yifan had given him a great creation. Yifan, such a precious thing. I, Liu, am unable to repay. Goo. As he was talking, an abrupt stomach call rang out, and Fatty Lee immediately reddened his face and said with some embarrassment, "This Tao Tai method consumes too much, and I just ate my next lunch. Go and eat another meal. After practicing the Tao Tai law, you will be a humanoid Tao Tai in the future." Yifan smiled and opened his mouth. As if he thought of Fatty's dilemma in the future, he added like, Don't care about other people's gazes. As long as you're strong enough, other people won't say anything, and they'll even compete to imitate you. Makes sense. Fatty Lee nodded his head and hurriedly headed outside. I'm going to go eat another meal. The dormitory door was pushed open and closed. Yifan shook his head with a smile in his eyes. Fatty Lee's last words had not been finished, and he himself did not want to listen to any words of repayment. He would pass this Taotai method to Fatty Lee. Naturally, he believed in the other party, but it was not a complete belief. In his previous life, he fought side by side for decades of brothers can betray themselves. The human heart is the most unable to withstand the test. Yifan are not very convinced, can only say that at this time, he believes that the other party will not betray themselves or do not have the guts to betray themselves. Next, got to go do something serious. Speaking thoughtfully, Yifan took out the $10,000 from before and revealed a thoughtful expression. $10,000 is not much to say, but in your own hands you can do so much. 3 months later was when the secret realm of the newborn opened. During this time, one had to quickly raise their strength to take what they wanted in the secret realm with absolute certainty. Go to the Spirit Herb Hall. After thinking for a while, Yifan had an answer. To say what is the fastest way to improve spiritual grass is the simplest and the most direct effect. One's own imperial beast space was most suitable for spirit grass cultivation, and at this time if one could get some spirit grass, one could both give it to the fire dog for him to eat for a quick boost, as well as quickly cultivate spirit fruits for resale. Spiritual fruits that can be precious, like the seeds of the fiery fruit for example, $10,000, but to cultivate successfully at least several months, and the probability of cultivation failure is very high. A fiery fruit was worth at least around $50,000, and if it was of high quality, $100,000 was not out of the question. $10,000 to buy a seed planted in the imperial beast space, in the time flow at most 3 or 5 days to a knot. A fruit is usually 4 or 5, their own hand over a sale, which is $200,000. It's not hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy some more advanced ones to grow and then dump them. Wanting to make up his mind, Yifan had never hesitated and quickly left the door, catching a ride in front of the school and heading straight for the Spirit Herb Hall in the north of Ping City. On the side of the road, Tung Chong was currently walking with his dog legs, one of which was applying a swelling reducing poultice to him. This Yifan, he simply doesn't know how to die. Brother Chong's cousin Deng Li is the boss in charge of this area. If he messes with Brother Deng Li, he won't be able to get out of the school gate in his life. Perhaps seeing that Tung Chong was in a bad mood, the dog-legged man attentively said, as long as that Yifan dares to go out of the school gate, Brother Li has plenty of ways to clean him up, and at that time, Yifan will surely cry and apologize to Brother Chong. That's right. This slip of the tongue gave Tung Chong a comfortable pat on the back. The other clapped his hands. It's not that I'm bragging, just based on my cousin's strength. As long as he, Yifan, dares to come out, in the next second my cousin will be able to round him up. This Yifan, he dared to step on me today. When the time comes, I want him to cry for me. Boom! As Deng Chong put a vicious word, a cab from the puddle in front of them whistled past. Water splashed all over the crowd. The dog-legged man was startled. The hand is heavy, and immediately gave Deng Chong press to show his teeth. Dogs, do you drive without looking at the road? Can't you see someone on the ing roadside? Looking at the cab, Deng Chong cursed, but the next second, through the back window of the dilapidated cab, Deng Chong saw the person sitting in it. Yifan, seeing the man's appearance, Tung Chong froze, then, bursting into a rage. This dog, completely disregarding my cousin? How long has it been before he ran out and got someone to shower me with it? Almost subconsciously, Tung Chong assumed that this scene just now was Yifan's deliberate provocation. Call my cousin and tell him that Yifan is out of the school. Tell him to get someone to block him at the school entrance. Yes, I'll call Rico right now. Chapter 6. Purchase of Medicines. Yifan naturally didn't know that he had provoked Tung Chong again. At the moment, he was resting his eyes and pondering over something. It didn't take long for the cab to pull up to the entrance of the Spirit Herb Hall. Standing at the doorway, Yifan looked at the 3 familiar words of Spirit Herb Hall on the door plaque, and for a moment it was a bit like a lifetime ago. In his previous life, he had some dealings with the Spirit Herb Hall. The Spirit Herb Hall was not just a single one in Pingcheng. There were his branches in cities in every province of the country, and there were more strong people back in those days. It was considered quite a powerful force. I also don't know if that Hall Master Ning is still around. If he's around, it's going to be much better to talk. Saying thoughtfully, Yifan walked towards the Spirit Herb Hall. At the door, the 2 hostesses were a bit distracted when they saw that a student had arrived, but professional ethics still made them say aloud, "Welcome." Yifan nodded slightly and stepped into the spirit herb hall with a calm face. The spirit herb hall had 3 floors. The first floor was mostly just ordinary some yams. The price wasn't much expensive. Naturally, the effect wasn't much better. Little brother, what do you want to buy? A mouthful, a female shopper saw Yifan, and with a professional smile on her face came to Yifan's side, asking gently, take a casual look. Yifan replied, habitually raising his eyebrows to glance at the female receptionist in front of him. Ning Shui, how do you know my name is Ning Shui? Hearing the words of the teenager in front of her, reception was startled. Upon hearing this, Yifan on the other hand was stagnant. In his previous life, he had come to the spirit herb hall many times, and every time he was received by Ning Shui, which he was used to. But after all, 2 lifetimes ago, Yifan was very composed, only pausing and pointing to the wall. It's written there. Ning Shui looked up, and on the wall, there was a staff chart with all the reception photos hanging. So that's how it is. Ning Shui revealed a smile as she looked at Yifan. Her years of experience in hospitality allowed her to determine that the teenager in front of her didn't have a lot of money and most likely didn't know anything about pharmacology either. Little brother, I suggest you buy this overflowing fragrance fruit. This is picked from the southern mountains. The flavor is extremely good. Giving it to the imperial beasts can enhance their physique and increase their actual combat power. Overflowing fragrance fruit? Listening to Ning Shui's introduction, Yifan raised his eyebrows. As far as I know, the overflowing fragrance fruit doesn't serve any purpose other than being preferred by some imperial beasts because of its fragrance. This, Ning Shui choked, and before she could explain, she saw Yifan raise his head and said in a slightly flirtatious manner, and if this overflowing fragrant fruit is given to the imperial beasts to eat too much, the imperial beasts will also be prone to rutting. And when you say that it enhances the real combat power of the imperial beasts, you mean this? Hearing this, Ning Shui's face turned red, and she almost subconsciously took 2 steps back. The overflowing fruit is useless to people. Glancing at Ning Shui, Yifan said, and after looking at a few baskets of elixirs again, he shook his head. You guys here? Don't you have any flaming fruit? Fiery fruit? There? Yes. At this moment, Ning Shui also knew that this teenager in front of her was obviously not a brat who didn't know anything, and hurriedly led Yifan towards the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, this was some spiritual herbs and fruits, and as soon as he went in, Yifan clearly smelled the fragrance of various spiritual herbs and fruits. The fiery fruit is here. On the counter, a platter of 7 or 8 fiery red fruits sat. This was the purpose of one's trip, the fruit that could increase the flame power of fire-controlling imperial beasts, the flame fruit. How much? Taking a look at a few fiery fruits sold crumpled, Yifan frowned. It was obvious that these fiery fruits were not fresh. Most of them were deposited goods. 50,000 apiece. Ning Shui opened her mouth, seemingly seeing Yifan's dissatisfaction, and added, if little brother isn't satisfied with these, I can get you the latest today's output. Well, Yifan mused, slightly pondering in his heart. 50,000, that's pretty much what he thought. If he sells it upside down, it shouldn't get to 50,000, only close. On the side, Ning Shui stood, looking at Yifan did not say anything. His heart was surprisingly a little flustered, encountered something like a big man. The other party just a glance seems to see through everything. Facing a teenager, this feeling is still the first time. This teenager, was he the son of some big family? Glancing at the side of Yifan's face, Ning Shui was a bit restrained. Right at this moment, Yifan seemed to have figured something out and suddenly spoke. You guys, here, do you have any seeds of the fiery fruit? Or roots that can be transplanted? Seeds. These words once again caused Ning Shui to be very surprised. How could someone come to the Spirit Herb Hall, which specialized in cultivating seeds, to buy seeds? This wasn't a deliberate attempt to wash people away. After opening her mouth, she was about to say no. But facing Yifan's deep eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, Ning Shui hesitated and finally just said, I'll ask the manager for you. Yifan nodded as Ning Shui went upstairs, and soon, under Ning Shui's leadership, a middle-aged man with a hat and a lab coat walked down. Which little brother is it that wants to buy the seeds of the fiery fruit? Being high up, this middle-aged man opened his mouth, his voice neutral. There were quite a few people in the field buying medicine, and when they heard this, they all made the rounds of the field. It's me. Yifan opened his mouth, his gaze looking at the middle-aged man, slightly mic'd up. Ning Qinghai, the hall master of the Spirit Herb Hall in Pingchong, a near-golden imperial beast master. If he's there, that's a good thing. The man's got a good mind, so he should be able to save some things. So it's this little brother. Seeing Yifan's appearance, Ning Qinghai was a bit surprised. but he still had a big smile on his face and said to Ning Shui with some reproach, "Your honored guest has come to visit. Why don't you welcome him?" "Yes." Ning Shui nodded and hurriedly entertained Yifan as he headed upstairs. Soon, Yifan followed Ning Shui to the second floor, where Ning Qinghai was already sitting at a table, and said to Yifan, "Your guest? Please sit down and have some tea." Yifan was somewhat disliking this set, but after all, he was coming to buy something, so he sat down and casually took a sip of tea. On the opposite side, Ning Qinghai looked at Yifan and said slightly tentatively, "Little brother, the seeds of this flame fruit, it's not cheap. If it's usual, the Spirit Herb Hall doesn't even sell them. The flaming fruit is not considered rare. Even if it is a seed, the price is only around 10,000. Yifan opened his mouth. His tone was very calm. "The audience of the flaming fruit is too small, except for some specific imperial beasts. No one will choose the flaming fruit at all. The same price of the strong tendon grass. The effect is better, and the adaptability is wider." Ning Qinghai was a bit surprised. But after all, he had been in business for many years. He just raised his eyebrows and went along with Yifan. "In that case, little brother has a royal beast in need of the fiery fruit?" "Sure. May I take the liberty of asking if it's fire dog?" Yifan interrupted Ning Qinghai's words, his eyes looking straight at the other party. "Fiery dog? This is strange." Ning Qinghai sighed too, looking at Yifan in front of him, thinking for a while. "Since that's the case, then the seeds of the fiery fruit, 10,000 apiece, will be sold to little brother. Ning Shui, go tell the cultivation hall to fetch this little brother a root of the flame fruit." "Roots?" Ning Shui froze. "But didn't he say to buy seeds?" "The rhizome, which is a seed that has been cultivated, has a much higher viability and fruiting rate, and the price is at least double that of the seed. Little brother is so imposing. A root. Consider it as making a friend." Ning Qinghai smiled obediently and arched his hand at Yifan. "In the future, I still hope that little brother will patronize the Spirit Herb Hall of mine more often." "Will do." Yifan nodded and didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Ning Shui, who was on the side, also quickly walked down, and in a short while walked up with a box. The box opened, and there was a rhizome that had grown leaves. "Little brother, it's not easy for this elixir to survive. After you go back, pick fertile land to plant it." Ning Qinghai handed the elixir to Yifan. "If the land is fertile, the fiery fruit will bear once in May, and for this one plant, it can bear 3 to 5. "Understood." Yifan took the box and got up to leave. On the first floor for a while, Yifan bought some more elixir fruits and finally swiped his card to leave, while Ning Shui accompanied him throughout. Only after she had watched Yifan leave did Ning Shui turn around and run towards the upstairs. Hall Master Ning, that teenager left. On the second floor, Ning Shui hurriedly came to report. "I know." Ning Qinghai nodded his head and looked at Ning Shui, who had a puzzled look on her face, and snapped, "Are you trying to ask why I was so nice to that teenager?" "Yes." Ning Shui nodded her head and spoke bluntly. "That teenager is a bit different, out of his age in terms of composure, and he has seen quite a bit, but the accessories and clothing and whatnot on his body are very ordinary, and he doesn't look like someone with a big background. 30,000 for a root. Even the cost of cultivation is over 20,000. 30,000 to him just to make a friend. I don't think it's worth it." "Hey, you're still poor at the point of detecting words." Hearing this, Ning Qinghai shook his head. "How? A teenager from an ordinary clan wouldn't behave like that." Ning Qinghai said with certainty. "I just unleashed the pressure of a gold-level Imperial Beastmaster when I was chatting with him. Yet this teenager didn't even frown. In this case, either he's stronger than me ignoring the pressure, or he has a gold-level powerhouse in his family that he's been used to for a long time from spending time together." And the other party said he wants to cultivate the fire dog. That fire dog I have also heard of, to cultivate up not only to spend time but also to spend a lot of heavenly materials. The other party this time to come may just be the beginning. If you want to raise the fire dog in the future, will certainly often patronize. "I see." Ning Shui came to a realization. In that case, that teenager really does have some background. Gold level in this small Ping city was considered a strong person. The Spirit Herb Hall isn't the only one that sells spirit herbs and fruits. Ning Qinghai opened his mouth, his gaze going off into the distance. It would be a huge profit if one could gain the favor of a great family or a future powerhouse because of a spirit grass. Chapter 7 Ma Dafe. This root, it's good. Outside the spiritual herb hall, Yifan looked at the rhizome in his hand and nodded slightly. A rhizome that could save himself a lot of work. No wonder that Ning Qinghai could later become the chief helmsman of the Jiang Province division of the spiritual herb hall. Without even showing anything himself, The other party had given some favors just by testing the waters in the conversation. This eyesight and realm are indeed capable of great things. As for his trial, a gold level of intimidation does seem like a joke to himself now. Go back and plant it in the Imperial Beast space to see the effect. Yifan had an intention and raised his hand. A cab quickly stopped in front of him. Coincidentally, it was the same one that he had come in earlier. Little brother, get in the car. In the cab, the already somewhat Mediterranean middle-aged uncle stuck out his head and greeted warmly. Yifan had a smile on his face as he sat in the car. Little brother, it looks like you have a good family, being able to come to the Spirit Herb Hall to buy things. In the car, the uncle quickly started the ignition while saying to Yifan, earnestness doesn't count, and this purchase was given by someone else for nothing. Yifan replied, smiling, someone dueled with me in a royal beast duel and lost me $10,000. So little brother is a rather powerful imperial beast master. The older man said, not really, just enrolled. To be able to beat the students of the same period of time just by enrolling in school, it's very impressive. The older man's tone was a bit envious. I also wanted to become a royal beast master when I was young, but it's just a pity that my awakened talent was too poor, and I wasn't even rated at rank D. It's also normal. Yifan replied, the reason why this world's imperial beast masters had an extremely high status was because of the power of the imperial beasts on one hand, and on the other hand, it was because of the scarcity. Don't look at Yifan's D rank seems to be looked down upon. That is also in the Imperial Beast Master. Ordinary people to awaken D rank are very difficult and difficult. The proportion, I am afraid, less than 1/10. Less than D rank, the Imperial Beast space couldn't even be opened, not even meeting the minimum requirements of an Imperial Beast Master. Uncle obviously did not let the mood low. Said, face full of smiles again. Little brother can leave my phone. In the future to take a taxi or something, you can come to find me, on call. No problem. Yifan nodded. The two exchanged phone calls while the cab sped along, and soon, returned to the entrance of Hirakujo High School. Little brother, don't get out of the car yet. Yifan was about to open the car door when the older man suddenly vocalized. That seems to be the group from before. The group from before? Yifan froze. Yeah, I ran into them before I came here and heard them say they were looking for trouble with a student. I figured it might be you. There was a guy on the road earlier cursing at us. The driver said, brakes clicking off. Hearing this, Yifan, on the other hand, had a slight warm current in his heart and looked up, only to see more than a dozen people gathered at the entrance of the school, strangely dressed in dangling clothes, pointing at the cab. In the crowd, Deng Chong's figure was clearly listed. This guy, he really found someone. Yifan snorted. Little brother, why don't we run away first, and I'll send you back at 1 o'clock in the evening. On the side, the uncle said with some worry, I've seen that group of people before. They're from an underground gang near the school. You're a royal beast master who has only just enrolled in school. I'm afraid you can't deal with so many people. It's fine, uncle, you go first. Just these miscellaneous skins. I don't put it in my eyes yet. Yifan replied, opening the car door and getting out. Hey young man. Looking at this scene, the uncle was a little anxious, but looking at the opposite gang of aggressive people, he could only shrink his head and sit back in the car. After all, he is only a driver but also to live in Pingcheng. Before it is worried about Yifan specifically drove him a ride thinking that can remind a little. But how could he know that Yifan wasn't afraid at all? In that case, there was nothing he could do. The cab left, and on the way, Yifan not only didn't avoid it, but also walked straight towards the gang, his fists slightly clenched, making some crackling sounds. Brother De Fei, it's that kid. Seeing Yifan coming over, Tung Chong hurriedly spoke to a burly tattooed man beside him, and the tattooed man who was called Brother Dafe heard this, also came into the spirit, looked at Yifan and scolded. A brat one whose hairs are not even long, so unenlightened, dare to bully Brother Li's cousin. With that, Brother Dafe walked out, moved his neck, looked at Yifan who was walking, and asked, You are Yifan? Yes. Yifan nodded his head, but his gaze was directed towards Tung Chong. A smile appeared on his face. Yo, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Did your injuries heal so fast? Looking at that devilish smile, Deng Chong instantly shriveled up and hastily backed away, and the Dafe brother on the side was furious when he saw that Yifan still dared to threaten Deng Chong in front of him. In front of me, Ma Dafe. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? With that, Ma Dafe raised his fist and punched towards Yifan's face. His body size is stout, this punch hit, but there is still some power, the wind of the fist heave, some thunder surging sound. Practiced breathing techniques. Looking at the punch, Yi Fan's brows were furrowed. This Ma Dafei was obviously not an imperial beastmaster, and where would an ordinary person get the breathing method without the grant of a school? Some thoughts in his mind. Yi Fan's hand is no mercy. Aside, Ma Dafei punch fell short. Yi Fan quickly shot to grab Ma Dafei's arm, and then thunderous turn and over-the-shoulder fall while Ma Dafei heavy on the ground. Knock! A dull ringing sound rang out. The crowd was all in a state of shock. Did not bother to look at Ma Dafei. They all knew how much the killing power of this blow had to be. Dare to hurt my brother Dafei? How dare you? A group of punks swarmed up. These people would be very ordinary, and themselves were thin and weak, and hadn't practiced the breathing method, and when they fought with Yi Fan, who had strong combat experience and practiced the sacred law of entry, they weren't a match at all. One punch at a time, it didn't take long for more than 10 people to be knocked to the ground by Yi Fan, and soon only Deng Chong was left in the field. At this time, Deng Chong was already dumbfounded, originally wanted to bully Yi Fan, who had just been initiated as a royal beast master. By virtue of his large number of people, how did he know that the other party's actual combat strength was so strong? Seeing Yi Fan looking at himself, Deng Chong instantly panicked and couldn't help but stutter in his speech. Yi Fan, you'd better not move me. My cousin won't let you go. Your cousin. Hearing this, Yi Fan laughed. Not to mention your cousin. Even your cousin's cousin. I don't put it in my eyes. Get the hell out of here, go back and tell your cousin. Next time you want to trouble me, please find someone with some class. These mongrel skins, it's insulting to strike with me. As the words fell, seeing that Yi Fan did not intend to make a move on himself, Deng Chong was as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly ran towards the inside of the school. I let him go? Did I let you go? Yi Fan turned around and looked at Ma Dafei and the group of gangsters who were ready to sneak away, and spoke coldly. As the voice fell, Ma Dafei instantly froze in place and looked at Yi Fan, somewhat awkwardly saying, Brother, misunderstanding. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was too lazy to listen to this nonsense and looked at Ma Dafei. Come here. I have some things to ask you. Good. Ma Dafei agreed repeatedly and carefully walked in front of Yi Fan. Brother, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. Yi Fan didn't open his mouth. His eyes looked at the punks standing in place and coldly spoke. I told him to stay. You guys don't leave. Are you still wanting to get beaten up? A group of punks heard this and immediately scattered in all directions. Some running in a panic, shoes were given off. The rabble, Yi Fan said, his gaze shifting to Ma Dafei in front of him. Your breathing technique. Where did you get it from? Breathing method. What breathing method? Hearing this, Ma Dafei obviously had a trace of panic, but on the surface, he pretended to be unaware of it, and even laughed at himself and said, Brothers are joking, we're an ordinary gang. How are we equipped with breathing techniques? Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly, looking at Ma Dafei. There was a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. Thunder breathing method. There are 3 layers. The first layer of the initiation, breathing and action with the sound of thunder. Right now you should have only just begun, right? This? Being told the name of the breathing method by Yi Fan in one breath, Ma Dafei was instantly disoriented. You'd better tell the truth. Yi Fan's eyes went cold. Otherwise, I have many ways to make you tell. These words carried a hint of killing intent. Ma Dafei immediately felt his breath stutter and looked at the other party with some fear. With such killing intent, this teenager must have killed someone. I'll say. At this moment, Ma Dafei couldn't tense up. My breathing method. It was given to me by someone from above. The people above? Hearing this, Yi Fan's brows furrowed as he looked at Ma Dafei. Aren't you an ordinary gangster? Who are the people above you? The head gangster? No. Ma Dafei shook his head back and forth. It's some big shots that came to Ping City a few days ago and incorporated all the underground organizations in Ping City, including us gang members. I haven't seen them a few times either, it's all managed by someone for them, and a few days ago, some of the gang bosses were picked to give the breathing method, and I'm not too bad in this part of the school, so I got the breathing method too. Big shot. Hearing this, Yi Fan was instantly slightly surprised. At this moment, he seemed to know a secret. Someone who was deliberately controlling the underground organization in Pingcheng. Chapter 8: The Dynasty Organization. Pingcheng was under the control of the government, so don't look at the arrogance of these gang members. But in fact, as far as Yi Fan knew, before Deng Li had graduated to commanding these underground gangs, they were still quite disciplined. But now, with Ma Dafei's words, Yi Fan immediately felt that something was wrong. Deng Li is also a member of your organization, is he? Looking at Ma Dafei, Yi Fan asked. Yes, the higher-ups are quite high on Imperial Beastmasters like him who have very outstanding Imperial Beast talent. And it is said that the big man personally gave him a precious breathing method. Since he had already said it, Ma Dafei also knew everything at this time. His status is considered very high. That's why this time he found me to come and stand up for his cousin. That's why I will. Got it. Yi Fan interrupted the other party, his brows furrowing once more. In that case, Deng Li had already joined this organization a few years ago, so there was a reason why he stayed in Pingcheng instead of going to college later on. The people above valued Deng Li, so they gave Pingcheng to him to run the show. This organization is not a general force can give Pingcheng to Deng Li Tube, proving that the other party is in charge of the underground organization, not only Pingcheng. How come I haven't heard of a force that specializes in taking in underground organizations? Yi Fan recalled slightly, but in his memory, there was nothing about a force that fit the characteristics of this organization. After pondering for a few seconds, Yi Fan spoke again. Did the bigwigs above you say what they were going to do by collecting you? No, just instructing us to do what we're supposed to do, patrolling those establishments that paid protection fees before and whatnot. Ma Dafei replied, suddenly thought of something, paused for a moment and spoke again. Once before, I heard them say, like it was some kind of restoration or something. Restoration. As soon as these two words left his mouth, Yi Fan's eyes instantly went cold. The air around them all seemed to go cold. It's possible that I misheard or something. Ma Dafei saw that Yi Fan seemed to be about to get angry, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. No, you didn't listen wrongly. Yi Fan nodded his head, his voice extraordinarily cold. On the contrary, you listened very well. Those who dared to speak of restoration, there was only one organization, the Dynasty Organization, a force with the highest purpose of restoring the rule of the former dynasty, in the previous life, had launched beast tides many times, opening the secret realm hidden in some cities to release the ferocious beasts. The same thing had happened to Pingcheng. The beast tide came and Pingcheng was almost destroyed, and his own parents died in that beast tide. For the Dynasty Organization, Yi Fan can be said to hate to the bone, the last life to track them for more than 10 years, but the Dynasty Organization is hiding too deep. Every time he wants to track to a place, the other party will be timely transfer, cunning rabbit 3 holes. He has never been able to report this revenge. I didn't expect that they penetrated so deeply. Looking at Ma Dafei in front of him, Yi Fan was somewhat enlightened. No wonder he could never find out about the other side. As early as so many years ago, the Dynasty Organization had started to infiltrate the underground organizations in various cities. In his previous life, he was a king-level powerhouse, and naturally he would not care much about these underground organizations that could not be brought to the surface, but he did not expect that these people he neglected were the cornerstone of the Dynasty Organization. In this life, we can't give them another chance. Yi Fan thought for a while. The Dynasty Organization was a scourge in all directions, and countless people had died under the plots of the Dynasty Organization in the previous life. Since he now had insight into something, he should seize the opportunity to knock down this organization before it grew completely, as a way to avenge his parents, and as a way to save for a rainy day. Ma Dafei, I'll give you a choice now. With a thought in his heart, Yi Fan looked at Ma Dafei in front of him and opened his mouth. What? Ma Dafei replied, somewhat afraid to look the teenager in front of him in the eye. Sell your life for me. Yi Fan, however, did not bother with Ma Dafei and said, this. Ma Dafei choked and looked at Yi Fan, hesitated and said stiffly, what about the second option? There is no second choice. Yi Fan replied, gazing calmly at Ma Dafei. You told me the secret you should have known. If you don't sell your life for me, I won't leave you to tell the above about me. At these words, Ma Dafei was instantly alerted and looked at Yi Fan. You want to kill me? It's not so much to kill you, but I have a way to let you die silently on your way to snitch. Yi Fan replied, seemingly not wanting to say more. I'll give you a minute to think. Take your pick. Aye. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't look like he was joking, Ma Dafei hesitated once again. A minute passed quickly, and when Yi Fan reached the 50th second of silence, Ma Dafei made a sound. I'll pick the first one. No more thinking about it? Yi Fan revealed a smile with a hint of scrutiny. Don't think about it. Ma Dafei shook his head. I can see that you, brother, are the wise choice. Okay. Yi Fan nodded his head and looked at Ma Dafei. I won't treat you poorly either. I'll pass on a section of the Dharma to you next. It's considered extremely precious in this world. Really? Ma Dafei was a bit overjoyed, looking at the teenager in front of him, and suddenly his heart changed a bit. Sure enough, after all, it's a little kid who trusts people too easily, and that's gonna pass on my Dharma. If I say I'll follow you, I'll follow you. If I'm controlled by you now, I'll tell them when I get back that you're a teenage beastmaster who's just started, and you can't take on those big shots? It was just as well, the teenager looked like he still had a lot of good stuff, so if he told the top, he might be able to get a big piece of credit. Follow what I say to luck. Yifan, however, didn't bother about Ma Dafei's mental activities and said, immediately afterward, began to recite, luck, concentrate. Ma Dafei was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the gongfu to make a great achievement, and subconsciously followed Yifan to run the gongfu. Soon, after a week of running, Ma Dafei's body was bursting. A black mist floated out from his body and flew towards Yifan. Immediately afterward, he obviously felt that his body seemed to be much lighter. What kind of gong method is this? It's so powerful. Ma Dafei looked at Yifan with a surprised expression. The great perpetual soul refining method. Yifan opened his mouth and flipped his hand. The black mist that had surfaced from Ma Dafei's body disappeared. What you are practicing is a sub-discipline. After practicing it, every thought, every line, and every action will be controlled by the other party. If there is a second thought, the other party will be able to make you die violently on the spot with a single thought. When these words were exported, Ma Dafei froze, and only after a good half a minute did he snappily open his mouth. Brothers, don't you joke with me? I, for one, don't like to joke around. Yifan replied, looking at Ma Dafei, slowly speaking, want to go back and tell those adults above? You, Ma Dafei, don't really look that innocent. Me, being told what was on his mind. Ma Dafei was dumbfounded, his entire body frozen like a log. Yifan swept a glance at the other party and shook his head with a smile. There's no need to think about it. Your big shot won't be able to unravel it either. You'll die immediately if you open your mouth. Puff. With these words, Ma Dafei knelt down on the spot for Yifan. Brother. Oh no, my lord. I was wrong. I was really wrong. After choosing to defect to me, don't have second thoughts. Yifan opened his mouth and slowly said, by following me, you will get more than what you would get by following those big shots. Ma Dafei understands. From now on, Ma Dafei's life is yours, my lord. How could Ma Dafei dare to have any other thoughts at this moment? He said repeatedly. Your life is now mine. Yifan opened his mouth, swept a glance at the other party, and turned around. Get up, go back, and continue to do what you need to do. I'll let you know when I need you. Snap. The sound of footsteps faded away, and it took Ma Dafei a long time to raise his head and look at Yifan's back. And at this moment, his body was trembling. The devil, he's the devil. Chapter 9. The Devil's Tutor. In the school, Yifan returned to the dormitory after eating in the afternoon with a smile on his face. This Tung Chong, on the contrary, had given himself a pleasant surprise. Not only had he found Teng Li, but he had also let himself know the key information about the dynasty organization. That Ma Dafei was turned by himself, it should not take much time. He will be able to find out some of the dynasty organization's arrangement in Pingqing, and at that time a nest to give them a clean end. But right now, the main thing is to be strong. Yifan muttered, gazing at the time dragon seal on his hand, and with a flash in front of his eyes, he arrived in the Imperial Beast Space. This afternoon, 10 days had passed in the Imperial Beast Space, and as soon as Yifan went in, the fire dog pounced up with excitement. With the passage of all this time, the fire dog had obviously grown a little bit more than before, and its strength had grown to a black iron 2-star. In addition to the racial differences between the Imperial Beasts themselves, the power level of the Imperial Beasts is also quite important. At a power level like Black Iron Bronze, the difference between Imperial Beasts of one level wasn't that big, and as their strength increased, the gap widened with each level, and at Eternity onwards, one level was a big difference. Try the effect of planting first. After teasing the fire dog for a while, Yifan freed his hands, took out the rhizome and went to the land next to the small house, sliced a piece with his hand, planted it, and carefully filled in the soil again. According to the flow of time in this Imperial Beast Space, it shouldn't take long for the fiery fruit to mature. Thinking of this, Yifan looked toward the fire dog lying not far away. The fiery fruit was the most suitable for fire dogs to consume when they were young. It was mild and not too strong. It wouldn't take long for the fire dogs to break through the black iron and come to the bronze level. The fire dog's greatness only began to be highlighted from the bronze level, when it was able to use flames to launch attacks, and if it was consuming a decent amount of fiery fruit, then at the bronze level, the fire dog would be able to exert quite a good amount of strength, and would not be inferior at all to those imperial beasts with better qualifications. Fire dog. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at the fire dog. You can't touch it without my permission before, even if it grows out of the result. Want. The firehound responded very humanely. Yifan revealed a smile when he saw this, and stroked the fire dog's head again. His gaze shifted to the side, but in his eyes, there was a hint of fire. In his previous life, even though so many people didn't think highly of him, he still became a king-grade Imperial Beast Master with his efforts. In this life, he had such a divine Imperial Beast space, an overwhelming breathing method, and had many memories from his previous life. Everything was starting from the best, and the limit of how far he could go was never going to be the king level again. After a while, Yifan let out a long breath and thought of something. His hand flipped and a chicken leg appeared in his hand. This was what he had brought back from the cafeteria on the way. Fire dogs were also canine Imperial beasts after all, and their favorite food was these. Firehound, come over here and eat something delicious. Want. The fire dog was a bit cheerful and ran over to contain the chicken leg, and was about to open his big mouth to eat it, when he suddenly thought of something, raised his head to look at Yifan, and nudged his head towards the chicken leg. Obviously, it was questioning Yifan. I won't eat, you eat. Yifan opened his mouth, looking at Fire Dog, who happily ate up the chicken leg. A smile appeared on his face. Eat more. In the future. We still have a long time together. Knock knock. Early the next morning, the door to Yifan's dormitory was knocked on. At this moment, Yifan had already exited from the Imperial Beast space and was standing by the window, stretching his body and playing a set of oddly shaped punches, sometimes as ferocious as a tiger and at other times as light as a deer, with various animal forms. This is considered to be taken from the ancients of the elephant and bird method of self-created gong method, named Wanxiang method, with the breathing method can be strong and healthy to prolong life, to the great completion of the grain can be invulnerable to poison, is a set of bodybuilding techniques, in the early morning when the sun rises to run the effect of the very best. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Yifan also stopped his hand movements and turned his head to open the door. The door opened. Fatty Lee was standing in the doorway with a distressed look on his face. Looking at Yifan's appearance, he quickly spoke, Yifan, quickly help me. What's wrong? Seeing the fatty's appearance, Yifan frowned slightly. Tung Chong and the others came to trouble you again? No. Fatty Lee shook his head back and forth, wanting to say more than where to start. Instead he turned red. Seeing the fatty's appearance, Yifan pondered a little and his brows stretched. Is it because after practicing the Tao Tai method you've eaten a lot, but you can't excrete smoothly, your stomach is rising and aching? Right. Fatty Lee was pleasantly surprised, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly grabbed Yifan's arm. Is there any way to be able to solve this? It's too uncomfortable. I want to poop but I can't. My stomach is about to explode. This is quite normal. Yifan, however, smiled and shook his head. If I'm not wrong, you just ran the Tao Tai method yesterday when I taught you. Then you went on a binge-eating spree and went back to the dormitory to lie down afterward. Right? Hearing Yifan's words, the fat man froze for a while before saying, Yifan, you are simply divine. It's not that I'm a god. It's just that I understand the Tao Tai method. Yifan replied and said with a straight face, why is the Tao Tai method called the Tao Tai method? Obtaining it is the characteristic of the Tao Ye's giant food. If you eat something without running the Tao Tai method, how can it help you digest the food that has accumulated in your body? Ordinary people's intestines can't digest such a huge amount of stuff. So wouldn't it make their stomachs rise? You obviously didn't listen properly when I told you yesterday. Hearing this, the fat man scratched his head in some embarrassment, and then he hurriedly said goodbye to Yifan and returned to the dormitory next to him. Yifan smiled helplessly and shook his head as he walked towards the classroom. After all, you're a student, and you still have to go to class every day. Soon, after arriving at the classroom, Yifan had just sat down not long before Deng Chong came. This guy is also there. Tung Chong saw Yifan at a glance and didn't give a weak leg on the spot, almost retreating back. Yesterday's Dafe brother, they were beaten by this guy. The follow-up themselves do not know what happened yesterday night. His cousin specifically called to tell himself not to provoke Yifan at this time, to be able to make his cousin jealous. As for Tung Chong, he would be even more afraid to mess with Yifan. A group of junior brothers all hooked their heads. Grayly came to the corner and sat down, fearing that Yifan would look for trouble from himself and the others. Yifan naturally took Tung Chong and the others' reactions in his eyes, but he only shook his head. Just these people, if they didn't take the initiative to provoke in normal times, they wouldn't even be able to get into one's eyes. How could the Kunping soaring in the sky care about the ants on the ground? Jingle bells. Soon, the class bell rang, and Fatty Lee also came to the seat beside Yifan at this moment and sat down, letting out a long breath. How about it? Fluent now. Looking at Fatty Lee, Yi Fan said with a slight flirtation. Fluxed, fluxed, fluxed. Fatty Lee smiled somewhat embarrassedly and was just about to say something when a man with a serious expression and a straight waist walked in. Quiet! A voice fell. The classroom was silenced. Fatty Lee's face changed when he saw it was so, and he hurriedly muttered in a low voice, Devil Instructor Pan Zhao, how is it him? On the side, seeing that it was Pan Zhao, Yi Fan however shook his head and looked at Pan Zhao on the stage with a touch of complexity in his eyes. Pan Zhao was too famous in Ping City. He was a very famous teacher. He was very strict to his students and often led them to some dangerous places to practice. It was because of this that there were many future powerhouses among the students he brought out. Yi Fan was also under his leadership when he had a strange encounter in a secret realm, and from then on began his own retrograde saga, and in all seriousness Pan Zhao was considered to be his own benefactor. But in his last life, this mentor of his own didn't get any good results in the end, and was ostracized by the Academy's senior management because of his straightforward character, which could also be seen from the fact that he, a long-established and renowned teacher, was assigned to be the instructor of an ordinary class. Never had the chance to stand out, and the only time he did was to lead the resistance in the later Beast Tide, and he ended up dying because of it, and was considered to be depressed for the rest of his life. A teacher like this should be popular everywhere. How could he be ostracized? Offstage, looking at Pan Zhao, Yi Fan said thoughtfully, or maybe, who is deliberately trying to suppress him? Chapter 10 Rewards. Thinking about this, Yi Fan's eyes mic'd up. Pan Zhao's exact strength was still considered quite impressive in Ping City, with a golden 9-star roaring lion that might even break through to the eternal level in the future if it wasn't sacrificed in the Beast Tide. In this tiny Ping City, someone could suppress such a royal beast master? It's a bit interesting. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, and on the stage, Pan Zhao was watching, his eyes cold, and said, Gentlemen, coming here and becoming part of the Sentinel is not your first success. Rather, your first failure. As the voice fell, many people's faces changed, but Pan Zhao snorted coldly, No why? Talent. D-grade Imperial Beast talent destines you to be inferior. In the same class, other Beast Masters don't even need to do anything. Their beasts are going to be much stronger than yours. You don't get the best resources. Don't look at the commoners who seem to envy you. In the world of the Imperial Beast Masters, no one looks up to you. What do they call your class up there? It's called the Waste Class. A class made up of a bunch of wastes. Do you know the Imperial Beasts you chose yesterday? Do you know what grade of Imperial Beasts were given to the Excellence class? The Elite class is a royal beast that can grow to silver or even gold. These words came out of Pan Zhao's mouth, and in the classroom, there were some sounds of clamor. Elite grade, that kind of Imperial beasts can easily be hundreds of thousands of millions. With one, as long as it is properly cultivated, there is not much difficulty in entering the silver grade in the future. Silver level, the equivalent of getting a ticket to college. Such words struck quite a few people. Some of them were a bit indignant. Among them, a clean-looking girl sitting in the first row stood up. Teacher, if talent determines everything, then why do we still come to school? Good question. Pan Zhao answered, looked at the girl, and vocalized, What is your name? Ma Xiaoxue. The girl replied, Ma Xiaoxue. I'll remember your name. Pan Zhao nodded and tapped his hand on the table, looking around the room. What I'm going to talk about now is what you can do in these 3 years. First of all, every month for the rest of the year, I'll take you all into the school's affiliated week Misty Secret Realm once to practice. Secret Realm. Hearing these words, the crowd that had just lost their expressions all became somewhat excited all of a sudden. They weren't like Yi Fan who had such great insights. Secret realms were extremely precious to them, even the lowest level of the weak Misty Secret Realms things. All eager to go, I guess. Scanning the crowd's reactions, Pan Zhao nodded. Only, the quota is limited, and the above only gave me 10 spots. If you want to go to the secret realm, you must satisfy me. There will be a monthly examination on the 10th of every month, the Imperial Beast Duel, and the top 10 of the duel output will be qualified to enter this secret realm. It's already the 2nd of this month, which means that in 8 days, you'll be taking your first monthly exam and entering the secret realm for the first time. When these words came out, the crowd murmured, and their words were filled with excitement. Quiet! Pan Zhao once again voiced out, and this time, many people obediently shut their mouths. Are you getting complacent again? Thinking that with the qualification to enter the secret realm, you'll soon be able to overtake others? Pan Zhao looked at the somewhat complacent students present, his eyes once again cold. Might as well tell you guys one more thing. This secret realm, for those in the excellence class, can be entered twice a month, and there's no limit to the number of places. As his voice fell, another pot of cold water poured down, and Pan Zhao continued, just these 10 spots, or I asked for them towards the top, or else by virtue of your group of unappreciated D-levels, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to go in. All you guys can do in these 3 years is to give me a good practice, take the entry qualification of the secret realm, go in once a month, to match the harvest of those people twice. Only then will you have a chance to buck the trend and show others that you are not trash. Can it be done? As Pan Zhao's voice fell, the students in the room looked at each other somewhat blankly, and only a few of them shouted out in a small voice that they could. Can. And in the midst of the silence, it was instead Fatty Lee who shouted out loud, which caused Pan Zhao to also look at him one more time, but his gaze drifted over Yifan, who hadn't said a word the whole time. In the end, Pan Zhao did not speak, but only shook his head, and immediately afterward, put away the book on the table. I know you don't have the confidence to say this can right now, but it's a question I ask you every week. I don't want, when you're going to graduate in 3 years, to still be answering with this kind of bottomless answer. All right, go train your imperial beasts. I will be there to watch your training. Come to me with any questions, and come to me with anything. Go on. As the voice fell, the students all walked towards the outside of the classroom. This was the daily routine of Imperial Beast High School, except for the routine inspection once a week. At other times, the teachers usually didn't care about you. Of course, this is ordinary people. If it is those with outstanding talent, there will be a top teacher to teach you the way, and there will also be someone who will specially take you to the secret trial to protect your safety throughout the whole process. Geniuses are destined to be different from ordinary people, but ordinary people, it's not that they can't reverse genius. This is the first lesson Pan Zhao gave them. In the classroom, Yifan also stood up and was about to walk towards the outside when Fatty Lee hurriedly asked, Yifan, aren't you going to train the Imperial Beasts? To go. Yifan replied, glancing at Fatty and shaking his head. Only, I think the best Imperial Beast training is combat. Fight. Hearing this, Fatty Lee froze. Where to fight? North of the city Silver Moon Forest. Yifan spoke calmly. And upon hearing this, Fatty was shocked. Silver Moon Forest? There are too many ferocious Imperial Beasts there, and it is rumored that there are even Imperial Beasts above gold. Going there will kill you. That's the core of the Silver Moon Forest, and most of the periphery is black iron level Imperial Beasts. Yifan shook his head. Want to come together? This? Fatty Lee hesitated, thinking about those legends about the Silver Moon Forest. His heart was a little scared, but when he saw Yifan's calm eyes, he gritted his teeth and nodded his head fiercely. Go! That's not right. A smile appeared on Yifan's face as he waved at Fatty and took the lead towards the school entrance. In the classroom, Pan Zhao, who had been sitting in his seat, raised his head and looked in the direction of the doorway, revealing a puzzled expression. This Yifan, I thought he'd sulked when he measured D-grade. I didn't think he'd be so bold. 2 brats who just had Imperial Beasts also dare to go to the Imperial Beast Forest. Saying that, Pan Zhao shook his head. Those who don't know have no fear. Let them go and suffer some losses to know how powerful they are. Do you really think that the wild Imperial Beasts in that forest are all as docile as the ones you usually see? Having said that, Pan Zhaoga looked out of the window where there was a scene of many students training with their Imperial Beasts. Not knowing what came to mind, a touch of unwillingness gradually appeared in Pan Zhaoga's eyes. My grades are because the students I brought up had good seedlings, so if I bring up an ordinary class, I must not be able to teach a character? 3 years from now, when the college entrance exams are held, I'm going to ruthlessly punch you people in the face. See what else you guys have to say then. While Pan Zhao was still in the classroom, on the other side, Yifan and Fatty went out of the school gate, and as soon as they went out at the school gate, several people surrounded them. It's over. It must be Deng Li looking to block us. Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee had an afterthought and pulled Yifan to shrink inside. But after pulling a few times, Yifan did not move. Fatty Lee was a little anxious, but Yifan shook his head. You're the one called Yifan, huh? On the opposite side, a skinny man leading the group looked at the flustered fat man, and his gaze shifted to the pleasantly unmoving Yifan. Aha! Yifan nodded his head and looked at the few people in front of him, his eyes mic'd up. That's good. The thin man nodded his head, and then his attitude made a 180-degree turn, and he said to the people behind him, quickly call Brother Fan good. Hello, Brother Fan. The few people present voiced out in unison this time, giving Fatty Lee a whole lot of confusion. Isn't this to pick a fight? How come the whole van is better? Thinking of this, Fatty Lee glanced at Yifan, who still didn't have any reaction, and couldn't help but guess. Is he a gangster too? Who told you guys to come? Just as the fat man was wondering, Yifan was suddenly vocalizing, his expression looking as if he was very unhappy. Don't tell me that Daffy Ma sent you. Chapter 11, The First Battle. How does Brother Fan know it's Brother Fei? The skinny man was about to reply, when he saw that Yifan had a displeased look on his face. He suddenly felt bad, hesitated for a few seconds and whispered, Brother Fei said that he was much offended the last time, and said that he wanted us to come and wait for Brother Fan to out and send something to Brother Fan to apologize. This stupid bastard. Getting certainty, Yifan immediately cursed. Didn't I say I'd contact him if something happened? Ma Dafei's little mind, how can he not know? It is just that now the life in their own hands, thinking of pleasing more to please themselves. But these small moves may seem insignificant, and if someone with a good intention were to probe more closely, they would instead expose themselves. On the side, seeing Yifan's anger, the skinny man who was originally a junior brother shrunk his head even more. However, he thought of something and hurriedly whispered, Brother Dafei said that the people above have gone back, and it is said that they won't be coming to Pingcheng in the last few months. We are all brothers who have followed Brother Dafei's worship. Brother Fan can rest assured. Hearing this, Yifan's face only slightly improved as he glanced at the thin man and spoke. What did he ask you to bring over? Fiery fruit. The thin man replied, hastily taking out a box. Brother Dafei heard that Brother Fan had made a bet with that brat Tung Chong for the seeds of the flaming fruit last time, and knowing that Brother Fan should be wanting the flaming fruit, Brother Dafei specially sent us to buy a flaming fruit produced by the Spirit Herb Hall to honor Brother Fan. Fiery fruit. Sweeping the box, Yifan's expression was a bit helpless. He had just gotten the rhizome, and there were plenty of fiery fruits in the future. And this Ma Dafei sent him fiery fruits again. Only it's kind of useful, at least for the firehound right now. I'll take the stuff. Yifan took the box, looked at the skinny man and spoke. Go back and give a word to your brother Dafei. I will look for him next time something comes up. I don't need him to come to me. After all, you're a student. Don't be too flashy. Understood. The skinny man agreed repeatedly. Then Brother Fan will leave first if there's nothing else. Yifan nodded his head and several people left one after another, while Yifan collected the flame fruit. Yifan, what kind of people were those just now? Why did they give you something back? On the side, Fatty Lee, who hadn't been vocal, spoke up. You won't be going to mix with a gang, right? It's very dangerous, if Uncle Yi knows. An underground gang can't accommodate me yet. Yifan shook his head and looked at Fatty Lee, suddenly asking, Fatty, do you think that a brother who worships his brother can be trusted? This statement made Fatty ask, we're all brothers now, so we should be able to trust it. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. In front of interests, there is no such thing as a brother. Fatty, I gave you a technique like the Tao Tai method. Haven't you, by any chance, thought of anything more? Hearing this, the fat man was confused and replied, Ah, thinking about what? Hearing this, Yifan looked at Fatty's appearance and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. His 2 lifetimes of discernment was so poisonous that he naturally saw that Fatty's behavior was not deliberate. He was really not thinking about anything else. Fatty, you are really stupid and cute. Saying that, Yifan patted the fatty's shoulder and walked towards the front. Fatty Lee fell behind, recalling Yifan's words, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. How am I stupid and cute? It didn't take long to get to the Silver Moon Forest. After exiting the walls of the Protectorate and walking towards the north for a while, a large forest came into view, stretching for an unknown distance. Many cities had such forests outside of them, inhabited by a large number of wild imperial beasts, and some of them had very strong imperial beasts at their cores. But Ping City was a small city, and the strongest wild imperial beasts in the Silvermoon Forest were only less than gold. After all, it is not a secret realm. Most of the imperial beasts in this kind of forest are low grade. Occasionally there will be elite grade. Most of the imperial beast hunters in the city count on this forest to live, capture some imperial beasts to sell blood and meat. If you are lucky enough to catch an imperial beast cub, a family of commoners will have a year's worth of rations. Yifan, are we really going to go in here? Looking at the entrance to that forest, Fatty Lee was a little apprehensive. Of course, Yifan replied. Wait a little bit first. Saying that, Yifan summoned out the fire dog. Most of the day, more than half a month had passed in the imperial beast space, and this time the fire dog had obviously grown some more. Black Iron 2-star fire dog. Looking at the fire dog in front of Yifan, the fat man was a little surprised. How is it that, after only a day or two, this fire dog has grown so much? Maybe it's my fire dog's natural growth. Yifan laughed and took out the fiery fruit that the skinny man had given him earlier and handed it to the fire dog. Want, want. The fire dog was a little excited, holding the fiery fruit and wagging its tail non-stop. Hurry up and eat. Yifan patted the fire dog's head. The fire dog wagged its tail and ate the fiery fruit with a big mouthful, and the sound of the water juice exploding gave Fatty Lee a hungry look, and his stomach let out a long coo. Hearing this voice, the fire dog lifted its head, glanced at Yifan, then at Fatty Lee, and after judging that Fatty Lee and Yifan seemed to be on good terms, he swung his butt and moved to the side, and then nudged his head at the small half of the remaining fiery fruit. I don't eat, I don't eat. Looking at Fire Dog's obvious, sharing food action, Fatty Lee made a big red face and loudly argued, I'm not hungry. Woof. Looking at Fatty Lee, who did not make a move, the fire dog let out a puzzled sound. But soon, it happily finished eating the remaining small half of the fiery fruit. Yifan watched from the sidelines with a smile on his face. This fire dog of his seemed nice and close to him. Even his friend was willing to share a bite of food. One must know that most of the imperial beasts were very protective of their food. Even the powerful imperial beasts were most wary of others interrupting their feeding. For this fire dog to be like this, it was obviously very much recognizing itself as its master. And the next time, the medicinal effect of the fiery fruit happened very quickly. The fire dog once again grew up some visible to the naked eye. The original strength close to 3 stars of black iron quickly broke through. After an hour, the medicinal effect absorbed most of it, and the fire dog came to the 4 stars of black iron without any problems. Want, want. The fire dog affectionately rubbed against Yifan's pants leg. Now that it had grown a fraction, it was already taller than Yifan's knee, completely different from the 2 dogs when Yifan had just gotten it. Great. Yifan patted the fire dog's head and looked at the hint of red lines that began to appear on the fire dog's forehead, his eyes containing joy. The fiery fruit was indeed a great tonic for the fire dog. One of them would be able to stimulate its flame power. With 7 or 8 more, the fire dog should be able to come to the bronze level. Black iron 4 star, so strong. On the side, Fatty Lee was envious. His blazing sun snake was only obtained yesterday, and it was still the same today. Black iron level strength is easy to raise, it's nothing. Yifan, on the other hand, responded and waved at Fatty Lee, heading towards the forest. Entering the Silvermoon Forest gave people a completely different feeling as well. The air was filled with all sorts of mixed smells, from flowers, plants and trees, and imperial beast droppings, and there was an inexplicable oppression. Fatty, release the imperial beast. Yifan suddenly spoke. The blazing sun snake is a natural concealment ability, and the environment here is the most suitable for it. Good. Fatty Lee nodded his head repeatedly and waved his hand as the blazing sun snake appeared in front of him. It was really just as Yifan had said. The blazing sun snake quickly hid itself amongst the dead leaves after it appeared, and if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to find it at all. After not long walking, in the jungle, a line of distinct footprints appeared. Silver deer tracks. Looking at the footprints not far away, Yifan had a judgment, and just at that moment, the bushes in front of him suddenly moved a little. There! Yifan vocalized, Fire dog, go! Saying that, Yifan lifted his palm, and Hurricane unleashed his royal beast talent technique soaring. Woof! The fire dog that received the soaring increase let out a cry, and its speed, which was a fraction larger, was boosted as it quickly leapt towards the bushes. Wait for me! Fatty Lee sniffed and hurriedly ran after Yifan. Paddle. The bushes were set aside while Fatty Lee froze for a moment as he looked at the scene not far away. At this moment, a silver deer with a body as white as snow had been pressed to the ground, and the fire dog was biting its throat in death. The battle was decided in just a few seconds, and the 3-star black iron silver deer, in front of Yifan, lost its life almost instantly. Unsurprisingly, it would have been the silver deer that was lowering its head to graze, and the firehound leapt out at once, seized the opportunity, and bit it in the throat. Whether it's a royal beast or a human, the throat, it's a deadly part. Chapter 12, The Lion King. Yifan. Looking at the fallen silver deer that was still twitching, Fatty Lee had a trace of intolerance in his eyes. That silver deer looks and feels so pitiful. Fatty, take a good look. Yifan, however, let out a loud shout. Fatty Lee was shocked by this headshot. His eyes looked closely, and only then did he see that what the white silver deer was holding in its mouth was a piece of clothing with blood on it. Going back to the ground, between the grasses, there was a body that had been mutilated. This is not eating grass. It's clearly cannibalism. Snap. Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee's face instantly turned white and he withdrew 7 or 8 steps, only stopping when he hit a large tree. Fire dog. Don't let go. On the other side, Yi-fan didn't hesitate, allowing Fire Dog to seize the opportunity. And soon, under the firehound's chokehold, the silver deer gradually stopped twitching and lost its voice. It was only until this moment that Yi-fan was sort of relieved, turning his head to look at Fatty Lee, who was white-faced, and shook his head. Fatty, do you think that the imperial beasts are really all as well behaved and harmless as the ones you usually see in those store cages? Do you know what the imperial beasts were called before the imperial beast masters appeared? What? Fatty Lee opened his mouth, his lips trembling a little. Magic beasts. Yi-fan's face was serious. When the Earth's aura appeared, these uniquely blessed magical beasts crazily attacked human cities, killing and eating more people than they could count. And if it wasn't for the powerful beast master who subdued the mighty few magical beasts behind them, the human race almost became extinct. What do you think the sentinel beast masters are being pushed hard for now? For the sake of being able to defend against these uncontrollable magical beasts. These words will Fatty Lee shocked a little slow. For a while, he was a little hesitant to say, "Why I never knew that the imperial beasts will eat people. Silver deer, such imperial beasts, should not they eat grass?" The vast majority of imperial beasts are omnivorous. The truth is always much more brutal. You don't usually hear about it. That's because most ordinary people simply can't afford to buy the meat of wild imperial beasts, instead consume the domesticated meat pig and chicken type imperial beasts of nowadays. You can go and buy something from the hands of those imperial beasts hunters who are active in the forests. Every single one of them can tell you the truth. That body on the ground, maybe it's some sentinel hunters. Yi-fan replied, looking at Fatty Lee's appearance, his brows furrowed. A royal beast master. The state of mind is extremely important. Just seeing a royal beast eating someone scares you like this. If I wasn't around today, would you have to watch that silver deer eat yourself? Hearing this, Fatty realized how out of character he had just acted, and took several deep breaths before finally coming back to his senses. Holding onto the tree, the fat man slowly stood up and came to Yi-fan's side, and once again, when he saw the unpleasantly mangled body on the ground, he still averted his gaze. "Go over and put away the corpse." At this moment, Yi-fan's voice rang out. "Ah!" Hearing this, Fatty Lee suddenly had a numb scalp. "That's a corpse, ah. It's all been chewed like that, but also want me to collect. I'm talking about the carcass of that silver deer." Yi-fan interrupted Fatty Lee's words and said somewhat helplessly, "The meat of a silver deer is very expensive. A silver deer this big can be sold for thousands of dollars at least." "So much?" Hearing this, Fatty Lee was in spirit, although he was uncomfortable. But he quickly approached the body of the white and silver deer, and his hands lit up, and the body of the white and silver deer was put away. The imperial beast space has a storage function, of course, to ensure that the things you put in it are not eaten by the imperial beasts placed in it. The other imperial beast masters' imperial beast spaces are stacked one on top of the other as the number of imperial beasts increases. And the fat man practicing the Taotai method opened the second one, which is just enough to be able to be used for stuff. As for Yi-fan's space, that is a cavernous place. It would be too much of a waste to contain a corpse. "Let's go. Keep looking for the next one. If we fight enough 5 today, we can go back to rest." Yi-fan replied, glancing at the sky, and added, "At night, the ferocity of the imperial beasts will be greatly aroused, and coupled with a restricted field of vision, it is quite dangerous. We have to leave before dark." "Good." Fatty Lee nodded his head and took the position beside Yi-fan. After learning that wild imperial beasts eat people, Fatty Lee, who was already scared, became even more scared. "Fatty, overcome the fear in your heart." Yi-fan opened his mouth and slowly said, "If you are afraid of even this thing, how can you be a beast royalist? An imperial beast master is more than just commanding imperial beasts to have fun every day." "Got it." Fatty Lee sniffed and nodded heavily. Subsequently, Yi-fan and Fatty Lee walked around the outskirts of the Silver Moon Forest in a big circle, during which they killed a total of 6 wild imperial beasts, 4 of which were all black iron 2-star, 1 3-star, and 1 7-star. "This grizzly bear is really big." Looking at the grizzly bear in front of him that was the size of a small mountain, Fatty Lee sighed and said, "This has to be worth a lot of money." Luckily, this grizzly bear hasn't reached adulthood yet, so besides the fur being worth 4 or 5,000, the rest of it will probably be about the same price as that silver deer. Yi-fan said and let out a breath. Although this kind of imperial beast, the gray-furred bear, is also an inferior grade bloodline imperial beast, It can occupy the advantage of size. If it is cultivated as a novice imperial beast, it is still not bad. It is just that it eats a bit more. Fatty, you did well just now. Yifan patted Fatty's shoulder. Fatty still played a role in the battle just now. While the fire dog and the grizzly bear were entangled, Fatty Lee commanded the blazing sun snake to suddenly pop out of the dead leaf camouflage on the ground and use its poisonous fangs to bite through the grizzly bear's foot. The poison spread and the grizzly bear gradually became unsupportable, which allowed the fire dog to successfully cross the third level and defeat the grizzly bear. Harm, it should be. Fatty Lee scratched his head. This afternoon was the first time he had found a strike. I think, Fatty, you can specialize in cultivation in the future. Yifan, on the other hand, said in a slightly thoughtful manner, for example, if you raise all snake-type imperial beasts in the future, once you are in combat, dozens of snakes will be released and it will still be quite powerful. Dozens of snakes. Hearing this, Fatty was a bit reluctant. How powerful can a snake-type imperial beast be? You should not underestimate snakes. Yifan shook his head. As far as I know, a kind of snake, named dragon python, with long horns on its head resembling a dragon without legs, several hundred meters long, just a sweep of its tail. A small mountain is going to be razed to the ground, and with a mouthful of poisonous fangs as long as the bite hits it, glory-level imperial beasts are going to lose their lives. Such a powerful imperial beast. Hearing this, Fatty's eyes became a little excited. Where is there a dragon python? Think what you are in. Yifan, on the other hand, blankly glanced at Fatty. The dragon python kind of imperial beasts. They all live in ancient ruins to guard the treasures. And normally the peak glory imperial beast masters wouldn't dare to mess with them. Think about it. People always have to have a dream. Fatty Lee scratched his head and asked, then why let me raise all the snake's imperial beasts? Affinity, ah. Yifan explained again. If you raise snakes all over, gradually you will be affinity with snake-type imperial beasts, and it will be much less difficult to take in similar imperial beasts. This way. Hearing this, Fatty hesitated, and then, striking a note, then I'll raise all snakes. I want the dragon python. You. Yifan shook his head helplessly, only looking at the way the fat man excitedly went to load the grizzly bear's corpse. In his eyes, there was a touch of relief. From the very beginning of the fear of not to start longing for a powerful imperial beast, today's trip has been considered to open the road of the fat imperial beast master. The future, as long as they follow themselves, they have the confidence to let the fat man become a party of strong. Fatty, in this life, I want to pull you along. Looking at Fatty Lee's back, Yifan said Nanli, you, don't let me down. What Lion King? Where is there a Lion King? When Fatty Lee heard Yifan's words, he clunked and jumped up 3 feet high. There are still Lion Kings on the outskirts of this empty forest? Hearing this, Yifan choked for a while and helplessly said, Fatty, I'll give you some money when I have time, so go cure your ears earlier. Chapter 13 Silver Snake Fruit. In a store on the streets of Pingchang, Yifan and Fatty Lee were standing at the entrance, taking out one imperial beast after another and trading with the store owner. Silver deer, silver moon rabbit. Looking at the imperial beasts one by one, the shopkeeper's eyes gradually changed, and when he saw Fatty Lee finally take out a grizzly bear, he was surprised and said, are the 2 little brothers imperial beast masters? Grizzly bears, such imperial beasts can be hunted. Aha! Yifan nodded. We're all freshmen in this class of Flat City High School. To be able to hunt a grizzly bear as a freshman, this grizzly bear is at least a black iron 7-star or above. The store owner reacted quickly. His face was instantly filled with a smile. Since it is an honorable imperial beast master, I'll recover this batch of items at the highest price recovery. Silver deer 3,000, silver moon rabbit 12,000, grizzly bear, then give it 7,000, a total of 15,002. 2 imperial beast master adults think how. 15,200. Hearing this number, Fatty Lee opened his mouth wide. He was only living on 1,000 a month, and a trip to hunt was more than he could live on in a year. On the side, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee's reaction, smiled and shook his head as he said to the shopkeeper, 15,000 is fine. I'll keep 10 pounds of the grizzly bear's meat. 10 pounds. Hearing this, the shopkeeper hesitated for a few seconds, but quickly agreed. 10 pounds is 10 pounds. 2 adults wait a moment. I will immediately arrange for them to get it for the adults. Soon, the store's fellows helped carry these imperial beasts inside, and in a short while, the fellows walked out carrying 2 large bags. My lord, This is the 10 pounds of grizzly bear meat you asked for, and $15,000, count it. The shopkeeper handed over the items with a smile on his face. Yifan took the meat and slightly weighed it, nodded his head. As for the pile of money, he just casually swept it and put it into his pocket. He was not worried that the other party was lacking in caddy. The owner of a store that could open a store specializing in buying and selling blood and meat of imperial beasts in Ping City would not be without this point of vision. Fatty, let's go. Yifan spoke towards Fatty Lee and led the way out. Fatty quickly followed. Looking at the gray bear meat Yifan was carrying in his hand, he said with some doubts, Yifan, what are you doing keeping some gray bear meat? Eat. Yifan was helpless and said to Fatty, the blood and flesh of wild imperial beasts are not only nutritious but also flavorful. Whether you give it to the imperial beasts or eat it yourself, it will be of no small benefit. The more powerful the imperial beast, the more effective its blood and flesh will be, especially for imperial beast masters like you who cultivate the Taotai method. All you have to eat is the meat of the imperial beasts. The more precious the better. On top of that, the imperial beasts also need to eat a large amount of blood and flesh. That kind of broiler chicken and pig imperial beasts' blood and flesh is completely useless except for filling up the stomach. That is to say, both my imperial beast and I will have to eat a large amount of wild imperial beast meat. Fatty Lee seemed to understand. Then wouldn't I have to grab meat in a pot with my imperial beasts? Hiss. Hearing this, even Yifan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, looking at Fatty Lee for a while before saying, Fatty, haven't you ever thought about the fact that you use one basin for your meals and your imperial beasts use another? This. Fatty Lee choked, and then with a naive smile, I got sidetracked. Hearing this, Yifan had a smile in his eyes and didn't say anything more. Raising his hand, he called a cab. Where are we going? Fatty asked. Spirit Herb Hall. Yifan replied. Spirit grass. No amount of it will be enough. Good. Hearing this, Fatty nodded repeatedly. The cab whizzed away, and it didn't take long to hear the entrance to the Spirit Herb Hall once more. Before even entering the door, Ning Shui, who had been idle, saw Yifan at once. This teenager is really here again. Almost at once, Ning Shui came to the door, and just as Yifan entered, he saw Ning Shui's pretty face full of smiles. It had to be said that in terms of looks, Ning Shui's appearance in the entire Ping City was considered to be one of the top big beauties. Coupled with the exquisite makeup, it was indeed eye-catching. Yifan had been a man for 2 lifetimes. His state of mind had long been like stopping water, while Fatty Lee on the side was behaving somewhat unsatisfactorily, staring straight at Ning Shui, with a look that was close to drooling. Little brother, long time no see. Ning Shui noticed the fatty's reaction, only that her expression did not change. Instead, she was more than a little curious about Yifan. Long time no see. Yifan, on the other hand, responded and didn't say much, saying bluntly, I want the seeds of the strong tendon grass. How much is it? Wanting seeds again? Ning Shui was a bit puzzled. This teenager, who had bought the seeds of the fiery fruit only yesterday, wanted the seeds of the strong tendon grass again today. Are you planning to grow a spiritual herb backyard garden at home? The strong tendon grass seeds are slightly cheaper than the flame fruit seeds, 8,000 apiece. Ning Shui replied, hesitated slightly, and added, but I can make the call, 6,000 a seed for little brother. Thanks a lot. Yifan answered without saying much. Although Ning Shui was puzzled, but since she had already talked about it, she didn't ask too many questions. Went upstairs, and in a short while, brought down a small box. Here are the seeds of the strong tendon grass. Planted under the right conditions, it will mature once in 3 months at most. Good. Yifan took the box and didn't say anything more, casually picking up a purple fruit in front of him. Give me 3 of these silver snake fruits. Silver snake fruit is considered to be a relatively common spiritual fruit compared to the flame fruit is naturally not a grade, but wins in the price is cheap, only snake-type imperial beasts like to eat, is considered to be more targeted spiritual fruit. No problem. Ning Shui hurriedly picked up 3 silver snake fruits for Yifan and handed them over. Silver snake fruits are 2,000 apiece. Here are 3 of them. Together with the strong tendon grass seeds, the total is $12,000. You count it. Yifan took out the money he had just gotten, counted out 12,000 and handed it to Ning Shui, then greeted Fatty Lee and left. Fatty Lee was ignorant of medicinal herbs and whatnot, and didn't say anything, but just before he left, he twisted his head to look at Ning Shui and said, this sister, she's really energetic. Fatty beauty, not only does it carry strength, it may also carry poison. Oh, Yifan said coldly from the side. These words made Fatty Lee shiver, and he quickly turned his head and quickened his pace. With poison. In the store, Ning Shui naturally heard the words. Her beautiful eyes flowed. Her face instead had a touch of laughter. This teenager, it seems to have some experience. After thinking for a moment, Ning Shui raised her head and said to the reception at the door, "The next time this teenager comes, come and inform me. I'll receive him personally." "Yes." The reception agreed repeatedly, looking at Ning Shui's graceful figure as she walked into the store. But she was a bit puzzled. An ordinary boy. What makes Miss Ning think so highly of him? Back to the school at this moment, it was already dark. In front of the dormitory door, Yifan handed the silver snake fruit he bought in the afternoon to Fatty. Silver snake fruit. These 3 fruits for your blazing sun snake should be able to mention the level of a black iron 2-star. How is this good? Fatty Lee replied, but his hand was honest enough to receive the silver snake fruit. Also, here's $1,000 for you and take 5 pounds of grizzly bear meat. Yifan continued to speak, taking out $1,000 and handing it to Fatty Lee. When practicing the Tao Tai method, you should never practice on a hungry stomach. Otherwise, you will be backfired on yourself. I can't take this. This time, Fatty Lee was really embarrassed to take it. He followed Yifan this time, originally didn't contribute much, except for the small help at the end. Basically, it was Yifan who protected him. By giving a silver snake fruit, Fatty Lee felt happy. Asking for more money and meat would be too much. Take it. Yifan looked at the fat man's reaction, then spoke indifferently. What you need now is resources to grow. When you get stronger, just give it back to me. The words made the fat man hesitate, and soon, he nodded and took the money and the grizzly bear meat. Then I'll go back first. Yifan spoke and opened the dormitory door. Yifan. Fatty Lee opened his mouth, and Yifan stopped his movements and turned his head, only to see the fat man carrying the meat and saying with a sincere face, "Thanks." Having said that, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Perhaps it was the stupidity of his mouth that made him unable to think of more than a few words to express himself, and in the end, just uttered a sentence. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to, as well, become a powerful Imperial Beast Master." Heh! Hearing this, Yifan's eyes mic'd up, looking at the fat man who seemed to be a bit at a loss for words. He faintly had a smirk and shook his head. "Fatty, the gratitude of a black iron grade Imperial Beast Master is as light as a feather. It's not too late to say this thank you when you've collected the dragon python you want." Fatty Lee sniffed and understood what was going on. His body shook. Then he nodded heavily. "Good." Chapter 14 Conflict. In the royal beast space, Yifan looked at the fiery fruit that had already grown into a grass seedling in the land in front of him, and his eyes fluctuated slightly. A day's time outside, 30 days have passed here, and the fiery fruit is originally a rhizome, so it's not surprising that it grows grass seedlings. There should be another 3 days in the outside world before this flame fruit matures. There was joy in Yifan's eyes. When the fiery fruit ripened, one's fire dog would be able to have another decent boost. The qualification to go to the secret realm of the weekdays that Pan Zhao said he would definitely be able to get it himself, but the secret realm wasn't without danger, and most of the many good things were guarded by imperial beasts. Being able to increase your strength a bit before entering the secret realm gives you a better chance of getting more goodies. Thinking of this, Yifan took a deep breath and planted the just-bought tendon-strengthening grass as well. The strong tendon grass had a much higher universality, and although it didn't have the kind of targeted boost that the flame fruit had, it was still a good spirit grass since the growth cycle wasn't too long. This Ning Qinghai should last time is perceived some of their own deliberately revealed performance. Last time the fiery fruit rhizome is basically half sold. This time the strong tendon grass seeds also pressed a large cut of the price. When there is an opportunity in the future, it is still possible to give a little back to them. Thinking, Yifan said. He wasn't the type of person to take others' benefits for nothing, since the other party valued his potential background. When he was strong, giving back something that didn't matter to him would be considered a kind of return. Want. On the side, the fire dog cheerfully came over and rubbed against Yifan affectionately. Yifan didn't skimp and took out the remaining 5 pounds of grizzly bear meat and placed it on the ground. In this imperial beast space of his own, where the aura was abundant, the imperial beasts did not need to eat frequently. But just as he had said to Fatty, the imperial beasts' meat was very important. Take your time eating this bit of meat. There will be more when we go out hunting later. Yifan stroked the fire dog's head, and in his eyes, he was full of favor. Compared to people and other imperial beasts, canine imperial beasts are the most loyal, especially imperial beasts like fire dogs. As long as they identify the first master, even if the master dies, they will not follow other imperial beast masters, either go to the deep forests to die of old age alone, or go on a hunger strike and die. Such a quality was extremely rare among imperial beasts, but it was because of the inferior bloodline that very few people would choose a fire dog as their imperial beast. I'll give you my best, and in the future, you'll become the greatest pride of the fire dog clan. Looking at fire dog, Yi Fan spoke as if he was declaring an oath. Wang. The fire dog seemed to understand and gave a low bark, tearing off a piece of gray, furred bear meat and placing it at Yi Fan's feet. Seeing this familiar operation, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. Looking at Yi Fan, who didn't make a move, fire dog let out a puzzled voice. Wang, it's all for you. I don't like eating this. Yi Fan explained and patted the fire dog's head once again. The firehound wagged his tail, but took the meat back and wolfed it down. Could be seen that it wanted to eat that grizzly bear meat, only it still wanted to share it with Yi Fan first. While Yi Fan was on the side, he closed his eyes and operated the sacred entry method. Internal and external cultivation, oneself is strong enough sometimes to be able to cope with some unexpected troubles. Time, it just slipped by. In the morning, once 8 o'clock arrived, Fatty Lee knocked on Yi Fan's door on time. Crunch. The door opened, while Fatty Lee said with slight excitement, Yi Fan, how are we going to arrange today? Today's arrangement? Yi Fan pondered. Today we can train in the school to familiarize ourselves with the cooperation with the imperial beasts. Can. Fatty Lee nodded his head, and with his backhand, took out a large bag of buns. Come. Have breakfast. Let's get started after eating. This. Looking at least 20 to 30 buns in the bag in Fatty Lee's hand, Yi Fan shook his head. I can't eat that many. Can't eat that much? Fatty Lee froze. Yi Fan, didn't you practice the Tao Tai method? That breathing method doesn't suit me. Yi Fan shook his head. And I don't like to eat too much. This way. Fatty Lee hesitated, glanced at the large bag of buns in his hand, thought a little and took out 2. Then these 2 are for you to eat. I'll eat the rest. It just so happens that I'm still a little hungry. Okay. Yi Fan nodded and took the steaming bun. Come on. Let's go try out the Academy's battle drill apparatus. The school naturally had supporting facilities for the training of Imperial Beastmasters, with a rehearsal meter specifically designed to mimic Imperial Beast battles, a sensitivity meter to train reaction speed, a gravity room to increase fit, and so on. The high school's training apparatus wasn't advanced, but it was still quite good for a novice Imperial Beastmaster. Snap. Soon, the 2 arrived at the school's training room, which was a building with separate training facilities on each floor. On the first level, there's the battle rehearsal meter. As soon as he entered the building, the sound of pinging and banging went through, only to see that the great indoor, a total of 5 rehearsal halls were set aside. The rehearsal hall's rehearsal instrument will be based on the strength of the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beasts. Automatically evolve a strength of the Royal Beasts out of the Royal Beasts. The content of the rehearsal here is from some researchers through the research of the corresponding Imperial Beasts filled. Almost. Perfectly restore the rehearsal of the way of the Imperial Beasts fighting. Ah, Dobby Wolf. Just after walking through the first drill room, the voice of a Royal Beast Master rang out. Apparently, his Royal Beast was knocked down by the Royal Beast of the drill instrument drill, and at this moment, with a heartbroken face, he went to pick up his own Royal Beast. Meanwhile, on the screen in the drill hall, a number emerges. 1. Seeing this number, Yi Fan shook his head. The longer you fight this Imperial Beast evolved by the drill meter in the drill room, the more points you get, and if you defeat this Imperial Beast, a higher level Imperial Beast will appear and the points for the fight will increase. 1 point, which means it didn't even last 1 minute, and basically just stood there and watched as its own Imperial Beast was pounced upon by the Drill Master's Imperial Beast in one fell swoop. A freshly initiated Imperial Beast Master was still too young. That Dobby Wolf was an elite-grade Imperial Beast, although it wasn't the top of the line, it was naturally fast, so how could it not be knocked down at once? The score of the rehearsal instrument was basically the important basis for the examination, and in the entrance examination, the 2 main hard conditions were that the first one was for the Imperial Beast to reach the silver level, and the second one was to be able to get more than 60 points on the rehearsal instrument. For 60 points, an hour of combat with a drill master maneuvering Imperial Beasts of the same level without defeat is reached. The rehearsal instrument used for the college entrance examination is more advanced than the one in the school. The bloodline of the Imperial Beasts rehearsed in the school is the ordinary elite-grade Imperial Beasts. The bloodline of the Imperial Beasts rehearsed are basically some of the very strong ones in the elite grade, and many of them are gifted with natural skills, and that's the reason why relying on the inferior grade Imperial Beasts is very difficult to get into the college, because Even if the inferior grade enters into the silver, the bloodline grade of the imperial beasts are also hard to get into the college. Of course, this 60 points is not a guarantee that you will go to college, but only on behalf of your examination qualified, able to have the opportunity to enter the university, to test the top university, the score, there is no upper limit. In former years, some people have tested a score of 500 points in the silver level over 5 levels to defeat the imperial beast of the rehearsal instrument. Go, find one to try. Yifan turned his head and said to Fatty Lee, and when he turned his head, he saw Fatty with a bun in his mouth bulging. Cough. Yifan coughed. Fatty, it's better to pay a little attention to your image outside, haha. It wasn't Yifan that you said for me not to care about other people's gazes. Fatty Lee replied. This is good. Yifan nodded his head and walked down the aisle, just in time to walk to the next rehearsal hall, when he saw someone pushing and shoving a girl, cursing under his breath. What qualifications does a loser from an ordinary class have to use a drill instrument? The girl, obviously not as strong as the NPC, made a mistake and was pushed back out into the aisle, followed by the throwing of her imperial beast. Ma Xiaoxue. Fatty Lee recognized the girl who answered questions in front of the devil tutor and nudged his head at Yifan. Yifan naturally saw this scene, and his eyes went slightly colder as he walked towards that side. Yifan. Ma Xiaoxue obviously knew Yifan, and she was very embarrassed that such a humiliating scene was seen by others. Get up. Yifan extended his hand towards Ma Xiaoxue. It's normal to be inferior for a while. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue's embarrassment eased a bit. Pulling Yifan's hand and standing up, looking at the man in the drill room, she gritted her teeth a bit. These imperial beast masters from the excellence classes are hogging the training place not allowed to be used by our ordinary classes. And the school surprisingly doesn't care about it either. No one will value your ideas until you manifest your value. Yifan said, twisted his head, and walked into the drill room. And hearing someone come in, the man who had previously kicked Ma Xiaoxue out turned his head. And once he saw that the fat man's trio were all wearing the uniforms of the ordinary class, he once again became fierce. What are you looking at? Wastes of the ordinary class. Are you also worthy of watching the people of our excellence class practicing? Who gave you the courage to talk about trash? Is it the 3 words, class of excellence, on your clothes? Yifan replied, sitting down on a side stool, and didn't say anything more, his voice cold. Come on. Didn't you say that people in the regular class don't deserve to use the drill master? Let's compare whose score is higher and see who doesn't deserve to use the drill master. Chapter 15. Seeing through. You want to compete with me in terms of drill scores? Hearing these words, that student from the excellence class looked like he had heard a joke. With those imperial beasts from your ordinary class that you don't even want to give to your dog, you want to compete with me in terms of scores? That's right. Yifan's face remained calm as he gazed at the man. You wouldn't dare to compare, would you? Joke, the man uttered, taking a stance. Today, I'll show you how big a gap there is between those in the class of excellence and you ordinary class losers. With that, the man turned around, jumped onto the exercise table, and pressed the challenge button on the stage. The challenge begins. Please release your imperial beast. The man raised his hand and a very athletic-looking sharp-toothed hyena appeared. 3 stars of black iron, elite grade bloodline. Releasing his royal beast, the man looked at Yifan with some complacency, and when he saw that Yifan's eyes remained unchanged, he was somewhat annoyed. Show you what I'm made of. When he spoke, he raised his hand once again, and the imperial beast talent was cast C-grade speed strike, which boosted the speed of the imperial beast while being able to increase its attack power by a small amount, and the light materialized in the form of the sharp-toothed hyena's teeth becoming sharp, and the muscles of its limbs bulging up a bit. After doing this, the man turned his head once again, and this time, when he saw that Yifan was still calm, and even had a smirk in his eyes, he was completely enraged. There is a feeling of being treated like a clown by others. Rumble. And right at this moment, the drill instrument also emitted light. A golden deer that was also a black iron 3 stars appeared in the field. This golden deer had a slender body and robust limbs. Although its strength was not as strong as the silver deer on that day, it seemed to be significantly stronger than the silver deer that had been hunted and killed by Yifan before. Sharp-toothed hyena, go! The man commanded his imperial beast to pounce on the golden deer. His eyes filled with rage. He wanted to show this kid what a gap was. On the other side, Yifan sat and watched as the man commanded the hyena to fight with the golden deer and just shook his head. Such commanding skills were really just like a child's fight in his eyes. There were no rules and regulations, not to mention that they didn't utilize the advantages of his imperial beasts at all. As for the man showing off like he was unleashing imperial beasts and imperial beast talent in front of him before, that was even more of a joke really. A black iron grade imperial beast with C grade talent, not even qualified to enter one's eyes. Clunk, clunk. And soon, the battle in the field was divided into winners and losers. After an error in judgment, the sharp-toothed hyena was kicked in the head by the golden deer, and all of a sudden flew out and fainted on the ground. And in the field, the score of 25 is coming up. Looking at the number, the man then held his head high, getting 25 points when everyone had only just gotten their imperial beasts completely proved how strong his imperial beasts and his talent for them were. Your turn. Turning his head to see Yifan, the man opened his mouth somewhat provocatively. Yifan nodded and walked towards the stage. This time, the man sat on the seat where Yifan had just sat and looked at Yifan with a teasing face. He wanted to see how Yifan got his ass kicked by the imperial beasts that appeared in the rehearsal instrument. When he releases the imperial beast, I'm going to taunt and mock him. Thinking about Yifan's reaction just now when he released the royal beast, the man gritted his teeth with hatred. But the next moment, the man was shocked when the fire dog appeared in the field. 4 stars of black iron. How is that possible? Not only him, but on the other side, the unaware Ma Xiaoxue also revealed a surprised expression. The imperial beasts that everyone had obtained were all black iron 1 star, and it had only been a few days, so how did this Yifan's fire dog become black iron 4 star? Growing faster than an elite grade imperial beast? Afraid. Yifan looked at the man and made a sound. Humph, so what if it's 4 stars? The level of the imperial beasts in the drill instrument is synchronized. The man replied, but he was a bit colorful. His own sharp-toothed hyena had spent a large sum of money to eat a spirit fruit to be able to mention 3 stars of black iron so quickly. This guy, how could he raise his imperial beast to 4 stars in such a short period of time? Spent money too? Who would come to this ordinary class to study and suffer if they had money? They might as well just hire a powerful imperial beast master to be their bodyguard. There's absolutely no way he'll get better grades than me. The man got a little weak, but was still sure of himself. How could a low-grade fire dog defeat an elite-grade imperial beast of the same class? This certainty didn't last long, and as the battle unfolded, the man was dumbfounded. The same golden deer, but unlike his own battle when it was tough, Yifan's fire dog was at ease against it, and every time the golden deer attacked it was dodged precisely and properly a second before it was just about to attack. And every time he dodged an attack, the fire dog was bound to counterattack, leaving a smudge of claw marks on the golden deer. Such a situation stunned the man, his eyes fixed on the wall clock that kept time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes. As the number swung and reached the 21st minute, Golden Deer's high raised kick came up short, and instead the lift revealed an opening. Fire dog, lock throat. Yifan's calm voice rang out, and in the middle of the field, the fire dog stormed up and burst through the gap between the 2 legs in front of the golden deer, viciously biting down on the golden deer's throat. The golden deer struggled frantically to kick the fire dog, but the fire dog launched its attack in a tricky position, and it was never able to break free. Time passed, and finally, the golden deer fell to the ground with a thud, and the wall clock on the wall stopped at exactly 24. I won. The man didn't bother to look at the changes in the field. His eyes were always gathered on the wall clock, and when he saw that the clock stopped at 24 minutes, he jumped up all of a sudden. I'm at 25 minutes, you're at 24 minutes. I won. When these words came out, in the scene, not only Yifan, even Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue were speechless, looking at the man like an idiot. What are you guys looking at? Are you unable to afford to lose? Do the ones in the ordinary class even have this much temperament? Noticing the gaze of several people, the man cursed and was about to continue when Yifan's voice rang out. Take a good look. What's my score? Hearing this, the man then looked up, a glance saw by the fire dog dead bite has no longer struggling golden deer, and at the same time the drill table the score floated is as blood bright red. 100. Full marks. This. The man retreated several steps by this scene, and in his mind he suddenly remembered what some seniors had said. 100 points. A score that would only appear if you had directly killed an imperial beast of the same level. Note that it's killed, not defeated. A low-grade fire dog killed an elite-grade golden deer at the same level. As these words were uttered, the man's lips trembled a little as he looked at Yifan, unable to say a single word for a while. Now, the ordinary class is qualified to use this drill instrument, right? Yifan walked off the stage and looked at the man with trembling lips, only feeling a little amused. Qualified, qualified. The man nodded repeatedly, and at this moment, hooking his head, his face rose red. Don't look down on anyone, even if they are not as good as you now. Yifan just said and waved his hand. Go away in the future. Don't let me see you appear in this drill room. Yes, yes, I'm leaving. The man nodded his head. His skills were not as good as the others. At this moment, he was scared and frightened, fleeing like a weasel. Yifan looked at his back and shook his head with a light smile. Characters like these, he didn't even bother to embarrass the other party, instead pulling down his own class. All right, Fatty, you two can use this drill room. Yifan's gaze moved to look at Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue on the side. Both of them were shocked at the moment, but Fatty was the one who had hunted and killed wild imperial beasts with Yifan, and although he was shocked at the moment, he quickly recovered, took the imperial beasts and mounted the stage. Yifan sat down on the stage and was watching Fatty's clumsy fighting, feeling a little amused when, on the side, Ma Xiaoxue's voice came over. Yifan, can you tell me why your imperial beast is so strong? Hearing this, Yifan twisted his head to look, and what was introduced to his eyes was a very clean face. This Ma Xiaoxue himself has some impression of, at that time, is considered to be the ordinary class of the hardest working person, but perhaps the reason for the talent she really did not get into the university and then opened a training course in Pingcheng is also not bad. It's not that my imperial beast is so strong. With some thoughts in his heart, Yifan shook his head. It's just that I've seen through the golden deer's fighting style. See through. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue was a bit puzzled. The fighting style of the imperial beasts isn't fixed, right? How can you see through it? The way is not fixed, but some things are fixed, like the simple limb attack, as long as you are clear about, for example, the fulcrum of the force when attacking, the changes that occur in various parts of the imperial beast's body when attacking, or even the change in the rhythm of breathing, and see through all these things, you can easily make your imperial beast dodge this most basic of imperial beast attacks. Yifan explained. Oh. Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand, pondered for a while, and then asked, then how can I see through it? Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. Sure enough, you can tell something from some small details. No wonder this Ma Xiaoxue still couldn't get into a university even though she worked so hard in the first place. It's too rigid. Alas. Yifan sighed and said somewhat helplessly, when you deliberately think about what I say during a battle, and as you fight more and more times, you become familiar with these changes. Won't you be able to see through them? Chapter 16 Fatty's Spit. Oh. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to suddenly wake up and bowed repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. It's nothing. Yifan glanced at her and his gaze turned to the stage once more. At this moment, Fatty's blazing sun snake had already been crushed by the imperial beast evolved by the evolution instrument. On the scoreboard, a large 2 is revealed. This. Fatty Lee scratched his head with an embarrassed face before watching Yifan fight, watched his heart surging. But when it comes to himself, facing the elite grade imperial beasts of the same level, it is simply being chased, not to mention counterattacking, cannot even run to win. It's fine. Just keep challenging. I'll rest for a while and will continue to challenge as well. Yifan said, glanced at Ma Xiaoxue next to him and added, rotate on. It will also allow the imperial beast to recover in the imperial beast space. Good. Fatty Lee nodded his head and jumped off the drill platform in a flash. It was Ma Xiaoxue who was a bit embarrassed, knowing that this was Yifan deliberately giving her a chance. It's nothing more than something casual. Instead of keeping it in mind, it's better to strengthen yourself first. Yifan said seemingly unintentionally, waving his hand. I don't think you'd like to still be thrown out next time, right? These words caused Ma Xiaoxue to be stunned. And then, she gritted her teeth, said nothing, and jumped onto the rehearsal stage. While Yifan and the others were still in the drill room, on the other side of the room, the teacher's office of the freshman grade was blowing up. A freshman blew away a fellow drill master on his 3rd day of enrollment. There were not many classes in Pingcheng High School, and there were only 10 or so teachers, and at this moment, they were all gathered around an instrument, looking at the bright red number of 100 revealed on it and tutang. Killing an elite imperial beast of the same level, it's not like they haven't seen it before. After all, some of the new students' imperial beasts were bought at a great price, and as long as they were familiar with it, they could do it, but this was only the 3rd day, and how much stronger a fighting talent one had to have to be able to kill an elite imperial beast of the same level in such a short period of time. It should be the kind of family where the parents are imperial beast masters. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a quick familiarity with working with imperial beasts. A tutor judged. At least it's the strongest batch of imperial beasts in the elite grade, with B rank or above talent. The Ingjie class, right? Another teacher spoke up. Didn't I say that Ingje class has admitted an A rank this term? Could it be that one? It's possible, but didn't that one say he was taken back by his family and won't come to school until next month? Another tutor vetoed. It's also possible for those in the class of excellence, and there are several in the B class as well. The excellence class still doesn't have a B rank. Hearing this, it was obvious that the tutor of the excellence class was not happy. Our class, Dengli, has a B-ranked gifted dragon armor, and with that golden armored beast he chose, it's entirely possible that he could get 100 points at this point, alright. That Dengli I'm not unheard of. The golden armored beast's attack means are not strong, to kill which is so easy, and are all black iron level no skills. I'd say there's hope for that Helen in our class too. Our class fellows I think are the ones who should be. A group of tutors were arguing in front of the instruments, and on the other side, Pan Zhao sat there, not saying a word. There was a reason why these tutors would fight like this. The above gave numerous reward rules in order to inspire tutors to teach, one of which was that the first student teacher to score 100 points in the drill room would be able to obtain one tutor exclusive secret realm entry qualification. The secret realm that the mentor entered, that wasn't the weak misty secret realm, it was the higher level cloud rare secret realm. There were many things that could benefit even gold level imperial beasts in no small way. If it was in previous years, I'm afraid that Pan Zhao also argued with a group of people there. But this year, he can only sit here. The regular class bunch. Alas, as he was sighing, all of a sudden, one of the tutors, looking at the name that popped up on the instrument, asked a question in confusion. Yifan? Whose student is this? Hearing that name, Pan Zhao's brows furrowed, and before it could happen, he heard another tutor shout. He killed an elite imperial beast of the same level with a fire dog. How is that possible? Fire dog? Not inferior grade imperial beasts? Or the most poorly cultivated kind of? Said one person, suddenly reacted. Yifan? Isn't that the kid who was first in theory at Pingchang Junior High School, and was praised by our principal for being able to become a royal beast master, and then had his talent rated at D level? He should be in the ordinary class now. Having said that, the other tutor looked at Pan Zhao. Brother Pan, Yifan is your student? Hula hula, a group of mentors gathered around. At this moment, Pan Zhaona was also confused, but looking at the envious colors of the tutors around him, there was a touch of relief in his heart. Good fellow, this Yifan is deeply hidden. No wonder he dared to take his companion to the imperial beast forest. Forcing himself not to show a smile, Pan Zhao's expression was calm as he nodded. Aha! Brother Pan has a good eye. To be able to kill an elite imperial beast of the same class at this stage is a good seedling, at least in terms of combat talent. A tutor who was already on good terms with Pan Zhao said, Brother Pan wouldn't have taken the initiative to say that he would teach the general class just because of Yifan, right? Not really, there's a certain reason. Pan Zhao continued to pretend, but his gaze moved to the distant instrument blocked by the crowd. Damn, you guys, let me go and check it out. What are you guys doing surrounding me when my student scored 100%? Brother Pan seems to be taking off again. Ah, your strength is already strong. Once again into the cloud rare secret realm, may be able to get rid of us by a large margin. The other was a bit bashful. This Yifan is strong. In the future, the freshman competition, the grade competition, may also be able to get good results. When Brother Pan takes off, remember to bring us. No! Pan Zhao was about to agree, when suddenly, a somewhat shrill voice rang out. It's just a matter of beating up the same level at the black iron level, a D rank. How much stronger can it be? When those B rank ones adapt to the rhythm of imperial beast fighting in a few more days, they'll be just as capable of beating up. At the sound of this voice, the sound of the originally bustling office suddenly trailed off. Pan Zhao's brows furrowed as he looked towards the source of the voice, a middle-aged man with a hawkish nose. Jiang Hong, his old nemesis now, had taken over the position of his own Ingje class mentor this time around. While looking at Pan Zhao seems, Jiang Hong revealed a hint of a provocative smile. What's the point of blowing up the same level? True geniuses are able to cross over the levels. In a couple of months, I'll have students who can definitely score over 100. Yes, the students of the Ingje class, after all, everyone is a B class, and there is also an A class in this class that Pingcheng hasn't seen in decades. A person whispered, and a group of people returned to their original positions without moving. Mother by son, Royal Beast Master teacher, by virtue of the students who are also Royal Beast Masters, with such a group of students with strong talent, the benefits Jiang Hong can get in these years can be imagined. It's better not to flatter the wrong person. A waste class will always be a waste class. The facts can't be changed. Jiang Hong said coldly and just turned around when suddenly, the score on the instrument changed. 200. Immediately below the score, names and Imperial Beasts emerged. Challenger, Yifan, using Imperial Beast, Fire Dog. Crossing levels. This Yifan, cross levels to kill an elite Imperial Beast. Someone spoke, and at this moment, Jiang Hong's face darkened. He had just been saying that level crossing was the real genius, and before his words fell, a straight 200 full-point level crossing hit was thrown in his face. In the corner, Pan Zhao naturally heard it, and at this moment he couldn't hold down the joy on his face. Following Jiang Hong's words, harm. The people in the waist class were able to cross the line and kill on the third day of school. I just don't know when the people in the Ingje class will be able to hit this 200. Right? It's only a matter of crossing one level, and as long as my students work hard, crossing 2 levels. Before the words left his mouth, the score on the instrument shifted once more, coming to 300. And the words at the bottom remain the same. Challenger, Yifan, using Imperial Beast, Fire Dog. How is this possible? At this moment, even Jiang Hong couldn't pretend to be calm anymore. Just now, in this less than a minute's time, he crossed 2 levels to kill an elite-grade Imperial Beast? This storming ostrich. The weakness is too obvious, isn't it? On the rehearsal stage, Yifan looked at the storming ostrich that had its neck snapped off by a bite from the Fire Dog and skimmed his lips. This Imperial Beast Strong's weaknesses were too prominent. Its speed was extremely fast, but as long as it seized the opportunity, its long and thin neck was almost its greatest point of death. And for Yifan, this kind of obvious weakness, how could it escape his claws, locking the opportunity? A direct hit, the storm ostrich even too late to resist. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Turning around, Yifan looked at Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue, who were staring blankly at the stage, and was puzzled. This kind of Imperial Beast with an obvious death point, crossing the 5th level isn't much of a problem. Under the stage, Fatty Li looked at the big 300 points, thought of his highest score of 8 points today, and looked at Yifan, who seemed to still be very dissatisfied, silent for a while, powerless to spit. Yifan, do something with your life. Chapter 17 Rewards. Alright, that's pretty much the end of today's practice. After smashing this rampaging ostrich, Yifan also lost his desire to continue the challenge. The black iron level is the easiest. At this time everyone is simple to use limbs to attack, as long as you find the weak points and avoid the other side of the Imperial Beasts. Unless the gap is a little big, even the opposite side of the skin cannot be broken, or else you can win. And to the bronze, the Imperial Beasts began to have skills. Then the leveling will be more difficult. The higher up, the leveling will be more difficult. Okay. Under the stage, Fatty Li also stood up. He had challenged many times today, and his score broke through 10. As for Ma Xiaoxue to be a little higher, coming to around 15 points. Fatty, you can go try the sensitivity type of training upstairs. Thinking of something, Yifan said thoughtfully, a nimble snake is the most feared. Okay. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly and headed upstairs, and Yifan followed the fat man up the stairs. Yifan. Just as she went upstairs, Ma Xiaoxue chased after her. Anything else? Yifan asked. I want to ask if there is any way to make my white wolf stronger very quickly as well. Ma Xiaoxue snapped. Obviously, at this moment, she was also convinced by Yifan, knowing that the other party's understanding of the Imperial Beastmaster was at least a few streets away from her own, and hoped to get some advice. White wolf. Hearing this, Yifan revealed a flash of contemplation, but soon shook his head. White wolf, this kind of Imperial Beast is quite ordinary. There is nothing special about it. Eat more wild Imperial Beast meat, and eat some spiritual herbs and fruits that are suitable for it to eat, such as strong tendon grass, and it will be able to become stronger. But this kind of Imperial Beast bar is not very suitable for you. I just saw your Imperial Beast talent. It should be D-grade iron arm, together with the Imperial Beast's upper limb strength. For the white wolf, though, there is also an increase. Also, if it is the same inferior grade, the gray-furred bear is going to be a bit more suitable for you, together with your Imperial Beast talent. It can also play out quite a good battle power. Wait until you breathe method to open the second Imperial Beast space. It is suggested that you can choose a gray-furred bear. Grizzly bear. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand somewhat. But that kind of Imperial Beast, it seems that it is only found in the Imperial Beast Forest. So, you need to practice on your own. A truly strong person never succeeds by relying on paper. Yifan said a sentence without saying anything more, turned his head, and went up the stairs. That's all there is to say. He and Ma Xiaoxue are not familiar with each other, and giving some advice is already a classmate's favor. And downstairs, Ma Xiaoxue is frowning. The Imperial Beast Forest she knows. But she is only a just initiated Imperial Beast Master now to go to that kind of place. Will it be some... The office completely exploded with that 300 hit. Jiang Hong grimaced ironically and sat in his seat without speaking again. What it meant for a new student to score 300 points on the third day. He knew very well that the other party definitely had quite horrifying practical combat experience, and might even be the kind of extremely veteran Imperial Beast hunter who was clear about the weaknesses of the Imperial Beasts, and that's why he was able to insanely cross over at the Black Iron level. But this is just a freshman. How can there be such a horrible practical experience? D-level talent, fire dog. Let him come. He does not dare to say that he can do it. A born fighting genius? This word popped up from Jiang Hong's mind and immediately made his face change a little. Such an example is not unheard of. Black Iron crosses 2 levels to kill, representing that he can cross 3 levels of combat. In the first year of freshman, this Yifan can suppress a large group of B-level, C-level students. Of course, this is nothing for Jiang Hong, but more importantly, it is a whole year. Just with this Yifan, Pan Zhao is afraid to get a lot of rewards, even if the back to the bronze level of this Pan Zhao's D-level students were pulled away from the gap. Originally, what they wanted was to make Pan Zhao 3 years to raise his head. But this time, the other party not only raised his head, but that chin was raised to the sky. It was so hard to provoke Pan Zhao to go to the ordinary class. I had thought that everything was a big success. Do you mean to say that we have to ruin the whole plan because of a Yifan? Looking at the name on that instrument, Jiang Hong's eyes gradually went cold. Brother Pan, look at this Yifan's strength. How does it look like a student in an ordinary class? In a group of people, a very naive-looking teacher said smilingly, I think it might have been a mistake in the previous grading. This strength, how can I say it can come to an excellent class? None of you were there on the day of the Royal Beast Talent Awakening ceremony? Hearing this, Pan Zhao then looked at the naive that teacher, Li Rang, with this statement. Do you mean to say that someone cheated and changed Yifan's talent rating? I didn't say that. Li Rang shook his head in a hurry. The Imperial Beast Talent Awakening ceremony, which is the most important thing that the top is looking at, fairness, justice, and openness, questioning the ceremony fraud. This hat, if it is given to wear, then it is not something that can be said in a few words. That's not it. Hearing this, Pan Zhao shook his head. Yifan is a D grade, that's an ordinary class student. What's the matter? Didn't you guys think that the ordinary class were all losers in the first place? Now that there's a character in this group of losers, you guys want to go over there? What are you saying, Brother Pan? Another tutor acted as a peacemaker. It's not like we're trying to steal this reward from Brother Pan. It's just that this Yifan, since his strength is good, staying in the ordinary class is a bit of a condescension. You mean, I'm not worthy of teaching him? As soon as these words came out, Pan Zhaoga suddenly let out a cold snort, and on his body, the might that belonged uniquely to an Imperial Beast Master was released. Golden 9 stars. Feeling this might, the faces of the many tutors changed a little. Wasn't this Pan Zhaoga still at the Golden 8 stars at the end of last year? How did he suddenly become 9 stars? 9 stars, already near the pinnacle, and 1 more star into it, and one could look ahead to eternity. I was number 1 in the last Pingchang High School tutor competition. Sweeping across the crowd, Pan Zhao coldly grunted. If any of you think you are more qualified than me to coach Yifan, you can come and try. When these words came out, many of the people present were silent, and many of the teachers who seemed to be in the same department as Jiang Hong's were looking a bit ugly. Crunch. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, the door to the office was suddenly pushed open, followed by an old man with gray hair but slightly rich appearance walking in. Headmaster. Seeing this person, all the tutors rose and saluted, and Pan Zhao was likewise no exception. Puya, the principal of Pingchang High School, don't look at him like an old man. But the strength of the Royal Beast Master is unfathomable. Even the same unruly Pan Zhao is well behaved when he meets him. Several of you, I've just heard that a new student has reached the reward rules we set and gotten 300 points in the drill instrument. Puya looked around at the many teachers present, a smile on his face. Which teacher's student is it? The crowd was a bit silent while Pan Zhao raised his hand. Headmaster, it's my student, called Yifan. The Imperial Beast he uses is a fire dog. Your students. Puya froze slightly, and then, his smile intensified. After so many years, it's the first time I've seen a student from an ordinary class come out on top of the reward rules we've set up, and even hit a perfect score that crossed 2 levels. Nice. Not bad. Saying that, Pumi casually took out a token and threw it towards Pan Zhao. This is the reward rule we agreed on before. A chance to enter the Cloud Rare Secret Realm. Here's the token. Pan Zhao, you find a time, go redeem it yourself. Thank you, Principal. Pan Zhao nodded his head and was about to get up to thank him. but he only saw Puya shake his head. Pan Zhao, it's not easy for a good seedling to come out of the ordinary class. Understood. Pan Zhao naturally heard the implication of Puya's words and patted his chest, saying, with me here, whoever dares to touch my students will have to die. You're a teacher now, behave like one. What's it like to hang around fighting and killing every day? Puya said a sentence and didn't say anything more. Turning around, well, there's nothing for me to come. Everyone work harder. In 3 months it will be the freshman competition. I hope everyone's students will get a good ranking. Chapter 18 Fatty's Helplessness. At night time, Fatty Lee and Yifan, who had trained for a day, were about to return to the dormitory to rest. And just as soon as they entered the dormitory building, a pair of large hands suddenly attacked them. Yifan reacted extremely quickly, and at the moment when that big hand reached out, he violently turned his hand to dodge it, and then he slashed down with his hand. Dang. This chop went down as if it was chopped on a stone. That big hand didn't move at all. Instead, a hint of pain came from Yifan's hand. Stronger. Yifan's eyes mic'd up and he quickly drew his hand, about to launch another counterattack when a voice rang out. You kid. You still want to hit the teacher? Hearing this familiar voice, Yifan froze and looked up, only to see Pan Zhaoga grabbing the fat man with one hand and stopping in front of himself with one hand. Teacher Pan. Yifan dropped some of his guard and looked at Pan Zhao in front of him, vocalizing, is there something wrong with teacher? It's fine. Pan Zhao withdrew his hand, letting go of the dumbfounded fat on the side, and shook off the hand from before, saying, you scored 300 points in the drill meter today. The principal knew about it, and said that you're very good. So I've come here specifically to reward you. Reward. Hearing this, Yifan raised his eyebrows. There's a reward for beating the score of the drill instrument? Of course there are. The school has set up many reward conditions. When the conditions are reached, both the teacher and the students are rewarded. Looking at Yifan, who was still a bit wary, Pan Zhao's expression was a bit helpless. It's just that I didn't think that the students in the ordinary class could get these rewards, so I didn't tell you guys. Like this. Yifan then relaxed a bit. He had indeed heard of such a rule. What's the reward? Yifan looked at Pan Zhao and revealed an expression of interest. Depends on what you want, Pan Zhao replied, spreading his hands. Within range, I can let you pick what you want. Are there any elite peak grade imperial beasts, the kind with talent skills? Yifan opened his mouth. Pan Zhaoga's face immediately darkened. Can you take down that kind of imperial beast without tens of millions of dollars? You just got the freshman reward, not saved Ping City. For 50,000 or less, rethink it. Within 50,000. Hearing this, Yifan skimmed his mouth and revealed a thoughtful expression. On one side, Pan Zhao saw Yifan's expression and his face became even darker. I haven't heard that this kid's family is rich, so why do you hear 50,000 and have a look as if you're disappointed? Forget it. After thinking for a while, Yifan shook his head. Just discount it directly. Are you sure? Hearing this, Pan Zhao was helpless. It was the first time he had heard of someone who wanted a reward to be directly discounted. Spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and imperial beasts, don't these things smell good to him? Okay. And in Pan Zhao's helpless eyes, Yifan nodded seriously. I'm going to discount it. Pan Zhao was silent. Finally, took out a bank card. This card is just 50,000. The password is 6/8. You take it. Thank you, Mr. Pan. Yifan took the bank card and scowled at Fatty Lee, who was at the side. Cough. Fatty Lee understood and coughed, vocalizing from the sidelines, although he was afraid of Pan Zhao. But he still said stiffly, that Mr. Pan Zhao, it's getting late, so we'll leave first. Go. Pan Zhao only uttered one word, and in the night, looking at the backs of the two leaving, he seemed helpless, but when he saw a red mark on his arm, there was a smirk in his eyes. This kid, combat awareness is really not the average person can compare. Just so lightning a second, he not only avoided his own hand, but also counterattacked if it is not his own voice, estimate his high and low, but also to give himself a few hand knife. Gotta pay more attention to this kid. He's a good seedling. Pan Zhao nodded his head and seemed to think of something, looking to a certain side of the house and smiling somewhat disdainfully. If you want to touch my students, weigh yourself first. The next day, Fatty Lee and Yifan still came to the drill room to rehearse. It was completely different from the last time. Yesterday Yifan scored 300 points in the drill room, and in a day's time almost everyone knew that there was a Yifan in the ordinary class who was able to accomplish killing elite grade imperial beasts by crossing 2 levels on the 3rd day of the school year. This even with the ordinary class is also famous. Yesterday Yifan is not told that the excellence of the class is not allowed to go to the exercise room, to the back, became in addition to the ordinary class of people other people are not allowed to go. Many people were unconvinced, especially those with better talent, but a day passed and no one ever got 300, not to mention 300, they didn't even get a kill score of 100, only a defeat score of 90. As a result, a bizarre scene happened. The first few drill rooms were crowded with people, but when it came to the last one, there were only a few students wearing ordinary class uniforms training there. Isn't this Brother Fan? Quick! Make room for Brother Fan. Yifan had just entered, originally. Those few ordinary class students who were a bit apprehensive all of a sudden their eyes lit up and shouted out. The sound sucked the eyes of everyone around them. He's that Yifan? The ordinary class student who crossed 2 levels to get 300 points? Ordinary class? You don't know, right? Back then he was the number 1 in theory in Pingchong, and the principal said that he could become a beast-encouraging powerhouse. Yifan, why this? You can hurry up and get out of here. Didn't you say at the time that he must have become a waste? And now why this again? Headmaster's vision is really poisonous. If a D-rank talent can be so fierce, if it's a rank, wouldn't it be invincible? The crowd's murmurs were disorganized, just like the scene when he was enrolled in school. But now the words were no longer mocking and teasing, but instead all sorts of flattering and pleasing. That's the reality. When you're strong, those people will fight to please you, and when you hit a low point, this group of people will come one after the other to step on you a few times. Yifan was naturally as if he didn't hear some of these murmurs, and walked to the very back of the drill room, looking at the student who had shouted out before, and in his eyes, he was very calm. The student looked at Yifan's eyes and shrunk his head, looking at the crowd jammed around him. Apparently, he realized that his slap, not only did he not slap the horse's ass, but instead, he might have slapped the horse's egg. Shouting is good. Next time don't shout. Just as he was apprehensive, Yifan's voice rang out. The student looked up in panic, but only saw Yifan calmly shaking his head. The bottom line, you have to give it to yourself. Saying that, Yifan walked towards the rehearsal stage. What's the huddle for? Nothing to do? It didn't take long for a stern voice to ring out, and the crowd instantly collapsed. Yifan heard this voice and turned his head to look, only to see Pan Zhao holding his hands and leaning against the wall of the drill room. It's coming to see yourself train. Thinking of this, Yifan revealed a smile and didn't care, releasing the fire dog and pressing the challenge button. Black Iron 4 stars. Under the stage, looking at the fire dog released by Yifan, Pan Zhao was slightly surprised, but after all, he was considered to be a strong person of Ping City, and nodded, followed by his gaze focused on watching the battle on the stage. Since they are top students, it is only right that they take special care of themselves and provide more guidance. How can I say that I'm also the top teacher of Flat City High School? Instructing a freshman? That's not like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts? The corners of Pan Zhao's mouth rose and he sat on a stool. But as Yifan's battle progressed, he slowly couldn't raise it. This kid, almost every time the opposite Imperial Beast lunged and bit, he dodged it by using his Imperial Beast. Such quick reflexes. Boom! It hadn't been much longer. The first Imperial Beast of the evolution instrument was already down. Looking at the 100 on the evolution instrument, Yifan didn't pause much and chose to continue the challenge. The higher level Imperial Beast still had the same result. From start to finish, every attack was dodged. This brat, could it be that he calculated the way the opposite Imperial Beasts attacked? Pan Zhao's brow furrowed. It was the first time he had seen a student. Oh no! The first time he had seen someone else's Imperial Beast fight in such a manner. The whole time, it wasn't like he was fighting against a driller. Instead, he was the one who was like a driller or the extremely advanced kind, perfectly seeing all of the other Imperial Beast's next moves, and even some of the stressful counterattacks after being attacked. How good of a theory does this have to be to have this effect? Pan Zhao was a bit startled, and at that moment, the second Imperial Beast fell. The light flashed, and this time it was actually the storming ostrich again. On stage, Yifan laughed, and off stage, Pan Zhao also laughed. This storming ostrich's speed is extremely fast. Black Iron 6 stars at least have a speed close to bronze level this time. Even if you calculate fast, can you still react so fast? On the stage, the battle was imminent. The storming ostrich moved his legs, and almost just in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the fire dog. But just a second before that, Yifan's voice also rang out. Fire dog, take a step to the left, and then lock your throat. Boom! Almost the exact same scenario happened as the first time. The stampede ostrich was bitten through the throat and killed in one blow. Pan Zhao looked frozen until Yifan walked off the stage, and when he saw the other party's relaxed face, Pan Zhao opened his mouth, only to feel that his mouth was a little dry. What does this allow me to instruct? No. It's too embarrassing to just sit like this. Looking at Yi Fan, who was looking at him with a smile on the side, Pan Zhao only felt a little unable to sit down. Right at this moment, Fatty came onto the stage, and upon seeing that Fatty's clumsy dodge resulted in an attack anyway, Pan Zhao stood up instantly. Liu, what are you doing? You can't even do such a simple dodge? The moment you see an attack from the opposite side, you should immediately command the Imperial Beasts to dodge. Do you know how to Royal Beast? My grandma can even command it better than you. On the stage, Fatty Li was numb. Good Lord, is this demonic mentor here to watch me train? Chapter 19, Re-entering the forest. Soon, a few days passed, and the fiery fruit and strong tendon grass in Yi Fan's royal beast space grew as expected. For fiery fruits, not bad. Looking at the small fiery fruit tree that bore fruits in the land, Yi Fan had some smiles in his eyes, picked the fruits, and his gaze moved to the strong tendon grass on the side. At the moment, the strong tendon grass also grows out, a small piece of lush green, cut and grow down almost 2 pounds. Yi Fan didn't feed all of these spirit fruits, giving the fire dog 2 fiery fruits and consuming some strong tendon grass, allowing it to successfully come to the 6th star of black iron. Spiritual herbs and fruits can't be eaten too much at one time, and the imperial beasts also need some time to be deposited and digested. Yi Fan, are we still training in school today? In the morning, Fatty Li stood in front of Yi Fan's door with more than 10 buns as usual. Not today. Training every day in school can only be considered as skillful techniques. To really show off, it has to be a real battle. Yi Fan shook his head. Today, go to the Silver Moon Forest. To the Silver Moon Forest. Good. Hearing this, Fatty Li revealed a smile. He can't get enough of that Silver Moon Forest. He can earn a lot of money if he goes there, and he can also get some meat. That 5 pounds of grizzly bear meat of yours, you're done with it, right? Looking at Fatty Li's reaction, Yi Fan asked. Yes. Hearing this, Fatty scratched his head in some embarrassment. It's been a few days since I finished eating. Since he ate the grizzly bear meat, Fatty Li had picked up this appetite and didn't want to eat anything else at all, and his breathing method hadn't been running smoothly for the past 2 days. Of course, it wasn't up to him to decide. The higher the level of Taotai method cultivation, the better the food had to be, so that the Taotai method's advantages could be fully utilized. I'll get you more food today, Yi Fan said, a smirk in his eyes. By the way, do something more important. Hearing this, Fatty Li was a bit puzzled. What more important thing? You'll know by then. Yi Fan shook his head. Bring 2 bigger bags, lest you can't fit your Imperial Beast space when there's more Imperial Beast meat. Okay. Fatty Li scratched his head, turned around and went into the dormitory and took out 2 large backpacks, and followed Yi Fan towards the outside in a confused manner. And naturally, the perverse behavior of the 2 of them caught the attention of Pan Zhao, who was at the school every day. These 2 brats. Why are they running out again? In the classroom of a certain teaching building, Pan Zhao looked at Fatty Li and Yi Fan, who were carrying a big bag on one's back, and revealed a puzzled expression. It's not going to the Silver Moon Forest again, is it? These 2 brats, do they really think of there as a place to get goods? When the time comes to encounter a bronze-level Imperial Beast preying on the periphery, they won't even know how to die. Time has changed. A few days, Pan Zhao's attitude towards Yi Fan was a 180-degree turnaround, and every day he would go to watch him train. At the very beginning, Pan Zhao was thinking that he could guide Yi Fan, but as a result, after going there for a few days, he didn't insert a single word, but instead, every time, he was shocked by the other party's sharp to perverted combat intuition. Later, Pan Zhao's gaze changed and mentored Fatty Li, who was with Yi Fan every day. This to Fatty Li is painful. The daily mandatory course is to be scolded. Pan Zhao talk is from no mercy, coupled with Fatty's royal beast level is really worrisome. Basically, Pan Zhao, every time he came to look at a moment, to Fatty Li is a splitting head and face of the chaotic scolding. These days down, Fatty Li's beast skills have improved a lot, although every day is still bound to be a scolding, but it is always a bit of a look, not before the kind of lawless flurry of command. These 2 guys can't be bothered. After thinking for a while, Pan Zhao picked up one of the hats on the side. It's better to go and take a look, lest we lose this only top student in our class. Fatty, walk faster. In the Imperial Beast Forest, Yi Fan frowned. What's wrong? Looking at Yi Fan's unusual reaction, Fatty Li also became a bit nervous. There are powerful wild Imperial beasts in this neighborhood? No. Yi Fan shook his head. His eyes flicked to the back if anything, and lowered his voice. Someone is following us. Someone is following us? Hearing this, Fatty was instantly a bit scared. Shoo! Yifan made the sign to silence his voice, gesturing with his hand while whispering, "Follow me and don't speak." Good. Fatty Lee held his breath, and at this moment, he thought of many things about killing for treasure in the Imperial Beast Forest. Could it be that someone saw them as students of Flat City High School and wanted to take their treasure? Will there be cold arrows? The poisoned kind? Fatty Lee was apprehensive, while Yifan was quickly weaving through the jungle, heading straight towards a bronze-level Imperial Beast habitat. Of course, he wasn't going to challenge the beast, but rather let the man who was stalking him take care of it. Scrubbing the Imperial Beast habitat, Yifan, however, did not stop here and walked forward for quite some time before stopping. Yifan, aren't we going to run? Fatty Lee was still apprehensive at the moment, worried about being killed for his treasure. No need. Yifan shook his head and looked towards the Imperial Beast's habitat not far away. Wait for a while, there will be movement there. As expected, some time later, not far away, the roar of a ferocious Imperial Beast rang out. Clearly, someone had intruded into its territory. Fatty, let's go back. Yifan revealed a smile and pulled Fatty, heading towards that Imperial Beast habitat. Those cases of killing and seizing treasures that Fatty thought about were very common in the Silver Moon Forest, where wild Imperial beasts were infested, and there was nowhere to check up on the death of 1 or 2 people, and a lot of people would have crooked thoughts, and there were quite a lot of instances of stalking and killing. Only this time it was obvious that it wasn't. Instead, Yifan knew who the person who came was. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The two returned, poking through the bushes but seeing no one but a dead bronze 1-star evil rhinoceros. Bronze-level Imperial beasts. Fatty's eyes lit up, but soon, he was a bit scared. The one who tracked us was able to kill a bronze-level Imperial beast. He, can not only kill bronze-level Imperial beasts, silver-level, and even gold-level is not a problem. Yifan had a smile in his eyes. Don't worry. That person isn't here to kill us. Not the one who killed us? The fat man froze. Then who is it? It's meaningless to say it out loud. Yifan shook his head and looked in a certain direction in the jungle. Anyway, he's here to protect us. He did remember Pan Zhao's scent. The latter had been trailing them all the way from the moment they entered the forest and had not been able to collect himself. Yifan had sharp senses and naturally noticed it, so he pretended to be unaware of it and let the teacher help them with a little bit of small trouble that they had inadvertently encountered. Fatty, hurry to collect the corpse. This bronze-level evil rhinoceros, but quite valuable, this one at least 10,000. Yifan urged Fatty Lee, not to mention the rhinoceros horn on this body of blood and flesh to the Imperial beasts to eat, is also very effective. It just so happens that you are not no meat to eat. This evil rhinoceros bull, at least a few 100 pounds, a person half are enough for you to eat for a long time. Good. Fatty Lee knew that the crisis was lifted, and at this moment, he was also relieved to boldly collect the evil rhinoceros's flesh and blood. It didn't take long for Fatty Lee to put the blood and flesh away. Then, with some excitement, he looked at Yifan. Yifan, what about our next step? Are we going to continue to look for other bronze-level Imperial beasts? No. Yifan shook his head. We're going to the periphery. Why? Fatty wondered, scratching his head. Didn't you say someone was protecting us? That's protection, not a fighter. Some bargains are enough to take advantage of a little. More than that, it's both tiresome and makes you look cheap. Yifan shook his head. A bronze-level Imperial beast is enough. We came here more to experience a real Imperial beast fight. Oh. Well. Hearing this, Fatty Lee followed Yifan's pace. In the distance, on a tree, watching Yifan as they walked towards the outskirts of the forest, Pan Zhaoga was a little surprised. Originally found that he had inexplicably become a fighter, Pan Zhao was still a little angry, but after seeing that the other party did not continue to go to the provocation but took the initiative to retreat to the periphery, but instead it made Pan Zhao's evaluation of Yifan a lot higher. Obviously, the other guy was telling himself that he knew he was following him by making this move, taking a little advantage and then moving on to what he was supposed to be doing. Sensitive, intelligent, still knows the measure of things, and has such a strong fighting talent. Looking at the two voices in the distance, Pan Zhao pondered. This Yifan, a moldable talent. Chapter 20, The Purple Snake. Fatty, not bad this time, you know how to improvise. There is progress. With the cooperation of the fire dog and the blazing sun snake, another gray-furred bear with 7 stars of black iron fell in front of Yifan and Fatty. This time, Fatty still did a respectable job, dodging several of the grizzly bear's lunging bites and biting back several times. Harm. Fatty scratched his head with some embarrassment and looked at Yifan. Teacher Pan points his nose at me every day. If I don't make any progress, he's really going to call out to his grandmother to come and fight me against the imperial beasts. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head. Pan Zhao has always been a cold face and a hot heart, although the speech is a little hard to hear, but that's his character. Even if he teaches the Ingje class, the same as pointing at the other side of the nose to scold. Otherwise, how would it be called him the devil tutorate? But this devil tutor, in fact, to the students has been very good. Usually these ordinary class of what problems to go to him basically will get a good answer, although inevitably a scolding, but always will help you solve the problem. A different teacher to teach the average person, he interprets the problem for you. You want him to scold you, others do not necessarily use this tongue. Fatty, when you become stronger in the future, if you can help Mr. Pan, you can help. Thinking of something, Yifan opened his mouth. Hearing this, Fatty froze. Then, with some hesitation, said, "If I'm stronger in the future, can I still be stronger than Mr. Pan Zhao?" Fatty, the pattern needs to open up a bit. Hearing this, Yifan replied, "Aren't you going to raise a dragon python in the future? What's the matter? You don't even have the confidence to surpass Mr. Pan?" Fatty choked, then decisively nodded his head. "Then I'm bound to be able to outperform Mr. Pan in the future." "That's right." Yifan nodded with a smile. Go see if there are any wild spirit fruits or something in this forest." Up in the tree, Pan Zhao, who had heard the conversation between the two, was shocked. "Am I that weak? Then Liu is confident that he'll be better than me in the future? And a dragon python? Why don't you go to heaven? These two boys, day by day." Pan Zhao was about to scold a sentence, but in front of him, he only heard Fatty Li bravado. "When I'm better than Mr. Pan in the future, I'll also tell Mr. Pan to let my grandmother come and duel with his imperial beasts. Ha 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 ha. He'll be furious by then." Pan Zhao. This Liu usually still scolds lightly. Yifan, look what's that? In the forest, walking past a large tree, Fatty Li looked at a large cluster of mushroom-like things growing up from the roots of the tree and was a bit surprised. Is this some kind of spirit fruit? And hearing Fatty Li's words, Yifan swept a glance at the large cluster of mushrooms and casually said, "That one can't be called a spiritual herb or a spiritual fruit. It's called a powerful mushroom, and it's considered to be an unimpressive fruit at most. Unranked." These words made Fatty Li a bit puzzled. Are there any grades of spiritual herbs and fruits? Of course there is. Yifan nodded his head, explaining in general, the spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits that we usually see can only be considered as a general term, fruits and herbs that have spiritual chi. This kind of taking the heavenly material and geomantic treasures in general divided into mortal, spirit, metaphysical, immortal for levels, each level according to the efficacy and applicable groups, and divided into the upper, middle, and lower 3 grades. Accurately speaking, we usually see most of the spirit grass and fruits belongs to the mortal level of the spirit grass and fruits, such as I went to buy the strong tendon grass, the silver snake fruit, as well as the blazing fruits, which belongs to the mortal level of the lower grades of the heavenly material and fruits. Strong tendon grass and blazing fruits are in the middle grade. Geomantic treasures, while the strong tendon grass and flaming fruit are in the middle grade. The higher up you go, the better the effects of the heavenly materials and treasures become, and the greater the effects they can bring to the imperial beasts, and when it comes to the Shen grade spirit fruits, they even have the ability to change the attributes of the imperial beasts, or increase their potential and various other things. Oh. No wonder the silver snake fruit is so cheap, 2,000 apiece. Fatty Li nodded his head repeatedly. What about immortal level heavenly treasures? What are they and how useful are they? These would be too far away, not something we can access right now. Yifan shook his head. Not to mention immortal level, even Shen level heavenly treasures. As long as they are out in the world, there will be 4 directions of powerful people fighting to set off a bloody storm. Also, Fatty Li nodded thoughtfully. Then why is it that we usually don't talk about this, and I don't think I've heard it mentioned in the textbooks either? For most people, it's useless to know so much. It's just like mortal grade heavenly treasures. Besides knowing the price distinction, what else can you distinguish? Yifan replied, the eyes can't see that far naturally, they can't see that much. Understood. Fatty Li replied. At this moment, his eyes were filled with curiosity. It had to be said that following Yifan these days, whether it was the imperial beasts or some other things, he had gained a lot of insights, especially the kind of big pattern that the other party revealed from time to time. It was even more beneficial to Fatty Li. To take the simplest example, before Yifan said those words, all he wanted was to be able to have a silver imperial beast, and to be able to go to college would be good. But what about now? Silver imperial beasts? The one I'm going to raise from now on is a dragon python. Is there any change between the two? Liu is still the same Liu, but a person who is full of thoughts of eating and waiting for death and a person who aspires to become a powerful imperial beast master. The future gap must be like a gulf. Of course, the main thing between this chasm more than anything else was Yifan. Thinking of something, Fatty Li looked towards Yifan, who was exploring ahead, his eyes fluctuating a bit as he muttered, "When I have a dragon python, I'll make sure to get some legendary immortal fruits and let's eat them together." Ahead, Yifan naturally heard Fatty Li's muttering and a smile appeared on his face. This fat guy, a few days ago he only wanted a dragon python. Now he wants to mess with fairy fruits. There are no immortal fruits, but mortal-grade spirit fruits. There are. Yifan suddenly stopped and spoke. "Spirit fruit. Where is it? Where is it?" Upon hearing this, Fatty came up, and at a glance, he saw purple vines hovering over a huge tree in front of him. And on the vines, one by one, at least 7 or 8 fruits were born. Silver snake fruit. Seeing this fruit, Fatty was a little excited. This was the most suitable fruit for his blazing sun snake to eat, so many of them, after eating the blazing sun snake, had to be black iron 4 stars. "I'll pick it." Saying that, Fatty Li crossed over a tree root and prepared to walk towards that silver snake fruit. "Wait!" Yifan, however, pulled Fatty Li back and suddenly lowered his voice. "Fatty, you follow the vines and look closer. Look closer." Hearing this, Fatty Li stared, following the purple vines upwards, and did not see anything out of the ordinary. Nothing. Halfway through his words, Fatty Li choked. It was obvious that there was a vine that was thicker and unruly, and when you looked closely, there was clearly a pair of eyes there. Snake. A snake-like imperial beast was hiding there. Fatty Li had reached his neck to look at it, and this realization almost didn't scare his soul away, clunking back several steps. "See clearly." Yifan's voice rang out. "See clearly." Stopping his form, Fatty couldn't help but touch his cold sweat. This, if Yifan hadn't warned him, he would have definitely been bitten if he went to pick the silver snake fruit. That ing purple snake. It's definitely poisonous. "Yifan, let's finish it off." Sucking in a breath of cold air, Fatty Li said to Yifan. "No need." Yifan shook his head and looked at the motionless purple snake like imperial beast and said, "A black iron 3-star purple striped snake. This kind of snake's combat power is very weak. An ordinary person who finds the right opportunity to hit the 7 inches will be able to kill it. However, this snake has an advantage. The toxicity is very fierce as long as the fangs bite. Unless the innate is exempt from poison, a bronze-level imperial beast can't even fight it off." "Luckily it didn't bite me," Fatty replied, picking up the branch on the ground. "I'm going to hit it in its 7 inches. I didn't give you this much to let you hit its 7 inches. Yifan opened his mouth while a smile appeared on his face. Bringing strong poison and being a snake-type imperial beast, it just so happens that you've opened a second imperial beast space. This imperial beast is the one that suits you best. Chapter 21, The Second Imperial Beast. The most suitable imperial beast for me? Hearing this, Fatty Li froze and sucked in a breath of cool air as he looked at the purple striped snake that raised its head. "How can I take this in? I'm going straight over there. What if it bites me?" There are only 2 ways to subdue a royal beast. First, convince it, and second, beat it. Yifan replied, turning to Fatty Li. "I'll use the fire dog to pressurize you. You go and try to see if you can convince it. If not, we'll start beating it." "Convince." Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head and walked towards the big tree under the gaze of Yifan and Fire Dog. Under the tree, Fatty Li looked at the purple striped snake that was not far away and hesitated slightly. "Hello? Would you like to become my imperial beast?" Hearing this, Yifan had a head full of black lines. By convincing, I mean releasing your imperial beast to show affinity, and at the same time releasing the imperial beast phalanx, it will agree to sign a contract with you if it is convinced. Junior high school theories don't learn properly. Even if you have a pure Pingqing accent, it can't understand Ao. Hearing this, Fatty Li laughed somewhat awkwardly and summoned the blazing sun snake. Then, waving his palm and reciting a spell, a circular spell formation gradually formed in front of Fatty Li. Fortunately, Fatty Li still remembered the spells of the imperial beast formation. Hiss! On the tree, looking at the phalanx floating in front of him, the purple striped snake let out a hissing sound and looked at Fatty Li and the blazing sun snake beside him, seeming to be somewhat hesitant. Roar! Off to the side, the low hissing sound of a fire dog rang out. The purple striped snake immediately looked up and saw Yifan, who was holding his hands not far away. It was a royal beast, it was intelligent. And at this moment, it unexpectedly froze humanely. Is this persuasion? The firehound's mouth was grinning up to his ears. Fatty, show off your talent for roaming beasts. Ifan vocalized at this moment. Good. Fatty Lee sniffed and immediately raised his hand, the D-rank toxin reinforcement showing its effect on the blazing sun snake. Hiss! And seeing this scene, the purple-striped snake looked at the fire dog with its mouth grinning to the root of its ears on the side, and then looked at the blazing sun snake with its poisonous fangs strengthened on the side, and after pausing for a few seconds, it let out a low and hoarse sound and slammed into the Imperial Beast's formation, and in the next moment, the formation closed in and shrouded itself towards Fatty Lee. Yi Fan, I've succeeded in taking in. Fatty Lee had a look of surprise on his face. Well, not bad. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything more. Go collect the silver snake fruit. Good. Fatty Lee happily went to collect the silver snake fruits. There were 8 in total. All of them were already ripe. If they didn't come here today, they should have been eaten by that purple-striped snake. Fatty, put away the vines of the silver snake fruit as well. Yi Fan suddenly spoke. I'll take it back and plant it. Transplant. Fatty Lee was a bit puzzled. He still has some common sense and knows that you can't do everything you can to get the best out of it. And besides, man-made plantings are as good as those in the wild, and they don't always work out after transplantation. However, since Yi Fan said he wanted to transplant, Fatty Lee didn't think too much about it, and quickly put the vines away and handed them to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the things back into the royal beast space and a smile appeared on his face. The silver snake fruit is produced almost once every 2 months. With this cut-off vine, Fatty's 2 pre-imperial beast spirit fruits are even there. Yi Fan, in the future, am I going to continue to take in snake-type imperial beasts of the same grade as soon as the imperial beast space opens up? Having obtained a new imperial beast, Fatty Lee was a bit excited. There are still more inferior grade snake like imperial beasts, Altair snake, cauliflower snake. These should be fine. No. Yi Fan, however, shook up his head. These 2 of low grade are enough. The ones you want to take in the future should at least be of elite grade and upwards. For what? It's still the same sentence, affinity. Yi Fan explained. If you collect a bunch of inferior grade imperial beasts and later on, when you meet an elite grade one, the moment people feel it, and you are full of the scent of inferior bloodline imperial beasts who would want to follow you? In that case, hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Do imperial beasts also have a contempt chain? More than that, imperial beasts value bloodline more amongst themselves. Yi Fan replied, an imperial beast with an extremely high bloodline grade, even if it's a black iron grade bronze grade, an imperial beast with a low bloodline that is silver gold grade will be scared when they see it. Not to mention that it's basically impossible for an imperial beast with a high bloodline grade to be weaker than an imperial beast with a low bloodline grade. You bring your pile of what's it all marionette snake cauliflower snake, not to mention a dozen or so. Even if you subdue a few thousand, when you get in front of the dragon python, you can't even raise your head, so what's the point of talking about subjugating it? But if it's the other way around, and I have the aura of a dragon python on me, wouldn't it be a breeze to subdue a purple-striped snake like today? Fatty Lee said doubtfully. Right? Yi Fan nodded his head and there was a smirk in his eyes. Fatty, you'll be able to sight one. Harm. Fatty Lee scratched his head. After all, we are still a cultured person. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, waving his hand. Let's go. It's still early in the day. Get more. You now have 2 imperial beasts. You need to get more used to the rhythm of commanding more than 1 imperial beast at the same time. Good. Fatty Lee nodded his head and summoned the purple-striped snake. And when he saw that the purple-striped snake seemed to have some grudges in its eyes, he scratched his head in some incomprehension. What is this purple-striped snake doing looking at me like this? I didn't force it. It voluntarily followed me. Purple-striped snake. Hiss! From afar, looking at Fatty Lee really controlling 2 imperial beasts at the same time, Pan Zhaoge was once again shocked. What's the situation? How long have these students only learned the breathing method before opening the second imperial beast space? Did I look away? Pan Zhaoge was a bit puzzled, his eyes wandering over Fatty Lee and Yi Fan. This Yi Fan is obviously a student with extremely strong potential. To be able to be with Liu every day, is this Liu still a talent as well? But his beast control methods are clearly as stinky as the kind of people who are suitable for practicing breathing method? Pan Zhao has some guesses. All beings have different phases. It is also true that some Imperial Beast Masters, his level of Imperial Beast is not good, but the realm of the breathing method is extremely high, and even repair the breathing method to repair the people than their own imperial beasts are still strong. This kind of example, it is not no, a lot of people who do not have the talent of the imperial beasts, but also by the breathing method only to be strong themselves. These two boys not bad. Pan Zhaoga nodded, while there was some light in his eyes. The advantage of being able to open two imperial beast space representatives at this stage is not necessary, even if the talent is indeed average, but 2 against 1, the quantity has the least qualitative change. He had come to Ping City as a royal beast teacher for about 10 years, had taught several Ingjia classes, and had seen many geniuses, but it was the first time that he felt this way on 2 ordinary classes of students. What exactly does it feel like? Pan Zhao is not sure. Promising? Thinking of this, Pan Zhaoga's gaze coalesced, and with a glance, he saw Fatty Li's hands about to bite his tongue as he commanded the 2 imperial beasts. Doesn't this NG still imperial beast royal stink like? Yifan, I always feel as if I'm commanding with my hands full. While cleaning up the corpse of an imperial beast in front of him, Fatty Li said to Yifan, commanding this one and that one again, it feels so messy. There's no need to feel that you are indeed commanding a handful. Yifan replied, revealing a smile. Actually, the difference between commanding multiple ones and commanding one is not very big. You can think of them as the different characteristics of a single imperial beast, and find out their respective strengths and weaknesses. For example, the blazing sun snake's fangs are sharp and can pierce through some imperial beasts with thick skin and flesh, and it possesses a gradient color of its own to be able to hide well in the environment. While the purple-striped snake's toxicity is rigid, but its fangs aren't sharp enough, and its body is relatively fragile. Then in that case, shouldn't the blazing sun snake attack those with thick skin and flesh, while the purple-striped snake is the one that attacks some of the imperial beast's soft spots, the vitals? When encountering a counterattack, shouldn't the blazing sun snake use its gradient color to hide in the environment, while the purple-striped snake, whose body is fragile and clearly patterned, is the one that should hide with the help of obstacles? Put it this way, I seem to understand. Fatty Li seemed to come to a realization as he looked at Yifan for a while before saying, no wonder the principal said that you will definitely become a strong imperial beast in the future. Just this theory, it's so much easier to understand than the ones in the textbooks. To change one's perception according to the environment and different situations so that it can correspond to the current situation is a necessary ability for the strong, and you will have to adapt to this way of thinking in the future. Yifan replied, took a step, and walked towards the front. One day of hunting, towards evening, Yifan and his 2 men had already hunted a total of 15 imperial beasts, with their strengths basically around 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, and 9 stars each, not including the bronze-level evil rhinoceros. Today's harvest is also too big. On the way out, Fatty Li was a bit emotional. Next time I come, I shall not have a whole 20 to 30 heads. Next time our eyes won't be on these black iron-grade imperial beasts. Yifan shook his head and stretched. Let's go and sell it for money. Keep 50 pounds of bronze-grade flesh and blood, buy some spirit herbs and fruits. Train well for the next few days. Soon it will be the 10th to get ready to enter the secret world. Good. Fatty Li nodded his head and walked ahead, when he suddenly thought of something. Yifan, didn't you say that you came here today to do a big thing? What is it? It's done. Yifan replied. What? That purple-striped snake, huh? Yifan laughed and looked at Fatty Li and said, Fatty, you should now be the first imperial beast master among the freshmen to have dual imperial beasts. Isn't that a big deal? Oh. Fatty Li nodded his head, and then, somewhat unconfidently, scratched his head. Am I that good? Chapter 22. Entering the Secret Realm. One morning, in the space of the imperial beast, Yifan operated the law of entering the sacred, and once again wailed a mouthful, while with the exhalation, he opened his eyes, and in his eyes, there were some flashes of golden light. A few days, here, months have passed. At this moment, his physique was already far away from the next person, and it was no exaggeration to say that even a black iron 5-star imperial beast could be killed by Yifan with his bare hands. Woof woof. On the side, the fire dog saw Yifan waking up and came up intimately. Its progress was similarly not small, and after eating 2 more fiery fruits as well as many more tendon-strengthening grasses, its rank had already come to black iron 8 stars. At this moment, the outside world had only begun school for less than 10 days, and such progress could only be described as terrifying. Be a little faster, when you advance to bronze, we can go do something great. Yifan stroked the fire dog's head, and his gaze moved to the land on the side. At this moment, the silver snake fruit, the flame fruit, and the strong tendon grass had all grown, and the smell of the spirit fruits filled the air, and the air seemed to smell much sweeter. And to the side of the open space, there was also a small sapling rising up. Looking at that sapling, Yifan's eyes coalesced a little. That is the mortal grade middle grade white jade tree seedlings. White jade tree grows out, can bear white jade fruit, can significantly enhance the growth rate of the imperial beast. White jade fruit is a rare ripening fruit. In the mortal grade middle grade is considered to be quite good fruit. Pan Zhao rewarded 50,000 yuan. Yifan used to buy this. This spirit fruit had a long growth cycle. Generally speaking, it would only mature once a year or so, and now that it was able to sprout a sapling, it was already considered quite good. There are more and more things in this imperial beast space of mine. Yifan stretched his back and plucked off the spirit fruits, giving some to the fire dog as usual and pocketing the rest. Today was the day that Pan Zhao selected the candidates to enter the secret realm, and he had been in seclusion for a few days in order to achieve greater gains after entering the secret realm. Exiting the imperial beast space, Yifan knocked on Fatty Li's door, but just as his hand was placed on the door opened by itself. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Fatty Li sitting at the table in front of him, a large piece of roasted evil rhinoceros meat, wearing a scarf, holding a knife and fork in his hand, and in the dormitory, a roasted meat flavor. Yifan, have you finally finished your seclusion? Seeing Yifan appear, Fatty Li hurriedly got up and went to get the knives and forks placed in the drawer next to him. Come. Just roasted evil rhinoceros meat, delicious batch. I won't need it. Yifan shook his head and looked at Fatty, saying with a smile in his eyes, Fatty, you're on the verge of living the life of an aristocrat. Know what day it is? What day? Hearing this, Fatty Li had an afterthought and looked at the calendar on the side. When he saw the bright red handwriting on it labeled Secret Realm Selection Day, Fatty stood up with a clunk. It's over. Yesterday Mr. Pan said we'd meet at 9 o'clock today, and now it's 8:55. Hurry to the playground. Mr. Pan is pissed off at me lately, and if I'm late again, he's going to kill me. These two brats, why haven't they come yet? On the playground, Pan Zhao looked at the team in front of him with less familiar figures and frowned. Naturally, Pan Zhao was not the only one who noticed that Yifan and Fatty Li didn't come, and in the back row, Deng Chong, who had been unable to find an opportunity to discuss Yifan, poked his head out. Teacher, can we start? It's already 9 o'clock, said Deng Chong with a smile on his face. He is aware of Pan Zhao's temper. The last weekly class they are too late, directly to the shutdown outside. This time Yifan they are late, it is expected to be disqualified. I don't know. I need you to remind me? Pan Zhao but cursed and replied, or do you think my eyes are blind and can't see the watch? No, If you don't have it, shut your mouth. Pan Zhao scolded angrily, and Tung Chong retracted his head, his eyes full of incomprehension. What is this situation? Yifan they are late. Pan Zhao is not angry. Snap. At this time, Yifan and Fatty Li came. Dormitory to the playground is still quite a distance. Fatty Li that is gasping for air. Li Yu, did I not tell you yesterday that the auditions were going to start at 9 o'clock today? Pan Zhao's gaze automatically locked onto Fatty Li, and he cursed on the spot. Are you a fish turned into a fish? You turn your head and forget what I told you yesterday. Yes. Fatty Li didn't hear it and just took it as an admission of wrongdoing, nodding his head repeatedly. This time, the laughter sounded. Fatty Li looked up to see Pan Zhao, the other faces going green, then realized that something is wrong, opened his mouth, said the countermeasures that he and Yifan discussed on the road, and hurriedly said, Mr. Pan, Yifan isn't feeling very well. I took care of him and forgot. Hearing this, Pan Zhao's gaze moved to Yifan. When he saw that the other party was full of energy and didn't even let out any atmosphere, his eyes changed. This kid, the progress seems to be great. You call that not feeling well? Hurry up and get back. Glancing at Fatty Li, Pan Zhao didn't say anything else, cursed in a low voice, and turned around. Yes. Fatty Li agreed repeatedly, pulled Yifan and walked towards the back of the group, coincidentally standing right next to Tung Chong's group. At this moment, Tung Chong looked at Fatty and instead moved to the side with a cautious look. Humph. Fatty Li naturally wasn't afraid of Tung Chong at this time, only looking at the other party's reaction. He was a bit puzzled and said to Yifan, that Tung Chong seems to be afraid of us? Being afraid of us might be fake, but being afraid of Mr. Pan Zhao is real. Yifan shook his head, although Pan Zhao's words just now were explicitly scolding the fat man. But scolding was scolding. The meaning revealed where some of the two sides had a relatively good relationship. Tung Chong wasn't a little cutie, naturally heard it. The rules for picking the spots are simple. In front, Pan Zhao spoke about the rules, By my side, there are 10 spots. If you think you are qualified to enter, stand up. Each person has one chance to challenge the person in this spot. And in the end, the person standing in these 10 spots will be able to enter the secret realm this time. Hearing such a rule, the crowd was a bit silent, and a man whispered, "Teacher, then won't the person who goes up first be easily wheeled out? Right?" Panjauga didn't deny it and nodded. "I know what you're trying to say, that you think it's unfair. I'll give the first person to stand up a chance to re-challenge. That is, if he loses, he can do it again." When this was said, the crowd thought there was nothing wrong with it. "Yifan, should we go to the station first or?" Fatty consulted up Yifan. "Of course, stand first." Yifan replied, seeing Fatty Lee's concern, saying, "You'll just release both of your vipers in a while. These are freshmen who haven't experienced much combat. We've killed more than 20 Imperial beasts in the Silver Moon Forest, and you don't even have the confidence to win them?" Also, Fatty Lee nodded his head, so while the crowd was still hesitating when Pan Zhao announced the selection of the position, Yifan and Fatty Lee were already standing up. With Yifan's lead, soon all 10 positions were filled except for Yifan and Fatty. Deng Chong occupied one, and Ma Xiaoxue also occupied one. The others, most of them were unknown. There were more than 50 people in the ordinary class, and after removing 10 at this moment, the remaining 40 or so people were all looking for their opponents. Not long after, someone chose the ringmaster for the challenge, and the two sides began the Imperial Beast duel. Most of the Imperial Beasts in the ordinary class were still stuck at the Black Iron 1-star at this point, with some good ones coming to the 2-star. Deng Chong and Ma Xiaoxue were both 3 stars. Fatty Lee also listened to Yifan's opinion. For one thing, the Blazing Sun Snake and the Purple Striped Snake were placed on the ground, 1 Black Iron 4-star, 1 Black Iron 3-star. The 2 snakes' bodies were buried in the grass, and the snake's head stood tall, and it was quite a bit scary. This hand caused many people to marvel, and almost at once, the news that Fatty Lee was already able to use 2 Imperial Beasts spread. That dead fatso can be so powerful too? In another position of the team, Tung Chong looked at Fatty Lee's 2-headed snake and cursed hatefully. "Why don't we go find trouble with him?" To the side, Tung Chong's follower whispered, "With a dozen of us, we can still fight a wheel battle. You're a little cutie? Spending so much energy to deal with a dead fat guy, why don't you pile more people into the secret realm?" Tung Chong cursed. His eyes moved to Yifan, and he shuddered. "How about looking for that Yifan? Saying you're stupid, you're really stupid." Tung Chong slapped at his follower. "Who is that Yifan, don't you know? Throat-locking fiend. Go fight him. Don't you want the Imperial Beast?" Chapter 23 Conflict. At that, the slapped follower didn't open his mouth. Yifan did not go to the drill room for a few days. Well, someone recorded the video of him hitting 300 points, and then the video spread, and everyone knew that Yifan's favorite move is a move lock throat. No matter what kind of Imperial Beasts you have, what kind of moves you have, at the end of the fight, all of them will lock their throats and kill them directly with one move. So someone gave Yifan this Lockjaw Crazy Devil nickname, and then the more the word spread, the more evil gradually evolved into as long as and Yifan Royal Beast Duel will be Yifan's Fire Dog Lockjaw. This was something everyone was scared to death of. So up until now, Yifan hadn't released the Imperial Beasts, and there wasn't a single challenger in front of him. Who dares to challenge? Other people's challenges are divided into winners and losers, but his challenges are divided into life and death, and it is not easy to get a royal beast if it is locked throat directly withdrew from the school. "Got it, Brother Chong." And the follower who received a slap could only nod his head and said helplessly, "Should we let Yifan and that dead fat guy enter the secret realm so smoothly?" "Let them enter." Tung Chong replied, his eyes turned grim. "It's not like the ones from our ordinary class are going in alone into the secret realm. The ones from the excellence class, and the Ingja class are going in, and after we enter the secret realm, when we rendezvous with my cousin, we'll have plenty of ways to clean up after him." "So that's how it is." The follower was ecstatic. "Then let's hurry up and take up a few more seats, and follow Brother Chong to eat meat when the time comes." "That's right." Tung Chong replied, his gaze shifting to Yi Fan on the side. He hadn't wanted to mess with Yi Fan lately, but his cousin had suddenly changed his mind recently, saying that he was going into the secret realm to clean up this kid, which was just like Tung Chong's wish. "Once we enter the secret realm, the revenge from last time and the last time, together we'll pay you back." Looking at Yi Fan, Tung Chong viciously uttered a sentence. On the other side, Yi Fan naturally felt Tung Chong's gaze and lightly hummed twice. Now is not just enrolled in school, completely familiar with the present, he has left behind these peers by a large margin. This time the secret realm will be the time for him to completely solidify the gap. Soon, a few hours passed and the qualifications to enter the secret realm were finally finalized. Yifan, Fatty, and Tung Chong, all three were the least challenged, while Ma Xiaoxua lost once in the middle and fought again in the end, and the other 6, for were Tung Chong's followers, and 2 others picked up the slack in the end. And look at the final selection results. Pan Zhao is also obviously some dissatisfaction. He what kind of vision naturally can see that Tung Chong's dozen followers bailed out each other, 10 people, 5 people are Tung Chong their bunch. It's hard to become a great man when you're so young and geeky and ganging up on others. Pan Zhaoga didn't say much, and with a secret judgment, he announced the final list. This time the secret realm will last for 10 days, and after entering the secret realm, no one else, other than the person who entered the secret realm, is allowed to leave the school. Pan Zhaoga arranged a few words and led these 10 people towards the secret path at the back of the school. This time, when you enter the secret realm, you can explore anywhere in the secret realm during the time, but remember, after 10 days, you must return to the exit. There will be special tutors in the secret realm to protect you, but they won't make a move unless it's a matter of life and death, and once they do, it's declared the end of your journey to the secret realm. So in the secret realm, you must pay attention to your own safety, because the tutors may not always be able to make a move in time, and every year, there are quite a lot of students who die in the secret realm. On the way, Pan Zhao told the crowd about the rules of the secret realm, and at the end of his speech, he suddenly thought of something and added the secret realm does not prohibit healthy competition between classmates, but it is forbidden to brutally kill classmate imperial beasts, and imperial beasts should be careful to be gentle in their duels. While saying this, Pan Zhaoga's gaze was staring straight at Yi Fan. He is clear about the strength of this kid, at least the top 3 in the people who went in this time. The only bad thing is that this kid is too ruthless, basically out of the hand. Encountered imperial beasts are bound to die. It's fine for wild beasts, but for classmates, wantonly killing each other's beasts is easy to get expelled for having a bad heart. Yi Fan knew that Pan Zhao was talking about himself and nodded, but didn't care much. He didn't want to kill with these milquetoast little kids, as long as the other party didn't mess with him, and he wouldn't say that he'd give a lockjaw for no reason. Soon, the entrance to the secret realm arrived, a portal-like place, and at this moment the other classes had already arrived, led by the teacher. Pan Zhaoga arrived, and all the gazes of the crowd coalesced on this sparse number of people. Just as Pan Zhaoga said, the other classes, there was no limit to the number of places. Brother Pan is here. The teacher, who was still on good terms with Pan Zhao, smiled and greeted Pan Zhao, while his gaze went to Yi Fan. This is that Yi Fan from Brother Pan's class, isn't it? At a young age, he's strong. It's okay. Pan Zhao opened his mouth, and on the side, another tutor said, with Yi Fan around, Pan's ordinary class can get quite a lot of good things in this secret realm, right? I think maybe 1 time is worth 2 times for our class. Hearing this, Pan Zhaoga's brows furrowed as he looked at the man. Li Rang, you think it's amazing that your class can go in twice a month, don't you? Where is this coming from, Brother Pan? I'm just saying that Brother Pan's students are awesome. Li Rang replied, but his tone was a bit conspiratorial. Pan Zhaoga's face was grim, but he didn't continue. Across a distance, even as a student at this moment, one could already feel the smell of gunpowder in the air. Yi Fan also felt obvious. Unlike his previous life, they also entered the secret realm, but no one said anything. After all, they were truly ignored. But this life itself came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, relationships that had been unclear came out. In addition to the ordinary class, a total of 8 classes, there are 4 classes whose teachers are not on good terms with Pan Zhao, roughly led by the hawk-hooked nose of the Yingjie class, and the other 4 classes, 2 of which are on good terms with Pan Zhao, and 1 of which is a good old boy, not offending either side. Opposition between teachers. Well, Yi Fan looked at these tutors silent, while his heart was remembering the students of these classes. Outside, Pan Zhao gave him a head start, and when he entered the secret realm, he gave Pan Zhao a head start. All right, the secret realm has opened. Now, each class can enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. At the entrance, 2 teachers had serious faces. We are the guardians of the secret realm this time, responsible for guarding the safety of the students. Go! At those words, Pan Zhaoga turned his head and spoke to several people. Yi Fan nodded his head and brought along Fatty, taking 1 step ahead of the crowd and leading the way into the secret realm. This one action instantly made several people a bit dissatisfied. Waiting until all the students went in and the guardians entered the secret realm, Zhang Hong was the first to speak up. Pan Zhao, Yi Fan from your class, he really gives you face, a student from an ordinary class walking in front of the Yingjie class? Is there any rules? Rules? Who made this rule? Who stipulated that people from the ordinary class can't enter the secret realm before those from the Yingjie class? Pan Zhaoga, on the other hand, was nonchalant and disliked back. Your own students don't grow legs and blame my students for walking fast? Humph. There are no rules. Someone will teach him the rules one day. Zhang Hong snorted coldly and looked at Pan Zhao. Pan Zhao, you don't really think that a student from an ordinary class can overpower a student from the Ingjie class in the secret realm, do you? It's nothing more than eating 2 spirit fruits to raise your rank a step ahead of you that gives you confidence. There are quite a few in my class that can kill Black Iron 6-star Imperial beasts, and the one who can afford to eat spirit fruits isn't the only one in your class, Yifan. If you want to say that, then let's just walk and see. Hearing this, Pan Zhao coldly snorted. I still don't know about your little tricks, ganging up and working together in a lopsided manner. All these things, your students should have learned them, right? You! Hearing this, Zhang Hong's hand lifted, his aura rising up. Pan Zhao, do you think you're invincible when you reach the golden 9 stars? I don't dare to say that the world is invincible, but against someone like you, I would find it easy. Pan Zhaoga replied, facing Zhang Hong, not budging at all, and his huge aura rose. Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes, not to mention the old man hand a Yifan a Liu, add up to be able to kill Black Iron 9-star wild Imperial beasts in the Imperial Beast Forest can still be suppressed by you. Chapter 24 Layout. Pan Zhao. These words enraged Zhang Hong, only to see him wave his hand. A huge silver moon pale wolf appeared by his side. Its silver fur like a stream of water shimmering brightly under the sun, and with a long whine, waves of air instantly rushed around it. Golden 8 stars. Compared to last year, Zhang Hong's Imperial Beast had similarly improved by 1 star. Humph. The moment he saw this silver moon pale wolf, Pan Zhaoga then raised the corners of his mouth. A pale wolf is just a pale wolf. Do you understand? What does it mean to be the king of all beasts? Roar! The light coalesced, and the golden 9-star roaring lion appeared beside Pan Zhaoga, tilting its head and roaring. The might of the king of the 100 beasts instantly sweeping across the entire arena. A gold and a silver, a lion and a wolf, the two of them were opposing each other. The many tutors were panicking. Some went to pull Pan Zhao, some went to pull Zhang Hong. Pan, forget it. Zhang Hong was joking. Don't pay attention. Brother Zhang, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. We're teachers, let's not get into a fight. At this moment, the tutors were all kindly persuading each other. The strength of these 2 major tutors of Pingcheng High School were already in the middle of the pack, and they were both top-notch experts. If they were to fight here, the others might not necessarily be able to pull them off. The two remained motionless, both staring at each other with a deadly stare. It was obvious that there was not only competition between the 2 sides, but also a personal vendetta. Ahem. And at such a stalemate moment, a slightly aged cough rang out. Headmaster. Seeing this old man appear, the several tutors were relieved. In Flat City High School, it was only this old Principal Pumi who spoke the loudest. You two, you really are just like your imperial beasts. You have to fight whenever you see one. Looking at the furious Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong, Puya shook his head helplessly. I, Pan Zhao, sit up straight and walk straight. Unlike some people, what else would I do besides ganging up and fighting in the harbor? Pan Zhao replied. Pan Zhao, don't spit blood. Zhang Hong spoke in a cold voice. You said I'm ganging up on people. What evidence do you have? Still need to evidence? Isn't everyone aware of what you, Zhang Hong, have done? You fart. All right. Seeing that the two were about to swing their fists into each other's faces, Puya once again opened his mouth to mediate. 2 teachers. Don't disregard the teacher's face like this. Today is the time for them to enter the mystic realm to try out. What do you have to quarrel about? Each take a step back. This way, I'll give you guys a colorful prize this time out. Whoever student has the biggest harvest in the secret realm, I'll exceptionally award him an elite-level Imperial Beast, and his teacher will be paid an extra 3 months' salary. How about it? Once these words came out, both Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong's faces looked much better, and finally they didn't continue arguing. Headmaster, how do you judge who got more stuff? Pan Zhao spoke up. Everything in the secret realm has a value. Come out and tally it up. See whose stuff has a high total value. Isn't that the end of it? Puya replied. Then what if someone takes something from their fanny pack and fills it with something from the secret realm? Pan Zhaoga asked again, skimming over to Zhang Hong. After all, the students in our ordinary class aren't as rich as some people's students. You! Zhang Hong was once again annoyed. Puya saw this and hastened to speak out. The things in the secret realm are uniquely marked. They can't be impersonated. That's more like it, Pan Zhao responded. And that's when he didn't say anything else. On the side, Zhang Hong also just coldly grunted twice. Looking at the two still have gas, Puya helplessly shook his head. The hatred between these 2 people he is aware of, and there is no way to reconcile, try to start as little conflict is the best. Well, then we'll wait to see the results 10 days from now, and there's no need to stand around here at this time, so do what you need to do. Only then did the crowd leave one after another. Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong stayed at the end, each giving the other a hateful glance, and finally putting away their imperial beasts and leaving. The principal is there. How can you not give him face? In the secret realm of Wei Mang, Fatty Li froze as he looked at his surroundings. Isn't this the Silver Moon Forest we went to the other day? This is a secret realm built after the Silver Moon Forest. Yifan explained. After all, it's an artificially built faint secret realm, so there has to be a reference. So there are many wild imperial beasts and spirit-level heavenly treasures in here as well? Fatty Li said. Pretty much the same. Yifan nodded. You can understand this place as a higher-level Silver Moon Forest. The imperial beasts here are a bit stronger, and the things that can be obtained are also a bit better. There are not only spirit-level heavenly treasures, but there are also breathing techniques and imperial beast cubs. Saying that, Yifan looked towards the depths of the forest. Only it's different here in the deepest part. There are no wild golden imperial beasts. There's only a silver-ranked one. Like this. Fatty Li nodded, then suddenly choked. Yifan, how do you know so much? I know more than that. Yifan smiled mysteriously. This secret realm, back then, it could be said that it was considered the place where he had risen to prominence. How could he not remember it clearly? Let's go, Fatty. Since it's a place that imitates the Silver Moon Forest. This, then, is our home turf. At the end of his words, Yifan took a big step in front of him. Fatty Li sniffed and looked at the familiar surroundings, and also revealed a smile, and at the same time, silently released his own two-headed snake. It was truly as Yifan had said. Here, it was considered their home turf. Meanwhile, in another place in the secret realm, a group of people gathered together. It was Teng Chong who brought a few of his followers and joined up with Teng Li. Cousin. Looking at Teng Li, who also had 7 or 8 people following him around, Teng Chong had a joy in his eyes, worthy of being his cousin. He also had so many following him in the excellence class. Where did Yifan go? Glancing at his cousin, Deng Li just spoke in a cold voice. That direction, when we came in, we were all in one place. Teng Chong opened his mouth and said with some slight doubt, Didn't cousin say a few days ago that he wouldn't deal with Yifan? How did he suddenly? I said not to deal with. Just think that at that time do not put steady. Ma Dafei, that waste, was beaten by others, scared out of his wits, hide in the house every day. Teng Li replied. The corner of his mouth raised a cold smile. Recently I spent a lot of money to buy spiritual fruits to cultivate imperial beasts. My golden armor beast. Now immediately black iron 7 stars. Plus my dragon armor talent. Below bronze. Who can win me? Black iron 7 stars. Hearing this rank, Teng Chong was somewhat head over heels surprised. So high. It's normal. Deng Li shook his head. Everyone who can enter the excellence class has an elite grade imperial beast. And as long as they are willing to spend money, bronze is possible. Mention bronze, how much money does this have to be? Hearing this, Deng Chong is a bit staggered, although their family is some money, but spent tens of thousands of his imperial beasts are also only black iron 4 stars. To mention bronze, it is estimated to go bankrupt. It's still cousin who is powerful. Looking at Teng Li in front of him, Teng Chong revealed a complimentary look. With cousin's hand, this time, this Yifan has a lot to suffer. That's natural. Dunlap raised his head, his eyes mic'd up. I'll have it, not make him suffer. When these words came out, the icy coldness in them made Teng Chong freeze. And then, somewhat cautiously, he said, Cousin, do you want to kill him? Aha. Deng Li nodded, his eyes cold. When the time comes, you guys make more noise out of it, so that the guardians won't notice this side is all. In the secret realm, it's normal for 2 people to die. Got it? Deng Chong replied, some panic in the depths of his eyes, as if he didn't expect that Deng Li would want to kill Yifan, and his body couldn't help but tremble when he thought of something. Stupid. On the side, Teng Li just cursed in a low voice when he saw Teng Chong's performance. He was not someone without pattern. Dealing with Yifan could not only be because of the last conflict, more mainly, it was the look in Yifan's eyes when he saw himself that day. It was the first time he'd ever encountered someone looking at him like that, as if he'd seen right through him at a glance. This feeling makes Deng Li very uncomfortable, and even some fear what is behind him. He knows best. If others know, expose up enough to die 100 times. The dynasty was restored, and this was to involve the whole family. He had to get rid of Yifan, so in the past few days Dang Li had spent a large price to force up the Imperial Beast level at this stage where he didn't have to be so busy raising the Imperial Beasts. He couldn't let someone who could possibly know his true identity live, even if the chances of that person knowing was less than 1%. Blame it on that extra look you gave me that day. Looking deeper into the jungle, Dang Li opened his mouth, and in his tone, he was full of moroseness. Chapter 25, The Guardian. And at this moment, at a corner of the secret realm, along with a rumbling sound of falling to the ground, a black iron 9-star Linglong demon monkey collapsed in front of Yifan and Fatty. Elite grade Imperial Beast, so tough. Looking at the not-so-large Linglong demon monkey in front of him, Fatty Li said and sat down on the ground as if relieved. This Linglong demon monkey was quite smart. Nowadays Yifan and Fatty Li were considered to be quite good in strength. Yifan commanded the black iron 8-star fire dog as the main combatant. Fatty Li's two-headed viper was in the forest with the help of the terrain, always waiting for an opportunity to release a fatal poisonous fong. With this kind of battle power, one would actually have a fighting chance against Imperial beasts that were less than bronze level. But even so, hunting this Linglong white monkey still gave the two of them quite a lot of pressure. It was more than twice as difficult as the black iron 9-star Imperial beast that was hunted in the Silver Moon Forest. There were even several times when the Linglong white monkey almost caught Fatty Li directly, or it was Yifan's punch that relieved him of the situation. Primate royal beasts are originally much more intelligent than other royal beasts, not to mention that it was originally an elite-grade royal beast. On the side, Yifan was bandaging the wounds on his hands while saying, "After all, it is the closest imperial beast to humans. Not only are there a wide variety of primate-type imperial beasts, but many of them have a wide variety of weird abilities. This Linglong white monkey is considered to be relatively easy to deal with." "Are there any primate imperial beasts like the Lingming stone monkey?" Fatty Li opened his mouth, his eyes somewhat glowing. "Since there are those ancient relics of those mythical divine beasts and ferocious beasts, there should be Lingming stone monkeys as well, right? There are no spirit-bright stone monkeys. There are spirit-bright demon monkeys." Yifan replied, seemed to have thought of something, his eyes somewhat cohesive. "There is a spirit Ming demon monkey in the North Sea, able to spit out human words, know things through changes, subdued hundreds of thousands of primate imperial beasts, and built a secret realm of its own in the North Sea, named Water Curtain Cave. Isn't this the Lingming stone monkey from our mythology?" Fatty Li got excited. "No, or rather, not exactly, at least it's unarmed," Yifan explained, looking at Fatty Li with a smile. "You should know if you can get into the university over in the North Sea in the future, that spirit-bright demon monkey is very strong, one of the top 10 imperial beasts in the North Sea." 10 great imperial beasts? Is there a dragon python? Hearing this, Fatty pursued. "There is no dragon python. The relics of dragon python survival are in Kyoto." Yifan shook his head. "In this way." Hearing this, Fatty Li shrunk his head. "Then I'd better not go to the university over the North Sea." "It's good if you don't go. There is a lot of pressure on the North Sea side. It's hard for you to go and pursue your studies," Yifan replied, ruffling the corpse of the Linglong white monkey on the ground. On the ground, a demonic blood phantom flower was in full bloom. This was the reason why they didn't bother to go to such great lengths to hunt a Linglong white monkey. Blood charm flower, a mortal-grade mid-grade spirit flower, was able to stimulate the flesh and blood potential of imperial beasts, growing rapidly in a short period of time. Only this growth is distinctly different from the white jade fruit. It is for the imperial beast's physical body. This kind of spirit flower will grow big even for the originally undergrown imperial beasts if they eat too much of it, and it is considered to be a spirit flower that is quite suitable for that kind of imperial beasts that are mainly focused on physical attacks. There are more good things in the secret realm, this kind of blood phantom flower. To buy it outside, it will cost a large sum of money. As usual, Yifan dug up the rhizome of the blood-charmed flower and casually picked the blood-charmed flower and handed it to Fatty Li. "Your blazing sun snake should be quite suitable. With a larger size, the defense and attack power will also be good, and it was not a sensitive type of royal beast, so it's not bad to eat it." "Good." Fatty Li nodded and took the blood-charmed flower, but his eyes were a little wandering. Glancing at the blood-charmed flower in his hand, Fatty Li looked at Yifan, who was walking in front of him, and suddenly spoke. "Yifan, the world outside of Ping City? What's it really like? I've been listening to you lately, and I keep thinking it's so dangerous. The outside world?" Hearing this, Yifan paused, but soon shook his head. "It's wonderful. The dangers are definitely there, but there are countless opportunities corresponding to it. It's useless for you to know that much now. Just remember one thing. To become the strong person you imagine, you must go out." "Oh," Fatty Li nodded with seeming understanding. Then I must get into a good university to meet the outside world. Yifan smiled, walking in front, the voices leisurely ringing. In fact, it does not necessarily have to be the examination of the university to go out. There are also many civil organizations are very willing to accept the students coming out of the Imperial Beasts High School. These civil organizations are various, some of them to eradicate the Imperial Beasts as a doctrine. Some of them are to restore the great glory of mankind. Some of them are composed of religious beliefs, all kinds of them, and even there are also those who maintain the environment to pick up garbage in the North Sea. It's marvelous, of course. There are also bad ones. Some demonic religions harm people and themselves. One has to have a defense. The kind of very strong Imperial Beast Masters that start mountains and establish sects are sects, which are also considered one of them. Of course, apart from that, you can also go out and make a name for yourself as an individual, and as long as you're strong enough, no one will be able to do anything to you. Most of all, it's strength, and there are many mysteries in this world. In the sky above the secret realm, as the two guardians of the secret realm this time, two people, a man and a woman, each wore a mask so that their real faces could not be seen. They all had bird-type Imperial beasts, and the breathing method was cultivated to an advanced level, making them extremely strong. At this moment, they were at a high altitude, looking down on this crowd of students exploring the secret realm. That ordinary class Yifan's strength is really good. The first time he entered the secret realm, he was able to kill a black iron 9-star secret realm Imperial beast. According to this trend, this trip to the secret realm, it is very likely that he will break through the bronze level. The female guardian opened her mouth. Although she was wearing standardized clothing, she couldn't hide her beautiful figure. Some smiles flowed from her brows. Obviously, she still felt good about Yifan's performance. I do think that companion of his is not bad, being able to harness two Imperial beasts at such a young age. His attainments in the breathing method are obviously good. The male guardian also spoke, but his gaze was condensed on the fatty. After all, the breathing method is important. If one can quickly cultivate the breathing method to a high level, even if the means of the Imperial beasts are not good, by virtue of oneself, one is still considered a strong person. Having said that, the male guardian was silent for a few seconds before adding, "The quality of the freshmen in this session of Hirakujo High School is really good. Out of the A-ranked Imperial beast talent we haven't seen in decades, not to mention the high percentage of B-ranked students, and there are surprisingly 2 surprises in the D-ranked class as well. In 3 years, there might be a character who gets into Kyoto University. Then Flat City High School is also considered to be suffering." The female guardian revealed a smile. After so many years of not producing 2 talents, the higher-ups have been paying less and less attention to the Hiraishiro side. And with this trend, in a few more years, perhaps you and I will be recalled. After living in Ping City for more than 10 years. Here, it is already my home. Going back, how easy is it? The male guardian shook his head and was about to continue saying something when his eyes coalesced on a spot in the forest. Deng Li from the excellence class? What's he planning to do with all these people? When she spoke, the female guardian also looked at that place, and just a little bit, her brows frowned. It looks like they want to go and find trouble with Yifan. I heard that they seem to have some conflicts before. This group of students, when they enter the secret realm, they don't do anything proper, but they learn faster than one another by fighting in their nests. The male guardian scolded. Undisputed bunch of little bastards. Shall I stop them? Seeing the male guardian's anger, the female guardian said, "Make a slight move to warn them? No need. These little bastards. Just let them go." The male guardian was obviously a bit angry. That Yifan is obviously experienced in hunting. In this kind of terrain, a bunch of brats who haven't traveled far to go find trouble with him. What do you think? Dueling in the secret realm? If something happens. Nothing can happen, I'll watch. The male guardian interrupted the female guardian. I'd like to see how a bunch of little bastards who only know how to fight in a nest get cleaned up. Chapter 26. Not following the rules. Fatty, catch it. In the afternoon, in the depths of an extremely hidden bush, Yifan picked out 3 mushrooms shaped like power mushrooms but red in color and threw them to Fatty Lee. What is this? Looking at the reddish mushroom in his hand, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Stormy mushroom, a mortal grade lower grade elixir. Eating it will increase the battle power of the Imperial Beast for a short period of time, while afterward, it will fall into a period of weakness for about an hour. Yifan said, casually patting the dirt on his hand. Good stuff, Fatty Lee said and tucked the storm mushroom away. A smile appeared on his face when he realized that the large backpack he brought with him was almost full. It's only the first day and our harvest is this big? What kind of harvest is this? It's all lower and middle mortal grade stuff. We're still in the outer perimeter of the secret realm at this time. If we can have bronze-grade strength and break into the inner perimeter, the stuff there is a bit better, and maybe we can even get some nice imperial beasts. Yifan replied, looking at a backpack full of harvest. There was still some laughter in his eyes. In his previous life, until the end of the first semester of his sophomore year of high school, he was still on the periphery, but in this life, just the first day of his first trip into the secret realm, he had gained as much as he had in his previous life in more than a year. Such a horrible harvest, although there are reasons for Yifan's experience in his previous life, but more is the importance of strength, only the stronger their actual combat power. In the secret realm, in order to go deeper, to get better things, enhancement is also greater. This is a positive relationship. Black Iron 1 star, then only in the most peripheral place to pick up the rags, a month a trip to the secret world trip. There is a real possibility that nothing, and wait for you to level up, the good things have long been divided up, still can only pick up the garbage. One step forward, only keep ahead of others. This can be the greatest certainty to get all the goodies. Divide the spiritual herbs and elixirs we got today. Give the imperial beasts a rest, and tomorrow, we'll go deeper. Yifan opened his mouth and flipped down his backpack. On the other side, Fatty Lee similarly took down his backpack, and the 2 large packs of spiritual herbs and pills were all divided into the most suitable amount under Yifan's reasonable distribution. Soon, along with the consumption of spiritual herbs and medicines, Yifan's fire dog once again had a breakthrough and came to 9 stars of black iron, while Fatty Lee's 2 imperial beasts, the blazing sun snake, mentioned 5 stars of black iron because of an extra blood charm flower, and the other purple striped snake came to 4 stars of black iron. I have some unreal feelings. Looking at the 2 imperial beasts in front of him that were clearly much more powerful, Fatty Lee suddenly opened his mouth. At this stage, unless those students whose families had money, it would be impossible to have the imperial beasts mentioned as black iron 4 stars and 5 stars, but not only was he there now, there were 2 of them. Can I be this strong for a D rank? Fatty, your old habits are back. Yifan's voice rang out from the side. Have you forgotten what I told you? To have a pattern. Oh, pattern. Fatty Lee nodded his head, slightly contemplating, and then, suddenly, he let out a cold snort. Little black iron, ridiculous. This scene gave Yifan a whole blank stare, and then, helplessly, he laughed. Yifan, look at me. Do I have a strong man's demeanor? Fatty Lee crossed his eyebrows and lowered his voice. There aren't many strong men's styles, but there are going to be a lot of middle-aged men's styles. Yifan said and stood up with his backpack. Well, find a safer place and set up the tent. Wait for me. Fatty Lee, who was still immersed in the performance, saw that Yifan had already entered the jungle and hurriedly chased after him. Clang, clang, clang. Deep in the forest, there was the sound of hammering stakes. Fatty Lee was getting a tent, while Yifan got some mosquito-repellent grass to burn into ash and spread it along the surroundings. After all, this is the forest. Mosquitoes are not ordinary mosquitoes. There are many have been called the royal beast's strength, although at most, but the black iron 1 star, but that kind of mosquitoes bite on the mouth at least 4 or 5 days to grow a big bag. All right. At a certain moment, Fatty Lee put down the hammer in his hand and looked at the 2 tents squared off in front of him, revealing a smug smile. Yifan, take a look. How is my tent set up? Let's see. Yifan twisted his head, saw Fatty's masterpiece, and nodded. Not bad. Fatty, you're gradually becoming skillful in this wilderness survival skill. Harm. Fatty Lee scratched his head and clapped his hands to let out a breath. The quality of this tent is really good. This $100 or so spent is worth, and stable and good looking in and out also. Looking at the tent in front of him, as he was talking, Fatty Lee suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hey, where's the door to my tent? Huh. Not far away. Yifan, who had just complimented Fatty, also raised his eyebrows. Looking at the tent in front of him, Yifan was silent for a few seconds, and Sue vocalized, You wouldn't have mounted the side with the door right above it. This. Fatty Lee scratched his head, looked at Yifan's eyes, and was about to open his mouth to explain, when all of a sudden, in the jungle, a large group of people sparsely drilled out. Tung Chong. Seeing the one person leading the group, Yifan's eyes instantly went cold and his body instantly sank. A subconscious defensive stance. On the side, Fatty Lee also reacted quickly, and in the first instance summoned his 2 imperial beasts. Finally, I have found you guys. In the crowd, Tung Lee's voice rang out, and in the next moment, he came to the very front of the crowd, glanced at Fatty's 2 imperial beasts, and said somewhat teasingly, Black iron 4 star, black iron 5 star. Dead Fatty, you've gotten something good in the secret realm. Fatty Lee shrunk his head and was about to curse something when, on the side, Yifan's voice rang out. Deng Li. You've come to me because you're sure you can avenge your cousin's death? Hearing this, Deng Li immediately looked at Yi Fan, and when he saw that the other party's eyes were still the same as last time, his eyes mic'd up. Yi Fan, you should know what I'm here to see you for, right? You guess. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth lifted, still speaking in a calm tone. If you want to fight, then fight. Last time you didn't put up a fight and beat up your cousin. I didn't enjoy myself. Arrogant. At those words, Tang Li cursed angrily, and with one hand, the imperial beast shaped like a hedgehog, but with a body of golden armor appeared in front of him. Imperial beast, dragon armor. The light rose again, and the golden armor shell of the golden armored beast was once again strengthened. Scale-like things appeared, and it was obvious that the defense had risen by a large level. Dragon armor plus golden armor beast. Such a combination is suitable for you, who is afraid of death. Yi Fan replied and didn't say anything, whistling. Snap. In the jungle, the patrolling fire dog pushed aside the weeds and jumped to Yi Fan's side. 9 stars of black iron. Seeing the high fire dog that almost reached Yi Fan's waist, the hearts of the crowd were cold. How is it possible? Looking at the fire dog, Tang Li's face became ugly. A few days ago, wasn't your fire dog only a black iron 4-star? Then you should say that a few days further back, my fire dog was only a black iron 1-star. Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face. What? A genius from a B rank class would be scared to run away by one of my fire dogs? Black iron 9 stars only, what's so arrogant about it? Tang Li lowered his voice and looked at the crowd behind him. Here I am. There are 15 people. You alone? Can you block it? A rabble is still a rabble even if there are more of them. Yi Fan replied, his hand raised. The Imperial Beast. Ascension. As the light fell, the fire dog once again grew a fraction of an inch, and Yi Fan took the first step, actually launching his attack 1 step ahead of Deng Li and the others. Fatty, do it. Fatty Li sniffed and agreed, and the 2 heads of vipers instantly concealed themselves in the grass and headed towards that crowd. Dang! The fire dog raised its sharp claws and slapped a claw on the golden armored beast's tortoise shell, which made a dull ringing sound. But this blow didn't seem to cause too much damage to the golden armored beast. Humph, my golden armored beast in conjunction with the dragon armor, less than a bronze-grade imperial beast, will definitely not be able to break through its defense. Looking at this scene, Tang Li coldly voiced out, but in the next moment, the pupils of his eyes contracted violently. Yi Fan, you dare! Before the words left his mouth, a fist smashed heavily into his chest, sending Deng Li back 7 or 8 steps, and he fell to the ground after a stagger. Who told you that I have to break the defense of your golden armored beast? Yi Fan's voice rang out, and in the crowd, Deng Li looked up in panic, only to see Yi Fan moving his fists, his eyes cold. Today, I'll teach you well. The Imperial Beast Master isn't only able to imperialize beasts. Woof! The fire dog pounced into the crowd, while Yi Fan's fists followed. Imperial beasts. Fight him with imperial beasts. Surround him. Don't let him charge. There are snakes. There's a snake. I've been bitten by a snake. Firehound. Block Firehound. He's going to bite me. At the front of the crowd, the golden armored beast, which was shrunk in its turtle shell, heard the chaotic sounds from the rear and stretched out its head from its turtle shell, looking at Yi Fan and the fire dog, who had rushed into the crowd to kill in all directions. For the first time, it looked at its own thick turtle shell with skepticism. Chapter 27, Beatings. This Yi Fan, like an adult beating a child. In the sky above, the female guardian looked at Yi Fan, who stood out from the crowd, and shook her head. This is the first time I've seen a royal beast master who fights with his fists. Did he grow up practicing martial arts in the past, preparing to be a martial artist or a royal beast hunter? You didn't see the real situation. The male guardian immediately shook his head, his gaze locking onto Yi Fan as he let out a long breath. I said before that his companion's breathing technique attainments were higher, but I didn't realize that this Yi Fan's breathing technique attainments were far above his companion's. He is not practicing martial arts, but because of the attainment of the breathing method, his physique is far above his peers by a large margin. Breathing method? Hearing this, the female guardian was a bit surprised. How long has he only learned the breathing technique? How could he have such a strong physique because of the breathing technique? That black iron 4-star rattlesnake wolf couldn't even take a few punches from him. So it can be imagined that his breathing technique, if it's an ordinary one, has at least reached the 2nd level or above. The male guardian shook his head. It shouldn't be an ordinary breathing technique. There should be a strong person in his family who passed down the rarer breathing technique to him, and he practiced it long ago. There's a strong man in Pingcheng? Of course, only most of them are retired from the front line, at home to rest in peace, just to rest in old age. The male guardian spoke slowly, his eyes a little deep. Surname Yi, still in Pingcheng. Can't be, is that person's? Doesn't that person not have any offspring? Hearing this, the female guardian hurriedly lowered her voice. But don't say much about that one. That one is very jealous of what others say behind her back. Whether it is or not, this Yi-fan will have to pay more attention to it. The male guardian shook his head. If it's really as I guessed, it's no wonder this Yi-fan is so strong at this time. What about those students? Should we go and take care of them? The female guardian voiced again, seeming a bit worried. Don't make a scene. That kid has a light hand if he really wants to do it. That Deng Li, the first punch is estimated to be smashed into a serious injury by him. The male guardian said a sentence, a little thought, added like, those few snake bites may have to be rescued. This Liu, Yi-fan let him do it is simply the meaning of hands. He directly let the snake bite people, white blind so deep attainment of breathing method. In the jungle, at this moment, there was already a lot of wailing, those who had been bitten by snakes, those who had been punched by Yi-fan, and those who had been bitten by the fire dogs, each of them had some wounds on their bodies. The overwhelming battle was doomed from the time Yi-fan crossed the golden armored beast. They came to find Yi-fan's trouble. The bottom line was that Yi-fan couldn't break the defense of the golden armored beast that had the dragon armor enchantment. The front dragged, and a group of people swarmed up. But how did he know that Yi-fan didn't follow the rules? And when he couldn't break the golden armored beast's defense, he directly pressed the person to beat him. The golden armored beast was extremely slow and couldn't help them defend. A black iron 9-star fire dog plus a punch of a black iron 4-star Yi-fan. Like a wolf into the flock. A group of children who hadn't experienced close combat which had seen this battle. One by one, they were all beaten up blue and swollen and begged for forgiveness. Didn't you just clamor to teach me a lesson? Why are you all mute now? Yi-fan walked through the crowd, walking idly. Soon, he came to the front of Deng Li, who was at the very end of the team at this moment. Deng Li was already dumbfounded, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath, and receiving punches and dog pounces and snake bites. Present, he should be the most miserable. He had thought of many kinds of endings and the possibility of accidents, but he hadn't thought that there would be such an accident, had he? Doesn't the Beastmaster rely on the Beastmaster to duel? And they can just throw their fists? Yi-fan, don't go too far. Looking at Yi-fan with a touch of teasing at the corner of his mouth in front of him, Deng Li still spoke stubbornly. As a royal Beastmaster, do you feel honored to win like this? You found 15 people to find trouble with the two of us. You asked me if it was honorable to win. Yi-fan was amused by these words, squatted down and looked straight at Deng Li. There's no harm in telling you. Don't think that I don't know what you want to do. If I want to kill you, I can do it any time. How dare you? Dunlap vocalized. You know I'm behind. Words to half quickly sank into silence. But Yi-fan was the corner of his mouth raised, came to Deng Li's ear, lowered his voice. I know, but you dare to say it. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Deng Li's eyes instantly contracted violently. Looking at Yi-fan, in his eyes, filled with shocking waves of fear, he really knows. What can't see the light, can never see the light. Yi-fan snorted coldly and didn't say anything more, clapped his hands and turned around. All right, you guys can get lost. As the words landed, a group of people rolled and ran away. Deng Li stayed in place for a while and finally, gritting his teeth, he stood up and limped away as well. Yi-fan, just let them go. On the side, Fatty Li looked at the group of students who ran away and said with some worry, what if they find someone else? No, several of them have been bitten by snakes, so has Deng Li. They can't run far. The guardian will probably have to send them out. Yi-fan replied, stretched his waist and seemed to mean it. A group of small shrimps only. It's not much fun to make things difficult for them. To have the big fish behind the small shrimps come out, that's only somewhat interesting. Small shrimp? Big fish. Hearing this, Fatty Li was a bit puzzled. What is it? It's just fishing, a very simple one. Yi-fan replied, clapping his hands. All right, it's useless for you to know these things. Ask me about this. Why don't you ask yourself where you're going to sleep tonight? There's still a bit of time left. Why don't we go on the whole teeter-totter and we'll jump in at night? Harm. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head in some embarrassment. I'm going to rean. With that, Fatty Li turned around and swung his arms, apparently ready for a big fight. Behind him, Yi-fan looked at Fatty Li's back, his eyes somewhat frozen in thought. He must have intentionally spared Deng Li. After all, without this little shrimp as bait, how could he know who the big fish behind him was? There was a certain amount of danger in such an action, but that was about it. Pan Zhao would basically escort them every day and follow them everywhere. The battle power of this golden 9-star devil tutor was still there. By now, the rods were set up, the bait was thrown out, and the fish behind them was waiting to be hooked. I just don't know the fish behind it, how big it can be. Thinking of something, Yifan's eyes were slightly grim. Hopefully, there won't be any old acquaintances. Those who have been bitten by snakes, come out with me. As Yifan expected, Tung Chong and the others didn't run out far before the guardians showed up. Only there was only one, the male guardian. Why? Someone in the crowd asked in disbelief. One of the snakes that bit you guys was a purple-striped snake, with a ferocious toxicity that can poison bronze-grade imperial beasts to death. The guardian spoke coldly, his tone icy. Do you guys think that your physique is stronger than a bronze-level imperial beast and can resist this snake poison? Lord Guardian, help. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't maintain their calmness anymore. And at this moment, the toxicity was somewhat seething, and some of their faces turned blue and purple. The guardian didn't say much, but just counted the number of people one by one. And when the point came to Deng Li, the other party suddenly asked, taking us out, does it mean that, this time, we are disqualified from the secret realm? Of course. The guardian nodded. Hearing this, Deng Li's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Although they were looking for Yifan this day, they had also obtained many good things, obviously. If they could stay in the secret realm for the full 5 days, they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. If you go out at this time, you are bound to be left behind. Yifan. Deng Li lowered his voice, and in the depths of his eyes, there was a touch of fear, and at the same time, hatred surfaced. This Yifan, he must die. Lord Guardian. We were bitten by Yifan and Liu, what about them? On the side, Deng Chong then cursed and spoke. They injured their classmates and hit them so hard. Aren't they punished? Before you came in, didn't your teacher tell you that imperial beast dueling is allowed? Hearing this, the guardian, who was already displeased with this group of people, suddenly snorted coldly and looked towards Tung Chong. And on his body, a massive might pressed down. Or do you think that I'm blind and can't see what you guys are doing in the forest? Chapter 28. Short-footed storm lizard. Yifan, have you gotten up yet? Early the next morning, Fatty Li climbed out of his tent, stretched his waist, and had just uttered a sentence when he saw that Yifan was punching a fist with a strange posture. What kind of fist technique is this? Fatty Li was a bit curious. A fist technique that nourishes the body. Yifan threw the last punch, closed his fist, and let out a long breath, and then looked at Fatty Li and revealed a smile. What, Fatty, you want to learn? I'm not going to learn the fist technique for health maintenance. Fatty Li shook his head repeatedly and took out a large pile of dry food from the tent. Life is short. It's better to live happily. Yifan heard, smiled and shook his head. This Wanxiang lolly fat man does not learn is not a big deal. Originally also only suitable for calm and steady-minded people to fight years and years to see the effect, and the fat man is not a good fit. Yifan, where are we going today? Eating, Fatty said somewhat vaguely. Still the same as yesterday? Looking around for something good. Pretty much. Only today I plan to be a bit more aggressive. Yifan spoke. Bronze-level imperial beast. Any interest? Green, bronze level? Hearing this, Fatty Li choked, and then hurriedly said, Bronze-level imperial beasts that have already comprehended imperial beast skills. Our imperial beasts are all still at black iron. Isn't it a bit too risky to hunt across realms? There are risks before there are gains. The bronze-level imperial beast will only have one skill. As long as you familiarize yourself with its skills, it's just like that. Yifan replied, seemingly confident. And the bronze-level imperial beast we're dealing with today isn't much stronger. Its weaknesses are obvious. Like this? That's no problem. Fatty Li didn't hesitate for long. After all, when he had just entered the royal beast forest, just had royal beasts, he had hunted wild royal beasts with Yifan across 3 stars. Now he had 2 royal beasts, and Yifan's royal beasts had come to black iron 9 stars. Hunting a bronze imperial beast shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? What are those 2 boys planning to do again? Going to the territory of a bronze-level imperial beast. In the middle of the sky, Yifan and the 2 of them had just put away their tents and were preparing to leave when the female guardian's gaze noticed them. Let them go, young man. A little impulse is not bad, we just pay attention. Hearing this, the female guardian smiled and shook her head. Yesterday, they repelled a total of 11 students. 8 of them were from the excellence class. Going out, Li Rong would probably have to be displeased, right? Their current teacher is Pan Zhao. That brute has such a violent temper. Li Zhong dares to say anything unless Zhang Hong stands up for him. The male guardian shook his head. Speaking of the teacher, he seemed to be somewhat interested. Looking at the female guardian, he said, saying that, what kind of enmity is there between that Zhang Hong and Pan Zhao? How come when we came to Ping City they were fighting each other? More than 10 years have passed, and they are still fighting each other. It seems like it's because of a girl they used to study with. Speaking of this topic, the female guardian also came to be interested and came over saying, they were both famous geniuses in Ping City back then, and it was said that they were like brothers who went to North Sea to study at the university at the same time, and it was said that over there both of them fell in love with a girl, but both of them were good brothers, and it was always impossible for them to turn on each other over a girl, and agreed to play fair, and then that girl seemed to be a bit biased in favor of Pan Zhao. Then later, it is said that there is a college mission Zhang Hong just divided into and that girl out of the mission, but it is a very ordinary mission, a line of people but the death of half of the survivors are very few. That girl also died in the secret world, Pan Zhao to investigate as if to find out something, and Zhang Hong confrontation with each other is always nothing to say on this. There is a gap, and later on, it is gradually turned against each other, has been to Pingcheng is also like this. It was Zhang Hong who killed that girl? Hearing this, the male guardian was a bit unconvinced. That Zhang Hong is a bit petty, but a young man who has become famous and has his own strong heart, he wouldn't be so underhanded. The specific thing I also do not know, some people say is that year the secret realm broke out the beast tide. Some people say is the magic religion organization people out to assassinate the academy's senior students. There are also said that as Zhang Hong did, the fact is only the two of them only know. The female guardian shook her head. Anyway, that's how it is. The two of them have become rivals for many years. The previous years were considered to be equal, until last year, Pan Zhao got a miraculous encounter in the hand of the ace of the trump card suddenly raised a star, which is the first time in the teacher's competition to win down Zhang Hong. Then there might still be plenty of fun to be had in the future. The male guardian vocalized, seemingly thinking of something. That kid from the Ji family is now a student of Zhang Hong, an A rank that's hard to come by in decades. And here in Pan Zhao there's another Yi fan, who seems to be the heir of some great family as well, 3 years in high school. These two along with both of their teachers are afraid of inevitable dragon fighting. There has to be a winner and a loser. The female guardian sighed helplessly. It's just that I hope that these two little ones don't get the hatred between the two because of their teacher's hatred. They're all from Pingcheng. It's best for everyone to help each other out. I don't think it's anything, as long as you don't lay a killer, it's considered healthy competition. The male guardian opened his mouth, seemingly unconcerned. That Pan Zhao and Zhang Hong retreated to a small city like Ping City, and nowadays, when looking at imperial beastmasters of the same age in the entire royal beastmaster realm, their strengths are considered to be quite good. So perhaps there is a reason for that as well. Both stalking to bite the other, which is rather a terrible motivation until they bite the other completely. Yi fan, are we there yet? Walking in the forest, feeling the somewhat depressing atmosphere, Fatty Li lowered his voice. Are you sure this bronze-level imperial beast is good to deal with? How do I feel? It's so depressing here. Make sure it's good to deal with, Yi fan said, and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ahead, a raised tree root blocked the way, and the dense jungle suddenly became regular by this point, as if it had been pruned. This is the place. Looking at the familiar scene, Yi fan said softly, then picked up a stone on the ground and threw it behind the tree root. Snap! The stone traced a parabola over the roots of the tree and landed behind it, followed by no sound. This scene makes Fatty Li feel a little weird. Looking at Yi fan, opening his mouth. Yi fan, this is also not. Roar! Before the voice fell, a huge beast with a full 3-meter body rushed out from behind the roots of a tree, its roar sweeping through, instantly causing the surrounding weeds to fall down. Bronze 3-star, short-footed storm lizard. Looking at the imperial beast that rushed out, Fatty Li immediately died and looked at Yi fan. Yi fan, is this what you call not strong? It's not strong, at least not intellectually strong. Yi fan replied, the corner of his mouth rising. Then he turned around. Now, Fatty, run! As the voice fell, Yi fan had already taken a step, and Fatty Li, who was more eager to give birth to 8 legs, took a big step. Boom, boom. Deep in the depths of the imperial beast forest, just like that, a short-footed violent lizard chased after the two of them, and along the way, the two of them dodged with the help of the terrain, while the short-footed violent lizard utilized the destructive power that came with its size to its fullest extent, and crashed into obstacles when it encountered them. Yi fan, how in the world can we deal with this short-footed storm lizard? After nearly being bitten by the short-footed storm lizard, Fatty Lee exerted all his strength to speed up once again, and at the same time, shouted at Yifan, "I'm going to be run to death by it if I run like this. Take it easy." Yifan's voice came out. The long period of fast running made him gasp for air as well. Immediately afterward, he bent down and picked up a large stone, and suddenly braked sharply, violently flinging the large stone towards the rainforest in front of him. Roar! Another roar came, and the next moment, a silverback gorilla opened its bloody mouth and rushed out of the rainforest. Another head? Fatty's eyes were glazed over at the moment. "Yifan, what the hell are you doing?" Before the words fell, Yifan pulled the fat man backwards, and the two of them rolled backwards in a smooth manner to the side ditch. "Shoo!" Looking at the fat man's horrified eyes, Yifan made a gesture of silence, followed by stretching out his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Boom! Too late to say a word. Behind them came the sound of two huge beasts colliding, followed by hissing sounds. Done. Hearing this voice, Yifan also sighed in relief and his entire body loosened up. Looking at the stunned Fatty Lee on the opposite side, a smile appeared on Yifan's face. "You can stick your head out and take a look." Fatty Lee carefully stuck his head out of the ditch, and at this moment, the short-footed storm lizard and the silverback gorilla had already twisted together. The look was as if the other party was his father's murderer. They both just went straight for it and didn't even realize it was you who provoked them. That's what I said about the weakness of the short-footed storm lizard. It's too stupid. The corner of Yifan's mouth raised. As for the silverback gorilla, the territorial consciousness is extremely strong. Originally, the territory as close to them is not very amicable. Short-footed tyrannical lizard also rushed straight into its territory. It's strange that the two of them don't fight like this. So, we're just waiting for them to lose both of them now? Fatty Lee seemed to come back to his senses and asked in a hurry. They won't be able to fight, at most. One side will be injured and retreat. Yifan shook his head. Even if they are injured, the bronze 3-star elite grade is hard to handle. So our target is not them? Fatty Lee asked. Of course not. Yifan laughed, and immediately afterward, patted the dirt on the ground and hooked his body to stand up. Now, let's go to the short-footed storm lizard's lair. Tweak the tiger. Steal its home. Chapter 29 Deteriorating Fruit. Yifan, you are really bold. In the short-footed storm lizard's lair, watching Yifan reach for the golden-colored fruits on the rock wall next to him, Fatty Lee sighed while asking curiously, "What the hell is that? Is it worth the risk?" "Worth it, and very worth it." Yifan nodded his head. There were a total of 4 fruits, all of which were carefully put into his arms. This fruit is called the inferior change fruit. It can make the bloodline of the imperial beasts with inferior bloodline be upgraded, and can even be promoted to the elite bloodline, and the imperial beasts of the elite bloodline can quickly increase their strength level if they eat it. That short-footed storm lizard was also originally just an ordinary inferior grade reptilian lizard, and it was only because of the existence of this inferior change fruit that it gradually became the elite grade bronze imperial beast that it is today. We're pretty early at this point. In another year or two, I'm afraid this short-footed storm lizard will become a silver-ranked imperial beast. Such a precious fruit? Hearing this, Fatty Lee was shocked and widened his eyes. This has to be spirit grade, right? The very best of the mortal grades, not even close to the spirit grade. Yifan shook his head. It's mainly for low-grade fruits, and when it's said to be precious, it's only for us students with a low starting point. Saying that, Yifan put away the last inferior change fruit and looked at the vines on the rock wall and a few fruits that were not yet ripe. There was some hesitation, but after a few seconds of hesitation, he still gritted his teeth. "Retreat, and come back for this vine when you come next." With that, Yifan quickly retreated outward, with Fatty Lee following closely. Shortly after the two had exited, the short-footed storm lizard returned, entering the nest covered in damage. Apparently, it didn't beat the silverback gorilla. Roar! Upon realizing that the inferior change fruit that he had been guarding had disappeared, a roar of fury resounded throughout the outskirts of the secret forest. Luckily, we ran fast. If we waited for a few more minutes, we would probably be caught. Fatty Lee looked back at the jungle in the distance and let out a long breath, but immediately afterward, he was a little excited. "Where is the inferior fruit? Quickly give me another look." "Here." Yifan also revealed a smile at this moment and opened his backpack. There were a total of 6 golden-colored fruits. "It smells so good." Fatty Lee sniffed, and suddenly, his stomach growled, followed by scratching his head in some embarrassment. "This fruit, can people eat it?" For the imperial beasts, It's best for humans not to eat it. Yifan replied, splitting the fruit into two. Fatty, here are your three. Take it. It's best to give it to an imperial beast first. In that case, the chances of raising it to elite grade are also higher. This? Fatty Lee was a little hesitant, knowing full well the preciousness of this fruit in front of him. But he still looked at Yifan and spoke. I didn't put in much effort, so you take it to the fire dog first. After all, it's the mainstay, and it's better to boost it up first. No, 3 fruits are enough. Hearing this, Yifan smiled. Then, added don't use the fruits blindly. It's best to think of a direction for the future of your imperial beast. Take your blazing sun snake, for example. Like I said before, if it mainly takes on defense, you should give it more of the relevant ones such as the weight-gaining and enlargement spirit herb spirit fruit, so that its bloodline enhancement after you use the inferior variation fruit will also go in that direction. The bloodline enhancement of the imperial beasts is selective, usually towards the one that is their own strength. You can understand it as a kind of evolution. Understood. Fatty Lee nodded and put away the fruit, and in his expression, he still could not hide his excitement. The enhancement brought about by the bloodline of a low-grade imperial beast was substantial. Whether it was the potential, the performance in all aspects, a qualitative change would occur. On the side, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee's performance with a smile in his eyes and also looked at the fruit in his hand. This was the beginning of his road to rise back then, coincidentally discovering the conflict between the short-footed tyrannical lizard and the silverback gorilla, and obtaining the fruit of inferior change. An elite-grade imperial beast, it was big to say that the boost was big, and it was not big to say that it was not big, but sometimes it was such a boost that would open a door for you. The door to the powerful. The future. It's getting more and more interesting. Putting away the inferior change fruit, Yifan said in a sigh-like manner. I think so too. On one side, Fatty Lee also made a sound and scratched his head. It suddenly occurred to me that a few days ago when the school year started my father sent me here was still telling me that if I couldn't read on then I should go back and learn to kill pigs with him, and I could still be a craftsman. Uncle Lee speaks really a little too honest. Hearing this, Yifan was dumbfounded and shook his head. My dad didn't say anything when he sent me here. He just said something about letting me study well and strive for a good university. But it was my mom who cried on the phone and instructed me a lot of things. Saying that, Yifan's eyes flickered a little, his parents' voices came to mind. Their family is just an ordinary family, opened an ordinary restaurant, conscientious for many years. If there is no later that beast tied, the previous life on the apex of his own must be able to let them live a very good life, right? Thinking of this, Yifan exhaled sigh-like and a smile appeared on his face. It's so nice to have myself back when they were still around. When the secret realm is over, let's go home together and have a look around. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee on the side. Good. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. If my father knew that I was able to harness 2 imperial beasts at the same time after enrolling in school for more than 10 days, he would probably have to go and burn incense for my master. Hearing this, Yifan revealed a smile. Then you'll have to ask Uncle Lee to prepare a little more incense. In the future, it's not certain that there will be a lot more to burn. Brother Jiang. Look at Yifan. He's simply not doing anything. In the office, the resentful Li Rang really approached Jiang Hong as the guardian had said. He and that Li Yu, the 2 of them, sent out 8 people from our class, and only 32 went in for the excellence class in total. Deng Li was also sent out by him. Isn't this cutting off the prospects of the students in our class? How much is the secret realm harvested at one time? And with this mess he's making, the performance of our class at the back is going to be so much worse. I think we must make Pan Zhao give an explanation. What does it mean that he didn't say a word of apology for such a big loss? With a Yifan, he cannot care about the prospects of other students? On the seat, Jiang Hong listened to Li Rang's complaint, but his expression was a bit unhappy. I heard about Deng Li's matter. The reply given by the guardian was that they gathered a crowd and took the initiative to provoke Yifan, and 15 of them were pressed and beaten by 2 others. What's there to say about taking the initiative to provoke and still being less skillful? Brother Jiang. Hearing this, Li Rang is a face, followed by a tone of voice all of a sudden softened. Brother Jiang. I am not also worried about that Yifan this way down lawlessness. Let him be lawless, that is. Jiang Hong shook his head. With a D-grade imperial beast talent lying there, I don't believe he can accomplish much. To become a dragon, unless one has a dragon's bloodline themselves, even a 4-legged snake wants to reach the sky, it's just delusional. But I heard that Yifan's fire dog has already reached the black iron 9 stars. Li Rang replied, a little worried. This time in the secret realm, It might be able to go straight into bronze. Bronze, so what? Fast for a moment, not necessarily fast for a lifetime. Spent money to buy some spirit fruits just. Jiang Hong still shook his head. The first of next month Ji Jie will come back with his family background. By that time it will also be bronze level. He Yifan is again powerful. He can suppress the A level that has not come out of Pingchong for decades. The gap between D level and A level, you and I are both clear. Don't forget, this kind of micro-misty secret realm is nothing more than a benefit of some academies. What really matters is the freshman secret realm in 3 months. 3 months is not enough time for those streams of Deng Li in your class to catch up? These two questions asked Li rang a little silent for a while, before he smiled a little awkwardly. It's still Brother Jiang who has the pattern. It's me who's in a hurry. Don't always think about going to suppress Pan Zhao in these small matters. Jiang Hong shook his head, and then a deep look appeared in his eyes. I'm too familiar with him, to suppress him, to make him convinced. Chapter 30, Cerberus. At night, Yifan entered the tent and silently went into his royal beast space. Transplanting some of the obtained herb roots into the land, Yifan looked at the fire dog wagging its tail to the side and took out the inferior change fruit, his eyes slightly thoughtful. After successfully obtaining the inferior change fruit, he could begin to make the fire dog move towards a more advanced bloodline, and before that, he had sat down to make ample preparations, all while feeding the fire dog the blazing fruit, laying down the foundation and making sure that the fire dog's direction of evolution wouldn't go wrong. Fire dog, come here. Beckoning to fire dog, Yifan placed the inferiority fruit in front of fire dog. And the moment they saw the inferior change fruit, the eyes of the fire dogs went straight. Obviously, this kind of bloodline-enhancing fruit had an innate attraction to them. Woof woof! The fire dog's voice containing excitement rang out, and immediately afterward, it was seen that it seemed to be somewhat anxious as it circled around the inferior fruit, but it never laid its mouth on it. It was waiting for Yifan's permission. There was a smirk in Yifan's eyes as he squatted down and patted the fire dog's head. Eat, we too. Should become a little stronger. Want. Firehound made a sound in response and quickly ate the 3 mutant fruits in front of him. After eating the third one, the fire dog's body lit up all of a sudden, and the light covered and enveloped the fire dog. This was the light of evolution, representing that fire dog's bloodline was about to receive a leap forward. On the side, Yifan saw this scene and nodded, sitting down and running the sacred entry method. The enhancement of the sacred entry method was equally huge. Yifan's body was already not weak, and with his strong physique, a normal black iron 4 or 5 star would not be able to block a few of his punches. And naturally, the wonderful uses of the sacred entry technique were more than that. By the time he reached the higher and higher realms of the breathing technique, his physique would have broken a bottleneck, and at that time he would be able to utilize some miraculous means. The Beast Master, himself, should never be the breakthrough. Phew! With a mouthful of whale, Yifan slowly exhaled and raised his eyes again. The light on the fire dog was already slowly fading. After waiting for some time, the brand new appearance of the fire dog was revealed. Its body shape was a bit bigger all of a sudden coming to Yifan's chest. The fur on its body transformed into a slightly darker red color. There was a touch of flame marking on its forehead, and between its feet, some floating flames appeared. Hellhound! Looking at the fire dog's new appearance, the light in Yifan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was a hellhound, one of the very few imperial beasts among the elite imperial beasts that could control fire. Wang! The hellhound made a sound and still came to Yifan's face cheerfully, sticking out its tongue to lick Yifan's palm. It's a gesture of friendship from a canine imperial beast that has just become a hellhound, and it's leaving its new scent behind. You're great. Yifan touched the hellhound's forehead, and when he entered his hand, a comfortable warmth came from it. Gotta give you a name, or else if you evolve again in the future, I'll have to change my name again. With a smile on his face, Yifan looked at the hellhound in front of him and pondered for a few seconds, then spoke. You evolved from a fire dog, so let's call you Little Fire. How about it? Want. The hellhound replied, rubbing against Yifan's palm. Then I'll call you Little Fire. Yifan nodded and stood up. Come on. Show off your new ability. Can you breathe fire? Want. Hearing Yifan's question, a flash of doubt appeared in Cerberus's eyes, and he seemed to ponder for a while before tentatively opening his mouth. Ow! The sound rang out and quickly subsided, only to see a fire appear in the hellhound's open mouth. But it didn't last, and all of a sudden it turned into black smoke. Wang! The hellhound let out a somewhat small yelp, as if feeling a little embarrassed, and opened his mouth again. And this time none of the fire appeared, only a smudge of black smoke drifted out. It's fine, you're only black iron now. It's normal that you can't use flames. Yifan stroked the hellhound's head. When you get to bronze level, you should be able to awaken the first skill to use flames. It will be much easier to control fire after you awaken the skill. Wang. The hellhound barked and rubbed its head against Yifan again. In the future, when you are in the royal beast space, you will eat that flame fruit by yourself when it matures. Yifan spoke. There was a smirk on his face. That thing is specially planted for you. It can enhance your ability to control fire. Don't move the rest. I will set aside a period to pick the right amount for you. Want? Hearing these words, the hellhound looked towards the patch of spiritual grasses and fruits, and trotted all the way to the spirit plant of the flaming fruit, and nudged his head towards Yifan again. That means it's asking Yifan, is this the thing? Yes. Yifan nodded, and the hellhound's mouth grinned, happily bouncing in place. This little fire. Yifan saw this scene and a smile appeared on his face. It had to be said that, as far as Imperial Beast Masters were concerned, seeing Imperial Beasts happy would give one a very gratifying feeling. How can I describe this feeling? It's roughly like the feeling in your heart when your dad bought you candy when you were a kid, and you saw your tiny, meaty hands lifting up a $2 lollipop and grinning happily. Yifan, this fire dog of yours, has it grown this big one? In the morning, just as soon as he came out of the tent, Fatty Lee looked at the Cerberus that reached the general height of Yifan's chest and marveled out. It's a hellhound now. I named it Little Fire. Yifan smiled and replied. Glancing at Fatty Lee, he said, Fatty, how is your imperial beast? That inferior variation fruit has been given to that imperial beast to eat. Gave it to the blazing sun snake. Fatty Lee replied, patting his head. Right. Yifan, you help me see what my blazing sun snake should be called now. Saying that, Fatty Lee summoned out the blazing sun snake, which at the moment had similarly changed its appearance. Its body size was at least a big circle larger, and the color of its body turned black with some yellow cauliflower-like patterns. Black flame snake. Seeing the snake, Yifan nodded. This kind of evolution is still good, maintaining the characteristics of the blazing sun snake, although the toxicity is much less, but the upper limit of the body size has been opened, but is able to grow to be very large compared to the general python-type imperial beasts of the same grade is not inferior. Black flame snake. Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. I thought the direction of evolution for the blazing sun snake was a python. The direction of evolution for blazing sun snakes is mostly not toward pythons. Yifan shook his head. It is not said that the snake becomes a python, and the python becomes a augur. Fatty Lee said weakly. I know you want to say that a Jiao metamorphosed into a dragon. It's only possible if you have that kind of bloodline. Yifan replied, explaining, the source of a royal beast's bloodline is quite complex. The example you mentioned is not unheard of. For example, the descendants of those ancient relic species evolve and divide from generation to generation. It is also possible that there is that very special kind of snake-type royal beasts which are very weak at the very beginning, possessing the bloodline of a dragon type of relic, and if the environment is suitable, they are able to evolve or even evolve into a dragon. But that kind of imperial beast must be different from other imperial beasts. Even if they are the same imperial beast, there must be a very obvious difference. What difference? What difference? Hearing this, Fatty Lee became interested. Is there horns on the head or a strange tail? Your kind is the one that has already manifested the traits of the legacy species bloodline. Yifan shook his head. Dragon-type relic species. A very obvious characteristic, dragon pupils. Dragon pupil? It's just that the eyes are very large, with the eyeballs taking up a large portion of the eye, and there is a golden light flowing through the eyes as they turn without notice. Yifan explained, there are a lot of dragon relic species. Not all of them are able to become very strong. You don't have to be so concerned. The eyes are very large, and the eye nuts take up a large part of the... Fatty Lee obviously didn't listen to the sentence. Only the first half of the sentence. Read a sentence, then, seemed to have thought of something, looked at Yifan, somewhat puzzled, said, Yifan, dragon relic bloodline? Can a person have it? There is. Yifan replied. But that kind of person usually has an ancestor who had a first-generation imperial beastmaster who killed a dragon relic. Can you have this bloodline if you've killed a dragon-like relic? Not really. Dragon blood is highly poisonous. Only those who bathe in dragon blood and don't die will have this trait and inherit it. Yifan casually said, there are only 2 families that I've heard of that have this kind of bloodline now, and with the inheritance of the bloodline, these kind of people with dragon pupils are already getting fewer and fewer. So hearing this, Fatty Lee mused. Then, looking at Yifan, whispered, that what? Just junior high school graduation vacation, once you have a cousin is not to find you to play. His eye pupil seems to be the dragon pupil you said it. Chapter 31, The Little Badger. My cousin. Hearing this, Yi-fan revealed a puzzled expression. Which cousin of mine? It is the one who lives in the village of the city, called Yi. Fatty Lee scratched his head. I forget what to call anyway. His eyes are like this, very large, the majority of eye nuts, yawning when there is a golden light that you say flows. I also asked at that time your cousin is not the eyes have any problems. The village in the city. Hearing this, Yi-fan's brows also frowned. His memories about his relatives were very few. Since the outbreak of the beast tide in Ping City, his parents died. Yi-fan went to venture outside and rarely came back. 100 years of time had passed. There was basically no memories about these what cousins. He has cousins with dragon pupil characteristics. In the past life, there is a dragon pupil, this characteristic offspring of the family. In addition to the Kyoto has a family, in the North Sea has a family. Also did not hear of any family surnamed Ya. Frowning and thinking for a while, in the end, Yi-fan shook his head. The dragon pupil was extraordinary. Really, if his cousin had this bloodline, he would have an impression anyways. Forget it, those things don't have much to do with us. And even if they do, it doesn't matter. Yi-fan opened his mouth. Dragon relics are just one of the ancient relics. Just know about it. Keep an eye on it if you encounter it, and forget about it if you don't encounter it. Let's go. It's the third day today. Hurry up and find something good. And try to be able to raise the level of the imperial beasts again when we leave the secret realm. Saying that, Yi-fan walked ahead, and beside him, the hellhound followed him, its dark red tail swinging. Quite a bit of momentum now. The increase brought about by the bloodline grade of the two imperial beasts was quite huge, and for the entire day of the third day, Yi-fan and Fatty Lee hunted close to the inner perimeter of the forest, killing a whole bunch of 8 and 9-star wild imperial beasts, and even killing a bronze grade one. According to this progress, the next time we come in we'll be able to hunt close to the core area. As night fell, Fatty Lee built a fire and roasted a piece of vicious rhinoceros meat while, at the same time, stretching. At this time of the day, I don't think anyone from the Ingja class dares to come here. We've kind of pinned them down. It's all right, after all. Everyone is just starting out at this point. The competition will get more and more intense later on. Yi-fan pulled off a piece of roasted meat. Freshmen enjoy the best benefits. Even the teaching area is separated. After the first half of the semester, the upperclassmen will be with us. Some of them are disgusting. Beat him if it's disgusting. Fatty Lee spoke. Those who bully the small with the big are the most detestable. Beat it up if you can, but there will be some good seedlings in the senior classes, especially in the senior year. There's one who is said to have already entered the Silver 9 stars, and his family and school are preparing resources for him to see if they can get him to impact gold before the college entrance exam. Yi-fan replied, and seemed to have thought of something, adding, that person should be Tung Chong's cousin's cousin. He really has a cousin's cousin? Hearing this, Fatty froze. Of course, why else would I have said to have his cousin's cousin come? Yi-fan replied, skimming his mouth carelessly. Only it's just like that. He doesn't have Tang's last name, so he won't necessarily give a head to someone like Tung Chong. Deng Chong is too mixed up and doesn't have much of a brain, and his cousin's cousin isn't a cutie pie. What's the point of giving him a head start? That's okay, Silver 9 stars. The genus is a bit outrageous. Fatty Lee responded in a small voice. Hearing this, Yi-fan smiled and didn't continue, pulling off another piece of roasted meat and eating it. I have to say, staying with Fatty Lee, perhaps it was the influence of this guy, his words became less of the rack of his previous life. But this is not bad, after all, our reliving a life make up for the regrets of the previous life to live every day of the present. This is the main thing. Hey Yi-fan, you say when I have a dragon python in the future? Eating barbecue meat, Fatty Lee raised his hand, was about to say some lofty ideals. Suddenly, aside of the jungle came the sound of the suddenly. There was a sound from the jungle. Immediately afterward, a little thing that looked like a honey badger stepped out, with a forehead that looked like it had been smeared with white ash, and looked, well, like a little lost imperial beast. It walked out and froze for a moment when it saw Yi-fan and Fatty Lee as well as the hellhound and the two-headed snake by the fire, but immediately after, it seemed to be a little cold and came to the fire not far away and squatted down. What kind of imperial beast is this? It's so chic looking. Looking at this little thing, Fatty Lee made a sound and was just about to reach out to touch it when Yi-fan's voice rang out. Fatty, don't touch it. The voice was somewhat urgent, and Fatty Lee's hand trembled in fear and drew back. What's wrong? Looking at Yi-fan who had a frown on his face, Fatty Lee let out a puzzled voice. Shoo! Yi-fan put up a silencing gesture and looked at the honey badger like imperial beast and put up his hand. That little guy also saw Yi-fan's action and with a grunt, He also stretched out his 2 paws and rubbed them in front of the fire. After roasting the fire for a short while, the little guy's gaze moved to the grill in front of Yi Fan, on which there was still a large piece of vicious rhinoceros meat. You want to eat this? Noticing the little guy's gaze, Yi Fan made a sound and, at the same time, gestured. Kiki. The little guy made a noise and nodded humanely. Yi Fan didn't say much and cut off a piece of roasted meat and threw it to it. This little guy looked at the roasted meat that was thrown over with extra caution, and stretched out his nose to sniff it before grabbing it and eating it with confidence. Such a small thing, the speed of eating roasted meat was strangely fast, and in less than a moment's time, a piece of roasted meat was eaten cleanly. Seeing this, Yi Fan cut off another piece and threw it over, repeating like this until that large piece of evil rhinoceros meat had been eaten for a large portion. That little guy patted his stomach and didn't pick up the roasted meat that Yi Fan had thrown over. Kiki. Standing up, the little guy made a sound at Yi Fan, as if to express his gratitude, and then followed the way he came and drilled into the jungle, quickly disappearing. Phew! Until this moment, Fatty Lee, who hadn't said anything on the side, took a long breath and looked at Yi Fan on the opposite side of the room, and with one mouth, it was a sentence. Can something that small eat so much that the meat is going to be all over it? Looking small is all, Yi Fan replied, also relieved, glanced at Fatty and suddenly said, Fatty, do you know how much that little thing's strength was at just now? How much? Bronze 1 star, Yi Fan replied, picking a piece of meat in front of him and stuffing it into his mouth. Bronze 1 star. That is not good to deal with it. Why are you so nervous? Hearing this level, Fatty Lee was puzzled and opened his mouth. The other bronze 1 stars are good to deal with, this little guy difficult. Yi Fan shook his head. It's called a tiny badger. It doesn't have any similar imperial beasts. It's the only one of its kind in the race. The bloodline ranges from low grade to elite peak grade. The one just now, it's an elite grade. It's a bit special, Fatty Lee replied. But it's so small, it shouldn't be that powerful. No, just the opposite, Yi Fan replied. This imperial beast is super difficult to deal with, naturally resistant to poison. That leather armor is water and fire invulnerable to hardness and abnormality, coupled with its small size and sensitivity. To kill it in the same level, unless it has absolute power to crush it, it is simply impossible. Speaking here, Yi Fan looked at Fatty and smiled helplessly. The most crucial thing is that this kind of imperial beast holds a grudge. Holding a grudge? Hearing this, Fatty Lee froze. How vindictive. Just now when you touched its head that one time, it could chase and fight you for 3 days. Yi Fan replied, this kind of imperial beast, known as a jungle bully, once it starts a conflict, it will keep fighting with its identified enemy until its enemy escapes to a place where it can't catch up or dies. Think about it, such a difficult bronze-level tiny badger. If we really have a conflict with it, can we still stay in this secret realm? So exaggerated. Hearing this, Fatty Lee sucked in a breath of cool air, looked at his hand, and hastily slapped it. This thing, unless you can crush it, if you encounter it, it's best to feed it well. Yi Fan watched the fat man's movements and said with a smile, Absolutely, my badger brother. That has to give face. Fatty Lee hurriedly said, and then thought of something. Yi Fan, you said that the tiny badger is so powerful. Isn't it great to use it as a royal beast? Awesome is awesome, but this kind of imperial beast has a strong sense of resistance, and it's basically impossible for imperial beast masters of the same level to get their approval. Yi Fan was helpless. One failed contract. Then be prepared to be chased and bitten by this tiny badger for dozens of kilometers. Chapter 32 Wang Lingxi. This is too fierce. Fatty Lee was surprised. This imperial beast is so unique. There are many unique imperial beasts out there. Yi Fan smiled. The ones I know of are the kind of parrot-type imperial beasts that are proficient in human speech, able to mimic the voice of every person he's ever met, and across the screen, even the original owner's closest people can't tell the difference. There is also a monkey-type imperial beast, named Monk-Face Buddha Monkey, long a red face, wearing clothes, wearing Buddha beads, and the monks in the temple know too. Kinds of all kinds of beings, interesting. Indeed. Just listening to you is somewhat interesting. On the side, Fatty Lee was a bit wistful. Yi Fan, how do you know so much about imperial beasts? Did you learn it all in middle school theory? Not really, it's more of what I've seen and heard. Yi Fan replied, as long as you're interested, there are naturally ways to find out. Also, Fatty Lee nodded his head and was just about to say something, when suddenly, the sound of imperial beasts roaring came from the depths of the jungle, and among them, The sound of a tiny badger was mixed in. "What's the situation?" Fatty Lee raised his head and stared, only to see that at one end of the line of sight, the tiny badger was roaring face to face with a bronze 2-star silver gray wolf. A bizarre scene just appeared. The little badger seems to be very angry, tilted his head and kept making ear-piercing screams at the silver gray wolf, which was in a defensive posture, but its body shape was retreating, and on its legs there was obviously a bite mark. True to Yifan's words, ordinary imperial beasts of the same level couldn't help the tiny badger at all. The silver gray wolf's several attacks fell short. Instead, it was bitten by the other party and roared angrily. It didn't freeze for long and fled with its tail between its legs. The tiny badger followed closely behind. His small body was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the two imperial beasts rushed into the jungle on the other side. That tiny badger is really fierce, chasing after an imperial beast so much larger than itself. Surprisingly, the other party is still scared of it. After watching the whole thing, Fatty Lee exclaimed, "If you can't beat it, then what's the solution? In this next period of time, that silver gray wolf will probably have a lot to suffer." Yifan naturally also saw this scene, smiled and shook his head, then stood up. "Let's go. This place is too close to the inner perimeter of the forest. There are bronze-level imperial beasts at any time. Go to the outer perimeter and station yourself there, lest you get attacked at night." "Okay," Fatty Lee replied, shouldering his backpack and standing up, while blowing his whistle, and the next moment, the black flame snake and purple striped snake swam from a short distance away. Nights in the forest were quite dangerous, so at night, the imperial beasts usually rested around the campsite and were able to act as a lookout. Snap! Footsteps resounded through the jungle, coming to a point where some of the outskirts of the forest were visibly buzzing with activity, and it was clear that, by this time, a number of students had been able to team up and explore the location, settling down in the vicinity. Yifan didn't care about these people and took Fatty Lee with him, both leaving from the edge of their camp. Yifan, passing through a narrow place. Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by a figure stepping out of the darkness. Both Yifan and Fatty Lee were stunned by this sudden sighting, and immediately afterward, seeing the figure clearly, Yifan frowned slightly. "Ma Xiaoxue, why are you here?" This Ma Xiaoxue in front of her, her old clean face was no longer there. At the moment, she was gray and had quite a few wounds on her body, and seemed to have gone through a grueling battle. "I encountered a grizzly bear in the outskirts in the afternoon, and when I fought it, I didn't fight it, and I lost my duffel bag." Ma Xiaoxue, on the other hand, was a bit ashamed. "Then I had to sleep on the ground," said Ma Xiaoxue, pointed to the side. "The shadow. There is a pile of leaves and branches made of beds." "How was your harvest?" Yifan asked. "It's okay. Yesterday and today, I picked up some strong tendon grass, and I used them all for my imperial beasts." Ma Xiaoxue replied. "My white wolf is up to black iron 4 stars. Black iron 4 stars, not bad." Hearing this, Yifan was a bit surprised. This Ma Xiaoxue's performance in her last life was quite mediocre. Although she had entered the secret realm a few times before, she was hanging on by a thread, but her performance in this life was quite good. At this time, to get to the black iron 4 stars, all the freshmen inside the upper middle. "Fatty, give her one of the extra backpacks and tents." Thinking of something, Yifan casually said, "Good." Fatty on the side nodded and took out the spare backpack and tent from the imperial beast space, handing it to Ma Xiaoxue. "Many thanks." Ma Xiaoxue nodded her head repeatedly and looked at Yifan with some gratitude in her eyes. "You have to give yourself leeway in doing things, and prepare alternatives as much as possible." Yifan opened his mouth and said in a calm tone, "If you are looking to quickly level up your imperial beasts, I would suggest looking in the direction to the east of here. There might be some good gains." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue nodded her head repeatedly. Okay. "Fatty, let's go," said Yifan. Yifan took a step and continued forward, not bothering with Ma Xiaoxue, who stayed in the same place. Soon, the two walked out a considerable distance. Fatty Lee came up and asked, "That Ma Xiaoxue person is quite good. Why don't you let her join us in? Our secrets are worth a lot of money. I won't let people I don't trust get close to us." Yifan replied, glancing at Fatty, then said, "As for people being good or bad, you can't tell for a while." "Then just now you told her." Seeing that she seems to have some upwardly mobile mind, incidentally, if there can be some gains, it can also be considered as leaving a favor. Yifan said. A smile appeared on his face and said with a slightly deeper meaning, "There are times when some unintentional actions may bring something unexpected." "Understood." Fatty Lee nodded. Following Yifan for the past few days, he probably knew some of Yifan's way of thinking. Don't approach the living, but if the other person is nice, it's still okay to give help as you go along. Snap. As they were walking, suddenly another group of people appeared in front of them, apparently seeing Yifan and the others first 7 or 8 of them, waiting right on the path, one standing straight. A road blocker? Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee was startled and took a step backward. The guardian is here, and if he dares to rob what his classmates harvested, I'm afraid he'll be expelled from school. Yifan shook his head, but was not afraid at all, and took a step towards the path. Soon, and this group of people met, only to see that the forefront of this team there is a makeup somewhat delicate girl, is a little lazy leaning on a side of the roots of the tree. Seeing the two walking, the girl let out a voice, which was extraordinarily soft and sounded soft. Yifan, get to know each other? You are Wang Lingxi from Ingje class, right? Glancing at the girl, Yifan calmly opened his mouth. You know me? This surprised Wang Lingxi a bit. Of course. Yifan nodded his head, some laughter in his eyes. This Wang Lingxi is also considered to be a proud daughter of the sky. The last life, because of the disobedience of the A-level, formed a group of their own, often against Jijia, and then the college entrance exams when the play is not normal, went to a remote city to study in the university, and then later it is said to be there to get married and have a child, and then there is no news. At that time, Wang Lingxi was considered quite famous. Her family was a famous entrepreneur in Pingcheng, and she herself was one of the rare B-level special Imperial Beast talent Spirit Kuei, able to share her vision with the Imperial Beasts, and easily find some opportunities that were hard for other people to find, and before the college entrance exams, she was considered to be a renowned genius in Pingcheng. This girl is quite interesting. Yifan's last life of the senior has risen and she also has some collision, is considered to be the true nature of the girl. Then there's nothing more to say, since you know me, then you should know about the Spirit Stream Core. Wang Lingxi spoke. I heard about you and Deng Li, and I'm not on good terms with Deng Li. Do you want to join me? And when the time comes, he definitely won't dare to trouble you. Sure enough, when he heard Wang Lingxi speak, Yifan shook his head, looked at Wang Lingxi and said, I don't like joining other people's organizations. What's wrong with organizations? Isn't it good to do activities together? It's safe and you get more things. Wang Lingxi retorted, we are all people with similar aspirations. Hearing this, Yifan's expression was helpless as he looked at the group of people around Wang Lingxi and could only shake his head. This is not a qualified organization. It is clearly a group of people with all kinds of ideas in their hearts. Some wanted to get support from Wang Lingxi and her family, some wanted to follow Wang Lingxi to be able to get benefits, and some purely just to be able to take advantage of Wang Lingxi's special talent to partake in something. Really, if they were all working together, they wouldn't have been so miserably pressured by Jijia in their previous life. Chapter 33 End of the Secret World. What's wrong, you don't agree? Looking at Yifan's reaction, Wang Lingxi frowned and pouted. I've heard that you're good at boxing and kicking and 1/10 of Deng Li and the others, but right now everyone is at Black Iron, and in the future when we get to bronze level, and the Imperial Beasts have skills, your boxing and kicking won't be of any use. The power of 1 or 2 people is limited. You want to fight against Deng Li and the others, joining me would be the best choice. Against Deng Li? Hearing this, Yifan laughed helplessly. He had never put Deng Li in his heart at all. From the time he knew that the dynasty organization was laying out in Pingcheng, his eyes were behind Deng Li, the cult that had been choking a period of time. Don't you believe it, when you reach the bronze level, the Imperial Beasts will really be much stronger than people. It's hard for you to win with fisticuffs. Looking at Yifan's expression, as if he was worried that Yifan didn't believe it, Wang Lingxi said emphatically, and we've already fought against bronze-level Imperial Beasts today, and came close to taking down the other side. That's the power of a team. Looking at Wang Lingxi's persistent appearance, Yifan shook his head and looked at Fatty Lee who was on the side. Fatty, show her. Okay. Fatty Lee answered, removed the package, placed it on the ground, and opened it. Bronze level. At a glance, Wang Lingxi saw the blood and flesh of that evil rhinoceros, and in the pupils of her eyes, she revealed astonishment. Bronze level, is it strong? Yifan opened his mouth, and Wang Lingxi looked up suddenly, looking at the other party's calm eyes, and opened her mouth, only to feel her lips a little dry. You've, advanced to bronze? Bronze kills bronze, so there's no need to display it. Yifan shook his head and gave Fatty a wink, and Fatty Lee also put the package away. Wang Lingxi was silent, obviously, at this time. She was also clear about what the concept of black iron crossing over to kill bronze was. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Lingxi was ready to speak. But I have a spirit kuei. I know that you have a spirit kuei, but a spirit kuei doesn't mean anything. It only means that you might have a little bit more opportunities than others, but to master those opportunities, what is needed is strength. Yifan interrupted Wang Lingxi's words and stepped forward. I think you'd better think more about how to get stronger up. Don't waste your talent. At the end of the sentence, the faces of many people around Wang Lingxi changed. Some people were a bit annoyed and wanted to make a sound but eventually closed their mouths. The two of them, Yi Fan, quickly left, and Wang Lingxi looked at his back with somewhat deep eyes. This Yi Fan, how arrogant. One person seemed to see something wrong with Wang Lingxi and came over. Misfit guy, joining us is probably going to be a fight, so it's better not to join. But the others didn't even look at us, let alone join. Wang Lingxi shook her head. It was obvious that the shock that Yi Fan and the others had brought to her by killing the bronze-level imperial beasts at this stage was not small. The strength of their people here was quite good, generally in the black iron 5 stars upwards, but such a group of people, in the face of the skills of the bronze-level imperial beasts, were still defeated in a hand-to-hand rout. 2D ranks, how can they be so powerful? The 5 days of the secret world passed quickly, and on the morning of the end, the doors to the secret world opened and the students went out in order. At the door, the principal himself arrived, the mentors were in place, and Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong sat on one side each, neither speaking. Students who came out, please register the things you got in the secret realm and tally the total value. The principal said that the one who performs the best and gets the most things in the secret realm will be rewarded with an elite imperial beast. As the voice came out, the many students were a bit excited, especially those who had a good harvest from the secret realm. They were even more joyful and smiling. Lu Song, the total value of things obtained is about $11,000. Zhao Li, total stuff obtained is worth about $36,000. In front of a table, an old man wearing a pair of presbyopia glasses with white hair was in charge of the statistics. His eyesight seemed to be extremely high, and the students' things placed in front of his table could be seen to have a few points of value with just a slight sweep. In no time at all, most of the students who came out tested over half of them, mostly in the $10,000 to $50,000 range. It looks like all of these students' harvests are quite good. Looking at the things those students took out, the principal nodded his head, and it was evident that he was quite satisfied with the performance of this freshman class. Ma Xiaoxue, get something worth about $3,000. The voice rang out, appearing a bit abrupt, and the eyes of several tutors saw, and when they realized that it was a student from the general class, their gazes shifted back to Pan Zhao. I used most of my stuff. Looking at the look Pan Zhao cast, Ma Xiaoxue explained. Use it. Pan Zhao nodded and was about to say something when he heard a few more voices. Marshal Li, get something worth about $1,000. Qian Kuan, get something worth about $500. The successive passes were made by the few remaining regular class students, all but 1,000 in number. Pan Zhao's face darkened a bit, and when he heard that the last student had obtained something worth 0 blocks, he couldn't help but speak. Are you shopping inside the secret realm, and you haven't found anything after 5 days of shopping? Teacher Pan. Me. My imperial beast is only a black iron 1 star. I can't beat any imperial beast. That student was a bit flustered. This word to Pan Zhao choked enough, skimmed his mouth, scolded. Still stay here why? Know that the royal beasts cannot go to practice. Standing here is not idle shame? Yes, yes, yes. A few students hooked their heads and slipped away, but next to them, the few teachers beside Jiang Hong were watching with a look of amusement. This looks just like that. I thought the regular class could really rise to the top. I think that Yi Fan might be about the same. He looks powerful. Going to the secret realm isn't something you can do by fighting, it's also about finding things. Not long after, the remaining students basically came out as well, and as Wang Lingxi came out, the gazes of several teachers paid attention. With the spirit Kuei, Wang Lingxi is the most advantageous in this kind of secret realm. Her harvest should be great. Definitely it's not like you don't know about this kind of talent of spirit Kuei. Scrying for treasure that's too easy. And Wang Lingxi lived up to the hype, getting something close to 110,000 in total after the review. 1,100,000. Hearing this figure, many other students revealed expressions of awe. It's a trip that's equivalent to 10 times what other students get. Not bad. Jiang Hong also made a rare vocalization, and it was clear that he was also relatively satisfied with such a harvest. Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded, but her eyes flicked backward. Yi Fan and the others haven't come out yet, what are these two doing? The crowd waited, and it wasn't much longer before the light gate of the secret realm responded. Eyes converged, and suddenly, the corpse of an imperial beast was thrown out. Short-footed tyrant lizard. The moment they saw the corpse of this imperial beast, many teachers' faces changed. The strength of this short-footed tyrannical lizard they all knew. There was no brain, rampage, bronze-level awakened skill was a ranged earthquake, quite powerful. Some students of the second year of high school had suffered a loss when they messed with it last month. But it was hunted? Before anyone could speak, the light door vibrated, followed by Fatty Lee's voice. This short-footed tyrannical lizard is also too heavy, and on the side, the Imperial Beast space is filled up again. As he said that, he also flung his hand, and when he saw that everyone's gazes were looking at him, he subconsciously looked at Yifan who was on the side. What the hell? Yifan also didn't expect a group of people to be here and froze. There was a slight silence in the air, but it was the principal who spoke first, asking with a smiling face. Liu, was this short-footed storm lizard hunted by you too? Yeah. Fatty Lee nodded his head without thinking much about anything. Yifan said that the secret realm would open at 10 today, so the time should be in time to finish off the short-footed tyrannical lizard. So we went. Like this. Hearing this, the principal nodded, and his gaze shifted to Yifan at the side as he inquired and spoke. Yifan, we're currently conducting a tally of the value gained from the secret realm. Do you mind if we take a look at your secret realm's harvest? It's fine. Yifan shook his head and looked at Fatty Lee who was on the side. Fatty Lee would understand and unwrapped the package behind his back. The moment he opened it, numerous exclamations of surprise rang out, only to see such a large backpack. All kinds of spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, spiritual flowers, stuffed to the brim. Knock! The package was placed on the table, and this time even the old man in charge of statistics froze for a moment, looking up at the two men and then flipping the package and taking out the contents. One by one, the items were taken out, almost filling up half of the table, and the old man was silent for a few seconds before he reported a number. Yifan Liu obtained something worth about 55 million. Chapter 34 Rewards. 550,000. And the moment that number came out, gasps rang out. 5 times that of Wang Lingxi. 550,000? Hearing this, the first one to be shocked was Wang Lingxi. I'm afraid that no one knows the situation in the secret realm better than her. There are so many spirit grasses and herbs in that secret realm that are guarded by royal beasts. How is it possible to get so many of those spirit grasses and herbs? This Yifan opened his mouth, but Wang Lingxi suddenly thought of what Yifan said that day. Take advantage of opportunities based on strength. It turns out that he can kill more than just bronze 1-star imperial beasts. Cough. Hearing this number, Headmaster Puya also coughed and his gaze lingered, looking at the package behind Yifan. I'm all about the blood and flesh of some imperial beasts here. It's not worth much. Yifan grabbed the first to speak. Puya choked and opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't ask. His gaze shifted to Fatty Lee, revealing another smile. Liu, did you obtain anything else? I don't have any more. It's all empty. Fatty Lee cooperated and spread his hands. The stuff is all here. The other imperial beasts ate it all. Hearing this, many teachers cursed. Fart, you just said your royal beast space was full. My imperial beast space is full of food and nothing else. Fatty Lee spoke emphatically. Shameless. Who the loads a space for food? Numerous teachers once again cursed at this moment also cannot help but some heartbeat. It is clear that these harvest is certainly not all Yifan's package, the two of them in the royal beast space. There are definitely a lot of good things. That's already $550,000, so how much do they really have to make on this trip? Going to the secret world to get the goods? Well done. Not far away, Pan Zhao made a sound. You two have gained more than what one of the other classes has earned. This is a bit of hate, but at the moment Pan Zhao does not care. Good guy just held a big breath, this time all earned back. You're so proud of Wang Lingxi? 2 of us are as good as your class. Jiang Hong's face, on the other hand, darkened as his gaze coalesced on Yifan in the center of the field, and when he saw that the other party's face was always calm. Then, he stood up and prepared to leave. Jiang Hong, don't you want to see the results? Pan Zhao's voice rang out, but Jiang Hong snorted coldly and walked away with a wave of his sleeve. This Jiang Hong, his face is going green with anger. Looking at Jiang Hong's appearance, Pan Zhao was happy. Looking at Yifan and Fatty Lee, this was the more he looked the better he felt. Even Liu, who previously felt that the imperial beasts were imperial like a piece of, seemed to look a lot more agreeable. Headmaster, isn't it time to hand out rewards? Pan Zhao issued a voice, somewhat urgently. This. Puya was helpless, glared at Pan Zhao, coughed, looked at Yifan and Fatty Lee, and spoke. This is what I set up before Ha. The one with the biggest harvest from this secret realm will be rewarded with an elite grade imperial beast. Only, There's only one imperial beast, so see which one of you wants it. Give it to Yi-fan, he contributed a lot. Fatty Lee didn't hesitate and spoke immediately. Okay. Puya nodded, his eyes looking towards Yi-fan, and was about to take out the things in the imperial beast space when Yi-fan's voice rang out. Can imperial beasts be discounted? What? These words caused Puya to stare blankly, while on the side, Pan Zhao was a bit anxious and couldn't help but open his mouth. Definitely imperial beasts. The headmaster's place is filled with tamed imperial beasts, and they all start out at black iron 9 stars, and they can easily advance to the bronze level. My current imperial beast still needs a lot of resources, and I shouldn't need a second imperial beast in a short period of time. Yi-fan shook his head. You! Pan Zhao opened his mouth. Looking at Yi-fan's firm appearance, he could only sigh somewhat angrily in the end. This principle out of the royal beast that is certainly not ordinary, even if it does not reach the elite pinnacle of the kind of gifted skills, at least it is also in the elite grade is quite good. Feeding to a very high level is absolutely no problem. You talk about discounting, it's so much of an asshole. Are you sure you want to discount it? Puya obviously didn't expect Yi-fan to say this either, and said with some surprise, without even asking what imperial beasts I would give you? Don't ask. Yi-fan shook his head. You little fellow, you are somewhat interesting. Looking at Yi-fan, Pumi revealed a smile, but he didn't say anything else, waving his hand. All right, an elite-grade imperial beast with 9 stars of black iron. Let's go with the average market price, 600,000. I'll have the finances tally it up in a while, and have your teacher send it to you. Okay. Thank you, Principal. Yi-fan arched his hand and nodded to Fatty Lee, who was at the side. Fatty Lee understood and carried the package on the ground floor and greeted these teachers. So what will go first? This short-footed violent lizard, everyone do not move, ha. I will come back later to carry. Said, 2 people, 1 person, a big bag to carry toward the outside. That look, it is really like to go into the goods back. The teachers all had their eyes wide open as they watched these 2 leave, while Puya looked at the backs of the 2 as they left with a smile, and finally, looked at Pan Zhao, saying with a different meaning, Pan Zhao, you this year seem to have a lot of luck. Clunk. In the dormitory, Yi-fan and the 2 of them happened to return to the dormitory and had just closed the door when Pan Zhao clanging knocked on the door. Fatty Lee saw that the door was knocked a dent, hastily went to open the door. Once the door was opened, heard Pan Zhao somewhat unhappy. You 2 really? Just that elite-level imperial beast, why not? Said all say not listen. It's mainly because my own imperial beast still needs to be cultivated. Hearing Pan Zhao say this, Yi-fan was somewhat helpless and was about to repeat his explanation, but Pan Zhao was angrily cursing on the spot. Bull. Both of you are inferior-grade imperial beasts. What's the point of cultivating them? Isn't this a waste of resources? No. Yi-fan shook his head and summoned his imperial beast. Cerberus appeared, and in the dormitory, the temperature was noticeably hotter. A bronze-level hellhound? Looking at the imperial beast that appeared, Pan Zhao froze. Is this the new imperial beast you've taken in? No. Yi-fan replied, revealing a smile. We got 6 inferior change fruits in the secret realm, which allowed us to raise our imperial beast bloodline level to elite. Inferior fruit? Pan Zhao was a bit surprised. You guys got all that stuff? Well, it's the one guarded by that short-footed storm lizard just now. Yi-fan replied. No wonder you don't want it then. Only then did Pan Zhao not continue to dwell on the imperial beasts and look towards Fatty Lee. Liu, where are your imperial beasts? Release them for me to take a look. Oh, okay. Fatty Lee was already afraid of Pan Zhao, and when he heard this voice, he hastily summoned his 2 imperial beasts. Black flame snake, purple striped snake, 2 black iron 6 stars. Looking at Fatty Lee's 2 imperial beasts, Pan Zhao was silent and looked at the package that the 2 had placed on the ground. You 2. How did you get so many things in the secret realm? It's mostly luck. Fatty Lee scratched his head, but Pan Zhao was out of breath. Did I ask you? Hearing this, Fatty Lee hastily silenced his voice and Pan Zhao looked at Yi-fan. But Yi-fan just smiled and said, it's also considered lucky. Luck. Hearing this, Pan Zhao grunted, but didn't pursue too much. As a teacher, he wouldn't pursue his students' secrets. All right, in the recent days, you guys go home and rest for a few days. It's kind of a vacation for you. After a while, Pan Zhao spoke, turning around and preparing to leave. Okay. Hearing this, Yi-fan nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Fatty Lee was also all smiles, but asked suspiciously, why are you giving us a vacation? Are you 100,000 reasons? You're still not happy with a vacation? Pan Zhao scolded angrily. If you don't like it, come back and practice every day. Gladly, gladly. Fatty Li hurriedly agreed. Only then did Pan Zhao's face look a little better. Glancing at Yifan, he said in a deep voice, go back and don't rest for too long. You definitely need to come back before the secret realm opens next month. You're smart enough to understand what I'm talking about. Understood. Yifan nodded his head in agreement, and Pan Zhao nodded as well. Then he gave Fatty Li a hateful look, and seemed to be a bit upset as he cursed. Liu, Liu, if you can be half as smart as Yifan, I'll be able to be pissed off by you 2 times less in a day. Fatty Li dared to be angry, watched Pan Zhao leave, then made a face, came to the side of Yifan, and quickly asked, what in the world is the meaning of what Pan Zhao said? How suddenly give us a vacation? That is, let us fade out for a while first. Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Li. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Our harvest in the secret realm this time is too big, plus our matter has also spread out. There will definitely be some trouble. Instead of wasting our energy by pulling with these people here, why don't we quietly give us a vacation to go back and rest for a period of time first? Anyway, it doesn't delay us to go to the adventure or something. Oh, like this. Hearing this, Fatty Li nodded. Meaning we're still famous now? Out of great fame. Yifan replied, he also did not expect the principal to suddenly engage in such a thing, originally muffled even if other people guessed, but also just know that his strength is good. But with such a pass, everyone knew that they had killed the bronze imperial beast in the secret realm and harvested a whole lot of things. This was a completely different concept. Almost at once, they were pushed to the tip of the wind, and for quite some time to come, probably everyone's eyes would be on them. This was still Yifan hadn't opened his bag. If all of them were counted, it was estimated that a large group of people in the school would rob them. Thinking of this, Yifan was a bit helpless, but he didn't care too much. Forget it. It's not bad to go back and take a rest, to see mom and dad, and just in time, I still have some things to go back and do. Chapter 35, Homecoming. Saying that, Yifan opened his package and counted the income from this trip. It is indeed quite a harvest, and with the income from such a trip, more than 1 million is definitely there. This was the gap between Imperial Beast Masters and ordinary people. After coming to the bronze level, any Imperial Beast was worth thousands of dollars, not to mention that they could find better spiritual herbs and medicines, whereas ordinary people, even if they were Imperial Beast hunters with pretty good hands, they could only hunt black iron low-star Imperial Beasts, risking their lives every time they hunted. On the side, Fatty Li came over and revealed a look of interest. Yifan, what exactly is the skill that your Hellhound bronze level comprehended? I saw it suddenly use it today. The surrounding meters were enveloped in flames, and that short-footed storm lizard instantly died a violent death. It's too fierce. That skill is called superheated combustion. It's kind of an okay skill. Yifan replied with a smile. This morning, the 5th day of the secret realm, his Hellhound completed its breakthrough to bronze level in the Imperial Beast space, comprehending its first Imperial Beast skill, superheated combustion, a skill that allowed the Hellhound to explode the high temperature within its body for a short period of time, causing a portion of the space around it to be shrouded in high-temperature flames based on the strength of the Imperial Beast. This skill is somewhat similar to self-detonation, though it does not harm the Imperial Beast itself, and after using it, it will briefly disengage and is considered a wide-range killing skill. With this bottom line, Yifan's mind to deal with the short-footed tyrannical lizard to get the vines of the inferior fruit got up and decided to hunt that short-footed tyrannical lizard within the last 2 hours. That was what led to the scene where Fatty Li was carrying the short-footed storm lizard. Too cool, that skill. Fatty Li was a little envious. My Imperial Beast doesn't know what skill it will comprehend at bronze level. Anyway, no matter what skill is comprehended, it is important to go for more proficiency and learn to choose when to use the skills of the Imperial Beasts in battle. Yifan replied, it's only the first skill now. As the level of the Imperial Beasts gets higher and the number of Imperial Beasts grows, more and more skills will be comprehended, and it will become more and more difficult to be skillful at that time. Don't go playing around when you get back, and become more skillful in cooperating with the Imperial Beasts. We're just starting out now, so don't get into the habit of being lazy. Got it. Fatty Li nodded his head. Yifan's preaching was something he loved to hear. All right, pack up your things. You'll be going home tomorrow. Yifan then packed up the things on the table, thought of something, command-like to Fatty. After you go back and eat so much every day, your parents will definitely ask you. Just say that it's the Royal Beast Master who needs to supplement a lot of nutrition. It's okay. I would have eaten more. Fatty Li's words caused Yifan to choke, and the latter paused for a long time before saying, it's all right then. Early the next morning, Pan Zhaolai sent the 2 men to the station with the principal's reward of 600,000 yuan. 300,000 yuan each. Fatty Lee saw so much money for the first time. Then the eyes are looking straight, and was Pan Zhao a flurry of scolding no interest, instructed a few times to go back and do not spend the money. Da-da-da-da. Soon, the car drove away, and on the platform, Pan Zhao looked at the car that sped away, and then sighed leisurely. Those two brats, they should be able to settle down when they go home. With that said, Pan Zhao turned around and walked in the direction of the school. But it didn't go out far, and in the sky, a long-winged bird flew over his head at breakneck speed, chasing after the car as it drove away. In broad daylight, don't you know that the use of flying imperial beasts is prohibited in Ping City? You don't know the rules. Watching the long-winged bird fly by, Pan Zhaoga skimmed his lips. Every city has its own rules. Some cities do not prohibit the use of flying imperial beasts to fly in the city. Some imperial beasts are prohibited. Every month there are a few imperial beast masters from outside the city who do not know the rules because of violating the city's ordinance to be punished. For things like this, the city had a specialized enforcement team, and within an hour, that imperial beast master who was using a long-winged bird to fly around the city would be caught down and then educated for a while. Shaking his head, Pan Zhao seems to be a bit displeased. Where there are fewer of these people, the royal beast master is no big deal. There is a flying royal beast to show off. Mom, I'm home. The restaurant? Ning Qingxia, who was still wiping the table, heard this voice. Her figure stalled, looked up, and froze for a moment when she saw Yifan's big bag of things to carry. Yifan, why are you back? Teacher gave us a vacation. Looking at the slightly aged Ning Qingxia in front of him, Yifan didn't say anything, put down his things, stretched out his hand, and hugged her. Old mom, hard work. Ning Qingxia was somewhat overwhelmed by this hug from Yifan, and just subconsciously patted Yifan's back. What? You were wronged at school? No. Yifan shook his head and let go of his hand, taking out the money given by Pan Zhao from a backpack on the side. Li Yu and I did well in the school's secret realm. The principal rewarded us with $600,000. Li Yu and I were given $300,000 each. Seeing the stacks of money taken out, Ning Qingxia was a bit nervous and hurriedly loaded up the money, her eyes a bit alarmed. So much money? It's not a lot. I'm a beast royal master now. Yifan revealed a smile. Can an imperial beast master get this much money? Ning Qingxia was a bit disbelieving, pulling Yifan and whispering, Don't lie to me. Oh, so much money. Is it really rewarded to you by your principal? No, you can ask our teacher if you don't believe me. Yifan replied. Then I'll ask. Ning Qingxia was a bit uneasy and took out her cell phone to dial Pan Zhao's number. Yifan did not say anything. 300,000 for an ordinary family is really a lot. Mom is worried about it is normal. Let her confirm it is good. Hello, Mr. Pan? I'm Yifan's mom. The phone quickly got through. After asking a few questions to get confirmation, Ning Qingxia put down the phone. A touch of delight appeared on her face. Yifan, are you that good? I heard from Mr. Pan Zhao that you're the most powerful of those royal beast masters in this freshman class. Definitely. For his mother, Yifan was completely putting down his defenses. With a smile on his face, he said with slight pride, Mom, don't underestimate me. I am now a bronze-level imperial beast master. That powerful? Ning Qingxia was a bit surprised, obviously. She was also aware of the imperial beast ranks. Definitely. In the future, then, I won't have to worry about living. Yifan replied, I can earn 10,000 or so dollars from a random trip to hunt in the Silver Moon Forest now. Is my son so powerful now? But the Silver Moon Forest is too dangerous. It's better to go less. Ning Qingxia said. Her face was full of happiness. Study hard to get a good university on the line. The family still need you to worry about it. Well, wait a minute. I'll go find your dad and tell him the good news. Good. Yifan nodded his head and didn't say too much, looking at Ning Qingxia with a smile in his eyes as he walked towards the back kitchen. As is usually the case, Pops should be coming out in less than 3 seconds. What bronze level? And awarded him $300,000. Snap. As expected, an alarming sound rang out, and soon, Yifan's old man, Yi Lincheng, walked out of the back kitchen with a soup spoon in his hand. Pops. Looking at Yi Lincheng, Yifan spoke. Good boy, awesome. Yi Lincheng then took a few big steps to walk in front of Yifan with some excitement. Quickly. Let me see what kind of bronze-level imperial beast you have. Good. Yifan nodded his head and summoned Hellhound. Ooh, such a big one. Looking at the Hellhound that appeared in front of him, Yi Lincheng marveled. This has to be several times bigger than our family's Xiaobai. Pretty much. Yifan nodded with a smile. Pops used to be a royal beast master, only the level of the royal beast is relatively low. Xiaobai is his old man's royal beast, canine royal beasts and a white-haired dog, very ordinary royal beasts, is the old man's first royal beasts back then, and now probably in the 3 stars of the Black Iron, very humane, arranged by the old man to guard the door of the house. You kid, not bad, not bad. After looking around the hellhound in a big circle, Pops was tisk-sking. Then, patting Yifan's shoulder, sighing, if Pops had your talent, he wouldn't have failed the university exam back then. Hearing this, Yifan revealed a smile and pulled over his old man, saying somewhat mysteriously, Old man, do you still want to become a powerful beast royal master? Chapter 36. Returning the favor. Become a powerful imperial beast master? Hearing this, Yi Linqing froze, glanced at Yifan and lowered his voice. You have a way? There is. Yifan nodded and also glanced at Yi Linqing and shot a glance. The two were father and son after all. This tacit understanding was still there. Yi Linqing raised his head and shouted to the back, Qingxia, I'll take Yifan to buy something nice. I'll be back in a while, haha. Go ahead. It's not busy inside the store anyway. Lin Qingxia replied, Don't go all day. Come back early, haha. Good. Yi Linqing nodded his head and pulled Yifan, while Yifan carried the parcel, went out the door, and directly rode the 3 wheels to his home. Without much time, the two returned to the old mansion, and as soon as they opened the door and saw Yifan, Xiaobai pounced on them. Yifan hugged Little White and made out for a while, then casually opened the package and took out an iron bone fruit and stuffed it to Little White. Good boy. Iron bone fruit, tens of thousands of a... Yi Linqing opened his mouth, and before he had time to say more, Yifan was opening the package. So many. Seeing a parcel full of spiritual herbs and medicines, Yi Linqing was shocked. Pops, I have a great opportunity now. Making you a good beast master is simply easy. Yifan replied, deliberately lowering his voice. I've met a supremely powerful man who passed on to me all the various techniques and insights he had obtained throughout his life. How strong is a Jedi? Hearing this, Yi Linqing froze. Yifan had a mysterious smile on his face and came to Yi Linqing's ear. Has Pops ever heard of the king level? King level. These 2 words let Yi Linqing immediately trembled. His face suddenly changed greatly. The one above the glory? Right? Yifan nodded his head, but Yi Linqing did not say a word and hurriedly closed the door, pulling Yifan towards the inner room. Entering the inner room, Yi Linqing was overjoyed and hurriedly said to Yifan, This matter of you obtaining a king-level inheritance, don't tell anyone else. Definitely. Yifan nodded his head. His eyes looked at Yi Linqing, and once again vocalized, Pops, you haven't said it yet. Do you want to become a strong man? Definitely want to, ah. Yi Linqing nodded. Just you and not do not know, old dad imperial beast talent is not good, like you are D-level, deal with ordinary people is okay, plus now are over that age. It's not like imperial beast talent can determine everything, as long as there are enough opportunities, even if you don't have imperial beast talent, you can still become a strong person. As for the age, there are not a few who are late bloomers. Yifan replied, and without much ado, pressed Yi Linqing to sit on the seat. Pops, I will now pass on a breathing method to you. You must memorize it. Breathing method? Hearing this, Yi Linqing's expression became serious, and he hastily adjusted his state before saying with a straight face, You say, no need to be so serious, La. Yifan revealed a smile. Pops should be able to school breathing method. The following with me said, Change the orbit, from the heart. In the next few moments, Yifan slowly vocalized and taught Yi Linqing the breathing method. And in a very short time, Yi Linqing completed the breathing method, and suddenly, he exhaled a breath that was dark and dark, like impurities. What kind of breathing method is this? It's so amazing. I feel as if my body is so much lighter all of a sudden. Exhaling this breath, Yi Linqing's essence seemed to be much better. Looking at Yifan, surprised. This breathing method is named as Bright Mirror Method, can clear the impurities of the human body, a total of 7 layers after practicing all year round, can prolong life and body as light as a swallow, bright eyes like an eagle, to the high realm after also cannot invade 100 poisons, do not avoid the inflammation and cold. Yifan replied, with a smile in his eyes, Pops can find a reason to pass on this breathing method to Mom. You guys work in a greasy environment all year round. There must be a lot of sunken residue in your body. Practicing this breathing method is excellent. Good, good. Yi Linqing nodded his head repeatedly and stood up, and as soon as he moved, crackling sounds came from his body. This breathing technique, it must be extremely outstanding. It's okay. Just don't let others know. Yifan shook his head. The bright mirror method was actually not considered to be the top breathing method, but he pondered for a long time. Many of the top breathing methods needed to be practiced as a child, and most of them had special requirements. Pops and the others were old, and the effect of practicing them was not always good. This should be the most suitable breathing method for Pops and their cultivation, easy to start, and most of all, it can prolong their life, cannot be invaded by 100 poisons, and to a large extent, it can ensure their safety and avoid the underhandedness of some small-minded people. Pops, the breathing method is only a step. In order to become a strong imperial beast, the rank of the imperial beast is also extremely important, said Yifan. Yifan opened the package and put it in front of Pops. These are the spirit herbs and spirit fruits that I obtained in the secret realm. Although Xiao Bai's age is considered relatively old among the white-furred dogs, the right spirit fruits will still be able to enhance its potential to a great extent. Give it to Little White. Why don't you keep it for your imperial beast? Hearing this, Yilin Chang shook his head. Spirit fruits and whatnot are too precious. I've got plenty more. These are the ones I've picked out specifically for White. They're all perfect for him. This way. Hearing this, Yilin Chang hesitated and looked at Yifan. What you said is true, no? Of course. Yifan replied. Pops, I'm already a bronze-level imperial beast master right now, and such spiritual herbs and fruits are not difficult for me to obtain. It's not like you don't know, Pops, that in a place like Ping City, a bronze-level imperial beastmaster can already lead a very good life. That's true. Yilin Chang nodded this time and put away the spirit fruit. Recently this period of time I will be at home. When Pops has nothing to do, you can go with me to the Silver Moon Forest to practice a little bit of experience. The outskirts of the forest, I have 100% certainty to ensure the safety of Pops. Yifan said with some seriousness. By the way, old dad can improve his skills of the imperial beasts. It's also not bad. That's not a problem. Yilin Chang nodded his head. He was once someone who dreamed of moving towards the peak of the imperial beastmaster. And now that he had a path, this heart of a strong man was beating once again. But what to tell your mom? She's worried about you going, and she'll never let me take White with you. Can this still be difficult for Pops? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yifan's face. Pops, you usually make up reasons to sneak off to drink aren't quite smooth. Let's go secretly first, and when you get stronger after a while, Pops, you won't be able to hide it then before you tell Mom. It'll be a surprise for her. Brat. Hearing this, Yilin Chang cursed and scratched his head in some embarrassment. That's fine. I'll strive to go with you when I'm free recently. That's fine. Yifan nodded with a smile and glanced at Yilin Chang, suddenly saying, Pops, I am definitely going to go to a university in Kyoto in the future, so you'd better prepare for it and give Mom a good shot in advance for us all to go over there. At most, I'll be able to reach the silver level next year, and by then, I should have no problem saving up some money during my adventures by the way and graduating to Kyoto to buy a house. No problem. Yilin Chang smiled. Your mom was reading about wanting to travel to Kyoto the other day. Good. Yifan nodded his head, in his eyes, but it was a little complicated. He had been worried about his father. They are not willing to go. His previous life when he was in college also mentioned this topic, but were vetoed by his mother, said to go to drag themselves. His father also said that there is no this side of the living comfort. It turns out that Pop and the others are willing to go to Kyoto, only is not that condition this life themselves show enough to let a family based on the things, everything will be different. Thinking of something, Yifan nodded. What he wanted was not like this. Everything can be towards the good. What he did not have before, what his family did not have, now he can have it. This feels so good. Yifan nodded. For his old dad, he didn't tell the whole story. Instead of telling his old dad that he had become a king-level reborn in his previous life, it would be better to just tell him that he had gotten the inheritance of a king-level powerhouse. Knowing too much would be difficult for them to accept as well as worrying more. Chapter 37 Forests. I feel like I haven't been here in years. At one of the entrances of the Silver Moon Forest, Yilin Chang looked at the forest in front of him and sighed a little. Pingching is not big, is considered a small city of 18 lines. The school to Yifan's home is less than an hour, only the school in order to facilitate the management requirements in the school lodging. The actual distance from his home to the Silver Moon Forest may also be a little closer than the school to here. Royal Beast Master and ordinary people really there is a world of difference. The whole of Pingchang, 300,000 people are there, but the whole of Pingching high school students, no more than 1,000 people, the ratio is less than 1 in 300. And even in the Imperial Beast Master, there are many no talent, not get the opportunity. The ordinary family cannot afford the cost of an Imperial Beast promotion, ordinary Imperial Beast promotion to bronze. To rely on the money to smash, hundreds of thousands of millions must be there. How many can afford it? Like those students in Yifan's class who can't even compete for the top 10, there is no secret realm to go to, and the Silver Moon Forest is considered extremely dangerous. relying on the royal beasts to grow on their own, maybe a few years in the past or in the black iron, or even a long time to not get enough nutrients and also regress. In the past life, they can grow up, even the fat man can get to the bronze level that year. There are quite a large part of the reason is because of Pan Zhao to them to fight for these 10 places. In previous years, the ordinary class of students really is nothing. This is also the reason why the gap between Imperial Beastmasters and ordinary people as well as weak Imperial Beastmasters would be so big. Powerful Imperial Beastmasters. A random trip to hunt is the income of an ordinary family for several years. The stronger, the weaker is always weak. Add to that the fact that many people aren't able to devote themselves to the Imperial Beasts in their lives, that they have to start thinking about their families when they fail to get into college, and that a lifetime of being tired of earning money probably won't get them very far in their lives. Pops, this is just the first time. In the future, there will be more times. With a smile in his eyes, Yifan looked at Xiaobai, who was obviously much bigger next to Pops coming to the Black Iron 5 stars, and nodded. The spirit fruits he had prepared for Little White were all based on the sinewy body type, and the future evolution direction was expected to be the same. The fruit of the inferior change fruit had already been planted, and it wouldn't be long before it would bear the inferior change fruit for Little White to use. For this kind of imperial beast that didn't have the chance to control the elements to attack, its size and strength was the biggest advantage. Has Mom learned the breathing method? Thinking of something, Yifan asked. Learned. Yilin Chang nodded his head and a smile appeared on his face. I said it was your grandfather who told me in a dream that it would only be passed on to us, and I've already passed it on to you, spiritually. My grandfather dreamed. Old Dad can really have you. Hearing Yi Lin Cheng's words, Yifan was dumbfounded, but he didn't say anything more and summoned his hellhound. Little fire, come out. Wang. The hellhound came out and froze for a moment when it saw Yi Lin Cheng, and immediately after, it seemed to have smelled something and rubbed up towards Yi Lin Cheng affectionately, and then saw Xiaobai on the side and lowered its head to sniff. White sniffed the Cerberus likewise, a canine habit now, and soon, they would be familiar with each other. As expected, within a short while, the two canine imperial beasts were fighting. On the side, Yifan watched them play around for a while before he vocalized a reminder. All right, we should get down to business. Cerberus sniffed and immediately stood up, and White also showed his spirits. Pops, let's go. Yifan waved his hand towards Yi Lin Cheng. The two of them entered the imperial beast forest, and at this moment, Yi Lin Cheng's shock was only just beginning. Yifan's hellhound was too strong, plus with Yifan in it. In the entire outskirts of the forest, it was almost crushing in general. Ordinary imperial beasts couldn't even eat a single pounce bite from it. However, soon Yi Lin Cheng also familiarized himself with it, and jumped into action, commanding Xiaobai to fight, and soon gradually got into a stance. The afternoon passed quickly, and under Yifan's guidance, Yi Lin Cheng commanded Little White for the first time to pounce on a 3-star black iron wild imperial beast one-on-one. I hunted and killed a black iron 3-star wild imperial beast alone. Looking at the fallen white wolf across the street, Yi Lin Cheng let out a long breath and looked at Yifan. Great. Yifan had a smile on his face and waved his hand at Pops. Pops, that's it for today. It's past 6 in the afternoon. Let's go sell the meat and go home, or else Mom will ask. Good. Yi Lin Cheng, on the other hand, agreed with some intent. After all, he was once a royal beastmaster. The feeling of commanding a royal beast like this was too good. Yifan naturally saw Yi Lin Cheng's expression and a smile appeared on his face. This was the world of the imperial beastmasters. Who would be willing to be trapped in S for the rest of their lives if they could choose to become a powerful imperial beastmaster. In the city butcher store, seeing Yifan arrive, the store owner was all smiles. During this recent period of time, Yifan had come many times, one time more diligent than the other, and the imperial beasts he brought were also stronger than the other. The shopkeeper is not stupid, knows that this ordinary-looking kid, designated not what ordinary people, tend in all likelihood to become the atmosphere. Little brother, long time no see. The boss greeted attentively, while when he saw Yi Lin Cheng beside Yifan, he froze for a moment. Olji, why are you here as well? Harm. Yi Lin Cheng also did not expect Yifan is to come to this sell meat. He opened a restaurant, buy meat from this buy, only to buy ordinary meat, pig meat, chicken type imperial beast meat. More than 10 years down, the two are also considered old acquaintances. Yifan then glanced at Yi Lin Cheng with a smile on his face and said to the boss, This is my father, who just happens to be free today and is going to hunt with me in the Silver Moon Forest. Ah! Hearing this, the boss was shocked and said to Yi Lin Cheng, Good fellow Olji, this little brother is your son. Aha! Yi Lin Cheng nodded his head, calm on the surface, looking at his boss's expression, while in his heart, he was happy. This son of yours is remarkable, young, can hunt bronze imperial beasts, but also so young. The next thing is the boss of a variety of words of praise. Yi Linqing also from the beginning to hold back to let loose a big laugh. The two people talk very happy. I'll take all of these imperial beast meat today. They're all old acquaintances. I'll charge you at the highest price. In the end, the shopkeeper was too kind to refuse, that is all the way to send Yi Linqing to the road, before leaving a pack of good cigarettes to Yi Linqing stuffed into the pocket, and then some compliments. Pops, this feels good, doesn't it? At the mouth of the road, Yi Fan looked at Yi Linqing, whose mouth was about to close, and said somewhat flirtatiously, "Not bad." Yi Linqing replied, but the smile on his face could not be hidden. People butcher store boss said that, in reality, that is still quite rich to be able to treat himself this attitude. Don't mention how happy he was. Right now it's just ordinary people like this. When it's later, there will be imperial beast masters who will treat you with such respect. Yi Fan spoke, "It's best if Pops himself becomes stronger, so that in the future, when I'm not around, others will respect you so much." Must. Yi Linqing nodded his head repeatedly. "Wait for tomorrow, we'll come back tomorrow." Tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Coming out every day. Not afraid of mom knowing? Aya, as long as it's strong, it's okay for your mom to know. Yi Linqing replied, and Yi Fan looked at each other, and each of them laughed. Yi Fan and his dad had always been on good terms with each other. Wife, that Li Diyun said he's moving today. At the morning dinner table, Yi Linqing picked up a piece of meat and ate while pretending to be casual. You know what, we've always had a good relationship. I'm going to bring Yi Fan to help out today. Moving again? Hearing this, Lin Qingxia's brows furrowed as she looked at Yi Linqing with a slightly scrutinizing look. Those good friends of yours have gotten rich recently. Why are they moving every other day? I don't know, maybe. Yi Linqing was a bit vain. Is it because you want to go out drinking again? Lin Qingxia seemed to see through something. No, I drink. I brought Yi Fan for what? Yi Linqing defended and looked at Yi Fan, who was on the side. Yi Fan understood and quickly raised his chopsticks. It's true. We went out to buy food and just happened to meet Uncle Li. He told Pops about it. Doesn't Li Diyun live in the east of the city? How did he meet up with you guys? Lin Qingxia was a bit skeptical, but she didn't continue to pursue. She just nodded. All right, you guys go and come back early. Don't come back early in the night. Good. Receiving these words, Yi Linqing hurriedly finished his bowl of rice, stood up and headed outside. Yi Fan, hurry up and go. Go help, don't go too late. Good. Yi Fan agreed and hurriedly ate a few large bites, wiped his mouth and stood up as well. This master and mistress. Looking at Yi Linqing and Yi Fan's hurried back, Lin Qingxia on the other hand shook her head. She didn't believe in anything about going to move, right, as if they were going out for a day of fun. After all, Yi Fan had become a bronze level now, so at least his future life would be fine, and Lin Qingxia was much relieved. It's okay for them to relax and unwind. The hotel hasn't been crowded all day. Thinking about it, Lin Qingxia picked up the bowl and was about to clip the food, when she saw that little white, who was originally sleeping on his back in the doorway, also shook his head and followed him out. A look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Have I been blinking lately? This little white. Why does it feel like it's growing bigger day by day? Chapter 38. Birthday Fruit. After a few more days, on yet another morning, Yi Linqing was having a quick meal, and had just put down his chopsticks. Before he had time to open his mouth, Lin Qingxia jumped ahead of him. Today is your eldest uncle's birthday, aren't you going? My eldest uncle had a birthday? Hearing this, Yi Linqing froze, but soon, somewhat embarrassed, he said, Why don't I just not go? How not to go, after all, is the relative's well. Lin Qingxia replied, glanced at Yi Linqing, seemed to know what he was embarrassed about, added like, I heard that they are going to the field next year, and will not be able to see them later. Now Yi Fan has a good fortune, and go to a trip may be a long face. Hearing this, Yi Fan's ears immediately raised. How could he not remember that he had a great uncle? That's true. Yi Linqing was a bit hesitant, but after finally glancing at Yi Fan, he still nodded. It's fine to take Yi Fan to see. After all, Yi Fan's cousin's aunt is still on good terms with us, and last time, his cousin even came to our home to play for a few days. Then you go early today and buy some decent gifts. Lin Qingxia stood up. Don't bother with the store. Good. Yi Linqing nodded and stood up, hooking his hand at Yi Fan, who saw this and followed. At the doorway, looking at Yi Linqing's sad face, Yi Fan asked with some curiosity, Pops, do you still have a great uncle? Of course there is. Your grandpa is very powerful, and is still quite good to us. Just some years ago went outside. The family is To us, Yi Linqing said. Seems to remember what passed. Shook his head. Forget about it. Go buy something. Hearing this, Yi Fan became more and more certain that there was something going on, and immediately after, suddenly thought of what Fatty Lee had said the other day about him having a cousin who was a dragon pupil. Combined with what Pops and the others had said before, there was a cousin aunt. It was hard to believe that Fatty was right, and that he really had a cousin who was a dragon pupil. There is a dragon pupil of the family, that this family, a little something, the old man in the previous life so fishing. Their own most of the beginning did not rise. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan seemed to have figured out some of the coherence of it. Looking at Yi Linqing, suddenly opened his mouth. Pops, is it true that the Moncler outlet store family is not treating you very well? Hearing these words, Yi Linqing's face stiffened, and then with a helpless smile. You brat, can you not speak so straight? That's it. Yi Fan revealed a smile and comfortingly patted Yi Linqing's shoulder. It's all right, old dad. Now that we have me, we are the ones with face. That's for sure. Hearing this, Yi Linqing nodded and revealed another look of sadness. It's just that they all give gifts that are a bit precious, so what are we going to buy? You don't know the first few times I went, others sent that are some spiritual herbs and fruits. I carry bags of fruits, the whole thing makes me embarrassed. This is indeed a bit humiliating, haha. Hearing this, Yi Fan mused and soon had an intention, waved his hand, and shot down a cab. Go Pops, let's go to Spirit Herb Hall. Spiritual Herb Hall? Yi Linqing was a bit puzzled. Going to buy spiritual herbs and fruits? There are some at home, it's fine to directly carry some there. That's spirit grass and fruits for the imperial beasts at home. What I'm going to buy is definitely different and classy. Yi Fan said. There is a grade. Hearing this, Yi Linqing froze and hesitated. Isn't that a bit expensive? I didn't bring much money with me when I went out. Buying spirit fruits doesn't have to be with money. Bartering is fine. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. It just so happened that the inferior change fruits planted in his royal beast space had matured this morning. There were 6 of them in total. Each of them was worth $500,000 or so. It was more than enough to buy a spirit fruit for celebrating a birthday. Saying that, Yi Fan got into the cab. Yi Linqing hesitated, but still followed Yi Fan. The cab sped along, and in not much time, stopped at the entrance of the Spirit Herb Hall. It's the brat, that Sister Shui said. Seeing Yi Fan's appearance, the reception at the door instantly recognized Yi Fan and hurriedly went in to inform him. That little brother is here? Inside the store, Ning Shui, who was bored, was slightly surprised when she heard the news. It had been more than 10 days since Yi Fan had last come to the Spirit Herb Hall, and she had thought that this little guy wasn't coming. Snap. As he was thinking, Yi Fan walked into the house with Yi Linqing in tow. Ning Shui revealed a smile and greeted him with a laugh. Little brother, it's been a long time. Long time no see. Yi Fan replied with a smile as well, and on the side, Yi Linqing looked at Yi Fan with some surprise. Good boy, you know people everywhere. Yi Fan didn't explain anything to Yi Linqing. Looking at Ning Shui in front of him, he pondered a little and said, Do you have longevity fruit here? I want the highest quality ones. Longevity fruit? Hearing the name of this spirit fruit, Ning Shui froze on the spot. Longevity fruit, this is not a fruit for imperial beasts to eat, but specifically for people to eat, can prolong the effect of life outside, often for those strong old people to give gifts used, the card is quite big. 1 piece. $1 million worth. Little brother wants birthday fruit. An elder in the family has a birthday, sending gifts. Yi Fan replied very briefly. Ning Shui did not pursue the question, but her heart was raised. Really, as Ning Qinghai said, this little guy, his family really has a big background. What a great way to give birthday fruit to an elder in your family for their birthday. Wait a moment. I'll go up and ask our hall master. Without moving, he suppressed the throbbing in his heart and spoke to Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded and Ning Shui quickly went up the stairs. At this time, Yi Linqing, who was on the side, came over. Yi Fan, what is the longevity fruit? A blown-up spirit fruit. Yi Fan replied, shaking his head with a smile. But giving someone a birthday gift is quite a card. This sentence is the truth. Longevity fruit really blown up is better looking, delicious, some aura for people take the effect, and extremely good imperial beast meat effect is similar. As for what prolonging life is completely blown, if it really has this effect, it will not be put on the top of the mortal level, at least it is also the spirit level or the kind that is coaxed. Little brother, there are birthday fruits. Let's talk upstairs. Soon, Ning Qinghai walked down, a smile on his face. Yi Fan nodded to Yi Linqing, who was on the side, and the two of them went up the stairs. This time it wasn't on the second floor, Please go up to the third floor, a separate compartment, still serving tea. Soon the waiter brought up the birthday fruit. The shape of the birthday fruit looks like a big peach, looks full and crystallized, and is placed there with a great aroma. Little brother, this is one of the extremely effective birthday fruit in our batch. Looking at Yifan, Ning Qinghai smiled and said, if it's a birthday gift for the elders, it's definitely the best choice. Price-wise, I'll also give the best to little brother. 880,000 apiece, auspicious price. Good. Hearing this figure, Yifan nodded his head and didn't seem to be much surprised as he looked at Ning Qinghai and said, you can barter, right? Hearing this, Ning Qinghai was a bit surprised, but quickly nodded with a smile. Of course, it's fine. If little brother has extra suitable spirit fruits to take out, this should be enough. Yifan answered and took out 2 inferior fruits. There were 6 inferior fruits in a knot, leaving 3 for Xiaobai, and the extra ones weren't of much use. Inferior change fruit. Seeing this fruit, Ning Qinghai's eyes then changed slightly. Then he nodded repeatedly. Enough. Completely enough. In terms of rarity, the inferior change fruit was completely rarer than the longevity fruit, and changing the bloodline, even if it was to change the inferior bloodline, that was completely a different concept. Put it away. Ordering the attendant to put away the inferior change fruit, Ning Qinghai was looking at Yifan. The eyes were completely changed. Earlier, if he was just guessing that the other party's family had a strong person. Now it was almost certain. Cough. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ning Qinghai said with a slight hesitation, I haven't asked for young friend's name yet? Yifan. Yifan replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Qinghai mused, then seemed to remember something. His face changed and he hurriedly said, so it's little friend Yi. You're welcome, Hall Master Ning. Yifan replied, picking up the birthday fruit on the table. My father and I will be busy attending the birthday of our elders, so I won't bother Hall Master. Little friend Yi, please go ahead. Ning Qinghai hurriedly got up, and this time, almost respectfully escorted Yifan out of the Spirit Herb Hall before letting out a long breath. Hall Master, Yifan, seems to be the one who has a strong momentum in this freshman class of Pingqing High School, and I heard that he is already bronze. Ning Shui said from the side. Spirit Herb Hall was well informed and quickly learned about Yifan. Compared to his family, bronze, it's nothing. Ning Qinghai shook his head and looked towards Ning Shui, seemingly somewhat grateful. This time, we might have befriended the right person. Is there a big family surnamed Yi in Ping City? Hearing this, Ning Shui was puzzled. But soon, she thought of something. Her face changed greatly and her voice lowered all of a sudden. It can't be that one, can it? Having said that, Ning Shui looked at Ning Qinghai. This Yifan's background, isn't it a bit too hard? Hard. And hard enough to scare people. Ning Qinghai replied, shaking his head. Don't tell anyone else about this, lest you get into trouble. Chapter 39 Gifts. Putting away the longevity fruit, the two of them, Yifan, headed towards the place where their Grand Master lived. The location is in Morningside Village, and the place sounds like it's really an urban village. But after arriving, looking at the patches of medieval palace-style buildings in front of him, Yifan froze. This isn't a townhouse. This isn't at least a king's castle? What the hell is my grandpa doing? Looking at this scene, Yifan couldn't help but look at Yi Lincheng on the side. A strong person in the Imperial Beasts, I guess. I don't know how strong, but it's very strong and powerful anyway, affiliated with the military. Yi Lincheng replied. Strong people from the military? Hearing this, Yifan frowned. He was aware of many military powerhouses, but they were all active in his time. Let's talk about it when we meet. Yifan didn't dwell on this issue and followed Yi Lincheng's lead, his eyes somewhat thoughtful. Moving next year, discharging his armor, surnamed Yi in Pingqing with a dragon pupil bloodline. So many clues connected together. One's memory still has no relevant candidate counterpart. It shouldn't be Elder Ye's birthday. Idlers are not allowed in. At the door, 2 guard-like men blocked the way. Please show your pass. Pass. Hearing this, Yi Lincheng was a little embarrassed. I am Yi Lao's nephew, Yi Lincheng. Elder Ye's nephew? Hearing this, the guard hesitated and took out a roster to the side. Quickly, finding Yi Lincheng's name at the bottom of the roster. Before he nodded and stepped aside. Please come in. Good. Yi Lincheng nodded his head, and only then did he lead Yifan through the door. Pops. Hello, Fished. I see you at the bottom of the list. Yifan said with a smile. Brat. I am at least on the list. Yi Lincheng retorted. Before he had time to say more, face to face, a person came. Imposing, no surprise should be Yi Lao's son, to greet the guests. Big brother. Seeing this person who came, Yi Lin Cheng greeted with a smile. Lin Cheng. Seeing Yi Lin Cheng, the other party seemed a bit surprised, his brows slightly furrowed. However, he didn't say anything more, just waved his hand. Go inside. Two very simple sentences, no other words, and the gaze did not look at Yi Fan. It was this one action. Yi Fan had already felt the other party's attitude towards their family, and instantly his ill feeling towards this family rose. Yi Lincheng didn't say anything, just nodded his head and pulled Yi Fan inside. Soon, a hall appeared ahead. Yi Lin Cheng pushed the door in, and inside the door, the very large living room was already full of guests. A group of people dressed in bright clothes, so lively. When they heard the door being pushed, many people's gazes were thrown over, but after seeing that it was Yi Lin Cheng, many of them turned their heads again and continued to bustle. It seems to be that Pops is really not very popular. This scene caused Yi Fan to shake his head. Pops, let's find a place to sit down. Good. Yi Lin Cheng nodded his head and searched the seats for a while, finding a seat in a partial corner. On the seats, the crowd watched as the two of Yi Lin Cheng sat down. All of them did not make a sound, and some of them had a somewhat contemptuous expression. Yi Fan sensed such an atmosphere. His eyes looked at the person opposite him and vaguely, he saw a golden light flowing in his eyes. Dragon pupil. Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. It was really the dragon pupil. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly silenced his voice and raised his eyes to look around. Among the guests present, under the lights of the hall, between the fervent conversations, in the eyes of many people, there was a golden light flowing. At this scene, even Yi Fan couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. There are so many other families of dragon slayers, dragon pupils. How can there be so many dragon pupilers in the next generation? Yi Fan was secretly shocked. The bloodline of the dragon pupil was something that would become more and more faded, and the number that appeared in the descendants of the children and grandchildren would become less and less. But here, there were no less than 30 dragon pupilers. How is this possible with this amount of people? Pops, is this place full of people from the Yi family? Yi Fan looked at Yi Lincheng on the side and suddenly asked. Yes, but your grandpa's line is not much. There are others. Your grandfather is the youngest, ranked in the 28th, almost 20 years younger than your grandpa. Yi Lincheng replied. Your old ancestor is more amorous, well, married 7 wives. Your grandpa and your grandpa are the same mom. We're still close. 28. Hearing this quantity, Yi Fan was somewhat helpless. That's okay. Elder Yi is here. Soon, as the guests clamored, an old man stepped onto the stage. The old man, crane hair, looks old, but is very energetic, walking on the stage. The pace is very smooth, soared eyebrows, bring some of their own power. Compliments are endless. Soon, some people take the lead, one by one, with the end of the gift on the stage. A receptionist on the side of the shouting who sends a gift what, and go up to the people. Some call a grandpa, some call a granddaddy, each have their own way of calling. Ye old man also with these people one by one to talk to the second sentence, which is changed to the next one. This scene immediately caused Yi Lin Cheng's face to look a little unnatural, as if he had thought of something. On the side, Yi Fan is a little heartbroken old dad. Such a big scene, counting on the attention of all the people, carrying fruits on the stage. No wonder old dad said not to come. Is the general public is already able to change the life of a city. It's all right, old dad. Patting Yi Lincheng's shoulder, Yi Fan revealed a smile and took out the boxed birthday fruits. We won't lose face this year. Good. Receiving Yi Fan's comfort, Yi Lincheng ate a piece of mind and hugged the box of birthday fruits. Good. Yi Lincheng nodded his head and waited until the Yi people had almost all gone up before he stood up, holding the box and leading Yi Fan over. When he got on the stage, many people's gazes paid more attention to him, and many of them had a smile in their eyes. Obviously, they also all wanted to see what this descendant of the Yi family who gave away fruit last year was giving away this year. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Elder Ye's eyes paid attention and glanced at Yi Lincheng, nodding slightly, and then, beckoning to the attendant at the side, seemingly saying something. The waiter sniffed and nodded, coming over to catch the things in Yi Lincheng's hand and quickly put them aside without saying anything. Eh? Looking at this scene, Yi Lincheng was a bit helpless, already knowing what Yi Lao said. It was probably because he was worried that he would make a fool of himself and ask the waiter not to open the box to report the gift. It's fine if you guys are here. Yi Lao's voice rang out. Hearing these words, Yi Fan raised his eyes and saw at a glance the gaze cast toward Yi Lincheng in Yi Lao's eyes, which was very soft and carried a loving look. No matter what you send, you are my family. Chapter 40 Gifts. The voice was very soft, and Yi Lincheng couldn't help but freeze. Looking at the kind-faced Yi Lao, he subconsciously nodded. On the other hand, Yi Old Man's gaze condensed on Yi Lincheng for a while, and seemed to see that there was something different about Yi Lincheng, and slowly nodded his head. You've changed a lot this year, which is good. Eldest uncle is overpraised. Yi Lincheng nodded his head and pulled Yi Fan aside. Give a greeting to Grand Master. Good day, Grandpa. Yi Fan spoke out. Good. Yi Lao nodded his head. His gaze shifted to Yi Fan, his eyes changing slightly. Fanner, you've changed a lot as well. I've heard about you in Pingcheng High School. You're very good. Thank you for the compliment, Grand Master. Yi Fan nodded his head. He didn't have too much ill feelings towards this kind-faced old man. You, like Lin Cheng, both look like your grandfather. Yi Lao seemed to sigh a little, and said in a rare manner, It's a pity that he was too reckless back then, or else he would have left something for you guys anyways. After saying this, Yi Lao seemed to be in some discomfort and coughed violently. Elder Yi, you've said too much today, you're tired. The attendant on the side hurriedly came over, but was waved away by Yi Lao and said rather forcefully, I don't need others to dress up yet. How is my body? I know best. As he spoke, Elder Yi was not angry and his eyes contained anger. At this moment, Yi Fan clearly saw the golden light in Yi Lao's eyes, which was much more blazing than all the people present. And at a glance, it looked like a pair of glowing eyes. A faint majesty rose, and this time, the waiter on the side was instantly stunned and hastily retracted his hand. This dragon pupil. On the side, Yi Fan was also slightly surprised as he watched this scene. With such blazing dragon pupils, the percentage of dragon relic blood in his body seems to be high. Old age, the body is a bit unwell. Yi Lao also quickly went gentle again. The golden light in his eyes disappeared, and he looked at Yi Lincheng and asked in a vocalized voice, Next year, we are going to move our family to Kyoto. Do you guys want to go with me? This? Yi Lincheng froze, followed by a glance at Yi Fan and shook his head. Yi Fan is still in high school. I can find him a high school in Kyoto. Elder Yi vocalized once more. This time, Yi Lincheng choked and was at a loss for words when Yi Fan, who was on the side, voiced out, Grandpa, I will get into a university in Kyoto on my own in the future and take our family with me. As these words came out, a smile appeared on Yi Lao's face and he complimented, You kid, you do have ambition. In that case, we'll be waiting for you in Kyoto. Having said that, Yi Lao waved his hand, and Yi Lincheng also said goodbye in time and walked towards the stage. Yi Fan hesitated for a few seconds, but still, when he was finally on the verge of stepping down from the stage, he couldn't help but turn back and walked over to Yi Lao and lowered his voice. Grandmaster, are you in great discomfort lately? And as soon as you make a move, it's as if your body is being stabbed by countless fine needles with unbearable pain? Yi Lao, who was still puzzled, suddenly changed his face when he heard this and looked at Yi Fan, also lowering his voice. You know about my dark disease. Most of the dragon pupillers have this symptom. I just observed that the Grand Master seems to have a dragon pupil that is quite a bit thicker than the ordinary second generation. It should be that he has gotten some kind of strange encounter that has elevated the concentration of his own legacy seed bloodline. Yi Fan opened his mouth, seeming to be 10-1. But dragon blood is highly poisonous, except for the first generation of dragon slayers. Once the bloodline concentration of the second generation exceeds a certain threshold, it will be revolted by this legacy seed bloodline. The Moncler outlet store should have already suffered a backlash. Such a situation, if it is not saved, in time Moncler outlet online, the body will deteriorate in every situation until it is completely eroded by the dragon's blood and die. As these words left his mouth, Yi Lao's face once again changed a bit, and in his eyes, a golden light loomed as he glanced at Yi Fan and said in a low voice, You have a solution? Yes. It's just that it's crowded at this time of year. So if you're free in the near future, just come to my house and look for me. Yi Fan opened his mouth, before he excused himself and followed Yi Lincheng back to the table. What did you just say to your grandpa? Why do I see your grandpa's eyes so wide? Between seats, Yi Lincheng lowered his voice and asked Yi Fan. I said I know how to cure Moncler outlet online the disease. Yi Fan didn't care and said casually. Disease? Hearing this, Yi Lincheng's face also changed. Your grandpa has a disease? Definitely Otherwise how would you retreat from the front line? Yi Fan skimmed his mouth. Then how do you know it can be cured? Pops, why are you asking so much? Yi Fan responded, glancing at Yi Lincheng and suddenly said, It's not like you're the one who's ruling. Tisk. These words choked Yi Lin Chung for a while before he cursed in a low voice. Brat. Now it's old dad's face that you're not giving. Not oops. Yi Fan shook his head, thought of something and suddenly asked, didn't Pops say that there is a cousin aunt whose relationship with us is not bad? She didn't come? Your cousin aunt. Hearing this, Yi Linching once again lowered his voice and came to Yi Fan's ear. Your cousin aunt is not treated by your eldest uncle and they are not unaware of it, and it is estimated that it did not come today. My cousin's aunt isn't treated well by the eldest uncle either. Hearing this, Yi Fan was a little surprised. His cousin wasn't a dragon pupil. How could he be? After all, your grandfather's family is now your eldest uncle in charge. This kind of big family was easy to conflict. Plus the cousin aunt has been married far away to the North Seaside. The family is even less status. Do not come is also very normal, presumably in advance to your grandpa greeted. Yi Linching explained, looked at the dishes that were brought up, clamped a piece and said, your cousin aunt is also quite miserable, married alone to the North Sea, what acquaintances are not. I heard that it's quite a bad life over there. Like this. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything more. Soon, the banquet ended and the guests left one after another. It was obvious that most of these people were not from Pingcheng. And outside the banquet hall, the sound of helicopters rang out one after another. Yi Fan and the others also went to say goodbye to Yi Lao, smiling and waving before leaving. They didn't have a helicopter, so they had to say goodbye on foot. This Lin Chung kid. It's a pity that he's almost 40 years old before he finally has some opportunities. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Yi Lao then said with a sigh, thinking of something, his brows furrowed. Rather, it's this grandson of mine, who seems to be a bit extraordinary. Even more extraordinary, it's only D rank. Not even the Yi family's dragon pupil bloodline. To the side, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. He was Yi Guihai, the son of the Yi boss who had greeted the guests outside before, and for so many years had always had a poor outlook on Yi Linching. Dragon pupils aren't necessarily a good thing. Yi Lao shook his head and didn't continue. Instead he looked towards the end of the gift. Show me the gift from Lin Chung. What good things can they send? Last time they sent watermelons, this time maybe pineapples. Yi Guihai opened his mouth, seeming to see Yi Lao's mind. It's better for father not to look at it. Originally your health is not good lately. It's not advisable to get angry. Something from my own family. Even if it's a stone, I think it's good. Yi Lao opened his mouth and shook his head. Not to mention that it's the oldest son of the youngest. The glory that little dad had back then is all going to be thrown away by him. Yi Guihai said, seeing Yi Lao's insistence, he didn't say anything more, picked up the box that Yi Lin Chung had sent, and brought it to Yi Lao. Open. Elder Yi opened his mouth. Yi Guihai sniffed and opened the box, and the moment the bursting birthday fruit appeared, he froze at once. This? Having said that, he seemed a bit incredulous. That guy Lin Chung. Where did his family get the money to buy this birthday fruit? Elder Yi was also slightly stunned, as if he had thought of the previous conversation, and on his face, a meaningful expression appeared. Sending birthday fruits on the birthday? This etiquette doesn't seem to be popular in Pingcheng. Pops, why are you moping? Walking on the main road outside the door, Yi Fan looked at the depressed face of Yi Linching on the side and inquired with a smile. Because the things you spent a lot of money on turned out to be unread by the grandpa? That's not true. $880,000. It's more than enough to buy a suite in Pingcheng. Yi Linching replied, shaking his head. Your grandpa just has a good heart. I don't blame him. It's just a bit of a meat ache. All right? It's not like you're the one who paid out the money, Pops. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded his head and took out another inferior change fruit like a trick. And I still have the kind of fruit that I spent out today. And, hearing this, Yi Lin Chung was shocked. Of course, for spirit herbs and fruits, I have too many here. Yi Fan replied and said, taking out another inferior change fruit. Good boy. Seeing this, Yi Lincheng hurriedly took an inferior change fruit. This is something extraordinary. It can enhance the bloodline of a royal beast. It's not a mortal item. If it were an average family, they wouldn't be able to buy a few if they worked their whole lives. After viewing it for a while, Yi Lin Chung then handed the inferior fruit back again. This is for your old dad. Yi Fan shook his head and once again took out an inferior change fruit and shoved all of them into his old dad's hand. There are a total of 3 here, used to raise the bloodline level for Xiao Bai. Give it to Xiao Bai. This. Yi Lincheng hastily waved his hand, but Yi Fan was the one who grabbed the first to speak. My imperial beasts are already of elite grade, so it's useless to bring them. Yi Lin Chung froze. Then, helplessly, He put away the inferior change fruit. You brat. You have all the good stuff now. That's for sure. Yifan nodded his head, and immediately afterward, thought of something and asked, Pops, do you know the history of our family? Family history? Hearing this, Yilin Chang revealed a thoughtful expression and after a few seconds, shook his head. I don't know. Pops, you can just say you don't know next time if you don't know. No need to pretend to think about it. Yifan responded helplessly and followed up with, Then what strong person has come out of the family? What does he do? This old dad always knows. Chapter 41. The Dragon Pupil Rebellion. Strong man, that's a lot. Your big grandpa, second grandpa, fourth grandpa. Seeing that Yilin Chang was about to read up, Yifan hurriedly waved his hand. Anyway, the strength of the Yi family members of their generation are all pretty good. Yifan summarized, I just heard Grandpa say that my grandfather seems to have had something happen. So Grandpa didn't care about us? Yeah, your grandfather I haven't even seen a few times. From the time I was born, he was rumored to have gone to the front line. And then when I remembered your grandfather had already died. Speaking here, Yilin Chang sighed. Your grandmother was already in poor health. After knowing this news, she washed her face with tears every day. It didn't take long for her to die. I was in my early teens when I was in charge. Didn't the other Yi family members help us during this period? Yifan asked. There is your grandpa's family is still good to us in the beginning, funding my reading, schooling, daily life, and so on. Yi Linqing replied, sighed. Only I'm not too competitive, became a D grade. High school also did not read out anything famous, and then gradually less correspondence. It's just that your cousin and his family have still always been good to us. So that's how it is. Yifan nodded thoughtfully. The general idea is that Moncler and Grandpa were brothers, and after Grandpa's death, his family still took care of Pops in the beginning, but as Pops slowly became mediocre, such care became less and less, and by now it gradually turned into indifference and ridicule. Pops, it's fine. Patting Yi Linqing's shoulder, Yifan said, We'll be awesome in the future, and we'll impress everyone. I do think it's nothing. It's just that it's all family. Get into this way, Yi Linqing replied, wanting to say something, and ultimately didn't continue, just sighed. At night, when he returned home, it was already late. Lin Qingxia was already lying down in the bedroom, and Yifan went back to his room. Crunch. Bedroom. Saw Yi Linqing return and asked, How was it? The same. Yi Linqing replied, Only today, elder uncle said that I've changed a lot and complimented me as well as Yifan. That's still good. Did Lena go? Lena didn't go. She's hosting a banquet at her big brother's house today. Yi Linqing shook his head and looked at the expectant Lin Qingxia, and all of a sudden, opened his mouth. Qingxia, I want to continue becoming a royal beast master. Continue to become a royal beast master? Hearing this, Lin Qingxia froze, subconsciously looking through the window to the doorway lying on his back all knee-high. Does it mean that Xiao Bai? Yes, I fed a lot of spirit fruits to Little White, and the current Little White is already 6 stars of black iron. Yilin Chang replied, taking out the inferior change fruit. This is the inferior change fruit given by Yifan. It can turn an inferior grade imperial beast into an elite grade imperial beast. At this moment, perhaps it was something from the banquet. Yilin Chang suddenly showed his cards and looked at Lin Qingxia, his eyes serious. Fanner has obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse, and the breathing method that I told you about before was given to me by him. He's very strong, and all the time I've been giving you excuses to go out. I've been following him out to hunt in the Silver Moon Forest. Hearing this, Lin Qingxia froze. Qingxia, I don't want to be willing to be ordinary anymore. Yilin Cheng's tone was deep. Going to the banquet today? Do you know how I feel? What? I failed to give face to my own son. Instead, I still need him to comfort me. Yilin Cheng opened his mouth and shook his head. In the past, if it was me alone, it would be fine. But Yifan shouldn't have been subjected to other people's blank stares because of me. These words caused Lin Qingxia to be a bit silent for a while before she spoke. Have you thought about it? Yi Linqing nodded. Imperial beasts, too, was once my dream. And now that Fanner has opened up a path to a strong man for me, if I don't seize it again, I will regret it. Think about it then. Lin Qingxia nodded and embraced Yi Linqing. When the store rent is due this month, we'll close the store and I'll accompany you. It seems like a long, long time since we've been married and I haven't seen you, Makoto. On the other side of the bedroom, Yifan naturally didn't know about his parents' conversation and didn't expect that today's banquet would be so touching for his old man. In the state of mind, his previous life as a 100-year-old monster for these onlookers has long been indifferent as water, so for the performance of these people, but also just feel that the old dad is a little miserable for himself but really nothing, at best, is curious about this family. Exactly which family is it? On the bed, Yifan once again revealed a thoughtful expression. Dragon pupil? Kyoto? Hiryu City? No! After a while, suddenly thinking of something, Yifan sat up from the bed in a flash, and in his mind, the memory of a huge change surfaced. The Dragon Pupil Rebellion. No way. The moment this word popped up, Yifan was immediately a bit incredulous. In his previous life in Kyoto there was a great turmoil. Roughly 4 years later, this turmoil nearly reached the core of the government. The specific reason is that a group of military forces led by the Dragon Pupil launched a rebellion, loud and powerful, and even occupied a few key positions in Kyoto, and later still a few Kyoto's strongest people from the front line of the secret realm returned urgently to suppress this rebellion down. The dragon pupils are all killed. The rebels are all banished. This news was suppressed at that time, and it just so happened that Yifan, who was studying at the university in Kyoto, had seen this rebellion with his own eyes, and then it was announced by the government, and it was said to have been deliberately provoked by the dynasty organization. But today, all the clues pile up, and the only thing that fits that profile is that one rebellion. The Dragon Pupil Rebellion actually started with the Yi family. Saying a sentence, Yifan sucked in a breath of cool air, thinking of the kindly Yi Lao at the banquet, the military bigwig who had retired from the front line. Such a person, who had fought his whole life for a country, would never start such a rebellion. Unless it's ye old dead. Although Yi Lao's body's dark disease is serious, it's not so serious that it won't last for 4 years. Yifan had some speculations, but the more he speculated, the more alarmed he became. Someone killed Yi Lao and joined the dynasty organization. This was almost a shocking news. The families with dragon pupil bloodline, their ancestors were all the first generation of dragon slayers full of glory. They were the pioneers who started this era, and even more so, they were the ones who practiced it. No one would doubt that their heirs would join the dynastic organization to restore the old feudal dynasty, which, as it happens, is an extremely dangerous sign. If you have the chance, you must tell the grandpa to beware of the people around you. Yifan secretly decided, raising his eyes to look out the window, when suddenly, a black shadow flashed by, like a huge bird like imperial beast swept by low in the sky. Want! Want! The little white man in the doorway stood up and barked furiously at the sky with some alarm, as if there was something there. Yifan immediately frowned, rolled over and got out of bed. Just as soon as he went out, on the opposite side of the room, Yi Linqing was also ready to open the door to his room, but was held down by Yifan, who lowered his voice and said, "Pops, you and Mom just stay in your room, and definitely don't come out without me calling you." Inside the room, Yi Linqing, who hadn't thought there was anything there, tensed up when he heard this and wanted to push the door out. But Yifan was once again vocalizing, "Be sure to listen to me." Good. Yi Linqing was silent and loosened the hand that pushed the door. Outside the door, Yifan took a step towards the outside of the courtyard. His pace was very light and did not raise his head like Xiao Bai. He didn't linger in the yard and open the door, instead heading for the isolated street. Soon, the moonlight covered the outside, and gradually, Yifan came to an alley, facing the dead end in front of him. At this moment, Yifan stopped his pace and opened his mouth. "Come out. Is it fun to stay in the sky? Knock." As the voice fell, the sound of birds flapping their wings rang out, and immediately afterward, a man in a black robe landed across from Yifan. "You are very bold." Yifan opened his mouth, his eyes sweeping over the long-winged bird beside the black-robed man, and frowned. A bronze 5-star elite-grade imperial beast could still fly. Slightly pondering, Yifan raised his hand. "The air ban in Pingchong. Don't you know about it?" "I know. But it's nothing more than a fine. In the middle of the night, how many law enforcers are still awake?" The black-robed man vocalized, looking at Yifan, revealing a slightly teasing smile. "You do have a heart to protect your family, bringing me to such a remote place." Chapter 42. The Man in the Black Robe. Aha! Yifan nodded his head and looked at the black-robed man as he suddenly snapped. "Is there no one left in the dynasty organization? Just send you?" Hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly blazed. "Kid, you know about the dynasty organization? Then why else would I have asked Deng Li to tell you guys?" Yifan replied, his eyes calm. "You're also good at picking the right time to come when I'm back home." "What? Too scared to do it at school? Are you provoking me, boy?" The black-robed man vocalized, his eyes coalescing on Yifan. "I know all about your background. the son of the most wasteful person in the Yi family. No one will help you. I suggest you take back this sentence. Yifan's tone was suddenly icy cold. Angry, the black-robed man teased. But that's just the way it is. You are bold. Yifan spoke again, and in the next moment, the hellhound appeared from the Imperial Beast space. The Imperial Beast. Ascension. Yifan raised his hand and the light coalesced. The black-robed man was slightly surprised when he saw the taller-than-human hellhound in front of him. Bronze 2-star. But then, the black-robed man laughed again. Kid, I'm not a rookie in your school. With that, the black-robed man raised his hand as well, and the light coalesced. Royal Beast, Gale. At the end of his words, the light did not envelop the Imperial Beast but overflowed in all directions. The wind whistled at once, blowing the two men's hair around, which was so strong that at the other end of the hut a barbershop sign was blown as if it had rolled away like a ball. One of the few weather-altering talents in Class C. Yifan stabilized in place, feeling the changes in the weather in this nearby area, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Another relatively special talent of the Imperial Beast, such a character, if he entered the front line as a warrior, he could play a very good role of ranged interference, and by definition a rare talent of a military nature. But now, the gift was being used as a distracting sound to hide people's voices when they killed. Dynasty restoration, is it really that attractive? Yifan vocalized, and at this moment no longer hesitated. The other party is coming to kill himself, and he, himself, will never stay back. Fiery pounce. Roar. A low, hoarse hissing sound rang out from the hellhound's mouth, only to see it move swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye, pouncing on the long-winged bird, while the black-robed man reacted swiftly, flipping over onto the bird, which lifted up its wings and took to the skies once more. Kid, you can't win against me. The black-robed man didn't fly too high, at least Yifan could hear what he said very clearly. Long wing use, feather of falling leaves. The black-robed man's voice rang out, and in the next moment, the long-winged bird lifted its wings once again, its wings unfolding, and its feathers seemed to have received a tug as if they were small swords descending from the sky. Together with the dense number of people who only remembered to cover the distance of a few meters around Yifan, the scene was mind-blowing. Obviously, the black-robed man also knew that he couldn't tangle with Yifan, and used the long-winged bird's sentinel beast skill as soon as he came. The moment you make a move, it's a killing move. Humph. Yifan looked at the sky full of feathered sharp swords but laughed, almost just as soon as the black-robed man's words had left his mouth. He let out a light hum and quickly reacted backwards. His speed was very fast, obviously beyond the black-robed man's expectation. The strike fell short, and in the sky the black-robed man looked at Yifan, who exited the killing range circle unharmed, and froze a little. What you just said is right. You are not those rookies in school. Yifan's voice rang out. But unfortunately, I'm not a rookie either. I'm tired of using tactics like directly attacking the Imperial Beastmaster in an Imperial Beast duel. On the ground, Yifan, who was standing in the gale, patted the hellhound on the side and let out a cold laugh. He experienced an unknown number of Imperial Beast duels in his previous life. There are just dueling Imperial Beasts, there are life and death struggles, there are being assassinated, there are assassinations of other people. Battle experience is so rich, how can he not see through a young man? Just this black-robed man in his 20s. It was the movement of his eyes that he knew what he wanted to do. Skills like the feather of falling leaves can't be used a second time for a short period of time, right? Looking at the black-robed man in the sky who didn't say anything, Yifan opened his mouth somewhat teasingly. Now, it seems like you can only swoop down from the sky if you want to kill me. The same time a bird feeds is the time when the other is most likely to kill it back. Dare you come? As these words left his mouth, the black-robed man's eyes changed a little, looking at the teenager on the ground who was not only unafraid but also mocking himself with some weird panic. From a kid just out of the gate, he actually had the eerie feeling of reading a book and being scolded straight by a teacher who saw through his weaknesses. He's that confident that he'll be able to kill me back when my long-winged bird pounces on him? In the middle of the sky, the black-robed man who had received the mission with high hopes hesitated for the first time. Obviously, he is also clear about this. In the sky, the long-winged bird is in an invincible position, but delayed, it won't take much time, he will be exposed. The most effective and fastest method is to pounce. Once he chose to pounce, it was equivalent to choosing to gamble that Yifan would not be able to catch this opportunity. What? Don't dare. Yifan didn't wait for a long time for the other party's answer. A smile appeared on his face. Then I suggest that you'd better go back earlier. I'm afraid that if you didn't kill me for such a long time, It would be easy for the law enforcement team to find out. Oh, I know you're afraid to die. It's okay. I don't blame you. Bastard. Hearing this, even though he knew that Yifan was provoking him, the black-robed man was still enraged and waved his hand. Long-winged bird, swoop and bite him. Swoosh. In the next moment, the long-winged bird waved its wings. Its huge body was in the shape of a glider, straight towards Yifan. The aura of this tired rush was quite intimidating. Come on! The black-robed man's voice rang out, and on his face, there was a touch of anger. He didn't believe that a D-ranked kid with a bronze 2-star hellhound could kill his long-winged bird back in the gusty wind. This strike, again, is a sure kill. Phew! A whistling sound rang out in the sky, and Yifan suddenly smiled as he looked at the long-winged bird that was coming straight at him. You said you looked into my background, but how come you don't know my nickname at school? When he spoke, Yifan's eyes changed and he suddenly spoke coldly. Fire, Lockjaw! As the voice fell, Yifan's figure retreated backward, and just the same, the hellhound pounced out with its mouth wide open. At this moment, the long-winged bird hadn't even arrived yet. He predicted my attack in advance. At this moment, the black-robed man's face changed. He had been tricked. This Yifan waited for such an all-out fight. The long-winged bird that came straight was simply unable to turn its body in such a short period of time. Roar! A roar rang out, and the scene seemed bizarre in the extreme. The very next second the hellhound lunged. The long-winged bird looked like it had its throat in its mouth. Puff! Locked by the throat, the huge rush carried the long-winged bird's struggle, and a dog and a bird lunged straight out. The black-robed man tumbled to the ground, looking at the long-winged bird that was locked in a chokehold, and hurriedly swung his fist and rushed forward. At this scene, Yifan, who was not far away, looked and laughed, shaking his head once again. Not even knowing the skills of my imperial beasts. How dare you say you understand me, know everything? Ah. As the words fell, Yifan's hand lifted once more. Little fire, use superheated combustion. Roar. Roars rang out, and a magma-like red color appeared on the Cerberus body. A terrifying flame brewing and spreading like a bomb at a moment's notice. No! Looking at the flames coming at him, the black-robed man's eyes glazed over, and in the next second, the flames engulfed him. Yifan stood still as the pounding wave of fire eventually stayed less than 5 centimeters in front of him. That's the limit distance for superheated combustion, and why he chose to back off just now. From the moment the black-robed man chose to pounce, Yifan had already thought of everything that would follow. It was not the black-robed man's certain death, but his certain death. With superheated combustion in such close proximity, even if the Imperial Beasts could hold out, the Imperial Beastmaster would surely die for sure. Snicker. Soon the flames disappeared into thin air, and not far away, a pitch-black corpse and the remains of a pitch-black bird lay there. Little fire, good job. Yifan walked over and patted the somewhat weakened hellhound, casually taking out a spirit fruit and preparing to take it to it. Wong! The hellhound let out a meek sound, but did not go to Yifan's hand to pick up the spirit fruit, and nudged his head towards the ground, signaling Yifan to put the spirit fruit on the ground. This as it recently followed the small white learned habits, not on the table to eat, do not eat people's hands and chopsticks handed things, there are etiquette distinct. Seeing this scene, Yifan however smiled and shook his head, rubbing the hellhound's head and feeding the spirit fruit into the hellhound's mouth. You're my imperial beast. Ah, in my eyes, you're my best companion. You don't have to be polite. Woof woof. The hellhound vocalized and rubbed against Yifan once more. Yifan, on the other hand, squatted down and looked at the pitch-black black-robed man, skimmed his mouth and seemed to be saying a eulogy and generally opened his mouth. In your next life, remember to provoke others, not to bring your parents. Pop, pop, snap. Right at this moment, suddenly, the sound of clapping rang out from behind Yifan. What a marvelous duel of Imperial Beastmasters. As soon as this voice came out, Yifan thunderously got up and quickly took a defensive stance, his body tensing up in a flash, clenching his fists, his arm veins crumbling. Someone had actually gotten close to him without him knowing. It was definitely a strong person, but once he turned around and looked at the person across from him, Yifan froze a little. Moncler Outlet Online. How come it's you? Chapter 43 Sources. With that, Yifan's poised punch stopped in the air. It was a scene that seemed slightly awkward. Wasn't it you who asked me to come find you? Yilao replied with a smile on his face. It just so happened that I saw this person, and wanted to see how good you are at royal beasts, and I didn't expect it, but it took me by surprise. After saying that, Yi Lao paused, and golden light flowed in his eyes. Fanner, your strength in royal beasts doesn't seem to be like a freshly initiated royal beast master. Grand Master is fallacious, Yi Fan replied, still maintaining his respect for this elder Yi, who had been on the front lines for many years. I've gotten some sort of miraculous encounters. A strange encounter? That's not surprising. Hearing this, Yi Lao nodded slightly and didn't pursue anything. Instead, there was some delight in his eyes. The fact that one's own children and grandchildren have had a strange encounter is something to be happy about. It's good to have encounters. Take advantage of them. Understood. Yi Fan nodded his head and pointed to the corpse behind him. Don't you want to know who that person is that came to fight me today, Monkler? Who is it? Elder Yi sniffed and looked towards the corpse, his eyes slightly fidgeting as he saw what appeared to be an iron badge left behind by the corpse's charred clothes. And on the badge, there was a pattern unfolding in the character for King. Someone from the Dynasty Organization? Brows slightly furrowed. Yi Lao pondered, and after a moment, spoke out. I'll have the top pay attention to this side of Ping City. I don't really recommend it, Monkler. Yi Fan shook his head. This person can appear here at this time. What does it represent, Monkler should know? Ever since the appearance of the Imperial Beastmasters, the control of the Imperial Beastmasters was being strengthened everywhere, and no matter how backward Pingcheng was, it would never be possible to let an Imperial Beastmaster with a flying Imperial Beast easily appear here at this time of the day. From just now until now, 20 minutes had passed. Even with that black-robed man's gale, it was enough for someone to notice. But up to now, there was still no movement. Obviously, on this side of Ping City, at least in the vicinity of Yi Fan's home, the law enforcer agency had deliberately concealed and ignored the appearance of this black-robed man. These words caused Elder Yi to ponder once more, but soon, he seemed to be a bit shaken. The law enforcement agencies of Ping City, they even colluded with the Dynasty Organization. How dare they? Grandpa, we have underestimated the Dynasty Organization. Yi Fan, on the other hand, voiced from the side. According to my previous understanding, the Dynasty Organization has already gathered all the underground gangs in Ping City, and they aren't just organizing a rebellion in the open with great fanfare like we thought, but they are also laying out their plans in many places at the same time. The big cities are fine. Places like Ping City, which are already negligent in defense, should, not surprisingly, have been infiltrated even by quite a few law enforcement agencies, and there are even some local clans that are involved. This black-robed man today is the best example. Simply incredible, Yi Lao replied, and there was some astonishment in his eyes, and then he went to look at Yi Fan, and suddenly asked, Fanner, how do you know about the Dynasty Organization? And it seems to be very well understood. It just so happens that there is some personal enmity with the Dynasty Organization's Yitzi. Yi Fan didn't hesitate and replied, sort of accidentally found some traces on this Yitzi and found out something. Like this. Yi Lao nodded his head and took a look at Yi Fan's eyes that didn't look fake and didn't suspect too much, but continued to ask, then how did you know that the Dynasty Organization had collected all the underground gangs in Ping City? Hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a smile and looked at Elder Yi, saying with a slightly deeper meaning, Elder Yi, we are at different heights now, and we see different things. What you see is the upper part of the heights of the Dynasty Organization, and what I see is the roots of the cancer that is the Dynasty Organization. These words caused Yi Lao to pause a bit, but soon, he once again revealed some smiles, nodded with a smile, and looked at Yi Fan, saying with some compliments, Fanner, it's good that you have such an insight. So your advice is for me not to alarm them? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. Grand Master should know how cunning and difficult the Dynasty Organization is. Once they perceive danger, they will quickly contract. 1 or 2 purges won't hurt at all. To hurt them, you have to find the opportunity to follow the trail and lead them out a little bit from the underground gangs I know. The black-robed man this time was deliberately lured out by me through some means, letting us know something about the law enforcement agencies, and I'm perfectly capable of continuing to provoke them. I'm just a bronze Imperial Beastmaster, plus Yi Lao is sick. They won't put me in their eyes too much. 1 test provocation at a time. Wait until they react. We already know exactly which people in Pingcheng, which organizations collude with the remnants of the dynasty. Speaking here, Yi Fan's voice was a bit icy as he glanced at Yi Lao and said in a low voice, when the time comes, eliminate them all in one go and cut off the roots. The words were icy cold, and the iron will in them caused even Yi Lao to be slightly moved. He glanced at Yi Fan, clearly noticing the amazing change in this grandson. wanting to open his mouth to ask, but he didn't know where to start. But how can you guarantee your safety? This time it's a bronze 5-star that's coming, and next time maybe it'll be a silver. In the end, Yilao didn't ask anything, but replied with a straight face, "Do you need me to send someone to secretly protect you? Elder Yi can send someone to protect my family. The dynasty organization has always been despicable. They might take action against them." Yifan replied, "As for me, Elder Yi doesn't need to worry. Our teacher is a famous strong man in Ping City. He will shelter me when I'm in school." In that case, can. Elder Yi was not one to hesitate, and since Yifan's words had impressed him, he would naturally be decisive as well. "Within a year, you get a specific list, hand it over to me, and I'll handle it." Yilao opened his mouth and glanced at Yifan. His face was also a bit cold, saying, "I'm still in Ping City. The dynasty organization even dared to extend their tentacles over here. Since this is the case, let them pay a sufficient price." "Good." Yifan nodded, and in his eyes, there was a slight smile. With Elder Ye's assistance, then one's plan to eradicate the Pingchang dynasty organization would be much smoother. "Now, Moncler, it's time to get down to business." "Business as usual?" Yilao frowned slightly. "About the matter of curing your hidden disease." Yifan opened his mouth, some laughter in his eyes. "Isn't it because of this matter that the Grand Master came to find me?" Hearing this, Yilao was also stunned, then subconsciously said, "Fanner, do you really know how to cure my hidden disease?" "Of course. I happen to know some methods to cure the dragon pupil's backlash." Yifan looked at Yilao. "But Yilao has to tell me first. Through what means did you supplement the legacy seed bloodline to cause the concentration of your own bloodline to exceed the threshold?" "This." Yilao hesitated, but did not hide it, saying, "I obtained a precious dragon relic blood in a secret realm. Plus I just happened to obtain a secret recipe on how dragon pupils can enhance their bloodline before. So I used that dragon relic blood." Hearing this, Yifan did not move, but secretly, he was a bit alarmed. A secret place that could get dragon blood, the level of the secret place must be very high. To be able to go into such a place and still get dragon blood, Yilao's strength should be quite good in the military hierarchy as well. Only fortunately, the method of replenishment is through blood directly. Yifan nodded. For a special ancient relic bloodline descendant like the dragon pupil, the method of replenishing the bloodline was generally to replenish it with the blood of the dragon relics, but of course there were other ways, such as some special heavenly materials, some special imperial beasts, and even some special ancient weapons, all of which were possible. "Since it's this kind, it's better." Yifan nodded and stretched out his finger. "Two ways, one works fast but will lose some strength, one works slow but basically has no effect on strength." "There are two more ways?" Hearing this, Elder Yi froze slightly. He had been suffering from the backlash for quite some time, and had sought out many physicians, all of whom had failed to find a solution, and what's more, the more he was cured, the worse it got, or else he wouldn't have retreated from the front lines so quickly. Yifan, on the other hand, was confident. Both of these methods are guaranteed to cure the dragon pupil's backlash. Let's see what old Yi chooses. These words made Yilao somewhat hesitant, and only after a while did he say, "What's the fastest way to see results?" "Bloodletting." Yifan replied, in a simple and straightforward manner. Through a special means to change the dragon relic bloodline in Yilao's body back to that of an ordinary person, in which case the concentration of the bloodline drops to the backlash line a bit, and there will be no backlash or damage. Special means. Yilao frowned slightly and didn't pursue anything, but said, "In that case, will my strength drop drastically?" "Of course." Yifan nodded his head. Dragon pupil relies on his own toughness, and the foundation of that toughness is the legacy seed bloodline in his body. And when the bloodline is lost, his strength is naturally not as good as before. As soon as these words came out, Yilao shook his head decisively, which is slow to see results. This one is a bit more complicated. It needs to be matched with a prescription, and it needs to be changed to a breathing method. Yifan replied, "Change to the breathing method." Hearing this, Elder Ye's brows once again furrowed greatly. Breathing method is equivalent to the foundation of the Imperial Beastmaster, Imperial Beast Space. The Imperial Beastmaster's own not weak fighting ability is basically because of the attainment of the breathing method, and the breathing method to the high level, there will be a lot of abilities, for example, the thunder breathing method that Ma Dafei got before, to the final layer, the attack can even carry a faint thunder. By switching to breathing techniques, one's own combat abilities will drop by a large margin without being able to apply and reapply those abilities. The damage, it seems, is greater than the damage from the blood exchange. No, this is the best treatment program. Yifan shook his head. Dragon pupillers originally do not rely on imperial beasts. Most of the modern dragon pupillers use similar breathing methods to ordinary imperial beast masters to grow. This program of growth is just wrong. What I told Moncler Outlet Store Me about combining with medicines and switching to the breathing method was originally to allow Moncler Outlet Store Me to switch to the breathing method and to become a true dragon pupiller. The strength will fall in a short period of time, but when Moncler Outlet Online you adapt, you will be even stronger than before. True dragon pupilizer. Hearing this, Yi Lao's eye pupils contracted a little. Obviously, he knew what the true dragon pupil in Yi Fan's words meant. The first-generation dragon pupil specializes in itself, with a fleshly body like a dragon that can cleave mountains with force. Chapter 44, The 9 Changes of the True Dragon. I'll choose the second one. Soon Yi Lao nodded his head. The two methods, which are better or worse, can be seen almost at a glance. Good. Yi Fan nodded his head and looked at Yi Lao on the opposite side of the room, pausing slightly before suddenly speaking. Grand Master, I now need you to swear with the bloodline of the dragon pupil to send out an origin, not to reveal in any way the breathing method that I've passed on to you today, and also not to harm me and my family in any way. Origin oath? These words caused Yi Old Man to stall. The origin oath, which was equivalent to an oath for the ancient remnant species as well as those who had the bloodline of the ancient remnant species. The ancient remnant species were considered to be the favorites of the heavens, and as favorites they were naturally powerful, and there would be a corresponding number of constraints. Among them, origin oath is one. Once the ancient remnant seed uses to swear with the bloodline origin, the oath will coalesce in the bloodline, and if it is violated, the bloodline will explode, and those who violate it will surely die. In the earliest days, this kind of oath was used by the first generation of Imperial Beastmasters to bind and subdue those ancient relics after they accidentally discovered it, and evolved into modern times. Except for the ancient relics and people with the bloodline of the ancient relics, very few people know about this matter. After all, whether it is Imperial Beasts with a bloodline or human beings, they will not tell you there is such a thing as the origin initiation oath. Elder Yi, what I'm going to tell you next is enough to make all the dragon pupils in this world go crazy. Yi Fan replied, looking at Elder Yi. It's not that I don't trust Elder Yi. It's that I have to ensure the safety of me and my family. Good. Hearing this, Elder Yi didn't say anything more and closed his eyes, and soon, the sound of a dragon's roar rang out, and at his heart, a dragon shape appeared. I, Yi Mao, swear by my bloodline essence that I will never in any way. As Yi Lao's oath was completed, soon, the dragon's roar sank, while the heart dragon pattern glowed red and then disappeared. This means that the oath is established. And after the oath was established, Yi Fan exhaled and said to Yi Lao, It's inconvenient here. Let's go back to my house and talk about it. Good. Elder Yi nodded his head and looked at his grandson who left in front of him, while some doubts surfaced in his eyes. A breathing technique that would make all dragon pupils go crazy? What is it? Eldest uncle, why are you here? Inside the house, watching Yi Lao follow Yi Tong into the house, Yi Lincheng, who was sitting upright in the hall, froze. I have some things to find Fanner. Yi Lao coughed and looked at Little White next to Yi Lincheng with a somewhat awkward expression. Old Dad and Mom, it's fine already. You guys go back to rest first. I have some things to talk to Grandpa. Yi Fan saw Yi Lao's embarrassment and said to Yi Lincheng and Lin Qingxiao with a smile. Oh well. Yi Lincheng agreed, twisted his head and walked towards the room. But Lin Qingxiao stayed behind and politely said, Then uncle, you and Fan Air talk slowly. There are fruits on the table. Good. Elder Yi nodded, a smile on his face. And with the door to the room closed, the two entered Yi Fan's room. It was at this point that Yi Fan's face gradually became serious. Grandpa, this technique I'm going to talk about next is the technique practiced by the first generation of dragon pupil, created specifically for those with the dragon relic bloodline. This technique is called the True Dragon 9 Transformations. There are 9 layers in total. With each layer of cultivation, the dragon blood in the body will flourish for 1 point, and the physique brought about by the legacy seed's bloodline will grow stronger and stronger, and at the higher levels it can even exert power comparable to that of a dragon legacy seed. True Dragon 9 Changes. Hearing this name, Yi Lao's face changed slightly. He had heard the name of this breathing method. It was indeed the breathing method practiced by the first generation of dragon pupils. Is such a feat also in your wonders? There's no need to ask this Moncler Outlet Online in detail. Yi Fan replied, while there was a touch of imperceptible deep meaning in his eyes. In his previous life, he had killed a true dragon pupil and obtained this True Dragon 9 Transformations, and it was for this reason that he didn't really care about the so-called dragon pupil. For Yi Lao, he still believed in him, but he still wasn't completely at ease, so he asked Yi Lao to make an oath. The more things he could take out of his hand, the higher the realm of the Imperial Beastmaster, the more his heart would be moved, and no one, except his parents, should be left without a sense of defense. Listen up for the next spell, Moncler Outlet. Saying that, Yi Fan began to narrate the 9 changes of the true dragon, and Yi Lao gazed at his mind, synchronizing with Yi Fan's words. And with the passage of time, Elder Yi suddenly stifled a grunt as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This was some minor backlash from his switching to breathing techniques. After all, people at their level didn't have low attainments in breathing techniques, and to specialize in them there would be some small price to pay. Soon after this mouthful of blood overflowed, Yi Lao's breath stabilized, and not much longer, he suddenly exhaled and opened his eyes. In his eyes, golden light flowed for a long time. I have successfully entered the first of the 9 changes of the true dragon. Yi Lao opened his mouth and stood up. A majestic aura rose from his body, and immediately afterward, Yi Lao raised his hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. This comfortable feeling has not appeared for a long time since I was subjected to a backlash. Congratulations, Moncler. Yi Fan smiled and spoke. Grandmaster's strength is there. Right now, although your strength has fallen a little. But after waiting for you to enter the 2nd and 3rd transformations, you will soon be able to recover and even surpass before. I feel it. Yi Lao nodded his head, looking at Yi Fan, who was always unassuming in front of him. In his eyes, there was a faint sense of astonishment. I have another medication list here that is specialized for blood qi. Yi Fan opened his mouth, brought a pen and paper, wrote down the list of medicines and handed it to Yi Lao. Yi Lao took the list of medicines and looked at it for a good while before looking up. Such a precious technique and such a rare prescription. I won't take it for nothing, Fanner. You can tell me anything you need. With my strength restored, even in Kyoto, they have to give me some face, and most of the things you want I can fulfill. I promise you that I can get you 3 things within the conditions allowed. Let's talk about it later. Yi Fan shook his head. Right now, I'm still too weak, and a lot of things brought to me can't be used at all. When I get to Kyoto later, I'll chime in if I need to. No problem. Yi Lao agreed painfully, and at this moment, he also understood why Yi Fan had asked himself to make that oath before. For the dragon pupil, this true dragon 9 changes had a fatal attraction. Even if it was himself, he would definitely be moved. Fanner, are you really not going to Kyoto with me? After thinking about it, Yi Lao once again asked. There's still more than a year left. We have enough time to eradicate the dynasty organizations in this place. You must have attained a great creation. Just in a place like Pingcheng, it can't be exerted. I will go to Kyoto later. Yi Fan shook his head. Pingcheng. I still have some ties. I have to finish it before I can go to Kyoto with peace of mind. Since that's the case, then I won't ask any more questions. Yi Lao nodded his head and stood up. In the time to come, I will send someone to guard your family. Here is my summoning talisman. Take it with you. In case you encounter anything, you'll have a backhand. Hearing this, Yi Fan was not in a position to refuse, and accepted Yi Lao's summoning talisman, tucking it into his bosom. As he was leaving, sending Elder Yi to the door, Yi Fan hesitated, and in the end, spoke. Elder Yi, be careful of some of the people around you. These words caused Elder Ye's pace to stall, and he turned around with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He naturally had a clear mind, and he and Yi Fan exchanged glances, revealing a slightly incredulous expression. You mean to say that the Yi family is also? Hush! Yi Fan compared to a silencing gesture, his eyes somewhat deep. It's just a guess. Yi Lao will just pay more attention. Black is black, white is white. There's no disguising it. There's definitely a different place. Chapter 45 returns. Yi Fan, has eldest uncle left? At the door, looking at Yi Fan who was walking back alone, Yi Lin Cheng went out of the room. Gone. Yi Fan replied, taking a look at Yi Lin Cheng. He asked, Pops, I just went out. Didn't I tell you guys not to come out? What are you doing waiting in the living room with Xiao Bai? This is not afraid that something will happen to you. Yi Lin Cheng replied. Who knows your Moncler to find you? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, not saying anything about the dynasty organization. It is good to keep them in the dark about some things, and it is good to worry less, and with Moncler Outlet Online the reassurance, one doesn't have to worry about the safety of one's old mom and dad. That way, for the rest of the time, he could focus on fighting with the one from the school and the dynasty organization in Hirakata City. Pops, give the inferior change fruit to Little White and see what Little White can evolve to. Thinking of something, Yi Fan called out towards Little White who was guarding the doorway again. Xiao Bai quickly came running, and Yi Linchang also took out the inferior fruit in response. Soon, the 3 inferior change fruits were eaten by Little White, and the light rose up and enveloped him. It didn't take much time before an imperial beast with fur glowing with steel appeared in front of the two. Steel Hound. Looking at the small white head in front of him, which was almost similar to a hellhound, Yifan nodded with satisfaction. It's considered to be one of the more powerful types of imperial beasts in the elite grade imperial beasts. Steel Hound. Hearing this brand new name, Yi Linchang was slightly surprised, but immediately afterward, he looked at Little White and called out, "Little White." "Oh!" Little White let out a low sound, lowered his head, and rubbed against the seated Yi Linchang. The feelings between a royal beast and a royal beast master won't change because of the changes in the strength of the royal beast. Yifan spoke from the side, "Pops, in the future, you'll be considered a good imperial beast master in Ping City." "Oh, good." Yi Linchang nodded his head and looked at Yifan, suddenly saying, "By the way, your mom agreed that I should continue to be a beast royal master." "Really?" Yifan raised his eyebrows. "Doesn't mom worry about you?" "Worried, but still agreed." Yi Linchang replied, an involuntary smile on his face. "Your mom said to accompany me. Mom said she's worried about you going out drinking every day, right?" Yitong spoke, and a smile appeared on his face. "As far as I can remember, Pops and Mom were considered a couple who got along very well, and even though their last life was ordinary and even a little difficult, the two of them were always in love with each other. A very enviable love. Pops, when you become a powerful imperial beast master in the future, don't marry 7 or 8 wives like old ancestor." Thinking of something, Yifan jokingly said, "How dare I?" Hearing Yifan's words, Yi Linchang hurriedly replied, glanced in the direction of the bedroom, hesitated for a while, shrunk his head, came to Yifan's ear, and whispered, "I just want your mom and that's enough." Morning Wind Village. Looking at the old man walking from afar, Yi Guihai revealed a somewhat surprised expression. "Father, it's so late. Where have you been?" "Walked around casually." Yi Lao replied, glancing at Yi Guihai, somewhat preoccupied. "Returning C, what kind of organization do you think the dynasty organization is?" "Dynasty organization?" Hearing this, Yi Guihai froze, and immediately after, quickly said, "With the purpose of restoring the ancient dynasty, a devilish organization that poisoned the people." "Well, it is indeed a devilish organization that poisons the people." Yi Lao nodded, then leisurely sighed. "But why? Are there so many people willing to go and join it?" This question made Yi Guihai hesitate. Those martyrs had a hard time overthrowing the system of being oppressed by the ancient imperial beasts and the royal clans under the ancient dynasty, and in order to block those ancient imperial beasts that were expelled from the domain back then but still thought of returning all the time, I don't know how many generations have died generously, and until now we are still their successors. Elder Yi was somewhat serious. "This is a history that everyone should know, especially for a family like ours, which was originally descended from the original dragon slayers. It should not be forgotten." "That I know." Yi Guihai nodded his head and looked at Yi Lao, as if he could tell that Yi Lao was in a bad mood, and whispered, "Father, what's wrong with you today? Did you go out and see something?" "Saw the fall of a local law enforcement agency, and heard an exhortation that surprised me." Yi Lao replied, twisting his head to look at Yi Guihai, and suddenly said, "Guihai, the Yi family, will not allow the appearance of anyone who betrays the glory of their ancestors. Recently, you send some trusted believers to thoroughly check the detailed comings and goings of everyone in the Yi family in the past year. As long as there are any anomalies, all of them write down the list and check them one by one. I will ascertain if these people are associated with the dynasty organization. As soon as they are identified, kill them on the spot." Elder Ye's voice wasn't much harsher, but the words carried a thunderous killing intent. This killing intent caused even Yi Guihai, who was on the side, to be shaken, and then his face changed drastically. Obviously, Yi Lao meant that there was a traitor in the Yi family, a traitor who had joined the dynasty organization. "I will definitely find out about this matter," Yi Guihai responded, his brows furrowed. As the eldest son of this generation of the Yi family, he had the obligation to urge that the glory of the Yi family not be discarded. "Go!" Yi Lao waved his hand and watched Yi Guihai leave. As if he suddenly thought of something, he added, "Guihai, in the future, when you have time, more often come and go with Lin Chang and the others." These words caused Yi Guihai to freeze for a moment, but soon, he stiffly answered and left. Looking at this scene, Yi Lao shook his head slightly. What he could see, Yi Guihai did not have much malice towards Yi Linqing, only that Yi Guihai's heart was full of defending the glorious name of the Yi family, and could not see such a wimpy descendant of the Yi family. Especially, Yi Linqing was still the only spark left behind by his own long-established brother. In the future, I suppose everything will change. I don't know what came to mind. Yi Lao opened his mouth and said, carrying his hands behind his back, walking towards the morning wind village under the pale back. It seemed that some regretful exclamations were drifting away with the wind. The rest of the time went by quietly, except for one time in the middle when Fatty's dad brought him to the door to thank Yi Fan for taking care of him in the school. There was no one else visiting during that time, and the dynasty organization had also gone silent after their last loss. Pops, don't go to Silver Moon Forest alone while I'm at school. Before he left, Yi Fan instructed Yi Linqing. You don't know the habits of those imperial beasts, their territorial ranges, and going into battle, it's easy for accidents to occur. Normally you can go to the Colosseum in the center of the city, where you can have Imperial Beastmaster duels, which will both improve your Imperial Beastmaster level and give you a reward if you win. Got it. Yi Linqing nodded his head and sort of answered Yi Fan's instructions. And the breathing method given to you should usually be practiced more. It's good for the body, eat more good food, don't worry about the money, it's completely enough. Xiao Bai should have enough spiritual herbs and fruits for this period of time. I've put them all in that room of mine. You guys just feed them according to the list I wrote. Wealth is not exposed. Try not to let people know the situation of our family Xiao Bai, but also not too worried about the Imperial Beasts were seen by others. Ping City, although small, the system is still perfect. The Imperial Beast Masters and ordinary people are protected. The general people do not dare to mess with you. Really encounter trouble, there is no way to do it, can also give me a phone call. Before leaving, Yi Linqing and Lin Qingxia didn't have time to say a few words. Instead, Yi Fan did everything in detail, from the big to the small instructions, and said a lot of things until the car was about to drive away, and only then said goodbye to the two. Go. Take care of yourselves. I'll be back to see you guys when I can. Yi Linqing and Lin Qingxia were at the station, looking at the car that drove away, exhaled, then looked at each other face to face. In the end, it was Yi Linqing who spoke. Why do I feel as if this identity of ours and our sons has been swapped? How he's talking more than we are. Chapter 46 400. At the entrance of the school, Fatty Li, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Yi Fan's slow arrival and hurriedly went forward. Yi Fan, why did you come at this moment? Didn't you say that the rendezvous would be at 10 o'clock? Fatty Li came back 2 days early. These 2 days Yi Fan was not there. That was scolded by Pan Zhao all day and night. Usually Yi Fan is, at least Pan Zhao is not so much to stare at him all the time. Something happened on the way. Yi Fan replied with a smile between his eyes. Dynasty organization to do something to him. He will not really like a little cute. Like waiting for the other party to come to his door. As soon as he got off the bus, he looked for a hidden place and summoned Ma Dafei to understand some of the dynasty organization's recent developments. Ma Dafei didn't know much, and only told Yi Fan that the dynasty organization would be sending silver-level Imperial Beastmasters over to carry out some new plans in a little while, supposedly because the adults sent over a few days ago had been secretly killed. As for the lord they were talking about, if there were no surprises, it would be the bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster who had come to assassinate Yi Fan earlier. What's wrong? Looking at Fatty, Yi Fan asked. Nothing, just asking. Fatty Li, who was beside him, nodded when he heard this, and didn't ask anything afterward, but pulled Yi Fan and whispered a little. Yi Fan, what level is your current Imperial Beast? Bronze 4 stars, what's wrong? Turning his head to look at Fatty, Yi Fan asked. That a rank from the Ingjie class has returned to school. Fatty Li replied, whispering. As soon as it came, it was a bronze grade Imperial Beast, and it was 2 of them, with one being a peak elite grade Imperial Beast. Ji Jie is back? Hearing this, the corners of Yi Fan's mouth lifted, and immediately afterward, he nodded. That's good. Yi Fan. Fatty Li originally wanted to say 2 words of caution, but saw that Yi Fan instead seemed to be interested. The words gave way to a stop, for a while, before hesitatingly saying, he's very strong, broke your previous record of 300 yesterday, and hit a score of over 370. Aha! Yi Fan nodded. After all, it's an A class, and without this amount of strength, it doesn't deserve the name A class. Aren't you worried? Fatty Li said. It feels like he'll become your archenemy. What's there to worry about? Yi Fan replied, looking at Fatty with some deep eyes. Fatty, this Ping City is too small. If you don't have a suitable opponent, it's boring. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head and looked at Yi Fan's expression as he said thoughtfully. It seems like my pattern still hasn't opened. Haha. You will open it later. Yifan nodded his head and looked at Fatty Li, slightly inquiring. Your 2 imperial beasts, what strength are they? Both are black iron 8 stars. Fatty Li quickly replied, both are fed spirit grass and spirit fruits according to your program. 8 stars of black iron? Then you're almost bronze. Yifan nodded his head and took out the inferior change fruit. This is the inferior change fruit I got. Take it to your purple striped snake and use it. Your strength should come to another level. Inferior fruit? Seeing the inferior fruit in Yifan's hand, Fatty Li was a bit surprised. How do you still have? There's no need to ask more about that. Yifan replied, stretching his back. Let's go. Go to the drill instrument first. Get my records back. In the school, as Yifan arrived at the drill room, quite a few people came sniffing around. Shocked cries rang out as the bronze 4-star hellhound appeared. How is it possible in a month's time bronze 4 stars? 2 levels higher than Ji Je's imperial beast level. And he has a new imperial beast, so he can control 2 imperial beasts as well? No, this hellhound should have evolved from his previous firehound. This Yifan, he's pretty fierce too. Is he going to break Ji Je's score? It's not that easy to cross over at the bronze level anymore. Is it? It's a matter of whether or not you can still score 300 points. Discussions resounded in the background, but Yifan raised a smile on his face and shook his head as he looked at the imperial beasts that appeared on the opposite side of the rehearsal instrument. It's true that the higher the level, the harder it is to cross over, but that also gets that level. How hard could it be for a bronze-level imperial beast, not to mention one's own hellhound, which one had spent a great deal of effort to specifically cultivate? Little fire, show off the display. Looking at the hellhound not far away, Yifan smiled and opened his mouth. Roar! A low hoarse hissing voice rang out. Cerberus opened its mouth. Flames overflowed from its mouth. Looking at the elite-level imperial beasts evolved by the opposite evolutionary instrument, once it opened its mouth, flames spewed out like rays. That imperial beast looked like it had gone down. Facing the flames, it didn't dodge, and the moment it was covered by the flames, it was instantly enveloped. Soon, the flames burned out, leaving only an already charred drillmaster imperial beast. The air was somewhat silent for a while before a score of 100 was slowly revealed on the instrument. Many people were stunned by this hand. What the hell? Was that just a Cerberus skill? Spitfire. This skill is also too fishing. Before the voice could fall, the next drill gauge imperial beast appeared, and Cerberus opened its mouth once more, the same jet of flame still simply destroying the imperial beast. This time, many people's faces changed. The ability to use skills continuously. What is this thing? Didn't they say that most of the imperial beast's bronze-level skills can only be used once for a short period of time? Why can he keep letting the imperial beast use them all the time? And soon, the 3rd imperial beast appeared, still with the same result. 4th head, still the same. 400. Looking at the scores that appeared on the drill instrument, Yifan nodded and did not continue the challenge, waving his hand to recall Little Flame. Turning back, the crowd was dumbfounded. It's 400 today, and I'll come back if someone can break that score. Looking at the crowd, Yifan slowly opened his mouth, uttered a sentence, and walked off the stage. Panjiaoge also came here at some point, and his eyes changed slightly as he looked at Yifan walking down from the stage. This brat, he has gained another strange encounter. As a mentor, his vision was naturally different from these students, and it was obvious that that fire breathing was not a hellhound skill at all. It was its own flame bloodline, it was already capable of breathing fire, and most of the power in this such bloodline could not be activated until it reached the silver level. This is also why it is said that silver is the starting point. Only when it reaches silver, the bloodline shackles of the imperial beasts will be opened, and at that time they will be able to begin to use different attributes of power, spitting fire, spitting water, striking thunder, falling rocks, and so on. He gave the imperial beasts something that could stimulate the power of the flames in their bloodline, allowing the hellhound to break the imperial beast's bloodline shackles at bronze level. Panjiaoge was somewhat judgmental and slightly alarmed. Spirit fruits that can break the shackles of the imperial beast bloodline in advance are not unavailable, at least they are spirit level. This kid is only bronze. Where did he go to get the spirit level spirit fruits? Teacher Pan. While Pan Zhao was still in a daze, Yifan had already arrived in front of him and greeted him, saying with a slight smile, "How is it? This kind of performance is still satisfactory to Teacher Pan, right?" "Not bad." Pan Zhaoge forced down the emotions in his heart and said calmly on the surface, still unable to resist, "How did you do it?" "Got some good stuff." Yifan replied, a smile on his face. Enabling Cerberus to exert the attribute power in his bloodline ahead of time was something he had also managed to achieve only a few days ago. This was something he had planned long ago and was realizing very early on, preparing the fiery fruit and following up, preparing the white jade fruit, flame mushroom, and several other types of spiritual fruits that were specifically geared towards hellhounds to be planted in the Imperial Beast space. All of these spirit fruits could accelerate the growth of the Imperial Beasts, although for the bronze level, the enhancement of mortal-grade heavenly materials was not great, but the key point was the activation of the bloodline shackles. Every spirit fruit it ate was loosening that shackle, and with the 30-to-1 flow rate in the Imperial Beast space, it was long enough to open the shackle early. The increase in strength was not much, but the activation of the flames was real, and the lethality it brought was obvious. With this ability, your Cerberus, before the silver rank, is considered extremely strong. Pan Zhaoge spoke, a hint of joy in his eyes. He had also seen Ji Jie's Imperial Beast battle here a few days ago, and the former's performance had made him worry for a while that Yifan would be left behind by the other party when he returned. But this time when he came back, Yifan directly showed him the ability to cross the level. Bronze level had something that could only be used at silver level. Even if the flame power was not strong at bronze level, it was already enough for him to run roughshod over bronze level Imperial Beasts dueling, and that didn't even include the horrifying combat experience of Yifan, the monster himself. So what if you have an A-rank Terror Edition and an elite peak Imperial Beast? Every attack I make looks like I'm using a Royal Beast skill. How can you fight? After all, in a few days, it will be the monthly Secret Realm. Looking at Pan Zhao, Yifan then wore a faint smile on his face. I hope to have a bigger harvest. Chapter 47. Complaints. Secret Realm. Hearing this, Pan Zhaoge's face changed slightly, looking at the 400 points on the stage with some clarity. Yifan came straight to this rehearsal instrument as soon as he returned, and with what he said and did, he must have known about Ji Jie's arrival. He wants to squash the A grade that hasn't come out of this flat city in decades. This time the secret realm that Ji Jie will also be going in. He has 2 Imperial Beasts. You need to be more careful if you're up against him. Understood. Yifan nodded. Looking at Yifan, Pan Zhao was slightly worried and hesitated. A level Imperial Beast talent is terrifying. Don't let a momentary battle of wills be the reason. I won't fight with him out of spite. Yifan shook his head, but his eyes were somewhat cold. Good. Saying this, Pan Zhao did not continue. Looking at Yifan, who left with Fatty Li, his expression was then somewhat surprised. He clearly felt Yifan's hostility towards Ji Jie, a hostility that didn't feel like a rivalry between 2 students. Instead, it was somewhat like his own and Zhang Hong's hostility, which instantly made him feel somewhat familiar. His growth trajectory, and Ji Jie should not have any intersections, right? How can he have such great hostility for no reason? Boss Ji, how is it? This is the right amount of force. In Ying Jie's class, Ji Jie was sitting in his seat, and beside him a doggy was attentively pinching his shoulders. This dog's leg was not ordinary. His family was also quite privileged, and his own talent for beast robbing was outstanding enough. But in front of this genius who had not been born in Ping City for decades, he still put his posture low enough. The one in front of him, the terror, could be more than just his talent, his family lineage also huge and incomparable. He should have been allowed to study in Kyoto, but for some unknown reason, he was allowed to come to Pingqing to study in high school. Not bad. In his seat, Ji Jie replied calmly, looking at the many clusters in front of him and shaking his head. Ping City was too small and backward. These were people who were known as the most talented Imperial Beast Masters in this session of Ping City, but they were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Those children of the big families in Kyoto, no matter how talented they were, smashing them with spirit fruits and smashing them with spirit grasses wouldn't let them lose at the starting line. But in Ping City, at this stage, there wasn't a single bronze-level Imperial Beast Master, making him unable to raise any interest. What about that Yifan? Did he go back to school? Thinking of something, Ji Jie suddenly asked. I don't know. Should be back soon. Soon to open the secret realm well. A person replied. The words did not fall. Outside, suddenly a person rushed in. Yifan is back. He broke Boss Season's record in the drill room by scoring 400 points, and let it slip that he'd go again if someone could break that record. 2 voices rang out, like a thunderous sound, and some people stood up, and in their brows, there was astonishment. 400 points, bronze level, how can anyone else get 400 points? 400 points? In his seat, Ji Jie also seemed to have a flash of surprise. But soon, he said, how did the battle go? Very easy. The man replied, his tone hurried. He has a hellhound. It seems to be an evolution of the previous firehound, able to use uninterruptedly fire-breathing such imperial beast skills. The imperial beasts practiced by the rehearsal instrument could not recognize it. They were all killed in a single blow. Uninterrupted use of fire-breathing? Hearing this, Ji Jie's brows furrowed slightly. However, after all, being someone with a big family background, Ji Jie's eyesight was naturally not low. It should be that he chose the fire dog, used the spirit fruit to adjust the fire dog's optimal evolutionary direction, and then used a special spirit fruit at the bronze level to open up the hellhound's bloodline shackles in advance. In this way, the Cerberus's fire ability is unleashed, and it has a huge advantage in the bronze-level imperial beasts. This Yifan has some vigor. Someone should be guiding him. Having said that, a smirk appeared on Ji Jie's face. It's worthy of being a direct descendant of that one. Even after such a decline, it can still give me some pressure. That person's direct descendant? Hearing this, next to him, a student's expression was a bit strange. That Yifan? Isn't he a student from an ordinary family? I've heard that his parents run a restaurant over in the west end of Pinching. What can you guys know? Hearing this, Ji Jie coldly grunted, and immediately afterward, stood up. Prepare to prepare. Maybe you can touch in the secret realm. You are all geniuses of Ping City. Don't mix less than that fat guy beside Yifan. Others have 2 imperial beasts, and they are both black iron high stars. Yifan, how have you been doing at home lately? In the dormitory, Fatty Lee looked at Yifan and helplessly said, "You are not aware after I went back, since my dad knew that I was powerful in the royal beast. He dragged me around to visit my relatives every day, and blew off everyone. If not for me, he would have organized a banquet for me. After all, your family hasn't produced an imperial beast master yet, so it's normal for your father to be a bit happy." Yifan nodded his head and said with a slight hint of teasing, "Don't get lost in the compliments of ordinary people. Oh, you're a royal beast master now? No, have a pattern." Fatty Lee opened his mouth. "Yo, you've even learned to snatch answers." Yifan replied, with a smile in his eyes. He scanned the circle of the fat man and said, "How's your Tao Tai law practice going? You should have opened a 3rd imperial beast space." "Yifan, your eyes are too poisonous," Fatty Lee replied, scratching his head. "Originally, I was planning to show you off a bit. Then remember to say it earlier next time." Yifan replied, nodding slightly. By this time, the advantages of the Tao Tai method slowly began to come to the fore. Many imperial beast masters at this stage had yet to open their 2nd imperial beast space. Fatty's 3rd had already opened, and it should take less than a few months for the 4th to open. Winning with quantity, this is the essence of the Tao Tai method. In a few years, Fatty Lee should have 7 or 8 imperial beasts, and it would not be easy to take a university exam. Grab a trip to the Imperial Beast Forest tomorrow, and contract a bronze-grade snake-type imperial beast for you. Yifan replied and said, adding, "Just in time, I need a new imperial beast too." "Yifan, have you opened a 2nd imperial beast space as well?" Fatty Lee was a bit surprised. "Open?" Yifan nodded his head, a smirk in his eyes. His space wasn't layer upon layer, it was just a large area that didn't limit the number of contracts, except that Yifan certainly wouldn't contract haphazardly. He wants the best quality, the best fit, everything step by step according to the perfect match. That's a good feeling. You don't even know, you're not here for the past few days. I went to the Silver Moon Forest by myself, and several times I encountered bronze-level imperial beasts being chased for several kilometers. Fatty Lee opened his mouth. A look of doubt appeared in his eyes. "Why do I feel that when I went with you, Yifan? Those imperial beasts were so docile. They wouldn't attack people indiscriminately at all. When you're completely familiar with the sense of various imperial beasts, the territorial range of the corresponding imperial beasts, their habits and various attack habits, you'll be able to do it as well." Yifan replied, "This? How this is familiar. Encyclopedia of Imperial Beasts." Yifan opened his mouth and patted Fatty Lee. $50 or so a copy. You'll basically be able to memorize what's on it. Encyclopedia of Imperial Beasts. Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. "It seems like we learned from that book when we were in middle school, right? That book is a few thousand pages thick, my brother Yi." Fatty Lee hummed. "Is there an easier way? There are simple ones too." Yifan nodded. "It's just going to break in more often. Once you've been chased and stabbed by a vicious rhino a few times, I guess you'll be familiar with it. Good guy. This is not the divine farmer tasting 100 herbs imperial beast master version." Fatty Lee shook his head back and forth, glancing at Yifan. He still said, "I'd better follow you, Yifan. It's safe and reliable. It's okay to follow me. Yifan revealed a smile. Then you have to work harder. Don't let me down on you. I want us to be side-by-side partners. You do understand that, don't you? Good. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly and looked at Yifan. Look, if only Pan Zhao could talk like you. Yifan, how nice. He just points his nose at me every day and curses my imperial beasts like, every day, which gives me a whole lot of skepticism. Yelling at you is also for your own good. Yifan helplessly laughed. I know he is good intention well, can scold so ugly, afraid that I thank him like. Fatty Lee opened his mouth and suddenly whispered, Yifan, you said Pan Zhao spoke in such a foul tone. Is it the main reason why he is still single until now? Must have been an iron straight man when he was younger. I guess not many girls liked him. At the door, Pan Zhao, who was about to knock on the door, froze his hand in the air, and on his arm, his veins gradually rippled. There are other reasons why I'm old and single, says who didn't have girls when they were young. I was pretty popular back in the day, okay? Chapter 48 Rock Python. The next day, the two got up early and headed to the Silver Moon Forest. Fatty, what has your purple striped snake evolved into? On the way, Yifan asked. Spectral snake. Fatty Lee summoned his imperial beast, a dark snake, small in size with some red spots on its body. Not bad. Looking at this imperial beast, Yifan nodded. The spectral snake, this imperial beast, is considered to be very difficult in the snake class. The fangs are very long, the toxicity is also very fierce. In the bronze level will probably comprehend that kind of surprise attack type of skill. After the silver level breaks the bloodline shackle, the toxicity will be very exaggerated, and even the toxin harvesting of the output of the fangs can be collected to make top-level poisons. What about my black flame snake? Fatty pursued. Bronze level has a high probability of comprehending a concealment type, or a skill that strengthens one's defense. Yifan nodded. At silver level, after breaking the bloodline shackles, the black flame snake can simply use some flame attribute skills, which is not bad. Hearing you say that, it feels like the black flame snake is so fishing. Fatty Lee was helpless and asked again, what is the bloodline shackle? It's complicated to be specific, just understand that when you reach a level, the imperial beasts will have some more abilities. Yifan replied, well. Fatty Lee nodded, thought of something, and looked toward the back. What are you looking at, Fatty? I'm looking to see if Pan Zhao is following, said Fatty Lee, touching the big bag on his head, which was the price he paid for secretly cursing Pan Zhao in the dormitory yesterday when he was caught red-handed. I always feel that Pan Zhao is spying on us. Every time I scold him, he knows. Last time I did not give you that I will be stronger than Pan Zhao. I also learn Pan Zhao the same to him to say let my grandmother and he royal beasts duel well. I went back after he scolded me every time is, go on. Go get your grandmother. You say, Pan Zhao is not a bit perverted. Should not have any special fetish. Fatty, you can stop talking. Yifan spoke, his eyes filled with helplessness. It is no wonder that Pan Zhao always scolded the fat man. Generally they go out, Pan Zhao will be in the dark protection. The fat man, a day of what was said was heard clearly. Just those two sentences just now were enough to make Pan Zhao curse him for another week. Fatty, what are your own thoughts on the third imperial beast? In the Silver Moon Forest, Yifan observed the surrounding forest while looking at Fatty Lee and asked. Fatty Lee was currently carrying a big bag on his head, and when he heard Yifan's question, he hesitated for a moment and said to Yifan, Yifan, you can just help me choose. I can't help you choose for the rest of your life. Yifan shook his head and looked at the fat man, slightly serious. You are going to go out in the future, you are going to have your own world, you must learn to think about things on your own, and you must start judging on your own. This. Hearing Yifan's words, Fatty Lee froze, and immediately afterward, nodded his head. I have two imperial beasts, a black flame serpent with good defense but average attack power, and a phantom serpent with strong toxicity but fragile on its own. Right now, then, I need an imperial beast with strong frontal attack power. Frontal attack is strong. What exactly does that mean? Yifan pursued. It's just a lot of power and preferably a lot of size. Fatty replied. What's the one of the snake imperial beasts that fits this type? I don't know the specific species. Fatty Lee replied, scratching his head. But I think that the python type is the best. It doesn't necessarily have to be poisonous. As long as it can strengthen my vested combat power, these two imperial beasts in front of me mostly rely on the Cerberus when you're around in Yifan in order to function. If I can have a royal beast that can be in the front, my royal beast will be molded with offense and defense toxic. Hearing these words, Yifan then nodded his head and said to Fatty, Fatty, look, as you go about thinking about your imperial beasts, isn't it true that the future path of the imperial beasts will gradually become clearer? There is a difference between what you see for yourself and what someone else holds a light to illuminate. I seem to understand a bit. Fatty Lee scratched his head. So, I'll follow this structure in the future when I take in imperial beasts? It can be, and it can also be added appropriately. Yifan replied, for example, whether or not you should add a type like the winged snake that targets the air, whether or not there is one more imperial beast that specializes in exploring treasures without combat power, all of these various, it all depends on how you think about it. You cultivate the Taotai method, and an ample number of imperial beasts is enough for you to make up for all your shortcomings. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly and looked at Yifan. But it's hard to find python-type imperial beasts in this forest, right? Okay. Yifan replied, following the hellhound, his pace moving quickly towards the front, with Fatty Lee following behind, and the two snake-like imperial beasts swimming quickly in the grass next to him. As they grew, the two of them got better and better at hunting together, and along the way, from time to time, they would hunt some imperial beasts that were guarding the spirit herbs. Nowadays, they were already traveling unimpeded in the outskirts of the forest, and even in the inner perimeter, there were few imperial beasts that could stand in their way. Soon, stepping through a thicket and poking through the weeds ahead, a long river appeared. The dark river in the Silver Moon Forest. Looking at this river, Yifan secretly nodded his head and turned his head to Fatty Lee. There is a kind of python in the Silver Moon Forest that likes to inhabit the banks near this kind of dark river, so we should be able to find it easily if we follow this dark river. Is it that kind of python? To the side, Fatty Lee opened his mouth and reached out, pointing forward. Yifan looked along and saw that above the river, on a boulder, a gray-painted python was circling, seemingly resting. That's it, the rock python. Looking at the rock python that coiled up like a big tire, Yifan nodded. This kind of imperial beast is an elite grade, its body is very tough, its size is huge, its attack power is strong, and at the same level it can tie up a gray rhinoceros bigger than itself. It's the kind of imperial beast you want. It looks so scary, Fatty Lee vocalized, but still silently summoned the two imperial beasts. This rock python's grade wasn't high, black iron 7 stars, obviously, it hadn't grown for long. This imperial beast will be yours to take in. Yifan did not make a move and watched as Fatty Lee commanded his two imperial beasts to attack the rock python. The two elite grade black iron 8-star imperial beasts were not inferior to the opposite side in terms of both level and grade, so it was not difficult for Fatty Lee. No problem, Fatty Lee replied, obviously also very confident. Only, when the battle unfolded, Yifan shook his head as he looked at Fatty Lee's broken imperial beast command. These two imperial beasts, any one single carry out is able to compete with this rock python 1 or 2. But together, surprisingly, only barely, and the rock python entangled up. Certainly the rock python has the advantage of size, but the fat man's command is really some stink. No wonder teacher Pan Zhao scolded every day. Yifan was a bit helpless. Normally he didn't feel it. After letting the fat man fight alone, the shortcoming came out clearly. His means of imperial beasts, his sense of imperial beast combat, was indeed poor. Only at least it's still progressing. Thinking of the way Fatty's tongue was fighting the first time he commanded the two imperial beasts, Yifan had another smile on his face. It didn't matter that the imperial beasts were poor now, they all needed time to grow. Boom. After some time, the rock python collapsed under the siege of the two snake-type imperial beasts, and did not put up much resistance anymore in the face of Fatty's imperial beast contract. Defeating the opponent and then subjugating them is the most successful subjugation. Because the imperial beast also has intelligence, when you take your mouth to collect it, it chooses whether to follow you to have more benefits, but when you beat it to the ground, its choice is life or death. Phew, so tired. After easily subduing the rock python, Fatty Lee gasped for air and came to Yifan's side with a smile on his face. But I finally have my own third imperial beast. Saying that, Fatty Lee summoned the rock python, and Yifan nodded as the massive rock python appeared next to Fatty Lee. In the future, if you cultivate the spirit fruits of the imperial beasts, you can differentiate them appropriately. Those that strengthen defense or carry fire attributes are given to the black flame snake, and those that strengthen their size and are weighted are given to the rock python. Python-type imperial beasts' size is king. The stronger they are, the bigger they are. The stronger it is, the bigger it is? Fatty Lee nodded. How big does that dragon python have to be? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yifan's face as he pointed to the dark river in front of him. This dark river, twice as wide and 3 times as long. Good lord, how big must that be? Looking at the river in front of him, Fatty Lee was a little surprised. If it appeared, it wouldn't just be able to crush a building. Of course. Yifan nodded his head, not knowing what came to his mind, and said in a deep voice, "It's just that imperial beasts that have reached that level will never have the chance to appear in the world of ordinary people." Chapter 49. High-Speed Eagle. Why? Fatty Lee opened his mouth and asked. It's told in the history books. Yifan replied. Before the modern society, it was the ancient feudal dynasties. The rulers of the dynasties believed in those powerful imperial beasts, and the two together ruled the common people, oppressing and exploiting them bitterly. Further on, the appearance of the first generation of imperial beastmasters broke this balance and set off a wave of resistance, and later, when the dynasty collapsed, those ancient imperial beasts were either expelled from the domain or hid in the ancient mysterious realm. It was a long tug of war, and to this day, the front lines are still at war with those ancient imperial beasts, and no powerful ancient imperial beasts have been able to get past those defenses, which has led to a peaceful and harmonious modern society. Like this. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was a bit out of his mind. So we rarely see the strongest of the imperial beastmasters. Is it because all those strong people have gone to the front lines? Most of them, I guess, but there are also many that have become stronger by going around exploring secret realms. Yifan replied, shaking his head. Ever since the aura recovery started a few thousand years ago, this world has changed like this. We're all fighting to cross over, trying to get a clean slate. It sounds like it knows some hidden secrets. Fatty Lee scratched his head. After such a long period of time, with so many powerful people out, they were unable to completely annihilate the ancient imperial beasts outside the domain. The imperial beasts will also reproduce. The expulsion back then, the human pioneers had used up all their strength. If they were able to, they would have completely decimated them back in the early generations. Yifan replied, shaking his head. What's more, it's always hard for people to work together. Not everyone will be willing to go to the front line. There are still many scheming people who are trying to subvert this world. Serious internal conflict and stalemate in the external war is instead an unfavorable pull on the human side. 500 years ago, we pushed thousands of kilometers into the domain. But now, instead, we've been pressed back and can only pull near the border for 100 kilometers. So, are we still regressing? Fatty Lee sniffed and said thoughtfully. According to this trend, isn't there going to be a day when those expelled extraterrestrial imperial beasts will press back? It won't be. The higher-ups are also making efforts. Yitong replied, clearing out the internally depleted demonic sect organizations, discovering geniuses, and strongly encouraging the development of imperial beast masters. It's going to be okay. Good. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. In the future, I will also go to the front line to fight. Then you have to get stronger first, Black Iron rank. You can't even be considered cannon fodder at the front line. Yifan smiled and spoke, waving his hand. Well, it's time to go find the imperial beast I want. What imperial beast do you want? Fatty Lee revealed a look of interest. Go and find out. Yifan smiled mysteriously and walked towards the forest. Fatty quickly followed, and the two of them quickly traveled through the forest, picking up some spirit grasses and fruits while decapitating some imperial beasts. Yifan, if we go further, we will be close to the core of the forest. Looking at Yifan, who was still moving forward, Fatty Lee spoke with some worry. When you reach the core, there will be silver-level imperial beasts out there. It's fine, it should be around here. Yifan nodded his head and stopped, walking along the bushes and slowing down his pace. Fatty Lee followed suit and slowed his pace as well. Among the jungle, there were only some chittering sounds coming from the insectoid imperator. Phew! At a certain moment, between the jungles, there was a wind coming from the jungle, and Yifan's voice rang out at that moment. Fatty duck! Hearing this voice, Fatty Lee froze, and then, a pinprick of sensation coming from his back caused him to not think too much, and he violently lunged towards the grass next to him. Chirp! An ear-piercing bird chirp rang out, and Fatty Lee looked up, only to see a very large hawk like imperial beast graze past his face, its sharp claws nearly grabbing him. The blow failed, and the eagle quickly drew up, and in a flash, rose into the air again. Sure enough, it's here. To the side, Yifan's voice rang out. Blistering Wind Eagle, Bronze 6-star, Peak Elite Grade Imperial Beast. Fatty, hide to the side. I'm going to have a good fight with this blast eagle. Elite Peak, Bronze 6 stars. Hearing these two keywords, Fatty Lee immediately died and rolled in place into the bushes. Yifan, do you need backup? In the bushes, Fatty Lee revealed a pair of eyes. No need, this blizzard eagle is very difficult to deal with. Your level of Imperial Beast is too poor. Imperial Beast strength is also not enough, just hide well. Yifan spoke to Fatty Lee and raised his head to look into the middle of the sky, and vaguely, he saw a figure flickering in the forest. It's watching me, trying to find a break in me. Yifan stood in place and gently picked his finger. The hellhound came to Yifan's side. His ears perked up with a wary face. Phew! The next moment, the wind moved again, and the blast eagle swooped down, its wings spreading out like a large piece of shadow, its massive aura crushingly pressing down. This strike was obviously not an ordinary attack. As Yifan stood still, the weeds around him were deadened by the strong wind pressure. Shedding attack. Pronouncing the name of the Imperial Beast technique used by the Blizzard Eagle, Yifan quickly twisted his body. Wow! A pair of sharp claws emitting light instantly came from in front of Yifan, instantly grabbing a large chunk of the ground away. Little flame, use flames to attack it. The moment the blast eagle swooped into the air, Yifan's voice rang out. Roar! The Cerberus opened its mouth and flames erupted. But the flames didn't hit with any effect. The blast eagle was very fast and dodged the attack with almost a prancing motion, rising into the air once more. Soon, the blizzard hawk swooped downward once more, this time, toppling a small tree next to it, its talons leaving a deep claw mark in the bark. If this grab were to catch, not to mention Yifan, even Cerberus would have a hard enough time. A bit difficult to deal with. Watching Cerberus's attack fall short once again, Yifan secretly gritted his teeth, but he couldn't stop the excitement in his eyes. This blast eagle was a flying Imperial Beast, extremely fast, with great attack power, with a great cordon vision, perfectly suited for himself. I must take this blast eagle. Saying a sentence, Yifan looked towards the sky, his mind settling down and adjusting the rhythm of his breathing. Ground to air, or so the saying goes, the best chance for a kill is when the other guy dives. Little flame, follow me backward a bit. Yifan happened, moving his feet and keeping his sight right above himself. The hellhound on the side was also very obedient, obviously, facing such a strong Imperial Beast, it also felt the pressure. Right here, stopping next to a rock, Yifan stopped and suddenly made a weightless backwards fall. This opportunity, of course, the Blizzard Eagle would not let go, and almost just a second later, it sped down from the sky, and this time, its claws were heading straight for Yifan's head. Coming. Looking at the eagle's claws that were rapidly expanding in his pupils, Yifan sucked in a huge breath, and his heart seemed to stop at this moment. Less than a centimeter away, the eagle's claws grazed past Yifan's throat, and right at that moment, Yifan wheeled up his fist and slammed it heavily on the Blizzard Eagle's head. Clang, a muffled sound. The power of this fist is not small. This month's night in the royal beast space of cultivation, Yifan's physical strength, at least 7 or 8 stars of the black iron, smashed in the head of the Blizzard Eagle. Immediately at once it will be smashed in a bias, heavily crashed on the side of the stone. It's now, little fire lockjaw. As Yifan's voice rang out, the hellhound let out a roar and leapt up, pouncing onto the back of the Blizzard Eagle in one fell swoop, its beak biting up. It was clearly not fatal, and the blast hawk struggled as its wings opened and a faint glow began to surface on its wings. This was a sign that he was going to use his natural skill. The natural skills of Imperial Beasts were often very powerful, and once they were used, they basically had a terrifying killing power. I advise you not to continue. Yifan's voice rang out at this moment, as if it had interrupted the Blast Eagle's spell casting, and the Blast Eagle's movements came to an abrupt halt, appearing somewhat abrupt. And all because the hellhound that was biting its throat was gradually blazing with fire in its mouth. My Cerberus, before you use your natural skill, is enough to melt your throat. Yifan opened his mouth and crouched down, looking at the Blast Eagle whose eagle eyes were staring at him tightly, and complimented him. You're a natural jungle hunter with outstanding speed and offense, but there's one thing that you should never overlook as a hunter. That is the strength of the prey. Chapter 50. Between the jungles, there is never a true hunter. Perhaps one moment you are the adversary of the prey, and the next moment your identities are reversed. Uttering another sentence, Yifan stretched out his hand, and in his hand, a spell of the Imperial Beast contract appeared. Submit, you have no other choice. Chirp. The Blast Eagle stalked its neck, its eagle eyes staring at the other, but it was never willing to sign the seal. It wasn't until the flames overflowed from the hellhound's mouth that it finally gave in and let out a chirp, and in the next moment, the spell contract was successful, and it was instantly taken into the Imperial Beast space. A smile appeared on Yifan's face as he raised his hand, and the blast wind eagle was summoned. And at this moment, in the eagle's eyes, there was a trace of humanized shock. Obviously, it saw a large area of spiritual grass and fruits in Yifan's royal beast space, surviving in the Silver Moon Forest where it lived and died at all times for the sake of hunting. It had never seen such a place. Following me is not considered an insult to you. On the contrary, it is your future glory. Yifan spoke and raised his arm. The blast eagle hesitated in the air, but it didn't have much time before it quickly descended, gathered its wings, and stood on Yifan's shoulder. The corner of Yifan's mouth lifted up as he called the hellhound to his side and stroked its head before looking at Fatty Lee in the bushes. "Fatty, come out. Yifan, this is too fierce for you." Fatty Lee's face was filled with stupefaction. He had seen the entire battle between Yifan and the blizzard eagle. How thrilling it was! Watching the fat man's heart jumped. As long as there was a single attack Yifan made a mistake, he would be directly penetrated by the blizzard eagle. But from the beginning to the end, Yifan just stood there, except for that last stone. There was no obstacle around, and even in the end it was his fatal punch that took the victory. Confidently terrifying. The more powerful the imperial beast is, the more you have to show your strength if you want to collect it. Yifan replied, patting the blizzard eagle on his shoulder and beckoning to Fatty Lee. "Let's go. We've collected all our imperial beasts today. Get some spiritual herbs and fruits, and then we can go back." Oh, good." Fatty Lee nodded his head and walked beside Yifan in a bit of a daze. From time to time he went to glance at the blast eagle on his shoulder, still feeling a bit unreal. A month ago, Yifan had only just obtained the fire dog, but a month later, such a strong imperial beast had been defeated head-on by Yifan, and he hadn't even used his natural skill by the end. Peak elite grade, this was already the best imperial beast that an ordinary person could access. "When will I be as strong as you, Yifan?" Walking behind Yifan, Fatty Lee said with some sighs, "How do I feel? That our gap is still widening compared to before." "Don't be anxious, your path is different from mine," Yifan replied. "Maybe you think I'm strong now, and in a few years you might think it's nothing more than that. To look forward, you're the first person in this class of freshmen to have 3 imperial beasts. In that respect, you're likewise a top genius, don't be presumptuous. But I did it because of the kung fu you gave me. The gong method is part of it. But what can determine your future is always yourself." Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Lee, slightly solemn. "The same gong fu given to someone else to cultivate, he may cultivate for the rest of his life without getting started. The fact that you can have such an achievement in such a short period of time proves your potential all the same. Look at that Tung Chong. At first he could step on your chest and humiliate you. But what about now? Will you still put him in your eyes? Be confident." "Good." Fatty Lee nodded, clenched his fist, and encouraged himself. "I can definitely become strong as well." "That's right." Yifan nodded his head, a smirk in his eyes. To be honest, Fatty Lee's current strength really wasn't considered weak in the freshman. It was just that he had been a wimp since he was a child, and his character had become this somewhat timid and unconfident. How could a person who was cowering become a truly strong person? That was why he himself often gave Fatty some chicken soup to motivate him and guide him to become a strong man. "And Pops, go back and tell him about this strong man theory as well." Thinking of something, a smile appeared on Yifan's face as he walked towards the forest. Whether it's Fat Daddy or about the dynasty organization, he's planting some seeds of his own, and maybe it won't be long before those seeds take root. This kid is too overconfident. In the forest at the back, looking at Yifan, who was holding Huang on the left and primed Song on the right, Pan Zhaoga's brows were a little tightly wrinkled. In the battle just now, there were several times that he almost couldn't help but make a move. That blizzard eagle's speed was extremely fast and lethal. Yifan's kind of fighting style, as long as there was a slight mistake, he would fall on the spot. Although Yifan had managed to subdue the blast eagle in the end, the way the battle was fought had made Pan Zhao somewhat dissatisfied. He knows that this kid has a horrible battle intuition, but intuition is not always accurate, and the battle is changing rapidly. Any unstable factors may change the outcome of the battle. How can you walk by the river without getting your shoes wet? If you risk your life like this every time, you're not taking your life for granted. Gotta go back and say something about him. Having said that, Pan Zhao could not help but praise Yifan again. This kid really is, it feels like every day's progress is terrifyingly amazing. A hellhound that has opened its bloodline shackles at the bronze level, coupled with a blizzard eagle with an elite grade peak bloodline. Such a configuration is no better than that kid from the G family. Even more so, his imperial beasts are of an even higher grade. He also possesses a royal beast with extremely strong aerial combat power like the Blast Wind Eagle. In terms of battle power, it's entirely possible that he can overpower his opponent. Speaking of this, Pan Zhao gets scared a bit, and at the same time, there was some inexplicable laughter in his eyes. That bastard Jiang Hong, he thought that he could crush me within a rank. But if he saw a D-rank kid suppressing his prouder rank instead, I don't know what kind of expression he'd have. Oh yes, that Liu is also a little bit powerful, even open 3 Imperial Beast space. A few days ago I asked him, he still does not say, this bastard, in addition to Yifan even the teaching teacher do not believe in? At nightfall, Yifan and Fatty Li ended their days hunting, and at this level, their hunting basically centered around bronze-level Imperial Beasts. 7 or 8 heads of bronze low stars, 5 and 6 stars, just as many. Fatty. Today you also hunted the bronze Imperial Beast alone. How do you feel? Looking at Fatty, who was counting his harvest on the side, Yifan asked flirtatiously. It's okay, it feels like bronze level, like it's just like that. Fatty Li scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, it's just that I'm 3 against 1 after all, and it feels a bit unorthodox. In the world of Imperial Beasts, there is no such thing as not speaking of martial virtues. As long as you can win, 20-1 is still a win. Yifan replied, a smile on his face. There was some light, echoing sound as his feet stepped through the forest, trampling on the fallen leaves. But the next moment, there were suddenly more such echoes all at once. Yifan stopped his pace and at the same time pulled the fat man on the side. Looking towards the dense trees in front of him, he suddenly opened his mouth. Come out. We're all on the same path. What's there to hide? As the words fell, more than a dozen people shuffled out from behind the trees. These people were all wearing leather armor, holding muskets in their hands and carrying small knives at their waists. Obviously, they were all Imperial Beast hunters who made a living by hunting. Little brother, good eyes. The one who opened his mouth was a one-eyed man with a large sword at his waist, and by his side, there was a ferocious-looking white wolf. Not bad, Yifan replied, glancing at the big man and suddenly said, from the Lone Wolf Regiment? When these words came out, the big man in the lead froze. You know our Lone Wolf Regiment. The most famous Imperial Beast Hunter mercenary group in Ping City. How can I not know this? Yifan replied, but his eyes were somewhat cold. The Imperial Beast Hunters are not always single-handed. There are also many Imperial Beast Hunters who form teams and hunt together. This kind of Imperial Beast Hunter team is often a mercenary group, living by taking some employer's orders or coming to the forest to hunt by themselves. Ping City has a number of such Imperial Beast Hunter group. Among them, the Lone Wolf group is considered to be the most infamous. Is this self-proclaimed called the Lone Wolf created? He is an Imperial Beast Master. Strength is considered to be an ordinary person is extremely good. The hand of the White Wolf ate so many years of looters to get the thing. There is a bronze 3-star strength. Eating in the dark, robbing passers-by, and even killing and exterminating people, this was the Lone Wolf Regiment's favorite thing to do. However, the special nature of the Silver Moon Forest made it impossible for the law enforcement team to take evidence. But instead, it fueled the other party's arrogance of such bandit-like arrogance. When you meet a lone wolf, you work for nothing for a day, and if you don't have money, your life is in danger. Such words were widely spread among peers, and in his last life, Yifan had a period of time to work in a mercenary group after school to earn money, and had heard about it long ago, and had encountered the other side's looting. Since you know, then you shouldn't need me to say it all. Saying that, the leading lone wolf took out his big knife and pointed at Fatty. I just heard this Fatty say that your hunting harvest this time can be take it all out, and I won't make it more difficult for you today. Otherwise, you should understand. You're thinking about farts eating. Aside, Fatty Lee cursed in a low voice, raised his hand, and in his hand, the light of the Imperial Beasts lit up. Click, click, click. But at the same time, on the opposite side, the sound of muskets being loaded rang out quickly. This scene made the fat man froze and turned his head to look at Yifan. Yifan, this musket. It's fine 7 paces away. The gun is fast. Yifan shook his head. As for within 7 steps. Got it. Fatty Lee jumped ahead and nodded, the light on his hand once again brightening. A district musket. Simply bold. We're almost 70 paces from their place here. Yifan's voice rang out. If you rush over there like this, you're probably going to be beaten into a sieve. This. Fatty Lee, who was already ready to make a move, was a bit embarrassed and withdrew his hand, looking at the opposite side of the lone wolf and said, Harm? Big brother don't care. Just kidding. Chapter 51. The Lone Wolves. Ha ha ha. You kid, you have some guts. Hearing Yifan's words, The lone wolf grinned as his large sword was stuck in the ground. I, lone wolf, am also a man of honor. Leave the stuff behind and I promise I won't touch you guys. Fatty, give it to them. Yifan suddenly spoke. On the side. Hearing this, Fatty Lee froze and looked at Yifan with some surprise in his eyes. He was aware of Yifan's temperament, and he would never eat this kind of loss. Now it's 70 steps. Yifan spoke in a deep voice, took the pocket in Fatty Lee's hand, and walked towards that lone wolf. Soon, Yifan stopped a few steps in front of the lone wolf and reached out. The stuff is here. If you want it, come and get it. Eh? Hearing this, the lone wolf's eyes slightly changed as well. But soon, when he saw Yifan's tender face and the uniform of a student from an ordinary class on his body, he dropped his guard. A teenage ordinary class student, even if he was a royal beast master, could he still do anything to himself? Good. The lone wolf lifted his greatsword and beside him, the white wolf followed him towards Yifan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, the lone wolf reached over and pulled on Yifan's pocket, giving it a hard tug, but the tug didn't have any effect. The pocket was still held in Yifan's hand with a death grip. Brat, you dare to fool me? The lone wolf reacted and looked at Yifan, and without saying much, his big sword wheeled up. Not only am I going to trick you, I'm going to kill you. Yifan's ice-cold voice rang out. The next moment, amidst Lone Wolf's unbelievable eyes, Yifan raised his arm and slammed it squarely against the blade. Dang! The face of the blade was askew, and Yifan dropped his pocket, cupping his other hand into an eagle's claw as he gripped the Lone Wolf's throat. Roar! To the side, Lone Wolf's white wolf hissed and prepared to charge out. But at the same time, the light lit up and the hellhound roared with the same fury, directly pouncing on it. The difference in size and strength allowed the hellhound to instantly lock up the white wolf, who was deadlocked, and on the other side, Yifan choked the lone wolf's throat, while his other hand was blocking the lone wolf's blade. You are simply bold. At this moment, the lone wolf's color changed, and he opened his mouth with some color. To be able to hunt in the forest for so many years, don't you know that no matter what, you can never let your guard down? You should have put your guard up to the highest level when you knew I was a student at Hirakujo High School. But you not only didn't avoid it, but you had to get up close and personal with me, thanks to your musket. Yifan opened his mouth and stared at the lone wolf, his face lifting up with an amplitude. Surrender your gun, or else you will die. Hearing this, the lone wolf gritted his teeth, and was in the middle of a standoff when an eagle-like chirp sounded, followed by the panicked voice of one of his men. Lone wolf twisted his head to look, only to see a blizzard eagle, which had actually directly grabbed one of his men and took him up into the sky. At the same time, subtle snake breath sounds rang out, and in the surrounding grass, the huge rock python, the black flame snake hidden in the grass, and the spectral snake that was bowing and spitting out its snake letters were all revealed to have appeared at this moment. The two of you even have 5 imperial beasts. Watching this scene, even the lone wolf reacted. These 2 students wearing the uniforms of ordinary class students were hardcore. Thinking of something, the lone wolf trembled, looking at the cold face in front of him, slightly trembling. You are Yifan? You know me? Hearing this, Yifan frowned, however. Glancing at the crowd behind the lone wolf, he spoke once more. I'll say it again. Give up your gun, or else you will die. Saying that, Yifan increased the force on his hand, and the force of the black iron high star instantly pinched the lone wolf's face red. Drop the musket. He struggled and waved his hand. His men surrendered their guns in full. Yifan nodded his head at Fatty, and soon, Fatty Lee gathered the pile of muskets in full. 15 in total. Fatty Lee walked over with the musket in his arms, looked at Yifan, and smiled. He knew that Yifan has always been inch by inch roadblocking. This is not looking for death. Let me ask you, how did you know about me? Nodding at Fatty, Yifan's gaze returned to Lone Wolf once more. Lone Wolf hesitated, but in the next second, strength came from his neck, making him nearly speechless. I won't ask you a second time, and you can just as well try lying in front of me. Yifan opened his mouth, his eyes seeming to pierce through the heart. As long as I feel that what you're saying is false, I won't give you a chance to complain. Yes, it's the Lord above. The lone wolf spoke, his body trembling slightly. Lord above, the dynasty organization? Yifan asked. Yes, it says, if I can kill you, the reward is 1 million. Lone wolf replied. So, you came to me for the bounty? I'm not here for me. I'm just making a robbery. Lone Wolf replied, a little twinkle in his eye. If he had known earlier that this was Yifan, he wouldn't have said so much at all, and would have finished with a direct musket remote coverage. The robbery just happened to hit me. Hearing this, Yifan slightly narrowed his eyes. That's quite a coincidence. Besides you, what other mercenary groups have joined the Dynasty organization? Dawn Mercenary Corps, Django Mercenary Corps. Lone Wolf opened his mouth, hesitated for a few seconds, and then added, also, the Dawn Mercenary Corps. Aurora is also there? Hearing this, Yifan was slightly stunned. In his previous life, he had precisely joined the Aurora Mercenary Corps for a period of time, and the head of the Mercenary Corps was a believer in the Holy Light, who was a great temperate and kind to his subordinates, and it was for this reason that the Aurora Mercenary Corps was practically the largest mercenary corps in Ping City. Are you sure he joined the Dynasty organization? Yifan's face was slightly cold. Some of the information I've gotten is this. Lone Wolf replied, but his eyes fluttered a bit. I will investigate later. Yifan vocalized, it's good that you told me this news. Then can I leave now? On the side, Lone Wolf then spoke somewhat cautiously. I've already told you everything I know. Do you think you can leave? A faint coldness appeared in Yifan's eyes. Wanting me to let my own enemy go back to inform on me and then continue to deal with me? You're kind of an old man who licks blood from the tip of a sword, and you still have such childish thoughts. Hearing this, the face of the Lone Wolf changed. Exerting his whole body's strength, he raised his large sword high. I'll fight with you. Click and puff. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and Lone Wolf's voice came to an abrupt end. His eyes glaring as he watched Yifan fall to the ground. Yifan crushed his throat. Fatty, do it. Twisting his head, Yifan shook his hand and looked at Fatty. On the side, Fatty Lee was trembling slightly as he looked at Yifan, whose eyes were ice cold. Yifan, are we going to kill someone? Each of their hands are stained with the lives of many innocents. They should have deserved to die. Yifan shook his head, looked at Fatty Lee, and slowly spoke. Never be merciful to your enemies. If you want to kill, cut off the roots and leave no loose ends. This? Fatty Lee hesitated, and finally, nodded. Roar! In the jungle, hellhounds rushed towards the group. Blistering eagles sped down in the sky, and 3 snake-like imperial beasts swam quickly through the grass. Wailing sounds resounded through the forest, and the outcome was already doomed when these ordinary people without their muskets faced the 5 ferocious imperial beasts. Clean up the battlefield. After some time had passed, looking at the scene ahead, Yifan's face remained calm. On the side, Fatty Lee obviously killed for the first time. His body was slightly uncomfortable. Looking at Yifan for the first time, he was a little hesitant. Yifan, we just killed a lot of people. Kill those who should be killed. Remember what I said to you before, the world of Imperial Beastmasters. Never less than internal conflict. This kind of poisonous tumor mercenary corps. Stay don't know how many people will die in their hands. Yifan replied, patting Fatty Lee's shoulder. Don't be too narrow-minded. Strong people are meant to be quick to kill. If you feel guilty for killing an evil person, then are you going to wait for the other party to kowtow with incense on your grave? Understood. Fatty Lee nodded his head and forced himself to endure the discomfort, coming to the side of those corpses and collecting the things in their packages. Apparently, they hadn't just started a day's work here today. So many people's parcels were full, and the stuff added up to even more than Yifan's and their harvests. How many people must have been robbed? Looking at the full of packages in front of him, Fatty Lee vocalized. Then when opened a pocket, found a woman's body. Obviously, this is a life full of this group of people tortured or even tortured to death of the poor people. These guys, they really deserve to die. Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee couldn't help but twist his head around and poo-poo it. It's just a bunch of. Chapter 52. This kind of glance is okay. At least you know that he is. Yifan replied, coldly humming. If it's the kind of that wears human skin, that's the trouble, a moment of inattention. You'll even treat the other party as if he were a human being. Having said that, Yifan's brows furrowed slightly. From the mouth of the Lone Wolf, he did not really believe that the Aurora Mercenary Corps had joined the Dynasty organization. In his previous life, he had treated the other party as an elder brother in general, and after spending so much time together, he still counted himself as familiar with the other party's person. He shouldn't be such a person, Yifan said and shook his head, looking at Fatty Lee, who was on the side. Fatty, after this secret realm, we can go and join a mercenary group and see. Remember, There's no need to hold back for the dynasty organization. Understood, Fatty replied, looking at the corpse not far away and nodding heavily. Go back. Yifan nodded his head and lifted the pockets on the ground, heading towards the exit of the forest in front of him. Fatty Lee followed closely behind, and soon, the forest came to be filled with a bunch of wild imperial beasts that smelled blood, and except for some specks of blood on the ground, this forest was once again calm. Snap, snap, and it didn't take long for Pan Zhao to arrive, and his eyes changed slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. He saw the whole thing and also saw Yifan's response, but at this moment, he didn't feel how Yifan's proclivity and decisiveness was so-and-so, but rather, he found a sense of resonance in the other party. The resonance of that hatred for the dynasty organization. This kid. Looking at the ground, Pan Zhao's eyes slightly deep. Just now the conversation is not much, but it is clear that this kid seems to be proceeding to deal with the dynasty organization, moreover, has caused the attention of the dynasty organization. What a huge organization the dynasty organization is. And this kid, who is only bronze level, dares to mess with it? Having said that, as if he had thought of something, a cold smile also appeared on Pan Zhao's face. This group of dynasty organization people all deserve to die indeed. In Pingchang, want to kill Yifan? Have you asked me? A few days later, the secret realm once again opened up. Yifan and Fatty Lee naturally made the list, but this time let a person some surprises as Ma Xiaoshui did not make the shortlist. It is said to be a few days ago to go to the royal beasts forest hunting suffered serious injuries and sent to the hospital, and Teng Chong and others were Pan Zhao to the reason of the nest fight deprived of the selected quota. In this way, many more members of the ordinary class who entered the secret realm this time were new faces. Teacher Pan is really just one sentence of harboring a fight deprived Teng Chong of their quota. Not afraid that Teng Chong will find someone to make trouble? In the gap between queuing up to enter the secret realm, Fatty Lee opened his mouth, thinking about Teng Chong's almost unbelievable expression earlier, somewhat amused. Making a scene, that's Pan Zhao. How many people can overpower him in Pingcheng? Not to mention that other people's teachers teach their students. How can you make a scene? Yifan replied, shaking his head. Such a teacher is quite rare, giving everyone a chance and not indulging those who gang up to hog the resources. Rare is rare. It is just that the mouth is too poisonous. Fatty Lee was saying, looking at the sharp sword gaze suddenly thrown by the side of Pan Zhao, hurriedly closed his mouth. Let's go, into the secret realm. Seeing this scene, Yifan patted Fatty Lee's shoulder. Get some more good stuff and try to hide it well this time, lest you suddenly make some kind of award at that time. The awards are pretty good too, with the money and the extra face. It's unwise to expose your strength and gains for that amount of money, you know. The two of them entered the secret realm with a word from you, and at the entrance of the secret realm, Pan Zhaoga watched the two of them go in, and his gaze shifted to the other side, and at this moment it just so happened that Zhang Hong also looked at Pan Zhaoga. The two men's eyes locked in the air, and the smell of gunpowder rose again. Brother Zhang, it's a nice day today. Let's go have some tea. Brother Pan, someone at my place recently gave me a bottle of fine fruit wine. Go and try it. Before the two could open their mouths, to the side, the teachers, who had long been worried about the conflict between the two, were already well prepared, and each opened their mouths, pulling these two people back. Pan Zhao, who was still brewing how to open his mouth to confront Zhang Hong, was interrupted, and his pent-up anger was only half built up. He glanced at Zhang Hong, and saw that the other party had no intention of opening his mouth, so he did not continue. Now it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 trips to the secret realm. In another 2 months, after the opening of the new student secret realm trial, it will be followed by the new student competition and the teachers competition, which will be the main event. A mouthpiece tops off disgusting the other team for a day, and a head-to-head win in the big game can disgust someone for most of the year. In exchange for before, Pan Zhao, no matter what he said, Zhang Hong is not angry, but occasionally Yin and Yang a sentence also put Pan Zhao angry, but since last year's teacher competition Pan Zhao won, a random sentence of provocation, Zhang Hong cannot be tensed often in Pan Zhao scolding. The reason is also very simple, losing suffocates. I'll prepare myself properly, and when the time comes, not only will my students beat you up, but I'll beat you up as well. With a sideways glance at Zhang Hong, Pan Zhao shattered his words and looked towards that teacher in front of him who was still on good terms with him, and suddenly opened his arms. Since there's good wine, let's go drink and relax today. Hearing this, to the side, that teacher was a bit surprised. He had invited Pan Zhao many times, and this was the first time the other party had agreed to do so. What are you waiting for, go? Pan Zhao is regardless, patted that teacher's shoulder, and said to another person next to him, Zhao Ji, together. Zhao Ji, who was shouted at, was also a bit surprised and nodded his head in a flattered manner. This Pan Zhao has always been a loner. Why would he suddenly call himself together? Good. After a moment's freeze, Zhao Ji nodded his head. He would speak for Pan Zhao. Naturally, he wanted to get on good terms with this one, and he was just dying for such an opportunity. Last year, I got a bit of a strange encounter before the teacher's competition, and I was just lucky enough to beat me once. There can't be anyone who really thinks they have this kind of luck every year, right? Pan Zhao left. While in place, Zhang Hong coldly watched the other party leave, cursing and also coldly grunting. Come on, have some tea. Saying that, he stepped away directly with his hands behind his back, and the teacher, who opened his mouth, and the other two also looked at each other and followed. Snap. In the secret realm, Fatty Li looked at the crowd in front of him as they explored individually, and turned his head to look at Yifan. Yifan, what's our plan this time? The first 2 days, first in the inner circle to engage in spiritual fruits, when you imperial beasts are bronze after. Yifan replied, his eyes somewhat smiling. Let's go into the core of the secret realm. The core? The core that has a silver-level imperial beast. Hearing this, Fatty Li was shocked and quickly said, Yifan, don't be too reckless. The strength of the silver-level royal beast that is real. If we go in, we will definitely not be an opponent. When I said going to the core, I didn't mean going to fight against silver-level imperial beasts. Yifan shook his head. There are a lot of good things in the core, although basically all of them are guarded by silver-level imperial beasts. Only let's think of some ways to do it. What way? Hearing this, Fatty Li was a bit puzzled. What else can be done? Yifan replied, patting the fat man's shoulder. Darken the door, surround the way to save Zhao, move the tiger away from the mountain, and drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. A few idioms in a row, said Fatty Li in a daze, but soon, Fatty Li scratched his head and seemed to have some clarity. Yifan, what you said should mean pitfalls. Pretty much. Almost? Fatty Li was shocked. So the silver imperial beasts can be pitted too? People can be pawned, how come imperial beasts can't? Not to mention silver-level imperial beasts. Even if it's gold-level eternal level, that's just as good. Yifan nodded his head and seemed to have a good plan, summoning the 2 imperial beasts and heading towards the secret realm. In the back, Fatty Li looked at Yifan's back and only felt sweaty. I think it's a joke. He can't really be trying to pit the silver-level imperial beasts against the good stuff. Chapter 53, Wine and Tea. The first day's hunt was very easy, with the Blizzard Eagle and Hellhound, plus the 3 snake imperial beasts that were close to the bronze level. Yifan and Fatty Li carried out a sweeping hunt on the outskirts of the forest. Coupled with the fact that Yifan was already familiar with the environment of this secret realm, the two of them were earning a lot of money in a day's time. It feels like hunting is so easy now. By the bonfire at night, Fatty had a smile on his face as he grilled the meat. Now those bronze-level imperial beasts, as long as they aren't close to silver like the 8 and 9 stars, it feels like it's easy to take them down. It's normal to fight bronze and black iron, and most of these imperial beasts are ordinary. Yifan replied, elite-grade imperial beasts ultimately have too low a ceiling, and only imperial beasts at the peak of elite grade can exert some strength at this stage. Hey Yifan, I keep hearing you talk about the grades of the imperial beast bloodline, but it seems like I've only heard you talk about inferior, elite, and elite pinnacle. Fatty Li scratched his head. What is a bloodline from the peak of elite grade upwards? Elite grade upwards? Hearing this, Yifan revealed a smile. Upwards is the excellence grade, further up is the transcendent grade, and to go even higher, it's the direct descendants of some ancient relic species, which can be called the relic grade. Are these bloodline grade imperial beasts any special? Fatty Li pursued. The ones at the peak of the elite grade possess innate techniques, and the exceptional transcendent legacy species further up, do they have more innate techniques? Having more talent skills doesn't help. The more advanced the bloodline, the stronger the imperial beasts are born with their own abilities. Yifan replied, glancing at Fatty, saying, look at my hellhound with a lot of spirit fruits. It was only able to barely open its bloodline shackles at the bronze level. If it's a superior level imperial beast, they were born with their bloodline shackles open, and from the moment of their birth, they were able to utilize wind, fire, thunder, and electricity of all sorts of elements that correspond to their attributes. That's not black iron that can fight bronze? Fatty Li was shocked. It's not that exaggerated. Yifan shook his head. After all, the growth of the imperial beast is there. It just doesn't take much time. And barring that, the stronger the bloodline, the stronger the imperial beasts are probably born strong. Most transcendent imperial beasts are bronze and silver at birth. Let's just say that most Imperials start with black iron, bronze opens the first skill, and silver opens the bloodline shackles. But the stronger the bloodline, the more the Imperials are able to ignore these limitations that might otherwise be nature's way of targeting the Imperials. Elite Pinnacle comes with a natural skill, Excellence ignores bloodline shackles, Transcendent Birth is not too weak. As for the further up the Legacy Seed level, it can summon a bloodline ancestor's shadow, it's very, very strong. Like this. Fatty Lee nodded. So, we might have an easy time dealing with an elite peak bloodline Imperial Beast at the bronze level right now. But if it's at the Excellence level, the Transcendent level, it will be difficult? It can be understood that way. Yifan nodded his head and thought of something and said to Fatty, that's why the college entrance exams now test the actual combat power of the Imperial Beastmaster. At the same level, most Imperial Beastmasters actually have a hard time defeating a wild Imperial Beast whose bloodline level exceeds that of the Imperial Beast in their hand. But if you can reach a certain standard, a qualitative change will occur. For example, 2 days ago, I defeated the Blizzard Hawk with a Hellhound, so from then on, the minimum standard of the Imperial Beasts I've taken in has become Elite Peak. And when that number accumulates, if one day I can defeat an excellent Imperial Beast of the same level, wouldn't the quality of my Imperial Beasts accomplish a qualitative leap after that? So it is. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded his head repeatedly. Then what about the affinity you told me about before? Affinity is included as well. It's actually to increase your success rate of accepting high-level Imperial Beasts in the future. Yifan replied, not all Imperial Beasts submit after losing a battle. The more powerful the Imperial Beast, the harder it is to accept. And a high affinity means a higher chance of being accepted. Then why don't you specialize in Yifan? I don't need to specialize. Yifan shook his head. I can cross the grade once and win a second time. This one won't work for another one. That's true. Fatty Lee nodded, looking at the Blast Eagle on Yifan's shoulder with some envy. This Blast Eagle of yours is also too handsome. Fast speed aside, that natural skill of its, what is it called? Halfway through his sentence, Fatty Lee got stuck, and Yifan looked up at him and said, Divine Bird Raid, right? Yes. It's that skill that suddenly disappears for a section and then suddenly appears. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly. It's like a flashback. Not really a flash, that natural skill is equivalent to boosting its speed for a short period of time. The speed goes beyond a range and it looks like it suddenly disappears. Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Lee's somewhat envious eyes. He said, you can also get a snake that can fly in the future. Like the winged snake kind. I told you about it. Definitely. An Imperial Beast that can fly is also too handsome. Fatty tossed his voice. Upon hearing this, an imperceptible smile appeared on Yifan's face. To be honest, most of the snake-like Imperial Beasts that could fly had some mutation in their bodies, bulging out like wings, and were actually quite ugly looking. Kiki. As the two talked, next to them, the sound of the jungle being rattled came. Several Imperial Beasts instantly raised their heads, revealing wary gazes. Out of sight, a small Imperial Beast rubbed its hands together and came into view. It's this guy again. Looking at the Imperial Beast that appeared, Fatty Lee was a bit surprised. Is this the tiny badger from last time? It should be. On the side, Yifan nodded with a smile. A month had passed and this tiny badger's level hadn't grown too much to bronze 2-star. Kiki. Apparently, this tiny badger also recognized the two Yifan, humanely froze, looked up, and saw the Blizzard Eagle on Yifan's shoulder. It was sort of its natural enemy, and the Blast Eagle was extremely fast, able to easily pierce through its leather armor or find places where its defenses were vulnerable. This time, the tiny badger hesitated, looking at the fire in front of Yifan and the others, and could only rub his paws and claws in place. That look, it still looks a little pathetic. Come over here. Yifan also revealed a smile when he saw the scene and beckoned towards the tiny badger, at the same time, patting the Blizzard Eagle on his shoulder to signal for it to be quiet. The tiny badger hesitated, but soon, after realizing that the two were not hostile, it made its way to the fire. Eat the meat. Cutting off a piece of meat, Yifan threw it to the tiny badger. The tiny badger hugged the meat. His eyes first glanced at the Blast Eagle on Yifan's shoulder, and when he saw that the other party did not look at him, he then ate. This little thing, it's still somewhat good at reading people's faces. Oh. To the side, Fatty Lee also found it somewhat interesting. When it came back last time, it was like a little bully. This time, those who don't know still think we are bullying it. After all, it's normal to have natural enemies. Yifan shook his head with a smile and reached out his hand, touching the little badger's head. This kind of royal beast's penny-pinching character makes them often die in fights with other royal beasts. Plus, there are natural enemies. The number of them is actually quite small, like in the Silver Moon Forest. Basically, you can't see little badgers anymore. Kiki. Being stroked by Yifan's big hand, the tiny badger paused, but immediately afterward, it didn't seem to care too much and continued to eat the meat in its hand. In the tiny fire in the night, the tiny badger had a full meal after roasting enough fire, stood up and called out to each of Yifan and Fatty Lee, before turning around and burrowing into the jungle. It even learned to say goodbye. Looking at the tiny figure, Yifan had a smile in his eyes. I think it's quite sinful. On the side, Fatty then had a feeling and looked at Yifan and said, otherwise, in the future, when there is a royal beast space, let's take this tiny badger in. It won't accept your subjugation. 2 meals like this will at best allow it to not show you when it encounters you. Yifan shook his head. His tone was a bit deep. And for an imperial beast like the tiny badger, the jungle is actually its best home. It's already used to a life of daily battling and fighting with other imperial beasts, and you taking it away to a life of being harnessed by an imperial beast master isn't necessarily good for it. It could even be counterproductive. There are imperial beasts that are born to fight endlessly, for no one but itself. Saying that, Yifan got up, moved his body and walked towards the tent. It recognizes us, so the next time we come, we can give it more food, and feed it a little bit of the extra spirit herbs and fruits and whatnot. It would be interesting to say that one day it fights and fights and fights and fights to become the overlord in this secret realm. Chapter 54 Kue Nyo Bloodline. In the sky, it was still the same 2 guardians from last time, overlooking the ground, and when they saw the 2 of them starting a campfire and leisurely eating roasted meat and entering their respective tents to rest, the male guardian's face showed a touch of helplessness. This Yifan and Liu are leisurely enough, others are still fighting over a royal beast and still hunting at night, but he too are good, going into the mountains to sweep during the day, and grilling meat to sleep at night. The whole thing is like a vacation to a secret place. That Yifan is too strong, with that hellhound that opened the bloodline shackles, and a blizzard eagle that he got from somewhere, within the inner perimeter of the forest. There are no imperial beasts that can restrict him at all anymore. The female guardian opened her mouth and couldn't help but say, this kid can't really be someone from that family. Isn't such a speed of progress a little too fast? A genius of the same generation in Kyoto might only be at about the same pace as him. Say it's not necessarily true. The male guardian nodded, and at this moment, he, who was originally a bit scrupulous, couldn't help but say, I looked into this kid's background, but I couldn't find out anything at all, and someone encrypted all the family profiles upwards from his father. His father up? That's not the one. I don't think so. That one's grandchildren are basically all studying in Kyoto, and the news of the heirs, including the heir's illegitimate children, have all been announced. I haven't heard of such a person. The male guardian replied, thoughtfully saying, could it be the offspring of that one's siblings, their family? They are all very powerful. Brother. SNT that brother in Pingcheng, our military commander back then. Speaking of this, the female guardian was a bit surprised. Didn't he go to the front at the age of 20? I haven't heard of an heir. It's not certain. How much pressure was the army chief under at that time? How many people wanted to harm him? Even if he had an heir, he probably wouldn't let others know. The male guardian replied, but his eyes were a little deeper up. Wasn't the army chief also a D rank back then, and as a result, at the age of 22, he counterattacked the outer domain for hundreds of kilometers, and if it wasn't for him to lead our warrior heavenly army's charge as early as 40 years ago, the outer domain's defenses would have been breached because of that turmoil. 40 years. Counting the time, if we go by the fire left behind in exactly that year, then Yifan's father should be 40 years old now, and Yifan was born at the age of 25. The female guardian deduced, this data should be able to be checked. Don't you want to check it out sometime? Take a look. Can. The male guardian nodded slightly, his gaze moving through the forest with a slight hint of complexity. If that's the case, then this Yifan has some karma with you and me. Blast Hawk. Use the God Bird Raid. In the middle of the forest, the figure of the blizzard eagle flashed and arrived. The sharp eagle sound made the giant brown bear not far away briefly lose concentration, and the next moment, the blizzard eagle suddenly appeared, and its sharp claws penetrated. It was a kill shot. The blast eagle rose into the air and the giant brown bear fell to the ground. This is too strong. On the side, watching the performance of the blizzard eagle, Fatty Lee scared a bit and did not say much, picking up his pocket and knife and walking towards the giant brown bear. This kind of cooperation was already considered light. At this moment, Fatty Lee's 3 imperial beasts had all arrived at Black Iron 9 stars, and with the spirit fruit within a day or two at most, all three of Fatty Lee's Imperial Beasts would be able to arrive at Bronze one after the other. Nowadays, the strength they could exert was very strong, and at the Bronze level it was almost hard to find an opponent. Snap, snap. He was packing up the remains of the giant brown bear when suddenly, some footsteps sounded in the jungle. Fatty Lee immediately stood up alertly. The three-headed snake surrounded him, and Yifan similarly raised his hand as the Hellhound and Blast Eagle each protected his side. The jungles were being rattled. Soon, a person ran out in a sorry state. When he saw this person, Fatty Lee let out an exclamation of surprise, "Wang Lingxi!" And upon hearing this voice of Fatty Lee, Wang Lingxi, who had rushed out from the bushes, was also stunned. "Yifan, Liu, why are you guys here?" "Hunting." Yifan spoke, his eyes gazing at Wang Lingxi. "What's wrong?" "Ji Jie is having his followers sweep the entire outskirts of the forest." Wang Lingxi quickly replied. "There's one of his followers named Long Wu who's very powerful, and he's leading his men after me." "Dragon Marshal?" Hearing this name, Yifan frowned slightly. This person, he has some impression, is considered to be the son of a servant in the family of Ji Jie, come to accompany the study, the royal beast in general, but its own power is very large, 3 or 5 ordinary people cannot get close. This Ji Jie is as cautious as ever, doing it himself for fear of being expelled by the guardians, and having his own slaves to do the job for him. Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked towards Wang Lingxi. "Where are your men and horses? And where did those people from the Lingxi regiment who swore to protect you go?" "They." Hearing this, Wang Lingxi clenched her teeth and seemed to have a somewhat ugly face. "Facing the pressure of Ji Jie, no one should dare to speak for you." Yifan seemed to see something. "Now, you should understand what I said last time." "I." Wang Lingxi opened her mouth, and behind her, a burly figure gradually walked out of the jungle. "Wang Lingxi, you're quite the runner." Footsteps sounded intensely, and 7 or 8 people followed the burly man out. "This big man is really born brave. At a glance, I am afraid that there are 2 meters high, body like a yak, very robust." A group of people walked out. Wang Lingxi wanted to run but was grabbed by the other party and picked up like a chicken cub. "Where's the stuff? Hand it over!" Yelling at Wang Lingxi. Long Wu, however, saw the 2 of Yifan standing in the forest. His eyes were a bit fuzzy. "What class are the 2 of you from? Have you surrendered your income?" "Brother Long, that one is Yifan and Liu." On the side, the person following Long Wu spoke in a whisper. "Oh, what my young master said turned out to be the 2 of them." Hearing this, Long Wu nodded and casually tossed Wang Lingxi aside, instead coming towards the 2 of Yifan. "Yifan." On the side, Fatty Lee saw the situation and spoke in a whisper. "Do it or—" At this time, Fatty Lee was also different from before. In the face of such a situation, no longer thinking of escaping, instead, there was a feeling of leaping forward. Yifan naturally wouldn't back down and nodded slightly. Looking at Long Wu, who was walking towards him, he suddenly spoke. "Your name is Long Wu?" Hearing what seemed to be a knowing remark, Long Wu froze. "Why? You have an opinion." "Opinions are not." Yifan shook his head and looked at Long Wu. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly smiled and said, "Isn't your ancestors' bloodline said to come from the Kuei Nyo? How come it's called Long Wu? It should be called Nyo Wu, right?" "You." Hearing this, Long Wu immediately choked, his copper bell eyes staring at Yifan, somewhat incredulous. "How did you know?" "Heh." Hearing this, Yifan faintly revealed a smile. This dogleg who saddled up for Ji Jie and was loyal to him, of course he knew about it and was quite familiar with it. It was also considered to be a clansman with a legacy bloodline, only that the bloodline was a bit more remote and not that powerful. "I've always been curious about what the Ji family can give to you clansmen with a faint Kuei bloodline that can make you so dead set on your lives." Yifan seemed to be pondering as he looked at Long Wu and smiled slightly. "Your ancestors were once great men who slaughtered the ancient relics. Don't you, as descendants of great men, feel ashamed of the glory of your ancestors when you go and serve others as slaves? You seek death." Upon hearing these words, Long Wu was instantly enraged. He had heard a lot of windy words, but the one he couldn't stand to hear was this. "I'm going to beat you to a pulp today." Boom! With a swing of his fist, Long Wu's body strength was well displayed, and his entire body bulged with muscle blocks. The sound of this punch caused many people's faces to change slightly. Snap! But in the next second, Yifan steadily caught the punch, and in Long Wu's shocked eyes, he once again opened his mouth, seemingly somewhat pitifully. A clan member with a legacy seed bloodline is surprisingly so weak. It's no wonder that he's now being treated like a slave by the Ji clan. "Shut up!" Long Wu swung his fist again, and it was still steadily caught by Yi Fan. The two quickly exchanged blows, each clashing with their fists, and after dozens of combats, Yi Fan gave a heavy push with both hands, instead pushing Long Wu out, nearly falling. You! Being knocked back head-on with his strength. Long Wu was a bit annoyed and was about to swing his fist and charge up once again when Yi Fan's voice rang out. You are not my opponent. If you continue to fight, you will only die. Chapter 55. Even if you beat a dog, you have to look at the master. As these words left his mouth, Long Wu froze, looking at the still breezy Yi Fan. His hands trembled a little unconsciously. He was surprisingly completely suppressed by his peers in terms of physical strength. You also have the bloodline of the legacy seed? Looking at Yi Fan, Long Wu suppressed his emotions and spoke in a deep voice. Me? I shouldn't have. Yi Fan shook his head. Now that he knew about his birth, it was impossible to say that there was not a bit of legacy seed bloodline. Only in himself, it could only be said that he had not inherited it. If he had the dragon pupil bloodline along with the breathing method, I'm afraid that the strength of his fleshly body at this moment would be at the bronze level. Without a bloodline, your physical body, why can it be so strong as well? Long Wu spoke again. I have a breathing method. Didn't your master give your Kuei Nyo bloodline descendants a proper breathing method? Yi Fan asked rhetorically. These words caused Long Wu to freeze. Can we practice breathing techniques? Why can't they? Those with dragon pupils can cultivate, those with phoenix wings can cultivate your Kuei Nyo clan. Is it a bit more special than them? Yi Fan replied, a smirk in his eyes. Can you cultivate the breathing method? Yourself? Haven't you tried it? Long Wu was speechless, looked at his somewhat trembling fists, seemed to have thought of something, then looked at Yi Fan on the side, and finally, shook off his hand. Let's go. At the end of the sentence, Long Wu led the way and left. A group of people stayed in place and looked at each other. The big brother had left. It was impossible for them to deal with Yi Fan. They also hurriedly followed Long Wu and left. In the jungle, only Wang Lingxi was left sitting there, seemingly having just been picked up and dropped by Long Wu without slowing down. Yi Fan, what is the Kuei Nyo bloodline again? On the side, Fatty Li came over instead. Is it similar to the dragon pupil bloodline? Sort of, it's also a kind of descendant of the first generation of the Imperial Beastmaster, who inherited the bloodline of the ancient relic species through special means. The clansmen with this kind of bloodline tend to have a body like a bronze ox, with great strength, and those who have a strong bloodline will have the characteristic of the ox's horns growing out of it. Yi Fan nodded. But it might also be the curse of the bloodline. The clansmen of the Kuei Nyo bloodline don't have a very good brain. No wonder that Long Wu looks like a stupid big man. Fatty nodded and seemed a bit envious. These people with innate bloodline feel so strong, born to be better than others. It's equivalent to someone else's ancestor fighting for them. It's normal for one person to have some advantage over their offspring. Yi Fan nodded, then commented. But it's just like that. Most bloodlines have limitations and aren't necessarily powerful. Even if it's the offspring of the dragon pupil in the most powerful dragon remnant bloodline, they still don't have to worry about the backlash of the dragon's blood. If it really has to be that powerful, why would a descendant of a legacy seed bloodline like Long Wu need to serve as a slave to someone else? That's true. Fatty Li nodded. Let's go. It's time to hunt the next imperial beast. Yi Fan shook his head and took a step. Yi Fan. Wang Lingxi's voice rang out at this moment. Yi Fan stopped his steps and looked at Wang Lingxi, who was still frozen in place. His brows wrinkled slightly. What, are you still not leaving? No. Wang Lingxi shook her head and looked at Yi Fan, seemingly hesitant. Yi Fan, many thanks. A show of hands. Yi Fan waved his hand. You helping me is considered to be a burden on you. Wang Lingxi, on the other hand, felt a bit guilty. That Long Wu is Ji Jie's beloved. If you block him back, maybe soon Ji Jie will notice you. He's got a lot of men, and this time, probably almost 40 or 50 of them are his men, and they might come after you then. Looking for trouble from me? Hearing this, Yi Fan sneered. He was just dying for the other side to come and find him in trouble. Now that he had Cerberus and Blast Eagle, he was below silver and a rank came and pressed and hammered as usual. In his previous life, he did not know how many open shots and dark arrows he had experienced, and was finally killed by the betrayal of this dog who had been his brother for decades, so he had come here, just so that he could still get out of this bad temper. I'm afraid he won't come. Yi Fan shook his head and glanced at Wang Lingxi. A word of advice. Don't think of getting any Lingxi group. A group of people with different minds coming together would have been a piece of loose sand. One touch and it would fall apart. Then I. This statement made Wang Lingxi somewhat hesitant. glancing at Yi-fan and Fatty Lee next to him for a while before saying, "Do you still need manpower?" Having said that, Yi-fan was just about to open his mouth to refuse when Wang Lingxi hurriedly added, "I have a spirit kuei. I can help you guys hunt for treasures, and this time it was supposed to be because of me that you guys got into trouble with Ji Jie. So let's just say that I'm repaying you. I don't want to be paid. This." Hearing this, Yi-fan's brows wrinkled slightly, but soon, he waved his hand and turned around. "Follow it up. Just divide what you get according to what you put out." Hearing these words, Wang Lingxi froze, and immediately after, looking at the two of them, Yi-fan, who were already preparing to leave, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. "Good. Boss G is awesome. The bronze 4-star illusory spirit deer is practically like a chicken in your hands. There are no words for this battle power, who within the same class can be as strong as our boss G?" Accompanied by a phantom spirit deers crashing down, a group of people's compliments rang out in the forest. Ji Jie was right in the middle of the group, and as he listened to the compliments, he had a bit of a smile on his face. "Bronze 4 stars is nothing," said a sentence. Ji Jie beckoned. His imperial beast is like a cheetah, darted to the front, casually took out a piece of meat and stuffed it to the imperial beast. Ji Jie raised his head, inquiring like, "Where's Longwu? How come he hasn't come back yet?" Collecting a dozen or so people's protection fee for most of the day. To the side, a man said eagerly, "Today, only the gang from the Spirit Stream Regiment is left, probably encountering some resistance." Spirit Stream Regiment? Hearing that name, Ji Jie snorted coldly. A woman from a small family in Pingcheng. If this ancestral spirit kuei of their family wasn't somewhat useful, I would have let her stay in the secret realm until now? Yes. That Wang Lingxi doesn't know the heights of heaven. She just deserves to be properly cleaned up. The dog leg at the side hurriedly replied, "In a while, Big Brother Longwu will definitely bring that woman back and make her apologize properly to old Avenue G." Snap. Right at this moment, in the jungle, a group of people walked out, and the one leading the way was none other than Longwu, who had been beaten up by Yi-fan. "Young lord." Seeing Ji Jie, Longwu didn't say a word and kneeled down on one knee. Longwu did not do his job well. "Please chastise young lord. Doing things poorly?" Hearing this, Ji Jie frowned, seeing some of the bruises on Longwu's fists and body, and said in a deep voice, "Then someone from the Spirit Stream Regiment won against you?" "It wasn't someone from the Spirit Stream Regiment. The Spirit Stream Regiment was crushed by me." Longwu shook his head. "It was Yi-fan. I met him when I was chasing after and taking down Wang Lingxi, and lost after fighting him." Yi-fan? These words caused Ji Jie to faintly stare. He stepped in to protect Wang Lingxi? No, I initiated the challenge. Stupid. Hearing this, Ji Jie instantly became a bit angry. "That Yi-fan has bronze strength, don't you know?" "No, but..." Longwu opened his mouth, some want to explain, but the words have not yet said. Ji Jie once again cold hum. "Being beaten is beaten. It just so happens that I haven't been able to find any trace of them for the past 2 days. And it's just so happens that they bumped into me. It also counts as giving me a reason to do so." Ji Jie opened his mouth, looking at Longwu with some coldness. "Remember where you met them. Remember, the eastern part of the inner perimeter of the forest, not far from that big silver fir tree." Longwu hurriedly replied. "Have Longwu take the lead and follow where they left and find their trail." Ji Jie opened his mouth, and a group of people answered one after another, as if they all couldn't wait to crusade against Yi-fan. "Young lord." This sentence caused Longwu to hesitate a little. That Yi-fan is very difficult to deal with. There are 2 imperial beasts, both of which are very strong. Even stronger, he's just one man. I don't believe he's capable of anything else. Ji Jie replied, his eyes a little cold. "How can you beat a dog without paying a price?" "Yes." Hearing this, Longwu could only nod his head, and while he bent down to salute, the expression on his face was changing slightly. Chapter 56. Demonstration. Yi-fan, 15 meters ahead, underneath a rock, there is a spirit herb. In the jungle, Wang Lingxi's voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, she was opening her spirit kuei and her eyes had a faint blue light. Squeak! And as her voice fell, a broodmouse darted back through the jungle. Yi-fan moved at the sound, and sure enough, he found a mortal-grade medium condensed spirit grass under the stone. This? On the side, Fatty Lee looked at the spirit grass and directly choked. This was the 14th spirit grass spirit fruit they had found today, basically without much effort. Except for 2 plants that were guarded by imperial beasts, the others, all of them, were in the wild. It's too exaggerated. Fatty Lee vocalized, and Yi Fan exchanged glances. There was also a slight hint of amazement in Yi Fan's eyes. His sense of smell for spiritual grasses was considered very sensitive, but it was still much inferior to a golden-furred rat, a royal beast that was known as a treasure-seeking rat. Finding so many spirit grasses without any effort made him not even think about it. A brocade-furred rat that can maximize your spirit kuei. Yi Fan opened his mouth and said in a slightly inquisitive manner, "This shouldn't be the imperial beast you chose at school." "No." Wang Lingxi shook her head. "It was specially tamed in my family. My spirit kuei is one of those gifts that can be inherited. My father, my grandfather, all had it. Genetic sentinel beast talent." Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly. It was true that a small portion of imperial beast talent was inherited, only that this kind of inheritance was not stable, and to be able to inherit the imperial beast talent of the previous generation for 3 consecutive generations was considered an extremely rare example. Your Wang family should be the family that makes a living from treasure hunting, right? After a pause, Yi Fan asked. Yes, we have cooperation with the Spirit Herb Hall, and basically provide a lot of spirit herbs and spirit fruits every year. Wang Lingxi replied, smiled, and looked at his mallow mouse. Don't look at this little guy as if he doesn't seem to be of much use. After leveling up, not only can he find spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits, he can also find their seeds and roots. It's very powerful. That I know. Yi Fan nodded and looked at Wang Lingxi, who had a smile on her face. But she thought of something else, and after pondering for a while, she waved her hand and said, the purpose of treasure hunting is to enhance your strength. Don't get it backwards. Your talent is indeed very useful, but there is no increase in your own battle power. A black iron 6-star broodmare is also B rank. Your strength seems to be far from the students of the same age. These words pointed out Wang Lingxi's dead center, and she froze. So, I'm going in the wrong direction? There was a problem right from the start. By all rights, you found so many spirit grasses and fruits. You should have bronze strength yourself, even if it's just a hard heap. But you created a spirit stream group, and you're dividing your own resources in large quantities to others. Yi Fan shook his head. There is actually nothing wrong with you creating a team, but a good team is one that can give you help, not drag you down. Indeed. Wang Lingxi slowly nodded her head. Then, looking at Yi Fan, a smile appeared in her eyes. That's why I think it's great and wise to be able to join you guys. These words made Yi Fan choke a bit, but soon, Yi Fan just waved his hand. Come on. Let's go hunt a little closer to the core and try to get a little something good. In the inner circle of the jungle, the hunt centered around a giant brown bear with 8 stars of bronze. This was considered an extremely powerful imperial beast in the inner circle, and could be called the king of the inner circle, but at this moment, it was burned by the flames of the hellhound with scorched blackness everywhere on its body, and it was quite a mess. If it was just a hellhound, this giant brown bear naturally wouldn't be in such a sorry state, but the ghost snake that drilled out a mouthful of fangs from time to time next to it, the rock python whose body was as hard as a rock, and the black inflammation snake that occasionally attacked from the grass under its feet, all these things couldn't be guarded against, so that it was never able to get rid of the hellhound's entanglement. The most crucial thing was the blast eagle that was circling in the sky. Its natural intuition as a royal beast told itself that the hunter from the sky was a deadly threat to it. And its intuition was very accurate. At a certain moment, the blizzard eagle swooped down from the sky. The iron claws of the royal beast's skill enhancement tore through its fur, piercing through the flesh and blood straight into the heart, delivering a fatal blow. Knock! The giant brown bear's figure fell to the ground with a loud bang, and in the nest behind it, a spirit fruit that looked like a Ganoderma lucidum was revealed, and it was quietly growing on top of the cliff behind the nest. That spirit fruit had already been half-eaten, and there were still some stumps of roots next to it. Apparently, this was the main reason why this giant brown bear could grow to bronze 8 stars. Blood Ganoderma, the very best in the mortal grade, it can even be compared to some ordinary spirit grade lower grade heavenly treasures. It is an elixir that can quickly raise the level of the imperial beast. Looking at the half-gnawed blood Ganoderma, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Good stuff, fatty. Hurry up and put it away. With this half-blood Ganoderma plus so many herbs in your backpack, it should be enough for your 3 imperial beasts to mention bronze. Good. Hearing this, Fatty Lee agreed and quickly walked forward and plucked the blood Lingxi, while Yi Fan similarly walked over and pulled out some of the blood Lingxi's mutilated roots. On the side, Wang Lingxi consciously took the knife to collect the corpse of the giant brown bear. A bronze 8-star giant brown bear died just like that? Looking at the giant brown bear in front of her, Wang Lingxi's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was the first time she had seen Yifan and Liu put out their full strength to deal with a royal beast. It was obvious that the two of them were quite well matched, and they also acted calmly and even talked and laughed when they fought against each other. Cerberus was in charge of frontal firepower, Rock Python flanked, Black Flame Snake and Phantom Snake waited for the opportunity to sneak attack, and Blast Eagle was in the sky ready to launch a fatal strike. With such tacit cooperation, it was obvious that this was not the first time they had hunted such a high-level imperial beast. This is what a royal beast master is. Looking up at Yifan and Liu, Wang Lingxi was a little staggered, and at the same time seemed to be a little eager for such a battle. I'm going to practice the breathing method properly, and strive to have a second imperial beast space earlier as well, to take in an imperial beast capable of fighting. Having secretly made up her mind, Wang Lingxi had already put away the corpse of the giant brown bear and said to Yifan, "Yifan, what are we going to do next?" Next? Hearing this, Yifan then looked at Fatty Li and paused slightly. Next, just casually look for spiritual herbs and fruits, and wait for Fatty's imperial beast to reach bronze, and get ready to do something big. Big deal. These words made Wang Lingxi a bit puzzled. What big thing? Let Fatty tell you, Yifan said and stepped forward. Wang Lingxi cast a glance at Fatty Li, who scratched his head and came over, speaking in a low voice. You guys are going to the core? Hearing Fatty Li's words, Wang Lingxi was shocked. There are silver imperial beasts in the core there. It's a completely different environment from the inner perimeter. That's what I said to Yifan. Fatty Li replied. But Yifan said that we can go to the pit, can go to get what we want with a ploy. What ploy? I don't know. Fatty Li scratched his head and glanced at Yifan's back, then said, but since Yifan said it would work, then it will definitely work. Saying that, Fatty Li chased after Yifan's figure. Wang Lingxi stayed behind the two, looking at their backs, abruptly, feeling a little unreal. Yesterday she was still being fought with the black iron imperial beasts in the forest periphery and then being chased and beaten. Today she was hunting and killing the high-star bronze imperial beasts in the forest inner periphery. Not only that, but she was going to go into the core of the forest soon to get into trouble with the silver imperial beasts. And this almost heavenly difference in treatment was entirely just because she had joined Yifan. What exactly is this Yifan person? Watching the two of them gradually go away, Wang Lingxi nan and said, this level of beast royalty and degrade is not even close, right? Chapter 57 Core. Boss G, we found Yifan and the others. On the fourth day of the secret realm, the news finally reached Jijia. Found them. Hearing this news, Jijia then looked at the somewhat thieving man. Where are they? Back to Boss G, they entered the core of the secret realm. Exactly where they went, we didn't dare to continue probing with our limited strength. The man replied, Wang Lingxi and Liu from the ordinary class are with him. Into the core of the secret realm? Hearing this, Jijia's brows furrowed. Are you sure the information is reliable? Definitely reliable. The one with the thieving eyebrows returned. My sentinel beast talent is underworld vision. I can detect life forms in an area in a short period of time, and I detected the three of them near the core of the forest, only that the time was fast and I didn't see exactly where they went. At these words, Jijia was no longer skeptical, and there was some doubt in his eyes. There are silver-level imperial beasts in the core, and they dare to go in? Boss G. It could be that Yifan knew that he had offended Boss G and hid in the core. Person replied. These words allowed Jijia to dispel some of his doubts a little, but he remained a little wary and beckoned. Long Wu. Take 20 people to look for them near the edge of the core to determine if they are in the core. You follow Long Wu. Glancing at the thieving man, Jijia added, once you've determined your location, notify us with a flare. Understood. Long Wu nodded his head, saluted and retired, and the group quickly assembled and headed towards the forest. Jijia sat on a high place, looking at the distant crowd. In his eyes, but a rare flash of caution surfaced. At this stage, he dares to go to the core, on what basis? Yifan, do we really want to go and fight the silver-grade imperial beast? Walking amongst the jungle, Fatty Li minimized his footsteps and whispered a question to Yifan. It's all here and you're still asking me if it's true. With a smirk in his eyes, Yifan looked at Liu and Wang Lingxi, who didn't dare to utter a single breath, and said, as long as you use the right method, silver imperial beasts aren't that difficult to deal with. Saying that, Yifan stopped his steps. Look guys, isn't it obvious that the weeds in front of us have been trampled and tidied up, right? Fatty Li nodded. That's right then. There are imperial beasts infesting this neighborhood. Yifan spoke. Then look at the jungle in front. Doesn't it look like the entrance to a cave? This kind of entrance is usually the lair of a royal beast. On the side, Wang Lingxi vocalized and grabbed the answer. She had the experience of searching for spiritual medicines and herbs, and had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this kind of place. Yes, this is the quarters of the silver-grade imperial beast, colorful cloud leopard. The colorful cloud leopard is an elite peak grade, very fast and has an excellent sense of smell. Yifan nodded his head and looked at Fatty Li, saying, Fatty, where's the stinky fruit I asked you to prepare? Here. Fatty Li took out a small packet of pale yellow fruits. The juice of this stinky fruit has a strong stench, which is very useful for imperial beasts with a keen sense of smell like the colorful cloud leopard. Yifan opened his mouth and took the stinky fruit. So, we have to squeeze the juice on our body. That colorful cloud panther won't care about us when it smells the stench, and we'll be able to hide it from the world. Fatty Li added. That's partly right. Yifan vocalized, shook his head, and spoke of his plan. Sprinkle the juice of the stinky fruit in many places outside. We need to have it on us as well. And in a moment I'll have the blizzard eagle rush in to provoke the colorful cloud leopard. After the colorful cloud panther rushes out after my imperial beast and runs out, we have to quickly go in and take the spirit fruit. The colorful cloud panther is very vigilant and won't chase out much. This time won't be very long. We only have about a minute or two to take the spirit fruit. And after we take the spirit fruit we have to run like crazy, while constantly throwing the stinky fruit juice in the distance on the way to escape. Within half an hour, we have to run close to the river to wash off the smell from our bodies, or else we'll be chased all the way by the colorful cloud panther, who sniffs out the smell of the stinky fruit's juice to hide it, then locks onto the scent and hunts us all the way until we're sent out of the secret realm by the guardians. Is this so exciting? Hearing this, Fatty Li replied. So, we're equivalent to tuning out the tiger first, and then just keep throwing smoke bombs until we run away. Aha! Yifan replied. This plan is not complicated. The main thing is 2 points. Time to go in. Half an hour to reach the river wash. Then what does this plan have to do with my imperial beasts reaching the bronze level? Fatty Li suddenly asked. Save your life. Yifan replied, glancing at Fatty. If the plan fails, we'll have to try to forcefully kill the colorful cloud panther. Strong kill. Fatty Li froze. Will the plan still fail? There is no plan that is 100% successful. Everything must be prepared for a backhand. Yifan replied without further ado. Prepare the juice. The spirit fruit guarded by this colorful cloud leopard is very special. The proceeds? Absolutely affordable for the risk we took. Good. Upon hearing this, the three of them acted quickly, although they were prepared in their hearts. When they were really faced with the juice of the green bewitching stinky fruit, Wang Lingxi's face was still a little unsightly. This also stinks too much. Saying this, Wang Lingxi didn't hesitate too much and applied the juice on her body. Yifan was no exception, and soon, all three of them were coated in green, and then splashed the juice everywhere throughout the jungle, stinking. No problem should. Clapping his hands, Yifan raised his hand, summoning the blast eagle, patting the other party's head. Yifan whispered in a low voice, and then with a lift of his hand, the blast eagle let out a chirp and rushed into the nest of the colorful cloud leopard. Hide! Yifan vocalized, and the three of them hid in the nearby jungle. Soon, the blast eagle sped out, followed by a monstrous roar. Roar! Between the jungle in the dappled vision, only to see a fear of 3 meters high colorful cloud panther rushed out. That huge size and hideous appearance, a claw shook out, directly will be a big tree uprooted overturned. Immediately after, just a blink of an eye, I'm afraid that leapt out to go to more than 10 meters away. This scene caused both Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi's faces to change a bit. Just for these few seconds they could feel how strong this imperial beast could be. How does this forcefully kill? Thinking about what Yifan said, Fatty Li shivered a little. Don't just stand there. It's now. Hurry in and get the spirit fruit. Yifan's voice rang out a few dozen seconds after the colorful cloud panther rushed out, only to see him take a step out, followed by a long leap into the colorful cloud panther's nest. Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi were both stunned, but they also hurriedly rushed in after Yifan. What is this? Looking at the 4 or 5 golden spirit fruits next to the colorful cloud leopard's nest, Fatty Li was shocked. Bountiful harvest fruit, spirit grade lower grade fruit, knots once every 3 years, below silver, eat 1 to raise your level by 1 star. Yifan opened his mouth without saying much, grabbed the root of the harvest fruit and pulled it with force. Immediately after, a large piece of the root was ripped up and a few fruits fell on the ground. Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi rushed to pick it up. The fruit, it must be put away in the imperial beast space. It must not retain its odor. With a forceful fling, Yi Fan flung the rhizome to Fatty, followed by taking out 7 or 8 stinky fruits and smashing them in all directions. Fatty's hands were busy, and before he could confiscate the spirit fruit, Yi Fan's voice sounded again. Right now, flee. Flee without looking back. Roar. The roar of the colorful cloud panther resounded in the jungle. Apparently, it seemed to have sensed the intruder in the lair and was speeding back. Holy crap. That wasn't for a while. It was only for a few seconds. At this moment, Fatty realized the seriousness of the matter, and while tugging at the rhizome to retrieve the royal beast space, he quickly ran outside, with Wang Lingxi similarly following close behind. Yi Fan patted his tail, and after only a brief hesitation, released the hellhound, and a handful of fire sprayed out, turning the entire nest into a sea of fire. Chapter 58. What a situation! In the middle of the sky, the guardian froze as he watched the fire that suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the forest. A fire-type silver imperial beast has started a war at the core? The male guardian opened his mouth, his eyes flickered, and his face changed drastically after his vision coalesced. This Yi Fan, he burned down the colorful cloud leopard's nest. What? The female guardian was also startled, her eyes looking downward, and at the moment, the colorful cloud panther was in front of her home, looking at the fire in her lair and the green, stinky fruit juices around her, seemingly in deep thought. However, soon, it smelled something and its gaze coalesced towards the place where Fatty Li and the others had fled, letting out an angry roar. It hadn't sniffed out Yi Fan and the others at the moment, but only briefly thought about it, found 3 large moving stinky fruits, and combined them with this mass of green juice in front of its own house, and came up with the result. It also says how it has stinky fruit on its doorstep. Asshole! Stealing and burning down the house. Roar! The roar rang out only to see the colorful cloud panther striding under his feet. There seemed to be thunderclouds rolling. That speed was extremely fast. A breath was tens of meters. Along the road, all the trees were knocked to the east and west, and the colorful cloud panther's heart was filled with anger, wanting to tear apart this group of thieves. It's over. They've been discovered. In the sky, seeing this scene, the female guardian was in a hurry. This Yi Fan, too bold. Last time he came, he messed with the bronze level. This time he messed with the silver level, and then next time, is he going to mess with the overlord of this secret realm? Don't be in a hurry yet. The male guardian's voice rang out at this moment. Yi Fan seems to have prepared a backhand. Backhand. The female guardian froze, and in the jungle, suddenly, successive roars of imperial beasts rang out, only to see that the colorful cloud panther, not knowing whether it was pumped up or what, not only overturned trees along the road, but also attacked irrelevant imperial beasts in the inner perimeter. Most of these imperial beasts were bronze high stars, and although they were no match for the colorful cloud panther, their subconscious sense of territory nevertheless made them attack the colorful cloud panther. This Yi Fan is also too annoying. After watching for a while, the female guardian seemed to see something different. He deliberately chose to pass by those imperial beasts' nests, and let the blast eagle spread the juice of the stinky fruit onto those imperial beasts. The colorful cloud leopard hadn't distinguished their scent at this time, and attacked when it smelled the moving stinky fruit. This is really a case of the city gates catching the fish in the pond. The male guardian shook his head helplessly. This guy's guts are really too big. Last time he was at least close to bronze, and this time he dared to mess with silver-level imperial beasts when he was a few levels short. He should be after that harvest fruit, the female guardian said. With that fruit, he should be able to quickly mention silver. Speaking of silver, then he said he might not really want to mess with the dominant imperial beasts in the core next time. The male guardian watched for a while, and when he saw Yi Fan when they managed to jump into the river while the colorful cloud panther was still fighting a giant brown bear behind them, he couldn't help but turn around. How does this look like something a freshman could do? No more watching? No more watching. It worked, it worked. The river tries to rush. When Fatty Li climbed up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down next to the package with a feeling of having survived a robbery. Boom, boom, boom. Looking at the various roars coming from the bushes on the opposite side, Fatty Li shrunk his head and looked to Yi Fan on the side, inquiring, Yi Fan, we didn't just steal a few of its spirit fruits, or we can only give it to those below the silver level to eat. And how did it react as if someone else burned its home? Hearing this, Yi Fan revealed a smile, and then shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's more stingy. After saying that, Yi Fan added, it wouldn't be attacking indiscriminately like this if it wasn't so petty. So maybe it will catch up soon. That's right. Fatty Lee nodded. Anger brings impulsiveness. Being impulsive will blind you. Yi Fan replied, patting Fatty Lee. Let's go. Rest here and sit for a while longer. It's going to catch up. Wait for me. On the side, Wang Lingxi's somewhat weak voice rang out. I didn't bring any extra clothes. As the voice fell, Yi Fan's gaze looked over, only to see that after falling into the water, Wang Lingxi's clothes were tightly attached to her body, revealing her concave and convex figure. I have more than one. Sweeping a glance, Yi Fan threw over a piece of clothing and turned around. Get a grip. Good. Wang Lingxi received the clothes and looked at Yi Fan, who was already walking ahead, and froze for a moment. Isn't that a man? Doesn't even look at me? Brother Long Wu. I've sensed Yi Fan and the others again. On the other side of the grass, Long Wu led his men to advance quickly through the grass, when suddenly, the man with the thieving eyebrows from before made a sound. Where? Long Mo pursued. It's just up ahead. I feel it approaching us. The man replied. Take out the flare and prepare to notify the young lord. Long Wu replied, quickly going over a ramp, and the group of people all quickly followed. And just after going over this ramp, Yi Fan's trio was walking slowly from the opposite side of them. This time, both sides of the crowd gave the whole thing a freeze. Long Wu, looking at the large group of people across the street, Yi Fan's eyes coalesced on Long Wu, who was at the head of the group. Something looking for me again? I. Long Wu opened his mouth, but hesitated when the cruel words came to his mouth. At this time, the one with the thieving eyebrows on the side stood out, pointed at Yi Fan and said, It's Boss Ji who told us to come find you. Ji Jie, well, I know. Yi Fan nodded. Where is he? Are you the only ones here? Just us. The man replied, and at the moment, didn't seem to realize that the atmosphere was off. He's not even here, you people. What qualifications do you have to stop me? Yi Fan's voice rang out, and immediately afterward, Hellhound and Blast Eagle appeared by his side. These few days in the secret realm weren't for nothing. The Hellhound came to bronze 5 stars, and the Blast Eagle also reached bronze 7 stars. To the side, Fatty Lee's Imperial Beasts similarly appeared, 3 bronze level. And the appearance of these 5 Imperial Beasts immediately caused the air to become somewhat cohesive. 5 heads of bronze level at this point were able to crush all of them. Big brother Longwu, what should we do? Seeing this scene, the thief-browed man shrunk his head back. Longwu was also a bit helpless at the moment. Looking at Yi Fan and arching his hand, the young master said to beat the dog and look at the master, so I have to ask Brother Yi to talk. You guys need so many people to come if we talk? Yi Fan replied, his eyes mic'd up. And hitting a dog looks at the master. Who is the dog? You Long Wu. These words instantly caused Long Wu to clench his teeth a little. It's just a metaphor. A metaphor? Is it a metaphor or not? Are you Long Wu not clear? Yi Fan snorted coldly. Being a slave to someone else. Even if you are a slave for the rest of your life, you are still a slave. I don't. Either. Long Wu replied, mid-sentence, when suddenly, a flare rose into the sky and then exploded. Who set off the flare? Long Wu's face immediately changed. Brother Long, it's me. In the back row, a man stretched up his hand. Didn't Boss Ji say to find Yi Fan and then inform him? Why should we be afraid of him? Stupid. Long Wu scolded. Yi Fan is here, you put a flare. Not afraid of Yi Fan angry to send us all out. Stupid. Really stupid. Calling people? While looking at the flare in the sky, a cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. It's not like you're the only ones who can call out. Saying that, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Lee, who was on the side. This one action made Fatty Lee freeze. What is this? Let me call someone. Where do I have someone to call? Stinky fruit. Take it out and smash them. Yi Fan lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Oh, Fatty Lee came to a realization, and without much ado, he directly took out the stinky fruit and threw it towards Long Wu's group of people. Assholes. Let's see me call someone to clean you up too. Several people were smashed squarely by Fatty Lee's stinky fruit. The stench filled the air, and many people cursed out loud. Go! Yi Fan vocalized, and the 3 of them quickly flashed towards the forest next to them. Don't chase. Long Wu stopped a person who had been thrown a stinky fruit by Fatty, his gaze somewhat cohesive. Go after them, we can't beat them. They're nearby, let's wait for the young lord to come. But that fat ass threw at me. The man was, however, exasperated. The smell of the stinky fruit was so strong. It really was a bit like that. Long Wu also turned his head at the smell, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why didn't this Yi Fan make a move on them at this time, but instead just threw 2 stinky fruits? Can you even call someone with this stinky fruit? This doubt didn't last long, when suddenly, an angry roar resounded throughout the inner circle. Roar! Chapter 59 Fatty's exclamation. By the river, the colorful clouded leopard leapt across the big river. It chased the smelly fruits to the river. It was supposed to smell disappeared. It wandered anxiously by the river. But just a moment later, that smell came back. You can't run away. Opening its bloody mouth, the colorful cloud panther darted between the jungles. This place was already close to the periphery. Those black iron-grade and bronze low-star imperial beasts sensed its aura. Fearing to avoid it, they all scattered and fled. Roar! With a roar, it crossed a high slope, and Long Wu and the others were stunned when they saw the silver imperial beast that rushed out. The outskirts of the forest. How could there be a silver-level imperial beast? Looking at the colorful cloud panther that appeared, Long Wu's eyes were filled with horror. Retreat quickly! Roar! The speed of the colorful cloud panther was too fast, and almost as soon as Long Wu's voice had just come, it locked onto those few people who had been thrown the stinky fruit by Fatty. At the moment, it had taken all of this group of people as burglars who had broken into its home. Roars rang out and sharp claws swept across the room. Some people panicked and commanded the imperial beasts to block them, unable to stop their escape. With a team of 20 people facing a silver-ranked colorful cloud leopard, it was almost a one-sided massacre on one side. Town, it's time for us to strike. Looking at the ground, the female guardian vocalized, calling out the name of the male guardian. If we don't make a move, those people will die. Not yet. The male guardian called Town vocalized, glanced at the female guardian, and said, Feather, our duty is to ensure the safety of their lives without disturbing the original order of the secret realm. This colorful cloud leopard didn't lay down a killer. It's just chasing after those few with the stinky fruit on them, waiting until the last minute before we strike. That is fine. Feather nodded, her eyes coalescing below, slightly nervous. Dang. A certain collision, the colorful cloud panther sharp claws swept. Long Wu stiffly topped it. The huge force of a claw, straight to the side of the tree, then slid down. Roar! Looking at Long Wu, colorful cloud leopard issued a low hoarse hiss, seems to feel the other party's body's legacy bloodline, and did not further attack, head turned, gaze once again cohesion in the front of the fleeing those smelly fruit body. In the next moment, it seemed to have transformed into the wind, and in the outskirts of this forest, it swept across the area, casually settling a black iron-grade imperial beast with a single strike. And the few people running ahead also realized that something was wrong at this moment. It was obvious that the colorful cloud panther was rushing towards them. It must be this dead fat guy who threw the fruit. One person cursed angrily and ripped off his clothes and threw them aside, and the others followed suit. The clothes were lost, but the colorful cloud panther continued to follow. Again, these people were afraid that they would be in a hurry and lose their pants as well. Why is it fixated on the few of us? Feeling that the colorful cloud panther behind them didn't have the slightest idea of stopping, several people were about to cry. Dead. We're dead. The speed of the colorful cloud panther was extremely fast, and it was obvious that they couldn't outrun it, and they were about to lose their lives in the panther's mouth. Boss G is here. Looking at the large force appearing in front of him, one man shouted in surprise and waved his arms frantically. Boss G, we're here. We're here. The voice rang out, and on the other side, Ji Jie, who had quickly brought people over because of the flare, looked at the several white figures in front of him but froze. You! Guys, the words had just been spoken when suddenly, the figure of the colorful cloud panther rushed out from the back. Ji Jie's face instantly changed drastically. Silver-level imperial beasts. Idiots. I told you guys to find Yi Fan. What are you doing messing with a silver-level imperial beast? At this moment, Ji Jie cursed angrily and didn't hesitate, waving his hand. Retreat! When this voice fell, the group of people were all stagnant, and one person whispered, Boss G, aren't we going to save them? They're stupid, are you stupid too? That's a silver-level imperial beast. How can we save it? Ji Jie looked back at the man. The guardians will step in to keep them safe. If we don't retreat, we'll wait to be sent out with them? This rhetorical question caused the man to shrink and not dare to say anything else. The group faded like a tidal wave, while the few naked men froze. Boss G, where are you going? We're here. Save. Before the voice fell, behind them, the colorful cloud panther had already arrived. Two people faced with such a huge advantage, paralyzed on the spot. The other ran out a cut, but was directly pressed down by a claw. Roar! Opening its bloody mouth, the colorful cloud panther roared at the several people, and was about to slap one of them to death to vent its anger, while immediately after that, a strong aura impacted. The colorful cloud panther was shaken back several meters on the spot, and was about to pounce again in annoyance, but in the next moment, when it saw the man standing quietly on the opposite side of the room, it instantly became cautious, closed its bloody mouth, and took tiny steps in place, seemingly a bit cautious. Obviously, it was aware of this person on the other side, and on the other side, there was a power that it could not resist. Back! Jean looked at this colorful cloud panther and simply spoke in a cold voice. And when this sound came out, the colorful cloud panther immediately closed its ears, lowered its head, and left at a fast pace, as if it was afraid that Jean would make a move against it. Jean just stood still and watched this colorful cloud panther leave, before he turned to look at the few people behind him. You few lose your qualifications for the trial, report your names, and be sent out of the secret realm. At this moment, several people were dead, and when they heard this pronouncement, someone was a bit dissatisfied. We were all victimized by Yi Fan, and this is going to expel us? I don't want to reiterate the rules within the secret realm. Jin opened his mouth, and within his eyes, there was a hint of indifference. If you have any objections, you can go find your teacher and complain about me. Hearing this, the one who spoke shrunk back. In the secret realm, the guardian's ruling could not be questioned. Even if one went out and complained, they might even get a scolding in return. A few people were silent as Town coldly swept a few people away and pulled out his book. Go get your pants back and put them on, then tell me names. Yi Fan. That colored cloud leopard is also too fierce, killing Long Wu and his group of people without the slightest power to fight back. Not far from the heights, Yi Fan's three witnessed the whole process of the colorful cloud leopard sweeping away Long Wu and his group of people. Fatty Li said with a slight surprise, damaging so many people and imperial beasts. This Ji Jie is definitely going to hate you. Didn't hurt them much. Yi Fan, however, shook his head, as if he was still a bit dissatisfied with the result. Ji Jie was too wimpy. I thought that he would at least make a move to block one or two of them. I didn't think that he would directly retreat. Today and tomorrow there are 2 more days of the secret realm. Ji Jie surely doesn't want to fight with that colorful cloud panther to the death just for a few followers. They are more people, but I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to win against a silver-level imperial beast. On the side, Wang Lingxi spoke in a slightly analytical manner, clad in the coat given by Yi Fan. And after this time, he shouldn't come to find trouble with us. After all, he injured so many people. He doesn't come to trouble us. Hearing this, Yi Fan but coldly hummed. That doesn't mean we can't go and find trouble with him? You. Wang Lingxi slightly hesitated. Yi Fan, are you going to take action against Ji Jie? Hearing this, Yi Fan had some flames in his heart, but looking into the distance, he suppressed the fire in his heart and lowered his voice. Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Now let's go. With that, Yi Fan stood up and took a step towards the depths of the forest. Yi Fan, where are we going next? Fatty Li quickly asked. Find a place to rest and use the harvest fruit that I got today. Yi Fan replied, pausing for a moment, but his eyes were glued to the colorful cloud panther that had crossed the river and was preparing to leave. This colorful cloud leopard fought many battles on its way to the chase and suffered a lot of injuries. Plus its nest was destroyed. It has nowhere to rest, and at this moment, it's at its most vulnerable. We need to make quick preparations, and tonight, take down this colorful cloud leopard. Take the colorful cloud leopard. These words caused Fatty Li to stall and open his mouth, about to say something, but as he looked at Yi Fan, who had already gotten up and moved forward, he could only suck in his breath and look at Wang Lingxi, who was on the side. Good lord. I suspect that Yi Fan was hitting on this colorful cloud panther from start to finish. Chapter 60. This Yi Fan, damn it. Retreating back to the outskirts of the forest, when he heard about their encounter with Yi Fan from Long Wu, Ji Jie was a bit annoyed and cursed angrily and opened his mouth. Young lord, it's because we were too careless. On the side, Long Wu opened his mouth and lowered his voice. It's mainly those few idiots who took the initiative to provoke the unauthorized release of flares that spoiled the big event. Jie vocalized, not blaming Long Wu, but scolding. Are all the Imperial Beast Masters in Pingchang such dumbass? Talking and doing things without thinking? These words did not lower their voices, and around them, many people's faces changed a bit. But after the change, there were still many people who all compensated with a smiling face and came up. Boss G, don't be angry. This time there were a few idiots who broke things. It won't happen next time. There are still almost 2 days until the end of the secret realm, so we can continue searching for Yifan. Yifan won't be as stupid as you guys and startle the snakes at this moment. He must be very vigilant. After saying that, Jie seemed to be a bit annoyed again. Those 2 idiots, if they hadn't been sent out by the Guardians, I would have to teach them a lesson. Yes. In place, Jie pondered for a while and finally, glancing at the surrounding students, sighed. That's just it. Let's not trouble him this time and settle down for these 2 days first. There's plenty of opportunity to deal with him when we get out. Snicker. It was nightfall, and by the fire, the 3 of them were roasting meat, while on the side, Yifan was feeding his blast eagle the harvest fruit. A total of 5 harvest fruits, 3 were fed to the Cerberus and 2 were left for the blast eagle, being able to raise their strength to bronze 8 stars and bronze 9 stars respectively, which was considered very close to silver strength. Yifan, why don't you leave a harvest fruit for the blizzard eagle, so that it won't be able to be upgraded to silver level? On the side, watching Yifan's movements, Fatty opened his mouth with some doubts. The harvest fruit is only effective under silver. It can't help Imperial beasts break through silver directly. Yifan shook his head and explained, moreover, the silver level is considered to be a small barrier, and it's not that easy for a royal beast to break through if they want to unlock their attribute power by opening their bloodline shackles at this level. Oh, so that's how it is. Fatty Lee nodded and looked at Yifan, hesitating for a while. Why did we pick the night to hunt the colored cloud leopard? It's hard to see at night, and the colorful clouded leopard is a feline with good night vision. So wouldn't that work against us? Fatty, you said it very well. Yifan nodded slightly, then, somewhat helplessly, said, if I could, I wouldn't have chosen the night. My Imperial beast needs time to digest the harvest fruit, but if it passes tonight, the colorful cloud leopard's strong recovery ability will allow it to once again have a strong both battle power. So aren't we the best plan? Fatty Lee stalled. Where is the best plan? Sometimes the moment is only a split second. We have to seize it. Yifan replied, and my blast eagle and hellhound night vision are not weak. Plus we have Wang Lingxi. Her spirit Kuei can play a big role. In fact, the impact of night combat on us is limited. Me? On the side, hearing this, Wang Lingxi froze for a moment. The brocade furred rat is originally an imperial beast that specializes in nighttime activities, and your spirit Kuei's shared vision can provide me with some extra vision at night. Yifan replied, vision is extremely important when fighting and killing amongst the jungle, especially when dealing with an extremely fast imperial beast like the colorful cloud leopard. If there's no trace of it in your vision, then the odds are that you'll die in a surprise attack that it launches from the shadows. I see. Wang Lingxi nodded her head and discreetly nodded. I'll keep reporting the point. No need, you need to protect yourself in this battle. Let me know when I need you to report points. Yifan replied, command your mallard. My hellhound is fire attribute. The probability is that it will ignite a patch of weeds during the battle. Understood. Wang Lingxi nodded. What about me, what about me? Fatty Lee vocalized. You? Hearing this, Yifan then revealed a smirk in his eyes. You, of course, are fighting alongside me. Fighting side by side. Hearing this, Fatty Lee shuddered, but immediately afterward, there was some suppressed excitement. The feeling of hunting imperial beasts beyond their level was something that was capable of making every imperial beast master excited. Kiki. The 3 of them conferred, and at that moment, a familiar voice rang out, and once again, the tiny badger burrowed out of the jungle to the side. This little guy really recognizes us. Fatty Lee revealed a smile. This tiny badger. While on the side, seeing this tiny badger, Wang Lingxi was stunned and looked at Yifan on the side. Do you guys recognize it? Recognize, it has come and roasted with us for a few nights over the fire, and we will still give it some meat to eat every time. Yifan replied, smiling and stretching out his hand. That tiny badger didn't resist much this time, letting Yifan put his hand on its head. It's surprising that it didn't bite you guys. Wang Lingxi was a bit surprised and seemed to have thought of something. The last time we came in, just half a month ago. I think your regular class didn't show up, and we came across this tiny little badger, and someone was curious and went to tease it a bit. What's the result? It ended up being chased by it and biting from the inner perimeter to the outer perimeter, and in the end, the one who teased it was sent out by the guardian. Wang Lingxi opened her mouth, looking at the tiny badger that was being touched by Yifan. She seemed to be a little moved and came over to extend her hand as well. Bear! Before the hand could be reached, the tiny badger grinned and made a threatening noise. Wang Lingxi was startled and hastily withdrew her hand. It's hard for an imperial beast like a tiny badger to get close to others. Yifan spoke, a hint of a smile in his eyes. It let me touch it because it's familiar with me, and because my blast wind eagle is its natural enemy, it has a certain deterrent effect. This? Wang Lingxi has some regrets, hand rubbing. Looking at the tiny badger, eyes full of love, looked for a while, suddenly said, this tiny badger seems to be injured. Hearing this, Yifan mic'd up his eyes and looked closely. Sure enough, there was a wound on the tiny badger's leg. It should have been injured for a while. The wound had already scarred and didn't look obvious. Fatty, take some spirit fruits and give them to it. Yifan opened his mouth and looked at Fatty Lee, who was on the side. Blood-growing grass, white jade fruit, all of them, you can give it some. Good. Fatty Lee answered and took out the blood-surging grass and white jade fruit from his backpack, carefully placing them in front of the tiny badger. Kiki. The tiny badger looked at the spiritual grass and fruits in front of him and froze for a moment, then looked at Yifan with a humanized questioning expression. For you. Yifan nodded, then gently patted the tiny badger's head and stood up. Well, why don't you stay here and get something to eat over the fire before you go? Saying that, Yifan looked at the fat man on the side. We should set off if we're late. It won't be too good to look for it. Good. The three of them each packed their bags and quickly headed deeper into the jungle. While beside the tiny fire, the tiny badger looked at the trail of Yifan and their departure, and then looked at the white jade fruit held in his hand, and was a little dumbfounded. What are Yifan and the others up to again? In the sky, Yifan had just made his move when the town site followed him. Looking at the direction of their advance, they should be heading towards the core. To the side, Feather spoke up. And go to the core. Hearing this, Town's face darkened. Didn't make enough of a mess during the day to work late at night, did you? This time they shouldn't be going to provoke other imperial beasts. Feather seemed to have discovered something. Yifan gave the harvest fruit to his imperial beasts to eat all of them, and the path he took seems to be the direction that colorful cloud leopard left. A colored cloud panther? Hearing this, Jin froze, his eyes moving through the core to see the colored cloud leopard sleeping on the bare ground under a large tree, his body covered in scars at the moment. This scene made Jean twitch his mouth. Does this colored cloud leopard have a grudge against him? Yifan. He stares at the colored cloud leopard and engages it. It feels like this colorful cloud leopard is so pitiful. To the side, Feather vocalized. Nothing has been done. The spirit fruit was stolen. The home was burned. And as a result, it now has to be attacked by Yifan in a surprise attack at night. Pity can't be called. This colorful cloud leopard has eaten more than a handful of people in the Imperial Beast's forest. It deserves to die. If the principal hadn't said to put it in the secret realm for the students to practice, I would have killed it in the Imperial Beast's forest in the first place. Zhen replied, shaking his head. I'm just wondering, can Yifan and the others win? Between silver and bronze is a not-so-small threshold, and the gap is huge, and that's a silver 2-star royal beast of elite peak grade. Even if it's injured anymore, it's able to use elemental power, has a natural skill, and has awakened 2 royal beast skills. It's hard for a bronze-level Imperial Beast Master to defeat it. Yifan has a bronze 9-star Blast Eagle plus a bronze 8-star Hellhound. The difference shouldn't be very big. Feather opened his mouth. It's just a pity that his talent is rank D. It doesn't give much of a bonus. If it's a rank C or above Royal Beast plus talent, with his terrifying battle intuition, he should be able to win. Let's see, I think it's difficult. Jean, who was on the side, shook his head. Prepare to strike. Yifan and the others are definitely going to fight to the death with this colorful cloud panther. This kind of trial for talented people is the most difficult to handle. Make a move in case he has a backhand, for nothing is judged to be evicted unjustly. Do not make a move in case he dies, that person is no more unjustly. This Yifan, it's really big night to work overtime by himself even if it's not enough, but also let us work overtime together as well. Chapter 61 The Battle. In the dark night, the footsteps of the three of them were pressed very low, and under the somewhat dim moonlight, Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi followed Yifan, who was walking in front of them, and it seemed that they were able to hear their own heartbeats. It should be almost here. At a certain moment, Yifan suddenly stopped his steps and looked at a large tree not far ahead, his face serious. When the two in the back heard this, their hearts lifted. Wang Lingxi, have your mallow mouse scout the field of vision and determine the location of that colorful cloud leopard. Yifan vocalized, quickly arranging, Fatty, have your phantom snake and black flame snake both hide in the grass next to them, with the rock python on standby, ready to be summoned at any time. Good. The two of them answered in unison, and the imperial beasts were released, the tiny brood mice stomping along the large tree with a subtle sound. Wang Lingxi also opened his spirit kuei at this moment, his eyes emitting a faint glow as he shared his vision with the brocade-furred rat. As the brocade-furred rat explored, just past the large tree, to the side, Wang Lingxi suddenly shuddered and nearly fell. On that side of the tree, looking at Wang Lingxi's reaction, Yifan made a sound. Yes. Right at the very center of the tree trunk. Wang Lingxi nodded her head, some sweat on her forehead. There are no weeds around, only some trees, not many obstacles. Good. Yifan nodded. You command the brocade-furred mouse to hide in the trees that are farther away, try to climb higher and be able to share the view. You also hide well, except when I ask you to report the point. Don't be concerned by the colorful cloud panther. No problem. Wang Lingxi nodded. Fatty, command your two-headed snake and prepare to strike. Yifan vocalized. Raising his hand, the Hellhound and Blast Eagle appeared at his side, followed by the Ascension's Talent Plus boost appearing. The D-rank talent bonuses are really small, but Ascension wins for being comprehensive, and that's okay. Go! Yifan took a step. In his hand, a dagger that usually cuts meat appeared. Blast Eagle was on his shoulder. Cerberus was at his feet. Fatty Lee hooked his head, and Black Flame Snake and Phantom Snake were swimming quickly in the grass next to him. Soon, the distance approached, and at roughly 10 steps, Yifan moved. Cerberus, breathe fire. As the voice fell, the Hellhound opened its mouth, and the flames instantly struck towards the trunk area, spreading the moment it hit the trunk. Roar! In the next moment, the roar of the colorful Cloud Panther rang out, and the colorful Cloud Panther, who had just managed to fall asleep, jumped out of the flames and looked at Yifan and the flames around him with a single glance of certainty. This is the guy that started the burning of his own home. Fatty. Yifan looked at the fury in the eyes of the colorful Cloud Panther. His eyes were calm and he just spoke quietly. And immediately afterward, Fatty's voice rang out. Phantom Snake. Use the poisonous mist. Hiss. The Phantom Snake protruded from the grass and opened its mouth, a large mass of green poisonous mist heading towards the colorful Cloud Leopard. This was a skill that the Ghost Serpent had comprehended at bronze level, releasing stored poisonous mist that hit head-on with considerable lethality. The colorful Cloud Panther reacted quickly and was not hit by the poisonous mist. Instead, it raised a claw horizontally and slapped the ghostly serpent straight away, and in the next moment, it rushed towards Yifan. He wants revenge. It's coming, it's coming. Yifan. And as he watched the colorful Cloud Panther easily solve the Phantom Serpent's surprise attack and charge towards the two of them, Fatty panicked. Just assist from the side. Front. Don't worry. Yifan slowly spoke out, looking at the oncoming colorful Cloud Leopard without a single thought of retreating. Cerberus. Blast Hawk. Let's go. Ho! CH. The sound of a dog and an eagle rang out, and Yifan moved forward quickly with the sound, and beside him, the Hellhound collided with the colorful Cloud Panther at a much faster speed. Boom! The two imperial beasts instantly tore together. With this one lunge, the Cerberus was outmatched in strength and was pressed to the ground by the colorful Clouded Leopard. The colorful Clouded Leopard raised its claws and was about to pursue, when Yifan's dagger had already arrived. Thumbs up! The dagger slashed through the wounds on the colorful Cloud Panther's body, and the colorful Cloud Panther instantly roared in anger, turning around and about to pounce on Yifan. Yifan reacted quickly, looking at the colorful Cloud Panther's returning claws. He dodged sideways, and the moment the claws grazed, he stomped on the colorful Cloud Panther's body and quickly leapt out. Cerberus. Superheated combustion. The voice rang out, and flames instantly flared up on Cerberus's body. Roar! And at the same time, the colorful Cloud Panther didn't wait with folded arms, and as the flames erupted, purple lightning surged through its body. Immediately afterward, it disappeared into thin air. Thunder and Lightning Flash natural skill, similar to the Blast Eagle's natural skill. The person was still in the air. Yifan had a judgment and spoke quickly. Wang Lingxi, report your position. Behind your right. Wang Lingxi's voice sounded almost simultaneously. The voice was filled with anxiety, and it was obvious that the colored cloud panther had launched a surprise attack. This colorful cloud panther, it's really smart. In the middle of a few seconds, Yifan didn't think too much and made a deliberate sidestep. Roar! The huge leopard's head brushed against Yifan's ear, and with those close odds, Yifan could almost smell the fishy odor of the other's mouth. Blast Eagle! Divine Bird Raid! The dagger in Yifan's hand zipped forward once more, backing up once more. CH! In the sky, the sound of the blast eagle rang out, almost flashing as it sped from the sky, its sharp claws carrying a strong wind. This claw landed solidly, leaving a large scar on the color cloud leopard's body. And this blow also inspired the ferocity of the color cloud leopard, only to see it roar. Roar! Electricity erupted from it at this moment, and in an instant, lightning spread from it in all directions. Lightning electromagnetic field, capable of launching lightning strikes at a range around it. Yifan silently recited. He was in the middle of the coverage of the static electromagnetic field, and at this moment, instead of choosing to retreat, he raised his hand. Fatty, rock python. Good. Fatty's voice rang out. The light flashed. The rock python appeared in front of Yifan. The lightning was unexpectedly isolated. At the same time, a faint light lit up on the rock python's body. This was its bronze-level comprehension skill hardening, which allowed the body to turn into a rock, just in time, to be able to target the colorful cloud leopard's thunder attribute attacks. There's one more skill left. Yifan crossed over the rock python, and at this moment, the hellhound had already rushed over again, tearing into the colorful cloud leopard. You today, there should be no place to run. Looking at the colorful cloud panther's obvious lack of strength, Yifan made a sound and turned the dagger in his hand horizontally, charging towards the colorful cloud panther. Blizzard Hawk, sheer attack. In the sky, the blast eagle circled, its sharp talons rushing down like steel. This claw once again tore open a wound, and the colorful cloud panther entangled with the hellhound raised its head to bite, and the cold light of Yifan's dagger lit up at the same time. With a brush sound, the dagger grazed the colorful cloud panther's throat, leaving a wound. Roar! The colorful cloud panther roared, blood searing out of its wounds as it tried to go and tear into Yifan, only to be entangled by the hellhound again. Time was passing, and under the rounds of attacks, it had gradually weakened, and the colorful cloud leopard roared and tore, but it never unleashed its last skill. That's tough. With a charge, Yifan holding the dagger was knocked back, pausing at a distance, looking at the colorful clouded leopard's throat where he had cut himself had stopped bleeding. His eyes changed slightly. This colorful clouded leopard was also worthy of being a silver-level imperial beast. Such a part of the throat was still so hard. But that's as far as it goes. Next strike. Yifan slowly lowered his body and looked at the colorful cloud panther that was roaring at him, preparing to unleash another desperate kill. Yifan, be careful. Wang Lingxi's anxious voice suddenly sounded. Look at your head. As soon as these words came out, Yifan looked aghast and looked up. At some point, a bucket-thick thunderbolt was coalescing above him, and at this moment, it was coming at Yifan with the force of 10,000 pounds. Heavenly Thunder's punishment, an extremely locking royal beast skill with terrifying killing power. The only drawback was that it needed a period of time to coalesce. The time just now, it was secretly condensing this attack. Yifan reacted and looked at the colorful cloud leopard. At this moment, this colorful cloud leopard that was surrounded under the rounds showed ferocity in its eyes, and in the depths of its eyes, there was actually a touch of humanized gloom. It got away with it. Chapter 62 The Plan. Boom! The falling thunder smashed down, and at the moment of 1,000 pounds, but Yifan suddenly smiled. The intelligence of a silver-level imperial beast is still too limited. No skill is a sure thing. At the end of his words, among the thunder, a blizzard eagle sped in, extremely fast, and at the moment when the thunder had just dipped into Yifan, it swooped him out straight away. The thunder smashed on the ground. The terrifying electric current overflowed in all directions. Yifan was brought by the blizzard eagle to quickly roll on the ground, always before the electric current. Roar! And seeing this scene, the colored cloud panther let out a roar of unwillingness, and almost at the same moment, the hellhound pounced and locked its throat. Soon, the colorful cloud panther in the midst of entanglement, and without any more skills to use lost its voice under Yifan's command and lay down on the ground. It's over. Looking at the colorful cloud panther lying down in the field, Fatty Lee let out a sigh of relief, while to the side, Wang Lingxi looked a little agitated. Winning. Really won. We hunted a silver-class imperial beast. In the middle of the field, Yifan looked at the two people who were both a bit happy on the side. The corner of his mouth raised a smile, and he didn't move as he put away the dagger in his hand. Fatty, go collect the corpse. Yifan stood up and looked at Fatty Lee, who was on the side. While his eyes changed slightly, royal beasts above the silver level have spirit pearls with corresponding attributes in their bodies, which are expensive and are extremely beneficial when given to royal beasts with attributes that match or to royal beast masters whose breathing method fits. Spirit bead. Hearing this, Fatty froze and quickly walked towards the corpse of the colorful cloud panther. And in not much time, a purple bead was raised in his hand. This bead was crystal clear, and at the moment, there was some hidden thunder light in it, which seemed to correspond to the thunder attribute of the colorful cloud panther. Is this the thing? Right? Yifan nodded and took the spirit bead. Thunder attribute spirit bead. It is considered to be quite a rare spirit bead. This one, it's worth right at 300,000 upwards, and it's extremely difficult to purchase in a place like Ping City. 300,000. Hearing this, Fatty froze. 300,000 doesn't seem very expensive. It's not as expensive as a well-tamed elite imperial beast. Just now, the silver's imperial beast spirit bead is certainly not expensive, but all the imperial beast masters above the silver level have a great demand for spirit beads with the corresponding attributes, and usually don't sell them, and even if they do sell them, they are exchanging them for spirit beads that meet their needs. Yifan shook his head and said with a slight explanation, as the rank of the imperial beast master increases, many things are often purchased for sale by bartering for equal value. So it's like this? Fatty Lee nodded, slightly pondering, then, scratching his head. Bartering, it feels so primitive. Primitive, but very applicable. Yifan replied, putting away the spirit bead. In the future, we need to obtain as many spirit beads as possible, above silver. Obtaining a sufficient number of spirit beads of the same genus that are of sufficient grade is the simplest and most effective means of raising the grade of the imperial beasts, apart from obtaining heavenly treasures. It's very useful both for the imperial beasts and for our own use. Then what spirit bead should I use? Fatty Lee asked. You. Hearing this, Yifan pondered slightly. If you're going to use it for practicing breathing techniques, it's best to use attribute-less spirit beads. Your breathing techniques originally work on the physical body, and attribute-less spirit beads are just the best for you. No attributes? These words caused Fatty Lee to freeze. Didn't you say that the imperial beasts would all have attribute power when they reached silver and opened their bloodline shackles? Attributelessness is also a kind of attribute power. To be precise, attributelessness can be called flesh and blood attributes. Many imperial beasts are attribute-less, but their strong flesh and blood alone is enough for them to survive. Yifan replied, explaining, the proportion of imperial beasts that can utilize the elements and the proportion of imperial beasts that cannot utilize the elements are comparable. Of course, imperial beasts that can utilize the elements are much tougher to deal with, and correspondingly, spirit beads with elemental attributes are also a bit more precious. Attribute-less spirit beads aren't difficult to purchase, their applicability is very high, they are basically used by imperial beast masters to aid in the cultivation of breathing techniques, and in the trading market, many people exchange attribute-less spirit beads for the attribute-less spirit beads that their imperial beasts need. So that's how it is. Fatty Lee nodded and said thoughtfully. It feels like the higher our realm is, the more things we are exposed to, and all of these things we haven't heard Pan Zhao tell us about. The realm is not enough. It's useless to speak about it. Yifan shook his head. In the future, there will be more things waiting for you to understand. Entering silver, we are considered to be truly stepping into the door of the Imperial Beastmaster. At this point, we are at best considered to be glimpsing some of the scenery within the door in advance. What about me then? What about me? What spirit bead should I use to cultivate in the future? On the side, Wang Lingxi raised her hand. It depends on what breathing method you are practicing. Yifan replied, glancing at Wang Lingxi. What you are practicing should be a breathing method related to astringent concealment. Yes, this is our family's breathing method. After practicing at a high level, one is able to be as light as a swallow, and is able to hide one's breath very well, and is able to prevent others from prying eyes. Wang Lingxi didn't hide it and quickly said, just use a wind spirit bead. Yifan didn't think too much about it and replied, glancing at Wang Lingxi, your family? Don't you have any silver level or above royal beast masters? No, our family is only now a total of 3 generations, and each generation, In addition to having a royal beastmaster who inherits the spirit Kuei, it is rare for other royal beastmasters with royal beast talent to appear. Wang Lingxi replied, his face slightly embarrassed. My grandfather is the strongest imperial beastmaster in my family, stuck at bronze 9 stars for some years. Like this. Yifan nodded slightly and glanced at Wang Lingxi, who seemed to be a bit embarrassed, and suddenly vocalized, in the future, you will be the first one here. Wang Lingxi froze, and immediately afterward, nodded. I will try my best. Yifan nodded and didn't continue, waving his hand. Fatty, hurry up and put away the body of the colorful cloud panther. This is the core. There are many other silver imperial beasts inhabiting it. Try to be more careful. Understood. Fatty Li vocalized, while on the other hand, he and Wang Lingxi quickly collected the corpse of the colorful cloud panther. Soon, the three of them were fully loaded and retreated towards the inner perimeter of the forest with Yifan leading the way. These three little guys really succeeded. In the sky, looking at Yifan's trio who had already retreated back to the inner perimeter, Yu opened his mouth, and in his tone, he could not hide his shock. It's only been just over a month since the school year began, and there are already new students who are able to hunt silver-class imperial beasts. It's not considered hunting, it's considered murder. On the side, Zhan shook his head. There is a reason why the colorful cloud leopard was injured and unable to use too much attribute power, but it's also considered remarkable. Bronze kills silver. It's the first time I've seen it after so many years in Ping City. Feather opened his mouth, some light flowing in his eyes. Especially that Yifan, it's very strong if we ignore his D-grade imperial beast talent. I even think he's no better than the demons of the same age in Kyoto. That kind of terrifying battle intuition, control over the imperial beast's control over timing. It's completely unlike what a teenage imperial beast master in his teens can have, mature to the point of being terrifying. Perhaps he is a born fighting genius and has enough knowledge of the imperial beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge that lightning strike. Zhen opened his mouth, his eyes condensed on Yifan, and gradually, his eyes changed a little. This kid, he really has some of the army chief's shadow back then. I also think. Feather nodded. When the secret realm is over, you can go and check in case it's really the bloodline of the military commander. We, as a member of the former Warrior Sky Army, should take more care of it. If it's really the bloodline of the military commander, I wouldn't recommend paying too much attention to it. Instead, we should keep our distance. Zhan shook his head. We represent the will of the guardians from the top. If we deliberately favor him, we will instead let some people with ulterior motives see something. Ping City is too small. There are many bulls and devils from all walks of life. Just be more careful and keep an eye on it secretly. Chapter 63 Master Wang. 2 days later, the secret realm ended and the guardians escorted the crowd out. This time, Yifan, they didn't delay until the end and left the secret realm early. This time the principal didn't come back to organize any prize activities, but just waited at the door for the guardian to say something and gave Yifan a slightly surprised look. And with the return of many students, the matter of Yifan messing with the silver royal beasts in the secret realm resulting in Ji Jie's group of people suffering instead spread. Just the three of you hunted a silver-level imperial beast? In the dormitory, Yifan, who had come to inquire about the harvest of the secret realm, was stunned as he watched Yifan pull out a thunder attribute spirit bead. When getting a definite answer, Pan Zhao sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and immediately afterward, patted Fatty and Yifan's shoulders in succession. You two boys, not bad. 2 people, 5 bronze imperial beasts. This progress, can. On a rare occasion, Fatty Li also received a compliment from Pan Zhao, scratching his head in some embarrassment. Harm. This is basically all due to Yifan. I know. Just complimenting you in passing. Pan Zhao replied. Hearing this, Fatty Li was embarrassed. On the side, seeing this scene, Yifan revealed a smile, glanced at Pan Zhao and spoke, Teacher Pan, during this next period of time, we might not stay in school. The facilities in the school, other than the monthly secret areas, are limited in their ability to enhance us. Well, that's true. Pan Zhao nodded and looked at Yifan. Then what is your next plan? To go into the Silver Moon Forest? Well, I'm going to take Fatty to find a mercenary group to join. Yifan replied, It's a good way to make money and also go on an adventure. Mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao's brows then furrowed. Did you go to the mercenaries just to make extra money? One can only say part of the reason. Yifan replied, and in his eyes, there seemed to be some deep meaning. All right, And seeing that Yi Fan was sure, Pan Zhao did not say much, but instructed in general, mercenary corps are a mixed bag, so be more careful if you guys go. People's hearts are in the right place, you should know this. Aha! Yi Fan nodded. Teacher Pan doesn't have to worry too much. Fatty and I are already bronze level and have some ability to defend ourselves. Just don't try to be strong when things go wrong. Pan Zhao spoke, fished out a communication talisman from his pocket and threw it to Fatty, while saying to Yi Fan, your fighting ability is very strong, far exceeding that of an ordinary Imperial Beast Master of the same level. But if you face a strong enemy, the first thing you should consider is your own safety. Understood. Yi Fan replied, and in his eyes, there was a helpless smile. Obviously, he also knew that Pan Zhao was saying that his fighting style was too dangerous, and that he needed to be a little more fearful of death and a little softer. I won't put myself in danger by doing something I'm not sure of. After thinking about it, Yi Fan looked at Pan Zhao and said, it's good that Mr. Pan is at ease. Line. Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded, not really satisfied with the answer, but still barely acceptable. How does this thing operate? Pan Zhao was about to continue instructing something when, to the side, Fatty's voice rang out. Pan Zhao twisted his head to look, just in time to watch Fatty Lee playing with the communication talisman, pulling out a wrench at some point. Snap! Seeing that the wrench was about to fall on the communication talisman, Pan Zhao was quick and grabbed the communication talisman and immediately scolded Fatty Lee. The communication charm. This is a communication talisman. 100,000 communication talismans. You can call me at any time and any place when you're in danger. You know? 100,000. Other people, this is just a straight click away. You take a wrench to operate it. Liu, are you a tiger? Aren't you a tiger? Yi Fan. Liu. Outside the gate of Wang's house, Yi Fan and Liu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally heard Wang Lingxi's voice and looked up, only to see Wang Lingxi in a small floral dress, with exquisite makeup, and at a glance, very pure and lovely. This scene is the fat man to see a rash. Good guy? You do not say that this Wang Lingxi long also strange with strong. Yi Fan, you say is not? It's okay. Yi Fan nodded, his eyes not fluctuating much. 100 years of time, he has seen too many red faces pass away. A variety of stunning beauty has also seen many, a teenage girl, but really cannot attract too much of his mind. Sorry, came out a bit late. Wang Lingxi came to the two of them and explained, I just told my father that I want to follow you guys to the mercenary corps. He refused to say yes, saying that it's too dangerous for me to go out as a girl, and then it was only after my grandfather stepped in that he let me out. Your grandfather? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, and right at that moment, the door of the Wang family opened, and an old man walked out, with a brocade furred mouse lying on his shoulder, and beside him, followed by a very big yellow dog. This kind of big yellow dog named Home Protection Dog, very common imperial beasts, but gentle temperament, easy to tame, ordinary people can also be adopted. Many people guarding the house like to use the imperial beasts. Your grandfather is somewhat dedicated. Looking at the bronze 9-star family protection dog, Yi Fan carried a smirk in his eyes. Obviously, a large part of the reason why Wang Lingxi's grandfather would be stuck at bronze 9 stars was because the bloodline of the family protector dog was too low, and even after using a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and fruits, he was unable to break through the silver-level bloodline shackles. Lingxi, be careful on the road. At the door, Grandpa Wang waved at the three of them. Buy more food on your way. Don't go hungry. Got it, Grandpa? Wang Lingxi replied, waving at Grandpa Wang. But the family guardian dog wagged its tail and came up, bouncing around Wang Lingxi, seemingly somewhat reluctant to let Wang Lingxi leave. Big Yellow, come back. Grandpa Wang beckoned. While watching the family protection dog not move, he could only helplessly walk out with his walking stick. Rhubarb, Lingxi is going away. Don't be obnoxious. Grandpa Wang patted Big Yellow's head, which made Big Yellow shrink back. All right, we'll be back soon. Wang Lingxi replied helplessly and turned around, saying to Yi Fan, let's go. Wait a little while. Yi Fan raised his hand and walked towards Master Wang, leaned down and said gently, Master, you can take the strong life fruit, heart-protecting grass, and 100 flavors fruit, and feed roughly half a caddy a day to the rhubarb according to a ratio of 1 to 1. It's not far away from the silver level, it's just missing something to strengthen its bloodline. You'd probably give it about 7 times to consume it, and then the rhubarb would be able to progress to the silver level, and, moreover, it won't change the form of the bloodline. Like this. Hearing this, Grandpa Wang froze for a moment and looked at Yi Fan, seemingly a little surprised. How did you know that I've seen many Imperial Beast Masters like Grandpa. Yifan quickly replied with some laughter in his eyes. In reality, there are many such Imperial Beast Masters who have always been in love with an Imperial Beast, and do not want the Imperial Beast to change its appearance due to changes in its bloodline, and will not change from one level to another even if they are stuck at one level for life. This way. Hearing this, Grandpa Wang nodded. This medicine list. There are elders in the family who are in a similar situation to Grandpa and have researched this list of medicines. Yifan replied. When these words came out, Grandpa Wang's eyes changed slightly, perennial businessman exploring treasures. His thoughts were much more active than normal people. Just a few seconds, he said, then, thank you, little friend. It's fine. Yifan waved his hand and added a general smile. Grandpa, Wang Lingxi is safe following me. You can rest assured. Good. Grandpa Wang nodded, did not say anything more. Then I will not delay you on the road. Be more careful, the mercenary corps in Pingcheng has some deep water. Yifan nodded his head, turned around, and left with Wang Lingxi and Fatty Li. At the door, Grandpa Wang was looking at the trio's backs, slightly pondering. I've been searching for several years for this prescription that can break through silver without changing the shape of the bloodline, but it's only composed of 3 ordinary mortal-grade spirit fruits and herbs? Chapter 64, Mercenaries. The 3 of them paired up and made their way to the center of the city, and before long, some buildings that looked like tavern-style buildings appeared. Are these the mercenary groups? Looking at the various men and horses carrying artillery and long swords and carrying imperial beasts coming in and out of the tavern from time to time, Fatty was a bit curious. To be precise, you can understand this place as a centralized trading place. Yifan replied, casually saying, this kind of mercenary hall has a lot of functions. You can buy and sell items here, issue or accept quests, recruit people to form a team, and even eat here, all of which are possible. Of course, other than selling items and posting quests, you need to be a member of this mercenary group for everything else. There should be a total of a dozen or so mercenary groups in Ping City. Most of them are led by some Imperial Beast Masters, and then most of the members are Imperial Beast Hunters who need to find teammates. A strong mercenary group can give its members a lot of protection, various benefits, and what amounts to a bottom line. Oh, that's right. Fatty Li nodded on the side. Wang Lingxi was a bit keen. Then what are the benefits of forming a mercenary troop for the mercenary troop leader? It's impossible to give so many benefits to the troop members for no reason. Of course, there are many benefits. Hearing this, Yifan replied, to give you the simplest example, posting a low-level mission usually requires around $5,000, while the mercenary corps has hundreds of such missions a month, and each mission has a 10% draw. Pumping Chong has 100,000 hundreds of thousands of dollars. The fat man sniffed, and his expression changed a little. This is just a low-level task, those high-level, I'm afraid that a task down draw Chong has a large amount, and the handling fee of buying and selling all kinds of recruiting, all kinds of release information costs. Yifan shook his head. A big mercenary group in general, the income is very good. Look at that lone wolf we met earlier. His mercenary group only has a total of a few dozen people, but it's estimated that his mercenary group's income for a year is probably close to $1 million. Hearing this, the fat man was a bit moved. In that case, then why don't we also create? The creation of a mercenary group requires at least 5 people. Yifan shook his head. And it requires a large amount of money to set up a mercenary tavern, as well as management and whatnot. It's too much effort unless one has a professional. We can consider it after a while. At the moment, let's first join a mercenary group to take on missions, so that you can familiarize yourselves with the environment here first. Good. Fatty Li nodded. Then which mercenary group are we going to? Just follow me. Saying that, Yifan walked towards a mercenary tavern. That mercenary tavern was very big and looked very comfortable in its decoration. On the main door there was a door plaque, and on it there were 2 big words. Aurora. Aurora. Seeing this name, Fatty Li seemed to recall something. The Aurora Mercenary Corps that Lone Wolf was talking about? Aha. Not that they are. Hearing is believing. I want to confirm it. Yifan replied, took a step, and pushed open the door of the tavern. Crunch. As soon as the door was pushed open, in the tavern, many people's gazes looked over, and when they saw that it was 3 tender teenagers, they all just shook their heads. This place doesn't sell anything to underage. A waiter walked over quickly, carrying a tray in his hands, and in the tray, there were 2 glasses of red wine. We're here to join a mercenary group. Yifan glanced at the waiter and replied, that caused a burst of laughter in the tavern. Kid, do you know what a mercenary group is? It's not like I heard on the side of the road that I could make money and came here. Go on home. Come back when the fur is all grown in. All kinds of voices rang out, and the tavern loved nothing more than a fledgling like that. And while Fatty Lee was fine in the face of this group of people's various languages, Wang Lingxi frowned, obviously somewhat uncomfortable with such a scene. The waiter also obviously had a bit of a smile on his face, but he still said more politely, "Little friend, we don't accept underage enrollment here. We are beast royalists." Yifan's face was calm and didn't say much. Waving his hand, the hellhound appeared at his side. Bronze 8 stars. At this time, the hellhound has long been separated from the tender appearance. Fangs sharp, all 4 feet have the surroundings of the flame. The figure is higher than Yifan. At a glance, has been quite ferocious. Many of the people present sucked in a breath of cool air as soon as this imperial beast came out. For the hunters who hung around in Ping City, a bronze high star, even if it was considered strong. With such a young bronze high star imperial beastmaster, it was clear that the future was going to go out. This stinking mouth of mine. Quite a few people who had spoken out in mockery earlier hastily shut their mouths. The waiter's face also changed drastically, and he smiled repeatedly. So it's a young and accomplished imperial beastmaster. It's because I'm being abrupt. Quickly, little brother, please follow me. With that, the waiter led the way, leading Yifan's trio towards the inside. Yifan followed the waiter while his eyes swept over the crowd of people in the tavern, many of whom buried their heads in their wine and did not bother to meet Yifan's gaze. And after sweeping around, Yifan shook his head. He was naturally not concerned about these hunters, but just wanted to see if there were any acquaintances from his previous life. In his last life in the mercenary group, he still met several good partners, and in this life, when he had the chance, he could still recruit 1 or 2 of them. The Yi family would be moving to Kyoto with the Grand Master next year, and going forward, one would need some means of self-preservation. In addition to his own strength, pulling in some people to build up a mercenary-like strength was a pretty good option. You guys register your information here, and we'll help you get your mercenary corps' identification. Bringing Yifan and the others to the front of a table, the waiter opened his mouth, and at the same time on the side he said, "This is the 6th leader of our mercenary corps, Zhao Kuei." "Good." Yifan nodded and looked at the person behind the table with some smiles in his eyes. Aurora, more than 1 person in charge, by the 6 people worship and up, 6 in charge, known as the Small Six Son, not very old, more than 20 years old, is also the Imperial Beastmaster, strength is good, temperament straight, bronze level. 6th Lord. These are all Imperial Beastmasters. And the attendant also hurriedly opened his mouth to Zhao Kuei. "I just saw it all." Zhao Kuei was full of smiles as he said to Yifan, "Bronze 8-star Hellhound? Little brother is so strong. He should be a student of Pingcheng High School." Ordinary class, Yifan." Yifan didn't deliberately hide anything and spoke his real name. Yifan. Hearing that name, Zhao Kuei nodded slightly. "A senior." "Senior." Yifan replied without much explanation. "These 2 are my partners. His name is Liu, and her name is Wang Lingxi." "Oh, good day to the 2 of you." Zhao Kuei smiled and waved at the 2 of them, quickly registering on the registration book in front of him. "It's very good that the 3 Imperial Beastmasters can join our mercenary group. In a moment, we can have that guard introduce the rules and regulations of our mercenary group and whatnot." Zhao Kuei opened his mouth, his eyes full of smiles. "Little brother can rest assured. The Aurora Mercenary Corps is the largest mercenary corps in Ping City, and does things fairly and impartially. If there are any arguments in the mission or if you are bullied by other mercenary corps outside, you can absolutely come and tell us. Aurora would never stand idly by." "Good." Yifan nodded his head, and soon, the attendant walked over with 3 medals, handing them to the 3, and was about to explain the rules and regulations, but Yifan waved his hand. "I basically know all the rules and regulations of the mercenary corps, so I don't need to elaborate more." Having said that, Yifan looked around the field and spoke again. "Is the leader not here? The headmaster took on a mission to escort a batch of goods to Riching, and has been away from the regiment lately." Zhao Kuei replied, "What's the matter, little brother?" "It's not much." Yifan shook his head. Since he wasn't there was nothing to ask. Looking at Zhao Kuei, who seemed to be a bit puzzled, Yifan then smiled slightly, and in his hand, he took out the Thunder Attribute Spirit Bead. "I have a silver 2-star Thunder Spirit Bead here, which needs to be exchanged for an Attribute-less Spirit Bead." Thunder Spirit Bead. Seeing Yifan take out the Spirit Bead in his hand, Zhao Kuei's face changed slightly. What a great deal. I'll ask for little brother. Receiving the spirit bead, Zhao Kuei stood up from the table, coughed to clear his throat, and shouted into the tavern. Here is a silver 2-star thunder attribute spirit bead that needs to be exchanged for an attribute-less spirit bead. Which brother needs it? Looking at Zhao Kuei's reaction, Fatty Li choked. Isn't that a slightly plainer question to ask? Chapter 65. Thunder Attribute Spirit Bead. As the voice fell, many people's gazes looked toward Yifan and his group. These people can have spirit beads well. Fatty Li came to Yifan's ear. Yes. Yifan nodded his head, the corners of his eyes smiling a little. Most of the people who usually come to the mercenary corps are here to take on missions. How can they have time to drink and rest here during the day? Most of the ones that are here, aside from a few that are looking for teammates, are dilettantes. And there are some from various families out of town not unheard of. It's all middlemen. Hearing this, Fatty Li understood. Right? Yifan nodded and added, of course, there could be some strong ones. There are a lot of Imperial Beastmasters left behind by those who didn't make it to the university. And occasionally there are some silver-level Imperial Beastmasters. The voice fell, and without much time, a man stood up from his position and came towards Yifan and his group. The man, with a hawkish nose and somewhat gloomy eyebrows, came next to the three and said in a low voice, Little brother, for this Thunder Spirit Bead, I can offer 3 silver 1-star attribute-less spirit beads in exchange. 3. Hearing this, Yifan but hummed. The market price of the Thunder Spirit Bead is 3 attribute-less spirit beads of the same grade, 1 level lower. The price will go up by about 30%. The Thunder Spirit Bead has a price, so by all rights, it should be able to be exchanged for 5 to 6 silver 1-star attribute-less spirit beads. Hearing this, Hawk Nose froze for a moment, his face slightly embarrassed. Jinbo, at a glance, we all know that little brother must be quite extraordinary. You're still giving a black heart price. It's a bit excessive. A person walked out with a flirtatious face. Little brother, I'll offer 6 silver 1-star attributeless spirit beads. There's you everywhere. Hearing this, Jinbo was a little annoyed and glared at the other party. And seeing that he took out 6 attribute-less spirit beads, he didn't say anything else, flung his sleeves and left. Little brother, it's okay. The man was clearly unafraid of Jinbo and turned his head, smilingly looking at Yifan. It's fine. Yifan didn't say much and accepted the spirit bead, casually taking the Thunder Spirit Bead to the man. Little brother is refreshing. The man took the Thunder Spirit Bead, slightly looked at it twice. There was a touch of joy in his eyes, looked at Yifan, smiled and said, Little brother, I'm a member of the Ningnan Chamber of Commerce. I usually recycle a large number of these attribute spirit beads. They are all collected at the highest price. Are you interested in leaving a contact information? Aha! Yifan nodded and looked at the fat man on the side. Fatty would understand, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and exchanged contact information with the other party. Go! Yifan nodded his head and walked towards the mission board. Yifan, what is the Ningnan Chamber of Commerce? In the back, Fatty caught up. A big chamber of commerce in the south, somewhat similar to Wang Lingxi and her family, always collecting materials and dumping them all over the place, headquartered in South City, the biggest city in the south. Yifan replied, coming to the mission bulletin board. This is where the mercenary corps post their missions. Tasks are divided according to the honorarium from bottom to top in order of different colors, which also indicates the level of difficulty. Good lord, 10 million for an excellent Imperial Beast's Imperial Beast Egg. As soon as Fatty Li arrived, he took a glance at the mission at the very top of the mission bar labeled in red and immediately exclaimed, This mission has $1 million in commission alone. It should be some people from the big families who are receiving them. This kind of mission is found in mercenary groups all over the place. Yifan shook his head. I should be able to receive a dozen or so every year. Why would someone sell the Imperial Beast Egg of an excellent Imperial Beast? On the side, Wang Lingxi was a bit puzzled. With an excellent grade royal beast, in the future it can at least reach gold, right? A gold-grade powerhouse, it shouldn't be hard to earn 10 million. Some people may have gotten it by accident, not realizing how precious it is, and some may not need it and be in a hurry to use the money. Yifan replied, There are all kinds of beings, all kinds of situations. Then what level quests do we take? Fatty Li vocalized, looking up and down, his brows furrowed. It feels like these quests aren't very good. A bronze Imperial Beast is only tens of thousands of dollars, or else they're the ones that look for all sorts of things, and the ones that recycle heavenly treasures. We're here to make extra money, not to get rich. Most of the good missions were snatched away long ago, and what's left is only of this quality. Yifan waved his hand, casually tore off a few sheets of mission paper and headed out. Let's go. Go spend a few days in the Silver Moon Forest. Spirit beads, Fatty, you take 2 of them, and I'll use the remaining 4. Walking through the forest, Yifan handed Fatty Li 2 spirit beads. Fatty Li was not polite and took the 2 spirit beads and directly ate them without saying a word. In the next moment, Fatty Li's face instantly turned red, and his entire body directly bulged rapidly like a balloon. Run your breathing method. To the side, Yifan's voice rang out. Spirit bead cultivation doesn't just come with the territory. You're kind of bold to eat 2 of these directly. And when he heard Yifan's words, Fatty Li hurriedly operated the Tao Tai method, which slowly began to calm down. But along with that, Fatty Li's body obviously swelled a bit. Half an hour later, Fatty Li finished his cultivation and let out a long breath with some surprise in his eyes. Good man, I feel as if I have close to bronze strength now. Saying that, Fatty Li thumped his fist and hammered it on a side tree. That big tree was actually almost pierced through by Fatty's fist. Not bad. Seeing this scene, Yifan nodded slightly. When we can hunt silver-level imperial beasts head-on in a little while longer, your progress will get faster and faster. Suitable spiritual herbs and fruits can be eaten more often. No problem. Fatty Li nodded and took out 2 white jade fruits from his bag and ate them, patting his stomach. It's mainly things like spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits that have spiritual chi that top the hunger. And behind, Wang Lingxi looked at this scene. Eyes are a little stunned. White jade fruit is not the imperial beasts eat spiritual fruit. People can also absorb. My breathing method is rather special, and I can absorb spiritual grasses and fruits. Fatty Li scratched his head and glanced at Yifan on the side without saying anything more. Wang Lingxi's mind was also discerning, and probably guessed that the fat man's breathing method might have been given by Yifan, and didn't ask more questions. She was much more knowledgeable than Fatty, and with just this one small move, she knew how precious this breathing method was. Only a small portion of spiritual herbs and fruits were available to humans, but a breathing method that could cross this restriction and absorb the spiritual herbs and fruits consumed by imperial beasts to strengthen themselves could be imagined how precious it was. This Yifan, it's too powerful. This breathing method can be taken out. Glancing at Yifan in front of her, Wang Lingxi secretly said, her eyes changing slightly. Wang Lingxi, is your breathing method about to open a second imperial beast space? As he was thinking about something, Yifan's voice rang out. Wang Lingxi froze for a moment and hurriedly replied, soon. It shouldn't take more than a few days. Good. Yifan replied, and after a slight thought he said, as soon as possible. We've been in the forest for the last 2 days, and we'll try to help you capture the second imperial beast in the next few days. Ah, help me capture it. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was somewhat flattered. Aha. Yifan nodded and then said, what are your thoughts on your next imperial beast? Ah, I haven't thought about it carefully. Wang Lingxi was a little embarrassed. It's good to be able to help. Helping can definitely help. It just depends on how useful it is. Yifan replied, shaking his head. I've thought about it over the past few days. Your spirit Kuei is actually able to play a lot of roles. It's just that you probably don't even realize it yourself. A lot, right? Yifan nodded. The rating of talents is very strict. Just a shared vision is not enough to be rated B. You can try thinking towards combat. To take the simplest example, if you share your vision with the Imperial Beast, does that mean that the Imperial Beast can also share your vision? If it's in a battle, wouldn't it be able to radiate directly to the entire field through its bilateral vision? Or perhaps directly like a replacement, could you learn some physical arts and feed the Imperial Beasts through them in the state of the Spirit K, allowing them to have more ways to counter or attack? Hearing these words, Wang Lingxi's eyes slightly brightened up, seeming to think of many things at once. Think about it more. The special class of Sentinel Beast talent can be utilized in many ways. Yifan didn't continue, but waved his hand. Don't limit yourself to one place, have a pattern. Chapter 66 by you. Boss G, Yifan and the others don't seem to be in school anymore. In the school, a student came to report in front of Ji Jia with a slight panic. We've been squatting in front of Yifan and their dormitory for the past few days, and we haven't been able to see Yifan and the others come out. Not in the school? Upon hearing this, Ji Jia, on the other hand, looked slightly displeased. After searching for a few days, you guys came to this conclusion? It's this. The student scrunched his shoulders. It's a bit too stupid yet. Ji Jia opened his mouth and waved his hand. Go about your business. I'm going to be in seclusion for a while to raise the level of my imperial beasts in this recent period. So don't bother me. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the student nodded repeatedly and jogged all the way out. All the time he watched the man leave, Ji-je's face was all gloomy, and after some thought, he then vocalized, Long Wu, young lord. To the side, the large Long Wu appeared and bowed. Find some people to go and check Yi Fan's trail. Ji-je spoke. Don't look for this bunch of idiots in the school. Go to the mercenary group in Ping City and find some who can do the job. Yi Fan and the others aren't at school. Most likely they're going to the Silver Moon Forest to practice. So give them some lessons after you find them. Lesson. These words made Long Wu froze slightly. Young lord, want to kill them? That Yi Fan cannot be killed. The other two, feel free. Ji-je replied and turned around. Understood. Long Wu nodded his head and was about to bow and leave. But as he looked at Ji-je's back, he seemed to have thought of something, and after hesitating for a while, he still opened his mouth. Young lord, the Kueyu clan, is it true that they can't practice breathing techniques? Hearing this, Ji-je's eyes mimicked slightly, turned to look at Long Wu and spoke. Why are you asking this? No, it's nothing. Long Wu shook his head repeatedly and said in a low voice. I heard someone say the other day that our Kuei-nyo clan can also practice breathing techniques, and I was a little confused. The Kuei-nyo clan cannot practice breathing techniques. This is something that your father should have told you. Ji-je opened his mouth. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. I can pass on a set of breathing techniques to you. It's the Dragon Elephant Kung Fu from my Ji family's collection. It's extremely rare. Try it yourself. Good. Hearing this, Long Wu rejoiced. Thank you, young lord, for granting the law. Just listen to this. The next time, Ji-je taught Long Wu a set of breathing method dharma. Long Wu listened intently and accurately memorized every word, and at the same moment began to cultivate. But there wasn't much time. Suddenly, Long Wu's face changed drastically, and in the next moment, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and his essence shriveled up all of a sudden. You see, whether you can cultivate or not, you should understand. Ji-je vocalized, his eyes a bit cold. As a slave, you even doubted me. Long Wu doesn't dare. Long Wu shook his head repeatedly and kneeled down on one knee. Well, it's normal to not believe it. Now that you've tried it, you should believe it. Ji-je waved his hand. Go on. March according to the things I told you. Understood. Long Wu stood up and quickly walked outside. On his face, there was a slight anger. This Yi Fan, he even lied to himself. He caused him to make the young master angry. He must give him a good beating himself. Stupid. Watching Long Wu walk away angrily, Ji-je, however, coldly snorted, and in his eyes, there was some gloomy light. If I let those of you with the legacy seed bloodline cultivate the breathing method, my Ji family, how can I manage it? Bobby Bird, accept my contract. In the forest, Wang Lingxi was casting a royal beast packed on a round and rolled-looking bird, and at the same time was casting her spirit kuei to show off her strengths. The opposite side of the Bobby Bird had obviously taken a fat beating, and was currently lying on the ground dying, facing Wang Lingxi's contract, and did not resist anything, choosing to submit. Soon, the light flickered, and the Bobby Bird was summoned out of the royal beast space by Wang Lingxi. It worked. Wang Lingxi was a little excited and looked towards Yifan and Fatty Li who were waiting on the side. It's fine if it succeeds. Yifan nodded and looked at the Bobby Bird summoned by Wang Lingxi with some helplessness in his eyes. It was a bronze 2-star Bobby Bird. The Imperial Beast skill was to emit a piercing chirp, elite grade. This just belongs to the kind of early warning type Imperial Beasts, able to sense the presence of the enemy in a wide range, very resourceful. Even Yifan had a rare miss once by the other party to run away, the second time to catch. With this Imperial Beast, providing vision can be done by it in the future. Yifan opened his mouth, looking at Wang Lingxi who was holding the Bobby Bird with some love, and spoke. You would choose the Bobby Bird. So I guess you have already thought about your future royal beast route very clearly, right? Wang Lingxi nodded. Now that I have the brocade furred rat to scout for treasures and the Bobby Bird to scout the field of vision, in the future, I plan to look for things such as royal beasts that can heal injuries, can restrict the opponent's movement, all sorts of auxiliary types. Auxiliary class. Yifan was slightly silent, but still nodded. Auxiliary class is fine. Able to play a strong role in the team. Yeah. Wang Lingxi nodded and looked at Yifan. I have a feeling that our team lacks a supporting type of royal beast master. You and Liu are both the main combatants. You main frontal battlefield strong attack, Fatty main harassment and sneak attack, plus I'll assist, we're a complete team. A complete team? Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes changed slightly as he looked at Wang Lingxi and was about to open his mouth to say something when suddenly, the sound of a chase rang out from the grass not far away. Hey, hey, girl, where do you think you're going? This deep jungle is so complicated. Can you run? Two slightly obscene voices rang out. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, and before he could do anything, a white wolf covered in blood ran out of the jungle. Right behind her, a familiar girl appeared, stumbling after her. Ma Xiaoxue? Looking at the girl that appeared, Yi Fan frowned. Yi Fan? And seeing Yi Fan, Ma Xiaoxue was slightly shocked. Then she hurriedly said, Yi Fan, save me. There's a gang of mercenaries hunting me. Hunting down students from Pingcheng High School? Hearing this, Yi Fan mic'd up his eyes and shot a glance at the fat man on the side. Fatty sniffed and hurriedly helped Ma Xiaoxue up, while Yi Fan patted the hellhound, signaling the grass. Wow. Soon enough, the grass was ruffled, and at the same time, the hellhound roared and made a lunge that took the man right down. What the hell is this? The pounced one rang out in a tone full of horror, struggling under the Cerberus's mouth, while the few who rushed out behind him rushed up to help when they saw their boss being captured. But how could a few people possibly defeat a hellhound? Seeing that they couldn't tear the hellhound away, one man became anxious and drew his musket with the intention of firing. If you shoot, it's considered a declaration of war against me. Yi Fan's voice rang out. Several people froze, and at this moment, looking towards Yi Fan on the opposite side, the movements in their hands subconsciously stopped, and right at this moment, Cerberus dragged the clothes of the person leading the group and dragged him straight towards Yi Fan's face. Help! Help! Being dragged by the hellhound, the man died, and when he saw Yi Fan, he hastily pulled out a medal. Imperial Beast Master Lord, we are from the mercenary group. Spare us. Mercenary group? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his hand, and the hellhound loosened its mouth and stood aside vigilantly, and across the way, a few people stood there, looking at the several imperial beasts around the three of them, some of which did not dare to come out of the atmosphere. Aurora! And the moment he saw the medallion, Yi Fan's eyes immediately changed. You people, all of you are Aurors? Right. Seeing that the medals were effective, several people nodded their heads. Isn't Aurora strictly forbidden to strike out at other people in the forest? Yi Fan asked rhetorically, his eyes somewhat glazed over. You all don't know? No. The man on the ground replied, glancing at Ma Xiaoxue next to him, saying, Our head was interested in this girl, but it turned out that she didn't appreciate it. And last time she teamed up with us, she even slapped our boss. Our boss sent us, he's an Auror too. Your boss. These words caused Yi Fan to frown. Aurora leader by Chan? No, it's not. The man replied, his head shaking like a rattle. It's third leader by you. By you. Hearing this name, Yi Fan's face was slightly gloomy. So it's this asshole. Chapter 67. Incoming attack. It's by you's people, that's strange. Yi Fan replied, looking at the person across from him, and said in a cold voice, with Bai Chan out of the picture, he, Bai Yu, is trying to turn the tables, isn't he? No, the fourth pawn he. Across the street, the man shook his head repeatedly and opened his mouth to try to explain, but Yi Fan just waved his hand and casually kicked the man on the ground to the opposite side. Take the men and get out, and if there's anything, let him, Bai Yu, come to me. Good. Several people hurriedly assisted the man on the ground and fled in a sorry state. Yi Fan watched those people leave. His face was grim and he didn't say anything more. Yi Fan, who is Bai Yu? On the side, Fatty came over. A bastard, Aurora leader by Chen's own brother. Yi Fan shook his head. This Bai Yu, burning and looting and indulging his men, just like a bandit. If he didn't have a brother like that, he would have been killed long ago. Kissing brother, huh? Hearing this, Fatty Li was a bit surprised and looked at Ma Xiaoxue, who was on the side. Ma Xiaoxue, how did you mess with him? Ma Xiaoxue opened her mouth, but her gaze moved to Yi Fan. Speak. Yi Fan replied, in my place you can say anything. I want to become stronger. Ma Xiaoxue replied, her voice dull. I can't get any good things in the secret realm, so I can only come to the mercenary corps, looking for teammates to find quests, hoping to improve myself quickly. You went to the mercenary group last month. Thinking of something, Yi Fan said, so, this time you didn't participate in the secret realm because of Bai Yu? Well, he sent someone to injure my imperial beast. I really have no way out. Ma Xiaoxue replied, some helplessness in her eyes. Aurora is too big. He wants to target me. I can't do anything about it. Every time I go into the forest, I'll be followed by his people. I've tried so many times. There's just no way out. And this time I've gotten as far as I can, and I've still been found. Saying that, Ma Xiaoxue picked up her white wolf, which was 6 stars of black iron, covered in blood, and had obviously gone through many battles before, with many wounds left by swords and muskets. Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi watched from the sidelines with some intolerance in their eyes. Yifan. Fatty Li opened his mouth, and halfway through his words, Yifan raised his hand and looked at the squatting Ma Xiaoxue, suddenly saying, "What kind of person do you want to be?" "I want to become strong," Ma Xiaoxue replied, looking at Yifan, who had brought both heads to the bronze 9-star imperial beasts, and vocalized, "A strong person like you, who can have 2 powerful imperial beasts. A bronze-level imperial beast master with 2 imperial beasts is considered a strong person." Yifan skimmed his lips and turned around. "Keep up. To become a strong person, you can't just rely on words. Follow." Hearing these words, Ma Xiaoxue froze and looked at Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi on the side, but only to see that they both unanimously revealed smiles. "Let's go." Fatty Li was the first to make a statement, taking out 2 blood-borne grasses and slipping them to Ma Xiaoxue. "Welcome to joining us. Cheer up." On the side, Wang Lingxi then squatted down and stroked the white wolf. "When I have a healing imperial beast in the future, I'll be able to help you heal your imperial beast." "You?" Looking at Wang Lingxi, Ma Xiaoxue was a bit flabbergasted. "In the future, you'll be partners." Wang Lingxi revealed a smile and glanced at Yifan in front of her. "That guy, he's very powerful. With him, you can definitely become strong." Boss. At the Aurora Tavern, several people who had been repelled by Yifan returned and were shouting as soon as they entered the tavern. And upon hearing this voice, many gazes converged over, and when they saw that it was these few people, there was a hint of a snicker on their faces. Bayua's men have gone to cause trouble again. At the registration desk, Zhao Kuei also saw these few people, but he just skimmed his lips and lowered his head to pretend that nothing happened. In Bai Chen's absence, the few of them really had no way to deal with this Baiyu, and could only let the other party fool around. When the chief comes back, he'll have to wipe his brother's ass again. Zhao Kuei was a bit helpless, and at this moment, a skinny man in the background heard the sound and walked out, and when he saw his men's gray faces, he immediately said, "I told you guys to go grab a chick. You guys are going to war?" "Boss, we're being held back." The man in the lead spoke. "We were all set to capture that Ma Xiaoxue, but it turned out that one of our mercenary group broke out, a royal beastmaster with 2 royal beasts. We weren't a match for him at all and were taught a lesson." "The imperial beast master of our mercenary group?" Hearing this, Baiyu froze for a moment, and then got a little upset. "You didn't tell him that it's someone Baiyu want?" "Said so, but the man didn't care and called the boss an asshole." The man replied, crying. "He also said that if there's something he wants the boss to go to him personally." Hearing this, Baiyu grew a bit more and more irritated. Who doesn't know his reputation in the Aurora Mercenary Corps? Even if it's an imperial beast master, he doesn't dare to control himself. The other party dares to say so, is completely not put himself in the eyes. "What's the name of that imperial beast master?" After thinking for a while, Baiyu vocalized, "I don't know." The man shook his head. "He has a Cerberus and a Blast Eagle, both bronze 9 stars. 2 bronze 9-star imperial beasts." These words caused Baiyu's face to change a little, and he sucked in a breath of cool air. "Our mercenary group? When did such a figure come?" "I don't know. I've never seen the other side either. I just saw that the other side has Aurora's mercenary medal." When these words came out, Baiyu was puzzled, but Zhao Kuei's face beside him changed slightly. "Cerberus, bronze 9 stars, isn't that the kid from the other day?" "That kid, he doesn't look like a guy to be messed with." "Forget it, who cares how many stars of bronze he is? The person Baiyu wants. No one can keep him yet." Baiyu's voice rang out. "Go call the brothers." All copied on their weapons. "Good." The man agreed repeatedly. Cough. On the side, Zhao Kuei hurriedly voiced out, "That Baiyu, someone else is a royal beast master. There's no need to go find someone else in trouble for a chick. What's wrong with an imperial beast master? A royal beast master can take someone's love." Baiyu, however, was not pleased. "Who isn't a royal beast master?" My brother is still a silver-level royal beast master. These words caused Zhao Kuei to shut his mouth, and after glancing at Bai Yu who was walking out, he could only shake his head helplessly. This little ancestor, one day is really, alas. Zhao Kuei sighed. If the chief doesn't come back, the mercenary corps is going to be turned upside down by him. Boss, that guy is in the forest and we remember the location. Give him a good beating, and that Ma Xiaoxue. The boss has given her a few chances. She doesn't know how to behave. On the street, a large group of people walked towards the forest with great vigor, all carrying muskets in their hands, a battle that, unbeknownst to them, they thought they were going to fight some silver-level imperial beast. As they walked on the road, suddenly, as they passed the Dawn Mercenary Corps, the door opened and another large group of people came out with a great deal of vigor, with Long Wu leading the way. The narrow street naturally couldn't accommodate two waves of people. Bai Yu saw the tall Long Wu at a glance and mic'd up his eyes. Such a big man, don't you have eyes? These words caused Long Wu to be a bit dissatisfied and was raising his hand. But when he thought of Ji Jie's explanation, he just gritted his teeth and signaled for the crowd to back off. Humph! Bai Yu grunted, and the group of people left in great numbers. What the hell? It's not his brother. I'll beat him to death sooner or later. Dog fighting Baekyu. Some people in the Dawn mercenaries cursed angrily. Is he Bai Yu? Hearing these people's words, Long Wu coldly snorted and shook his head. A silver royal beast master's younger brother. That's just in Ping City. If it was in Kyoto, my young master could casually crush him. With these words, the crowd was silenced and followed Long Wu's lead, also heading towards the forest. Chapter 68. The First to Strike. In the middle of the forest, Yi Fan and his group were rounding up a tin boar. The level of this tin boar was not high, 7 stars of black iron. Yi Fan did not make a move and watched as Ma Xiaoxue commanded the white wolf to fight with the tin boar, his brows gradually wrinkling. Soon, some time passed, and the white wolf, which was 1 star lower, was clearly no match for the tin boar, and fell into a disadvantage, while Ma Xiaoxue clenched her teeth and held on to her command. All right. At a certain moment, seeing that the white wolf was in danger, Yi Fan raised his hand, and the hellhound that had been prepared for a long time rushed out, straightaway pouncing on the tin boar and resolving the fight with a plain and simple chokehold. In the battle just now, you had a total of 7 chances to turn defeat into victory. Looking at Ma Xiaoxue who was panting heavily on the side, Yi Fan vocalized, First, the first time the tin boar charged, you could have commanded the white wolf to dodge it while launching a counterattack, but you chose to touch it hard, obviously not taking the power levels of both sides into consideration. Second, Yi Fan's tone was not soft, and on the side, Ma Xiaoxue was a bit ashamed to hear it and nodded her head repeatedly. A truly strong person. Battle experience and awareness must be sufficient. Yi Fan looked at the other party, slightly pondering, then took out 2 white jade fruits and threw them to Ma Xiaoxue. During this period of time, you and Fatty will come to the main battle, and I will press the battle until you are able to defeat a bronze 5-star or above imperial beast head-on. Bronze 5 stars. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue's face changed slightly. I'm only black iron 6 stars. Leveling up will soon be possible before silver. Relying on spirit herbs and elixirs to pile up will be fine. Yi Fan waved his hand. The most important thing is that you have enough battle power to be able to face strong enemies. I can provide you with spiritual herbs and medicines, but I don't want you to become Philistines. Good. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue nodded her head. Then, am I also participating in the battle? On the side, looking at Yi Fan who seemed a bit dissatisfied, Wang Lingxi said apprehensively, There's not much you can do right now, it's fine to participate in the battle. Think of it all as skillful cooperation. Yi Fan replied, taking a step to continue forward. He had planted many spiritual herbs and medicines in his current imperial beast space, all of which were at the mortal level, and the only ones at the spiritual level were the harvest fruits. During this time, Yi Fan was going to look for spiritual herbs and fruits in the forest that could help the imperial beasts break through to silver, and at the same time he was also starting to work on upgrading these people around him a little bit. Battle was the fastest means for an imperial beast master to skillfully command imperial beasts. Always letting them follow them around without engaging in battle would always be a flowery display. In the following battles, Yi Fan also did not participate in the battles as he said, and every time after the battles were over, he analyzed the mistakes and deficiencies in the battles for a few people and gave opinions on how to improve. After all, he was a king level in his previous life, and his vision was so poisonous that in a battle like this, he could see every detail clearly. And under such careful cultivation by Yi Fan, The several people's means of roosting the beasts were also improving rapidly. From rusty and flustered at the beginning to gradually becoming skillful at the back, it didn't take much time. It was only when the battle continued until nightfall that Yifan had a few people stop moving on and set up tents and fires on the outskirts of the forest. I feel like I've learned so much today. Next to the tent, while organizing the tent, Ma Xiaoxue said to Wang Lingxi, who was beside her, Yifan's combat experience is too rich, and us, not at all at the same level. Indeed. Wang Lingxi nodded and looked at Ma Xiaoxue on the side and said thoughtfully, you probably don't know, but we hunted a silver 2-star colorful cloud leopard in the jungle earlier. Silver 2 stars? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue froze. How is it possible that a bronze can kill a silver? I did think so before, but then I really killed it. Wang Lingxi opened her mouth, looking at Yifan, who seemed to be pondering something by the fire, and whispered, that fellow, not only the means of the imperial beasts, but also all kinds of strategies and insights, they are all very powerful. So, Ma Xiaoxue nodded. Then I'll learn more from him. Learn more, Wang Lingxi replied, coming up to Ma Xiaoxue's ear. I feel that Yifan quite values you and has taught you a lot of things. Before you didn't come, he didn't even tell us about it. Look at me. How is it possible? Ma Xiaoxue was a little incredulous. Really, you believe me? Yifan definitely thinks highly of you. Beside the fire, Yifan naturally heard the whispers of the two men and shook his head with a hint of a smile on his face. Yifan, are you really quite attached to that Ma Xiaoxue? On the side, Fatty Li also came over and said with some curiosity. It's okay. Can't say it's valued. It's kind of like thinking there's some potential. Yifan replied, looking at Fatty slightly serious. Her desire to win is very strong, and the person is somewhat indomitable. This kind of person, as long as she gets some encounters in the future, it won't be too weak. That's right. Fatty Li nodded and glanced at Yifan, saying, so Yifan, you are investing in advance? Aha, Yifan replied, patting Fatty. I'll be preparing to set up a mercenary group next and recruit some men. We can't always be passive and wait for people to find trouble. 2 or 3 people face dozens of hundreds of how to be at a disadvantage. If there are some forces in the hand, can grasp the initiative more. Setting up a mercenary group, good. Hearing this, Fatty Li was a little excited. Then won't I become a meta member by then? Of course. Yifan replied, with a trace of a smile on his face. Fatty, you have to work hard. In the future. You're my right-hand man, you have to be strong enough. That's no problem. Fatty Li agreed and patted Yifan as well. After all, I'm the one who's going to catch the dragon python in the future. If I'm not strong enough, how can it work? Another dragon python has come. Hearing this, Yifan nodded with a helpless smile in his eyes. Boss, what's with those Dawn people being so shady and following us all the time? In another place, in the forest, beside Baiyu, a sharp-tongued man came over and spoke to Baiyu in a somewhat whispered voice. Hey! Hearing this, Baiyu's brows furrowed as he looked behind him not far away. There were indeed some flames, and looking at the number of people in the crowd, it was indeed the group of Dawn Mercenary Corps from the afternoon. For the rest of the afternoon, this group of Dawn's men had been following them since they left the city, and now it was nighttime, still following. What do they want? Baiyu was a bit wary and silently gestured. The members saw it and quietly loaded their muskets. The 2 mercenary corps, Dawn and Aurora, were not dealing with each other in the first place. And in the Silver Moon Forest, if they wanted to make a move, they really didn't have much to worry about. Is it to move me while my brother is away? After reading a sentence and walking for a while, Baiyu turned his head, and when he saw that the group's torches were still not far behind him, he became more and more suspicious. These grandsons of the Dawn Mercenary Corps, they really seem to be rushing towards us. Boss, what should we do then? There are quite a few of them. Hearing this, the follower at the side was a bit scared. Strike first. The always ruthless Baiyu quickly had a judgment and nodded. Since they want to move us, let's just go ahead and do it first. The manpower is about the same. Whoever strikes first has the advantage. Hearing this, a follower on the side hesitated a little. But in case they are not coming at us, how can we explain this? Account for what? Hearing this, Baiyu coldly laughed. Dawn's people followed us all the way for so long. What else do we have to account for? When the time comes to bite the bullet and say that they did it first and be done with it. It just so happens that Yifan hasn't been found either. And these grandsons of Dawn are so ungrateful that they want to touch me? Then take them and sharpen their swords. As the voice fell, The crowd following Bai Yu quickly hid towards the two sides of the jungle. They were all experienced hunters and were too skillful at ambushes and whatnot. On the other side, Long Wu looked at the disappearing firelight in front of him, while he let out a breath. This group, at last, is on a different path from us. Having said that, Long Wu looked somewhat skeptically at a skinny kid on the side. Are you sure? Yi Fan and the others went along this road. I'm sure. The skinny kid replied, nodding. Today I was originally looking at a few of them like fledglings who hadn't been in the forest before, and thought of following these fledglings to see if I could get some benefits. But only after following them here did I realize that the other party was an Imperial Beastmaster, and that's why I retreated back. Explaining, as if he could see Long Wu's skepticism, he added in a similar manner, Aurora's group is probably here to hunt the rock pythons in this vicinity, so it's a similar route as ours, except that after passing here, they're going to head over to the Dark River. Okay. Hearing this, Long Wu nodded. After a little thought, he said in a low voice, spread out all the people, stretch the search range as much as possible, cover the area. It's nighttime at this moment. Yi Fan and the others shouldn't continue to move forward in the forest but choose to station themselves. When you find out where they are stationed, pass them to each other, and then we'll outflank them. Remember, don't scare the snakes. That Yi Fan is very alert. Be more careful. Understood. Chapter 69. At night, Yi Fan and the others set up their tents and didn't choose to rest immediately, but hunted around under Yi Fan's command to ensure the safety of the camp. Yi Fan, what is this thing? In the middle of the night, Fatty Li looked at a cluster of fruits emitting faint fluorescence not far away and asked with some curiosity. Fluorescent mushroom. It glows at night. No other function. Not a good one. Glancing at the fruits, Yi Fan said, squatted down, and put these fruits away. What's the point of putting away the unimpressive ones? Fatty Li was a bit puzzled. Glowing. Yi Fan replied, saying, in case you encounter weather where you can't make a fire, this luminescent mushroom can serve as an illumination. Oh so, Fatty Li came to a realization. There was a smirk in Yi Fan's eyes. A lot of things have a role to play, and there are some unimpressive common crops that are useful under special circumstances. And does the power mushroom we saw the other day serve another purpose as well? Power mushroom. Hearing this question from Fatty Li, Yi Fan revealed a thoughtful expression, power mushroom. If you want, you can use it for stir-frying. This. Fatty Li choked and was about to say something, when suddenly, in the middle of the jungle in the distance, the sound of a musket rang out. Boo! The sound of this musket was like the ignition of a fuse, and it was followed by a dense exchange of fire, and all sorts of noisy quarrels and clamors. What the hell? Fatty Li gave a start and shrunk his head. Wang Lingxi, send Bobby Bird to take a look. Yi Fan listened to the voice, his brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Wang Lingxi. Try to be more careful. They have muskets. Bobby Bird's defense is weak. Don't get shot down. Okay. Wang Lingxi nodded repeatedly and commanded the Bobby Bird to fly out, and at the same time, some light gradually lit up in his eyes, and he had clearly activated the spirit Kuei. The speed of the Bobby Bird's flight was very fast, and it didn't take much time before Wang Lingxi spoke. There are two groups of mercenary groups exchanging fire, and one side is Aurora's people. Aurora's people? Hearing this, Yi Fan mic'd up his eyes. What does the one leading the group look like? The figure is thin, not tall, the dark circles under the eyes are heavy, and there are tear moles in the corners of the eyes. Wang Lingxi said, and halfway through his words, Ma Xiaoxue spoke out. That person is Bai Yu. Aha! Yi Fan nodded. If it was Bai Yu, then that group of people from Aurora should have come to find their own trouble. What about the group that engaged them, and what were the characteristics of the leader? Very tall. I'm afraid it's 2 meters, man tall. Wang Lingxi replied, and suddenly her brows frowned as well. Long Wu. That group of people seems to be brought by Long Wu. Long Wu? These words caused Fatty Li, who was on the side, to be stunned. Isn't he Ji Jie's slave? Why is he here? It should also be here to find trouble with us. Yi Fan opened his mouth, looking towards the jungle distance, and in his eyes, rarely, there was also a trace of doubt. These two groups, how did they fight? Bai Yu, are you crazy to ambush our Dawn people in the jungle? In the jungle, the sound of musketry from both sides was constant, and on Dawn's side, a small headman made a noise and cursed loudly. Your brother isn't here. Do you, Bai Yu, want to go to war with us? Dawn, on behalf of Aurora? Don't ing threaten me there. You also counterattacked. You brought so many people to track us all the way. Didn't you just think of sneaking up on Lousy? Now that I've recognized you, you're starting to play dumb. Who's tracking you now, The little headman spoke up, and only halfway through his sentence, he was hit by a musket and hiccuped on the spot. In the field, there were several people who were protecting Long Wu. The situation was obviously unfavorable to Dawn. They simply did not expect Aurora to make a sudden move, and also pulled apart the formation. This encounter suffered a great loss. Lord Long Wu, let's withdraw first. You. This crazy dog, biting us to death, is ready to follow them to strike. One person said to Long Wu, we are too disadvantaged to fight like this. We can only withdraw and go after Yu's trouble later. Hearing this, Long Wu was a bit unwilling. Originally, the young master was already very dissatisfied with their recent successive losses against Yifan. If this time there was no gain again, the young master would definitely be even more angry. I'll talk to him. After hesitating for a while, Long Wu stepped out. You. I'm from the Ji family in Kyoto. Snap. Halfway through the words, a bullet exploded, a blood splatter on Long Wu's shoulder. Long Wu's face changed greatly. He quickly retreated backward. Just as he retreated, the position in front of him was hit by the musket's bullets. What Kyoto Ji family? I've never heard of it. On that end, Yu's voice rang out. Really, a mad dog? Long Wu gritted his teeth and looked at the blood splatter that exploded from his shoulder. His face grim. If not for the fact that he had a legacy bloodline and his reflexes and body were stronger than an ordinary person's, just this lack of attention just now would have been enough to make him and that little leader a result. Elder Long Wu, we'd better retreat first. Go out and tell Ji Xiao. Let Ji Xiao come and clean him up. A person hurriedly helped Long Wu up. This Yu has gone crazy again. At this moment, Long Wu could only nod his head, and several people escorted Long Wu, quickly fleeing towards the way they came. But they didn't escape far. Aurora's people appeared once again, and at some point, a group of people sneaked up behind them. It's over, it's been wrapped up. A few people's faces changed drastically, and at the back, Yu's voice rang out. Lai Ming's grandsons. None of you will escape today. Long Wu and the others are wrapped up. Not far from the engagement circle, on a hillside, Wang Lingxi spoke to Yifan behind her. That Yu seems to be treating them as enemies, and they're fighting like hell. Aha! Yifan nodded, his gaze condensing in the distance, slightly pondering. This Yu's person he knows, extremely suspicious, doing things poisonous and ruthless. Since he had already opened fire, he would definitely not leave any survivors, and Long Wu announcing himself would not only not be able to stop Yu, but would instead make the other party think of decapitating him. This Long Wu. Looking at the wounded Long Wu in the crowd, Yifan slightly coalesced between his eyes. Long Wu, this person is still considered good. The Kuei Nyo clan fell to be controlled by the Ji family. During the period there are many hidden secrets, only in the last life no one pointing a stupid loyalty to death also do not know the truth. Having nudged him twice himself, this Long Wu was too straightforward and was probably still blinded by Jijia. If we can awaken this Long Wu, it would be considered planting a seed. Speaking thoughtfully, Yifan had some smiles in his eyes. The Ji family was one of the 8 great families in Kyoto, and its power could be considered huge, of which the Kuei clan was considered an indispensable part of its huge power. And this part, if it could be operated, the role it could play was not small. It's just as well this Aurora and Dawn, what Lone Wolf said, all have some collusion with the dynasty organization. If we can fight, we can see exactly what those tumors are hiding in there. Having made up his mind, Yifan no longer hesitated and raised his hand. Fatty, prepare to strike. Going to make a move? Fatty froze, but he didn't say anything and nodded as the 3 snake-like imperial beasts silently dived into the grass. You two stay here for now. You're not strong enough and you'll easily be mistakenly injured by the musket. Yifan spoke to Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue and quickly headed down the hill. And on the side, the Blast Eagle and Hellhound quickly followed. Boom! Boom! In the circle of engagement, Long Wu tackled one of the men who rushed up and heavily slammed him to the ground. But immediately afterward, the sound of musketry rang out, and he was shot in the back, falling to his knees all of a sudden. It's over. On the side, the few people who were protecting Long Wu were a bit scared. Looking at the many Aurora Mercenary Corps people who were attacking from the front and back, they didn't know where to retreat to. Long Wu, will I die in the hands of these people? Long Wu, who had been shot several times in a row, was slightly in a trance. Looking at the crowd that surrounded him, he seemed to be a bit unwilling and clenched his fists. The punch had just wheeled up and had yet to be swung when suddenly, Panicked voices rang out from the crowd in front of them. Young Lord has come to save us? Looking at the Aurora mercenary corps that was in great chaos ahead, Long Wu's face changed slightly, and before he had the chance to make a sound, suddenly, a ball of fire rapidly swelled and exploded in front of him. Boom! In just a few seconds, a large swath of the crowd was cleared out, and many who did not exit in time were set ablaze by this superheated combustion from the hellhound. Fleeing in a stern voice, the surrounding trees were also instantly set ablaze, and the field, all of a sudden, seemed to have turned into an inferno. Cerberus! Seeing that imperial beast in the field, Long Wu froze, looking up, not far from the tree. A familiar figure stood there quietly. His face changed at once. Yi Fan? How could it be you? Chapter 70 Impact. Yi Fan, the voice rang out, and in the jungle, Baiyu looked at Yi Fan beside Cerberus, his eyes changing a bit. You're the one who saved the person I wanted? How dare you? Boom! Boom! The sound of a musket rang out, and Yi Fan dodged towards a tree to the side, while Cerberus flames swept a path. Kiki! The voice of the blast eagle rang out, and immediately afterward, it came speeding from high above. Don't you dare! Baiyu panicked and tried to dodge, but the blast eagle's speed was extremely fast, and in just an instant, the sharp claws cut through Baiyu's face, leaving a wound. Yi Fan leaped out into the jungle, casually picking up a person who wanted to bag up and flung him to the side. The rock python and the hellhound flowed through the crowd, both extremely powerful, and an unusual hunter would not be able to take a single hit. Without much time, the people around Baiyu were all repelled, and the blizzard eagle once again came speeding in. Baiyu fell to the ground with his dead spirit. Baiyu, it's really a family misfortune for Bai-chan to have a brother like you. Yi Fan's voice rang out. Baiyu looked up and saw Yi Fan standing in front of him. The blast eagle, which looked like the god of death in the air, was currently standing quietly on his shoulder. Condescending, Yi Fan did not have much emotion in his eyes as he looked at Baiyu and spoke in a cold voice. Retreat or die. I'll retreat. I'll retreat. At this moment, Baiyu didn't dare to say anything and stumbled backward. Yi Fan didn't stop it. He just quietly watched Baiyu leave, his hand resting on the head of the hellhound on the side. Soon, the few people left in Aurora evacuated the forest, and it was at this time that Yi Fan turned around and looked at the Long Wu several people. Next to Long Wu, when they saw Yi Fan looking at him, a few of their faces looked a little strange. They had originally come to kill Yi Fan, but instead they ended up being saved by Yi Fan. That, big brother Yi Fan, thanks for stepping in. A man arched his hand and spoke with a somewhat embarrassed face. I'm not here to save you guys, Yi Fan replied, his gaze lingering on the kneeling Long Wu as he spoke. He stays. The rest of you, leave. This. Hearing this, the man choked and was about to open his mouth to explain something, but Long Wu raised his hand. You guys go. Good. Seeing Long Wu vocalize, the few people who were already in fear sighed in relief and hurriedly fled towards the distance. Soon, in the jungle, apart from some corpses left over from the engagement, only Long Wu, who was half kneeling on the ground, was left. The scene was somewhat silent, but eventually, Long Wu raised his head and spoke in a hard voice. Make your move. My Kuei Nyo clan members will not fall into captivity. Do you think that I am trying to kill you with my own hands and that's why I saved you? Hearing this, Yi Fan then had a slight smile in his eyes as he spoke and shook his head. If your Kuei Nyo clan is really that backbone, how come you've been reduced to slavery? These words caused Long Wu's face to sink, and he was instantly smothered. This history was considered to be the disgrace of the Kuei clan, and it was also their point of death. As slaves, they couldn't afford to straighten their backs for the rest of their lives. What's more, they were also clansmen of the Kuei clan. Yi Fan opened his mouth, looking at the silent Long Wu, and slowly said, Do you know how your Kuei Nyo clan fell into the slavery of the Ji family? Is it true that it was your Ji clan that took the initiative to surrender, just like the outside world said? Why did your Kuei clan's bloodline grow weaker and weaker after they submitted to the Ji clan? Yi Fan. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Hearing Yi Fan repeatedly bring up the matter of the Kuei Nyo clan, Long Wu seemed to be somewhat enraged, raising his head and wanting to stand up, but the injuries on his body prevented him from getting up. I didn't just insult you. Yi Fan shook his head. Just like the last time I gave you a question about the breathing method. Did you get the results? I asked the young lord and got the dragon elephant technique, but I couldn't cultivate it at all. Long Wu replied, Last time you were simply lying to me. Dragon elephant kung fu? Hearing this, Yifan revealed a playful smile. He, Jijia, dares to give you the real dragon elephant kung fu? What do you mean by that? Longwu raised his eyebrows. Did you save me just to provoke me and Shao? Do you know what the dragon image technique is? Yifan spoke, interrupting Longwu's words. Dragon elephant kung fu? Isn't that the name of a breathing technique? Humph. Hearing this, Yifan laughed. Longwu, you, the Kuei Nyo clan, can't even remember the techniques created by your own old ancestors? Our old ancestor created a gong method? These words caused Longwu's face to change slightly. Then how strong could it be otherwise with just your Kuei Nyo bloodline? Yifan asked rhetorically, looking at Longwu, saying, the first generation of beast royal masters who were able to slaughter the ancient relics were all amazingly talented, and creating a proper breathing method for the sake of their own offspring isn't a difficult task. Hearing this, Longwu hesitated. If you don't believe me, you can tell me the breathing method that Jijia gave you, and I can point out to you on the spot what the difference is. Yifan vocalized, glancing at Longwu who was about to shake his head, then said, you follow Jijia, so you must know something about me, a dragon elephant kung fu? It's not worth my effort to save you. Longwu was silent, for a while, but still spoke. The young lord gave me this gong method. Soon, Longwu recited the breathing method recipe given by Jijia, and as Yifan listened on the sidelines, gradually, a smirk appeared in his eyes. You change these 3 steps of the breathing method among them according to what I said, and adjust the points that will operate, respectively. Hearing this, Longwu was stunned and subconsciously followed what Yifan said about running the breathing method. Soon, a sound of bones rattling came from Longwu's body, and the wounds on his body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Knock! Like the sound of a cow stomping, Longwu stood up. The hair on his head seemed to squirm a little, and vaguely, a small cow horn sprouted out of the bud. It's really our Kuei Nyo clan's ancestral technique. Longwu naturally felt the drastic changes produced in his body and looked at Yifan, his eyes filled with an unbelievable expression. How is this possible? You should know how important the dragon elephant technique is to your Kuei Nyo clan. Yifan looked at Longwu and spoke indifferently, followed by, not to mention the dragon elephant technique. As long as you are practicing an ordinary breathing technique, your Kuei Nyo clan will not be as weak as it was before. So, the young lord deliberately gave me a wrong breathing technique to make me think that I am truly unable to practice breathing techniques? Longwu asked rhetorically at this moment, seemed greatly shocked to the point of being somewhat unacceptable looking at Yifan. But why would young lord do this? Wouldn't it be more helpful to him if I could become stronger by practicing the breathing method? Longwu, it's come to this point, don't you understand? Yifan was somewhat helpless and looked at Longwu and said, this Kuei clan, their minds are really too simple, some words can't even be said if they want to point out. 100 years ago, your Kuei Nyo clan had to submit, and for such a long time, the Ji clan has been looking for all sorts of reasons to keep oppressing and weakening you. Yifan opened his mouth and said in a provocative manner, they are more interested in making you all true slaves, rather than a booster that could potentially take revenge. Revenge! That made Longwu freeze. Revenge for what? Of course, it's your clan's revenge. Yifan opened his mouth, a touch of coldness in his eyes. Unlike the dragon pupil and other clansmen with bloodline relics who have all sorts of obvious drawbacks, the inherited relic bloodline is mild and non-toxic, and by all rights, the number of your clansmen should be the most numerous of all humans with relic bloodline, not to mention 10,000, but thousands are definitely there. But there are only a few dozen of my people stopping at my generation. Longwu replied. The words exited, but the person froze, looking at Yifan's calm expression. In his eyes, gradually floating waves of shock. Chapter 71 changes. Longwu was silent for a long time without uttering a word. Obviously, the words had reached this point. He was considered to have completely understood. Why? For a while, Longwu raised his head and opened his mouth, but only asked this one question. It's just a matter of becoming a king and losing a bandit. Yifan replied, your Kuei Nyo clan is very strong. His Ji family needs to use you, but he is worried that you will be strong again to restore the blood feud of that year. So he wants to weaken you by all means. It's that simple. Ryuwu was silent once more, and after a few seconds, looked up. What should I do? If you give me the dragon elephant technique and tell me about my clan's blood feud, I can work for you as a cow. Be a cow. When the words came to this point, There was a hint of a smile in Yifan's eyes as he glanced at Long Wu. Only, did not say anything and just shook his head. Long Wu, I'm not like Jie, who needs slaves to saddle himself with open fire and dark arrows. The Kueyu clan, by nature, is a topsy-turvy one, and the blood of Ingjie flows in your veins. Saying that, Yifan patted Long Wu's shoulder. You should do much more than simply follow me. I. Long Wu hesitated, and after half a second, nodded heavily. Go back. Yifan waved his hand. Don't expose yourself. Bring the dragon elephant technique quietly back to your clansmen and let them bide their time in the Ji clan. There will come a day when you will have your revenge. Understood. Long Wu nodded his head and cupped his fists towards Yifan, followed by walking towards the outside of the forest. After walking a few steps, Long Wu seemed to have thought of something. His figure suddenly stopped, twisted his head to look at Yifan, and asked, Yifan, why? Do you know about my Kuei-Nyo clan's dragon image technique? Hearing this, Yifan, however, revealed a smile and said faintly, The answer? Does it matter? As these words landed, Long Wu froze, and then, somewhat mockingly, shook his head. Compared to the hatred of my Kuei-Yu clan, what is it? Having said that, Long Wu turned around and left without any further hesitation at all. Soon, Long Wu disappeared into the jungle. On the side, Fatty Li came over. Looking at Yifan with a smile in his eyes, he asked curiously, Yifan, what did you just say to Long Wu? How do I feel that you're somewhat happy? Okay. Yifan nodded and looked at Fatty, seemingly thinking of something, smiled and shook his head. It's funny to say that both Ji Jie and Bai Yu wanted to find me in trouble, and each found a group of people who wanted to come and ambush me, but it turned out that they fought first before they could find me. This time, Ji Jie will definitely find a large group of people to find trouble with Bai Yu again. On the side, Wang Lingxi also came over. During this period of time, we'll be able to see how they fight back and forth. Bai Yu will dare to strike with Ji Jie at most, it's just to fight with the Dawn Mercenary Corps over and over. Yifan shook his head. We also need to be more careful. Those fish don't matter. Bai Chun, that guy, quite protective of his brother. When he comes back, he may also want to find me to say, is his brother a brother-supporting demon? On the side, Fatty Li vocalized. This younger brother of his has spoiled him like this. That can't be helped. Bai Chun, that person is like this. Rotten good guy and likes to spoil his brother. Yifan replied. In his eyes, some past seemed to emerge, shook his head somewhat helplessly and did not say any more. Let's go. Back to rest, tomorrow, onward to the depths of the forest. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Bai Yu was repulsed by Yifan, cursing back to the Aurora Mercenary Corps, but did not dare to come back to find Yifan's trouble. One day at a time, the phone call fell on 7 or 8 for Bai Chun. On the other hand, the employer was injured and half of the mercenaries who went out on the mission were killed or injured. The people of Dawn Mercenary Corps naturally couldn't swallow this breath, and led a large group of people to block the entrance of Dawn Mercenary Corps to ask for a statement. The fight between these two major mercenary corps caused the situation of the Pingchang Mercenary Corps to change all of a sudden as well, and at the request of both sides, the other mercenary corps each took their own sides, instantly turning the situation into a large-scale armed fight. The top management of Pingchang noticed this scene and sent people, but they couldn't pull it off at all, and when they saw that the two sides were going to fight, Bai Chun rushed back and learned of what his own brother had done, and made amends and apologized. The face of a silver-level Imperial Beast Master might not matter to any of them, but if it was Bai Chun, the leader of this Aurora mercenary group, it was naturally different, and after getting the statement, Dawn didn't continue to dwell on it, and a fight ended in the form of a tiger's head and a snake's tail. It was nightfall, and in the Ji family compound, Ji Jie was resting in the compound. A few days have already passed, and this Long Wu still hasn't returned? Looking at the sky outside, Ji Jie's brows furrowed. 7 or 8 days had passed since he had sent Long Wu to find Yifan's trouble, and he had not gotten any news from Long Wu. Recently, he was in seclusion to improve his imperial beasts, and during that time, he didn't bother to send someone to find Long Wu again, and this day passed until he came out of seclusion, and Ji Jie felt that something was wrong. Chapter 72. Conspiracy Against Crunch. He was hesitating to call out to someone to check on Long Wu's news. At this moment, the door suddenly pushed open and Long Wu walked in. Long Wu, why are you coming back at this time? Looking at Long Wu, Ji Jie frowned. I got people from the Dawn Mercenary Corps in Pingchang to go after Yifan in the forest, but halfway through, Bai Yu from the Aurora Mercenary Corps attacked and was hit by a few musket shots, and was wounded and treated in the hospital. Long Wu replied, as usual, kneeling down on one knee, his knee knocking on the ground, making a crisp sound. Someone hurt you? Upon hearing this, Ji Jie's eyes but mic'd up. You didn't tell that Bai Yu that you are a slave of my Ji family? As these words came out, Long Wu paused and immediately after, glanced at Ji Jie and slowly replied, I said it, but he still did it. This is so bold. Hearing this, Ji Jie's face went cold. This Bai Yu is also something that doesn't know how to beat a dog and watch its owner? Long Wu vocalized, lowering his head. Please, young lord, stand up for me. Sure. Jai Jie stood and headed out the door. Passing by Long Wu, Ji Jie but suddenly stopped, looking at the horns vaguely sprouting in Long Wu's hair, froze for a moment. Long Wu, you've grown bull's horns? Well, after being healed from this injury, I suddenly realized that I had grown bull horns. Long Wu replied, bowing and answering. My power is stronger than before, as if I got some sort of awakening because of this injury. The injury triggered the awakening of your bloodline well. Hearing this, Ji Jie didn't seem to be surprised, and within his eyes, he was slightly helpless. You people of the Kue Nyo clan are really lucky. It's not considered a good life. Following the young lord is considered a good life. Long Wu replied, how come you've learned to give compliments now? Hearing this, Ji Jie revealed a smile, and then stepped outside. All right, let's go. I'd like to see that Bai Yu. Just how bold he is to not give my Ji family this face. Good. Long Wu nodded his head, nodding slowly in the night, looking at Ji Jie's back as he walked ahead. His fists clenched tightly, but after a while, he unclenched his fists and followed. Mr. Ji, please sit down. In the Aurora Mercenary Corps, Ji Jie was sitting in front of a table. Across from him, the tall and lanky Bai Chan was politely serving tea, and Long Wu was standing next to Ji Jie, sullen and silent. At the entrance of the Mercenary Corps, Dawn and a bunch of other Mercenary Corps were gathered here, looking as if they were watching the fun. Where is your brother Bai Yu? Glancing at the tea on the table, Ji Jie did not drink it and looked at Bai Chun in front of him and asked, that brat Bai Yu caused a big trouble. I punished him with a home confinement. Bai Chun replied and said to Ji Jie, I already know about what happened in the forest the other day, so I'm here to say an apology to Prince Ji on behalf of my little brother first. Little brother is ignorant. I hope that Lord Ji will be generous. Humph. Seeing Bai Chan posturing so low, Ji Jie grunted and didn't proceed to chastise him, but instead rattled the teacups on the table, his eyes slightly coalescing. Teacups made of white jade stone, quite good. It seems that your Aurora Mercenary Corps, quite earning. If Prince Ji likes it, I'll send someone back to send a few sets over to Prince Ji. To the side, Bai Chan hurriedly said, consider this an apology for my little brother. There's no need for you to be polite, Sir Ji. As these words came out, Ji Jie looked at Bai Chun and froze a bit. This guy's skill at seeing the wood for the trees was a little too good for him to know what to say to his rebuke. This matter, you should know that it won't end so easily. After a while of silence, Ji Jie spoke in a deep voice, lowering his voice. Bai Chun, you wouldn't think that by lowering your stance like this, you would be able to quell my anger. Won't. Bai Chun replied, this is my little brother's fault. What requests Duke Ji has can be raised. I, Bai Chun, will do my best to fulfill them. This is what you said. Ji Jie replied, tapping his fingers on the table and continuing to lower his voice. I inquired before I came here. Yi Fan is in your mercenary group, right? Yi Fan. Hearing this familiar name, Bai Chun froze. Is that the group member who clashed with my little brother? Aha. Ji Jie nodded. He's in your mercenary group. It shouldn't be too hard for you to target him a bit, right? It's not difficult. Bai Chun replied, slightly hesitant. But since he's a member of my troop, Bai Chun, it's come to this? Are you still saying this? Ji Jie interrupted Bai Chen's words. His expression seemed a bit gloomy. Or do you think that I'm discussing with you? This? Words made Bai Chun somewhat dumbfounded. Looking at Ji Jie, silent for a while, finally nodded. Since Mr. Ji said so, then I will do as I am told. Having said that, Bai Chun glanced at Ji Jie and whispered, then my little brother's previous unpleasantness with Duke Ji, just write it off. Chapter 73. Come along. Jai Jie waved his hands and stood up. During this period of time, I will have Long Wu stay in your mercenary group. Captain Bai Chun, you'd better be true to your word if I know. Since I promised, I will definitely do it. Bai Chun replied. Okay. Ji Jie nodded his head, before patting Long Wu on the side. During this period of time, you'll stay here and follow leader by Chan to mingle. In a month or so it will be the time when the freshman mystic realm opens, so I'll have to make more preparations lately. Don't worry, young lord. Long Wu bowed and kept watching Ji Jia leave, and suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Long Wu. Aside, looking at Long Wu suddenly laughed. Bai Chun froze for a moment. What's wrong with you? It's nothing, Long Wu replied, his face sinking once more. I suddenly thought of something happy. In that case, then Brother Long Wu smiling is just fine, no need to be formal. Bai Chun nodded his head and sat back in his seat, his face, which became somewhat tangled. He is extremely reluctant to go against their own members of the group. The establishment of the group has been emphasizing fairness and impartiality. The younger brothers things have heard, the fault is on their own side, even if it is Yi Fan back are not good to ask for reason, but now Ji Jia pressure to deal with him, he can only respond. How is this? Looking across at Long Wu, Bai Chun sighed, and in the end, could only shake his head. This brother of his, he's also too capable of causing trouble. Knock! In the middle of the jungle, along with a heavy blow, a bronze 5-star imperial beast on the opposite side was knocked to the ground, and after struggling, there was no sound. 1. And as she watched this wild imperial beast fall to the ground, Ma Xiao Shui exhaled a large breath, a flash of excitement on her face as she looked towards Yi Fan who was on the side. Finally 1. On the side, Fatty Li also wiped the sweat from his forehead. Aha! Yi Fan nodded, surprisingly, not bothering to correct the two's mistakes anymore, a smirk appearing in his eyes. In half a month's time, Fatty Li's 3 imperial beasts had all come to bronze 3 stars, and Ma Xiaoshua's white wolf had eaten the inferior change fruit and evolved into a sharp-toothed wolf, which now also had a bronze 1-star rank. Hunting a bronze 5-star bronze grade imperial beast head on such strength at this stage was considered good. All right, with the goal accomplished, we should prepare to go back. Stretching his waist, Yi Fan casually spoke. Going back. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue and Fatty Li, who were still in the midst of their excitement, froze for a moment. What, used to living in the forest? Looking at the reaction of the two, Yi Fan asked with a smile. It's not that I'm used to living in the forest, it feels like staying in the forest. The strength is improving quite fast. Fatty Li scratched his head. There is no benefit to improving too quickly. One needs time to settle down and familiarize themselves with the growth of their imperial beasts. Yi Fan replied, waving his hand. Also, the cultivation of breathing techniques needs to be kept up. No problem. Fatty Li nodded. So, are we going back to prepare for the formation of a mercenary group now? You do remember this clearly. Yi Fan revealed a smile and nodded. Right? This time when we go back, we're going to set up a mercenary group. But doesn't the mercenary group need 5 people? On the side, Wang Lingxi asked. We only seem to have a total of 4 people here. We're still 1 short. Not bad. I've settled on the last candidate. Who is it? Fatty Li asked. You guys will know by then. Yi Fan waved his hand and took a step forward. Several people looked at each other, but they all tacitly didn't say anything more, following Yi Fan's decision. Yi Fan, let me tell you, that Ma Xiao Shui seems to have really learned a lot. On the way back, Fatty Li walked beside Yi Fan and whispered, her fighting style seems to be like yours. It's all about locking throats and 1 strike to kill. There was something of you when she commanded the white wolf lockjaw just now. To be like this in such a short period of time proves that her talent for fighting is good. Yi Fan shook his head. However, it's not my fighting style that's like this. All the people with great means of imperial beasts have roughly similar fighting styles at this stage. A single strike is the most lethal and the best way to settle a fight, and all the attacks before that strike is reached are meant to pave the way for that strike. You also need to develop this kind of thinking, and when fighting, intentionally conceptualize how you are going to launch an attack and how you are going to reach that strike. Understood. Fatty Li nodded, pondered for a while, suddenly thought, slightly hesitant. It feels like Ma Xiaoxue has much more potential than me. Yi Fan, why did you choose to help me in the first place? Hearing this, Yi Fan had some smiles in his eyes as he looked at the fat man and said, me helping you has nothing to do with talent. Saying so, Fatty Li scratched his head, thought for a while and then slowly said, but I feel that these resources to me, there is a feeling of waste. What a waste. Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. At least, you are no longer the Li Yu who was cowering and afraid of the East and the West. You are beginning to envision becoming a powerful imperial beastmaster who dares to strike out heavily against injustice and bullying. With these changes, it's no longer a waste. Saying that, Yifan stepped forward, and on the side, the hellhound quickly carried Yifan up and quickly sped through the jungle. Fatty, keep up, we have a long way to go yet. Chapter 74, Creation of a Mercenary Group. It feels like it's been a long, long time since I've been back. On that street of the mercenary group, Fatty Lee looked at the familiar buildings in front of him and sighed a little. It's just over half a month. Yifan replied, stepping ahead and heading straight towards the Aurora Mercenary Corps. The silhouettes of the four of them didn't really stand out in a crowd, but soon, someone noticed Yifan and his group. Look, that person, it seems to be Yifan. The one who clashed with Bai Yu and took out a dozen of Aurora's men? Yeah, that's him. How dare he come back? Isn't he afraid that Bai Chun will find him in trouble? The dissimilarity of the surrounding people caught Fatty Lee's attention, and he came next to Yifan and whispered, Yifan, we seem to be famous now, eh? Aha! Yifan nodded. The mercenary corps in Ping City is equivalent to a modest circle. Something happens, and the next day, basically the entire circle will know about it. This way, Fatty Lee nodded and thought of something. Looking at the several task sheets in Yifan's hand, he added, do we really have to go back to hand in the task? Will that Bai Yu's brother find us in trouble? No way. Yifan shook his head and took a step, stepping into the Aurora mercenaries. This stepping in, many people's gazes gazed over, and when they saw this teenager who had once impressed them, many of their faces changed a little. In the field, many mercenaries stood up, and some of them who had escaped from Yifan's hands in the first place were filled with anger. Yifan, why is this kid still coming back? Not far away, Zhao Kuei's face changed slightly when he saw Yifan appear, and before he could stop him, the attendant was already walking towards the back, obviously going to inform Bai Chun. Yifan naturally saw the reaction of the crowd in front of him. With a cold smile on his face, he didn't say anything, as if the reaction of this crowd didn't have any effect on him. I've come to hand in the task. Walking over to Zhao Kuei, Yifan took out the task list that he had taken away in the first place and nodded to Fatty Lee on the side. Fatty Lee willed it, took out the bag, and a bunch of things were thrown out, all of which were the things needed on the task list. You! Zhao Kuei looked at Yifan, who had a calm face, with a slight expression of some helplessness. Don't you know that Chief Bai Chun has returned? I probably know. Yifan replied. If he didn't come back, you guys would have been fighting the Dawn Mercenary Corps by now. These words caused Zhao Kuei to choke for a moment, glancing at Yifan with some changes in his eyes. You know that then you return it. After saying that and glancing around, Zhao Kuei lowered his voice and whispered, a few days ago, Ji Jia came to our headmaster and used the incident in the forest to pressure our headmaster into targeting you. Ji Jia looked for your headmaster? Hearing this, Yifan had a slight smirk in his eyes, glanced at Zhao Kuei and nodded. This Zhao Kuei, as usual, is enthusiastic. Let's end my mission first. After pausing for a few seconds, Yifan spoke. You! Seeing Yifan's indifference, Zhao Kuei had no choice but to take the task list. Soon, the task was checked and Zhao Kuei took out a wad of cash and handed it to Yifan. This is your commission, after deducting the handling fee, a total of 1,100,000. Good. Yifan nodded his head, and on the side, Fatty Lee quickly took the commission and tucked it into his bag. Glancing at Zhao Kuei, who had been looking at the backstage with a somewhat nervous expression, Yifan was somewhat helpless and waved his hand. Then I'm ready to go. Gone. Hearing this, Zhao Kuei agreed repeatedly. Gone is good, hurry. Help a few of us with our withdrawal procedures. Yifan opened his mouth. Okay, a number. Zhao Kuei reacted and looked at Yifan. Shocked. You guys are quitting the group? Right? Yifan nodded and didn't explain anything more. Not to. This time, Zhao Kuei hurriedly retained. Our headmaster just responded, and it's a difficult time on both sides, and he didn't say he was going to target you guys, and even if he was going to target you, it would definitely be superficial. It's just a matter of turning in, not dropping out of the group. Bronze level Imperial Beastmaster, and still extremely strong in the bronze level, this kind of strength is quite an important member for the Mercenary Corps. This kind of member, a year of mercenary missions alone, can bring hundreds of thousands of income to the Mercenary Corps, not to mention other things. I was just scaring you guys. Thinking about this, Zhao Kuei seemed a bit annoyed and opened his mouth. It's not that I'm afraid of targeting. It's just that I have other plans. Yifan shook his head. Just handle it. Seeing Yifan's resolute attitude, Zhao Kuei hesitated. You really want to quit the troop? Well, you handle it. Yi Fan replied and turned around, leading a few people away. Zhao Kuei also did not expect Yi Fan to be so decisive, until he saw Yi Fan leave. Only then did he seem to react, looking at the information in front of him, somewhat frozen. Ugh. This gives it away. Inside and out. For a while Zhao Kuei sighed helplessly and stamped the mercenary group's seal on the information. The seal was stamped, and it wasn't long before the door at the back of the mercenary group opened. Yi Fan is here, huh? A gentle voice rang out, and Bai Chen's tall figure appeared, while Long Wu followed by his side. Zhao Kuei looked up and with a glance, Bai Chen had a somewhat tangled expression on his face, obviously, also struggling with Yi Fan's matter. Here it comes. Turn in your quest and quit the group. Zhao Kuei raised the mission sheet and information sheet in his hand. Quit the group. Hearing this, Bai Chen froze for a moment. When? Just now. Zhao Kuei replied, smiling somewhat bitterly. This time, Bai Chen got a little frozen subconsciously, looked to the side of the dragon martial arts. Long Wu looked at Bai Chen seemingly, hesitated slightly, and finally, nodded. I'll tell the young lord that it was leader Bai who told Yi Fan to quit the troop. Having said that, Long Wu cupped his fists and excused himself. Since Captain Bai has already done it, then Long Wu will go back to report to the young lord. Thank you, brother Long Wu. Watching Long Wu leave, Bai Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked back at the information sheet in Zhao Kuei's hand, he sighed somewhat helplessly. It's a pity, such a strong beastmaster, if he stayed in our Aurora, he could make our paper strength rise by a large margin. Are you guys sure you want to create a mercenary group? At the mercenary notary's office, the aged notary looked at the 4 young teenagers in front of him and seemed a bit unsure. Aha! Yi Fan nodded and looked at the notary across from him, summoning his hellhound. I'm a bronze 9-star Imperial Beast Master. In terms of qualifications, that should be enough. Bronze 9 stars. Looking at the Imperial Beast that Yi Fan summoned, the notary's face changed slightly. Then he nodded. In that case, that's enough. But there are only 4 of you, and the most junior mercenary group requires 5 people. The 5th one will be here soon. Yi Fan replied, and just then, a cab outside the door suddenly stopped, and a middle-aged man stopped at the door and froze as he looked at the building in front of him. And looking at the appearance of this middle-aged man, a smirk appeared in Yi Fan's eyes as he waved his hand and spoke. Pops, come on in. Coming. Hearing Yi Fan's call, Yi Linqing approached the house and was slightly stunned when he saw Yi Fan's few people. Yi Fan, what are you doing? Where's the Creation Mercenary Corps? Quickly come over, old dad. You're the only one missing. Yi Fan waved his hand. Yi Linqing saw this and hurriedly walked over. It's okay now. Patting Pops, Yi Fan spoke to the notary. Line. Looking at Yi Fan pulling in his old man, the notary seemed a bit helpless, but still nodded and took out a form, handing it to Yi Fan. Give your mercenary group a name. Chapter 75. Spending money. Name. Hearing this, Yi Fan hesitated slightly, as if he had thought of something, but soon, he smiled and shook his head. Let's call it God Leaf. Saying that, Yi Fan picked up a pen and wrote the powerful word Divine Leaf on the book in front of him. Divine Leaf. The old man in charge of grades froze slightly and glanced at Yi Fan. Such a random name? It's okay. There was a smirk in Yi Fan's eyes. God Leaf, this name was not casual. In his previous life, it was considered one of his code names. I will now register you all. The old man didn't say much and took the name list, quickly, logging in the names of the crowd, before continuing. The registration fee is 100,000, and the mercenary union side will assign you a station and make an announcement. You will be instructed in the subsequent operations and precautions. Okay. Yi Fan nodded and looked at the fat man on the side. The fat man froze, somewhat distressed, and pulled the card from his pocket. This card is considered their startup capital, this half a month of hunting down, in addition to the spiritual grass and elixir to keep, the other after the sale of a total of more than 300,000 yuan. Looking at the fatty's appearance, Yi Fan smiled and teased. What, you still love money now? This is the money we earned from our hard work this month. That can't be heartbreaking, Fatty Lee said, handing over the card towards the old man. Soon, the procedure of swiping the card was completed, and the old man went to call for an assistant, a dignified and generous beauty named Xiuqin, who took a lease deed and led Yi Fan's crowd towards the mercenary street. Yi Fan, what's the situation? On the way back, it was only then that Yi Linqing, who hadn't made a sound, finally came next to Yifan and whispered, "Why did you even set up a mercenary group? Earn some money and set up a force along the way." Yifan replied, and before Yi Lincheng could open his mouth, he asked, "Pops, how is your strength now?" "It's okay, just bronze 2 stars." Yi Lincheng replied, "I've been practicing the imperial beasts in the beast fighting arena over in the middle of the city lately. Bronze 2 stars. Hearing this, Yifan nodded. "That's still not bad. That's for sure." Yi Lincheng replied, glanced at Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi who were at the back, and whispered, "These 2 girls are? That's from one of our teams. All this time we've been hunting in the forest together." Yifan replied and incidentally introduced Yi Lincheng. "This is Wang Lingxi, the only child of the Wang family, and this is Ma Xiaoxue. We were in the same class." "Good day, uncle." Wang Lingxi opened her mouth obediently, and on the side, Ma Xiaoxue also spoke in agreement. "Hello, guys." Yi Lincheng responded with a smile, but was still composed. After responding, Yi Lincheng once again came to Yifan's ear. "These 2 girls are both good. You kid is quite popular." "What popularity, all on the same team?" Yifan replied, looking at Yi Lincheng. I understand. Yi Lincheng replied, while his face couldn't stop smiling. Yifan was a little helpless, but he didn't say anything else. Along the way, it was Fatty Lee and Pops who were chatting happily. After all, Fatty and himself grew up, each is very intimate. When knowing that Yi Lincheng also broke through the bronze level, the Imperial Beast is his own home to watch the door after the small white, Fatty Lee was shocked. "Good fellow, I honestly did not expect this little white to become bronze level." Looking at little white who was squatting in front of him and wagging his tail, Fatty Lee sighed a little. Any Imperial Beast has infinite potential, as long as you can find a way to open it. On the side, Yifan smiled and said, "That blazing sun snake of yours, isn't it the same?" "That's true," Fatty Lee replied, looking at Xiuzhen who was walking in front of him and scratching his head. "What's the main thing she does when she goes to our place?" "What else could it be? Collecting money." Yifan replied, "Collect money? Collect what money?" Fatty Lee froze. "Didn't you already collect $100,000? $100,000. Just the starting capital." Yifan replied, patting Fatty Lee. "You'll know in a moment." "How does this cost money for everything?" At the end of the street on Mercenary Street, in the newly opened Mercenary Tavern, Fatty Lee sat on a broken wooden stool, looking at the list given by Xiuzhen in his hand, and let out a gasp of surprise. 500 for a door plaque, 100 for a customized badge, 100 for a set of tables, chairs, and benches. Cough. Halfway through reading, Fatty Lee coughed and looked at the dusty Mercenary Tavern around him. This tavern, a place with nothing and no hygiene, is still charging $10,000 a month in rent? Now you know why I said that $100,000 is just the beginning. Yifan spoke from the sidelines and patted Fatty Lee's shoulder. "All right, it's just some handling fee. The mercenary group will soon earn it back once it's started. Let's go ahead and talk to Xiuqin about coming up with a package. Let's get her to get someone to decorate it. We'll discuss plans today, and we'll start running the mercenary group tomorrow." "Okay." Fatty Lee nodded his head and took out his bank card with another heartache. While not far away, Xiuqin seemed to have already expected it and prepared the card swiping machine. "Okay. Now we can assign our respective tasks." Waiting for Fatty to come back with a heartbroken face, Yifan pulled a few people to a table and sat down next to it, took out the paper and said, "The initial structure of a mercenary group isn't complicated, except for a few of the more important ones. Many of the others just need to hire some employees to come in. The first of which, recruiting manpower for registration. If this is the case, currently Wang Lingxi will be in charge of it." "Ah, shall I come?" On the side, Wang Lingxi froze and hesitated a bit. "What is my mission?" "It's simple, it's to advertise and attract some mercenaries to us," Yifan replied. "Then it's a matter of making a registration of these mercenaries, recording their information as exhaustively as possible and backing it up in a register. It doesn't sound like it's much more complicated." Wang Lingxi nodded thoughtfully. "No problem." "Good." Yifan nodded. "The second one, if you will, is the daily leading of a team on a mission. In this initial stage, it's just casually bringing some mercenary group members to complete some mercenary missions, assigning the right bounty to the members, and later on, when there are more members, selecting some to become core members." "Is that the fixed team of the mercenary corps?" Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue, who had been silent on the side, opened her mouth. "Aha!" Yifan nodded his head. "The fixed team is a more important component of the mercenary corps. It is also part of the hard power of the mercenary corps. It is necessary to select reliable ones. The selection will be personally gated by me. As for leading the team, for the time being, it'll be me, you, and Liu. The three of us will take turns leading the team, and when there are more players in the back, we can split into a few fixed teams. No problem. Ma Xiaoxue nodded her head, and it was clear that she, who was already keen on Imperial Beast combat, was satisfied with this task. Me too. Fatty Li nodded in agreement. What about me? On the side, Yi Lin Chang vocalized. As for Pop's well. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked towards Yi Lin Chang, some smiles in his eyes. Pops is responsible for sitting at the back and keeping an eye on the mercenary tavern. Chapter 76. The Red Ghost. Sit in the rear. Hearing this, Yi Lin Chang froze. Then do I have anything to do? There are many things to do, Yi Fan replied, overseeing the staff hired in the back, reconciling the bills submitted by the finances, and dealing with the tavern's day-to-day affairs, including the buying and selling of items and all sorts of conflicts that may arise and so on. It's just a regulation. Off to the side, Fatty vocalized. So that's what it means. Yi Lin Chang nodded, somewhat hesitant. I'm not very good at these things. Mom to chant, Yi Fan replied, with a smirk in his eyes. Didn't Mom say some time ago that she was too busy at home? Just in time. She came over to manage things. If you're old, Dad, just raise more to improve the strength of the Imperial Beasts. That's fine, Yi Lin Chang agreed. Then our initial task assignments are considered done. Yi Fan clapped his hands. I'll hire a few people if we go back. Receptionist, cashier, etc. During this period of time, our free time mainly focusing on practicing breathing techniques every month, in addition to going back to school to participate in the secret realm, the rest of the time, 4 times a month out of a fixed team, a collective hunt for the 4 of us. No problem. Several people responded in unison and Yi Fan waved his hand. All right, everyone can go to rest early today. Starting tomorrow and even for the next few years, our rhythm is to focus on the mercenary corps, with the school's secret realm as a supplement. Remember, a mercenary group is for earning money and training manpower. These things are all about improving yourself. Don't put the cart before the horse and just think about earning money. Leader Bai Chun. There seems to be a new mercenary group opening up at the end of the street. In the Aurora mercenaries, it seemed that they heard the sound of renovation, and a group of people came out to look. A new mercenary group? And hearing this, Bai Chun wasn't much surprised and just shook his head. There were still quite a lot of mercenary groups established in Ping City every year, only that most of them didn't stay open for very long, and most of them were disbanded after less than a year. There are many reasons for this. The most critical is the competition between peers. Mercenary Corps, after all, is the organization of blood on the knife's mouth, most of the main tasks, and in the Silver Moon Forest that kind of difficult to manage the place, coupled with the mercenary tasks are often shared, which Mercenary Corps first completed in order to get the bounty, so there is often the existence of malicious competition. A newly established Mercenary Corps, there is no strength and reputation into the forest. A newly formed mercenary group without strength and reputation will be suppressed everywhere in the forest, and will not be able to survive in the other mercenary groups even if they are killed or injured in their missions. Let's hope that the newly opened Mercenary Corps will stick around this time around. Bai Chun said, followed by a sigh. Ping City hasn't produced any new mercenary groups in the last few years. Big brother, I seem to have seen Yi Fan. On one side, Zhao Kuei looked at the few people walking out from the street corner. Those few, it seems like they are his previous partners. Yi Fan. Hearing this name, Bai Chun was a bit surprised and glanced at the voices of a few people. Is it the mercenary group set up by a few of them? It seems true. Zhao Kuei nodded. I saw the union guys handing over something to him, and the renovation workers are here. Like this. Bai Chun murmured slightly. Then it's no wonder he wanted to withdraw from the group before, so he was preparing to go solo. 5 people, 4 of them are Imperial Beastmasters, and one of them is also an Imperial Beastmaster with 2 bronze 9-star Imperial Beasts. Zhao Kuei spoke up, coming to Bai Chen's ear and lowering his voice. If this gets up, it's going to be a big deal. Maybe it'll even affect the amount of tasks our mercenary group can do. Aurora is big. One more mercenary group? It's nothing. Bai Chun shook his head. He didn't seem to care much. Looking at the few people going away, he was a bit thoughtful. It's just that Ji Jie seems to be a bit hostile to Yi Fan. If he wants to open a mercenary hall, will he cause some trouble? Maybe, I guess Ji Jie will find some people to find him trouble. Zhao Kuei replied, thought of something, suddenly said, Chief, you said that Ji Jie is not the son of a large family in Kyoto. Well, According to reason, the son of a large family should be very generous. I see that Jijia, how is it very petty look, always looking for Yifan's trouble. I don't know about that. Maybe it's because Jijia feels threatened in Yifan. All these people from the big families take their face very seriously. Bai Chun replied, not to mention that Jijia is only 15 years old in the end. It's normal that he's not that composed at this time. That's true. Zhao Kuei scratched his head. Then their newly opened mercenary group, what's our attitude? Should we pull it together? If they get up in the future, it's kind of like having a helper? Don't take a stand. Bai Chun pondered and said, it's better to just follow what we've always gotten. Don't mess with others, and others shouldn't mess with us. Having said that, Bai Chun seemed to have seen enough and headed towards the mercenary tavern. While at the entrance, Zhao Kuei watched Bai Chen's back as he left, his eyes slightly helpless. He sometimes really quite understand Bai Chen, Aurora do big so many years, obviously have long had the opportunity to unify the mercenary corps of Ping City. Bai Chun do not do it even if also do not ally or card others' neck but let the other mercenary corps up. The result later well came a dawn and dawn do not deal with. The head is also a you do not mess with me, I do not mess with you look. In recent years the dawn gradually bigger, just like to have and dawn to go hand in hand. As a part of Aurora and also the sixth boss, Zhao Kuei was really watching and anxious. That Yifan had made a move to help Lai Ming's people before. Maybe they are still on good terms. If we let Lai Ming pull in Yifan and them. Thinking of these, Zhao Kuei couldn't help but sigh. This chief, I really don't understand how he thinks. Pingcheng, an underground casino, a night that should have been paper drunk. The casino was devoid of those avid gamblers. There was only a group of people in various colors of clothing waiting here, heads down and no one talking, somewhat cautiously, as if they were waiting for some big shot to arrive. Snap, snap. Soon, footsteps sounded on the other side of the casino, and a black-clothed man with a mask appeared in the casino. The mask was ugly, a bright red color, like an evil spirit from hell. My lord. Seeing this person appear, the crowd vocalized. Aha! The one with the mask replied, and soon, walked up to the crowd. The top has heard about what happened here in Pingcheng, and next, the top has sent me to take charge of things in Pingcheng. You can just call me Lord Red Ghost. Yes, Lord Red Ghost. The crowd responded. Very well. The Red Ghost nodded his head and swept his gaze through these crowds, and soon, in a deep voice, he said, during this recent period of time, which of you know about the matter concerning Yifan, a freshman at Pingcheng High School? Yifan. Hearing that name, the field fell slightly silent. Soon, a man walked out. My lord, there was a conflict with Ma Dafei before. That I know, it was Deng Li who looked for him. Red Ghost nodded his head and looked into the crowd. Ma Dafei, do you know about Yifan's recent news? Back to your excellency, I don't know. In the crowd, Ma Dafei, who was suddenly called by name, was a bit flustered, but on the surface he still appeared calm. Line. My lord, I know. A shrill voice rang out. Yifan created a mercenary group today, and many people from the mercenary group saw it. Created a mercenary group? Hearing this, the Red Ghost was a bit surprised and looked towards the one who gave out the voice. This news? Are you able to confirm it? No problem. And that Yifan now has 2 bronze 9-star imperial beasts. The man replied, very strong. Bronze level, even stronger is still bronze level. These words caused the Red Ghost to snort, and immediately afterward, waved his hand. Recently, the winds on this side of Ping City are very tight. It seems like someone is checking up on us, so it's not good for me to make a sudden move. Since he set up a mercenary group, let the mercenary group deal with him. With that said, the Red Ghost looked at the man once again. You should know how to do that, right? Understood. The man replied, bowing respectfully. All right, then this matter will be left to you. The Red Ghost opened his mouth and stood up, and immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a teasing manner. I heard that that kid from the G family doesn't deal well with him, so if you can, you guys can team up with him. The G family, it's not a bad family. Chapter 77. Recruitment. In the Imperial Beast space, Yifan's eyes were closed tightly, and he was running the sacred entry technique. He had used the spirit bead that he had exchanged earlier, and at the moment he was depleting the energy from using the spirit bead. Soon, some time passed, Yifan opened his eyes, and in his eyes, light appeared at first sight. He stood up, and on his body strong power surged. The second level of the sacred entry method, Silkworm, is able to rapidly consume energy for its own use. Clenching his fist, Yifan felt it carefully, and there was some laughter in his eyes. The current him had the power of a bronze 7 or 8 star with just his physical body. Good progress. Breathing out a breath, Yifan looked to the side of the field, where there was a lush and green piece, in which a lot of spiritual grasses and fruits had already grown, and the harvest fruit that he had seized from the colorful cloud panther a few days ago also had a tendency to be fruitful. There were many types of fruits, many of which Yifan couldn't use, but there were also many that were for Pops and Fatty and the others. Pops doesn't participate in too many battles, but the strength must keep up. Harvest fruit, white jade fruit, such fruits are basically behind for Pops to use. As for the other spiritual grasses and fruits, Yifan will distribute the appropriate amount according to the needs of the imperial beasts. Cerberus and Blast Eagle were both currently stuck at bronze 9 stars, and it would probably take more than half a month to break through naturally if they stayed in the imperial beast space. By the time we get to silver, there will be even more things we can do. Patting the hellhound on the side, Yifan had a smirk in his eyes. Counting that less than 2 months had passed since he enrolled in this life, not only had he raised his own level to the extreme of the same stage, but the fat man beside him was also quite a good fighter. There's also Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi. Thinking of these two people, there was a slight hint of contemplation in Yifan's eyes. Wang Lingxi, needless to say, is a supportive talent and is very useful to the team. In comparison, he was more optimistic about Ma Xiaoxue. The other party's desire to fight for survival was an embryo that could be cultivated in such a short period of time. He had already broken through to bronze, and the level of the imperial beasts was even more rapidly advancing, and in time he might be able to outperform the fat man. She can be cultivated more. Thinking slightly, Yifan nodded. During these years in Ping City, he had to pinpoint some still good embryos to cultivate, laying a foundation for his future power. To deal with Ji Jie, it wasn't that simple. At this stage, Ji Jie was only in his teens, too young. His mind and everything was crushed by Yifan's 2 lifetimes. It wasn't hard to suppress him. But as time grows, soon this kind of big family's son will gradually become difficult to deal with. The power behind him, the strong people beside him, and even his own growth are all quite troublesome things. To deal with him, you have to be ready to deal with the whole Ji family. Rather, it would be better to find an opportunity to kill him with a sword. Thinking of something, Yifan said, then shook his head. It's not that he hadn't thought of taking the initiative to find Ji Jie, or even directly kill the other party, but according to his understanding of these great families, Ji Jie came to Ping City to study, and behind him there was definitely a protector of the Tao of Eternity or higher guarding the Tao, and in order to kill by force unless you get the Great Master, but this would not do any good at all, and instead, it would set off a great war between the two families. Living another life, his goal was the pinnacle of the Imperial Beastmasters. Dealing with Ji Jie could only be said to be incidental. It was not worth paying such a large price, which was why Yifan did not take action against Ji Jie on these occasions. If we take it slowly, we will be able to eat the entire Ji family in the future. Humph, Ji Jie, that guy, he had already learned to hide when I rose to prominence in my last life. But as soon as I came to see me sharp in this life, the other side's face was revealed. If it was the same in the previous life, how could he have called himself a brother with this villain for decades and ended up in that situation? It's also ridiculous. On the first day of the opening of the Divine Leaf Tavern, it was already sunrise, but there were never any mercenaries to join the group, and several people were sitting in the tavern, looking a bit bored. This situation is very strange. According to the first day of the new establishment of a mercenary corps, there will be a lot of mercenaries to inquire about the welfare of the mercenary corps and other various. Not to say the door is full of people, but also will not be so cold and quiet. Yifan, how come we don't have anyone here? Idle and somewhat bored, Wang Lingxi asked in a small voice. I don't know. Yifan shook his head, also feeling a bit strange. I'll go take a look later. After a while, he stood up and silently exited the back door to the tavern a short distance away next door. Yifan practiced the law of entering the sacred, and his 5 senses were quite a bit stronger than those of the next person. So he just silently locked the 2 mercenaries by the window from a long distance away. At the moment, those 2 mercenaries were drinking in the corner, and the 2 were talking about something. Yifan's ears moved slightly, taking in what the 2 were talking about. What do you think of that Divine Leaf Mercenary Corps? Why did our boss and the bosses of several mercenary corps join forces to boycott it? No mercenaries are allowed to go to the hustle, and if they do, they will be expelled from the regiment outright and never hired. I don't know. I heard that it was founded by a few Imperial Beastmasters, probably because our boss felt a bit threatened. A few Imperial Beastmasters? That's awesome. Why don't we sneak off and take a look? Are you crazy? I'm just saying, what if it's some Black Iron level Beastmaster? When that time comes, no one will pull your side as well, so you won't eat. After listening slightly for a while, Yi-fan had a touch of coldness in his eyes, and without saying anything more, he glanced at the name on the mercenary group's plaque and quietly retreated back inside the Divine Leaf Tavern. How was it? Seeing Yi-fan return, Wang Lingxi came up. There are several mercenary corps that are teaming up to boycott us, and no mercenaries are allowed to come and see the fun, Yi-fan said and sat down. Boycott us? Hearing this, Wang Lingxi froze for a moment. Why? It's possible that they have learned of our configuration and don't want us to develop, Yi-fan replied, slightly miking his eyes. It's also possible that some people have ulterior motives. Then what should we do? Wang Lingxi got a little nervous. If no one comes, we won't be able to finish our mercenary mission every month. It's fine. Yi-fan shook his head and stood up, waving to the few people. Follow me. Saying that, a few people followed Yi-fan to the door, and at this moment, the gazes of quite a few people from the other mercenary corps paid attention, but most of them were just watching from afar and no one spoke. Yi-fan, what should we do? At the doorway, facing the gazes of the crowd, Fatty Lee was a little embarrassed and looked at Yi-fan, who was on the side. Release the Imperial Beasts. Yi-fan replied, how many restrictions can a mercenary group place on mercenaries? As long as we are strong enough, any boycott is nothing more than a joke. Saying that, Yi-fan raised his hand and Cerberus and Blast Eagle appeared, 2 bronze 9-star Imperial Beasts, and the faces of many people changed. Fatty Lee followed suit as the Rock Python Fiery Sun Snake Phantom Snake appeared, and the 3-headed serpent surrounded him, spitting out icy snake letters. Wang Lingxi also released 2 Imperial Beasts, and the Bobby Bird and Brocade Fur Mouse appeared. The last ones were Ma Xiao Shui and Yilin Chang, and the Sharp-Toothed Wolf and Steelhound showed up, letting out a low horse hiss. 5 people, 9 Imperial Beasts. These 9 Imperial Beasts appeared and many people let out cries of surprise. Several of this Divine Leaf's pawns are all bronze-level Imperial Beast Masters? Isn't this a little too strong on paper? Cam, which is a bit stronger, the mercenary corps in the city, besides Aurora and Dawn, who can come up with a configuration of 5 Imperial Beast Masters with 9 bronze Imperial Beasts? Why don't we go and take a look? Following these Imperial Beast Masters around shouldn't be too bad. At the doorway, releasing a burst of Imperial Beasts, Yi-fan took the reactions of all parties into his eyes and gave a slight cold snort. Well, we can go back. Chapter 78. Yi-fan's few people returned to the tavern, and soon, people gradually swarmed in as a person cautiously walked into the tavern. It didn't take much time for the Divine Leaf Tavern to become overcrowded, and when it was learned that the Divine Leaf would send Imperial Beast Masters out on missions with a fixed team every month, many people were abuzz, scrambling to sign up. These people are inevitably too wallflower. Looking at the lively scene at the registration, backstage, Fatty Lee whispered to Yi-fan, all these people feel like they can't be used. It's not just to pick up a bargain. It's nothing strange. Mercenaries are originally here to earn money. Which side can bring them more revenue? Which side is naturally popular? Yi-fan replied, waving his hand. Picking up bargains for them to pick up is all. What we need now is manpower. After a while, only then will we start to handpick some people to come out. Understood. Fatty Lee nodded, looking at the congested crowd over there, and within his eyes, there was a rare expression of contemplation, and after a while, he suddenly opened his mouth. It's like the emperor choosing a concubine, isn't it? First recruiting a few thousand, then picking a few good ones inside and incorporating them into the harem. Fatty you this analogy. Hearing this, Yi-fan choked and said after a while, the analogy is very good. Next time don't compare it. Soon, the first day ended and Wang Lingxi found Yi-fan with a whole page of lists. There are a total of 33 mercenaries registered today. Looking at Yi-fan, Wang Lingxi was slightly happy. Now we have someone in the tavern. I'll take a look first. Yi-fan took the list, took a brief look at the profile above, took out a red pen and circled the names of 7 or 8 people. Then, handed the paper to Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue in the back, while saying, these people, they are a bit of a problem. Follow-up missions prioritize excluding them. Problems? Hearing this, Wang Lingxi froze. Why? Very simple. Yi-fan replied, glancing at Wang Lingxi and slowly said, several of them had a pretty good mission completion rate in the last mercenary corps, with a high number of completions, so they are obviously senior members of those mercenary corps. For no reason at all. Why did they come to our mercenary group? Not thinking of letting us come to bring. Wang Lingxi was a little hesitant. Those who can accomplish so many tasks and have a good completion rate must have some personal strength. With or without them, there's not much difference. Yi-fan replied, shaking his head. These people, they are not here to join the regiment at all. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi reacted. So, are they scouts from other mercenary groups? Aha! Yifan nodded. Close to a quarter of them are scouts? On the side, Fatty Li was shocked. It's more than that, I haven't looked closely yet, probably close to a third of them are scouts. Yifan shook his head and looked at the shocked Fatty Li, saying, It's normal. It's the early stages after all. Then what do we do? Fatty Li asked, seemingly somewhat indignant. We can't let these other mercenary groups take advantage of us for nothing. Definitely, gradual lineup is. Yifan replied, waving his hand carelessly. When you guys go out on a mission later, observe more. Those who don't contribute in the mission, those who tipped off, are all regarded as scouts, and when they come back, report to Wang Lingxi to be pulled into the blacklist, and after that, they will no longer be brought in. It has to be, Fatty Li replied. Nice guy white whoring on us. It's true that there are a lot of people who want to whore themselves out in the early stages. As long as the strategy is right, it's good to gradually modify it. Yifan nodded, slightly solemnized, then said, When you guys are out on a mission, you can observe more which candidates are still good. Report them when you come back. Later, I will do a secondary check on the people you reported. And if you are sure that it's okay, you can consider pulling him into the fixed team. Understood. To the side, Ma Xiaoxue voiced out. So we're going out on our first mission tomorrow? Well, go tomorrow and pick some people who are still good. Yifan nodded. Get the news out. The three of us will go together for the first mission, mainly to make a name for ourselves and hunt more high-level imperial beasts. The mercenaries are very well informed. As long as the first hunt is well known later, it will be much easier. Early the next morning, by the time Yifan's few people arrived at the tavern, there were already many people who had been waiting for a long time. Captain Yi, are we going on a fixed team mission today? Seeing a few people enter, a scar-faced big man stood up. Aha! Yifan nodded and glanced at the scarred face. His eyes mic'd up. What, you want to go? Of course I want to, Scarface replied, taking out a bright and shiny large knife in his hand. Captain Yi doesn't underestimate me. I, Koro, am a good hunter. Hearing these slightly familiar words, Yifan swept Koro, while his face was slightly smiling. If I remember correctly, you were a fellow at the pig-killing stall in the east of the city before, right? How come you've become a good hand at hunting now? Hearing this, Koro was instantly embarrassed, seemingly not expecting Yifan to know his previous identity. Yifan looked at Koro and shook his head with a smile. This guy, he really has an impression in his previous life to work in the mercenary corps, is to believe the words of Koro hunting a good hand, and he teamed up. The results almost did not be pitched to death by him. This guy, killing fed meat pig imperial beasts is fine, killing wild imperial beasts, he can't even lift his sword. Forget it, it's up to you. After a slight pause, Yifan patted Koro's shoulder. Good, good. Koro was a little surprised, nodding his head back and forth, a little delighted. You guy. Yifan was helpless and looked at the other party, shaking his head as he continued to walk forward. The two are somewhat related, and this guy at least has an absolutely clean bottom. By Yifan's personal gatekeeper, the recruitment of candidates was quickly completed. The first time out of the mission, Yifan selected 15 out of 33 people. In addition to those who were clear, some suspicious, but also all were excluded by Yifan. The remaining 15 people were basically wild-rooted mercenaries who had been in any mercenary group for a few days. All right, let's set off. Looking at the heavy responsibility standing in front of him, Yifan's gaze didn't linger for long and waved his hand, taking Ma Xiaoxue and Fatty Li to lead the way into the Silver Moon Forest. The crowd behind them followed, and on Mercenary Street, many people stood at the entrance, looking at the hunting group led by the three Imperial Beast Masters with a slight discussion. And soon after Yifan and the others left, very soon, there were quite a few people from those mercenary groups that stayed behind who left, but they weren't going out on a mission. Instead, they quietly went back to the other mercenary groups. This Yifan has some skills. In the Brother Chong mercenary corps, Sun Chong, who was known as Brother Chong, was slightly surprised as he watched his carefully selected scouts being eliminated by Yifan in full. It might be some of our intelligence. Another smaller mercenary group leader vocalized. This Yifan doesn't look like a rookie who has only been in the mercenary group for a few days. After all, it's a close to silver-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and it's not that easy to fool around with, Sun Chong replied, rubbing his big bald head. All three of them have gone. I'm afraid it's not that easy for us to go to the Silver Moon Forest to find trouble with them. But Lord Red Ghost gave us orders. Another person replied, his face a bit ugly. Although several of us are Imperial Beastmasters, our Imperial Beast strength is also in the Bronze Low Star. It's not too good to deal with a bronze high-star Imperial Beast Master. Difficult is not so difficult. Sun Chong replied, his face a little stern. Get a team of cold shooters to test the waters and rob them of their prey. Then get some men to wait at the back and bring their muskets over when an argument starts. Die with them. There's no need to fight to the death. Sun Chong shook his head. They just want to make a name for themselves for the first time. Let's discuss them just a little bit, so that they won't be able to make that name. Could be. One agrees, though with some hesitation. It just stopped at this time. Next time, we will also put out fixed teams is all. Sun Chong replied. Isn't he, Yifan, relying on being an Imperial Beastmaster and relying on fixed teams to pull people in? We have more people and more muskets, let's form a few fixed teams as well. They make 4 trips a month. We make 8 trips a month. Let's see who can compete. Chapter 79, Hunting. Silver Moon Forest, the crowd followed after Yifan's trio and hunted all the way, with the Royal Beastmaster on a mission together. Everyone's enthusiasm for hunting was very high, and they all swarmed when faced with the Black Iron Royal Beasts. Koro, it's the first time I've seen you strike today. In the mercenary group, a person looked at Koro who rushed at the forefront wielding a large sword, and said somewhat jokingly, the ancestral pig-killing knife sheds its light. Humph. Hearing this, Koro then gave a somewhat angry grunt and raised the sword in his hand. This great sword of mine, that just hasn't found a chance to strike against an ordinary Imperial beast, dishonoring my name. Come on. If it wasn't the headmaster and the others who were holding down the fort, how dare you charge like that? Hearing this, the man just choked back and also took the small knife in his hand and quickly touched the other gray-furred bear. These people, their fighting strength is not bad, eh? Looking at the performance of the many hunters, Fatty Lee was slightly surprised. Many of them were able to deal with Black Iron low-star Imperial beasts alone. Such a performance made Fatty Lee somewhat surprised. He had thought that these hunters, at best, could only suppress some Imperial beasts with their muskets. A few of them are practitioners. Yifan watched from the sidelines and faintly said, ordinary people may not be able to obtain such precious secrets as breathing techniques, but it's still not difficult to obtain physical techniques for practicing punching and kicking. Physical arts? Hearing this name that appeared for the second time, Fatty Lee was slightly curious. Yifan, what is physical art? It's boxing and kicking kung fu, some outlines that someone refined from some ancient books in the past. It's sort of a cultivation of boxing and kicking. Yifan replied, there are some powerful physical arts that are very powerful after years and years of cultivation and proficiency. It can make the fist and foot kung fu come to an extreme. The 4 tails and 1,000 pounds is a real example. Physical arts experts do have this kind of strength. It sounds like the physical arts are very powerful. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was a bit surprised. Sounds impressive, but outside of physical art cultivation, without the breathing method as the root, the upper limit is not destined to be too high. Yifan replied, of course, if the Imperial Beastmaster can learn some physical arts while practicing the breathing method, it's still not bad. And when fighting, it's also considered to be some more means of self-preservation. I kind of want to learn. Fatty Lee asked, Yifan, do you know physical arts? I know some, but I don't specialize in physical arts. Yifan shook his head. The Wanxiang method that I practice every day is also considered a type of physical art. It is a moment like a tortoise, a moment like a king's 8, that boxing well. Hearing this, Fatty Lee hesitated. That individual art, I'm afraid I can't repair. Saying that, Fatty Lee patted his rounded stomach. At my size, I can only emulate an elephant. Wanxiang method is definitely not suitable for you. Yifan looked at Fatty Lee's stomach and shook his head helplessly. Thinking slightly, he said, you shouldn't be adapted to close combat, and you don't need to learn any physical arts, just be a meat shield, or one that hides in the pile of Imperial beasts. The opening of the war on the release of a bunch of Imperial beasts, others take you no way, is sure to top a group of Imperial beasts to beat you. The result is that your body is strong and horizontal, other people to take you no way, so play a few games, other people see you to avoid cannot wait. Yifan, you said I'm so lewd. Fatty Lee's head was full of black lines, but his face showed a smile. But this genre I think is awesome. It can disgust others enough. Yifan, how did you come up with that? That's not something to think about, just speculate. Yifan replied, while the expression on his face was slightly stiff. In his previous life, he was disgusted by the owner of this Taotai method in this way, and fought many battles, and finally he broke the boat, directly topped with a serious injury to force the decapitation, which won. Disgusting was really quite disgusting, otherwise he wouldn't have pointed out such a growth path to Fatty Lee. And it was still a specialization stream, growing up to be even more disgusting than that person. Ahead is the inner perimeter. There should be bronze-level Imperial beasts. As he was thinking, a mercenary came to report, "Captain Yi, should we continue on?" "Of course." Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. "We came here to hunt the bronze-level Imperial beasts." Chief Sixza. A bronze 9-star Imperial Beastmaster is really different. "Follow the chief. There's meat to eat." "Charge." Some people's complimentary voices rang out. Yi Fan's gaze swept over, then leaned over to Fatty Lee's ear. "Those two first to lead the opening. Go back to Wang Lingxi to say a word. Mark it, and don't bring it next time." "Can't even lead the opening?" Hearing this, Fatty Lee froze, seemingly somewhat confused. "Things don't just look at the surface." Yi Fan shook his head. "Those two didn't put in much effort at all along the way, and as soon as I spoke, they started to show positivity. Out of the blue, people like that are generally a cancer on the team." "Understood." Fatty Lee nodded to the side. Ma Xiaoxue but thoughtfully spoke. "What about the others? Is there anything to pay attention to? Pressure kid, invocation kid, these two kinds of people, it's also best not to appear in the team." Yi Fan opened his mouth. "What's a pressure kid and what's a credit request kid?" Stress kid is the kind that starts to get angry as soon as he encounters something, doesn't think about solving the problem, and first destroys the team atmosphere and teammates to cause conflict. Yi Fan replied with a slight smile on his face. "As for the merit kid, he's the one who takes all the credit on himself and takes all the benefits on himself, not thinking about the team at all. For a team to be able to function, the atmosphere of the team is to be quite careful not to relax too much, but even more so not to have this kind of person who will make the team get hooked up like seeing enemies all day." "I probably heard it." Fatty Lee nodded, and to the side, Ma Xiaoxue also nodded. "Chief, look. I just killed a bronze 1-star Imperial beast and blasted it right down with one shot." There wasn't much time before a member of the regiment made a noise and raised the gun in his hand. Not far from him, the gray-haired bear fell to the ground, and on his body, there were many musket marks. And when they heard the man's words, it was obvious that a few of the people around him had their faces twisted a bit, some cursing the kid for being a big shot, while others were chagrined that they hadn't fired the last shot. "It's... Please credit kid." Fatty Lee and Ma Xiaoxue both turned their heads in unison and looked at Yi Fan, with some smiles in their eyes. "Shoo!" Yi Fan compared a silent gesture and waved his hand, signaling the team to move on, looking at Fatty Lee and Ma Xiaoxue as they each walked forward, and there was also a slight smirk in his eyes. Li Yu and Ma Xiaoxue, these two people, his right-hand man at the moment, now although it is still very tender, but there is himself, soon they will be able to let them grow by leaps and bounds. And this growth is not one-sided, the Imperial beasts have to be improved, the combat experience has to be improved. There is also the knowledge of people, management methods, and even all kinds of psychological games they themselves will slowly teach them. A little snake may not fail to become a dragon, and an earthworm may not be chicken food. Speaking thoughtfully, Yi Fan turned around and looked at the way he came, and without realizing it, he saw some silhouettes flickering in the distance. This group of people, they really dare to follow them. Seeing these people who were trying to hide, Yi Fan's eyes were a little cold. When he came, he had long noticed this group of hunters following behind him, and probably guessed the other party's intention, only he didn't think that the other party would really dare to follow a bronze 9-star Imperial Beastmaster. "The matter of joining forces to boycott me is even letting you guys off the hook, but you still dare to take the initiative to come after me." The voice was slightly low, and Yi Fan's eyes were slightly mic'd up, but a few dirtbags standing behind it. "Where do you get the idea that I'll tolerate your temptations?" Chapter 80. "Captain, if we follow like this, will we mess with that Yi Fan?" In the middle of the grass, a few people were hiding, and one spoke up, seemingly a little worried. "The headmaster asked us to put a black gun, in case we provoke him, if a double bronze 9-star Imperial Beastmaster gets angry." "What are you afraid of? We are not the only ones here." The person he called captain was somewhat unconcerned, pointing behind him. "There is still a large force behind us. Even if he is a bronze 9-star Imperial Beast, can he still be invulnerable to swords and spears? Single-handedly we might be worried for a bit. He still has so many mercenaries here. He's about to start a war, kill all the people he brought with him, and who would dare to come with him next time?" "That's true." The man nodded. His heart still a little anxious, glanced backward at the distant army, turned his head, but his face swished white. Captain, that Yi Fan seems to be gone. Not there anymore?" Hearing this, the captain froze and hastily picked up the binoculars on the side. lifted them up and looked at them for a few seconds, and his face changed. It's really gone. Wasn't it just at the end? Someone answered. Wasn't it running ahead? I'll take another look. This time, the captain was a bit flustered. It was not a small thing to have the trail of an Imperial Beastmaster in the jungle disappear into thin air. After looking for a while, and still not finding any trace of Yifan, the captain dropped the binoculars in his hand and spoke to the team member beside him. Change the binoculars for me. Which telescope do you want? A slightly cold voice rang out. The captain froze and twisted his head. Cerberus had appeared less than a meter away from him at some point, and at this moment, the team member beside him had long since fainted at some point. Yifan. This scene to this captain are scared a little stuttering, lying in the bushes of the body to move, even want to retreat. Around them, a few members of the team were also instantly like enemies, their muskets raised in a hurry. What are you guys doing here? Yifan, however, took 2 steps to catch up with the retreating captain, crouched down and looked at the other party, a teasing expression on his face. It can't be that you're trying to come and shoot in the dark. Hearing this, the captain's face changed again and again. Looking up at Yifan. You heard it. Well, I've been in your tree for a long time. Yifan replied, pointing to the large tree above his head. When? The captain seemed to wake up. Just now when you guys were chatting. Yifan replied without further ado, stretching out his hand. He directly lifted the captain's collar and picked him up directly. His current strength close to the bronze high star. Picking up an ordinary person was like picking up a small chicken. Let go of the captain. A member of the team roared, and the sound of bullets being loaded rang out. You could have tried to see if you could fire the gun. Yifan looked at the man. His icy cold eyes swept over. The team member's figure trembled, gritting his teeth and trying to shoot. Chirp! The eagle chirped, and the blast eagle sped past, grabbing the gun in the team member's hand in an instant and shattering it in mid-air. Immediately afterward, it circled back and came to the branch of the big tree above Yifan's head. Its wings unfolded, apparently, still in the state of being ready to fire at any time. This scene caused the faces of the crowd to change a bit, and some people took advantage of the chaos to shoot. But Yifan just turned around and the bullets swept past him. In the jungle, at such a close distance, it's hard for you guys to hit me with a musket. Yifan opened his mouth and coldly hummed. In your next life, you guys can buy some good guns, that way. There might be a chance for me to react. Saying that, Yifan no longer looked at these people, snapped his fingers, took a step, and walked towards the distance. In the next moment, the roars of the 2 imperial beasts rang out, and in the middle of the jungle only one person let out a pained sound, and after that, there was a deathly silence. You're crazy. In Yifan's hand, the captain was being carried, but his eyes were seeing the tragedy that was happening in the back, and his face turned white as he spoke. We're just here to observe you guys. We didn't do anything. Why do I have to wait for you guys to do something? Yifan replied. When I saw a poisonous snake that spat out its snake letters and wanted to bite me, why did I have to wait for it to bite me before I returned the favor instead of just beating it to death? Emergency evacuation. Don't you understand that? Saying that, Yifan was not slow and continued to walk forward, and soon came to a small hill. Perched high above the forest in the distance, a group of about 30 or so people were assembled there. You guys have a bit more people. Yifan casually threw that captain aside and sat down somewhat casually, clapping his hands. What do you want? Looking at Yifan's expression, the captain's face changed continuously, and gradually became a bit alarmed as he looked at the smile that surfaced on Yifan's face. That's our mercenary group's regular team. If you kill them, the mercenary union will sanction you. Don't say anything that fools laymen like that. Hearing this, Yifan waved his hand carelessly. I killed all the people who can prove that I did. Perhaps he really felt the killing intent in Yifan's mouth. The captain trembled a little and gritted his teeth. We are just a group of mercenaries who sell their lives for others. There is nothing wrong with selling your life for others. The key is to look at who. Yifan opened his mouth, and in his eyes, it gradually became a bit cold. Selling your life for the dynasty organization is not worth dying for. How do you? The captain choked on this statement. What's the matter? Curious about how I know. Yifan revealed a teasing smile. Do you really think that an organization made up of a bunch of scum can be so tight? You are in the dynasty organization. There is an eye line. The words were said out. The captain's body was unconsciously trembling, looking at the silky Yifan in front of him. At this moment, two suddenly understand over how outrageous they are wrong. This teenage Imperial Beast Master never put the mercenary corps in his eyes, his gaze always on the dynasty organization behind them, and even planted his eyes in the dynasty organization. Who the hell are you? The captain trembled and opened his mouth, but Yifan once again made a gesture of silence. Well, I didn't leave you here to talk crap. I left you here to see the sights. Landscape? What landscape? The captain replied subconsciously. Just watch and see. Yifan replied, leaning his body towards the rock behind him, and in the next moment, the Cerberus rushed out from behind him, and the blast eagle swept away. A dog and an eagle, heading for the hordes of mercenaries in the distance. There wasn't much time before a fire rose in the middle of the jungle, and wails rose from the crowd. The captain froze, looking at the fire in the distance, his lips quivering a little. A hellhound that can open the bloodline shackles at the bronze level, a flying imperial beast at the peak of the elite grade, such a configuration is no less threatening than a silver imperial beast, and such an attack would be difficult for any mercenary group to block. Look, does the scenery look good like this? Just as the captain froze to the side, leaning against a rock, Yifan's voice rang out, looking at the fire in the distance and smiling. The flames of hell are burning, and the dregs of this kingdom are suffering and dying. Isn't this scene a bit like what happened to that dynastic organization behind you? You! The captain looked at Yifan's smile and listened to the wailing in the distance. His body once again could not stop trembling violently. You're the devil. I'm a devil? Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but sneer. As far as I know, I'm afraid that the local officials that the dynasty organization has assassinated over the years, and some of the key saplings from schools are more than thousands, not to mention all the ordinary people that have died in the beast tide, which adds up to tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. I kill dozens of people and you call me a devil. Then what is your dynasty organization? The captain was dumbfounded, looking at Yifan with cold eyes. He just said, but we are innocent. We can only sell our lives for the dynasty organization. If we don't sell our lives, we will die. Innocent. Yifan laughed and patted the captain, once again gesturing for silence. All right, there's no need to say these words anymore. Let's enjoy this view first afterward. Chapter 81. Soon, the sounds in the forest gradually diminished, and eventually, it turned into a silence. Cerberus and Blast Eagle returned and stayed by Yifan's side. Injured. Taking a look at the wounds on the hellhound's body, Yifan's brows wrinkled slightly, and without saying anything more, he casually took out a blood-growing herb, handed it to the hellhound, and rubbed the hellhound's head, before looking at the captain next to him. At this moment, the captain on the side had long been dumbfounded. At this moment, his heart was as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his body trembled violently as he watched Yifan look at himself. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! At this moment, having witnessed the tragedy of two massacres, his mental defenses had completely collapsed and he was filled with fear of death. Now you don't say you're innocent. No more explanation to explain? With a hint of a smile, Yifan said, what, when you kill others? Will you let them go just because they say don't kill me? I deserve to die, I deserve to die. The captain replied, going so far as to slap himself in order to fight. It is I who beg you. I beg you. Spare me, don't kill me. I'll never tell, I swear. I'll just tell and I shall not die. The captain was babbling and begging for mercy. On the side, Yifan just looked at it with cold eyes, never uttering a word, and only after a while he waved his hand. Forget it. I don't want to hear the pleas for mercy from scum like you. Having said that, Yifan spoke in a cold voice. I will let you stay until now with no intention of killing you. At those words, the captain stopped moving, and on his face, there was a hijacked expression. The fact that I won't kill you proves that you are still useful. Glancing at the captain, Yifan spoke again. I'm useful, I'm useful. The captain replied attentively, almost coming up next to Yifan. Young warrior Yifan, if there is anything you need me to do, just let me do it. I promise I can do it. Are you sure? Hearing this, Yifan raised his eyebrows. I want you to find out the list of all the people in the mercenary corps who have defected to the dynasty organization, and hand it over to me without spooking the snakes. Hearing this, the captain hesitated, but the next moment Yifan's eyes swept in. He nodded his head repeatedly. I promise I can do it. That's fine. Yifan nodded, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. I'll pass on a great circumstantial soul refining technique to you. After you've practiced it, you can leave. Soul refining, what kind of spell is this? The spell that put your life in my hands. Yifan opened his mouth, seemingly unwilling to continue. Repair or not? I fix it. I fix it. Listen up. Soon, the great circumstantial soul refining technique finished running, and the captain's body trembled slightly, obviously, having sensed that something was wrong. His face changed a bit, but when he looked at Yifan, the captain still crouched on the ground. Thank you, young warrior Yifan, for not killing him. Well, so you should repay me. Yifan replied. Then, gazing at the captain, he spoke. You should know what to say when you go back, right? I know. The captain hurriedly replied. We encountered a silver-level imperial beast in the forest, and were unable to cope with it and died out. Not quite reasonable. Yifan shook his head. If you really encountered a silver-level imperial beast, all of them should have died. Why did you survive? So, what should I say? How? Hearing this, the corner of Yifan's mouth rose slightly. Say that it was Yifan who slaughtered all of you and specifically released you to go back and say that you want to go to war with all of you dogs who are woefully united to boycott me, so that your leader can immediately bring a large group of people to find me in trouble, and it's best to find more manpower, and even the Aurora Mercenary Corps, Dawn Mercenary Corps and colleagues, all call them over together. This. Hearing Yifan's words, the captain choked and looked at Yifan, somewhat stiffly saying, Is young Master Yifan joking? I'm not joking. Yifan replied, casually waving his hand. There are law enforcers in the city. You won't dare to make a move. Just take advantage of the conflict and let me know the list after you've tallied it. This is good. The captain was sweating a bit, thinking that Yifan really wanted to go to war with the crowd. I would like to kill you all at once. There's no way. There are too many dregs to be dealt with by specialized means. Yifan seemed to have seen the captain's thoughts and said in a breezy manner. Hearing this, the captain shook his head. All right, go back. Yifan waved his hand. It was only at this moment that the captain breathed a sigh of relief and rushed off into the distance. Make yourself look like you're the one who fought to the end in the carnage. Don't be all clean and have nothing but slap marks all over you. Yifan's voice sounded once more, and immediately afterward, that captain responded by darting away. It wasn't until then that Yifan stood up, turned around, and stretched. These people's news he knows some. Last night, Ma Dafei secretly came to tell himself in the night. The people above let the mercenary corps to find a way to defeat themselves, which he had been wondering which people the other party came together. This dynasty organization is doing things too arrogantly. Humming, there was some coldness in Yifan's eyes. Dynasty organization is indeed huge, so huge that it didn't put any attention on itself as a small shrimp at all last time. It also sent a bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster to attack and kill itself. This time, it is directly sending some small shrimp. Pulling like this for a while longer, I should be able to pull out a large portion of the dynasty organization scumbags harboring in Ping City. Looking at the list handed over by Ma Dafei in his hand, Yifan said thoughtfully, and immediately afterward, not knowing what came to his mind, he hummed somewhat contemptuously. The other party is always treating themselves as a small child whose mind has not matured, thinking that they can directly strike down through various means, not realizing that the ones who are really being struck down are themselves. With such a foolish reaction speed, by the time they reacted, they would have already faced extinction. Chief, Regimental Commander. In the evening, at the entrance of the Django Mercenary Corps, a blood-covered squad leader came running back in a heap. Zhou Tsong, what's your situation? Sun Chong stepped out and looked at the bloodied Boat Song, his brows furrowed. How come you're the only one who came back? Yifan killed all of us with his imperial beasts. Boat Song cried out in sorrow. At this moment, having been pinched by Yifan's lifeblood, he was acting hard, with a look full of panic. He didn't listen to our explanations at all. Before we even had time to say anything, he directly ordered the imperial beasts to attack and kill us. A total of more than 40 of you went, and you didn't have the slightest chance to resist? Sun Chong spoke. Isn't he, Yifan, only a bronze, able to be strong enough to crush you guys? He was sneak attacking. He discovered us long ago in advance. His Cerberus opened the bloodline shackles, plus that blast eagle, it has strength comparable to a silver. Boat Song replied. Our people were ambushed just as we entered. He directly let the imperial beast set fire to us. We had no resistance at all. A bronze-level imperial beast that has opened its bloodline shackles. Hearing this, Sun Chong's face changed slightly, glancing at Boat Song with some hesitation. Then how did you survive? I fought as hard as I could until the end. Originally that Yifan was going to kill me. But in the end, he asked me to come and bring a letter to the headmaster. Boat Song replied. He said that he was going to give a letter of war to the headmaster, saying that if you guys teamed up to boycott him, he was going to kill everyone who boycotted him. This Yifan is simply crazy. Hearing this, Sun Chong cursed. This is Pingcheng. The lives of mercenaries are protected from above. Isn't he afraid of being investigated if he says something like that? Hearing this, Boat Song paused slightly, and then, in a somewhat smaller voice, said, he said that the forest is dead, and is not afraid of us checking. When these words came out, Sun Chong choked at once. The words had never been theirs to say, and now, surprisingly, they were heard in someone else's mouth. This Yifan, he's too arrogant. Took a while before Sun Chong spoke. Chief, what should we do? Boat Song struck while the iron was hot and whispered, wait for him to come to the door? I've been mixing in Ping City for more than 10 years. When was it the turn of a brat to beat on my door? Sun Chong cursed angrily and waved his hand. Go call the pigeon leader, Linny leader. I want to see. Even Bai Chan didn't dare to say something like that for so many years at the silver level. What gives him the right to say that as a bronze level royal beast master? Do you really think that if you are an imperial beast master, you can treat us, the people who lick blood from the mouth of the sword, like ants? Chapter 82 Maintenance. As night approached, near the heart of the forest, the party stopped. In this hunt, they killed more than 10 bronze imperial beasts, and there were even dozens of black iron imperial beasts, and also harvested quite a lot of spiritual herbs and fruits, and returned home fully loaded with quite a number of people's backpacks filled to the brim. Headmaster, our harvest today is too much. A mercenary spoke up, carrying an illusory spirit deer on his shoulder with a very excited expression on his face. Such a harvest was almost the harvest of many excellent hunters for the majority of the year, and even if the people present were to divide it up, everyone would be able to get a pretty good portion. Aha! Yifan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and finally, waved his hand. Go! It's time to go back. Saying that, Yifan turned his head, and behind him, Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue were both following with their imperial beasts, and the crowd behind them all looked excited and joyful as they followed Yifan's return. It feels like they are all so happy. Walking beside Yifan, Fatty Li was a little surprised. Normal. Hearing this, Yifan nodded, his eyes dropping as he looked at Fatty Li and slowly said, a lot of them are just joining the hunter business along the way for not long. And there are also those who obviously don't have any other mercenary corps to get. By following us, the income from this trip will enable a number of people to have a good month, and they are certainly happy to be able to support themselves and their families. Understood. Fatty Li nodded, slightly pondering, seemingly thinking of something, and spoke. It's all about survival. Well, in fact, it's not just them, we likewise are trying to survive. Yifan replied with a slightly deeper meaning. It's just that our survival is different from theirs, not in the form of 3 meals a day. Against those ancient imperial beasts on the border. Fatty Li replied. Yifan nodded his head. Actually, it's not just humans and ancient imperial beasts that fight. There are fights between humans, and between imperial beasts that go on and on never stopping. We are all going to fight to cross over, to be the first in this heaven and earth. Number 1. How strong must it be? Hearing this, Fatty Li also seemed to have some associations. Above glory? Above the glory. Perhaps it is the qualification to look ahead to the first. Yifan replied, shaking his head and not saying any more. We can't see that far right now. It's good to keep the vision. Understood. Fatty Li nodded, and without thinking, he looked to the side of Ma Xiaoxue. At this moment, unlike himself, Ma Xiaoxue's eyes were a little deep, looking at Yifan, and seemed to be in deep thought. Fatty Li froze. This? Enlightenment. As the words fell, Ma Xiaoxue but suddenly woke up, looking at Fatty Li who was staring at her next to her. She froze. Then, seemingly a little embarrassed, she opened her mouth to Yifan. I just got lost in thought. It's fine. Yifan shook his head. In his eyes, there was a slight smile. He didn't say too much. Instead, he waved his hand. You guys need to get ready. In a while, when we go back to the mercenary street, there might be a couple of mercenary corps coming to look for our trouble. A mercenary group is looking for trouble? Fatty Li was a bit puzzled. Why? No, for what? Yifan waved his hand and casually pointed not far away. They found someone to follow us to prepare to discharge a black gun. I killed them all. All killed. Hearing this, Fatty Lee sucked in a mouthful of cool air. When, how do I not even know? Just in the afternoon. It didn't take much time. Yifan replied, slightly lowering his voice. They're all lapdogs of the dynasty organization. Oh, got it. Fatty Lee nodded. Then what are we going to do when we go back? Are we going to fight them? There are law enforcers in the city. They don't dare to do anything. At best, they will just threaten and intimidate verbally. Yifan shook his head. A slight smile appeared on his face. I'll give you guys a heads up in advance, so that you won't be at a loss for words in a while. You are now the brand name of the mercenary corps. When it comes to things, you can't act cowering. Even if you're really scared, you have to hide it in your hearts, understand? Good. Fatty Lee replied, and to the side, Ma Xiaoxue also nodded, her face all slightly serious. There's no need to be so formal, be natural. Taking a look at the two men's appearance, Yifan spoke with a slight smile. No matter what happens, there's me. Where's Yifan? Give an explanation. Mercenary Street. A large group of people blocked the entrance of the Divine Leaf Tavern. Sun Chong carried a large sword, hundreds of people behind him, all with muskets and 7 or 8 with imperial beasts. The Divine Leaf Tavern was silent, and many of the people who had just joined the group today were at the moment so frightened that they couldn't wait to bury their heads under the table. This brother, what's wrong? Wang Lingxi and Yi Linqing both walked out, looking at the mercenaries that were almost blocking a street in front of them. Yi Linqing opened his mouth and was quite polite. What's wrong? Yifan killed more than 24 of our brethren, what do you say? Sun Chong crossed his face and looked at Yi Linqing. Where is he? Didn't he say he wanted to kill all of us? Now we are here. Let him come out and kill. Yifan said he would kill all of you. Hearing this, Yi Linqing's face changed slightly. This brat, how could he say such words? Where is he? Sun Chong once again vocalized, pushing and shoving as he saw that he was about to break into the Divine Leaf Tavern. When a gentle voice rang out. Sun Chong, this is in the city. No armed fighting is allowed. Hearing the voice, Sun Chong stopped and turned his head to look. His eyes mic'd up when he saw the visitor. Bai Chun, you want to mind your own business? I'm just talking about the rules of the city. Bai Chun shook his head and glanced at the furious Sun Chong. If you want to find trouble, find Yifan. It's not right to block other people's mercenary groups here. These unrelated people, it's useless for you to make things difficult for them. Blocking them here, there's no way for other mercenaries to enter or exit. Do me a favor and go back first. This nosy bastard. Hearing this, Sun Chong's face was a bit ugly, and he cursed in a low voice, but did not dwell on it. This Bai Chun was, after all, the Aurora boss, a solid silver-level royal beastmaster. His face, how can I say it, should still be given. After pausing for a few seconds, eventually, Sun Chong looked viciously at Yi Linqing and vocalized, Where's Yifan? Where is he? This I don't know. Yi Linqing opened his mouth. Before his words left his mouth, on the side, a mercenary who had just joined the troop jumped ahead of him. Yifan and the others went to the forest to hunt, and they haven't come back yet. Still not back. Hearing this, Sun Chong glanced at the already darkening sky, then at Bai Chun on the side, and snorted coldly. We'll wait across the street. I'd like to see if he dares to come back. With that said, the group of people sat down on the side of the street across from the Divine Leaf Tavern in full force. Seeing that these people had given way, Bai Chun didn't chase after them to say anything else and waved his hand, leading the crowd back to the mercenary group. Boss, didn't you say you don't care about Divine Leaf? Why did you go and help Yifan out? At the entrance of Aurora, looking at Bai Chun who came back, Zhao Kuei looked puzzled. I've heard all about it, that Yifan killed Sun Chong and almost 40 of their mercenaries, so he's definitely going to cause trouble. Why did you go and get involved in this mess? It's not like I'm standing up for him. I'm just maintaining order in the streets. Bai Chun replied, shaking his head. And it was us who were a bit wrong last time, so it's not like it's a big deal to do a favor along the way. Having said that, Bai Chun didn't say anything else and walked into the mercenary tavern. Zhao Kuei watched from the side, his eyes slightly helpless. The head of the group is really, what favor are going to help? Chapter 83 Retreat. Yifan and the others are back. Not much time had passed, and when Yifan and his group had just appeared at the other end of the street, someone quickly vocalized. Go! Sun Chong, who had been waiting at the door for a few hours, was holding a belly full of fire, and at this moment, seeing Yifan return, he stood up on the spot. With a wave of his hand, A large group of people followed him and headed straight toward Yifan and his group. Coming, Yifan naturally saw Sun Chong and his group. Only his eyes narrowed slightly. Behind them, many of the mercenaries didn't know anything and were a bit scared when they saw the aggressive Sun Chong and the others. Yifan, you're finally willing to come back? Sun Chong walked at the front, and beside him, followed by a bronze 5-star gray-furred bear. Behind him, the squad leader who was put back by Yifan in the afternoon was a bit scared, looking at the calm-faced Yifan on the opposite side of the room, as if he had thought of the tragedy in the afternoon, and there was still an unconcealable fear in his eyes. Captain Sun Chong, bringing such a large group of people to greet me? Stopping not far from Sun Chong, Yifan looked at Sun Chong and opened his mouth slightly teasingly. I'm here to send you home. Sun Chong, on the other hand, was in a rage at the moment and stood opposite Yifan, roaring, You killed more than 40 of our Chong brothers' mercenary corps, and you dare to clamor to kill us? Where did you get the nerve? Saying that, just as the words landed, the sound of guns being loaded in unison rang out, and hundreds of musket ports and black holes were pointed at Yifan and the others, locking up their retreat. Seeing this scene, the faces of many mercenaries went swish white. Many of them fell to the ground in shock on the spot, while others took advantage of this moment to drop the prey in their hands and tried to feel their way into the crowd next to them. Yifan took these people's reactions into his eyes and just shook his head with a light smile, glanced at Sun Chong and slowly spoke, Sun Chong, do you dare to shoot? You kid, looking for death. Sun Chong cursed angrily. If I dare to shoot, you can come and try. Good. Yifan coldly snorted, without speaking much, and took a step, actually walking directly towards Sun Chong. This time, the atmosphere in the arena instantly became scorched. Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue both froze slightly, but in the next moment, they were still under pressure and pretended to be calm as they followed Yifan. 1 step, 2 steps, very soon Yifan walked in front of Sun Chong. While Sun Chong looked at the oncoming Yifan, his expression changed from the viciousness at the beginning to a bit shocked and even hard to accept. By the time Yifan walked up to him, his palms holding the musket were already covered in sweat. This kid, what a nerve! Slightly discolored, Sun Chong tried to make himself angry, wanting to scare off Yifan. As Yifan looked on, the corner of his mouth lifted up a cold smile as he took another step, and all of a sudden, arrived in front of Sun Chong. With this step, there seemed to be some nameless aura on him, and the cold eyes coupled with this inexplicable aura actually caused many mercenaries to subconsciously take a step back. Sun Chong was likewise not an exception, but while taking a step back, he immediately felt a bit embarrassed, and was about to stand back once again, when Yifan's voice rang out. Shoot! The voice caused Sun Chong to freeze, and when he looked up, he happened to meet Yifan's cold eyes. With this glance, Sun Chong's heart tightened, and unconsciously, he stepped back again. With this retreat, the atmosphere in the arena changed, and many mercenaries stepped back, and in the center a path was vaguely made. Looking at this scene, Yifan coldly snorted and took a step, directly stepping past Sun Chong while, at the same time, coldly speaking. Just because there are a lot of people doesn't necessarily mean there's a lot of momentum. If you want to fight with me, don't be such a fox and fake tiger. It's useless to show off some words. Come up with some real skills. With that, right under the gaze of the crowd, Yifan led Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue, and marched forward in this crowd of mercenaries. And soon, the mercenaries from the Divine Leaf behind them were somewhat bold enough to follow. One at first, and in the end, all of them, except for the one who sneaked away, followed. A group of people just passed through the crowd, and from the beginning to the end, Sun Chong's crowd held their guns tightly and didn't say a word. Brother Chong, just let them go? After seeing Yifan enter the Divine Leaf Tavern, next to Sun Chong, the leader of a small mercenary group finally couldn't help but open his mouth. He's not afraid of so many muskets pointed at him? Hearing this, Sun Chong did not respond, looking at the Divine Leaf Tavern, and in his mind, echoing the glance Yifan had just given himself. That kind of glance had an infinite sense of oppression, and one was like seeing the eyes of some flood beast just by locking eyes with him, and one couldn't help but back away. He was also a chief, and knew that his performance just now was considered a disgrace, but recalling that glance carefully, Sun Chong still shuddered a little. This Yifan. After a slight silence for a while, Sun Chong still opened his mouth. We have to think of some ways. We are afraid that we cannot deal with him. Yifan, you were too brave just now. In the tavern, Fatty Li came to Yifan's side, seemingly a little stunned. So many muskets, you went up on top, weren't you afraid of them shooting? With so many people gathered, The city's law enforcers have long since noticed. And as long as a shot is fired, it's a felony. Yifan replied, shaking his head. This group of life-hungry rats, they wouldn't dare to shoot. But you are not afraid of it, what if it? Asked Fatty Lee. In case of a shot, I have a backhand. Yifan replied. There was a hint of laughter in his eyes. I'm not a cutie. Won't really come together to give others a beating. That close, only Sun Chong can shoot at me. Others who do it will cover even Sun Chong. And even if Sun Chong shoots, I'm close enough to react at that distance. So that's how it is. Fatty Lee nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you have such a strong bottom. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Yifan, I have a question. On the side, Ma Xiaoxue, who hadn't opened her mouth, voiced out. You ask. Hearing this, Yifan looked at Ma Xiaoxue. Why did they all take a step back when you closed in on Sun Chong just now? Ma Xiaoxue replied, some curiosity in her eyes. It feels as if they are all afraid of you. This is quite simple. Hearing this, Yifan smiled. There is something called qi. Aura. Aura. Yifan replied and didn't explain much, slightly straightening his face and replicating the aura from that moment just now. When this aura came together, Ma Xiaoxue instantly changed color, as if she felt a huge mountain pressing down on her, and subconsciously, she took a step back. Taking a step to withdraw, Ma Xiaoxue reacted. Looking at Yifan, who had once again regained his calmness and was shocked. Is this qi? Aha! Yifan nodded his head and looked at Ma Xiaoxue, who was full of curiosity. After a little thought, he explained, this thing called qi can't be made quickly, and it is considered something metaphysical and mysterious. You can understand it as a kind of majesty accumulated by a strong person over time. A lion's angry eyes and all the beast's sorrows, the same reasoning. An aura similar to that of a superior's self-importance? Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand and looked at Yifan, asking curiously, Yifan, how did you get such an aura? It's just natural nurturing. Yifan replied with a smile and didn't explain much. How can he say that in his previous life? He was also a king-level powerhouse who had personally killed the ancient remnants of the species, and once again the majesty he had accumulated in his previous life was still there, and even if he wasn't as strong as he used to be, it wasn't something an ordinary person would be able to withstand. Yifan, what do we do next? On the side, Fatty Lee looked at the crowd of Brother Chong's mercenary corps that walked through the doorway and was a little worried. I feel like that what's-his-name Brother Chong shouldn't just let it go. Maybe he'll come back for more trouble. Definitely not. Yifan replied, but there was some laughter in his eyes. Let them go and find more trouble. Hearing this, Fatty Lee shrunk his head. Yifan, we're just a few people. When it comes to a real big battle, I'm afraid that we won't be able to catch some of them. Catch it. Yifan replied and patted Fatty Lee's shoulder, saying with a slightly deeper meaning, just do everything as usual for the mercenary corps. I believe that soon, we will be able to see a big show. Chapter 84. Confidential Talks. Sun Chong, what's going on? Aren't you guys going to look for trouble today? At night, the strongman mercenary corps burned with dim lights, and from time to time, someone would walk in through the dark door at the back, with a thin, narrow figure and a slight hint of gloom in their eyes. Bai Feng. Seeing this person, Sun Chong slightly nodded his head, then, somewhat helplessly, sighed. That Yifan. I think he's a bit uncomplicated. In front of so many people, I'm a bit bad to make a move. How uncomplicated can it be? Hearing this, Bai Feng but grunted. The red ghost isn't as nice as that previous adult, and we're going to be punished for being late in completing the tasks we've been given. Easy for you to say. Hearing this, Sun Chong was somewhat dissatisfied. The above told you to take down Bai Chen earlier. It's been half a year. Have you accomplished it? If Bai Chen hadn't stopped me today, I would have smashed that Divine Leaf Tavern long ago. So Bai Chen is that easy to move? Bai Feng replied, his eyes grim. Aurora has stood for many years, and 90% of the people in Aurora trust him. He can only be moved by outsmarting him, and moreover, the mercenaries must be convinced. Wise up. Hearing this, Sun Chong, however, laughed and said coldly, it's not like I don't know what kind of person Bai Chen is. The next cup of poison wine is it. If it wasn't for the fact that the above had given you the task, I would have been able to do it a long time ago. In my opinion, it can't be that you can't lay a hand on Bai Chen, can it? Having said that, Sun Chong sneered. After all, you're Bai Chen's sworn brother, the fourth leader of Aurora. So you're afraid of having a bad conscience if you take action against your own big brother? Sun Chong, what do you mean? These words enraged by Feng, only to see him stand up all of a sudden, and in his hands, light surged, as if he wanted to release the imperial beast. Sun Chong naturally wouldn't wait to die, and similarly stood up, and in his hands the light also lit up. Don't fight yourselves first. The people next to them hurriedly pulled the two of them back, and for a while there was a tug of war. All right. In the middle of the entanglement, a burly man opened his mouth, his voice steady. We didn't come here today to fight, so if you guys have any business, we'll talk about it later. The nest is like nothing else. When this person exited, Sun Chong and Bai Feng both glanced at him, and then, seeming to have some scruples, their faces eased a bit, and they each snorted coldly and sat down. Seeing the two of them sitting down, the lanky man didn't say anything else. Pondering slightly, he said, according to the intelligence we've gotten so far, that Yifan's paper strength is very strong. He himself is a bronze 9-star Imperial Beastmaster, has a hellhound that opens the bloodline shackles, and a blast eagle of elite peak grade. His strength is definitely a match for a silver. That fat man beside him is also a very strong Imperial Beastmaster, with 3 snake-type Imperial Beasts, all of which are at bronze 5 stars. The middle-aged man in the tavern is in the bronze low star. His exact strength is unknown. The 2 females are more average, both just shortly past bronze. One is a support and one has a bronze 2-star white wolf. Said some, aside, several people's eyebrows are wrinkled. The burly man also only focused on the road. Very difficult to deal with, want to kill him head-on at least is to deploy hundreds of mercenaries to form a team to ambush, and must be the first hand, otherwise he counterattack casualties are absolutely very large. Hundreds of mercenaries is not difficult. Hearing this, Sun Chong spoke. But my manpower was slaughtered by him today by more than 40, and the rest are not from the organization, so it's hard to ask them to sell their lives. I can send some men from my side. The lanky man replied, I can transfer all of Dawn's regular team, a total of 120 men. Worthy of being the Dawn leader, the shots are really atmospheric. Sun Chong replied, looking at the lanky man and opening his mouth. After all, in Dawn, it's my call. Lai Ming waved her hand. Godleaf's fixed team goes on missions on a rotational basis. That fat guy and the woman with the white wolf go on 1 mission each. And once a month Yifan is supposed to lead the team. When he leads, we can do it. With these 120 people, plus the ones we can draw from here, I'm afraid it's close to 200 people, all equipped with muskets. Even if that Yifan can match Silver, he's bound to die. Sun Chong spoke, seemingly relieved. In that case, we just have to wait for him to go to the forest. It's just a Yifan. It's not worth paying much attention to. Lai Ming replied and said, looking towards Bai Yu who was on the side. Right now, our main thing is to think of a way to get rid of Bai Chun. As long as Bai Chun dies and Aurora falls, the mercenary group in Ping City will be under our control. The meaning of these words was very clear, and on the side, when Bai Yu heard it, his face blushed a bit. Only half a dozen times he only agreed in a dull voice. I will do it as soon as possible. It really needs to be done sometime soon. Lai Ming added, glancing at Bai Yu. We've gotten word from above that the war on the front lines is tight. Next year the dragon pupil family of Ping City will move out of Ping City, and the year after that the guardians will be transferred away to the front lines. So in these 2 years, Ping City will gradually become an empty shelf. This is the best time for us. When the time comes for the above to take control of Ping City, a few of us, we are all considered to be meritorious officials, and it is not certain that we will be crowned as kings and vassals in the future. I know you have some brotherly love with that Bai Chun and may be reluctant to lay your hands on him, but you have to think about it. Will you be a mercenary in this flat city for the rest of your life, or will you be the new prince of the dynasty? I. These words, once again, made Shirayuki silent, hanging down his eyes while his eyes, slightly violent fluctuations. After a good while, Shirayuki looked up, seemed to sigh helplessly, and then said, just give me a little more time. Little fire, come and eat the fruit. In the Imperial Beast space, Yifan held a newly born harvest fruit in his hand and waved at Cerberus. Want? The hellhound responded, tail wagging, and quickly came to Yifan's front, cheerfully rubbing against Yifan's legs and feet. Eat it. Handing the harvest fruit to the hellhound, Yifan had a smile in his eyes and patted the hellhound's head. It wasn't difficult for Cerberus to enter Silver. It had opened its bloodline shackles at the black iron level bronze level by using a large amount of fruits containing elemental power. The biggest benefit wasn't that it possessed elemental power in advance, but more importantly, it was that its path to Silver was no longer restricted by bloodline shackles. and it didn't have to pause for too long at the bronze level. Good for you. Watching the hellhound eat the harvest fruit, Yifan had some smiles in his eyes and took out some meat from the parcel on the side, placing it in front of the hellhound. The harvest fruit was the highest quality fruit he had in his hand, and although it couldn't help Cerberus's advancement, the energy contained in it was real. At most, if he ate 2 more, the Cerberus would be able to advance to silver, counting on 2 months or so, and then if that happened, the blast hawk would be close to silver as well. Chirp! The blast eagle also sped from a distance and stopped on Yifan's shoulder, intimately rubbing Yifan's face. With a smile on his face, Yifan also took a piece of wild imperial beast meat and handed it to the blizzard eagle, which contained the meat and rose into the air. The habits of imperial beasts and imperial beasts are very different. The hellhound is not to say, from childhood was raised by Yifan, the closest to Yifan, whether it is eating or anything like to be next to Yifan. The blast eagle is to be a lot of high and cold, although it will also be close to Yifan, but eating these will be alone on the sidelines. It's better to be raised close from a young age. Patting the hellhound in front of him, Yifan sighed thoughtfully. Want? And the Cerberus that was eating was patted by Yifan and raised his head, looking at Yifan, who was looking at the blasted eagle that was eating meat by itself in the distance, revealing a puzzled expression. After a few seconds of doubt, the hellhound seemed to understand, picked up a large piece of meat in its mouth, stood up and moved towards Yifan. Its size at this time is considered to be very large. This stand up, the meat are going to come up to the side of Yifan's mouth. Looking at Yifan in difference, the hellhound also tried to come up. I don't eat, I don't eat. Seeing the hellhound containing the meat, Yifan shook his head repeatedly. Wanted. Cerberus shook his head and came closer again. Well, looking at the persistent hellhound, Yifan hurriedly pulled out a fruit from his pocket and took a bite. I'll eat this. Want. Watching Yifan eat the fruit, the hellhound revealed a puzzled expression, but after a moment, it shook its head and threw a piece of meat in front of Yifan, while it lowered its head to eat the rest of the meat. This? Looking at the bloody piece of meat in front of him, and glancing at the hellhound eating with gusto in tea, he distanced. Yifan's expression was somewhat helpless. It doesn't go down well either. Chapter 85: The Unexpected Candidate. The next few days were uneventful, and no one came looking for trouble, so I was happy to have a clean slate. And Yifan's performance in his first hunt had made the Divine Leaf famous. In one hunt, more than a dozen bronze-grade imperial beasts, dozens of black iron-grade imperial beasts, and a group of 40 Django mercenary group members were destroyed. With the rich harvest plus a tough leader, the number of mercenaries who came to sign up and register gradually increased over the past few days, and although Sun Chong and the others blockaded heavily, some other mercenary corps, as well as a few stragglers, were not subject to such a restriction. Yifan. These are the list of mercenaries we've come to register recently. In the backstage of the tavern, Wang Lingxi brought a list book and placed it in front of Yifan. Good. Yifan took the list, and as usual, he took out a red pen and began to mark some of the suspicious personnel. Clattering, page after page turned over. Suddenly, Yifan's movement stopped. Chun Peng. Looking at this name, Yifan's brows wrinkled slightly as he put down his pen and looked at Wang Lingxi. Is this mercenary named Chun Peng in the tavern right now? I'll go ask. Wang Lingxi replied, quickly walking outside. Chun Peng, is this guy really here? Looking at the simple introduction on the list, Yifan then slightly changed his face. This Chun Peng is not a general mercenary. The last life is a mercenary corps in the famous task maniac, strong strength not to say, a year from the completion of the task, not less than 300 people straight and remember kindness. The last life of Bai Chun had a mission to save his life and later, but wherever Bai Chun is difficult, he will help, and finally in the dawn of the war, for Bai Chun to block the dark weapon and died. More crucial, this is a solo last life, did not register and log in any mercenary corps, just would go to the Aurora mercenary corps to pick up the task. He himself had also fought with him a few times, not really familiar, but the impression of this one is still quite good. At this time in his previous life, Chun Peng had only just entered the mercenary business not long ago, and had not yet become famous. Chief, Chun Peng is here. While he was pondering, Wang Lingxi's voice rang out. Yifan looked up only to see that behind Wang Lingxi, a middle-aged man in a black trench coat stood there quietly, with an eagle-hooked nose, and on his face, there was a scar from his forehead, slanting down to his jaw. It's really this guy. Looking at the familiar face, Yifan was slightly surprised, but he didn't show it on his face and waved his hand at Wang Lingxi. Seeing this, Wang Lingxi hurriedly retreated. Headmaster. Seeing Yifan, Chun Peng was quite polite and opened his mouth to greet him. Aha! Yifan nodded his head, looked Chun Peng up and down and asked, You joined my mercenary group, why? Divine Leaf's benefits are very good. Chan Peng answered truthfully, glanced at Yifan, and added, Divine Leaf's mission draw for registered mercenaries is only 8%, so I'm able to earn more money doing missions. So it's like this. Hearing this, Yifan nodded his head slightly. This would make sense. Before, in order to attract mercenaries, the draw set by their mercenary group was to be a little less. The normal one was 10%, they only had 8%. 200% for ordinary mercenaries it might not be much. For a mission maniac like Chen Peng, it was a great amount of income. Thinking slightly and glancing at Chen Peng, Yifan suddenly said, Hit me. Hearing this, Chen Peng's face changed a bit. What? I said, Throw a punch and hit me. Yifan continued to speak and stood up. Why? Chen Peng did not make a move, but stopped where he was. No reason. Yifan made a good stand. I'm right here. If you can repel me, I can make the decision to lower your mission draw by another 2%. Is this true? Hearing this, Chen Peng became somewhat interested and quickly asked. Of course. Yifan nodded. Seeing Yifan's promise, Chen Peng no longer hesitated and immediately arched his hand. I'm offended. In the next moment, Chen Peng threw a punch, a straight punch, coming at Yifan's face. Rumble. This punch came out with a thunderous sound, carrying a strong and powerful wind. Good coming. Seeing this punch, there was a slight glint in Yifan's eyes. This punch, at least, had the power of a bronze 4 or 5 stars. This Chen Peng, when it comes down to it, is extraordinary. Saying that, Yifan also clenched his fists. The entry sacred law was in operation. Both fists swung like swimming dragons. A force surged up, and Yifan threw a punch, again a straight punch. Knock! The fists clashed with a muffled sound, and Chen Peng stepped back 4 or 5 steps. The chief has a strong physique. Chen Peng opened his mouth and didn't give up, swinging his fist once more. But this time when he threw another punch, there was not only a thunderous sound on his fist, but also a faint glow. This is a physical art. Looking at this scene, the light in Yifan's eyes became even more refined. Once again, he cupped his fist. The Wanxiang Law was in operation, and the mighty tiger form came out. Knock! This fist collided. Chen Peng flew out with a thud and hit the wall straight to the side. Yifan also moved slightly, but did not retreat. Cough! Falling down, Chen Peng coughed, looking at the motionless Yifan. There was some unwillingness in his eyes, but he didn't strike again, but arched his hand. The headmaster's melee combat ability is much more powerful than the average Imperial Beastmaster, and I can't power through it. Your ability, too, is much stronger than the average person. Having said that, Yifan glanced at Chen Peng and suddenly said, If I'm not wrong, you should be practicing the thunder-breathing method. This? Hearing Yifan say it in one breath, Chen Peng slightly changed color and was about to say something, but Yifan waved his hand. A fist like thunder. This is the sign of the 3rd level of the Breath of Thunder technique. Having said that, Yifan continued, The thunder-breathing technique is not considered a rare breathing technique. Many people have it, and you don't have to worry about me telling others that you know the breathing technique. Many thanks to the headmaster, Chen Peng replied. In addition to the breathing method, you seem to have learned a physical art, and the physical art cultivation is not bad. Yifan opened his mouth, pondered slightly and shook his head. I don't dabble much in physical arts, so I don't know which one it is. When these words came out, Chen Peng was somewhat silent for a while before saying, Chief, what exactly are you trying to say? There's not much I want to say. Yifan replied, looked at Chen Peng and spoke. Do you want to follow me? This? In the face of Yifan's sudden invitation, Chen Peng was stunned. Follow me, you have a greater future. Yifan glanced at Chen Peng and didn't say anything more, but slowly said, The thunder-breathing technique is more than just 3 layers, and the physical arts, I have better ones too. These words once again made Chen Peng hesitate and said, Chief, why do you? Nothing, just valuing you as a person. Yifan replied, looking at Chen Peng with a slight smile in his eyes. You only need to answer me if you want to or don't want to. I want to. Chen Peng replied, but soon, shook his head helplessly. But I really can't apologize to the head of the group. I have no way to follow you. No way. Hearing this and looking at Chen Peng's expression, Yifan slightly guessed and said, Is there something difficult? My old mother at home is very sick and needs lots and lots of medical expenses every month. Chen Peng replied, smiling somewhat bitterly. I have to do mercenary missions to earn money to do so. I appreciate the chief's kindness. It's really... The words didn't continue. Yifan raised his hand and asked, Your mother, what kind of disease is she having? The physicians in the city say it's fire poison. Chun Peng replied, every month. The energy essence drawn from the water spirit pearl is needed to barely suppress it. Fire poison? Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Fire poisoning is considered an extremely difficult condition to treat. Since the revival of Aura, the world has changed greatly. Aura spirit grass more, but instead, there are fewer fruits and vegetables suitable for human use. Even if artificially planted, it will contain trace elements. Trace amounts of elements may not mean anything to beast masters, but for ordinary people with ordinary physiques, it is a kind of latent bomb that accumulates over time, and if one day the content of the elements exceeds the standard and is out of balance, it will explode into a toxin that will devour the human body, and the fire poison is even one of them. Has your mother's fire poison backfired on her internal organs? After thinking for a while, Yi Fan looked at Chun Peng. Not yet. Chun Peng replied and sighed. But it's very close, so now I need water spirit beads every month to suppress it. It's okay if there isn't. Yi Fan nodded. The consequences of this kind of elemental imbalance are quite serious. Once it backfires on the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, it is basically certain death, and it will be difficult to save it, and if it doesn't, then it's okay. How about this? After a slight silence, Yi Fan looked at Chun Peng. I can save your mother, and after that, you will follow me. How about it? Chapter 86. Hearing this, Chun Peng froze slightly and glanced at Yi Fan. Does the headmaster have a way to cure my mother? Fire poison is just a matter. It didn't enter the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, even if it's a minor illness. Yi Fan replied, waved his hand, looking at Chun Peng's disbelief, smiled slightly and lowered his voice. I can also cure the poison of the dragon's blood backlash. What to talk about a mere fire poison? As these words came out, Chun Peng was stunned and sucked in a mouthful of cool air as he looked at Yi Fan's confident appearance. He is insightful. No, what is the dragon blood backlash? That can be called the death knell of the dragon, like legacy of human beings. Once the backlash is a certain death, in front of this one, even dared to say that he can cure the poison of the dragon blood backlash. If it's true, then fire poisoning, it's really a minor illness. Please, headmaster, save my mother. Without much hesitation, Chun Peng immediately arched his hand and quickly said, Aha! Yi Fan replied, not saying anything more, just nodding. Go! Take me to see your mother. Chun Peng answered and hurriedly walked outside. Yi Fan looked at Chun Peng's back. His face was a bit thoughtful and he quickly followed. Fanner, are you going out? In the tavern, watching the two go out at the bar, Yi Lin Cheng vocalized. Right? Yi Fan nodded. It's not too peaceful lately, you'd better not go out. Yi Lin Cheng was a little worried. During this time, they also learned a lot of news from the backhand that Yi Tong had set up and knew that Chang's crowd was preparing to make a move against Yi Fan. I'm not going to the Silver Moon Forest. Yi Fan replied, looking at the slightly worried Yi Lin Cheng. He smiled slightly and continued, it's just an errand within the city. There won't be any conflict. In that case, okay. Yi Lin Cheng nodded his head. His face was still a little worried, and he was about to instruct something more. But Yi Fan spoke once more. Pops, Mom said yesterday she was coming over today to check on the billing, ones you're in charge of. Did you get them done? Huh. Hearing this, Yi Lin Cheng was stunned. Didn't your mom say she would come tomorrow? Snap. Saying that, Yi Lin Cheng panicked and quickly walked towards the backstage. Looking at this scene, Yi Fan revealed a smile. Now in the God Leaf, Ning Qingxia is considered a big general manager, every few days to come to check the work of all parties, but also specifically set up a system of rewards and penalties, can be said to be Yi Lin Cheng's top boss. I did not get it right and then have to take a scolding. Dad is the most afraid of being scolded, heard that mom to come. Look at that look, I guess the last few days and forget to get the logistics. This old dad is really... Halfway through, Yi Fan didn't say any more, looked at Chun Peng who was on the side, and nodded, let's go. Following Chun Peng, the two of them soon arrived at their residence, located in the east of the city, in a very remote old building, with many of the house's wall skins peeling off, looking like a dangerous building. Of course, it's not just this one house, but all the surrounding houses, basically, during which all kinds of wiring, all kinds of garbage piled up, and it looks, well, very cluttered. This is actually the equivalent of Ping City's slum area. Looking at Yi Fan on the side, Chun Peng explained. Originally this was a piece of rotten buildings. Then there was a developer who took over and subsidized the development. No one bought it, then it was taken over by some gangs and sold to us at a very low price. A room that cost less than $30,000 at the time. The gangs people. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Would they be so kind? That's not true. Chun Peng replied, lowering his voice. Most of the time, this place is where those gangs trade contraband, and there are several gangs that have quarters here. After all, it's remote, and the enforcers pay very little attention to this side of town. What it amounts to is that these gangs have taken root here in the name of the slums. Hearing this, Yifan understood and nodded slightly, not asking any more questions. Let's go. First go up to see your mother's condition. Chanpeng nodded his head and led Yifan through these buildings and rooms, and soon, he led Yifan to his own home. It's right here. Standing in front of the door, Chanpeng took the key while whispering to Yifan, "Leader, can you not tell my mother that I went to become a mercenary in a while? She's old and might be a bit worried." "No problem." Hearing this, Yifan nodded his head and Chanpeng also opened the door of the room. The scene in the house was revealed. A bunch of messy items were placed together. The house was quite neat, but there were a lot of herbal smells mixed together. Usually the conditions are not good, so I cook medicine for my mother at home. Chanpeng was a little embarrassed and explained, guiding Yifan into the inner room. Crunch. The door to the inner room opened to the bedroom, where an old man with gray hair lay on the bed, his face pale. "Pangzi, you're back?" Hearing someone open the door, Mother Chun propped up the bed and tried to sit up. "Mother, you don't need to get up. Just lie down." Chanpeng, on the other hand, hurriedly walked over to support Mother Chun, and at the same time, quickly said, "Mother, I've invited a highly skilled physician for you to see." "See a doctor?" Hearing this, Chen's mother, however, shook her head repeatedly. "No need to see a doctor. Our family has no money." "It's all right, Auntie, I don't charge." Yifan vocalized and came in front of Chen's mother. "Not charging money?" Hearing this, Mother Chun slightly froze and looked at Chanpeng, who was at the side. "Yes, Mother. This physician doesn't charge any money." Chanpeng reacted and hurriedly replied, "Mother, you don't have to worry." Hearing this, Mother Chun was relieved and looked at Yifan with a grateful gaze in her eyes. "Then I'll trouble physician. It's fine." Yifan nodded his head, signaling Mother Chun to lie down flat, and his hand went above his pulse. As soon as he touched Chen's mother's pulse and entered his hand, it was hot. "It really is fire poison." Yifan frowned slightly, quieted his mind, sensed carefully for a while, and let out a breath. Fortunately, it's only a little bit short of entering the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Mission. Physician. Then is my mother still saved? On the side, Chunpeng asked with concern. "It can be saved." Yifan nodded and signaled Chunpeng to help Chen's mother up. Yifan pressed his hand to Chen's mother's shoulder, exhaled slightly, and then ran the breathing method. In his hand, the light lit up. It was almost visible to the naked eye. Some glowing points of light were released along Yifan's palm, roaming along the meridians from within Mother Chen's body. This was the second layer of the sacred entry method, silkworming, capable of allowing one's own aura to be divided into points, generally used to quickly digest all kinds of heavenly materials and exotic auras, and of course, for this kind of ordinary person with an excess of fire element in his body, it also had a strange effect. Soon after, the sacred entry method finished running. Yifan withdrew his palm and let out a long breath of hot, rolling air. "All right." Standing up, Yifan spoke. This is good?" The less than 10-minute treatment process caused Chanpeng to freeze and ask, rushing to look at Chen's mother. At this moment, Mother Chen was also really much better. There was a change in her essence, and when she went to touch her forehead, her temperature had also returned to normal. "Physician, I feel that my body has recovered a lot, as if it is no longer so uncomfortable." Mother Chen opened her mouth and looked at Yifan, wanting to salute. She actually got out of the bed on her own in one go. "Thank you, physician. It's just a small matter." Yifan replied, glanced at Chen mother and added to Chanpeng, "During this period of time, give your mother more tonic medicines. I have just wiped out all the various elemental energies that have been silted up in your body, and now your body, it will be at a stage where it needs more nutrients." "Understood. Understood." Chanpeng replied repeatedly, looking at Yifan. In his eyes, there was some excitement. "All right, since your mother's illness has been cured, I will leave first." Yifan opened his mouth and walked towards the outside, looking at Chanpeng, who wanted to follow him, and waved his hand. "You will stay at home with your mother today. The old man's recovery from his great illness is a joyous occasion. If there is anything, we will talk about it tomorrow." "Good." Hearing this, Chanpeng hesitated and looked at Yifan with a touch of surprise in his eyes. Yifan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said nothing as he pushed the door and walked out. Being a son of man and doing your filial duty is a great quality. Chapter 87, Cashing In. Snap. Walking through the passageway between the rooms of the building, Yifan weaved in and out and was trying to see what was going on with this gang that was in a slum area, when all of a sudden, he saw a familiar silhouette. Ma Dafei. Looking at the obviously taller and stouter person among the 3 or 5 people gathered in the alley, Yifan made a sound. Ah! And when he heard someone calling him, Ma Dafei was startled and was about to jump up. When he saw that it was Yifan, he shrunk his head at once, hurriedly greeting the few people around him. Ma Dafei then came to Yifan, hurriedly pulling Yifan to the side under the building and whispered, "Brother Fan, why did you come here? I have something." Yifan opened his mouth and looked at Ma Dafei, revealing a scrutinizing expression. "Isn't your gang over at the school? Why did you appear here?" Hearing this, Ma Dafei showed some hard colors, glanced at Yifan, and whispered, "This is not the last time Lord Red Ghost asked me about Brother Fan's news. I don't know anything." Lord Red Ghost was a little dissatisfied and transferred my gang to this side. Hearing this, Yifan revealed a smile and said in a slightly flirtatious manner, "In that case, it's me who's dragging you down? No drag, no drag." Ma Dafei hurriedly replied, "Actually, this side is also quite good. There is quite a lot of oil and water. It's just that the competition is a bit bigger." Oil and water? These words made Yifan ponder slightly. "Where's the grease?" "Black market trading, ah." Ma Dafei opened his mouth. "This is the famous black market in Pingcheng, a lot of unclean things that can't be put on the stage, such as some schools strictly prohibited the sale of breathing methods, some clans and organizations don't spread out the physical arts are all out here. Our gang is responsible for being the middleman. The seller will give us the things, we will sell them out, and by the way, we will draw a profit from them. So that's how it is." Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. "So just now, the few of you were preparing to trade something? A breathing method that has been passed down through generations." Ma Dafei spoke. "It's said that the seller got it from some big family." Breathing method inherited from a big family? Hearing this, Yifan frowned slightly. "What big family? This?" Hearing this, Ma Dafei was about to open his mouth when he suddenly thought of something, and his face was slightly ugly. "Speak." Seeing this, Yifan simply opened his mouth. "Yes, it's the Yi family's breathing method." Ma Dafei replied. "Yi family?" These words caused Yifan to stall. "Which Yi family?" "Pingcheng Yi family." Ma Dafei spoke, his voice lowered. Hearing this, Yifan face also some changes. This kind of big family breathing method are quite powerful, is considered a family face. Inheritance are quite strict, not everyone will pass on each generation. Basically only that talent outstanding a few people have. Moreover, does not allow hereditary. Your father outstanding got you not outstanding. As usual, no qualification to learn. Stealing to learn is even more felonious. But nowadays, it wasn't even a matter of stealing and learning, but someone had directly brought the Yi family's breathing method for sale. Would there really be someone so unpleasant descended from the dragon remnant? Yifan Dao before, he just felt that there might be a traitor. Now, not only is it certain that there really is a traitor, more hateful, this traitor even sold his own family's breathing method, which is equivalent to pawning his ancestors' metals for money. Is this really something a descendant of a dragon slayer could do? Can you find out who sold it? After a slight silence, Yifan opened his mouth and looked at Ma Dafei. "Check." Ma Dafei slightly changed color and glanced at Yifan. "This kind of seller is too big to check. I'm afraid." "Check." Yifan didn't say much, glanced at Ma Dafei, who was a little scared, thought a little, then spoke. "You don't need to check yourself. Send someone to check is. If you are really found by the other side, you will escape. Escape to find me is. But I fled to find Brother Van. So what about the organization's side?" Ma Dafei hesitated. "Do you really think that the person who sold you something has nothing to do with your dynasty organization?" Yifan asked rhetorically, his eyes narrowing. "Other people are at a different height than you. It's impossible that they wouldn't be able to see who's standing behind you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to let you trade. Brother Fan means." Hearing this, Ma Dafei's face changed a little, and he didn't say anything more when he was halfway through his sentence. "Just be careful to find out." Yifan asked rhetorically. "If he really finds out, you won't be able to stay in the dynasty organization. How will you live if you don't come to me?" "Understood. Understood." Ma Dafei nodded repeatedly. "Go when you understand." Yifan replied, and immediately after, added, "Don't sell the breathing method. If he finds out, take the breathing method with you and run away." Hearing this, Ma Dafei shuddered, but he only agreed repeatedly and walked towards the other side. When Yifan saw this, he nodded, slightly pondering. Letting Ma Dafei check it out was tantamount to blowing himself up. except that blowing up a pawn for a traitor descended from a dragon slayer would be appropriate. He had buried 2 pawns in the dynasty organization, and now he already knew a lot of information, and was waiting to close the net, and now the multiple Yi family traitor candidates were considered an unexpected blessing. Shaking his head, Yi Fan turned around and walked towards the way he came. Luckily Moncler outlet store I've already cured him, or else if I heard someone selling the breathing method that has been passed down by the family for thousands of years, I'm afraid I'd be pissed off to death. The next day, at noon, Chun Peng arrived and came to the backstage the moment he saw Yi Fan. There was no hesitation, immediately kneeling on one knee. Knock. Captain saved my mother. From today onwards, Chun Peng is willing to be driven by Captain. Get up. Looking at Chun Peng in front of him, Yi Fan had a slight smile in his eyes and waved his hand. I'm just asking you to follow me. As for driving or anything, not really. No, we have long had our words. Chun Peng is not someone who does not understand kindness. Chun Peng, however, was stubborn and did not get up, but said, After this, my life is the headmaster's to drive. You this guy. Hearing this, Yi Fan was a bit helpless, glanced at the other party, pondered slightly, and then said, You seem to have very deep feelings for your mother. Well, I am a son of old age. When my mother gave birth to me, she was already nearly 50, and then my father died early. It was she who has been working hard to pull me up, and it was not easy for her to come to this day. Chun Peng replied, but his voice was a bit hoarse. My mother is extremely important to me. Originally found out about the fire poison. The doctors said that it was hopeless and could only stretch for a period of time, but the head of the group directly cured my mother. Such a favor may be nothing to the chief, but to me, it weighs like a mountain. So it's like this. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly and didn't say anything else, waving his hand to help Chun Peng up while inquiring. I see that your family seems to be average. Your breathing techniques and body techniques, where did they come from? My father is an old martial artist who used to run a martial arts school, leaving me with some base. Chun Peng replied, It's just that I have an average talent. I grew up practicing, and now my strength isn't exactly strong. It's not bad for you to be able to kill a bronze-level imperial beast with your bare hands. Yi Fan shook his head. Your strength doesn't seem like you can't find a good job. Why? This? Hearing this, Chun Peng hesitated, for a moment, before saying, My father was competitive and aggressive, and ended up dying in a martial arts fight with someone else. My mother is worried about me repeating the same mistake, so she is not willing to let me go and retrace my father's old path. Although I cultivate breathing techniques and physical arts, what I engage in is not an fighting aspect. Like this. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded slightly. It's normal to be worried, but this, in turn, cuts off your path to becoming a strong person. Are you not worried about your mother's objections when you follow me? This? Chun Peng hesitated, not knowing how to speak, but Yi Fan spoke first. Becoming strong is the basis for better safeguarding your family. Talking about filial piety while being powerless is just adding to the worries. If you were a silver level, a gold level, or even a higher level powerhouse today, would your mother's illness be difficult to cure? As these words came out, Chun Peng froze, and then, it seemed to dawn on him, yes, you will be given time for you to visit your mother. As for what kind of life you can give your mother, it is up to you to fight for it. Yi Fan replied, not continuing on this issue, but waved his hand. Well, since you have realized your reward, I won't be stingy with my promise. Better breathing techniques, better physical techniques, I can pass them on to you right now. Chapter 88 Volume. Breathing Method, Physical Art. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Chun Peng slightly changed color. Is the headmaster really going to give it to me? Of course. Yi Fan nodded. To become strong, these are the basics. My growth is fast, you have to be strong enough to help me, you're not a sentinel, so breathing techniques and body techniques are extremely important. Understood. Chun Peng replied, bowing once more. Then thank you, Captain. Well, listen to the following mantra and run it as I tell you. Yi Fan opened his mouth and began to narrate the mantra of the breathing method. Chun Peng synchronized his operation, and soon, as Yi Fan's transmission was completed, he also finished his operation and opened his eyes, and in his eyes he was slightly puzzled. Chief, what you just gave me, was it the breath of thunder? Why do I have a feeling that it's going to be a lot more complicated than the thunder breath technique I practiced before? Of course not. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Only, the two are similar. Your breath of thunder technique is sort of a simplified version of the one I gave you. Simplified version? Hearing this, Chan Peng froze. Then what is the name of the breathing technique I just practiced? Stinging method. Yifan replied, waving his hand. Stinging beginning thunder. It is the ultimate version of the thunder breathing technique with a total of 9 layers. It is the originator in all the thunder attribute breathing techniques. Your thunder breathing technique counterpart should be at the middle stage of the second layer of the stunning technique, and when you reach the third layer, you will have silver strength. At that point, it's no longer about punching like thunder, it's about truly turning on elemental power, being able to use thunder-attributed elemental power just like the imperial beasts, and when you cultivate to the very highest level, you can even change the weather with falling thunder descending and stretching for thousands of miles. This? Hearing Yifan's words, Chun Peng was stunned, looking at his hands, seemingly in disbelief. In the world, is there even such a precious breathing method? Breathing method is precious, but can let him it wield a few points of strength, still have to look at yourself. Yifan opened his mouth and patted Chin Peng's shoulder. Cheer up, the physical art can't be talked about for a while. I will write a copy of the book for you later, named 100 Battles Fist. It belongs to the physical art that is enhanced by battles, and it's also very suitable for you. Thank you, Chief. I've never been stingy with my own people. Yifan waved his hand. In the time behind, you'll lead the mercenary group on missions with Li Yu and the others, just to sharpen your breathing method, also more income. Get strong earlier. The fact that you can take an ordinary breathing method and physical art and cultivate to this level proves that you are suitable for this path. Just giving you breathing method and physical art won't make you a strong person. You have to fight and struggle to be strong. The only thing that solves everything is strength. Yifan, that Chun Peng is so fierce. Half a month of hunting quickly passed, and finally, this day, seeing that Yifan was free, Fatty Li couldn't help but say to Yifan, "How fierce." Looking at Fatty Li, who had a surprised face, Yifan then smiled a little. "Too fierce, ah," Fatty Li replied, glancing at Chun Peng, who was sitting at the bar and eating quietly, and lowered his voice. Those first 2 days were fine. He could still only fight with bronze 4 or 5-star imperial beasts, but as a result, he's been out hunting every day for the past half a month, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Just yesterday when we went out hunting together, I personally saw him shaking the bronze 9-star gray-furred bear hard and singling out the bronze 8-star sharp-toothed wolf. I'm afraid that this guy's actual battle power is higher than my 3 imperial beasts combined. Outrageous. It's all right, he was already good in terms of strength. Hearing this, Yifan, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. This Chun Peng was not weak, strength bronze 4 stars or so, plus mature physical art battle power and close to bronze 5 or 6 stars, now got the sting method to open the upper limit of the 3 layers of the thunder breathing method, plus a strong physical art, short-term battle power. There must be a big promotion. After all, he was the one he personally picked. If he really didn't have the strength, he wouldn't have gotten in. It's the first time I've seen someone who isn't an imperial beast master can be this fierce. Fatty Li, on the other hand, was still shocked and whispered, "Yifan, isn't this Chun Peng also a clan member with some kind of ancient remnant bloodline?" "That's not true, he's just an ordinary person at best. He has some physical talent." Yifan replied, patting Fatty Li. "Fatty, some people are powerful, not necessarily because of their talent or strong bloodline, but because they work hard enough. Look at that Chun Peng, so many days I've been watching, in addition to every Saturday and Sunday each go back half a day to visit the old mother, usually either in hunting, is in cultivation, basically 10 o'clock to sleep 5 o'clock on time to get up, all day long in addition to eating or pulling full. Self-disciplined and hard-working. Given the right opportunity, what makes such a person not great? Don't you think?" Hearing this, Fatty Li was a little dumbfounded, and after a long period of silence, he spoke quietly. "This is also too top. In my place, I couldn't get up at 5 alone. So you need to work a little harder too." Yifan replied, slightly solemn. "Although the Tao Tai method you are practicing is nothing demanding, just eating, it doesn't mean you don't need to work hard. Look at Ma Xiaoxue. This time imperial beasts are bronze 5 stars and also took in the second bronze 4-star imperial beast. You only just bronze 6 stars, although it is the reason you have 3 imperial beasts, but after all, your start is different from others. Don't give others overtake at that time, that can be a bit humiliating. Ma Xiaoxue is all bronze 5 stars. She's so fast?" Hearing this, Fatty Li couldn't sit still. "Yeah, other people also make 4 or 5 trips a week for the mission." Looking at the fat man anxious, Yifan smiled and said, "Originally, the fixed team made a trip half a month. Now both Ma Xiaoxue and Chen Peng make 4 or 5 trips a week, and the two together basically have to make a trip a day, sometimes 2 trips. They're too rolled up for this." Fatty Li opened his mouth, and after thinking about it, he snapped to his feet as well. I'm also going to lead the fixed team on a mission. I make 1 trip a day, 7 trips a week. Saying that, Fatty Lee went to the bar and started yelling up the mercenaries who were out of their fixed teams, while the many mercenaries who had just followed Chen Peng on his mission were all a bit frozen. This just came out, how come it's coming out again? Saying that, but soon 30 people mercenary team assembled, earn money, who is too tired, after all, come to be a mercenary is not to earn money. Yi Fan, let's go. At the doorway, Fatty Lee greeted Yi Fan, received a response from Yi Fan, and soon, led a group of people out the door. Yi Fan waved his hand, and before he could put his hand down, Ma Xiaoxue walked in again. Out of the fixed team, the list of people who are going to be there. The voice fell, and there, the rest of them froze. Out again? What's up with these big guys today? There's another fixed team out on the God Leaf side. At the entrance of Chang's mercenary group, a few people looked at the group of people walking out of the Divine Leaf Tavern again and made noises. 3 trips a day, with a big man leading the trip. That's too good of a smell. Some people sighed, their faces couldn't stop envying. During this period of time, everyone saw the changes in Divine Leaf, putting in a full harvest, going out on missions and still being so diligent, counting the entire mercenary street as one of the most diligent mercenary corps. If this can go to the Divine Leaf fixed team for a month, it's probably worth a few years of income. Someone spoke up, and all of a sudden, it caused quite a few people to sigh. Many people were moved under such a system. Naturally, many people defected to God Leaf, and in the blink of an eye, the registered mercenaries were over 1,000, and were about to surpass the number of Strong Brothers Mercenary Corps to become the 3rd largest mercenary corps on Mercenary Street. These guys from Divine Leaf, are they crazy? Backstage, Sun Chong naturally saw Divine Leaf's 3rd fixed team out on a mission today, and his face darkened. Brother Chong, this won't work. On the side, Feng Mi, the 2nd leader of Brother Chong's mercenary group, opened his mouth somewhat helpless. Divine Leaf is so desperate to engage in this, the sound is getting bigger and bigger. Many of our people have gone to Divine Leaf, and Yi Fan doesn't go out. If it continues like this, before we get to make a move on Yi Fan, all of our mercenary group's people are going to run out. You fart. Hearing this, Sun Chong, on the other hand, was a bit annoyed and cursed, seeming to be a bit exasperated. He, Shen Yi, doesn't just rely on the volume. 3 trips a day is a lot. Like anyone can't get out? Starting tomorrow, we, the Django Mercenary Corps, will also make 3 trips a day. Oh no, for trips out. Let's see who rolls over who. Chapter 89 Sun Chong's Breakdown. In the next few hours, the mercenary street in Pingchong was bustling with activity. Since Godleaf had taken the lead in initiating multiple fixed team trips out on missions a day, and the Django Mercenary Corps had followed suit. Such a situation at first okay, but with the loss of personnel, the other mercenary corps can only follow suit, vigorously promote the frequency of missions out of the fixed corps, such a system, and finally even spread to the always Buddhist Aurora, from 1 month a trip changed to half a month, and finally changed to 3 days led by Chun personally. The entire mercenary street, the merchants coming and going constantly, the release tasks were even swept away, even attracting merchants and employers from other places to send tasks in Ping City, and the Mercenary Union also released rewards for this, announcing that it would give huge amounts of cash to the mercenary corps that ranked the top 3 in terms of the number of tasks completed each month, which ignited the enthusiasm of these mercenary corps even more. I'm back, Yi Fan. In the hall, Fatty Lee walked in from outside drenched in sweat, glancing at Yi Fan with a somewhat helpless expression. There are too many people out on the mission. The wild imperial beasts are going to be too much to kill. The mud on the outskirts of the forest is about to be turned over. Just hunting every day like this, the imperial beasts will have to become extinct. How big is the Silver Moon Forest? Just these people, tens of thousands of wild imperial beasts in the periphery. How is it possible to want to exterminate them? Yi Fan shook his head. It's just that excessive hunting is really not good either. It's easy to cause riots of some inner periphery and core imperial beasts. Said Yi Fan. Yi Fan was also a little helpless. He originally just wanted to urge Fatty Lee, but the result was a direct series of chain reaction over, making him also a little surprised. But if everyone is like this, why fear those ancient imperial beasts from outside the domain? Thinking about it, Yi Fan sighed and patted Fatty Lee's shoulder. We can take a break during this period of time. The Academy's new student trial is about to start. We have to make a trip back to the school. Rest. Hearing this, Fatty Lee froze and wiped the sweat from his head as if he hadn't reacted. What? Hunting every day and hunting your head off? Looking at Fatty Lee's reaction, Yi Fan revealed a smile. It's a bit uptight. Lately my head has been full of hunting, and all of a sudden when I say I'm resting, I'm still a bit uncomfortable. Fatty Lee replied, scratching his head. It's not exactly a rest. This freshman trial is quite difficult. You still need to be refreshed. Yifan replied, then, rather mysteriously said, you give Ma Xiao Shui and Chan Peng a word in a while. There will be no more missions lately, so prepare and get ready. Take out your best state to participate in the freshman trial secret realm. This trial secret realm can have quite good things, each student only in the first semester of freshman into once, if play well gets some good things, is a wave of great promotion. No problem. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded his head, and then asked, can Chun Peng go as well? He doesn't seem to be from our school. Can go, only there are many restrictions. Yifan replied, he can pay a high price to get a chaperone status like Long Wu beside Ji Jie. He can follow me to participate in the secret realm, but he can't use the school's facilities. He can't leave me to go to the secret realm to obtain things alone. And his realm can't exceed me by too much, he has to be within a large realm. Oh, there's still such a rule. Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. This is the first time I've heard of an academy being able to pay money to have a chaperone brought in. Many high schools have this kind of invisible rule. After all, there are some sons and daughters of big families. It's always impossible to rest assured that their family's heir is going to go to the field single-handedly. Yifan opened his mouth and waved his hand. It's only in high school. When it comes to college, it won't be allowed anymore. Do universities regulate a little more strictly? Fatty Lee said. No, the purpose is different. Yifan replied, high school is just to cultivate outstanding seedlings. University, on the other hand, is to cultivate frontline warriors for mankind. The usual life is inherently ironic, and unless it is some exceptions, it won't allow such things as bringing along accompanying readers to appear. So it is. Fatty Lee nodded, and only then did Yifan nod his head and take a step toward the outside. Outside, at the entrance of the Chong Brother Mercenary Corps, many people were excited as they watched Yifan go out. He's out, he's out. Someone rushed to inform Sun Chong at the back, and upon learning this news, Sun Chong snapped to his feet. Almost 2 months. This Yifan finally went out. Between the words, Sun Chong's hand holding the teacup, some slight trembling. They had been waiting for Yifan to go out of the city to hunt and then execute the plan to hunt. During this month or so, in order to compete with Divine Leaf, Brother Chong's mercenary corps had used all their elites, and even he himself had been tired of leading the team on a 2-day trip, which had only just returned to rest. Yifan, you dog. Finally waiting for this day. Exhaling a long breath, Sun Chong's eyes went ice cold as he looked towards Feng Mi, who was at the side. Go. Find Bai Yu and Lai Ming. Get them to bring someone. Good. Feng Mi was also excited and hurriedly headed out. Soon, a group of people quietly finished assembling in the mercenary street. They were like a group of vipers looking for food, and at the moment they were all spitting out their snake letters. This month or so, for everyone, was agony, and the source of this agony was none other than Yifan, who made them gnash their teeth. Yifan will die. Kill him. I can't live with this 9 to 9, 28 missions a month anymore. Pingcheng High School. Yifan stood at the entrance of the school, looked at the familiar 4 big words on the school gate, and exhaled a breath. Competition with these students whose minds are still immature is really not much fun. It would be better to deal with those mercenaries outside, just for a period of time. In addition to Chen Peng, he also promoted 2 acquaintances from his previous life, although he didn't give each other such a miraculous opportunity as Chen Peng, but it was also considered to be promoted and gave them a whole mercenary corps of backbone members. This guy Ji Jie, he hasn't come to trouble me for such a long time, so I guess he's in seclusion. Speaking thoughtfully, Yifan skimmed his lips. A son of a big family like this would definitely not lack anything, and the high-grade heavenly materials and treasures that were not available in Pingcheng, the family would naturally be able to get them for him, and for such a period of time the other party's strength might also have a big boost. Rather, I can't wait for him to grow up quickly. This current Ji Jie. To say that killing him is not really enough to relieve his hatred. After thinking about it, Yifan smiled and shook his head. After this period of time in this life, he gradually clarified the future direction, focusing on the development of partners and enhancement of himself, for Ji Jie, but did not care much about it anymore. The other party has also been quiet. He'll always come out of the secret realm this time. Thinking of this, Yifan revealed a cold smile, took a step, and was about to walk into the school, when all of a sudden, seemed to feel something was wrong, and looked back. In the distance was a bazaar with a lot of traffic, very chaotic, but Yifan could naturally tell that those people were hiding among them. What are these guys following me to school for? Rarely, Yifan's face revealed an expression of doubt. Not going on a mission today? So idle? After thinking about it, Yifan didn't care too much, waved his hand and walked into the school. In a corner of the bazaar, a group of mercenaries were silent as they watched Yifan walk into the school. Leader, Yi Fan, he seems to have entered the school. Half an hour later, a mercenary came from a distance, looking at Sun Chong, whose face was gradually turning iron, and spoke weakly. I heard from our scouts in Divine Leaf that a few of the others have suspended their missions today and may all be going back to school. Why are you saying this at this time? Sun Chong cursed, learning that Yi Fan was really just going back to school. And at this moment, anger rushed to his heart. Our scouts have only just brought the news. Over, the mercenary spoke. Get the hell out of here. Sun Chong kicked the mercenary down and rubbed his feet. Hard work rolled for more than a month. It is hard to get to Yi Fan out. A group of people knife are sharp and bright, tailing Yi Fan half a day. The results of the other side back to school. They all the way still guess the other side may deliberately take the long way around to make a pretense, and even into the school are still think it may be a false alarm. But I didn't realize that he was really just going back to school. Thinking of this more than a month of hard hunting in the Silver Moon Forest, in order to compete in the risky hunting of silver imperial beasts nearly buried in the belly of the beast. This scene flashed. Sun Chong looked at his own hand. Holding the big knife even could not help but tremble. Yi Fan. You, from Mercenary Street to the school more than 10 kilometers, you do not know. You go back to school, you won't take a cab? You have to walk? I just came back from the Imperial Beast Forest today, you know. God-damned bastard. Chapter 90. In the afternoon, the crowd gathered at the school, and Pan Zhao learned the news and came to the classroom. Back. In the classroom, seeing Yi Fan and his party, Pan Zhao then patted Yi Fan with a smile on his face. Your kid can I've heard about it. You went to fix up some god leaf and made the mercenary street of Pingchong as if it was a chicken-blooded. This matter, even the principal has heard about it. You're now a famous person. Harm, Mr. Pan is flattered. Yi Fan replied. How is it? How much has your strength increased recently? Pan Zhaoge was the one who pursued the question, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and froze when he saw Chun Peng. This is my follower. I'm going to run a chaperone for him. It'll all be easier to go in and out of the secret realm and whatnot with me later on. Yi Fan opened his mouth. This way, line. Pan Zhao nodded and didn't ask anything more, his gaze looking towards the remaining two. All three of my imperial beasts are now up to bronze 7 stars. Fatty Lee replied, as if leading hunts for such a long time had given him some stamina. My level of imperial beasts has also improved a lot. What? Originally the imperial beast royal was like a piece of, now that it has improved a lot, it's not like a piece of anymore. Pan Zhao then choked back a sentence, choking Fatty Lee half to death. His gaze shifted to Ma Xiaoxue, a little surprised. Have you been following Yi Fan recently as well? Yes. It was Yi Fan who helped me solve a big problem the other day. Ma Xiaoxue replied, glancing at Pan Zhao, also taking the initiative. I now have 2 imperial beasts, a sharp-toothed wolf that evolved from a white wolf, bronze 6 star, and a newly acquired iron bear, bronze 5 star. Progressing that much? Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, it's fine. It's good to have this kind of progress. This kind of paper strength should be enough for you guys to pass some good things in this trial secret realm. The environment of the new student trial secret realm and the secret realm that you normally enter is different. It's very dangerous. Listen more to Yi Fan. Don't be greedy in danger. Saving yourself is the main thing. After a few words of instruction, Pan Zhao did not say anything more, letting a few people rest individually and leaving the classroom. This Pan Zhao, Yi Fan, you say, is he deliberately targeting me? In the classroom, seeing Pan Zhao leave, Fatty Lee came up next to Yi Fan and whispered. He praises Ma Xiaoxue when she makes progress, and he scolds me when I make progress. Look at him, he's so angry. This is not Pan Zhao, teacher, to motivate you. You hold your breath, want him to recognize you. Then you have to work hard. Yi Fan smiled and patted Fatty Lee's shoulder. He scolded you to show that he has expectations for you. If there is no expectation, he won't even say it to you, right? Hearing this, Fatty Lee couldn't help but be silent. Glancing at Yi Fan, he spoke. To say chicken soup that still has to come from you. Yi Fan, see how well this is said, and how it doesn't repeat itself every time. Look at this Pan Zhao. Every time I say that my Imperial Beast Royal is like a piece of, there's nothing new at all. A refresher course in speech and language expression is recommended. Boo. Outside, the classroom door suddenly shook with a loud bang, followed by Pan Zhao's voice. Li Yu, what the hell are you pushing there again? As soon as the voice came out, Fatty Lee shrunk his head on the spot. I didn't say anything. As these words came out, the few people present looked at Fatty Lee's awkwardness and let out a joyful laugh. The new student trial unfolded as scheduled. This time the place they entered was obviously different. In the senior area, and Yifan saw many seniors when they entered. Yifan, do you think that's cousin Teng Chang's cousin? On the way, looking at a senior on the side of the road who was quietly watching them with his back, Fatty Li spoke in a low voice. No, his name is Ling Long. He is also one of the more powerful students in the senior class, close to silver 9 stars. Yifan replied, glanced at the man and shook his head. This guy is nothing special. People are just that habitual. The freshman trial will open up all the school districts together in the future. You should be able to see it often. Just standing there like this every day? Hearing this, Fatty Li froze, looked at that Ling Long, and ghostly came up with, not talking, pretending to be an expert? And this was not a small voice, so Ling Long naturally heard it, and his face was slightly unsightly. Don't talk nonsense. Yifan was helpless and patted the fatty, arching his hand to Ling Long in apology. And seeing Yifan's action, Ling Long nodded slightly and did not say anything. This guy is still very good. He's quite nice. Don't talk nonsense about others. Yifan looked at Fatty Li and whispered, understood. Fatty Li nodded his head, and at this moment, also somewhat embarrassed, waved his hand at Ling Long. Seeing this, Ling Long also waved his hand. This guy, as usual. While walking on the road, Yifan had a bit of a smile on his face. This Ling Long is really good. They know him as also the previous life in the university after the time. Ling Long graduated from the university, will join the army, and later became a legion of small generals in the front line of the beasts to kill the enemy, is also considered to be for the hometown to bring glory to the party for the benefit of the people. Such a person, even now, has a good heart. The only thing is that this guy always like this backhand on the road to see other people, do not know what habit, later because of this was also given the title of a general owl. I hope that I can still encounter this owl general in the battlefield in the future. Thinking about it, Yifan had a slight smile on his face. Soon, a group of people came to the entrance of the secret realm of the trial. It can be seen that this time the secret realm school is quite important. Not only the many new student instructors arrived in full, the principal, grade director, and some of the school's senior management are all in full. Yifan, you guys are here. In the team, seeing Yifan's arrival, Wang Lingxi then quickly walked over with a smile on her face. I've been transferred from the Ingjie class to the ordinary class law. Well, it can be. Hearing this, Yifan nodded his head slightly. Being in the same class was also going to be more convenient. As for the difference between the ordinary class and the Ingjie class in terms of one daily secret realm, it didn't matter. The income they were earning in the mercenary corps right now didn't seem to be any lower than going to the daily secret realm anymore. Where's Ji Jie? Didn't that guy come? After looking around the team and not seeing Ji Jie's figure, Yifan's brows furrowed. I don't know, maybe he hasn't arrived yet. Wang Lingxi shook her head. The freshman trial is only open once per term, and with such an important opportunity, it's unlikely that he would not come even if he has a big family. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Anyway, you can go in any time today, so going in a little earlier will just give you more time to explore. Soon, it is a series of school high-level preaching, big to the national righteousness, small to the secret realm precautions. Everything has been speaking for more than an hour, the crowd which began to enter the secret realm. Prince Ji Jie, I hope this time we have a good cooperation. Outside the city, in a tea-house cubicle at the moment, Ji Jie looked at the red ghost across the street, while his face was a bit ugly. You're asking me to help you lay out the killing of a descendant of an ancient relic species, and that too in a secret realm, taking such a great risk, and you're giving me a map? While hearing this, the red ghost on the other side smiled slightly and took out a map, laying it on the table. Duke Ji Jie's large family still condescends to come to a place like Ping City. Isn't it just for this once in a century fruit of creation? It's not true that I'm looking for the fruit of creation, but a map and taking such a big risk is not worth it. Ji Jie shook his head once more. Killing the descendants of the dragon slayers and working with you guys. Being investigated is something my family can't afford. To find out, how is that possible? Hearing this, the red ghost snorted coldly. The guardians of the secret realm this time, they are our people. So as long as Duke Ji dares to make a move, who can find out? Is this true? Hearing this, Ji Jie's face changed a bit. Of course, the red ghost replied. A guardian of the tiny city of Ping is just a guardian. Not to mention him or any other. Halfway through his words, the red ghost didn't say any more, revealing a playful smile. The map is right here. Whether you are willing or not, it's all up to Duke Ji to consider. As these words came out, Ji Jie was silent, looking at the map on the table without speaking. For a long time, he nodded silently, looking across at the red ghost, and on his face, a grim smile gradually appeared. I hope is a pleasure to work with. Chapter 91. The secret realm of trials at this moment was welcoming this new class of students to explore the secret realm, with numerous students in their own groups. Instead of exploring the inner perimeter as quickly as the others, the few people under Yifan's command stayed in place and rested leisurely. Yifan, why don't we seize the time to rush towards the inner perimeter? At the outermost perimeter of the secret realm, Fatty Lee was sitting on a pile of rocks, seemingly a little puzzled by Yifan's decision. The environment is different, so is the strategy. Yifan replied, with a bit of a smile on his face. They're charging inward to find it. It's not like we have to find it. No need to look for it? Hearing this, Fatty Lee froze. So the good stuff flies over by itself? Flying over is certainly impossible. Yifan shook his head. In his eyes, a meaningful smile appeared, and patted Fatty's shoulder. Rest well, save your energy. By the evening, we have something big to do. Big deal. Looking at Yifan's appearance, Fatty Lee, on the other hand, had a curious look on his face and came over to Yifan's side. What's the big deal? Shoo. Yifan made a gesture of silence. The good guy makes it so mysterious every time. Fatty Lee muttered in a small voice and was about to say something else when suddenly, the portal not far from them vibrated. In the next moment, two people a silhouette appeared from the portal, and seeing this silhouette, Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. Jijie, Longwu. Seeing that the people who came out were Jijie as well as Longwu, the other three also straightened up at once. Meanwhile, Jijie, who had just exited the teleportation portal, subconsciously stalled when he saw Yifan and the others. However, he quickly adjusted. Yifan, why are you here? What's wrong with me being here? Yifan asked rhetorically, while there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. This secret realm, is it run by your family? You guy. Jijie's face was a bit unhappy. However, after glancing at Yifan, he didn't say much, and with a wave of his hand, a blizzard wolf appeared, carrying him towards the depths of the secret realm. Longwu followed close behind, glancing at Yifan before leaving, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he followed in silence. This Jijie, bronze 8 stars now. Looking at the faraway blizzard wolf, Fatty Lee opened his mouth, and in his tone, there was a slight touch of astonishment. This progress, it's even faster than us. This shouldn't be the best imperial beast in his hands yet. Yifan replied, quietly watching Jijie leave, faintly feeling that something was wrong. This Jijie, when he just saw himself, his mood swings were so bad that his breath was unsteady. Like he had done something wrong. This guy, what's he up to again? A bronze 8-star elite peak grade royal beast. Isn't that the best royal beast in his hands? On the side, Fatty Lee was a bit surprised. Didn't he say that he only has 2 imperial beasts? 1 elite and 1 peak elite? That's just what others said. Hearing this, Yifan however waved his hand, glanced at Fatty Lee, and said, who do you think those big families are giving the imperial beast eggs that they collect for several $1 million apiece in the mercenary hall to? Hearing this, Fatty Lee sucked in a breath of cool air. You mean to say that Jijie might have an excellent grade imperial beast in his hands? It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. The children of these big families practiced breathing methods since they were young, and when their imperial beasts awakened, they have long been able to open the 2nd and 3rd imperial beast space. It's normal to hide an exceptional grade imperial beast as a bottom card. Yifan opened his mouth and glanced at Fatty Lee, who seemed to be frightened, revealing a smile. What, are you scared? Fear is not afraid. Hearing this, Fatty Lee hurriedly denied it and paused for a moment before saying in a slightly whispered voice, then he should have been very strong last time. Why didn't he dare to take a shot at us? Not sure. Yifan replied, seemingly somewhat unconcerned. Excellence is just that. It's not like it's invincible. In this way, hearing this, Fatty Lee was silent and glanced at Yifan for a while before saying quietly, it seems that my pattern is still too small. Young Ji, you're finally here. In the depths of the secret realm, the many followers who had been waiting for a long time looked forward to seeing Jijie appear, and one by one they hurriedly came up, and one by one, their asses shot faster than the other. Haven't seen you in January. Young Ji is much more powerful. Bronze 8 stars, with this kind of strength, it's definitely sweeping the same class. Ji Xiao is worthy of being Ji Xiao. Listening to these compliments, Jijie's face was not much better as he swept a glance at the crowd, and in the next moment, he coldly opened his mouth. Make some preparations, within today and tomorrow we'll round up Yifan. When these words came out, many people in the room were shocked. Among them, A big man took the lead to come out, somewhat cautiously saying, Ji Xiao, didn't you say last time that it was just a matter of finding some trouble? I'm raising you guys just to look for trouble? Ji Jia opened his mouth and stared at the man, drinking coldly. The man shrunk his head, but his voice suddenly went down a cut. Ji Xiao, this is the secret realm. The Guardian will always notice this side. To kill him, there is no need for you to worry about the Guardians. Ji Jia interrupted the big man. This word out, many people are a little silent. They are some soft and fearful of the goods. Most of them are from the greenhouse to grow up. Ganging up and bullying individuals to find some trouble is okay. To let them kill people, this is some of the group of 15 or 16-year-old teenagers feel heavy. It's just one person to kill. It's not like you guys have to take the blame, cowering like turtles. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Ji Jia cursed, paused slightly, and then spoke again. Kill Yi Fan. I'll give 100,000 per person. As the words fell, many people froze, revealing a hint of intent. Other than this 100,000, there are also spirit herbs and elixirs. I can make the decision to give each of you one. Seeing that this was effective, Ji Jia spoke again. If it's the one who killed Yi Fan, I can give him a premier grade Imperial Beast Egg. Excellent grade. At these words, the crowd's breath caught fire. Can what Ji Xiao said be taken seriously? Of course, my Ji family, a mere Imperial Beast Egg, is still taken. Ji Jia replied, his eyes gradually turned cold. My words have been said here. Those who want to follow me. If they don't follow me, humph. With two cold grunts, the crowd shuddered, and looking at Ji Jia's eyes, they all knew what the second half of the sentence was. They are not like Yi Fan. This is relying on Ji Jia as a blessing. If it is away from Ji Jia is still being targeted by him. I will absolutely follow the steps of Prince Ji. One person was the first to voice out, followed by the rest of the people who also hastened to state their positions. With the generous rewards coupled with the terrifying threat, these lapdogs, who were already only a few moments hesitant, couldn't wait to show their loyalty. And without saying anything more, Ji Jia looked at the crowd to take a stand, nodded and followed up. Where's the guy who had the meditative vision last time? Sir Ji, I'm here. The man who looked like a skinny monkey walked out. From today to tomorrow, you go keep an eye on Yi Fan and their trail. Ji Jia spoke. You don't need to locate them as clearly as you can, just roughly determine the location. As long as they enter the depths of the secret realm, notify me immediately. Understood. The rest of you, just move around the neighborhood. Don't make a fire or build a tent. Don't show the slightest trace, lest you be detected by Yi Fan. Ji Jia spoke once more. As long as it is determined that Yi Fan has entered the depths of the secret realm, then we will strike with all our might, absolutely not leaving a single survivor. Yes. The crowd answered, and then, scattering in all directions toward the surrounding jungle, the blackened hundreds all hooked their heads and pressed down their pace as they walked. It was a scene like a bunch of pitch-black rats coming out of a manhole cover. Chapter 92. Young Lord, is it feasible to have this group of people surround Yi Fan? Watching the crowd leave, Long Wu silently approached Ji Jia and softly inquired. That Yi Fan has 2 bronze 9-star Imperial Beasts, actual battle power, definitely has silver, and those few people around him. I'm not so bad that I have to rely on this group of idiots to kill Yi Fan. Ji Jia snorted coldly. I'm just letting them serve as cannon fodder, and when the time comes, I'll personally take action. The young master personally took action. Hearing this, Long Wu was slightly silent, and immediately afterward, suddenly said, Is the young master sure of himself when he wants to face Yi Fan? A mere unappreciated descendant of the Yi family. Even if there are some strange encounters, what can they do? Last time I didn't make a move because I hadn't really familiarized myself with the means of the Imperial Beasts. These 2 months of seclusion, I have long been different. Ji Jia responded, snorted and looked at Long Wu, then said, The depth of the 8 great families is beyond your imagination. As these words came out, Long Wu's eyes changed slightly, but immediately after, he didn't say anything and kneeled down on one knee as usual. Young Lord's talent is superb and valued by the family. He will definitely become a supreme powerhouse in the future. A supreme powerhouse. That's for sure. These words in turn made Ji Jia seem a little happy and said, immediately after, slightly straightened his face. A Yi Fan is just a Yi Fan. Killing is just this time I'm cooperating with Dynasty. Never tell anyone. Understood. Long Wu nodded, hesitated, and whispered, Young Lord, What exactly is that fruit of creation that makes young Lord willing to risk so much to make a deal with the dynasty organization? The fruit of creation, Jijia murmured, glanced at Long Wu, and immediately after, suddenly mic'd up his eyes. Long Wu, what are you asking about this for? Some worry. Long Wu replied, his tone seeming genuine. The young lord has taken such a big risk and only exchanged one map. I'm worried that the young lord will suffer. It's not so much of a loss. I will come to this Ping City just for this fruit of creation. If it's really the map of it, taking this little risk, it's also worth it. Ji Jie replied, did not say any more, waved his hand. Well, you only need to know that the fruit of creation is very precious is. More, there is no need to ask again. Long Wu understands. Long Wu bowed and replied, and the moment he bent down, in his eyes, however, there was a slight flicker of cold light. Gone. In the middle of the night, Yifan got up and suddenly opened his mouth. On the side, Chun Peng quickly reacted, just for a moment, and then immediately rolled over and stood up. Fatty Li was still in his sleep and hearing the rattling coming from the tent. He opened his eyes in a daze, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw two pitch-black silhouettes standing in front of him, and was startled on the spot. Holy! There's a ghost! A cry of alarm rang out in the middle of the jungle, instantly stirring up some of the perched birds of prey. In the other tent, both Ma Xiao Shui and Wang Lingxi heard the fat man's exclamation of surprise and hurriedly got up and came, but they only saw Yifan and Chun Peng walking out with smiling faces. What's wrong? Looking at Yifan, Wang Lingxi pointed at the tent and said, I just seem to hear Liu shouting something. It's fine, he gave a sleep daze. Yifan waved his hand and glanced at the two women, then said, Get ready, we're leaving now. Departing now? Hearing this, Wang Lingxi froze. Depart for where? Go find the good thing. Yifan replied, saying in a deep voice, That good thing is being guarded by a silver-level imperial beast, and at this time of the day, it's exactly when it's resting. So, we are going to hunt a silver-level imperial beast? Wang Lingxi spoke. Aha! Yifan nodded his head without explaining too much more and waved at a few people. Grab some time, we need to be quick. That imperial beast will only be in a state of complete sleep for 3 hours a day. Missing this time will be very difficult to deal with. Good. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue both straightened up and hurriedly went to the tent to pack up their things. Chief, what I need to do in a while. On the side, Chun Peng opened his mouth, and in his tone, it was hard to hide his excitement. He was already oriented towards martial arts, and now that his bonds had been opened, his heart for battle was out of control. Challenging powerful imperial beasts in the Silver Moon Forest was almost a regular occurrence for him, and hearing that he was going to challenge a silver-class imperial beast made him even more excited. Do what you want. Glancing at Chun Peng, Yifan then patted the other party's shoulder. Utilize all of your fighting strength, that is. Good. Hearing this, Chun Peng nodded heavily. Yifan laughed a little. This Chun Peng was really a fighting maniac. Fatty, hurry up and come out. After pausing for a while and seeing that Wang Lingxi and the others had all finished packing, Yifan once again vocalized to the tent. And soon, Fatty Li walked out, his face, obviously still somewhat stunned. You guy, why are you so timid? Looking at Fatty Li's appearance, Yifan opened his mouth and said, then stepped forward, hurry up and follow. As the crowd moved forward, Fatty Li fell at the end, looking at Yifan's back, while he couldn't help but mutter. Then in the middle of the night when you were sleeping soundly, in front of you suddenly stood two pitch-black people, who was not afraid of it. If this had come from someone with a bad heart, I'm afraid I would have just hiccuped on the spot. In the secret realm, Yifan's few people quietly traveled between the jungles. Following Yifan, the road didn't break into any imperial beast's territories, and the journey seemed to be very smooth. Yifan, I saw someone from the Ingjie class that seems to be following us furtively. As she walked, Wang Lingxi suddenly vocalized, the light in her eyes flickering as if she had seen something. Someone is following us? Hearing this, Yifan stopped in his tracks. After such a long period of time, several people still had some tacit understanding. Whether it was rushing or fighting, Wang Lingxi's vision deployment was always there. That's what vision is for. Yifan opened his mouth, raised his head, and looked at the bobby bird in the sky. A talent like Wang Lingxi's didn't have any role in assisting the imperial beasts in battle, but to be rated at B rank, it naturally had its own strengths, and among them, being able to control the field of vision was a very important point. The degree of control of the field of vision not only can determine how much you can see, but also determine how much others can see, especially in large-scale battles, the kind of talent that can have the ability to probe the field of vision and so on, is a very important talent, equivalent to the eyes of the army. It should have some talent similar to probing. After thinking for a while, Yifan spoke. That person, it's someone from Ji Jie's side, right? Yes, I've seen him several times. Wang Lingxi replied, finishing a sentence. Immediately afterward, seemed to remember something. I seem to remember a little. I heard that his talent is meditative vision, not much use. His family stuffed money into the Yingjie class. Underworld vision, a talent that can detect the fluctuations of life around us. Hearing this name, Yifan pondered slightly. With this talent, it's no wonder then that he was able to discover our traces. Last time in the Daily Secret Realm, it should have been him as well before Long Wu and the others were able to find us at the junction of the core and the inner perimeter. Having said that, the corner of Yifan's mouth lifted up, and immediately afterward, he silently turned around and opened his mouth to a few people. Let's go. Let's get this kid and ask him first. I'd like to see what this Ji Jie is planning to do again. Chapter 93. Tied up. In the middle of the forest, the sharp-tongued teenager was leaning against a large tree, smiling woodenly, as quiet and silent as the tree beside him. But if you were closer to him, you could clearly hear the sound of a heartbeat. The heartbeat felt like it was coming from him, traveling around like a bat sound wave, and the next time it sounded, it seemed to get the message from afar, beating fast. Yifan, these few people, in the middle of the night, what are they running towards the jungle? At one point, sensing something, the monkey-faced man made a sound and frowned, followed by the sound of a heartbeat on his body. Once again, the voice echoed, but the monkey-faced man's face changed all of a sudden. They're coming my way. Spotted me? The monkey-faced man moved subconsciously, his heartbeat becoming rapid, and the echoing message coming through intensified with it. Really come to me. It was only a few seconds before the monkey-faced man felt the sound of a fast-moving heartbeat in the middle of the jungle, and his face changed dramatically as he quickly backed away. And behind him, the several figures followed like shadows, and almost just for a moment, they drew much closer to him. This scared the monkey-faced man a little, and he looked at the camp in the distance, his footsteps unconsciously quickening. Behind him, the distance to those people was getting closer and closer, and the monkey-faced man ran faster and faster, almost exerting his strength. At this rate, I can't run to the camp. At a certain moment, accompanied by the information of the meditative vision, the monkey-faced man came to a desperate conclusion, turned his head, and almost saw that the jungle has appeared at that end of the silhouette. At the moment, he even wanted to turn off his meditative vision. The news that came to him all the time while running away like this was hitting his mental defenses. The monkey-faced man's hands and feet were a little cold, and his feet panicked as he stepped over the roots of the tree and accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. CH! In the next moment, an eagle chirp rang out, and the huge blizzard eagle sped from the sky, swooping the monkey-faced man to the ground, and the eagle's claws, as sharp as knives, hooked through the monkey-faced man's clothes and embedded into his flesh in just an instant. Help! The intense pain caused the monkey-faced man to let out a painful sound, and between struggles, he was about to fight back when a shadow landed on his body. You might die if you continue to scream. Yifan's voice rang out, sitting on the hellhound, looking at the monkey-faced man and speaking condescendingly. I won't scream, I won't scream. The monkey-faced man hurriedly closed his mouth, and right after that, the blast eagle's sharp claws landed between his throat. Say whatever I ask you. Yifan opened his mouth, his voice cold and his eyes like sharp swords. Good. Intimidated by Yifan's eyes, the monkey-faced man replied with trepidation, gulping a mouthful of water with some fear, and a blood scar instantly appeared on his throat, which was being pressed by the blast eagle due to the fluctuation of his throat. The pain in his throat made the monkey-faced man's spirit. These usually follow Ji Jie's bullying goods which have seen this battle, hastily raised his hands. I said everything. I'll tell you everything. Looking at this appearance of the monkey-faced man, Yifan's expression did not change much. He would not be merciful to these dogs that worked for the tiger. Humph! With just a cold snort, Yifan then spoke. What did Ji Jie send you here for? Let me check your trail. The monkey-faced man replied hastily. Do I need you to tell me this? Yifan opened his mouth, his eyes icy for a minute. You should know very well what I need to know. It's best to finish once. I don't like to keep asking. Ming, understand. The monkey-faced man nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Ji Xiao asked me to check out your traces, and told me to go and inform him as soon as I find out that you've entered the inner perimeter. so that he can bring the crowd to surround and kill you. Surround and kill? Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes. Jie, dare to kill under the eyes of the secret realm guardians? Dare, he said the guardian is one of ours too. The monkey-faced man replied, his voice shaking a little. Guardian? Is it someone from their Ji family? Hearing this, Yifan slightly pondered, and in his eyes he was slightly thoughtful. The small-town guardian is not an unusual origin. Basically everyone is the front line to kill the town devil legionnaires in the elite warriors retired by the senior sent down, in addition to maintaining the operation of the school's secret realm and, more importantly, is used to ensure that the safety of the city, the strength of the city is definitely not bad. It was logical that these warriors would not take any positions. The men were, as their name implied, their duty was to guard, and they would not take orders from anyone but the immediate hierarchy. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be anyone from their Ji family in the frontline demon suppression army. Speaking to himself, Yifan vaguely felt that something was wrong, glanced at the monkey-faced man, pondered slightly, and then said, "Is there anything else you know?" "Yes." The monkey-faced man spoke. Jie said that everyone who participated in the siege of you would be given spirit herbs and pills, and those who killed you with their own hands would be given a premier grade imperial beast egg. A superior grade imperial beast? Or an imperial beast egg? Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes, glanced at the monkey-faced man, and suddenly laughed. "What? Do you guys really believe that he will give you a superior grade imperial beast egg?" Hearing this, the monkey-faced man was also a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. The people of the 8 great families are rich, but their brains are not sick. Yifan shook his head and did not continue. Through the imperial beast egg hatching is the easiest way to tame imperial beasts. The egg is more expensive than the imperial beasts. Excellent grade imperial beast eggs cannot be found. They are the sons of the big families with are not necessarily there. To others, fear is dreaming. It's only you people who believe it. Shaking his head, Yifan spoke once more. "Any other news?" "No more, no more." The monkey-faced man shook his head quickly. The blood on his throat was a bit crusted at the moment. "I told you everything I know." "In that case, fine." Hearing this, Yifan raised his hand and the blizzard eagle loosened its claws. The monkey-faced man was like an amnesty. He hurriedly stood up and was about to say something to beg for mercy. But Yifan's voice sounded once again. "Fatty, tie him up." "Eh." Hearing this, the monkey-faced man was shocked. "I told you everything I know. Just say it. I didn't say that you have to release you if you say it." Yifan waved his hand, but his figure was already heading into the distance. The monkey-faced man panicked and couldn't move in time. Fatty Lee was already walking over with the hemp rope. "Don't talk, or I'll stuff you with stinky socks." Looking at the monkey-faced man, Fatty Lee opened his mouth, but the movements of his hands were not light. Soon, under Fatty Lee's careful bandaging, the monkey-faced man was bundled into a dumpling. "Harm. I still have artistic cells, ah. Bundling a person is so good-looking." Clapping his hands, Fatty Lee exhaled, then looked into the distance and shouted, "Yifan, bundled up? Then what? Tie him to the tree. The guardian will take him out." Yifan's voice rang out. Chapter 94 Iron Claw Tiger. What a pain in the ass. In the jungle, Fatty Lee cursed as he traveled quickly and silently through the jungle. You. In front, looking back at Fatty Lee's appearance, Yifan had some helplessness on his face, but he didn't say anything more. Moving forward, it shouldn't take much longer for us to find the place I'm talking about. Be more prepared. That imperial beast is very powerful. Don't be careless. Hearing this, the few people all straightened up and got into the spirit, following closely behind Yifan. And at the same time, high up in the sky, there were likewise 2 people in the secret realm, who were silently hovering in the air. These 2 people were different from the last time's secret realm guardians, although they were also a man and a woman. The aura on their bodies was much more gloomy and cold, dressed in black, and in this night they were like bats hanging on the walls. Amazing. This kid is a bit difficult to deal with. In the darkness of the night, the female guardian opened her mouth, and in her voice, there was a slight chill in her voice. With that Wang Lingxi around, as far as the group that Jie brought with him, it's a matter of whether or not they can find them, let alone surround and kill him. Indeed, the male guardian known as Amazing spoke, glancing at the trail traveling through the jungle, slightly silent. Then, abruptly said, "This Yifan, the potential he has shown, is somewhat terrifying. Scary." Hearing this, the female guardian was puzzled. What's so terrifying about a bronze level 1? The state of mind he displays, his strategy, his ability to command his men, and this fighting talent that far exceeds that of his peers are all too unusual. Yen opened his mouth and said indifferently, "This kid has spent 2 months in the mercenary street, breezily breaking the order maintained by Ping City's mercenary corps for decades and pulling up a mercenary corps close to the third largest in Ping City. If we give him some more time, he will definitely become our great enemy in Ping City. If it weren't for the fact that we have monitors on us that can't make a move, I would even want to personally make a move to obliterate him. Is it that serious?" Hearing this, the female guardian fell slightly silent and also glanced at the figure in the jungle, still seeming to be in disbelief. "He's only a teenager. Is he really that powerful? I can't be wrong in my vision of people. This is my innate talent." Amazing shook his head and spoke, looking at the female guardian. And then, in a deep voice, he said, "In Yi Fan, I vaguely see the shadow of the one from his ancestor. This." Hearing this, the female guardian's face changed a bit as she looked at Amazing, the pupils of her eyes contracting slightly. "This Yi Fan must be killed." Amazing didn't explain too much and spoke emphatically, "If you don't kill it, it will definitely become a great enemy of the dynasty organization." Snap. In the jungle, through a cliff, Yi Fan stopped his pace. "Are we there yet, Yi Fan?" Looking at Yi Fan stopping his steps, behind him, Wang Lingxi opened her mouth somewhat nervously. "It's in the canyon ahead." Yi Fan opened his mouth without realizing it, but he raised his head, and then his eyes were a bit cold. After a slight silence for a few seconds, Yi Fan casually waved his hand. "Wang Lingxi, command the bobby bird and the brocade mouse to explore the canyon. Be careful and don't startle the imperial beasts in the canyon." "Understood." Wang Lingxi nodded her head, and immediately afterward, the light in her eyes lit up, and the 2 imperial beasts, one on the ground and one in the sky, entered the canyon silently. Soon, the imperial beast synchronized its vision, but Wang Lingxi's face changed slightly. In the canyon, there's a silver 5-star iron claw tiger resting. As the voice fell beside them, the faces of the 3 of them changed a little. Silver 5-star. It was already a silver mid-stage royal beast. The difficulty to kill it was quite great. "Yi Fan, this silver 5-star. I'm afraid it's a bit hard to kill." Fatty Li opened his mouth, slightly hesitant. "It's okay." Yi Fan's face, however, did not change, waving his hands slightly. "The iron claw tiger is the weakest of the tiger imperial beasts, just elite grade. Elite grade is not easy to deal with either." Fatty Li spoke. "As long as you familiarize yourself with the do's and don'ts of fighting it, to kill, it's not difficult." Yi Fan shook his head again, his face straightened up. "What I'm going to say next, you all have to memorize it, and when you fight in a while, follow what I say. There must be no carelessness." Several people nodded their heads in succession, and Yi Fan also pondered slightly, then spoke. "Iron-clawed tiger beast is as its name suggests, physical attributes, claws like steel, great strength, must not be hard against its iron claws, and secondly, pay attention to the tiger's tail. When attacking, pick the spine, the head, these vital places to hit, and withdraw the imperial beast space if it is injured. Keep your voice down when you go down there, and have your imperial beast skills ready. It's only in sleep for a few hours, and when it comes, it's going to hit the ground running." After saying a couple sentences, Yi Fan raised his hand. "Prepare to go on if you hear me clearly." "Ah, this is going to be on." Fatty Li was slightly stunned. "Aha." Yi Fan nodded his head and glanced at Fatty Li with a slight smile. "Why? Haven't you all been fighting in the Silver Moon Forest lately? Your combat experience should have improved a lot." "Yes, that's true," Fatty Li replied, scratching his head. "But that's a silver-level imperial beast, eh? Aren't we even going to discuss the details of the battle? Like the last time we fought a colorful cloud leopard kind of thing. The details are something you have to hone in on yourself. The attention points are good to know, and the opportunities are often fleeting and won't give you time to negotiate and prepare every time." Yi Fan replied, already taking a step and walking forward quickly, with Chun Peng and Ma Xiaoxue following close behind. Fatty Li hesitated, and after a few seconds, he also hurriedly chased after him. Snap! Fatty Li carefully tumbled over the cliff, and at this moment, several of Yi Fan's people were ready to hide behind a boulder. Not far away, the massive iron claw tiger was in the middle of rest, snoring like thunder. "Fatty, hurry up, release the phantom snake and stick it over there." Looking at Fatty Li's arrival, Yi Fan waved his hand. "When I give the order later, we'll go on, first round, to blind it." "Understood." As the voice fell, the ghost snake silently touched the side of the iron-clawed tiger, and at this moment, the iron-clawed tiger didn't have any perception of the uninvited guest that had intruded in its territory. Go! At a certain moment, Yifan fiercely stood up, and in his hands, the imperial beast radiance rapidly lit up. Several imperial beasts appeared, and at the same time, the phantom serpent hissed, its poisonous mist spraying towards the iron-claw tiger. Roar! The iron-claw tiger awoke with a start, and just as it opened its mouth, a large mouthful of poisonous gas was inhaled, which caused it to instantly arch its back. And right after that, the flames came, the blizzard hawk and Cerberus arrived at the same time. The sharp claws Tor, the sharp-toothed wolf, the rock python, and the blazing sun serpent all swooped in. Roar! In the canyon, the roars of the iron-clawed tiger rang out one after another, while not far above the canyon on the tree. The monkey-faced man who was tightly bound by Fatty Lee had his eyes glazed over, and in his eyes, they were filled with fear. Woo-hoo! He wanted to open his mouth to call for help, but his mouth was stuffed with stinky socks by Fatty Lee, so he could only whimper and vocalize, and his tears were about to pop out under the violent struggle. And right at this moment, a figure silently appeared, followed by a gentle voice. What's wrong with you? This student? Chapter 95 Xian Gue Lotus. In the canyon, Yifan's crowd was tangling with the iron-clawed tiger, which already had a head start. Plus, under the siege of several imperial beasts, the iron-clawed tiger gradually became unsupportable, and was knocked back horizontally by the hellhound in a collision, and then stood still and roared angrily at the crowd. The tiger's might was intimidating. Looking at the iron-clawed tiger that was clearly at the end of its rope but was still ferocious and incomparable. For a moment, several people were slightly discolored. The ferocity of this iron-claw tiger is too intense. Not far away, Fatty Lee looked at the iron-claw tiger that was grinning and revealing its fangs, and was a little alarmed. This kind of imperial beast, if it were to stay in the Silver Moon Forest, I don't know how many people it would eat. Why do you think it's here? Yifan, on the other hand, replied, speaking from the sidelines. In the secret realm operated by the school, apart from a small number of them that are native to the secret realm, many of the imperial beasts are from the Silver Moon Forest or other places. The secret realm has guardians to protect the safety of the students, and such a ferocious beast is the best choice to use to train the hearts of students who have just become imperial beast masters. Ordinary students, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand this tiger's might. On the side, Chun Peng opened his mouth. He was much older than a few people at this moment. Looking at that iron-claw tiger was also frowning a little. Having said that, Chun Peng glanced at Yifan, who always had a calm face on the side, and somewhat couldn't help but praise him. It's still the headmaster's heart that's too strong. His face didn't even change when he saw such a ferocious imperial beast. It's okay. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head slightly. He who has seen the wailing of a dragon will not fear a fierce tiger that is coloring before it dies. All right, prepare to wrap up. Don't take it lightly until you've ensured that you've won completely. Waving his hand, Yifan raised the dagger in his hand. Under the moonlight, the dagger emitted a silver light with a touch of sharpness flowing. This dagger was bought by Yifan for a small sum of money, built with some fine gold ore. It was incredibly sharp and dexterous at the same time. It was considered quite suitable for someone with Yifan's style of fighting. As the voice fell, Yifan led the way, impacting towards the iron-clawed tiger, and beside him, the imperial beasts of the crowd followed closely behind. Roar! As for the iron-claw tiger, facing this scene, it was obvious that it also knew that the time of death was coming. Still roaring angrily, it opened its bloody mouth and wanted to go and tear at Yifan. Instead of biting, this bite caused Yifan's dagger to turn and slice down the raised throat of the iron-claw tiger. Rip! Like the sound of paper being cut resounded, the dagger cut through a deep visible bone wound. This is even more so that the iron-claw tiger roared angrily, turned around, looked at Yifan, eyes full of hatred, simply do not care about the other royal beasts. A pair of iron claws, straight toward Yifan pounced. At this moment, it obviously knew that Yifan was the leader of the group, and the ferocity of the imperial beast made it want to pull on Yifan even before it died. At this point, you still want to roll over? Yifan coldly grunted, raised the dagger. The iron claw and the dagger collided. All of a sudden it scratched out sparks. The huge force came, nearly lifted Yifan over. Yifan frowned, was about to flip the dagger to meet the iron-clawed tiger's throat to cut through. A stern voice rang out. Evil tiger, don't hurt the leader. Chun Peng rushed out from the side, thunderous light overflowing from his pair of fists. carrying a fierce force that instantly exploded with a violent ringing sound, as if the air had been exploded. Dang. This punch landed solidly, a punch that actually blasted the Iron Claw Tiger's huge figure directly back, and the lightning also left a scorched black mark at the collision. And in the next moment, several Imperial beasts swarmed to pounce on this Iron Claw Tiger that had used up all its strength. Phew, that was close just now. Seeing the Iron-Clawed Tiger completely die, to the side, Chun Peng was relieved, looking to both fists, unconsciously trembling a little. That punch just now should be the Inch-Boom fist from the 100 Battles fist. To the side, Yifan's voice rang out. Chun Peng looked up. Between them, Yifan's eyes carried a slight smirk. Inch-Boom fist emphasizes on instantaneous explosion. One punch can exert more than twice the force. That punch you just threw is close to an introduction. It's hard to get started in physical arts. You've gotten the 100 Battles fist for only such a short period of time and you're close to getting started, not bad. Hearing this, Chun Peng was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. I actually haven't fully learned this move. Just now it was an emotional emergency. I don't know how it happened, and it felt like hitting it. There are many comprehensions that are supposed to be gained only in battle. You've already seen the scenery within the 100 Battles fist sect in a shocking glimpse. During this time you'll think back to that punch you just threw more often, and it shouldn't take long for you to be able to completely get started. Yifan opened his mouth, then patted Chun Peng's shoulder. Just now, thanks a lot. Hearing this, Chun Peng was slightly stunned, looking at Yifan who was walking towards the Iron Claw Tiger. In his eyes, some light gradually lit up. A silver 5-star attribute less spirit bead. At least 10 silver 1-star attribute less spirit beads will be exchanged. In front of the Iron-Clawed Tiger's corpse, Fatty Lee raised a spirit bead, his tone somewhat excited. We've gotten rich this time. We didn't come here just for the spirit beads. Yifan shook his head slightly and observed in the canyon. Soon, his eyes locked onto an overgrown place. Keep up. The good stuff we want. It's here. Yifan beckoned and walked towards the place, with the crowd following closely behind. This place seems to have nothing. Beside him, Fatty Lee looked at the pile of yellowish weeds and was muttering. But Yifan lifted the pile of weeds with one hand, and immediately afterward, a roughly half-a-person high cave was revealed. This? Fatty Lee's eyes changed a bit, and on the side, looking at the cave, Yifan had a slight smirk in his eyes. Sure enough, this cave was still here, so the thing that he had been thinking about for months in this trial mystery realm was bound to be here as well. This time, we might really have a big harvest. Turning his head to look at the few people behind him, Yifan opened his mouth, put away the imperial beasts, and bent down to enter the cave. Behind them, a few people looked at each other, but followed suit, bent down and stepped into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with little to no light, and with the narrowness, several people were slightly uncomfortable walking through it. In here, there won't be any imperial beasts like the blood-sucking bats. Fatty Lee's voice rang out, and in the next moment, 70 to 80 bright red eyes lit up above the cave. This scene nearly gave Fatty Lee a scare that made him turn his back, and he hurriedly tried to pull Yifan, but he only heard Yifan make a sound. These aren't blood-sucking bats. They're just low-grade cave bats, at most 1 star of black iron. This kind of imperial beast is timid by nature and won't bite. It doesn't bite, that's okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was relieved, but looking at the dense red eyes above his head, he was still a little creeped out, and turned to Yifan, whispering, Yifan, are we going to arrive? Soon. Yifan's voice rang out and his footsteps suddenly sped up, and the few people behind him hurriedly moved their steps as well. At a certain moment, a step was taken, and the originally narrow cave opened up, and a chamber-like place appeared, with many fluorescent fruits growing on the walls, and the faint light converged in the center. There, like an altar, there was a faint bulge, and on the bulge, a lotus-like spirit plant was opening up, its petals open, and strangely, its petals were not of one color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, 7 petals, 7 colors. Xian Gui Lotus. Looking at this lotus flower in the middle of the field, Yifan's eyes lit up, and then he quickly took a step to carefully uproot it. Chapter 96. Harvest. Those boys. They seemed to have found the place of treasure hidden in the secret realm. In the sky, looking at the crowd that had killed the Iron Claw Tiger and entered the cave, Amazing's brows immediately furrowed. Is there a hidden place of treasure in the secret realm? Hearing this, the female guardian on the side but vocalized, seemingly a bit puzzled. The secret realm is only under control and not much development has been done, in which there must be many spiritual herbs and fruits growing in places we don't know. Yen replied, but his eyes were a little cold. Then they must have gotten something good? Those words caused the female guardian to change color a bit. Since it's hidden, then there are good and bad things. Yen opened his mouth, but unconsciously shook his head. But since it's a treasure land guarded by a silver 5-star iron claw tiger, the stuff shouldn't be too bad. This kid, he should have known about this treasure place from some unknown source, and he has been preparing to come here since he entered the secret realm, with a strong sense of purpose. You mean to say that someone detected something in the secret realm and told Yifan? Hearing this, the female guardian guessed a little. But the secret realm is a top secret area. Besides us being able to qualify for permanent residence, who else can come in? Who else could it be? Hearing this, Amazing but coldly grunted. That guy from Jean, who has the entry and exit permits for all the secret realms. They. Hearing this, the female guardian was a bit hesitant. Jeanna people have always been impartial. They shouldn't favor Yifan. He was a former member of the Warrior Sky Army, and Yifan is the offspring of his army commander. So you dare to say that he wouldn't have a bit of selfishness? Yen replied once more, his eyes growing colder and colder. Back then, that group of people from the Battle Heavenly Army were itching for a second Yizhantian to walk out and reunite them. This group of guys who claim to be fair and righteous and pretend to be noble, behind their backs, they are still the same as us. This is. The female guardian opened her mouth, looking at the Amazing with a face full of ice coldness, slightly pondered, and then immediately afterward opened her mouth. If the town stands behind him, then we are afraid that it is a bit difficult to deal with him. I don't believe he can keep protecting this brat. Amazing replied. I will look for an opportunity to personally strike. This son must not be retained. You're going to personally strike? These words made the female guardian a bit startled, and she hastily spoke. We are the main setup above in Ping City. There is a bigger mission. Ping City is crowded with people. For a kid, if we are exposed, it won't be exposed. I will be careful. Amazing shook his head and glanced at the female guardian. Deep in his eyes, there was a slight touch of fear. You didn't experience that great battle 40 years ago. You don't know what the 3 words Yizhantian means. If it wasn't for him, the dynasty restoration would have succeeded as early as 40 years ago. After so many years have passed, we have managed to infiltrate the cities, towns, and even villages once again, and the best time for the dynasty to be restored has come. At this time, we must not allow a second Yizhantian to appear. Yifan, what exactly is the Xian Gui Lotus? Why are you so happy? Outside the cave, walking through the canyon, Fatty Li couldn't help but open his mouth as he looked at Yifan, who still had a bit of a smile on his face up to now. A very amazing thing, considered extremely rare amongst spirit-grade heavenly materials. Yifan replied, glancing at Fatty Li, and then at the crowd who cast curious gazes. He slightly pondered for a few seconds. You guys can interpret the Xian Gui Lotus as an upgraded version of the inferior change fruit, which is specialized for elite-grade imperial beasts. Upgraded inferior change fruit. Hearing this, Fatty Li was instantly startled. Xian Gui Lotus. Can it also upgrade the bloodline of a royal beast? Right? Yifan nodded his head, the corners of his eyes smiling a little. The Xian Gui Lotus blooms once every 10 years, and the flower has 7 petals, corresponding to the 7 basic elemental powers, and by taking the corresponding petals, the grade of the imperial beasts will be upgraded. Can we mention the excellent grade? Fatty Li hurriedly pursued the question. It can, however, it needs several times. Yifan replied, revealing a smile. Roughly speaking, elite grade to elite peak grade requires 2 doses, and elite peak to excellent requires 3. That from the elite mentioned excellence have to be 5 times 10 years to open. This has to be 50 years. Hearing Yifan's words, Fatty Li slightly calculated. All of a sudden is absent. 50 years, that's too long. It's okay. Yifan, however, smiled and shook his head. His royal beast space-time flow was 30-1. A year was 12 days, 10 years, or 4 months. 5 times 1.5 years. By that time, he would be able to have all of his imperial beasts mentioned as being of superior grade, and even allow those around him to have superior grade imperial beasts as well. One must know that even the biggest families and the most talented imperial beast masters would inevitably encounter a problem. The imperial beasts that they had taken in at the very beginning would not be able to keep up with the imperial beasts that they had taken in behind them because of the limitations of their bloodline grade, and they would try to make up for it by all means. Inferior change fruit is okay, can be found. Xiangui lotus, this kind of spiritual plant is rare, can be encountered but not to be sought. Even if you get it, the long maturity time is also a hard injury. In the end, the strength of the imperial beasts cannot keep up with the imperial beast. Space is limited, bound, cannot be replaced by other imperial beasts, inevitably resulting in a waste of their own imperial beast space. And now that Yifan had gotten the Xiangui lotus and had a unique space for his imperial beasts, it was almost certain that all of his imperial beasts in the future would come to the excellence grade, and would perfectly avoid this one drawback. This kind of enhancement, which had to be said to be huge, was even more of a necessity for Yifan, who pursued perfection in this life. Luckily, in this life I can win. Looking at Fatty Lee on the side, Yifan narrowed his eyes and could not help but let out a breath. In his previous life, he also got the Xiangui lotus, however, was chased by the iron-clawed tiger, fled into the cave. In the midst of the wolf plus do not know the preciousness of spiritual herbs and medicines. In the iron-clawed tiger dormant at the time of the hasty clutching away Xiangui lotus of some of the leaves to escape with their lives. At that time, he hadn't obtained the inferior change fruit yet, and only had the fire dog in his hand, and the leaves of the Xiangui lotus had no effect when used, so he had never known about the rarity of the Xiangui lotus. It has been a long time, until a chance, Yifan learned of the rarity of the Xiangui lotus. Want to turn back to look for, but there is no chance. Because of this, in this life, Yifan was very attached to this Xiangui lotus, and likewise, this was the reason why he was so familiar with this iron claw tiger. Yifan, since this Xiangui lotus is so powerful, why is that iron-clawed tiger still elite grade? On the side, Wang Lingxi was thinking of something and came over. Did it not discover this Xiangui lotus? Of course it found it, otherwise, how could it get to a silver 5-star rank? And how could it choose this nothing place as its lair? Yifan spoke. As for why it's still at the elite grade. Speaking here, Yifan seemed to have thought of something, and in his eyes, a smirk appeared as he turned back and pointed at the cave. It could get in when it was small, it just got stronger and bigger. Instead, I can't get in. Chapter 97, so-called justice. This iron claw tiger is also too miserable. Walking on the way back, Fatty Lee sighed and opened his mouth like a sigh. Keeping something so good can't be eaten. Blood loss. It's not exactly a blood loss. Without that Xiangui lotus, it wouldn't be as fierce as it is now. Yifan waved his hand. That's true. Fatty Lee replied and added. Then what are we doing for the next few days? These next few days. Hearing this, Yifan pondered slightly, and then, a smirk appeared on his face. Naturally, I'm going to Jije's trouble. He's trying to find someone to kill me, and with his plan pierced through by me, it wouldn't be my style if I didn't fight back. Looking for Jije's trouble? Hearing this, Fatty Lee slightly hesitated. That Jije has quite a lot of people around him. We're only 5 people here, so I'm afraid we'll suffer. It's not like we need to fight them in blood. Just beat them up and hurt them. Yifan waved his hand and patted Fatty's shoulder. No problem then. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. The 5 of them went forward, and without much time, on the road from which they came, a person gradually appeared, standing in the middle of the road, fixed like a tree. This person was none other than the monkey-faced man who had been tied up by Fatty Lee earlier, and at the moment, seemed to have been rescued by someone else. Seeing this scene, Yifan frowned, while on the side, Fatty Lee and the others were alerted all of a sudden. Who loosened the rope for you? Fatty Lee's voice rang out. Was it Jie? The monkey-faced man sniffed and shook his head quickly. No, said, looking at a few people. The monkey-faced man was obviously a little afraid, and hurriedly said, it was a classmate who saved me and told me to wait for you guys here. And then what? Fatty Lee pursued, still with a wary expression. And then, for justice. A voice rang out, followed by a tall figure stepping out from behind a tree on the side. He was broad and sturdy, but his eyebrows were somewhat bookish and he wore a pair of glasses. It's you. Seeing this figure, Yifan slightly raised his eyebrows. Chuji, you recognize me? Hearing Yifan's voice, Chuji, who had just stepped out, froze. Slightly heard about it. Yifan spoke, a slight smile in his eyes. This guy, back in the day, is considered to be like a thundercloud, the famous lone wolf, and often liked to see the road to help, not moving to seek justice, was called Justice Brother, and then simply called him Chu Gongdao. His strength and talent is considered quite good. In his previous life, once in Jie Flush, only he loves to help others to seek justice character, doomed to mess with a lot of people, and then it is said to be in the Silver Moon Forest by some enemies united with the mercenaries of the Mercenary Corps, and then later on, it is no longer in decline. This Chu Justice. Thinking of these, Yifan was a little helpless, glanced at Li Ji, followed by slowly opening his mouth. How do you want to ask for justice now? Several of you tied this classmate to a tree for no reason, and also blocked his mouth so that he couldn't call for help. Such behavior is considered murder. Chu Ji opened his mouth, facing the several people with an unchanged face, and spoke indifferently. Logically speaking, you guys have to apologize and compensate this student. Good Lord. Here comes the apology and compensation. Hearing this, Fatty Lee on the side couldn't stand it anymore and raised his hand, wanting to point his finger at Chu Ji on the spot. Fatty. Yifan pressed down on Fatty Lee and shook his head. Fatty Lee looked at Yifan. His words didn't come out and he took a step back. However, his mouth was still cursing. Chu Ji. Only then did Yifan open his mouth and looked at Chu Ji on the opposite side of the room. And in his words, his tone wasn't exactly soft. Did you understand the whole picture of the whole thing before you wanted to seek justice? The whole picture of the whole thing? Hearing this, Chu Ji was a bit puzzled. Isn't the whole picture that you guys tied this classmate to a tree? Humph. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head, but his gaze shifted to the monkey-faced man. When the monkey-faced man saw Yifan looking at him, the scene of being restrained by the blizzard eagle earlier reappeared, and he shivered slightly. You tell this Chu Ji what the full picture of the matter is. Yifan opened his mouth, his eyes slightly cold. Yes, yes, the monkey-faced man replied, looking to the side of Chu Ji. Before he could say anything, Chu Ji said, You don't have to worry, classmate, just tell it like it is. This. The words made the monkey-faced man a little embarrassed, glancing at Chu Ji and shrinking his head. He was going to leave. This Chu Ji heard that he was tied here by his classmates and had to pull himself to say something about justice. It's okay to stand up for justice, but justice is not on his side. After hesitating for a few seconds, the monkey-faced man's eyes glanced at Yifan, who had an icy cold gaze, a glance that made him tremble once again and hurriedly open his mouth. Chu, here's the thing. Soon, the monkey-faced man told the whole story, including the fact that Jijia had spent a lot of money to kill Yifan, and that he had come to monitor the traces of a few people. A series of things were told. You this. And along with the monkey-faced man's opening, gradually, Chu Ji's face became a little unnatural. How about it? Which side is justice on? On the opposite side. Seeing this scene, Yifan then opened his mouth. Me. Chu Ji opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, looking to the monkey-faced man on the side and glaring viciously at the other. Why didn't you say anything before? You didn't give me a chance to say it before. The monkey-faced man's voice was a little weak. This time, Chu Ji hesitated for a few seconds, but soon turned his head and cupped his fists at Yifan. Since this matter is like this, then this guy is considered to be to blame. I didn't get the whole picture of the matter before I stood up for someone else. This matter, it's considered my fault, and I'm here to apologize to Yifan's classmates as well. It's fine. Seeing this Chu Jiging admit his mistake, Yifan waved his hand. Rather, it's this Jijia. It should be fellow student Yifan who seeks justice from him. Chu Ji opened his mouth and followed up with, Student Yifan, do you need my help? Sort of also make amends for my recklessness just now. Are you going to help me get justice? Hearing this, Yifan's expression became a bit helpless, but soon, he nodded. If I can help, it's not bad. Good. Chu Ji nodded his head and walked towards Yifan's group. This time, the monkey-faced man on the opposite side of the room was embarrassed, and when he saw Yifan's gaze sweeping towards him, he snapped repeatedly, Brother Yifan, let me go. It's not impossible to spare you. Yifan replied, This? Thank you, Brother Fan. Thank you, Brother Fan. The monkey-faced man was as if he had been pardoned and spoke in a hurry. Sparing you is not without conditions. Yifan continued to speak, his voice dull. Tomorrow morning, take me and go find your quarters. This? Hearing this, the monkey-faced man hesitated, glanced at Yifan, and somewhat reluctantly opened his mouth. If Ji Xiao knows that I'm the one who led the way for Brother Fan, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stay in Pingqing High School. What? Do you really want to be Ji Jie's lapdog for the rest of your life? Hearing this, Yifan then snorted coldly. No, don't dare. The monkey-faced man replied. But my talent isn't really outstanding. My imperial beast strength is ordinary. And if I don't follow young Ji, I won't even be able to get a mouthful of soup. Tang Imperial Beast Master. Not to say like those strong people who suppress the magical beasts, at least have a little bit of the backbone of an Imperial Beast Master, like a begging dog waiting for other people's alms. What does it look like? Yifan asked rhetorically and waved his hand. Know about Mercenary Corps? When you go out, go to Divine Leaf, that's my mercenary group. Hearing this, the monkey-faced man froze, and immediately afterward, nodded his head repeatedly. Thank you for taking in Brother Fan. I'm not taking you in. Go to the Mercenary Corps and fend for yourself. I won't give you any privileges. Yifan replied, shaking his head and walking ahead. Also, I don't like being called Brother Van. You either call me by my first name or call me Chief. Yifan, are you preparing to take in that monkey-faced man? On the road, Fatty Lee walked beside Yifan and whispered, that monkey-faced man is Je's lapdog. Why should we give this kind of person a chance? A kid in his teens, he hasn't made a big mistake yet. Giving a chance, it's nothing. Yifan shook his head. This guy's talent is not bad. In the future, if he can grow up, it can be considered somewhat useful. Having said that, Yifan paused and continued. Of course, if he doesn't seize this opportunity, in the future, there won't be a second chance. This way. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. His gaze moved towards the back, sweeping over Chu Ji, then, hesitantly said, what about Chu Ji? It feels like his strength is quite good. Why don't we take him in as well? That guy. Hearing this, Yifan hesitated, but then, shook his head. Let it be. Why? Hearing this, Fatty Lee was a bit puzzled. That Chu Ji, how can he be better than the monkey-faced man? Good for sure, but he's always thinking about justice and doing what's fair and right, you should see that. Yifan opened his mouth, having been a man for 2 lifetimes, and having experienced life, death, sorrow, and happiness. His mind had long been clear. Slightly silent, for a while, Yifan only seemed to say with some emotion. He is good, but in the world, where is absolute justice? Chapter 98. Early the next morning, Yifan woke up early to box as usual, and Chunpeng got up just as early and practiced boxing beside Yifan for a while. Chief, this boxing technique of yours, it seems like there are some doors. Looking at the various avian postures that Yifan had put up for only a while, Chunpeng opened his mouth with some surprise. Is this an ancient body art? Barely. It's something I've researched by combining some ancient body techniques, called the Wanxiang method. Yifan replied, looking at Chunpeng with some laughter in his eyes. A self-created physical art. Hearing these words, a flash of astonishment appeared in Chunpeng's eyes. The headmaster is a heavenly prodigy. To be able to create his own body art, he can be considered the founding father of the sect. It's just a physical art. It's not considered a heavenly talent. Yifan waved his hand and glanced at Chunpeng. What? Do you want to learn this physical art? Want to learn? Chunpeng, also honest, nodded. But I cultivate 100 battles fist, sex fierce. The head of the body art seems to be the kind of more gentle, both the same cultivation. Will there be a conflict? No, the 100 battles fist is technically a physical art stance. My Wanxiang method is equivalent to giving the body a base to strengthen the body. There is no conflict. Yifan replied. This? Hearing this, Chunpeng had a touch of fire in his eyes and glanced at Yifan. Abruptly, somewhat embarrassed. I didn't make any great achievements by following the headmaster. The headmaster gave me the stinging method and passed on the 100 battles fist. And now he's going to give me your self-created physical art. To have great merits, first you have to be strong enough. Yifan opened his mouth and said, patting Chunpeng's shoulder, big man tops the sky. A self-created body art is not precious to me. If you have the heart, in the future when you have the ability to start a sect, return me a door is. As these words came out, Chunpeng froze, and then nodded heavily. All right, watch me fight a few times. My Wanxiang method isn't that hard to learn. Yifan replied, setting up his stance and striking the 10,000 elephants method once more. On the side, Chunpeng watched with rapt attention, and in a short while he himself played, although a little raw, but the look was still similar. Not bad. Yifan looked at Chunpeng and nodded with a smile. This Chunpeng, who was very suitable for the practice of physical arts, learned physical arts very quickly and made good progress. Even if he's not a beast master, and he doesn't have any ancient relic bloodline, in the future, he can still become a powerful party. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at Chunpeng and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nothing is doomed from the start. It's not that a D-rank talent can't become a powerful imperial beast master, and it's not inevitable that ordinary people can't become strong. Many times it's just a lack of an opportunity. And now that he can give them this opportunity, the rest is just up to them to seize it. Not a moment later, The tent next to them opened and Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxua stepped out, looking at the two of them who were playing the Wanxiang method. Slightly surprised. You guys got up so early. A day's plan lies in the morning. Yifan waved his hand and looked towards the other tent. Go and call for Fatty and a few of them. This sun is about to rise and they're still not up. There's a tough battle to be fought today. I'll go call them. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi hurriedly went to call out to Fatty Li and the others. Soon, several people got up one after another and had a simple breakfast before Yifan called out the monkey-faced man. Zhoutsong, it's time to lead the way. While patting the monkey-faced man with an apprehensive face, the expression on Yifan's face was somewhat calm. Good, good. Zhoutsong nodded repeatedly and walked beside Yifan, leading the crowd along the middle of the forest. It's already the second day, and there's no news about Yifan at all? Seeing the sun rise, in the middle of the jungle, Ji Jie, who had just stepped out of his tent with a slightly disgruntled look on his face, scanned the circle of those present and opened his mouth to ask, Where's Zhoutsong? Back to young Ji. Zhoutsong didn't return yesterday overnight, and there's no news yet. Someone responded. This Zhoutsong is also too useless. Ji Jie replied, his brows furrowed. The secret realm opened yesterday, a day and a night. Yifan and the others could never have stayed where they were. How could there be no news at all? Seeing that Ji Jie was getting a little upset, someone stepped out and whispered, Zhoutsong might have gotten news of Yifan and the others. Maybe they'll pass it over in a while. I hope so. Ji Jie glanced at the man, his voice a bit gloomy. I came to the secret realm, not to take a vacation. What I'm wasting now is the time to explore the secret realm. Understood. The man replied, and in his eyes there was also some anxiety. He is with Zhoutsong friendship named Deng Ai, is also considered to be a close friend of growing up together. At the moment Ji Jie is not happy, but also can only expect Zhoutsong to come back earlier so as not to be scolded again. Originally came to be a student. How when into someone else's lapdog. Deng Ai slightly helpless sighed. He originally and Zhoutsong's family is ordinary, although they all became Imperial Beast Masters, but it is difficult to fight Imperial Beasts, and the two of them are not very strong. At the very beginning, they were only thinking of hugging the thighs of the A-levels, thinking of mixing some benefits, but once they got on the boat, this is when they realized that it was hard to ride the tiger. Follow Ji Jie, every day scolded, the benefits are not a few, do not follow Ji Jie, the other people have to target them, but also cannot even mix, the whole thing is a difficult situation. If I had known it was like this, I would have been better off going solo with Zhoutsong. Dangerous as it is, at least I don't have to be so exhausted and still get scolded by a person my age every day. Soon, time passed for another while. Seeing that there was still no sign of Zhoutsong, Deng Ai took the initiative to walk out. Junior Ji, why don't I go and take a look around? Maybe Zhoutsong is in some kind of trouble. After all, it's a secret realm. There are a lot of wild imperial beasts, and he doesn't have much of a fighting ability, so he can easily get entangled. Hearing this, Ji Jie grunted coldly, but only waved his hand. Go. Understood. Deng Ai replied and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the compound. A bunch of trash. Watching Deng Ai gradually walk away, Ji Jie once again voiced out, his tone a little cold, his gaze moving to look at Long Wu, lowering his voice. After killing Yifan, this group of people won't have to follow me anymore. Zhoutsong, you say you how to do something so not sharp. Cannot find people also come back earlier. What is this doing? In the middle of the jungle, Deng Ai looked around and never saw Zhoutsong, so he couldn't help but mutter, snap. As he was walking, in the jungle, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Deng Ai looked up and saw Zhoutsong, a horse ahead of him. You kid. Where did you run off to? I looked for you. Deng Ai opened his mouth, and halfway through his words, he froze, and his eyes moved to see Yifan's several people beside Zhoutsong. Deng Ai. Looking at Deng Ai appearing, Zhoutsong was first delighted and was about to open his mouth. But before his words fell, he only saw Deng Ai turn around and run straight towards the jungle. Seeing this scene, Zhoutsong froze, his gaze shifted to Yifan on the side. Seemingly a bit helpless. Brother Fan, this Deng Ai is my hairy youngster. His character is a bit timid. That's similar to you. Yifan smiled and didn't say anything more as he waved his hand and looked at Fatty Li who was on the side. Fatty Li would understand, and with that, whistled. Boom. In the jungle in the distance, a black inferno snake suddenly burst out of the grass, followed by a terrified cry. Help! Chapter 99. Starting the war. Brother Fan, this fatty of mine is just timid, and just now he didn't want to go to ventilate. Let him go. In the middle of the jungle, looking at his best friend who was tied up by the black flame snake with a white face, Zhou couldn't help but plead to Yifan. There's no intention to do anything to him. Just don't do anything bad. Yifan waved his hand, and on the side, Fatty Lee also let the black flame snake put Deng Ai down. Since it's your hairdresser, just take care of it yourself. Yifan opened his mouth. Yes, yes. Zhou nodded repeatedly and hurriedly pulled Deng Ai to his side. The front is your quarters, right? Yifan opened his mouth, his gaze distantly looking towards the other side in the middle of the jungle, where, vaguely, there were some traces of a garrison. Yes. Zhou quickly replied and came over. There are a total of more than 100 people there. It might not be good to fight head-on. I know there is a path that can be flanked by. Dealing with this group of people is not enough to make me take the path. Yifan shook his head and waved his hand. The Hellhound and Blast Eagle appeared by his side. And to the side, Fatty Lee and Ma Xiaoshu each released their royal beasts as well. And looking at Yifan's obvious intention to go big, Chu Ji was slightly hesitant. But perhaps because of the promise he made yesterday, he also waved his hand, and 2 bronze 7-star Imperial beasts appeared in the field. An elite grade Iron Eater beast, and a peak elite Flaming Sparrow. This configuration was considered quite good, and Yifan nodded slightly, and immediately after, turned back to Zhou and said, if you guys want to follow up in a while, you can do so. If you're scared, just wait here or hide, whatever. As the words fell, Yifan took the lead, and a group of people headed toward the distant compound. Zhou, you're crazy. Tipping off Yifan. Aren't you afraid that Jijie will blame you? Until this moment, Deng Ai was anxious, looked at Zhou and said loudly, if we mess with Jijie, how can we still mix in Pingcheng High School? I don't want to, but it's not like I have no choice. Zhou replied, while his eyes were a bit helpless. Yifan said that after he gets out, he'll let me go and hang out with his mercenary group. To his mercenary group? Hearing this, Deng Ai stalled. God Leaf. How do you know about the God Leaf? God Leaf now the 4th mercenary group in Ping City, very famous, you don't even know this. Deng Ai opened his mouth, this time relieved. His mercenary corps welfare is very good. Can go there and follow him to mix, it's not bad. Following Jijie, even if you don't have a few mouthfuls of soup, you still get scolded every day. Hearing you say that, it feels a little better to follow Yifan. Zhou weakly opened his mouth, and halfway through his words, the jungle on the other side of the room suddenly resounded with the sound of Imperial beasts roaring. Immediately afterward, the sounds of fighting rang out, and the flames rose to the sky, becoming intense all of a sudden. Yifan, how dare you? Jijie's annoyed roar came out, but it ended abruptly in the middle of his words, as if he had been knocked down by something. This? Hearing this voice, Zhou hesitated, paused for a few seconds, and his gaze shifted to Deng Ai, who was on the side. I can't hang out at Jijie's anyway. How about we follow the fun and go to help out, as a vote of confidence? Hearing this, Deng Ai froze, but soon, gritting his teeth and revealing a ruthless intent, he picked up a piece of wooden stick on the ground. Go! Boo! In the middle of the jungle, Yifan's eyes were very cold at the moment. Not far away, Jijie stood there with a red palm print on his shoulder. Obviously, in the exchange just now, Yifan had the upper hand. Beside Chaos, Wang Lingxi provides vision, a line of people all bronze high star at this moment, simply like sheep into the wolves. The only one Longu stood out also by Chun Peng to repel at this moment. Obviously more people Jijie even still seem a little isolated. Yifan, you made a move against me. Have you thought about the consequences? On the opposite side, looking at the quietly standing Yifan, Jijie opened his mouth and took a stance, and in his hands, the light lit up somewhat. Is it that you have thought about the consequences? Yifan replied, looking at Jijie, his eyes cold. You let your lapdogs gather to try to kill me. Brutalizing your classmates is a felony. Do you really think that no one dares to care about you in Ping City? Who can prove it? Jijie asked rhetorically, but his hand was raised. There's no point in talking more, Imperial Beast Master. Let's speak with strength. Good. Yifan nodded his head and answered on the spot. The 2 Imperial Beasts came to his side. He raised his hand and the Imperial light enveloped the Imperial Beasts. The Imperial Beast. Ascension. D-rank talent. It really isn't the usual trash. Looking at the 2 Imperial Beasts that had barely changed, Jijie coldly grunted and raised his hand, and an Imperial Beast that was as tall as 2 people appeared in front of him, with iron armor like scales all over its body. Excellent grade, silver 2-star. Thousand Junior Beast. Looking at this imperial beast that appeared, Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yifan, you're going to send yourself to the door, so it'll save you a lot of trouble. Jijie opened his mouth and slowly raised his hand. Then, light emerged from his hand. Imperial beasts. Divine power. The red light instantly enveloped the body of the Thousand Juniper Beast, and in the next moment, the red light in the eyes of the Thousand Juniper Beast suddenly rose. Its body size instantly swelled up by a large amount, and with a furious roar, instantly, it stirred up sound waves that looked like shockwaves. Class A divine power, capable of giving a power increase of more than 50% to the Imperial Beast. The strength of this Thousand Juniper Beast could be plucked up by at least 2 stars. The sound waves attacked and instantly drew the attention of the crowd, and many were shocked when they saw the huge beast that appeared in the field. This dog Jijie really hit his hand, like Yifan said. In the distance, Fatty Lee was slightly worried and looked toward Yifan, while Yifan still had the same face as usual, looking at the Thousand June Beast that had received an increase and was displaying its full strength form. He simply raised his hand. A remarkable imperial beast is making such a big deal. Those who don't know would think that you're taking out some kind of legacy seed out. As the words fell, the dagger in Yifan's hand raised up, and he met the Thousand June Beast, charging up. Cerberus and Blast Eagle followed closely behind. Both imperial beasts had followed Yifan in many battles and did not show any shyness in the face of silver imperial beasts with bloodline grades higher than their own. Colliding head-on, the Hellhound attacked with a mouthful of flames. At the same time, Yifan dodged the Thousand June Beast's beastly claw slap. At the same time, the dagger was erected and stabbed straight down at the Thousand June Beast. Snort. This stab, the beast armor immediately sparks, but that beast armor is obviously hard and unusual. This stab and did not break open the beast armor of the Thousand June Beast, and the Hellhound's flame sprayed to the body of the Thousand June Beast, in addition to leaving a charred black, and did not have much effect. My imperial beasts are not wild imperial beasts from the forest. Jijie's voice rang out with a hint of contempt. The Thousand June Beast is an imperial beast that combines offense and defense in the excellence grade imperial beasts, and with your dagger that you bought at a stall and a hellhound, it's simply delusional to think that you want to break through its defenses. Oh! Hearing this, Yifan also laughed. Then I'd like to see how strong of a defense you have, this Thousand June Beast. At the end of the sentence, Yifan once again stabbed out with a dagger, and at the same time, his figure withdrew at great speed. Boom! The Thousand June Beast's claws landed in front of Yifan the next moment, blasting up a patch of dirt. Blizzard Hawk, sheer attack. Yifan's voice sounded at the same time, followed by a sharp eagle call, and in the next moment, the blizzard eagle in the sky sped in, its sharp claws carrying light as it swiftly slashed through the Thousand June Beast's body. Once again, sparks flew as the blast hawk pulled up into the air. I said, you cannot break. Jijie once again opened his mouth. The words to the halfway point is abruptly ended. Eyes, shock suddenly rise. At this moment, on the back of the Thousand Juniper Beast, the 3 red wounds that had appeared at some point were very eye-catching, and although they had not caused any injuries, it was obvious that its leather armor had been penetrated by the Blizzard Eagle in that strike just now. How is this possible? Looking at this scene, Jijie vocalized, and in his tone, it was hard to hide his astonishment. A superior grade imperial beast. Do you really think it's invincible? Yifan's voice rang out in his tone with a touch of teasing. My Blast Eagle is considered to be the strongest attack in the elite peak grade, and just now swooped down at that height with the addition of skills. You're only 2 levels higher than me, and your talent isn't one that adds to the defense of the imperial beasts. So what's to say it can't shatter your Thousand Junk Beasts' defense? Chapter 100. The words exited Jijie's eyes. Looking at Yifan, eyes. For a moment there was some doubt. What's wrong? You don't know what to do after your defense is broken. Yifan opened his mouth, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. If you want to kill me with just this much skill, it's too whimsical, isn't it? Yifan, don't provoke me there. Jijie replied, seemingly a little annoyed. Taking advantage, you think you've won? At the end of his sentence, Jijie raised his hand. Qijun Beast, use Earthquake. As the voice fell, the gigantic palm of the Thousand June Beast lifted up, and in the palm, a pale yellow light condensed, and in the next moment, it heavily slapped towards Yifan. Yifan stepped back. While seeming to know what was coming next, he leapt forward, and the Hellhound rushed out at that moment, picking Yifan up and rushing out several meters in one leap. Boom! And while this palm shot was empty, the Thousand Jet Beast didn't stop and slammed its heavy palm on the ground. The ground trembled all of a sudden, and with this strike, It seemed to emit a terrifying destructive force, and in an instant dozens of meters of trees collapsed around them, and the ground all of a sudden cracked open with a huge fissure. Snap! On the other hand, Cerberus carried Yifan and landed lightly on the edge of the destruction ground. Watching the brewing strike not play out, Jijie became slightly anxious and waved his hand once more. Thousand June Beast, boulder impact. Roar! A roar rang out, and the Thousand Juniper Beast raised its huge palm once more. The light condensed, and several huge stone blocks quickly condensed. Boom, boom, boom. The stones impacted, but Yifan had a faint smile on his face, patting the hellhound's head, and immediately after, the hellhound rushed out at once, and a few stones hit the trees next to him and rumbled and rolled out, instead smashing down a few of Jijie's men's lapdogs. Blast Hawk, attack! Yifan's voice sounded once more, and the Blizzard Eagle sped once more, taking advantage of the gap between the Thousand June Beast's attacks, its sharp claws tearing along the traces left by the previous attack. Roar! This time, the Thousand Juniper Beast bled, and stimulated by the pain, it roared angrily on the spot. It should be my turn again. Yifan spoke once more, jumping off the Cerberus, and in his hand, his dagger flipped over as he charged towards that Thousand June's beast. Cerberus similarly unleashed a flame attack, still rushing towards the wound, and the Thousand Juned beast grumped, raising its upper body and swinging its huge paw to block the attack. Good chance. Seeing the Thousand June beast raise its upper body, Yifan's eyes lit up and he quickly took a step. The dagger in his hand was like a ghost, slashing along the bottom of the Thousand June beast's throat. Pissed. Now, Yifan's force was already close to bronze 8 or 9 stars, and this strike was stabbed at a soft spot, and with a single strike, the dagger instantly missed a cut. Roar! The pain this time was 10 times more intense than before, and all of a sudden, the Thousand June beast went berserk, frantically waving its huge palm. Yifan also utilized this force and violently pushed the dagger. The dagger once again did not enter a section, while he himself lightly retreated. He wasn't greedy. This Thousand June beast was huge. Even its throat was thick-skinned. The strike wasn't able to kill the other party, but it was enough to cause the other party no small amount of damage. CH! This time, the blast eagle in the sky struck again, and the Thousand Jet beast retreated, the dagger sticking out from under its throat, and tried to dodge the blow in a lousy way, but once again a wound was scratched out of its head. It seemed like it took a long time for all of this to happen, but in reality, from the time Yifan stabbed the dagger to the Blizzard Eagle's attack, it was only a few breaths of time. On the opposite side, Jijie reacted, already looking pale, and hurriedly spoke, Thousand June Beast, retreat back. The gigantic size of the Thousand June Beast moved backward with this command, and eventually retreated to Jijie's side. The result of the battle was already clear, watching Jijie, who possessed a silver-level excellent Imperial Beast, being suppressed by Yifan the entire time. A lot of people's eyes were filled with astonishment, and some of them even forgot to resist, and were flung to the ground by Fatty Lee's rock python with a tail. Yifan looked at this scene and didn't strike again, just clasped his hands and watched as the Thousand June Beast retreated back to the side of Jijie before he made another sound. Your means of fighting Imperial Beasts is too poor to be compared to Li Yu. You fart. Hearing this, Jijie became furious on the spot. Just that dead fat guy? You're saying I'm not as good as him? At least he won't be as gullible as you. Yifan bristled and looked at Jijie, seemingly waving his hand playfully. Young Ji, what do you say now? There's something to be said for that. Jijie opened his mouth and pulled off the dagger below the throat of the Thousand June Beast, looking at the wound that was flowing with blood. His face was a little cold. The royal beast lost to Yifan head-on. At the moment, his heart was filled with stifling instead. You're acting like a coward. All you do is hide and sneak. That's called the means of the Imperial Beast. Yifan replied, skimming his lips and no longer arguing, spreading his hands towards Jijie. The skill is not as good as the others. There should be no other Imperial Beasts that can win against me, young Ji. What do you want? Hearing this, Jijie crossed his eyebrows. Yifan, do you still want to kill me? I'm not like Ji Shaoa, moving to kill, not to mention, this secret realm, isn't there a guardian? Yifan opened his mouth and pointed to the sky, revealing a meaningful smile. You can't be killed, but if young Ji still wants to leave instead of being sent out by me, I think there should be some price to pay. Price? Hearing this, Jijie instantly became a bit angry. Yifan, you want me to pay the price? I still have more than 100 people here. Fish out of water? Do you think you can really take much advantage? If these 100 or so people are willing to die for you, then perhaps I will consider it. Yifan opened his mouth and hummed lightly, spreading his hands. But take a good look as well. These people are not your G family's dogs and horses. They won't fight to die for you. The young master of the G family. As the words left his mouth, Ji Jie stalled, and with a sweep of his gaze, he saw the crowd in the field that was being chased around by Yifan's men. They were not all without strength, but at this time, facing the battle, almost all were running away. In the field, there were not many people who stood out to resist at all. A bunch of trash. Seeing the scene, Ji Jie gritted his teeth. His eyes moved and saw Deng Ai and Zhou Tsong, who were not far away with a wooden stick in their hands, and in his eyes, he was instantly enraged. Zhou Tsong, Deng Ai, you too. How dare you betray me? As the voice fell, Deng Ai and Zhou Tsong, who were still sneaking around the corner and preparing to sneak up on one or two people, suddenly stalled and hastily shrunk their heads, and were about to explain when Yifan's hand was raised. What's the point of being someone's lapdog eating scraps? The voice rang out and Yifan waved his hand. Everyone, not only Zhou Tsong, Deng Ai, if you have the heart, I can give you all a chance to go to the city, join my mercenary group, and go to the Silver Moon Forest to hunt and kill those vicious wild imperial beasts, to keep the Ping City safe and sound, and at the same time, it will also bring you a generous reward. A sentinel. Do what a sentinel should do. As the voice fell, in the arena the crowd changed color, and for a while, many people who had not been much loyal to Ji Jie suddenly had something on their minds. Who dares? Seeing Yifan digging in brightly, Ji Jie couldn't help it and roared on the spot. You guys can try, as long as whoever goes to his place, whoever is my Ji Jie's enemy, hunt him down and kill him to the end. Ooh, young Master Ji is so official. Hearing these words on the side, Fatty Lee, who hadn't said anything, couldn't help but open his mouth and said with some squeezed eyebrows, what a good sentence to hunt down and kill in the end. If we don't know, we still think that young Master Ji is the governor of our Ping City. Oh no, the governor wouldn't dare to say so. Young Master Ji is just awesome. This official authority, it's greater than even the governor of Pingcheng. When the words were spoken, Ji Jie's face turned a bit ironic and he looked at Fatty Lee. Dead Fatso, following Yifan, do you think you've turned the tables? Daring to talk to me like this. I don't know, but at least I don't have to be like some people's followers. I don't have to eat, and I still have to be scolded every day. Fatty Lee opened his mouth. I don't know what those people are trying to do. This following Yifan at least earns as much as he takes. Following certain people, I'm afraid that they can't even get enough to eat. You! Ji Jie was enraged and was pointing at Fatty Lee to strike back when Yifan raised his hand. All right, young Ji, where they want to go is of their own free will. Let's just talk about what we should talk about. Yifan opened his mouth, while a smile appeared on his face as he once again extended his hand towards Ji Jie. Tell me, what is Ji Xiao going to take to save your face? Being sent out by me is quite embarrassing, to be honest. I'm sure young Ji shouldn't be able to accept such humiliation. Chapter 101 News of the Fruit of Creation. Yifan, you guy. Hearing this, Ji Jie's face grimaced, and in his hand, something that looked like a talisman appeared. When this thing appeared, to the side, Long Wu's face also changed slightly, as if he had detected something wrong. What? Is young Ji still prepared to use the energy talisman here? Yifan was undaunted. Looking at the talisman-like seal, he just snorted lightly. Ji Xiao, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you have a lot of cards. Once the energy talisman explodes, it will detonate the entire secret realm. All the young people with a talent for beasts in this generation of Ping City here will die because of this. If such a thing is traced down from above, even the Ji family may not necessarily dare to carry the burden for you. Right? As the words rang out, Ji Jie's face changed once more as he gritted his teeth and, in the end, put away the talisman seal. What is it that you want? Looking towards Yifan, Ji Jie let out a voice with a tone that sounded like it was tinged with annoyance. What I want? Yifan waved his hand, slightly silent, and then said, excellent grade imperial beast egg. Ji Xiao should be able to take it out. Right? Excellent grade imperial beast egg. Hearing this, Ji Jie became enraged. Yifan, you have a big mouth. That kind of imperial beast egg has a price, and it was my family that had a hard time getting me one. Oh, I thought that with young Ji's identity, this kind of egg would be easy to take out. Yifan had a smile on his face as he stared at Ji Jie. Hearing this, Ji Jie's face instantly became a bit gloomy and he snorted coldly. Yifan, if you want something, just say it. No need. Give me a few seeds of the tyrannical fruit. Yifan paused, and after less, there was a slight flash of light. Unsurprisingly, on your body, you should have the seeds of the tyrannical fruit right now. When these words came out, Jie was choking and looked at Yifan, seemingly in disbelief. The tyrannical fruit is specialized for those imperial beasts that are huge in size. You have the 1,000 June beasts. According to the Ji family's heritage, you won't be denied a supply of tyrannical fruit. Looking at Jie's expression, Yifan casually smiled and waved his hand. The kernel of the tyrannical fruit is the seed. Only it's not of much use to young Ji. Seeds I do have, Jie replied, while his eyes were slightly puzzled. What do you need the seeds for? What I bring it for is none of Xiao Ji's business. Yifan replied, Xiao Ji just give it. These words caused Jie to freeze, and immediately afterward, his face sank again. After a few seconds of slight silence, Jie took out 2 black and red fruit cores from the royal beast space and threw them to Yifan. This fruit core was large, the size of a fist, 10 times the size of an ordinary fruit, so one could imagine that the volume of a tyrannical fruit was far more than several times that of an ordinary fruit. Kernels, 2 for you. Okay. Yifan caught the 2 kernels and nodded slightly, then immediately put them away. Now I can go, right? Jie's voice rang out, his eyes looking at Yifan grimly. Young Ji, please go ahead. Yifan made a hand gesture, and on his face, once again, a smile appeared. If young Ji still has this kind of business next time, you can also come to me. These words caused Jie to snort coldly once more, and with a black face, he didn't bother about the follower over there who was still being chased and beaten by Fatty Li's few people. He just greeted Long Wu, turned around and left. Yifan didn't stop and stood still, quietly watching Jie leave. Soon, the many students who had not resisted were all driven away by Fatty Li's few people. For these people, Yifan did not lay his hands on them, but only gave them a fat beating. Cool. After the fight, Fatty Li craned his neck to Yifan's side. I've long since seen these bullying goods, and it feels much more comfortable to beat them up. Upon hearing this, Yifan's face then revealed a smirk. Fatty, you've become different now. Different. Hearing this, Fatty Li froze. What's different? Heart energy. Guts. Yifan opened his mouth without saying much, just patting Fatty Li's shoulder. Chief. Chun Peng also came to Yifan's side, but unlike Fatty Li's performance, Chun Peng appeared to have a slightly deeper face. Headmaster, that Long Wu beside Jie has some unusual strength. Well, compared to ordinary people, it is a bit different. Yifan nodded his head and glanced at Chun Peng, then said, What's wrong? You just collided with him. The superior party is you. The one who has the advantage is me. Chun Peng slightly pondered, nodded slightly, and suddenly said, I feel that, when that Long Wu fought against me, he didn't seem to use his full strength. Didn't use your full strength? Hearing this, Yifan raised his eyebrows, but soon nodded in slight contemplation. Having obtained the Dragon Elephant technique, which was equivalent to activating the Dragon Marshal's Legacy Seed bloodline within a short period of time, his strength was definitely a leap forward, and the growth was definitely much greater than Chin Peng. This guy, but also learned to stay hand, is not the same. Thought of something, Yifan nodded. Just at this time, the grass, suddenly a tall figure. Long Wu. Seeing this figure, Yifan's brows furrowed and he looked up at the direction in the sky. What's the matter with you? Looking at Long Wu, Yifan opened his mouth. Brother Yifan, the young lord asked me to bring you a message. Long Wu looked at Yifan and his face was also slightly unnatural. What's the word? This matter, he said, will not end like this. Long Wu replied, arching his hand. And then, Yifan opened his mouth and lowered his voice. Whatever you have to say it as concisely as possible. This. Long Wu hesitates, only just a few seconds later, hastily also lowered his voice to open. Brother Yifan, Ji Shao this time, so no scruples out to kill you because of the dynasty organization. That side took out the map of the fruit of creation as a conditions to the exchange. This time the guardian in the secret realm is also someone from the dynasty organization. After speaking, Long Wu immediately arched his hand and stepped back. I have brought the words that young Ji asked me to bring. Long Wu takes his leave. Soon, Long Wu disappeared into the grass. While in the same place, the unknown few people looked at Yifan with a surprised look in their eyes. Dragon Marshal is now considered my people. Looking at the gazes of several people, Yifan nodded his head and explained, and immediately afterward, a slightly dangerous light flickered in his eyes. Long Wu's words were not long. But the news brought to him was shocking enough. Ji Jie colluded with the dynasty organization, and the secret realm guardians also had people from the dynasty organization. In addition to all of this, there was another shocking piece of news. Fruit of creation. Reading out this one name, even Yi Fan had a touch of fire in his eyes. The legendary fruit that unlocks the second sentinel beast talent. Chapter 102 Exit the Secret Realm. There are people from the dynasty organization among the guardians of Hirakujo. On the side, Fatty Lee and the few others did not know what a fruit of creation was, but the shock they received from this short sentence was equally not small. Guardian is to protect the peace of a party. The strength is extremely strong, is sent down directly by the top in these small cities and towns, basically represents the top fighting force. Such a person rebelled into the dynasty organization, bring the consequences terrible. Yi Fan. Fatty Lee vocalized, looking at the sky above his head, and in his voice, there was a hint of trembling. Don't raise your head. Yi Fan vocalized, his eyes somewhat glazed over. The guardians are able to directly observe us. Try not to show any abnormalities, and try to lower your voice when you speak to avoid being heard. Oh. Hearing this, Fatty Lee hastily shrunk his head, before he lowered his voice and came to Yi Fan's side. Yi Fan, what should we do? Ping City. There are more than just guardians. There are stronger people. Yi Fan replied, his voice steady. But during this period of time, pay some attention, don't go out alone, and even more so, don't tell the news to others. Hold steady for a while and there will be others to deal with them. These words were uttered, and the uneasiness on the faces of the crowd was slightly soothed. Fatty Lee was also vocal once more. This Ji Jie is also crazy, colluding with the dynasty organization for the sake of some fruit of creation. This is a capital crime. I didn't expect him to collude with the dynasty organization either. Yi Fan shook his head and replied, but the expression on his face was slightly puzzled. Fruit of creation, in his previous life he also heard of this thing. Thousands of years in this world only appeared a few times, 100 years or even hundreds of years to open, and the place where it grows is extremely secret, often are in some and has not been unearthed in the secret realm. Only the time when the fruit of creation bloomed, the secret realm will be opened, so it is quite difficult to find. At a later stage, he himself had participated in the frenzied army of searching for the fruit of creation, spending several years and ultimately failing to find it. But now, the dynasty organization in Pingchang even had a map of the fruit of creation, which meant that Pingchang, there was an unknown secret realm with the fruit of creation in it. In my previous life at this stage, it seems like I haven't heard of the existence of the fruit of creation. Yi Fan's brows furrowed once more, and in his eyes, a flash of reminiscence appeared, followed by a sudden flash of light. In his previous life, Ji Jie seemed to have mentioned a word to himself. He came to Pingchang, originally had an important thing to do, but by the time he graduated, he never finished because he lost his head. At that time, he was in the middle of hunting and heard this, and did not ask what it was about, but later remembered, but it was not too good to open his mouth to ask about other people's hidden secrets, so he did not ask again. It's hard to believe that this important matter is the search for the fruit of creation. With these words, Yi Fan subconsciously determined the authenticity of this news, and looked towards the crowd on the side, and in his eyes, inevitably, there was some fire in his eyes. If it was truly the fruit of creation, then oneself must fight for it. Dual Imperial Beast talent is not necessarily a later genius. There are also born with dual talent, but mostly the grade of the Imperial Beast talent will not be too high, the top day in the double B grade. There are also double D grade, but without exception, each and every one of them will play a horrible battle power in the future. The benefits of opening 2 Imperial Beast talents were quite huge: multiple Imperial Beast talent bonuses, double the space for Imperial Beasts, and several times more Imperial Beast combinations. These bonuses down the line could make a dual talent Imperial Beast Master much more powerful than an Imperial Beast Master of the same level. More crucially, I am able to transplant the fruit of creation. Yi Fan pursed his lips, his eyes flickering a bit. If he could fight for the fruit of creation, bring out its root and transplant it into his royal beast space. 100 years, if you can eat the 30-to-1 addition in the space of the Imperial Beasts, then that is more than 3 years. Maybe when they go to college, they have already born the second one. If it is 10 years and 20 years, this amount will be more and more. Thinking of this, Yi Fan once again looked at Fatty Lee's few people, his eyes slightly changing. If all the people around him were dual talented, then this force would become terrifying in the future. Fatty, cheer up. Thinking of something, Yi Fan patted Fatty Lee's shoulder. The future is promising. All right. Hearing these somewhat sudden words, Fatty Lee froze, then nodded, glanced at the several people around him, came over to Yi Fan's side, and whispered, Yi Fan, that fruit of creation, isn't it something quite extraordinary? Very impressive. Yifan nodded his head and a smile appeared on his face. And this is something that we have to get. It has to be. Fatty Lee replied, once again pursuing the question. Yifan? Who is stronger when the guardian is compared to Mr. Pan? Usually it's Pan Zhao coming and Pan Zhao going, and when it comes to danger, it becomes Teacher Pan? Hearing this, Yifan flirted and opened his mouth, followed by, the guardian is definitely more powerful than Teacher Pan Zhao. Only it shouldn't be too much more powerful. Above gold for sure. You don't have to worry about this matter. Just look for something good in the secret realm for the next few days. And after I get out, I'll make some plans. In Ping City, there are more than just these two guardians. And besides, they aren't considered top-notch combatants. The next time passed quickly without Jijia's pestering. Yifan led the crowd in the secret realm for a good while sweeping. Yifan also did not mess with the iron-clawed tiger as difficult as the royal beasts. Many times in a row to attack the siege to hunt down some of the weaker battle strength of the silver low-star royal beasts. At the same time, they got a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines, although they did not appear to be as precious as the Shen Guilian. But there are many of them that have a pretty good effect on them. Through this period of time, several people had almost all come to the bottleneck of bronze advancing to silver, which was considered to be quite rewarding. Early that morning, the trial Mystic Realm had just ended, and Yifan brought a few people with him, the first group to leave the Mystic Realm. At the door, many tutors waited. Pan Zhao had been waiting for a long time. Looking at the return of Yifan's few people, there was some joy in his eyes. Good boy, how have you guys gained in the past few days? With a tug on Yifan, Pan Zhao led several people towards the freshman dormitory. It's not bad. Got the Shen Gui lotus, and a whole bunch of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Yifan replied, while Fatty on the side took out a large bag containing spirit grass and spirit fruits at the right time. Looking at the large bag of stuff, Pan Zhao froze, and then opened his mouth somewhat helplessly. You guys, this is not going into the secret realm, it's clearly going to stock up. I didn't even get this much when I went to the secret realm. It's probably because we're naturally suited for secret exploration. Yifan replied, glancing at the still slightly noisy crowd around him and lowered his voice. Mr. Pan, I have something important to tell you. 103. Mandate. Important matter? Pan Zhao froze slightly, looking at Yifan's expression that was slightly off, and straightened up. What is it, you say? The guardians of the secret realm this time are people from the dynasty organization. Yifan spoke, his voice low, and hearing these words, Pan Zhao immediately changed his face drastically and glanced at Yifan, saying, do you know what your words represent? Of course I know. Yifan nodded his head, and then told Pan Zhao the news he had learned in the secret realm, of course, excluding the news of the fruit of creation. Jijia colluded with someone from the dynasty organization. On the side, Pan Zhao listened to Yifan's words, and his face gradually became gloomy. This Jijia is simply crazy. After hearing this, Pan Zhao cursed angrily, followed by, I'm going to tell the principal. Teacher Pan, be at ease. Yifan waved his hand, pulling Pan Zhao, and spoke once more. It's not wise to tell the principal at this moment. Why? Pan Zhao shook his head. The old principal's strength isn't weak. He was also once a great power on the front line. Can Mr. Pan guarantee that the principal is biased in our favor? Yifan was the one who suddenly opened his mouth. When these words came out, Pan Zhao choked, and in the next moment, with a hint of incredulity, he looked at Yifan. Do you suspect that the principal is also? Suspicion doesn't count. It can only be said that we don't fully trust. Yifan shook his head, looked at Pan Zhao, slightly silent, and added, Teacher Pan, even the guardians have people from the dynasty organization in a Pingcheng high school, out of the dozens and hundreds of teachers. Is it certain that there are none? At this moment, Pan Zhao also looked back, realized a hint of wrong, clenched his fists. Dynasty organization has infiltrated the school? Not only schools, but also underground gangs, and even mercenary groups within the city and even the law enforcers of Ping City. Yifan replied, Teacher Deng Li Pan, who often clashed with me the other day, should know that he is one of the pawns of the dynasty organization. Hearing this, Pan Zhao frowned. In that case, there was a reason for you and Deng Li to clash the other day? Of course. Hearing this, Yifan nodded, and on his face, a slightly deep smile appeared. Remnants of the dynasty. Everyone must be executed. Hearing these words, Pan Zhao once again fell silent. Looking at Yifan, who was wearing a smile, his face changed slightly. Standing face to face at close range like this fledgling kid on the opposite side of the room actually gave himself a feeling of being unable to see through. This feeling had been there before, and at this time, it was even more hazy, which couldn't help but make Pan Zhao somewhat alarmed. "What do you need me to do?" After a brief moment of thought, Pan Zhao spoke. He didn't say anything else. Pan Zhao was also once a leader among his peers and had a clear mind, knowing that Yi Fan must have made some arrangements by telling himself these things at this moment. Yi Fan saw that Pan Zhao understood and also nodded before slowly saying, "Mr. Pan is a teacher at the school and has more opportunities to come into contact with other teachers, so during this period of time, you can help me to investigate and see if there are really any teachers who have also joined the Dynasty organization. If there is, Mr. Pan, don't hit the hay. Secretly count the list, and just give me the list at some point." "No problem." Pan Zhao nodded his head and immediately after asked, "But what are you going to do after you get the list? Most of the teachers in Pingcheng are silver high star or gold level. There's no way for the two of us, you and I, to tackle it. Of course, it's not up to you and me." Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head and looked at Pan Zhao, who was about to ask a question, and revealed a smile. "Someone will step in and be strong enough to purge this." As these words came out, Pan Zhaoga was then stunned and glanced at Yi Fan, slightly surprised. Yi Fan saw the situation and did not explain too much. Moncler outlet store, since so low profile, naturally have some concerns, cannot mention, try not to mention. "Teacher Pan doesn't have to worry is all." After thinking about it, Yi Fan added like a voice, "I'm just a student now. I can't get in touch with a lot of classes, so I still need more help from Mr. Pan Zhao." "No problem." Pan Zhao nodded his head repeatedly and did not pursue the question of who that person was. For Yi Fan, he still trusted this kid with his amazing maturity. "Then I'll trouble Mr. Pan." Speaking here, Yi Fan waved his hand. "I will continue to stay in the mercenary corps for the next period of time until the final competition, secretly investigating some of the remnants of the dynasty within the city. The remnants of the dynasty must be eradicated, and, for once, they must be eradicated as cleanly as possible." The South Loft, where the new teacher's dormitory was renovated this year. There was only such a high school for Imperial Beast Masters in Pingcheng, so the conditions for the teachers were quite good, and they were basically on a separate floor. Ji Jie was actually suppressed by Yi Fan. In a dormitory, Zhang Hong looked at some news of the secret realm that was being tallied by a specialized person in his hand, and his face was slightly astonished. That Ji Jie is the young master of the Ji family, a great Imperial Beast talent, has a silver grade superior Imperial Beast. His strength is even stronger than many senior year veterans. This Yi Fan is only bronze grade. How could he win over him? Looking at the news, Zhang Hong was a bit incredulous, but quickly calmed down and shook his head. That guy Pan Zhao, his luck is really good. Going to teach an ordinary class can also meet such a good seedling. Psst. As he spoke, suddenly the lights flickered in the attic and the candles on the table went out all at once. "Who?" Sensing something, Zhang Hong stood up at once, and in his hands, light flashed. The next moment, a man shrouded under a black robe appeared. "Lord Amazing." Seeing this person, Zhang Hong's face changed, and immediately afterward, he hurriedly arched his hand. "Zhang Hong, you are quite idle." Amazing cold eyes glanced at the briefing on the table and spoke once more. "The above told you to kill Pan Zhao. It's been more than a year since then. Why is there no movement at all?" "Lord Amazing." Hearing this, Zhang Hong became a bit unnatural, bowed and replied, "Pan Zhao's and my strength is in between, and both of them are mentors of Ping cities involved in many ways. It's hard to kill him, and it will take some time to set up. With your intelligence, if you sincerely want to kill Pan Zhao, it's not difficult." Yan opened his mouth and coldly voiced, "Zhang Hong, don't forget, you are now a person of the dynasty organization. Everything is in the interest of the dynasty. Don't delay our grand plan because of some personal feelings. The choice you made 15 years ago, I don't think you want to make it again." Hearing this, Zhang Hong's face froze for a while before he nodded somewhat stiffly. "Zhang Hong understands. It's good to understand." Amazing spoke, his eyes roaming the field, pausing slightly before speaking once more. "I'm not forcing you to kill Pan Zhao right now, even though I'm here this time, and there are other tasks you need to do." "Other tasks?" Hearing this, Zhang Hong raised an eyebrow. "Please speak, my lord. Of the students in your class, there is one called Yi Fan. You should know that." Amazing spoke. "No, no, no." Zhang Hong nodded his head repeatedly. "That guy is Pan Zhao's student. He's very strong, and it's rumored that he just defeated Ji Jie from my class head-on in the secret realm." "Well, that's him." Amazing also nodded slowly, followed by, you find an opportunity to strike and kill him. Chapter 104 The Colosseum. Kill Yi Fan. Hearing this, Jiang Hong was slightly stunned and paused for a few seconds before speaking. A student who is just a freshman in high school, but has some talent for fighting, does the organization pay so much attention to it? If it's just a simple student, it doesn't matter. Yen shook his head. This Yi Fan knows that Deng Li is a member of the dynasty organization, and for whatever reason he didn't report it. Our side has already arranged several plans to kill him, but none of them were successful. He knows that Deng Li is from the dynasty organization? Jiang Hong was silent, and then, in a whirlwind, added, a student, even if he knows, what can he do? He can't report the news. That's not necessarily true. Amazing spoke. You should know about Yi Zhantian, right? Yi Fan is his own grandson. Yi Zhantian's grandson? These words caused Jiang Hong to be startled. Didn't he say he was childless? There is, it's just that it's hidden in Ping City, and we only got the news in the last 2 years. Yen nodded his head, glanced at Jiang Hong, and said in a deep voice, if it's just someone with mediocre talent, it's fine. This kid has performed so outstandingly. If he's allowed to grow up, in the future, he'll become a great danger to the dynasty. Jiang Hong nodded his head. At this moment, he also realized something serious and spoke in a deep voice. Is that why Amazing Elder asked me to make a move to make sure that the assassination can be successful in one go? Aha! Amazing replied, waving his hand. This is important. If you get this done, the higher-ups, perhaps, will consider the matter regarding Pan Zhao at their discretion. Understood. Hearing this, Jiang Hong arched his hand. I hope you can understand the importance of this matter. Yen opened his mouth and gave Jiang Hong a deep look, then said, if I hadn't been so wrapped up in important matters recently, I would have even taken action myself. Within a month, get this done. At the word, the lights in the attic flickered once more, and the candles on the table flared up once more at some point. Amazing's trail disappeared, and in the attic, only Jiang Hong remained. I said, why is this kid so strong? At some point, Jiang Hong vocalized. Looking at the information on the table, his eyes deepened a bit. So it's a descendant of King Yi, that's not surprising. Yi Fan? Aren't we going out hunting these days? At the Divine Leaf Tavern, Fatty Li sat on a high stool and looked at Yi Fan and asked, his hand tucked in his bag, seemingly with nothing to do. And beside Fatty Li, Chun Peng and Ma Xiaoxue were also roughly similar, perhaps because the first 2 months had been frantically going out on missions every day. This all of a sudden being asked by Yi Fan to stay at the tavern, everyone was still a little uncomfortable. Only Wang Lingxi was a bit better. Her original job was to stay at the tavern every day, and only occasionally followed Yi Fan and the others on hunting trips. Yi Fan's arrangement had returned her to her old job. It's not like I'm asking you guys to stay at the tavern to laze around. It's for you guys to sink your teeth into your recent gains. Being stuck in silver for this period of time is a good period to sink your teeth into. Looking at the several people's bored look, Yi Fan had a smirk on his face. Precipitation, this? Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head. This? There is no clue. No clue. Hearing this, Yi Fan slightly frowned, glancing at Ma Xiaoxue and Chun Peng on the side, and pondered for a few seconds before continuing. How about this? Recently, we've changed places and went to battles. Where are we going, Chief? Hearing this, Chun Peng on the side came into the spirit. Go to the fighting arena in the city. Yi Fan replied, a smirk on his face. Usually we meet normal people and those freshmen. There are more Imperial Beast Masters in the Colosseum, so we can sharpen our skills. Yes, Fatty Li agreed, his tone somewhat cheerful. I've long wanted to spar with someone else. Well, but everyone should keep a good mindset. Although Ping City is small, there are a lot of different kinds of people, and there will be some powerful Imperial Beastmasters, silver ones, gold ones. It's not like there aren't any. Yi Fan replied, patting Fatty Li's shoulder. Smooth your mind. We are mainly practicing. No problem. Fatty Li answered and patted his chest. My mind, that's quite good. Whether the mind is good or not, you have to fight to know. Yi Fan nodded with a smile and didn't say anything else, waving his hand. Let's go. Get ready to go. Accompanied by Yi Fan's footsteps, the crowd followed and walked out of the mercenary hall, while the movements of a few people instantly caught the attention of Sun Chong and the others. These few guys, what are they planning to do recently? While looking at the backs of the few people leaving, Sun Chong was a bit puzzled. I don't know. Recently the eyes that we set up in the past have basically been ticked off by Yi Fan. On the side, The second leader spoke in a low voice, somewhat complaining. A few of their bastard things, the whole mercenary corps in Ping City are all like chicken blood. Now that the competition is so fierce, others are exhausted every day to go out on a mission, and they're going to start resting again. After saying that, the second leader looked at the backs of several people and whispered, Brother Chong, should we follow them up and take a look? If you want to go, you go. Hearing this, Sun Chong was a little fired up on the spot. He had been holding this fire in his heart ever since he was slipped a street by Yifan last time. The second leader on the side could only shrink his head. Then what do we do next? Yifan and the others have started resting. Do we still have to work ourselves to death to get out of the mercenary group? What to do? Sun Chong was a bit hesitant. Then, skimming his lips, they are all resting. Why are we working so hard? We really can't find anything to do for a day? Starting tomorrow, we're off as well. They're not even rolling anymore. So why should we even bother with the hustle? Is this the Colosseum? At the entrance of a building that looked like ancient Rome, Fatty Lee was a little surprised as he looked at the opulent and huge building. How much would it cost to build this one? It's estimated to be tens of millions of dollars. Yifan replied, the main thing is to have the means. A place like the Colosseum is very chaotic. People without some means can't open it. Said Yifan. Yifan clapped his hands. Let's go. The fish and dragons are mixed here. Be more careful. Keep your wallet in good condition and follow me. Saying that, Yifan took the lead and walked into the Colosseum. In the Colosseum is very large. Among them, the most center has a big Colosseum and separate construction of several fighting halls for Imperial Beast Masters dueling and audience seating. Among them, the center of the Colosseum is only open once a day, are the most powerful Imperial Beast Masters for dueling. There will be extra publicity. Spectators need to buy tickets and can bet at the Colosseum. As for the dueling Imperial Beastmasters, they can obtain the bounty set by the Colosseum if they win the battle, and this is how the Colosseum operates. Snap. Walking down the aisle, from time to time, scantily clad women with glasses of wine walked past a few people, and occasionally, someone with a bloodied head would wail and be carried out. In the arena, the cheers and applause continued. Those who had placed bets and won money were jubilant in anticipation of successive good fortune, while those who had lost were gritting their teeth, ready to get it all back in the next hand. Here, it's kind of a paper-thin place, but of course, there's no shortage of shady deals going on in the shadows taking advantage of the hustle and bustle of the place. People's most primitive desires were satisfied here, looking at the Imperial Beast Masters who fought in the Colosseum, waving their hands and shouting wildly, as if they were in the middle of it themselves. Chapter 105, Yi San Shao. Yifan, Bronze 9-star Imperial Beast Master. At the front desk, Yifan brought a few people with him, Fatty, and registered his information. The receptionist in charge of registration was a young girl. Hearing Yifan's voice, she subconsciously glanced at Yifan, and when she saw the other party's very childish appearance, she couldn't help but be stunned. Bronze 9 stars? Are you sure? Okay. Yifan nodded his head and released the Cerberus. And upon seeing Cerberus, the girl froze, then apologized. Li Yu, Bronze 9-star Imperial Beast Master. Ma Xiaoxue, Bronze 9-star Imperial Beast Master. Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue registered one after another, and when it came to Chun Peng revealed a somewhat difficult expression. I'm not a royal beast master. Looking at Yifan, Chun Peng whispered, just report the battle strength if it's not a royal beast master. Yifan replied, turning his head to the little girl at the reception. Chun Peng, Bronze 9-star Martial Master. Good. The little girl nodded her head repeatedly, and immediately afterward, inquired, what program are you going to sign up for? Is it the Imperial Beast Duel, or the Beast Fighting? Imperial Beast Duel. Yifan replied, glanced at Chun Peng next to him, hesitated a little and added, let me and Chun Peng report for the Beast Fighting, and Li Yu and Ma Xiaoxue report for the Imperial Beast Duel. All in the same class. Okay. The little girl nodded her head in agreement, and immediately afterward, she operated the instruments in front of her for a while, before picking up a few instruments that looked like watches. I've already sent up the application for the duel. This is a specially configured communication instrument from our Colosseum. You guys can play around in the arena for a bit now. If you're matched up for a duel, the instrument will notify you of the venue. Do I need to tell you about the dueling bonus system? No need. Yifan shook his head, picked up the instruments on the table, and led a few people towards the other side, where there was a spacious place with tables and chairs. In addition to Yifan's few people, there were many people waiting here, some with scars on their faces, while others had horizontal flesh on their faces. All sorts of looks, most of them fierce and vicious. These people look so vicious. Fatty Lee looked around and came over to Yi Fan's side and whispered, "Yi Fan is the silver level gold level you mentioned in here too? How can it be? Those are basically the Colosseum is very famous. There is an exclusive title, there is a single room to rest." Yi Fan replied, waved his hand. "Here are mostly bronze level, black iron level, and some Imperial Beast hunters. To participate in the Imperial Beast Master Duel, nothing to see to compete for money. Can only be a beast fight. And the Imperial Beasts tamed in the Colosseum life and death duel. The beast fight to see a lot of people live. There is a generous bounty. The Imperial Beasts in the Colosseum are basically the very ferocious kind, after specialized training to stimulate ferocity, more ferocious than even the wild Imperial Beasts, and such Imperial Beasts against each other, those who fight with life and death every day, naturally have a ferocious strength." Understood. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. "That's why you asked Ma Xiaoxue and I to participate in the Imperial Beast Master Showdown. Well, the two of you Imperial Beast dueling combat skills are not outstanding. Imperial Beast Master dueling to be a little safer. If you can't beat them, surrender is." Yi Fan replied and looked at Chun Peng, who was on the side. "Your combat experience and combat power are a bit stronger than them. I let you participate in the beast duel in the hope that you will be able to skillfully utilize your physical skills as soon as possible, and that you will be able to make a breakthrough during this period of time and have silver-level combat power." Chun Peng understands. Chun Peng nodded his head and hurriedly said, "I will definitely work hard. All right, prepare for this moment. It's going to be a duel in a while." Yi Fan waved his hand. "As far as possible to make some name, most of the Colosseums are message sharing. Make a name here, in the future go to other Colosseums. It is also useful, wait until the powerful some have popularity. There will be a special seal, appearance fee, bonus draw will be much higher." Buzz, buzz. After waiting outside in the hall for a while, suddenly, Yi Fan's communicator rang. Hall 1. Glancing at the message on the communicator, Yi Fan nodded. His face didn't change too much. Twisting his head, he said to a few people, "You guys go upstairs. There are bleachers up there." Hearing Yi Fan's arrangement, several people nodded their heads and headed upwards. Yi Fan also stood up, stretched his waist, and walked towards Hall 1. Wow, today this Vajra Rhino in Hall 1 is really very valiant. Surprisingly, it has already consecutively killed 4 bronze high-star Imperial Beastmasters, which, among them, also includes the sealed beater white-browed Eagle Chu Lord, who had previously consecutively decapitated 2 Imperial Beasts of the same level, bronze 9 stars. This Vajra Rhinoceros, as I see it, I'm afraid that it has a silver-level battle power. I'm afraid that it will be quite difficult for a challenger of the same level to decapitate him. In Hall 1, the host is looking at the adamantium rhinoceros in the arena with an exclamation, holding a microphone in his hand, and is speaking impassionedly. It was a large field, and on the stands, there were very many people, and at the moment, perhaps attracted by the heated battle, all kinds of sounds were noisy. At the very back of the bleachers, a middle-aged man in black was sitting there quietly, surrounded by a group of well-equipped people isolating the crowd, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and a revealingly dressed powerful woman beside him being carefully costumed. "Yi San Shao, what's going on with your family's Vajra Rhino today? This is too fierce. It took out the fighters that I managed to train up to get the seal." At a certain moment, a man dressed in sable came along, like a second-generation man's appearance, strutting and sitting next to the man known as Yi San Shao. Humph. And hearing this, Yi San Shao just snorted coldly, glanced at the sable man and said, "Bai Zhan, the fighter you've trained isn't any good. A fighter who has taken a seal. But he can't even fight an Imperial Beast of the same level." Speaking of which, Bai Zhan, who was on the side, was obviously a bit upset. They were all people from big families with quite terrifying financial resources in their hands, and unlike those who gambled on winning and losing in the Colosseum, the way they played in the Colosseum was a bit more unique. Spend a lot of money to raise fighters and Imperial Beasts, let the fighters and Imperial Beasts go to participate in the beast fighting and Imperial Beast duel, get the seal, whoever seal has more fighters and whoever's Imperial Beasts are strong, then whoever has face. Like some second son in Kyoto raising crickets and Imperial Beasts for fun for a reason. I see. Today is not much to challenge my adamantine rhinoceros. Looking at Bai Zhan's gloomy expression, Yi San Shao, on the other hand, did not care and yawned. Silver-level bar, those fighters are all too shy to fight. They can only look at this bronze-level fighting beast to make do with what they have. Bai Zhan, do you have any good fighters left there? Send 2 up to play. Hearing this, Bai Zhan was not answering. My place hasn't received any powerful fighters in the past few months that can stand up to the tossing and turning of Yi San Shao, the adamantine rhinoceros. That would be meaningless. some savage imperial beast masters with no strength whatsoever. Hearing this, Yi Sanshao seemed a bit bored and waved his hand and stood up. Forget it. I'll go back to rest and relax as well. As he was talking about heading out, at this moment in the Colosseum, the host's voice rang out. All right, the next person to enter the arena is a rookie fighter from the Colosseum named Yi Fan, Bronze 9-star Imperial Beastmaster, and is going to challenge this tough adamantine rhinoceros in his first fight. Let us welcome this courageous newcomer to the stage. As the voice came, Yi Sanshao, who was about to leave, stopped his pace and moved his gaze towards the arena. Yi Fan? Why does that name sound a bit familiar? Chapter 106 by Zhan's Invitation. Saying that, Yi Sanshao raised his head, his gaze moving towards the field, and when he saw Yi Fan enter, he was slightly stunned. If it isn't the grandson of my young master's family. The words did not exit, and Yi Sanshao's face was slightly unsightly. It was a bit too much of a disgrace to the family to have a scion of the Yi family who had been reduced to coming to work as a fighting beast fighter. Alas, it's a pity that little master was so famous back then. But nay, he only left behind one descendant. Thinking of something, Yi Sanshao sighed, and was somewhat empathetic. The big families are quite harsh, especially this kind of ancient relics of the family, are based on the bloodline to cultivate the offspring by talent, any strong and powerful previous generation. The offspring, if you cannot, even the family's breathing method cannot be taken. Third young master, what do you think of this Yi Fan? Bai Zhan seemed to be able to tell that Yi Sanshao's expression was a bit off, and at the side, spoke in a low voice. To be able to reach bronze 9 stars at this age is still a relatively powerful imperial beast master. What's the use of rank? You have to look at the actual battle. Yi Sanshao replied, shaking his head. Flamboyance serves no purpose. That's true. Hearing this, Bai Zhan replied and turned his head to look at the field, but at this moment he froze for a moment. Third youngest. Something seems to be wrong. What's wrong? Yi Sanshao subconsciously replied, raising his eyes to look, just in time to see the field, the Cerberus and the Vajra Rhino, with Yi Fan leaping up high, the dagger in his hand emitting a cold light. In the next moment, the dagger cut through a silver light. Yi Fan landed on the other side and blandly put away the dagger, and a long blood scar appeared at the neck of the Vajra rhinoceros. Boom! The Vajra rhinoceros' huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud, and in the arena, after a brief silence, a cry of surprise erupted. Seconds! The host's voice rang out as well, and in it was an unmistakable shudder. This Yi Fan rookie fighter, in his first battle, killed the adamantine rhinoceros, which had killed several people at the same level, in a very short period of time with a thunderous force. Congratulations! For a prize of $30,000. As the voice fell, in the middle of the field, Yi Fan retrieved the imperial beast and calmly left. From the entrance to the completion of the kill, less than a minute's time, this instantly set off a furor in the arena, and many of the expensively dressed people in the stands stood up. Obviously, they were up in arms about this newcomer fighter. This Yi Fan, I must pull in under my banner. On the stands, Bai Zhan was equally agitated and just said one sentence before quickly walking towards the passage below. On the stands, only Yi Sanshao was left alone there, looking at the fallen Vajra rhinoceros in the middle of the field, seemingly half-refreshed. Yi Fan, winning so cleanly, are you? Walking out of the passage, Fatty Li, who was watching the whole thing from the side, immediately exclaimed in admiration. A bronze 9-star Vajra rhinoceros was directly killed by you. Bronze level is just a matter of finding the death point. It's a one-strike kill. Yi Fan replied, waving his hand, and before he could say anything, behind him, a somewhat urgent voice sounded. Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Hearing this voice, Yi Fan frowned and looked back, but he saw several people walking towards his side. The foremost was a young man around 20 years of age, well-dressed and seemed to be of some status. What's the matter? Yi Fan vocalized, standing still. Want to come and join my group of fighters? $150,000 a month, a supply of 10 spirit herbs and fruits every month, and priority arrangements for sealing battles. Bai Zhan walked at the front and shouted out his conditions on the spot. And as soon as this voice came out, the few people behind them who were still eager to try it all stagnated, their faces a little ugly. Obviously, the conditions given by Bai Zhan were very high and had exceeded their predictions. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be impressed by such conditions, and just shook his head after hearing it. I won't be joining any hitman group. Think about it. Being rebuffed by Yi Fan, Bai Zhan was not dead in the water. Pointing at himself, he quickly said, I'm Bai Zhan, Do you recognize me? Bai Zhan. Hearing this name, Yifan frowned slightly and glanced at the man in front of him, saying, the Bai from the Bai family chamber of commerce? Right, right. Seeing Yifan tell where he came from, Bai Zhan was a bit excited. You've heard of the Bai family chamber of commerce, so you know even more about my identity, and when you enter my hitman group, the benefits are definitely something that other mercenary corps can't give. The financial power of the Bai family chamber of commerce is naturally extraordinary. Yifan replied, while his eyes had a hint of a smile. Can be called the Chamber of Commerce, naturally not ordinary. The White Family Chamber of Commerce is one of the top 10 chambers of commerce. Chamber of Commerce land opened dozens of cities, a sentence of financial power through the sky, but also not too much. But precisely because it is the Chamber of Commerce bosses and whatnot strong. So for the recruitment of strong people is very important to protect the Chamber of Commerce property, to protect the safety of the personnel. The White Show appeared here to engage in what the hit group, largely because of this. So, you promise? Hearing this, Bai Zhan then revealed a smile. No, I'm not going into the beater group. Yifan's words, however, caused Bai Zhan's expression to stutter. Why? Bai unfolded his mouth. For the second time he was rejected. He seemed a bit incredulous. You came to be a fighter. Isn't it just for the money? Join my fighter group. I can give you higher benefits, let you earn more money. That's true, only I don't really like being restricted by others. Yifan replied, arching his hand. Thank you, Brother Bai, for raising your favor. But Yifan, am used to being free. Line it. Hearing this, Bai Zhan could only reply helplessly, looking at Yifan, and was about to say something when, on the side, Chun Peng's communicator rang. Chief, it's my turn. On the side, Chun Peng spoke. I'm also in Hall 1. Then this is the place. Yifan nodded. Go on. Good. Chun Peng answered and crossed over the crowd, heading into the arena. You're the leader? On the side, Bai Zhan was a bit surprised. You have your own group of fighters. Not a hitman group, a mercenary group. Yifan shook his head and didn't say anything more. This kid. Bai Zhan muttered, seeing that Yifan was not talking to himself. He also turned his head to look at the field obediently, and with a glance, Chun Peng in the field had already twisted and fought with the Imperial Beast on the opposite side. With the stunning law in operation, Chun Peng's body was surging with lightning, and with the addition of a strong set of 100 battles fists, that combat power was actually pressing the opposite Imperial Beast into a fight. Martial Master? Looking at Chun Peng in the middle of the field, Bai Zhan had a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Ping Cheng even has a martial master who is close to silver-ranked combat power. Hearing this, Yifan, who was on the side, smiled, and soon, the battle ended, and Chun Peng's wide-open fighting style once again caught the attention of the crowd. Chief, at the mouth of the passage, Chun Peng walked out. Nice fight. Yifan nodded. Your physical skills have improved significantly. This is also thanks to the headmaster. Chun Peng replied, looking towards Bai Zhan, who was on the side. Seeing the gazes of several people looking at him, Bai Zhan was a bit embarrassed, but after all, he was the son of the Chamber of Commerce. He quickly reacted. A smile appeared on his face, and he said with a smirk, Brother Chun Peng, are you interested in joining my mercenary troop? Chapter 107, The Arrival of the Firstborn. Hearing this, Yifan then was somewhat speechless. This Bai Zhan, his face is also too thick. He knows that others are following him, but he still wants to ask. I'm sorry, but the headmaster has been kind to Chun Peng, and Chun Peng had sworn an oath to follow the headmaster. Chun Peng also vocalized from the sidelines, arching his hand. Sorry, Brother Bai. The head of the group is kind to you. Hearing this, Bai Zhan looked at Yifan, and then could only shake his head. In that case, okay, here's my contact info. If there's anything you guys can call me. With that, Bai Zhan took out a business card and handed it to Yifan. Yifan took the business card, nodded slightly, and watched Bai Zhan leave before revealing a slightly deep smile. Yifan, why are all these people recruiting hitmen? On the side, Fatty Li voiced out with a slight hint of doubt. Again, they're giving money and all kinds of favors to the fighters. Do they have so much money that they have no place to spend it? Of course not, others have money and brains. Yifan shook his head, then said quietly, for one thing, in the Colosseum, the fighters are the face of the cards, and with more powerful fighters, the face of the cards is also bigger, and these people, they all value face extremely highly. As for the second to come well, tough fighter, the same is a good face, the future income home as a bodyguard or guard, and then some strong when the family's offerings to the elders, is also considered to grow the family's power. Is it actually a kind of recruitment in disguise? Fatty Lee seemed to understand somewhat. You could say that. Yifan nodded. Understood. Hearing this, Fatty Lee replied, and immediately afterward, thoughtfully said, then, if they, the people from these big families, spend so much money to train their fighters, what if the fighters run away after they become powerful? If you can think of it, how can these sons of the great families, who are better than ghosts, not think of it? Yifan asked rhetorically and continued, most of the contracts of the fighters and fighters corps have pits. If you are not careful, you will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. As for the income by the family, it is even more numerous restrictions. There are sole contracts and what not to restrict. If you want to take the benefits and leave, it's not that easy. Generally speaking, when you get into the beat corps, you're basically limited in your choices, and a lot of times you're tied to the gold masters behind you. Hearing these words, Fatty Lee understood and nodded his head repeatedly. No wonder you said before that you didn't want to be restricted in your freedom, so it's because of this. Having said that, Fatty Lee seemed a bit puzzled and once again snapped. But I see that it seems like there are a lot of fighters who are in the fighters group. Don't they know that there are so many pits? I know, only what can I do if I know? Yifan replied, shaking his head. Most of the people who would come to be fighters would have been to earn money. Entering the fighters group can earn more money, and depending on those big families can have more resources. When you need to survive, losing a little bit of your pathetic freedom doesn't seem like something unacceptable anymore. What? Didn't recruit anyone? On the stands, looking at Baijan walking back somewhat depressed, Yisan Xiao opened his mouth slightly teasingly. Someone else is the leader of the mercenary group. Baijan waved his hand. Don't even mention him. The men who follow him don't want to. Mercenary group leader? Hearing this, Yisan Xiao was slightly surprised. Yes, I just found someone else to ask. It's the head of Divine Leaf in Ping City, ranked 4th with several hundred mercenaries under his command. Baijan replied, while there was some regret on his face. Someone who hunts in the forest every day. No wonder his hands are so good. The 4th largest mercenary group in Ping City. Hearing these words, Yisan Xiao slightly revealed a hint of interest. Then in that case, this Yifan, on the contrary, is quite powerful? Indeed powerful. Just by looking at him killing that adamantine rhinoceros, one can tell that this person should have practiced some powerful breathing method, and has a comparable silver battle power on his own, and the 2 imperial beasts, both of them are about to break through the silver level as well. Bai unfolded his mouth. With this kind of battle power, even in this Colosseum, it's still considered quite impressive. Well, hearing this, Yisan Xiao nodded, his eyes slightly flickering. If that's the case, it's not bad at all. It sounds like third young master also seems to have some interest in this Yifan. On the side, Baijan saw a gap and spoke in a low voice. Next year, third young master will be going to Kyoto. Aren't you going to bring some manpower there? There are plenty of talents in Kyoto, and there are still many of my Yi family's foundations over there. Bringing people from Ping City is unnecessary. Yisan Xiao shook his head, thought of something and shook his head again. The Yi family members have always been strong on their own, and do not need any guards. It is well known that the blood of a dragon pupil descendant is like a dragon. Baijan also complimented at the right time. His posture was lowered and said, but then seemed to naturally ask, the Yi family is preparing to settle on the next generation's heir, and I heard that the third youngest's reputation is very high. It's not bad, but it's not as good as my elder brother. Yisan Xiao shook his head. He is the eldest son. In terms of age and seniority, he is higher than me. The eldest young man is naturally suitable, but the selection of the heir is based on talent, and the eldest young man has mediocre talent, and is already nearly 30 years old and has yet to step into eternity. Baijan replied and added, the third youngest is the one with the thickest bloodline in this generation of Yi family's dragon pupil, and at just 23 years old, he has already come to the golden 9 stars, and at this rate of progress, logging into the glory level in the future is not impossible. A clan of dragon slayers can't be assigned on the basis of age. Well, this is my family matter. Halfway through speaking, Yisan Xiao was suddenly vocal. His expression seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied as he spoke. My grandfather hasn't passed away yet, and my father is still alive, so how the heir is determined is up to them. Hearing this, Baijan was a little embarrassed and could only shake his head repeatedly. And it was at this moment that another slightly dull voice rang out. Third brother, why are you free to come to my Colosseum today? The voice rang out, the 2 men each looked up, and with a glance, a figure wearing a gray robe was revealed. He had a square face, and was born with a pair of deep dragon and phoenix eyes, and although he was dressed in plain clothes, his body carried its own faint power. This person was none other than Yi Sanxiao's elder brother, the eldest son of Yi family's contemporary family head, Yi Guihai, Yi Shinji. Big brother. Seeing this person, Yi Sanxiao rose and saluted, and at the same time returned, I obtained a Vajra rhinoceros the other day, and I've been free for a few days, so I've come to see how strong this imperial beast is. So it is. Yi Shinji nodded, his deep eyes sweeping over with a smile. This glance instantly caused by Jean, who had just been deluding himself about the heir candidate, to feel a bit embarrassed and speak somewhat sheepishly. Brother Shinji, good morning. Good. Yi Shinji wore a smile on his face and just nodded lightly as he sat down next to Yi Sanxiao, glanced at the field, and inquired, Third brother, where's your adamantine rhinoceros? It was just decapitated by a rookie fighter. Yi Sanxiao replied, A newcomer fighter can decapitate the imperial beast that my third brother values? Yi Shinji replied, smilingly saying, Seeing that this newcomer fighter has good strength, what's his name? Hearing this, Yi Sanxiao's face became slightly unnatural as he glanced at Yi Shinji and lowered his voice. His name is Yi Fan. Yi Fan. Hearing this name, Yi Shinji was also stunned, glanced at Yi Sanjiu, and whispered, It's little master's family. Aha! Yi Sanxiao nodded. That's odd. Yi Shinji replied, shaking his head, and immediately afterward stood up. Since he is a disciple of the clan, and is the only direct bloodline of the young master, when he arrived at the Yi family's contracted fighting arena, I, the eldest son of the Yi family, should have gone to offer my condolences. Having said that, Yi Shinji stood up, a gentle smile on his face as he turned around. And the moment he turned around, the face of this eldest son of the Yi family, who had always shown himself to be gentle, some cold light flashed up. Chapter 108 Chen Peng's Shock. On the other side, Fatty Li also had his first battle, a battle with a royal beast master of the same level. The other party was a royal beast master in his 30s, and even though he only had a bronze 9-star royal beast, he had quite a lot of battle experience. Coupled with the fact that the environment of the fighting arena was not suitable for snakes to hide. Several times, Fatty Li had a close call, but fortunately, in the end, with his 3 imperial beasts, he eventually won by suppressing them in terms of numbers. So close. Outside the passageway, Fatty Li walked out, wiping the cold sweat from his head. Almost lost. How about it? Do you feel the difference? On the side, Yi Fan then opened his mouth with a smile. Too different. Fatty Li shook his head. The person I fought against had too good of combat skills. Whether it was the articulation of combat moves, skill releases, they were all much more powerful than me. After all, they have been a royal beast master for more than 20 years than you. It would be unreasonable if they are still not as experienced as you. Yi Fan replied, adding as if to say, It's good to know your own inadequacies. More to sharpen in battle. After every battle you can reflect on what flaws you have when you're a beast master, and take the initiative to correct them next time. Imperial beasts, in fact, is also a long course of study. It's something that has to be polished slowly, and it's hard to become fat with one bite. Understood. Fatty Li replied, nodding his head, and without a moment's effort, Ma Xiaoshua's name was also called, in another hall, and the group rushed to another coliseum. Ma Xiaoshua's battle was much smoother than Fatty Li's. Although the number of imperial beasts wasn't as high as Fatty Li's, Ma Xiaoshua's battle sense was quite impressive, coupled with the fact that her opponent was an imperial beastmaster with a small difference in age. She pressed the other party almost the whole way through the battle at the same level, and won easily. I feel like I've become the weakest of our team now. Watching Ma Xiaoshua walk out of the fighting arena, Fatty Li couldn't help but open his mouth, looking a little lost in comparison to the two. How is it possible? Hearing this, Yi Fan on the side but shook his head, smiled and patted Fatty Li's shoulder. What you're lacking now is the level of combat awareness and imperial beasts, but the number of your imperial beasts and the quality of your imperial beasts as well as your own physical qualities are higher than the others, make up for your weaknesses, and the combat power definitely is a lot stronger than the others. Good. Fatty Li nodded his head repeatedly. Then, picking up his hand, I'll go sign up for the next imperial beast duel. Saying that, Fatty Li quickly ran in the direction of the front desk. This Fatty Li. Yi Fan fell behind and watched Fatty Li's performance with some helpless laughter in his eyes. He was not too keen on giving Fatty Li a lot of pressure. With the best breathing method and huge resources, Fatty Li grew up, but it was just a matter of time. Of course, if the other party could work a little bit harder, that would naturally be the best. Yi Fan, how was my performance just now? Ma Xiaoshua stepped out, her gaze taking the lead to look at Yi Fan. She was aware of how terrifying Yi Fan's battle sense was, and a big part of the reason why Ma Xiaoxue could still show such strong battle power without the breathing method and resource tilting given by Yifan was that she would often take the initiative to ask Yifan for advice, and went to learn the skills of the imperial beasts and the means of battle from Yifan. Yifan also naturally wouldn't be stingy. A king-level beast master who had lived for 100 years himself was the best secret book. And for such a long time, Ma Xiaoxue also learned some of Yifan's fighting skills. Fighting style very similar to Yifan, is about perfect offense, based on the impermeable suppression force from beginning to end, forcing the other side to reveal the cracks, seize the best time so as to complete the one-strike kill. The fight was still good. Yifan commented as usual, and after a little thought he added, "You just commanded the sharp-toothed wolf to launch an attack for the second time a little too hastily. That collision, the sharp-toothed wolf didn't even stand on its heels. You ordered another lunge and bite. The force was obviously insufficient. It was equivalent to a useless attack. This kind of example happens several times. You need to pay attention to it. You can't be too hasty in battle. Always pay attention to the state of your imperial beasts and adjust the timing of your offense. The coherence of the attack is dynamic. Forcing a continuous attack doesn't play a positive role in your suppression power. Also, you for commanding 2 imperial beasts at the same time, the performance is very raw. You can try in the battle of batches of command, the 2 imperial beasts separate attacks for a batch of combined attacks, with a command at the same time to command 2 imperial beasts, such as sharp-toothed wolves attacking the left, grizzly bear attacking the right, sharp-toothed wolves pouncing on the bite of the grizzly bear to chase after this kind of continuous set of commands, so that it should be much better. Yifan's words were not obscure and difficult to understand, and as he said them, Ma Xiaoxue's expression was very serious, and after pondering for a while, she then nodded her head. "I'll remember. It's good to remember." Yifan nodded his head and looked at Ma Xiaoxue with a slight hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This Ma Xiaoxue's performance can be said to be the most satisfactory to him amongst several people, studious and diligent, with an extremely strong will to fight, and by now has vaguely taken on the shape of a silky strong man. It was no exaggeration to say that of these few people, Ma Xiaoxue might not be the furthest along in the future, but the fighting strength definitely not weak. "All right, you go and sign up for another match too. You and Fatty Lee can rest after 5 matches today."
叶凡摆了摆手，看向了一旁的陈鹏，我们2个就看情况吧。斗兽场里不一定有那么合适的同级御兽，有的话就可以多战斗战斗，过几天就开始挑战白银级的御兽。
Understood. Chun Peng nodded his head repeatedly, and it was at this moment that a voice with a slight hint of laughter rang out from the side. "Vandy, you were here." As this voice rang out, Yifan's brows furrowed as he looked towards Yishinji, who appeared behind Chun Peng. "You are. You should have seen me before, Vandy." Yishinji's face was filled with a peaceful smile. "I am the eldest grandson of your grandpa, Yishinji." "The eldest grandson of the Grand Master?" Hearing this, Yifan was slightly stunned, and immediately afterward, he still nodded politely. "Good day, Brother Shinji. I've heard all about what you did in the Colosseum today. Very impressive." Yishinji opened his mouth with a smile in his eyes. "I'm the one managing this Colosseum, and having come here, it's only right for my brother to offer some hospitality." "Hospitality is not necessary." Yifan shook his head and looked at Yishinji with a slight hint of thought in his eyes. But in the end, he just waved his hand. "I've brought some of my partners here to practice, and I still have to go back to deal with the mercenary group's business after fighting the fighting beasts in a while. Brother Shinji's kindness is appreciated, but it's really a bit hectic. Since that's the case, then it's not forced." Yishinji replied, arching his hand towards Yifan. "Then, Fan D will have a good experience here. I'll give a greeting to the following and prioritize the arrangement of beast fights for you. If you run into any ungrateful people who come after you or anything that doesn't work out, you can come to me." After speaking, Yishinji and Yifan politely bid farewell and graciously left. Yifan looked at Yishinji's back as he left, while his brows were slightly furrowed. Strange to say, this Yishinji showed such politeness to himself, but the other party's words and smile, vaguely, even had a hidden killing intent towards him. This Yishinji, what does he have in mind for me? Somewhat pondering, Yifan frowned. He had come from a mountain of swords and fire. His sense of killing intent was very keen. Although the other party had deliberately hidden it, his own feeling was not wrong. Clansmen of the same clan want to kill themselves. This Yishinji, I'm afraid it's not quite right. Chief, this Yishinji. On the side, Chun Peng opened his mouth in a slightly whispered voice. "It seems to be very strong. You can feel it?" Hearing this, Yifan opened his mouth. "It's not exactly accurate, it's just that when he stood next to me, I felt that the blood chi on his body was very warm, and it was somewhat oppressive to me. Peng replied, scratching his head. I practice physical arts. I'm very sensitive to other people's blood qi. The strength of a martial artist is usually based on blood qi. That's right. Yifan replied. That one just now was a dragon pupil. Dragon pupil's blood qi is like a dragon. And that person's strength is at the gold level. It's normal for you to feel it that intensely. Dragon pupil? Hearing these words, Peng froze. Having the same bloodline of the ancient remnant as Long Wu? After saying that, Peng seemed to react and looked at Yifan, saying, Chief, you are also from the Legacy Seed bloodline family? Chapter 109. Assassination. Yes. My family is a dragon slayer family. Yifan waved his hand. It's just that my old man and I don't have a dragon pupil bloodline. So we belong to a more marginalized branch in the family, and we can't say much in the family. There is no dragon pupil bloodline, but the headmaster is also very powerful. You are powering over the same year-old class A. This is not more fierce than any legacy species. Peng is otherwise said. The family does not pay attention to the head of the family. That is also really no vision. I don't really need any family's attention. Yifan replied, humming lightly. Not to mention that time has changed, and some dragon slayers, I'm afraid, have forgotten whether they are the descendants of dragon slayers or the heirs of evil dragons. Having said that, Yifan didn't seem to want to continue and waved his hand. And when Peng saw this on the side, he didn't pursue anything further. Soon, the first day's battles ended. Perhaps Yishinji really went to say hello. Yifan and their battles were arranged very quickly. What was expected to be only 5 fights ended up being a total of 7 fights. 100 matches to set the seal. If this progress continues, it won't take a few more days. Yifan and the others will be able to get their own Colosseum title. Aya. So tired. Finally I can go home. In the Colosseum, Fatty Lee stretched his waist, glanced at the already dim sky, and sighed as he opened his mouth. Imperial beasts dueling. It's really something that consumes energy. You. On the side, looking at Fatty Lee's appearance, Yifan was a bit helpless. However, he didn't say anything and waved his hand, and several people all took their communication meters to the front desk to settle their accounts. 30,000 for a beast fight and 15,000 for a duel. All 4 of them won all 7 matches and took a total of over 600,000 bounties. This money comes fast. Looking at the extra figure in the card, Fatty Lee sighed and looked at Yifan. It feels like a bigger harvest than when we went hunting in the Imperial Beast Forest. It's useless for money to come fast when it comes to the silver level and above. Unless you're a family with a lot of money to buy spirit beads directly, you need to hunt, not to mention the many spiritual herbs and medicines that are hard to buy with money. Yifan replied, shaking his head. What's more, for people for 600,000 a day, one is but 150,000. Such an income, it's just like that. Gone. Saying that, a few people were ready to leave, but at this moment, there was a well-dressed guard in the aisle who came quickly. Young Master Yifan, wait a little. Perhaps because he hadn't heard many people call out to his young master. Yifan froze for a moment when he heard the voice, before he looked at the guard and said, What is it that you want? Young Master Shinji said that he asked me to come and deliver a few room cards to young Master Yifan. The guard replied, handing out a few cards and followed up with, Young Master Shinji said that young Master Yifan must be tired after fighting for a day, and since he's here, naturally he'll do what he can by raising his hand. The Colosseum has fine guest rooms, absolutely quiet, which also contain settings such as medicinal baths. Young Master Shinji said that this is some small token of his appreciation, and he also hopes that young Master Yifan will not refuse. How many guest rooms did Yi Shinji arrange for us? Looking at the room card, Yifan's brows wrinkled once again. After slightly hesitating for a few seconds, Yifan still accepted the room card. Since that's the case, thank your Shinji young master for me. Okay. The guard bowed and immediately said, That golden room card is the top-class guest room that young Master Shinji has specially arranged for young Master Yifan. This golden one? Hearing this, Yifan picked out the golden room card and nodded slightly. Okay. I know. The guards quickly left while a few people looked at the room card in Yifan's hands with wide eyes. Yifan, do we really have to stay here? Fatty Lee opened his mouth, seemingly thinking of something, and said, I just passed through the corridor of one of their guest rooms when I was playing a match, and good lord, that sound, you don't know how intense it was. This is not for us young people to suffer. After all, it's someone else's hospitality, not living in vain. Yifan replied, glancing at Fatty Lee. As for those murmurs, well, let's just take it as exercising your stamina. At the end of his words, Yi Fan led a few people towards the guest room. The guest room was at the back of the Colosseum, a long aisle with only a few candle lights in the aisle. Walking through it, all sorts of sounds abound. This Colosseum, it's really enough to hide dirt. Yi Fan walked in it, naturally able to separate what was going on, just shook his head, handed the room card to a few people and took out his own room card, and was told by the attendant that it was on the second floor, so he went up to the second floor. The aisles on the second floor would be very quiet, and Yi Fan quickly followed the room number on the room card to find his room. Snap. Opening the door, a very spacious room was introduced to the eye, with beds and chairs, and a large balcony facing a coliseum not far away. There is also a large wooden barrel in the room. The barrel has a variety of medicinal herbs out of the medicinal water. This is every guest room will be specially prepared for the medicinal bath. Those fighters are involved in the fights every day. Every day basically have injuries, such a medicinal bath just need is very high. Yi Fan walked in and sat on the edge of the bed, not taking off his clothes, but quietly leaning on the bed, and in his eyes, there was a slight smile, as if he was waiting for something. He had a feeling that this Yi Shinji would never have any pure purpose in keeping himself here. I would like to see, in this Ping City, under the clear sky, what a descendant of a dragon slayer can do to people of the same clan. Opening his mouth coldly, Yi Fan's eyes were somewhat icy. Soon, it was nightfall. Time slowly passed and the sky became darker and darker. While in the room, Yi Fan's eyes remained as bright as ever. Snap. At some point, all of a sudden, a soft sound came from the room, and the next moment, a figure flashed through the door and entered this door. And as soon as he entered the door and looked at Yi Fan, who was sitting quietly on the bed, the silhouette froze. And at the same time, the lights in the room came on and the figure was caught off guard, revealing its true colors. And when he saw the true face of this figure, Yi Fan's eyes contracted slightly. Jiang Hong? How come it's you? In the room, at this moment, it was Jiang Hong, his teacher's rival, who appeared, wearing a heavy black coat, as if deliberately burying himself in it. You brat. Unexpectedly so vigilant. At this moment Yi Fan crashed through his true face. Jiang Hong was also a bit anxious. He originally had to go out because of the mission from above, and today it was hard to get the news and find the best time to kill Yi Fan. But at this time, being crashed by the other party first, he was already left with no other choice. Yi Fan, you will die today. With a furious roar, Jiang Hong didn't care about anything at this moment. His fist in his hand clenched up all at once, and a fist attacked with a terrifying might. This punch was the full force of a golden 8-star powerhouse, and even if he majored in imperial beasts, it was still terrifyingly powerful. Yi Fan reacted quickly, and the moment this punch had just come, he pressed the communicator that Pan Zhao had given him earlier, while quickly rolling to the side. Boom! A punch fell and the wall was directly smashed into a big hole. Jiang Hong, as a school teacher, you strike out at students, aren't you afraid of the law enforcers? Yi Fan let out a chorus of questions, but his person was quickly moving to the side, preparing to leap out from the balcony. At this moment, Yi Fan was already almost certain, leaving himself here to rest alone while notifying others to assassinate himself. Such a sinister means. This Yi Shinji's hidden killing intent during the day was not empty, and the person who came to assassinate himself was, after all, still Jiang Hong. Chapter 110. Dangerous things happen. Boom. On the second floor of the lounge, Yi Fan tumbled out and the blast eagle appeared, bringing him to the ground. At this time only just in the early morning, but there is no one in the arena. Not only that, the maintenance of the guards, security and cleaning personnel are not one quiet weird. Yi Shinji. Landing on the ground, seeing this scene that was obviously arranged by someone, Yi Fan vocalized, his eyes going down a bit cold. Snap. On the opposite side, Jiang Hong also landed on the opposite side of Yi Fan at this moment, and in the Colosseum, the two of them looked at each other from a distance. Yi Fan. Jiang Hong was the first to voice out. The gold 8-star silver moon song wolf appeared at his side, his massive might gradually covering the entire field. You brat, you're excessively vigilant. But unfortunately, since we decided to take a shot at you, we're still fully prepared. This place is all soundproofed. There's no place to run. You struck out at me. For what? Yi Fan vocalized, but his eyes were somewhat frozen. Hehehe. Hearing this, Jiang Hong just laughed coldly. Yi Fan, what have you provoked? Aren't you clear yourself? Dynasty organization? Hearing this, Yi Fan's face changed slightly, and soon, figured out some key points. Himself and his old man were not regarded in the family. Yi Shinji had no reason to take action against him, but what if Yi Shinji was the person from the dynasty organization? the eldest son of the younger generation of the Yi family, this human-faced dog. Yifan immediately cursed angrily, looking at Jiang Hong. Moreover, he was not polite at all. Jiang Hong, as a student ace tutor of Pingcheng High School, you are responsible for people to cultivate better talents, and behind your back, you are actually a member of the dynasty that poisoned the people's wolves. Can you stand up to your own title of ace tutor? Being worthy of the title? Hearing this, Jiang Hong's face was cold. Looking at Yifan, he coldly said, "Who wouldn't say words of grandeur? The title is nothing more than a mask. What's the use? In this world, the weak are the strong, the winner is the king, and the only way to go to the corner is to survive." Saying that, Jiang Hong raised his hand, and beside him, the 4 or 5 meter tall silver moon song wolf paved its way towards Yifan, and with a wolf whistle, a silver moon silhouette appeared. This lunatic. Looking at the silver moon song wolf pouncing towards him, Yifan's face changed slightly as he quickly dodged towards the back. Swish! In the next second, silver light flashed, and the clothes on Yifan's chest instantly exploded with 3 claw marks. But the claw marks weren't deep. They just managed to cut through the skin. Yifan, on the other hand, drew in a slight breath, his brain racing in the face of a duel of strength with such a huge difference. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and at this moment, even if he had an extremely strong fighting sense, his body's flexibility and strength were all too different. Wow! Another sweeping swing came. Yifan once again retreated backwards. This time it was the silver moon pale wolf that cut through his chest. 3 blood traces showed. The blood from the wounds quickly soaked the clothes red. The silver moon pale wolf came tearing and biting one after another, and Yifan similarly dodged, fighting and dodging with the silver moon pale wolf in the huge fighting arena. "You kid, your fighting sense is really strong." Looking at Yifan, who was like a loach under the claws of the silver moon pale wolf, Jiang Hong coldly spoke, "If I give you a few more years, you might really achieve something, but it's a pity. You don't have that chance." As the voice fell, Jiang Hong raised his hand. "Silver moon pale wolf? Use moon gothic." Boom! As the voice fell, the silver moon pale wolf raised its head high, and a silver moon rose from its head all of a sudden, the moonlight covering the entire space in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the silver moon trembled violently all of a sudden, and immediately afterward, it exploded, turning into countless silver fragments that blasted towards Yifan. Moon Gothic, the silver moon coyote's natural skill, uses elemental power to condense the silver moon and explode it into thousands of shards to strike a wide area. This strike seemed to be ordinary in power, but those fragments, each one of them, were comparable to a large caliber sniper rifle, and what was even more terrifying was such a huge area of coverage. "This guy is insistent on leaving me here." Yifan gasped violently and looked at the oncoming Yuzhan, but his eyes flowed through the field. Crossing 2 great realms, facing a golden high-star powerhouse, it would be difficult to even barely resist, and he would have to resort to some external force. There, between breaths, Yifan's gaze locked to the side and quickly tumbled away, at the same time, releasing his hellhound. The silver light fell, and Yifan's back was grazed. But this only caused Yifan to pause slightly, and soon, Yifan tumbled over to the field next to a boulder. Jiang Hong was in hot pursuit, commanding the silver moon pale wolf towards Yifan, and soon, the huge silver moon pale wolf chased after Yifan and launched another fierce attack. With just 1 claw, the boulder that was being used to hide was blasted into several halves. But Yifan was taking advantage of this opportunity to let the hellhound launch an attack and run towards another rock once again. These stones were decorations in the Colosseum, but at this moment, they became Yifan's hiding place. "You kid." As the time gradually passed, the face of Jiang Hong, who was originally full of teasing, was a little impatient. He couldn't attack for a long time. This Yifan could hide down in his hands for so long when he was only at the bronze level. If he was at the silver level, at the gold level, he was afraid that it would be even harder to kill him. "It's time for a quick battle. If we let this kid escape, there will be no end of trouble." Thinking of these, at this moment, Jiang Hong also finally put away the stance in his heart, once again raised his hand. At this moment, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th head of the imperial beasts appeared. All of them were silver moon pale wolves, only the realm was not very high, just broke through the golden, like an imperial beast of a clan with that golden 9-star silver moon pale wolf. "Where wolves go, all beasts wail." As the voice fell, several silver moon pale wolves rushed towards Yifan, a scene that looked like a pack of wolves besieging an injured moose. The situation became critical all of a sudden. Originally facing a silver moon pale wolf was very reluctant. The siege of several silver moon pale wolves, even if Yifan had more experience in fighting, he was still a bit too much to siege. Phew! And just at this incomparable critical time, Yifan's eyes were getting calmer and calmer, exhaling a breath and adjusting his route in the dodge, during which he was still gritting his teeth despite his injuries. Ducking and dodging, Yifan gradually came to a place not far from Zhang Hong. Humph! Zhang Hong noticed Yifan's small action, but only snorted coldly. A less than silver-level kid. Still want to launch an attack on himself? In the face of absolute strength, there was no way to escape. Chirp! The cold snort did not fall. Suddenly, the sound of an eagle chirping sounded. Zhang Hong's face changed and he looked up, only to see that in the sky, the blast eagle had already disappeared. In the next second, the blizzard eagle's figure instantly appeared, already arriving in front of Zhang Hong, its sharp claws blasting towards his face with a hefty silver light. A spatial class skill. This is your bottom card? Zhang Hong's face was grim, and his right hand had just been raised when Yifan's voice rang out. Cerberus. Superheated combustion. As this voice fell, Zhang Hong's face changed slightly, and all of a sudden, he locked onto the Cerberus that had arrived not far from him at some point. Superheated combustion was equivalent to a suicidal outburst of firepower, and at such a close distance, even if it was him, he was afraid that he would be injured. You boy are bold. Boom! Zhang Hong's voice didn't penetrate out. Fire flickered on the hellhound's body, and in the nick of time, the flames surged out and tumbled all at once, instantly sweeping Zhang Hong and Yifan. Chapter 111 Pan Zhao's arrival. Snap! The flames swept, and Yifan quickly retreated, exiting the circle of flames at the first opportunity. Zhang Hong was swept up in the flames, but after a few seconds, he rushed out of the flames, and on his body, an inexplicable light flickered. That was a sign that the breathing technique had entered a certain level, and was able to utilize elemental power to protect itself. You kid! Damn it! Zhang Hong vocalized. At the moment, he looked slightly distressed, his hair partially burnt. Looking at Yifan, Zhang Hong's eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Nearly being injured by a bronze-level kid was a strange shame for him. Saying that, Zhang Hong did not hesitate. His right hand curled his fingers into a claw and headed towards Yifan. This strike was incredibly fast and completely locked onto Yifan. Yifan quickly retreated, but the strike locked onto him and was about to lock his throat when a breath appeared from behind him. Feeling this aura, Yifan was stunned. Then a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and his hand that was in a defensive stance spread out all of a sudden. It's a pity, Zhang Hong, today. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me. As the voice came out, Zhang Hong immediately froze, and while his face changed a bit, he still didn't give up on this final blow. Zhang Hong, you dare to touch my student. Just as this claw was about to land on Yifan, at this moment, a voice rang out. Snap! A fist swung in, fists and claws clashed, and both voices fell back at the same time. Pan Zhaoga? Seeing this appearing silhouette, Zhang Hong's face instantly turned ugly. Teacher. Looking at the figure that appeared in front of him, Yifan finally let out a breath at this moment. Pan Zhao answered. At this moment, his robust body blocked in front of Yifan. Like a thick mountain, his thick voice rang out. I thought it was some villain who made a move on you, but I never thought that it was really a villain. Zhang Hong, are you crazy? Who gave you the guts to take a shot at my student? Said the man, turning to face Zhang Hong. Pan Zhaoga snapped in a cold voice. Several silver moon song wolves separated and surrounded them. Pan Zhaoga was unafraid and raised his hand as the golden 9-star roaring lion appeared. Pan Zhao, this matter has nothing to do with you. Zhang Hong vocalized, his eyes looking at Pan Zhao like a viper. You better get out of the way. Yifan is my student? You say it has nothing to do with me? Pan Zhao replied, staring at Zhang Hong at this moment, but he thought of something and suddenly snapped. Zhang Hong, more than 10 years ago, is this how Tower was killed by you? As these words fell, Zhang Hong's face changed and his anger surfaced all of a sudden. I didn't kill Tower. How many times do I have to tell you? It wasn't you who killed them? Hearing this, Pan Zhaoga was coldly snorting. When I asked everyone who stayed behind in the secret realm, everyone said that it was you and Tower alone together. Peach's strength is not bad, you went exploring at the same time. All said that you encountered the dynasty organization intercepted, but you have nothing happened out of the secret realm. But she has so noiselessly died in the secret realm. If there is not a little bit of cattiness, do you think I believe it? If you ask me, Tower's death in the secret realm back then wasn't any dynasty organization at all. But you killed her. I said, I didn't kill Tower. Zhang Hong didn't explain. He just repeated. His eyes condensed on Yifan. No matter what, Pan Zhao, today I must take Yifan's life. Don't force me. Yifan is my student. If you want to take his life, step over my corpse. Pan Zhaoga did not budge and roared with the same fury. For a while, the scene instantly became stalemate. For Silver Moon Pale Wolves, a roaring lion, 2 gold high-star powerhouses. At this moment, both sides are on the verge of a touch and go. As long as the battle is fought, I am afraid that the entire arena can't withstand it. Snap, snap. And at such a stalemate, a voice rang out at this moment. The 3 of them stopped and turned their heads to look, only to see a figure gradually walking on the other side of the Colosseum. Yi Shinji. Seeing this figure, Yifan's eyes mic'd up. 2 tutors. The Colosseum has long since closed. Why are you still confronting each other here at this late hour? Yi Shinji, on the other hand, was the first to open his mouth. With a smile on his face and an unperturbed look. Someone wants to kill my student. And your Colosseum doesn't care about anything? Facing Yi Shinji, Pan Zhaoga wasn't polite. What? Your Yi family can't even do this little foundation of protecting your guests? Student. Hearing this, Yi Shinji's face then changed slightly as he looked at Yifan, seemingly with some surprise as an afterthought. Fan Di, someone wants to move you. Having said that, Yi Shinji then looked at Zhang Hong. I have a grudge against him, a personal hatred, and you want to care? Looking at Yi Shinji, Zhang Hong didn't make much of a statement, he just spoke coldly. This attitude caused Yi Shinji to freeze, but soon, he revealed another smile. It's true that I can't care about personal vendettas, but to make a move on my guest or my clan brother, in this arena, even if it's the famous Ping City Ace tutor, I'm just afraid that it's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? As the voice fell, Yi Shinji's smile coalesced and he slightly clapped his hands, and in the next moment, behind him, more than a dozen strong men drilled out, all of them clear gold-level powerhouses, and all of a sudden, they surrounded Zhang Hong. Fan brother, you've been frightened. After doing all this, Yi Shinji then looked at Yi Fan and opened his mouth with a smile. Fan Di, didn't I say that if you have anything to do, you should call me first, in this Colosseum, with me here, no one can touch you. Yes. Hearing this, Yi Fan just answered and didn't say anything more. His eyes mic'd up. This Yi Shinji is some heart. If not, he has long guessed it. I am afraid to be deceived by him. He had definitely been around for a long time if he really wanted to protect himself. So many gold-level powerhouses weren't deaf. Why didn't he come out when he was in danger, just when Pan Zhao came and couldn't get off the stage he came? Teacher Pan, let's go. After a slight silence for a few seconds, Yi Fan suddenly opened his mouth. Go. Hearing this, Pan Zhao was a bit dissatisfied and pointed at that Zhang Hong. But this guy. It's fine, the matter happened here at Brother Shinji. I believe that Brother Shinji will also give us a satisfactory solution. After all, the Grand Master is still around. If he knows that his own clan members have been attacked and killed in their own Colosseum and no one has taken care of it yet, he should be unhappy. Yi Fan replied, but his gaze moved to Yi Shinji. Brother Shinji, don't you think so? This. Hearing this, Yi Shinji but his face changed slightly, looking at Yi Fan, for a while of silence, before he nodded. Don't worry. Since the matter happened here in my place, I will naturally give Brother Fan a satisfactory solution. Only Zhang Hong is a mentor after all. How to deal with it is up to Brother Shinji. I trust you. Yi Fan interrupted Yi Shinji's words with a slightly profound smile, pulling Yi Shinji and retreating towards the outside. When Yi Shinji saw this, he seemed a bit hesitant, but in the end, he didn't say anything more and waved his hand, allowing the two to leave. Yi Fan, why did you just pull me away in such a hurry? Walking on the street outside the fighting arena, Pan Zhao opened his mouth. He naturally sensed that something was wrong with Yi Fan just now, and only at this moment did he vocalize. Zhang Hong and my clan brother are all the way. My clan brother brought people in at that time, not necessarily to catch Zhang Hong. Hearing this, Yi Fan however shook his head. If he didn't leave just now, it's very likely that he'll fear that the matter will be exposed and fish out of water and strike at the teacher as well. All the way. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao stuttered. What are they afraid will be revealed? What kind of person would want to kill me that badly, Mr. Pan Zhao? You should be able to guess. Yi Fan opened his mouth, his voice somewhat low. Guess. Hearing this, Pan Zhao was slightly silent, thinking of something Yi Fan had told him, and then, his face changed a little. You mean to say that Zhang Hong and that clan brother of yours are both from the Dynasty organization? Chapter 112 Calculations. Aha! Yifan nodded his head sullenly and his face was also slightly gloomy. Just now Jiang Hong admitted it. This asshole. Hearing this, Pan Zhao burst into a rage. A hallowed tutor, degenerating to this level. Having said that, Pan Zhao seemed to have figured something out and shouted angrily. I have always guessed that it was him who killed Tower. I never thought that this dog thief was actually a member of the dynasty organization. Mr. Pan Zhao, you and Jiang Hong have been talking about Tower? Who is Tower? Yifan vocalized, asking, you and him, have you ever crossed paths? He and I had been close friends for many years. Pan Zhao answered. On his face, his anger did not diminish. That Tower was once another close friend of ours. The three of us are considered to be hairy kids who grew up. Understood. Hearing this, Yifan nodded his head and didn't pursue further. He had just heard Pan Zhao's questioning of Jiang Hong, and with this sentence, he could roughly guess the ins and outs already. As for the meticulousness, it was Pan Zhao's personal matter, so there was no need to ask too closely. Teacher Pan Zhao, at this time, you can't lose your mind because of anger. Yifan opened his mouth, but his eyes were extraordinarily calm. Here in Pingchang, the extent of the dynasty's infiltration is even more terrifying than we thought. Guardian, descendant of a dragon slayer, ace tutor of the school, these are all heavyweights even when placed elsewhere. These bastards, how dare they? Pan Zhaoga opened his mouth, seemingly a bit indignant. They hold important positions. They are the ones who should most resist the dynasty's countertouch. There will always be people who forget that it is the blood of the martyrs that runs through their veins. Yifan shook his head. He had seen many such people in his previous life. This was something that he could see through. Teacher Pan Zhao, be patient. After thinking about it, Yifan spoke. There's already a lot of information we've gotten now, so if we wait for a while, we can prepare to close the net. I have no problem with that. Pan Zhaoga nodded his head, then said, it's you. You need to be more careful. If it's really as you say, then your clan brother is deliberately laying a dragnet today. You haven't grown up yet after all. There are a lot of things, don't be big-headed. Yes. Yifan didn't refute Pan Zhao's words, only since he dared to stay, he naturally had some backbone, not only Pan Zhao, but he also had the Moncler outlet store communicator on his own body, only that it was a big killer, and he wouldn't use it until he had no choice. Teacher Pan Zhao, you go back. Waving his hand, Yifan said, Yi Shinji won't do anything to Jiang Hong. At best, he'll just find a reason to put it off. You do not have to rush to go after Jiang Hong or something. Revenge will be reported, no matter whether Jiang Hong admitted or not. Wait until all the water falls out. Really cannot be false, but also cannot be true. Row, Pan Zhao replied, but his eyes are still a little angry. Just this breath, I have some swallowed. Just go beat him up if you really can't swallow it. Yifan opened his mouth and on his face a smirk appeared. In another 2 months it will be the freshman competition and the mentor competition, so Teacher Pan Zhao has been raising his strength more lately, and when it comes to the time of the competition, it's only logical that he will be able to export his grievances. That's true. Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded his head repeatedly and said, clenching his fists, then I have to hurry up and practice, and when the time comes, I have to get out of breath. Be more careful during this time. If anything happens, notify me with the communicator at the first time. Don't be careless. With that, Pan Zhao waved his hand, and his figure walked forward, gradually, blending into the darkness of the night. Yifan stood in place and kept watching Pan Zhao go far away. Only then did he turn back to look at the distant Colosseum once more, his eyes gradually cold. It was clear that tonight had been a close and thrilling one for him, but all the same, the news gained had not been a bad one, and very crucially, had filled in some of the places where it had been before. First of all is the Dragon Pupil Rebellion. Before Yifan has been thinking, if the Dragon Pupil Rebellion is really started by the Yi family, then even if the Great Master died in his previous life without being cured, then a huge family of Dragon Pupilers is not something that anyone can command and is qualified to command. But now, with the appearance of Yi Shinji, this fog gradually became clearer. Yi Shinji, the eldest son of the Yi family's current head of the Yi family, Yi Guihai, the eldest son of the younger generation, the probable heir of the next generation, such an identity is really possible. Having said that, Yifan shook his head. In addition to the Dragon Pupil Rebellion, the other one was the Beast Tide Rebellion in Pingchang, where there were originally a lot of doubts, such as there were guardians holding down the fort, and why the secret realm around Pingchang fell into the hands of the dynasty organization for no reason at all, and also, for example, there were top-notch powerhouses in Pingchang, but why was it that it had no resistance against the Beast Tide, and it even came close to destroying the city? This answer was likewise very obvious nowadays. The guardians and the academy's ace tutors all had the dynasty organization's inner circle among them. So how could this not be chaotic, and how could it withstand the beast tide? In my previous life, I still underestimated this dynasty organization that was known as a tumor. Thinking about it, Yifan also shook his head. At the very beginning, when he learned that Deng Li and Ma Dafei's conflict implicated the dynasty organization, he didn't think about it that much, he just thought of taking care of it by the way. But as one key person appeared, this made Yifan react. This dynasty organization could be called a tumor. It wasn't that simple. Just in Ping City, from the law enforcer agencies down to the gang members, there were shadows of the dynasty organization almost everywhere, and that was just Ping City. If all the other places were like that too, then how much power should the dynasty organization have? These forces converged, and if they erupted internally, once a riot was started at some critical moment, and the remnant seeds on the front line took the opportunity to counterattack, there was a great possibility of upending the balance that had been maintained for thousands of years at the cost of countless generations of effort. More than the title of tumor, the dynasty organization at this time is more like a time bomb. If not removed, the consequences is devastating. Yifan, you slept so comfortably yesterday. Early the next morning, Fatty Li pushed open the door of his room, and when he saw Yifan, who seemed to be waiting at the door for a long time, he was a bit surprised. Also, are you up so early? It's still early when this sun is almost up to my ass. Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Li with a faint smile on his face. Yesterday he did not take away a few people and did not deliberately say anything. Jiang Hong, a few people's eyes are on themselves. For Fatty Li they do not care much, and their own smooth detachment, it also means that there is an absolute witness. They are not able to move Fatty Li them. That made for a good night's sleep for a few people. Headmaster, are we still going to challenge the Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beasts to a duel today as we did yesterday? In the room, Chun Peng also walked out, but unlike the sleepy Fatty Li, Chun Peng was wearing a wide robe with some fine sweat on his forehead. Clearly, he had gotten up early to exercise. Aha! Hearing this, Yifan just nodded and didn't say anything more, waving his hand and greeting a few people as they walked towards the front desk once more. He didn't have the option of not coming to the Colosseum anymore. Instead, he was going to act pleasantly unafraid. What happened yesterday had already happened. Even if Yi Shinji was bold, he wouldn't want to risk it a second time. On the contrary, the other party's mood at the moment was definitely very complicated. Yifan didn't point out the other party's identity, and how to say anything about being attacked in the room he had arranged in his Colosseum. But Yifan didn't say anything. Instead, he left the other party in suspense. And with a deep mind like Yi Shinji's, in order to maintain the suspense, even if he was pretending, he would have pretended to be a good person. Chapter 113. Yifan and the few of them have come to challenge again. In the audience of the Colosseum, watching Yifan enter, Baijian first stood up. The host's introductory words were also completely different this time around, pulling out Yifan's battle record from the previous round, crushing Imperial Beasts of the same rank in 7 battles, and with a record like that, it was basically a given that Yifan would get the title. The 2 Imperial Beasts that I managed to raise with great difficulty were both killed by him yesterday. Seeing Yifan, Yi Sanshao then had a somewhat helpless expression. He was also a genius-level character, and after watching several of Yifan's battles one after another in a day's time, his perception of Yifan had changed, and he was clearly able to feel that the strength of this clan brother, who he had previously underestimated, was extraordinary. A very exaggerated fighting sense matched with a perfect fighting stance, 7 battles without receiving any injuries, such a person must be extraordinary, or at least never some kind of fancy. This Yifan and the few people around him, their strength is quite good. At their age, they are definitely the best among their peers. On the side, looking at Yifan winning another easy fight, Baijian finally couldn't help but stand up. No, I'll try again and set the price higher. 200,000 won't do, offer 400,000. If I can take all of these people and train them up, I might even be able to add a few pavilion elders to my family in the future. Not everything can be smashed with money. While watching Baijian's movements, Yi Sanshao spoke, and in his eyes, a touch of pride slightly surfaced. There are some people, the blood that flows in his bones won't allow him to bow down to others. Not to mention the fact that others have that strength, hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is just the money of a spirit bead that he used to cultivate after he entered silver. With that, Yi Sanshao stood up and walked towards the passage below. Baijian froze and didn't seem to understand Yi Sanshao's words, but he still followed and ran up. In the passageway, Yifan returned, and at the moment several people were waiting. Yi Shinji had arrived at some point and was talking to Fatty Li. From a distance, the two were talking and laughing, and looked as if they were still having a good conversation. Brother Shinji, that breakfast provided by your lodging is quite good. That specialty medicinal bath would be fine. I soaked in it for a couple of hours yesterday, and then the water in the bucket gave way to blackness. Approaching, only casually heard what Fatty Lee said. Yifan eyes some helpless. This Fatty Lee? Brother Fan, you've finally come. As for Fatty Lee's side, Yi Shinji, who was already impatient but forcibly endured listening to Fatty Lee's flurry of nagging, saw Yifan's arrival and hurriedly dodged as well, walking towards Yifan. I watched the beast fight just now. Fandy's strength is really good. Amongst your peers in this Ping City, you're considered to be one of a kind. Brother Shinji is flattering. Hearing this, Yifan nodded his head slightly and looked at Yi Shinji. While his eyes were slightly deeper, Brother Shinji came to look for me. Is there something he wants? Matter. Hearing this, Yi Shinji slightly stalled. His gaze swept from Yifan's face, and immediately after, pulled over Yifan and spoke in a small voice. I am sorry for last night's matter for my brother, and later detained Jiang Hong, and discussed all night long for a night, and has come up with a solution. Program. Hearing this, Yifan's eyes mimicked up. Brother Shinji can speak about it. It's like this tutor Jiang Hong side said it. He also had some emotions on his head yesterday, and Fan Di didn't have too much of a conflict, but things happened, and since Fan Di is the victimized party, I naturally have to fight for you for a compensation. Yi Shinji opened his mouth and paused slightly before continuing. In this way, what tutor Jiang Hong's side said, 1 million, as compensation for Fan Di's shock last night. $1 million? Hearing this, the corner of Yifan's mouth but raised. That Jiang Hong person, can he be that generous? This matter was originally his fault, and Fan Di should receive this compensation. Yi Shinji replied, and immediately after, came to Yifan's ear. Of course, Fan Di is also aware of this. After all, tutor Jiang Hong is the signboard of our Pingcheng High School, and if this matter were to explode, it wouldn't be too good for his reputation and the school's reputation. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Yifan nodded. That means $1 million includes the hush money, right? Hearing this, Yi Shinji's face was slightly embarrassed, but he still lowered his voice and spoke. You could say that. Then this is something I might want to think about. Yifan replied, clasping his hands and looking at Yi Shinji with a smile on his face. This scene instead made Yi Shinji a bit puzzled, looking at Yifan's expression. For a moment he actually didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Yifan who opened his mouth and said with a slightly deeper meaning, Brother Shinji, it's strange to say that you were the one who gave me the room card yesterday, so it's reasonable that no one else should be able to enter or leave my room, right? Yes, yes. Hearing this, Yi Shinji quickly spoke. I've also ascertained this matter. It was one of our receptionists who didn't know what was going on and lost the spare room card for the room, which later came into Jiang Hong's hands. That receptionist has been identified by me, and after I found out, she has been fired this morning. In that case, that's still a coincidence. Yifan replied, clasping his hands once more. And by this time, Yi Shinji reacted and opened his mouth. Fan Di is not annoyed. This incident happened in my fighting arena. I naturally have the responsibility as compensation. I will likewise pay a Reiki tree to Fan Di. Several of Fan Di's imperial beasts aren't going to be at the silver level as I see it. The aura tree bears the aura fruit, which is able to effectively break the bloodline shackles of the imperial beasts. And although it's just a mortal grade extreme heavenly treasure, it will definitely have a great effect on Fan Di. A mortal grade extreme aura tree. Hearing this name, Yifan nodded slightly. Extreme grade is considered a special division in each category, mostly used to distinguish those heavenly materials and earth treasures that are extremely precious in one grade, but slightly less qualified in the next grade. Mortal grade extreme grade and spirit grade lower grade is already quite close. Of course, this aura tree was relatively rare and scarce in the wild, and Yifan currently did not have this heavenly treasure. A mortal grade extreme grade aura tree is almost about $1 million. Nodding thoughtfully, immediately afterward, Yifan looked at Yi Shinji, a slight hint of a smile on his face as he said, also a hush money? This? Yi Shinji was embarrassed. After all, this is our Yi family's property. Things spread out. Understood. Halfway through his words, Yifan raised his hand, interrupting Yi Shinji's words. If that's the case, then I can accept it. That's really excellent. Yi Shinji also breathed a sigh of relief, and at this point, he no longer cared about the other messy things, and hurriedly ordered his men to get the money. At the moment, he was just as Yifan said, a little anxious about the suspense in Yifan's words, confused about what Yifan was thinking. Especially since yesterday Yifan intentionally or unintentionally brought up Moncler Outlet Store, the anxiety was even more magnified. Now that the family is closely investigating the dynasty organization, as long as there is a spillover, it will be thoroughly investigated to the end, and he may not necessarily be able to withstand the thorough investigation of the family executives. At this moment, learning that Yi Fan should be down just to compensate, seems to have no intention to say anything more. Yi Shinji, on the contrary, suddenly relieved. After all, it is the eldest son of the family in charge of some of the family's foundation. This point of money and spiritual plants he still casually can take out. Soon, the underlings brought over the money and heavenly materials. The aura tree was contained by a special large box, and the money was not that kind of paper money, but a check stipulated by the higher-ups. Yi Shinji cheerfully signed the numbers and names on the check, and stamped it with the official seal, before hastily reaching out and handing the check to Yi Fan. Big brother is being generous today. Looks like he's going to set up a celebration banquet for our clan brothers? Yi Sanxiao's voice rang out. Yi Shinji suddenly froze. The check in his hand stopped in mid-air. He looked at Yi Sanxiao, his face slightly unnatural. Third brother, what are you doing here? Came to see Fan D. Yi Sanxiao responded, while his gaze moved to Yi Fan, and immediately after, extended his hand. Fan D, my name is Yi Chuan. I'm the third son of your eldest uncle. Slightly older than you by a few years. You can call me Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan. These words made Yi Fan a bit helpless. However, he still nodded politely and shouted, Brother Chuan, I'll call you Fan D. Yi Chuan responded, and incidentally, once again looked at the check in Yi Shinji's hand and the box on the side. What are you planning to do? Big brother, are you recruiting Fan D as your fighter? Beater. Hearing Yi Chuan's seemingly deliberate question, Yi Shinji was once again a bit embarrassed. We're all family. What do we say about beaters? Chapter 114. Looking at Yi Shinji's expression, Yi Chuan was slightly surprised, and his gaze shifted to Yi Fan. For such a long time, it was the first time he had seen his elder brother in such a dilemma, and in his usual time, Yi Shinji was a calm and collected person. Doing things properly was rarely a handful, which was why many people favored Yi Shinji and not so much him. Brother Chuan, Brother Shinji is not recruiting me into the fighter group. These things are considered some compensation. Yi Fan vocalized, smiling from the sidelines. Last night, Brother Shinji left me to rest in the fighting arena, and as a result, I encountered someone attacking me at night, so these money and spirit plants are considered Brother Shinji's pacification fee for me. Attacked. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Yi Chuan's face then changed slightly and his brows furrowed a bit. He was a member of the Yi family. He knew the configuration in the arena better than anyone else, with so many gold-level guards, and even some pavilion elders in the family secretly guarding. No one dared to make a move in the arena, what to talk about an attack. Just a little thought, Yi Chuan looked at Yi Shinji. In his mind, there were already some slight thoughts, only he pressed and did not show it, but slowly said, Big brother, the guards in our arena are afraid that they are a bit slack. How can we let our guests be attacked in the arena, and it's still our clan brother? Right, right? Yi Shinji replied back to back. His head lowered and his eyes revealed a touch of gloom. Fan D. Yi Chuan, however, didn't bother to look at Yi Shinji again, turned his head to Yi Fan, and said softly, I was frightened last night. Why don't I set up a banquet today to suppress the shock for Fan D? The banquet is unnecessary. Yi Fan waved his hand, but Yi Chuan revealed a smile and held Yi Fan's hand. Fan D can't be excused, Yi family members. This is one, you came to the Colosseum. It is reasonable to say that I should have set up a banquet yesterday. Just in time, I see that Fan D is going to break through silver recently. I have a scorching flame grass here that can help fire attribute imperial beasts break through their bloodline shackles, so I can send it along to Fan D as well. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Yi Chuan. This is obviously the words of solicitation. This Yi Chuan seems to have some ideas about himself. A scorching fire grass, although the value is not as good as the aura tree, but it is better than the targeted, but it is also something that is several $100,000. Anyone in the Yi family, other than cousin aunt, is so polite to themselves? Since that's the case, thank you Brother Chuan. Thinking slightly, Yi Fan did not hesitate. Regardless of the words of solicitation, it was still possible to take a scorching fire grass for nothing. All right, Fan D, come with me. Let's go to the best Etian Lu in the city for dinner. Hearing Yi Fan's promise, Yi Chuan was also a bit delighted, nodded and said to the few people behind Yi Fan, You are all Fan D's companions. Enter the table together. That's a good sentiment. Hearing this, Fatty Lee responded, Etian Lu eh? There must be a lot of delicious food. Etian Lu is known as flavorful ku Etian, delicious food, since it is extremely abundant. Yi Chuan replied, his face full of smiles. A group of people were talking and laughing at this moment. Yi Shinji, who was on the side, was a little embarrassed. Looking at Yi Chuan, his expression was not too good anymore. Rather, I should invite Vandy to dinner. Yi Shinji opened his mouth, obviously, inviting Yi Fan at this time of the day in front of him. This third brother was somewhat overstepping his bounds. Big brother. Fan D and I are like old friends at first sight, so I jumped ahead of Big brother. Yi Chuan also reacted quickly, with a wipe of a smile on his face, saying, I don't think Big brother will mind. No. Hearing these words, Yi Shinji went down the slope and also revealed a smile. Since third brother has the intention, he also stopped by to give a good reception to Fan D for Big brother. That's natural. Hearing this, Yi Chuan waved his hand and turned around to greet Yi Fan and his group as they headed into the distance. It wasn't until the crowd was far away that Yi Shinji's face once again turned cold, looking at those backs and opening his mouth somewhat grimly. To fight with me for everything. I see that if there is that day, the identity of the heir of this Yi family, you also want to come and fight for it. Academy. A gloomy attic. Zhang Hong entered the place silently. It's backlit, the attic is small, and it looks like an old, dangerous building that, at a glance, looks like it's about to falter. Phew. He had just stepped into the stairs of the attic, during which a ghastly wind struck him, and in the next moment, the amazing in black robes appeared at the entrance of the stairs. Zhang Hong. Didn't I say not to come to my residence without business? Looking at Zhang Hong, Amazing's tone was cold. No intention to disturb your excellency. Zhang Hong replied, half kneeling on the ground. I failed to attack and kill Yi Fan in the Yi family's arena yesterday. Attacking and killing in the Yi family's fighting arena? And failed. Hearing this, Amazing's brows furrowed. You, a golden high-star powerhouse, went to attack and kill a teenager. How could you fail? Back to your excellency, that Yi Fan had the communicator given by Pan Zhaoga in his hand. I was already going to get it, but was blocked by Pan Zhaoga. Zhang Hong replied. Yi Shinji was afraid that things would be exposed and mediated the fight between me and Pan Zhao. Pan Zhaoga was also involved in this matter. Hearing this, Amazing's face instantly turned grim as he glanced at Zhang Hong. So, you didn't manage to assassinate Yi Fan, and you even exposed yourself. Well, Zhang Hong was silent for a while before he nodded. You disappoint me too much. Amazing spoke in a cold voice. Zhang Hong, you are a smart person. Why can't you do such a small thing well? Yes. Zhang Hong didn't explain too much and replied, seemingly a bit helpless. But that Yi Fan didn't speak out about this matter, accepting the compensation after Yi Shinji's mediation, and pretending to be unaware of anything. Hearing this, Amazing frowned once more, saying nothing is rather a sign of danger. Having said that, Yen looked at Zhang Hong and couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. Both your and Yi Shinji's identities are never to be exposed, and it turned out to be like this. Not enough to make things happen, but more than enough to make things happen. I can make amends and strike again. Strike for sure, but it can't be recently. That kid Yi Fan is very vigilant, have to find a new time. Yen coldly drank. We can't expose it again and again, we have to kill it with a single strike. That kid is after all a clan member of the Yi family, and Yi Mao is also still in Ping City. Even though it's said that the dragon's blood has revolted, there's still a residual power, and if we really incur the wrath of this old man of the Yi family, we won't be able to withstand it either. Understood. Hearing this, Zhang Hong hesitated. What timing? When the fruit of creation comes out. Yen replied, shaking his head. I'll have someone spread the news that the fruit of creation is going to come out, that Yi Fan, with his D-rank talent, will definitely go looking for the fruit of creation when he learns of this news. As long as we enter the secret realm, so many people will go back to compete for the fruit of creation, and there will be no one to supervise it, so we'll have plenty of chances to kill him. Creation fruit? The name of this fruit made Zhang Hong freeze. Is there really a fruit of creation in Pingcheng? Between opening his mouth, Zhang Hong had a slight shock in his eyes. He obviously knew about the fruit of creation, and knew how much of a shock wave the news of the fruit of creation would startle if it was spread out. It's true, only, it's in the secret realm, and the secret realm has not been opened, and at this moment, it's still under the control of our manpower. Yen nodded. That secret realm with the fruit of creation has been hidden for many years. It is very hidden. Without a map, it is impossible to find it. So we need to take out a copy of the map and give it to Yi Fan? Zhang Hong replied. With what excuse? What excuse is needed? Yen asked rhetorically, snorting coldly. Aren't the mercenary groups in Pingcheng fighting with him? Find a suitable opportunity to let the Red Ghost command them to their deaths, and just give the map to Yi Fan. Borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha? Hearing this, Jiang Hong opened his mouth thoughtfully. No. Amazing shook his head and raised his eyes to the distance. Then they went cold. It's a borrowed knife. Chapter 115 Lessons Learned. Tianlu, Yichuan chartered a private room on the 3rd floor and spent a large sum of money to set up a banquet. This banquet was not ordinary, at the very least, it was the blood and flesh of silver-level imperial beasts, all kinds of heavenly treasures boiled into soup. Even the water to drink and the rice to eat were filtered and planted through specialized procedures. This table of good food for Fatty Lee's temptation that can be said to be incomparably large, the seat, Fatty Lee feasted, a few people on the sidelines to watch, are a little heartbeat. It looks like Fandy's best friend is enjoying my arrangement today. Yichuan smiled and opened his mouth, gently knocking on the table. Since it's my arrangement, you guys can eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, just serve it again. The amount is definitely enough. Brother Chuan is polite. Yifan opened his mouth and also put up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of fried meat in front of him. This meat did not know what kind of imperial beast it was, except that the meat was very tasty and looked, surprisingly, somewhat crystal clear. Into the abdomen, a warm feeling came, and it was obvious that there was an aura spreading out towards the limbs and bones. And although the amount was not much, it still made the body tingle. This should be the meat of the pearl linglong deer. This kind of spirit beast meat is delicious and has the effect of building the foundation. The quantity is quite rare. If it is wild, 1 or 2 can be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Yifan spoke softly and looked towards Yichuan on the opposite side. Brother Chuan broke the bank. Breaking the bank can't be called, it should be. Yichuan replied, but his chopsticks were put down. Of course he didn't come to invite Yifan for dinner for no reason. Naturally he had some ideas. Fan D, do you have any plans on which university you will go to in the future? After a while, Yichuan opened his mouth and inquired. University. Yifan shook his head, pondered for a while and said, if there are no accidents, I should be going to Kyoto University. Kyoto University is good. It's the signature of Kyoto now. Hearing this, Yichuan nodded, then added, are there any plans for later? When Fandi goes to Kyoto, does he intend to go to the front line to fight in the war? Or go into politics? No conflict. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. Whether it's in politics or going to war, the two are not cut off. That's true, Yichuan replied, looking at Yifan and pondering for a while before he slowly spoke. But I still suggest that Brother Fan go into politics. Our Yi family will move to Kyoto next year. You should also know that Grandpa's health is not very good. Most likely he will step down from his seat. The family may need to train a successor. In that case, Brother Chuan is planning to fight for this position. Hearing this, Yifan replied with some laughter in his eyes. This sentence was a bit blunt. Yichuan was also stunned, hesitated for a moment, then smiled and spoke. Fan D is also joking. I'm still young, want to inherit my grandfather's position. I'm afraid that I'm not qualified enough. My elder brother is still around. Brother Chuan just said what he had to say. Hearing this, Yifan raised his eyes and opened his mouth. Seeing that Yifan understood so quickly, Yichuan was a bit embarrassed but still went on to say, it's like this, next year I will also be in politics. I will probably start from some regional job STEM in Kyoto. Fan D, you finish your 4 years of university. By that time, I should have already been promoted. If you want to be in politics as a brother, I can provide you with some facilitation. Understood. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly and pondered for a few seconds before replying. If that day comes, I will go and find Brother Chuan. In that case, that's excellent. Hearing this, Yichuan also revealed a smile and busily raised his hand. Someone, add some more dishes for Fan D and the others. Soon, a banquet was over. Several people were feasting. Before leaving, Yichuan sent several people all the way to leave, and even arranged a special driver behind to send off several people. Yifan, how come that clan brother of yours feels like he's treating you very well? On the road, Fatty Lee, who hadn't said anything, opened his mouth with a hint of doubt in his tone. Again, he packages food and drink and transportation, and said that he'll give you facilities in the future when you go into politics. Fatty, you're just seeing the surface. Yifan opened his mouth and shook his head. That Yichuan's words weren't about opening up facilities for me in the future or anything. It was just an invitation for me to join him. Join. Fatty Lee froze. Aha. Yifan replied, looking at the fat man who was full of puzzlement. He was a bit helpless but still explained. His words are actually quite obvious. That is, in the future my grandpa is going to retire and he wants to inherit my grandpa's position. But there is his elder brother. He goes to fight for fear that he won't be able to fight for it. and he wants some of his clan members to enter into the political world so that he can support him in the future. Oh, Soa. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was slightly surprised. But you're only in your first year of high school now. When you enter the political world, like he said, it will have to be 7 or 8 years later. Are these people from the big families so proactive? It's not that difficult to start planning something 7 or 8 years in advance. Yifan shook his head and seemed to have thought of something as he slowly spoke. As long as one has the heart, there are things that it is not impossible to start planning decades in advance. In the next few days, Yifan several people continued to go to the fighting arena. Progress was rapid. Several people's fame also gradually hit. Fatty Lee and Ma Xiaoxue also switched from the Imperial Beast duel to the Fighting Beasts. The 4 people fought all day long. The Fighting Beasts in the arena were almost not enough. With 100 matches sealed, Yifan and Chan Peng quickly accumulated 50 matches. Ma Xiaoxue and Fatty Lee were slower, but they also came to more than 20 matches. Leader, something has happened to the mercenary group. On this day, Yifan and his group were about to continue challenging the next Fighting Beasts, when by the passageway was a mercenary rushing in with an urgent tone and a panicked look. Something happened? Hearing this, Yifan also frowned and looked at the members in his mercenary corps as he opened his mouth and asked, "What happened?" "It's people from the Strong Brother Mercenary Corps and the Aurora Mercenary Corps. They've been targeting us recently." The troop member replied, "Every day they are led by the leader. Half of the Mercenary Corps go out to block the entrance of the Silver Moon Forest. As long as our team members go out on a mission, they stop there to block the road and rob us to make us hand over what we got, and kill us if we don't give it to them. It's been like this for the past few days. We had a few members of the group not pay this morning, and they just went ahead and killed them. No one in the mercenary group dares to go out on missions now. Brother Chong and Dawn's people, are they so bold?" Hearing this, Yifan raised his eyebrows and looked at the few people around him. "You few? What are your opinions?" "Do them," Fatty Lee vocalized, seemingly a bit angry. "These dogs started as soon as we weren't there. It definitely won't work if we don't teach them a lesson." "I also feel that." On the side, Chan Peng, who also rose as a mercenary, also spoke up. "It's fine for these people to make things difficult for us, but to make things difficult for those ordinary mercenaries is a bit despicable. And I also feel that we need to teach them some lessons." "Agreed," Ma Xiaoxue seconded. "Okay." Hearing this, Yifan nodded, and randomly, his eyes went cold. "I didn't want to clean them up lately, but who knows? These assholes, they even had to send them to my door. In that case, let's give them a good lesson."